This young man found himself reincarnated as Korin Locke, just an ordinary extra in the heroic fantasy world of Ahan. The story centers around an academy where countless deadly events unfold. It was here that Korin crossed paths with Park Sihu, the original protagonist and another player who had been dragged into this world. Since Sihu had played through every single chapter and knew the game inside out, Korin quickly bonded with him, and the two became an unstoppable duo. Korin genuinely believed that with Sihu by his side, they could save countless lives, stop the impending apocalypse, and finally return to the real world. But reality hit him like a truck. This guy, Sihu, was nowhere near as innocent and harmless as he appeared to be. The Sword Emperor's granddaughter was killed on her way to the memorial. Marie, the final boss of the first stage, suddenly vanished without a trace. These mysterious deaths and disappearances, none of them ever happened in the game's original storyline. As the suspicions piled up, Korin finally decided to secretly tail Sihu one quiet night. What he found was a hidden underground vault. It was a stash of precious items he had looted from other characters, just casually holding things like Marie Dunnell's magic wand and the Odachi fragment belonging to Alicia, a missing heroine. And that wasn't all. There were countless belongings from the people who had gone missing all this time. But the most horrifying sight of all was the body of Marie Dunnell, submerged in a giant glass tank tucked away in the corner of the room. While Korin was still standing there in absolute shock, a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Damn it, I'm busted. What are you doing down here?" Sihu asked with a deeply annoyed expression. Hearing this, Korin furiously confronted him. "What the hell is the meaning of this? You told me you were chasing Marie and lost track of her." Sihu nonchalantly replied, "Oh, she's a monster anyway. Did you really want to waste the blood of a high-ranking vampire? I'm just putting it to good use. Besides, you already drank some of it too." Remembering the potion Sihu had given him earlier, Korin's stomach instantly churned with nausea. Seeing Korin's disgusted reaction, Sihu actually had the nerve to pout. "What's wrong? I worked really hard to build this place, you know. Capturing her and setting up this whole chamber took me an entire month. Why? Why would you do something so sick? To clear the story more efficiently, obviously. Your playstyle is way too frustrating, always obsessing over saving NPCs and then ending up dead. Why don't you just kill off those useless extras while you're at it? You spend all day protecting pawns we can't even control, no matter how much we max out their affinity. We're way better off just using them like this. Listen to me very carefully. I am much better at this game than you are." He had been lying from the very beginning. This bastard was no newbie. Keeping his thoughts in check, Korin stared at him with a dark, heavy expression and asked, "How many times have you done this?" "I'm not exactly sure, let me see." Sihu mumbled, calculating for a moment before answering. "If I kill 3 more, that makes exactly 100,000 times." Korin couldn't hold back his rage any longer. He lunged forward, grabbed Sihu by the collar, and screamed at him, but it only managed to piss the psycho off. With just a casual flick of his wrist, Sihu sent Korin flying backward, almost sending him straight to the underworld server. Now acting like an absolute lunatic, Sihu relentlessly mocked Korin, while simultaneously dropping a completely twisted confession. He admitted that out of the 4 chambers in his heart, 3 pumped blood, and the last one belonged entirely to Korin. That plot twist hit Korin so hard it gave him cultural shock. He quickly gifted Sihu a punch to the face and took the chance to run for his life. But before he could even take a few steps, Sihu instantly pinned him down. "You're never escaping me. I'll keep you chained to my side forever. You are mine. In this fake, pathetic world, you are the only real thing that matters." Korin couldn't stomach Sihu's cringe, domineering CEO-style romance lines at all, cursing him out in pure terror. "You're freaking me out, you sick bastard." But Sihu just whispered, "It will all be over soon, and once it's done, we will be together forever." Sihu flashed a sick, twisted smile and locked his darling away, heading out alone to take care of the final boss. The final chapter is opening. It has begun. Staring at the system prompt, Korin muttered, "Was this Sihu's master plan all along? He's always handled everything perfectly on his own, so even the final boss shouldn't be a problem for him. Once he kills the final boss, what the hell is going to happen to my poor ass?" Fortunately, Korin wouldn't have to experience a literal pain in the ass, because Sihu actually got wiped out by the final boss. Everything reset to the very beginning. Korin's eyes snapped open, gasping as if waking up from a horrifying nightmare. He shot up in bed, frantically looking around, only to realize he had been sent exactly 3 years into the past. Right back to the moment he was first transmigrated into this world. Given this miraculous second chance, Korin swore to himself that this time he would butcher that bastard Sihu right in the cradle. He vividly remembered the Rotion River Dam collapse incident. During a quest to subjugate river monsters, the dam had suddenly burst, completely washing away an entire village. Thousands of aquatic monsters and thousands of innocent people drowned. In the face of such a horrific tragedy, Sihu had worn a deeply satisfied, gleeful expression. At the time, Korin couldn't understand why he looked so happy. But looking back at it now, even if countless people died, to a complete psychopath like Sihu, the only thing that mattered was the massive amount of experience points he was farming. This time Korin was determined to stop that at all costs. Right now, Sihu was only at level 5, which was exactly the same level as him. All the elements and resources to make a player stronger were gathered at the Merkava Academy. Once Sihu entered the academy, his power had skyrocketed. Right now, that guy wasn't a monster yet, but there was no telling how fast his growth rate would explode once he enrolled. The entrance ceremony was happening in exactly 5 days. In other words, the only way to slaughter Park Sihu was right here, right now. Quest prompt. A carriage heading to the city of Merkava has been intercepted by forest monsters. Protect the passengers and guards until it is repaired. Korin didn't even wait for the system prompt before rushing straight toward the location. His main goal wasn't to save the NPCs from the monsters, it was to save them from Sihu. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the escort group breathed a collective sigh of relief after clearing out a pack of low-level monsters. Laura, one of the guards, praised Sihu after watching his impressive performance. "You've got some real talent, kid." Sihu put on a perfectly innocent, bashful face and replied, "Thank you." Just then, the carriage driver called out loudly, "Sir Leon, Miss Laura, the carriage is fixed, let's get moving." "Ah, I just want to hit the bed right now." While Leon and Laura were happily chatting, a vicious, blood-curdling roar echoed through the forest. The two guards flinched, turning around at the same time, only to see a massive log flying straight at them. Leon immediately shoved Laura aside, barely managing to dodge the thick chunk of wood himself. Leon and Laura instantly drew their weapons, ready to fight for their lives. Judging by that terrifying howl, the monster they were facing this time was a werewolf, a level 2 beast. The second it spotted human prey, the werewolf lunged forward with explosive speed. With just a single swipe, it instantly knocked Laura out of the fight. In absolute panic, Leon desperately shouted at Sihu, who was standing behind him. "Get on the carriage now, I'll buy you some time." Hearing this, Sihu simply turned and gave a cold order to the driver. "Go on ahead, I'll catch up, I can't just leave Leon behind." Saying that, he dashed straight toward Leon. Sadly, Leon had already kicked the bucket. Seeing fresh prey approach, the werewolf tossed Leon's lifeless body aside and began stalking towards Sihu. Korin arrived just in time to witness the scene, his heart heavy with guilt. Damn it, has it already started? I ran as fast as I could, but I still couldn't stop it. If only I had more time to prepare, I could have saved them. Seeing Sihu standing there with a panicked look on his face, Korin didn't rush out. Instead, he ducked behind a corner to observe. I need to confirm something before I step in. Is this Park Sihu the true hero destined to save the world? Or just a player like me? As Sihu stared down the werewolf, his panicked expression slowly twisted into a bloodthirsty glare. Just as he was about to make his move, a woman's voice rang out. "Get down!" Elisa Aiden burst onto the scene, swinging her sword in a fierce slash at the werewolf. But the werewolf was no pushover. It swiftly raised its claws, perfectly blocking Elisa's strike and catching her completely off guard. A quick rundown on Elisa Aiden. She's the second daughter of the Aden family, wielder of the Odachi, one of the 6 royal swords, and arguably the most influential powerhouse in the party. After her failed attack, Elisa quickly positioned herself in front of Sihu to create distance from the werewolf and protect him. "Step back! I'll handle this thing." Sadly, her good intentions were completely misplaced. Seizing the moment her guard was down, Sihu drew a poisoned dagger and slashed her arm. Elisa clutched her bleeding arm, staring at Sihu in absolute disbelief. Why? Sihu just smiled mockingly. Oops, my bad. I was so scared that my hand slipped. Watching from the shadows, Korin gritted his teeth in sheer rage. So, it really is still you, Sihu. If Elisa Aden dies during this mission, he'll steal the Odachi, which will be his golden ticket into the party of Lunia Aiden, the legendary sword saint. Meanwhile, back with Elisa, the poison was quickly taking effect. A heavy wave of dizziness washed over her. Sihu's figure began to blur in her vision. At the exact same moment, the blood-crazed werewolf lunged right at her. With no time to process the betrayal, Elisa forced herself to focus on parrying the monster. Watching from the sidelines, Sihu couldn't hide his surprise. She's poisoned, yet she still hasn't dropped dead? Is it because she's a major NPC in the storyline? After dodging a flurry of vicious swipes, Elisa leaped back to create some breathing room. Pushing through the poison with sheer willpower, she focused her remaining strength and unleashed her ultimate skill, the flash step slash, darting toward the werewolf for one final, decisive strike. At this rate, she's actually going to solo that monster. I can't let that happen. Sihu smirked wickedly, once again resorting to his dirty tricks as he hurled another poisoned dagger straight at Elisa's back. Sensing the projectile flying toward her, Elisa desperately swung her sword, barely deflecting the blade off its path. You bastard! So it wasn't an accident after all. Elisa spat through gritted teeth, her eyes burning with rage. But the distraction cost her dearly. The werewolf was already right in her face. She instantly thrust her sword forward in a fatal strike, sending the beast straight to the afterlife. The massive werewolf collapsed, its heavy, lifeless body pinning Elisa to the ground. By now, the poison had fully paralyzed her body. Helpless and unable to move a muscle, she could only watch in despair as Sihu stepped up and snatched away her precious sword. Hell yes, the Odachi is finally mine. Sihu cheered in pure excitement as he yanked Elisa's blade from the werewolf's corpse. This baby only works with special skills though. So what's the game plan? Sihu stroked the blade lovingly before turning his cruel, sadistic gaze back to Elisa. Oh, that's right. Killing NPCs gives EXP too, doesn't it? Just as Sihu raised the blade to finish her off, a mysterious pouch flew out of nowhere, smashing directly into his face. What the hell is this? Sihu stared at the yellow powder coating his hands, glaring frantically around the forest. Which one of you bastards did this? Show yourself right now. Instead of an answer, 3 horned rats burst from the bushes, making a mad dash straight for Sihu to rip him apart. The truth was, the pouch thrown at him was packed with topanic mushrooms, an absolute delicacy for forest monsters, ground down into a highly concentrated, pungent powder. So right now, in the eyes of those beasts, Park Sihu was basically a prime cut of fresh meat dripping in gourmet sauce. While Sihu was busy fighting for his life against the rat trio, Korin used the chaos to slip over to Elisa. Thank God. She's still breathing. Korin let out a quiet sigh of relief and stealthily dragged her unconscious body into the safety of the shadows. But as he caught sight of the werewolf's corpse, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. Leaving Elisa hidden, he crept over to the dead beast and used his dagger to pry off one of its massive fangs. Just then, Sihu's icy voice rang out from right behind him. Who the hell are you? Korin didn't flinch. Instead, he casually fired back. Taking out 3 horned rats in the blink of an eye? Well, the Odachi really is incredible, huh? You... Sihu paused, sensing something weirdly familiar about that voice. The moment Korin turned around, Sihu gasped in pure shock. Korin Locke! How the hell did you get here? Sihu demanded, immediately raising his sword in high alert. Sihu's reaction instantly made Korin suspicious. Wait, did this bastard lose his past memories? Well, if that's the case, even better. Smirking to himself, Korin mocked him. Careful there, buddy. You're gonna hurt yourself holding a sword like that. What? Unbelievably, Sihu fell for the bluff, instinctively glancing down at his grip. Taking full advantage of that split-second distraction, Korin violently chucked a handful of dirt straight into Sihu's eyes. Blinded and panicking, Sihu began swinging the blade around like a madman. Die, you bastard! Just die! Korin calmly observed Sihu's chaotic movements, analyzing his form. His swordsmanship is total garbage, but his swing speed is insanely fast. Even blinded, Park Si-hoo's physical stats are still way higher than mine. I just have to risk it. There's no other way. Korin ducked under a wild slash, closing the gap in a flash as he drove his blade straight towards Si-hoo's neck. But right at that crucial moment, Si-hoo managed to blink away the dirt. His vision cleared just in time to effortlessly dodge the fatal strike. Plan A? Total failure. Plan B it is then. Korin relentlessly assaulted Si-hoo with the fang dagger, leaving him no room to think. Forced on the defensive, Si-hoo could only focus on the incoming blade. Just as expected, the tactic worked perfectly. The moment Si-hoo was distracted parrying the fang dagger, Korin used his free hand to draw another dagger and plunged it straight into Si-hoo's shoulder. Without missing a beat, Korin ripped the blade out and drove it ruthlessly right for his throat. Si-hoo desperately raised his uninjured arm to block the strike, but Korin refused to let him go. Pushing down with all his might, Korin drove the dagger right through Si-hoo's neck, ending his life in an instant. Staring at Si-hoo's lifeless body, Korin muttered under his breath, "Thanks for everything in our past life. I'll admit, you're the reason I got this strong. Even so, I don't regret killing you for a second, because I just wiped out a monster before it could truly hatch. Player Park Si-hoo is dead, calculating anomalies in the main storyline, initiating backup world protocol, converting test subject Korin lock, testing potential, testing ideology, testing compatibility, testing player logs, transferring previous player's experience to hero Korin lock, converting minimum backup reserves for storyline collapse scenario, allocating base stats, initiating backup player program, Korin lock, rank A Knight, martial arts successor, backup player." Looking at the flood of system notifications before him, Korin couldn't help but feel utterly confused. A backup player? Does that mean I get my own status window now? Suddenly, a fit of coughing echoed from behind him. Only then did he remember Elisa was still there. He rushed over to check her injuries and immediately began first aid. After forcing the poison out and bandaging her wounds, Elisa was finally pulled back from the brink of death. Korin quickly scrambled to gather ingredients and started brewing an antidote for her. Even in her hazy state, Elisa weakly called out, asking for the name of the savior who rescued her. "You don't need to know. Just stop thinking and get some rest. I'll wake you up when the medicine is ready." Korin replied softly, gently placing a cool towel on her forehead. From now on, he had to operate in the shadows. The fewer people who knew about him, the better. Elisa didn't press him any further, quietly drifting off to a peaceful sleep. Only then did Korin finally have a moment to review his current situation. The legend of Hero Arhan was true to its name, a classic hero's tale. By solving various incidents at the academy, the player would rise to become a hero and ultimately save the world. The hero would slaughter countless monsters and eventually defeat the final boss. Even a piece of trash like Park Si-hoo had to follow the storyline. Because if the final boss wasn't defeated, the entire world was doomed. But now that he was dead, who was going to take up that mantle? Who else but me? But seriously, these bastards, if you want me to do the heavy lifting, at least give me the proper tools to do it. Korin glared at the system alerts. System window, access denied. He couldn't help but sigh in sheer frustration. He had become a backup player, yet he was locked out of all the player support features. I was actually getting excited for a second, and this is what I get? Pulling off anything in the future was going to be an absolute nightmare. His memories from his past life alone just wouldn't cut it. I'll have to rely on elements outside the system to pull this off. With that thought in mind, Korin began carving an ancient rune into the dirt. A surge of elemental fire erupted from the symbol, bringing a satisfied smile to Korin's face. Just as he expected, it worked perfectly. Over 3 grueling years of training, Korin was no longer just a successor or a mere backup. He was going to survive, no matter what. The magic he had mastered in his past life was ancient runes. These archaic symbols harbored immense internal power. Duty, restraint, and vow. These 3 were known as the triad of command runes. They were among the most powerful laws governing this world, both a wellspring of human strength and a catalyst for ultimate destruction. Korin decided to carve these runes directly onto his own body. The first of them was duty. This command amplified the caster's power when they swore a personal oath. You could make a simple pledge, like promising never to eat chicken, but since the condition was too easy, the stat boost would be practically non-existent. Still, he needed an oath that he could easily uphold until the very end. After careful consideration, Korin made his vow. I will not turn a blind eye to steal the treasures of the righteous. Instantly, the system announced the duty. I will not turn a blind eye to steal the treasures of the righteous. Your stats will increase upon fulfilling this mandate. On failure to comply will result in a penalty of -10 to all stats. Next, Korin carved the restraint rune onto his right arm and declared, I refuse to acknowledge spirits. Knee vow established. If broken, you will take 600% damage from the enemy. Activating restraint. Spirit damage dealt is 0%. Physical damage dealt is increased by 50%. In this world, all things possessed a psychic wavelength. That included spirits and ghosts devoid of physical bodies. Since spirits could only interact through mutual connection, they were powerless against anything incapable of sensing them. By strictly following this mandate, the vow would act as an absolute shield, protecting Korin from all spiritual entities. Finally, the vow rune. This mandate used the sheer weight of a sworn oath as a safeguard, carrying massive risks, but equally massive rewards. That was exactly why both Park Si-hoo and Korin had used it in their past lives. But even Si-hoo, who had full access to the system's overpowered perks, ended up dying to the final boss. Knowing that, Korin had every right to be worried. Gritting his teeth, Korin decided to make the heaviest, most absolute oath possible. I will save this world. It was the highest purpose any warrior could strive for, an oath fueled by the grandest ambition. And with that, the triad of commandment was complete. If he failed to keep this vow, death was the only absolute outcome. The next morning, Elisa opened her eyes to find herself lying in a strange bed. She shot up on instinct, but the sudden movement tore at her wounds, making her cry out in pain. Hearing the noise, a nurse quickly rushed over. Ah, you're awake. How are you feeling? Elisa looked around in confusion. Where am I? You're at the Maba City Hospital, the nurse gently replied. Who brought me here? The nurse smiled warmly. Your relative actually just left. Just left? Seeing Elisa getting worked up, the nurse quickly tried to calm her down. Please, you shouldn't be moving around yet. I'm fine, really. Where are my things? Brushing off the warning, Elisa frantically started searching around the room. Seeing a backpack next to the bed, Elisa asked, Is this from the person who saved me? Without waiting for the nurse to answer, Elisa grabbed the bag and started checking it. When she got to the belt, she frowned and muttered, There's still blood on this. Then Elisa glanced at the nurse and asked with a serious expression, Is there anywhere around here that sells honey candy? The nurse helplessly reminded her, You can only have soup right now. 3 days after the beginner quest, today was finally the opening ceremony of the MK3 Academy. Korin was also on his way to the academy. He pulled out his wallet to look for his student ID, but suddenly noticed a letter tucked inside. I don't remember putting this in here. Korin confusedly opened the letter and began to read. To my dearest son. You have no idea how incredibly proud I am of you. Please, grow up to be someone who protects the people around you. After finishing the letter, Korin sighed and whispered, When did she even slip this in here? Korin Locke was just a remarkably average, untalented kid, but he still had a family. When I first took over this body, I acted so awkward and distant around them. But they still treated me exactly the same. And that was when I truly started to love this family. And this world. That's the difference between Peru and me. Since it was the opening ceremony, the front gates of Merkaba Academy were absolutely packed with people and carriages coming and going. Wow, look at all those transports. So, this is Merkaba Academy. While the freshmen were still looking around in awe, not too far away, a blue-haired girl suddenly raised her hand and shouted, Hello, new students, please gather over here. Hearing that, Korin immediately walked over. The blue-haired girl saw him approaching and smiled warmly. Are you a freshman too? Korin stared intently at the blue-haired girl, nodded, and introduced himself. I'm Korin Locke. Wow, you're really tall. You must eat a lot, huh? Do you want a potato? As she spoke, the blue-haired girl pulled a potato out of her basket and handed it to Korin. Korin muttered under his breath, A potato? A little while later, a carriage carrying a group of freshmen made its way into the academy. That over there is the Creation Building, where magic students gather to do their research. And over there is the Physical Training Hall. They lend out some really cool weapons. Sitting among the freshmen, Corin watched the blue-haired girl cheerfully and enthusiastically playing tour guide. He began to recall her background. Marie Dunnereff, the top second-year student of MK3 Academy. She's loved by everyone and has an incredibly bright future ahead of her. In life, people often run into unexpected misfortunes. And in the future, Marie Dunnereff is going to face a massive tragedy. She is the final boss of Act 1. Before long, the transport arrived at the drop-off point for the freshmen. All right, when you step off, make sure everyone grabs one potato and one sweet potato. After making the announcement and waiting for everyone to get off, Marie stayed on the transport, waving enthusiastically. Good luck. See you all later. The freshmen then walked into a massive, spacious hall. Noticing a massive magic circle activating on the ceiling, Corin muttered to himself, "The spatial expansion magic has started." Suddenly, the entire hall plunged into pitch-black darkness. As the freshmen panicked, confused about what was happening, a booming voice echoed through the room. "Do not panic!" Why would Academy students be so terrified over a little parlor trick like this? Corin picked his ear and muttered, "That's old man Furman's voice. He says the exact same thing every single time. It feels like a damn boot camp." This world had a long, bloody history of warring against the demon race. The absolute most effective weapons against them were superhumans capable of wielding aura or mana, and the very facility dedicated to training these powerhouses was the Merkaba Warrior Academy. A spotlight suddenly snapped on, illuminating the source of the booming voice. The freshmen saw a dark-skinned man wearing glasses slowly stepping forward to introduce himself. "I am Professor Furman Damon from the Night Department, and I will be in charge of this year's opening ceremony." Looking at Furman's overly casual attitude, Corin smirked and thought, "It's been a while since I've seen this guy. I'm sure the vast majority of you came here to become either knights or mages. By the time you arrived, your official evaluation certificates were already submitted. But don't go getting a big head just yet. Let's see what you kids are actually made of." The moment Furman finished speaking, a small holographic screen popped up in front of every freshman. Corin glanced down at the screen hovering in front of him. Corin Locke. Aura level, 680, low. Mana level, 120, very low. Innate ability, none, very low. Overall grade 6, very low. Corin frowned and grumbled, "Man, this is depressing, but my physical stats are downright shocking." At that moment, a row of glowing numbers from 1 to 6 appeared in front of Furman. "Ah, you're all looking at your final grades now. Go stand in front of the number that matches your grade." Hearing Furman's order, the freshmen began shuffling over to the numbers corresponding to the grades on their screens. Corin stood at the very front of the grade 6 line, scoffing at himself. "There are about 400 people here, so that means I'm in the bottom 1%, huh? I wish you all the best of luck." As soon as Furman finished speaking, all the freshmen transformed into streaks of light and were teleported into individual isolated spaces. Meanwhile, in the observation room, a group of professors were monitoring the entire situation. A blonde female professor stared at the crystal ball projecting the freshmen in the grade 1 and grade 2 lines. "This year's batch is absolutely packed with hidden talents." Ahem. There's really no need to test the grade 1 and grade 2 students yet. Let's just wait until we finish evaluating everyone else first. The granddaughter of the sword genius, Elisa Arden. The priestess of Avalon, Ewan. The mercenary of the sword sovereign, Ron Waski. The golem engineer, Grinnell Luden. And our sole grade 1 student, the master archer, Sauron. At the mention of that last name, the blonde professor frowned in deep confusion. "I can't believe that kid actually enrolled. What on earth is the principal thinking?" A male professor with a goatee suddenly chimed in. "Is there even a point in testing the grade 6s? The grade 5s already look utterly hopeless. We should just eliminate the grade 6s right off the bat." The blonde professor flared up and snapped. "The principal explicitly stated that all students have the right to an education. Are you seriously daring to go against his orders?" The male professor looked embarrassed and quickly muttered, "Then, let's just begin." Back in Corin's isolated space, a weapon cabinet suddenly dropped from the sky and landed right in front of him, followed by an automated warning. "Monsters will swarm the area in 30 minutes. Please eliminate as many monsters as possible." So, it's a test that drops me in the middle of nowhere and forces me to fight monsters based on my level, huh? Well, this is going to be a pain, Korin muttered to himself. He strolled over to the weapon rack, pulling it open and cheerfully browsing his options. Let's see here. Most grade 5 or 6 scrubs wouldn't even use their brains. They'd just grab whatever looks cool, and mostly they'd go straight for the swords. I did the exact same thing in my past life, he chuckled. Just then, right behind Korin, 3 short-bodied hounds, grade 5 monsters, materialized out of nowhere. Yeah, swords are super cool, but there's a saying. It takes 100 days to master the spear, 1,000 for the saber, and 10,000 for the sword. So, the spear is the only right answer. As he spoke, Korin snatched a spear from the rack, spun on his heel, and hurled it straight at one of the hounds with brutal force. The spear flew at blistering speed, piercing the hound's skull before the beast could even flinch. Without missing a beat, Korin casually tossed 2 more spears high into the air, flashing a cheeky grin. Oops, my bad. The remaining 2 hounds snarled, lunging viciously at Korin. But before they could even take a few steps, the 2 spears plummeted from the sky, pinning them dead to the ground. Glancing down at the hounds' corpses, Korin scoffed. I just have way too much experience slaughtering you mutts. Let's see, 20 seconds? That's still a bit too slow. Back in my past life, I couldn't even kill these things before they tore me apart. But this time is completely different. I'm going to butcher every single one of them until I hit the next rank. Fueling his own resolve, Korin rested a spear on his shoulder and yelled out with absolute confidence, "All right, bring on the next wave." Korin stood there waiting for a while, but nothing happened. He started getting suspicious, wondering to himself, I've already hit the 5-minute mark. Why the hell is it so quiet? Did the system glitch out or something? Meanwhile, in the observation room, the goatee professor was staring at the screen showing the grade 5 students, shaking his head in absolute disgust. They can't even kill those weaklings? What good are they for anything else? He grumbled. Back in my day, I slaughtered a pack of grade 5 monsters in just 1 minute and 22 seconds. If the grade 5s are this pathetic, I shouldn't even expect anything from the grade 6s. The goatee professor strolled over to the grade 6 monitors, only to freeze when he saw Korin sitting on the ground, yawning out of sheer boredom. Were the monsters not summoned? It must be a bug. Back in the testing space, Korin was letting out a massive yawn, waiting for the next tier of monsters, when suddenly, 3 more short-bodied hounds popped into existence. He blinked in sheer confusion. Huh? Why is it these losers again? Up in the observation room, the goatee professor had manually spawned the monsters into Korin's room, immediately brushing him off to watch the other students. Look at these miserable brats. Little did he know, the screen right behind him was broadcasting Korin effortlessly, wiping out the 3 beasts with just a few throws. Oh, is this the first student to pass? The professor muttered. Ooh, and it only took them 7 minutes and 22 seconds. Though, honestly, I expected the grade 3s to finish in 2 or 3 minutes. So, what the hell are the grade 5s and 6s even doing? Still rambling, the goatee professor turned his head back, only to catch Korin yawning lazily on the screen once again. He barked in absolute disbelief. What is wrong with that punk? Why is he laying around yawning again? Is the damn system broken? The monsters should be spawning continuously. Another professor with a white beard walked over, raising an eyebrow. Broken, you say? Impossible. For 20 years, Madame Josephine's testing magic has never made a single mistake. The goatee professor jabbed a finger at Korin's screen. But that kid should have been eliminated ages ago. It's obvious the monsters aren't being summoned. The white-bearded professor squinted. Did you actually watch to see if they were summoned or not? The goatee professor stammered defensively. Well, no, but I don't need to see it to know. The older man pressed harder. So you admit you didn't actually see what happened? Good lord, I'm telling you, it's a glitch, the goatee professor argued stubbornly. I'll just manually summon them again. Down in the testing space, Korin was bored out of his mind, practically begging for a higher tier monster to show up. But to his sheer disappointment, 3 short-bodied wolves materialized instead. What the hell? Why is it nothing but these same trash mobs? You guys aren't even proper training mutts. Korin yelled out in frustration. He leaped to his feet, grabbing 3 long spears at once and hurled them fiercely at the beasts. The 3 monsters were instantly annihilated, and then the clear time popped up, 7.3 seconds. 7.3 seconds? What the? Screaming at the top of his lungs, the goatee professor spun around and yelled for Firmmark. Look at this, Professor Firm. Firm glanced over, raising a brow. What's going on? What's wrong? The goatee professor practically gasped out his question. What's the fastest clear time you've ever recorded for grade 3s and 4s? Firm crossed his arms. There was this kid named Jur who pulled it off in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Why are you asking? Never mind. Brushing it off with a weak excuse, the goatee professor glued his eyes back to Corin's screen. He thought to himself, to throw a spear with that kind of deadly precision, he's got to be the son of a veteran hunter. All right then, let's see how he handles a grade 4 monster. And with that, down in the arena, a massive grade 4 wild boar was summoned right in front of Corin. But this fight ended even faster than the last. Corin completely obliterated the beast in just 3.7 seconds. Up in the observation room, the goatee professor slammed his fist down. It's not going to be this easy! Refusing to believe his eyes, he bypassed the system and directly summoned a grade 3 owlbear. Back in the testing space, the owlbear materialized with a deafening roar, immediately swinging a massive claw straight at Corin. Corin nimbly dodged the strike, sliding right under the beast's armpit to thrust his spear. But the owlbear reacted incredibly fast, bringing its other heavy arm crashing down toward him. Forced to cancel his attack, Corin leapt to the side. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and traced the ancient rune, Ken. Instantly, a raging torrent of fire erupted, completely engulfing the owlbear in flames. Up in the monitoring room, the goatee professor watched the screen and screamed, "Rune magic!" His shout instantly grabbed the attention of the other professors. Even Firm shot a sharp look at the monitor, muttering, "Ancient runes!" Down in the arena, the burning owlbear thrashed wildly, swinging its thick, muscular arms through the sea of fire. Looks like the flames aren't doing a ton of damage, Corin smirked, but it blocks your vision, and that's more than enough for me. As he spoke, Corin leaped high into the air, aiming his spear straight at the top of the owlbear's head and driving it down, finishing off the monster. In the observation room, the white-bearded professor stared in disbelief and muttered to himself, "That kid is definitely not your average grade 6. It's a shame the monster test only goes up to a grade 3 monster. Wow, it's been a long time since we had someone this interesting. I can't wait to see him fight an evil spirit." The professor with the goatee snapped back to reality. As he typed away at the controls, he said, In that case, let's start the grade 5 evil spirit test right after this." Back in the arena, Corin narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Something has definitely been summoned, but I can't see or hear it because of that damn penalty, a restriction penalty. I can't perceive spirits. I can't sense or touch souls, which means I can't touch the evil spirit to test if my theory is right." To verify his theory, Corin stood perfectly still, closed his eyes, and started counting. 1, 2, 16, 17, 45, 46, 58, 59, 60. All right, it's definitely been activated. I've confirmed everything I needed to know. Exhaling a deep breath, Corin raised his hand and shouted, "I forfeit!" And just like that, Corin's test results were out. Evil Spirit Test, Grade 5 Ghoul. Grade 4 Wraith, fail. Grade 3 Banshee, fail. Monster Test, Grade 5 Hound. 7.33 seconds, a new record. Grade 4 Boar, 3.7 seconds, a new record. Grade 3 Owlbear, 11 seconds, a new record. Up in the observation room, the professor with the goatee stared dumbfounded at Corin, who was looking pretty thrilled with his results. "He forfeited?" the professor muttered. "Just what the hell is this kid?" By the time Corin stepped outside, a large group of freshmen who had finished their exams were already gathered. They were all casually chatting with each other. "Hey, what grade did you get?" "Grade 4. "Man, I'm so dead. What about you?" "Heh, grade 3. "Whoa, so you managed to kill both the owlbear and the glutton demon?" Corin didn't pay them any mind. The one who caught his eye was a blonde student covered in tattoos. Jaeger Hinchpeter. That was the punk who started a fight with the player at the very beginning of the story. Paru ended up killing him because the guy provoked him. Sure, Jaeger was arrogant and a bit full of himself, but at that age, who isn't? Whatever. That lunatic. Corin's deep thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the sound of whispering. Look over there. They're the grade 5s. Wow, so they couldn't even beat the basic monsters? Wait, someone actually lost to a hound and a ghost? Corin glanced over at a bespectacled student who was keeping his head down among the grade 5s. He thought to himself that Lars had been way too cocky, and by bad-mouthing him and Syl, he'd end up facing the exact same fate as Jaeger. Just then, a man stepped up to the podium, grabbed the mic, and cleared his throat. Good morning, everyone. I am Director Casa. Driven by the desire to grow stronger, you have all joined this academy, a gathering place for the elite. Some of you are already incredibly strong, while others still have a very long road ahead of you. Now, while I can't promise that you'll achieve everything you desire here, I truly hope each of you finds your own unique path within these walls. We are here to help you take those crucial first steps, but from the second step onward, that responsibility falls entirely on you. That is all from me. Have a wonderful day. After the director's speech, the new students slowly began to disperse. As of today, I am a grade 3 knight, Hinchpeter, Jaeger boasted before his eyes landed on Lars, who was sitting all by himself. He swaggered over and called out, "Hey, what grade did you get?" Lars looked up and quietly replied, "I'm grade 5. Jaeger burst out laughing. Grade 5? Man, that's pathetic. You seriously couldn't even kill a basic ghost? Or was it the hound that got you, huh? He laughed mockingly. Right at that moment, Corin strolled over, slinging an arm around Jaeger's shoulder with a wide grin. Hey there, buddy, Jaeger glared at him. Huh? Who the hell are you? Corin completely ignored the question. Instead, he stared intently at the tattoo on the back of Jaeger's neck and let out an impressed whistle. Whoa, this tattoo is sick. The artist must be incredibly talented, right? Even up close, the line work is flawless. That tattoo on your back, that's your blood type, isn't it? That way, if you ever get badly injured in combat, you can get a blood transfusion immediately. Damn, you really came prepared. Jaeger eagerly pointed at his tattoo, puffing his chest out. Whoa, you actually know your stuff. Honestly, my mom was the one who inked this for me. She's a professional tattoo artist. Her actual specialty is fine line work, but since I begged her, she did this one in an old school style for me. Man, she's absolutely amazing. Do you have any other tattoos? Corin asked with a warm smile, even though inwardly he already knew exactly what was going on. How did he know? Because in his past life, when Jaeger went missing, his mother had come to the academy in tears. She explained that his tattoos weren't just for show. She had designed them that way because she was terrified for her son's safety here. A true parent's heart, Corin thought. Completely oblivious, Jaeger happily rolled up his sleeve to show off the ink on his bicep. He proudly showed it off. I've got another one right here. It's a flying chariot, the symbol of the MK3 Academy. Corin nodded in awe. Whoa, that's seriously badass. I'm Corin Locke, by the way, and you are? Jaeger Hinchpeter, he replied proudly. With that sorted, Corin turned his attention back to Lars and asked, What about you? Elle replied shyly. From a distance, Elisa witnessed everything. Watching Corin laugh and joke with the other two, she murmured, So, he stepped in to save his bullied friend. That's amazing. He seems like a genuinely good guy. Meanwhile, Corin was secretly thinking to himself, and that is how you leave a solid impression on Elle. If I remember Elle's ability correctly, it's about time I get my hands on my free skill book. Heh. Corin couldn't help but let out a sly, mischievous grin. But from afar, Elisa had a completely different thought. His smile is actually kind of cute. I wonder what kind of person he really is. Most of the facilities at MK3 are provided free of charge. The coffee here is way cheaper than outside, and the dorms are completely free. Among all of these, the most highly recommended facility is the training room. The reason is simple. When you use this room, even impossible training routines become totally doable. Take, for example, sparring with spirits that Corin couldn't even see. Look over there. That freshman is actually using a spirit to train. Normally, you don't practice with spirits until the second semester. The kid probably heard some rumors and decided to try it out. I heard a lot of second years can't even catch a wind-type spirit yet. The murmurs from the crowd gathered outside Corin's training area made Marriott curious, prompting her to stop and watch. Seeing him get smacked right in the head by the spirit, someone laughed. Ha ha, look at that. Trying to show off, huh, kid? Corin leaned on his spear, letting out a heavy sigh. Is this still too much for me? Just then, a white-bearded male professor walked up. So, you're a first year. Startled, Korin quickly turned around and bowed. Greetings, instructor. The instructor asked, why are you sparring with the spirit? And music. Korin replied, to practice my spearmanship, sir. The instructor probed further. Are you confident you can pull it off? I will make it happen. As he said that, Korin couldn't help but wonder to himself, why is he suddenly approaching me like this? Did something go wrong with my test? The instructor looked thoughtful for a brief moment before flashing a bright smile. He pulled out a stack of vouchers and handed them to Korin, praising his great attitude. Here, I'm giving you some meal tickets. Once you succeed, come find me and I'll give you a proper reward. Haha. Holding the stack of tickets, Korin gasped in mild shock. Yes, sir. By the time he fully processed what just happened, the instructor was already long gone. Korin let out a sigh of relief and smiled to himself. Man, that startled me. Why was I even getting so worked up? Rewarding me with food? Hey, that's not bad at all, right? All right, let's go at it again. Korin threw himself back into his grueling training, relentlessly thrusting his spear at the spirit, but failing every single time. Eventually, it struck back, sending him crashing hard onto the floor. Lying on the floor, panting heavily, Korin suddenly felt a towel drop right onto his face. Marriott walked over, handing him a cup of water. Is it giving you a hard time, freshman? Korin answered honestly. Yeah, it's exhausting. Marriott gently advised him, take a break. You've worked hard enough. You just need a little more time to get used to it. You'll master it eventually. Just try again next time. No, I don't have a next time. Well, maybe I have a year or two. Back when Park Saiwoo was around, we had the player system, potions, and even skill books. But Siwoo isn't here anymore. I took him out. So now I have to do everything entirely on my own. Stealing his resolve, Korin took the cup of water. Thank you, senior. I'll think about giving up later. Standing back up, Korin's eyes burned with unwavering determination. I have to become the absolute strongest. First off, I need to find my exact limits. It might be pushing it, but I have to see how my current abilities stack up against my past self. I don't have a physically dominant body, nor do I have any magic or aura. The knowledge I have about Saiwoo and the future is totally useless when going head-to-head against these monsters and natural-born geniuses. But to fight those monsters and geniuses, I have to grind harder than anyone else alive. It's the only way. The past 3 years of my life won't betray me. Muttering to himself, Korin launched a relentless barrage of spear techniques at the spirit. After a while with zero results, he suddenly hurled his spear straight at the hovering entity, only for it to gracefully dodge out of the way. Marriott gasped. He threw his weapon! Did he just give up? But a split second later, she completely retracted that thought. No, he actually landed a hit, and he's going in to grab it. Marriott watched in awe as Korin, right after throwing his spear, perfectly predicted the spirit's dodge path. He leaped into the air, successfully grabbing the entity, caught his falling spear in the exact same motion, and violently thrust it right through the spirit's core. Whoa, he is incredible. Just as Marriott was left utterly speechless by the display, Korin, losing his momentum in midair, crashed heavily back down to the floor. Marriott rushed over in a panic. Are you okay? Hey, freshman! Sprawled out on the ground, Korin could only laugh bitterly to himself. I totally overdid it, at least for this body. The very next day, somewhere inside the MK3 Academy. Welcome, juniors. Today, I'll be giving you the grand tour of our academy's facilities. This place right here is the absolute pride of our school. Oh, and over here is... While Marriott was enthusiastically guiding the fresh faces, Korin, standing amidst the crowd, was entirely lost in his own thoughts. If I want to fight properly, conditioning my body is the top priority. And to boost my physical stats without relying on Saiwoo's potions, there's only one way. The old saying goes, never turn a blind eye to the misfortune of others. Korin glanced over at L, casually walked up, threw an arm around his shoulder, and asked with a grin, Hey there, buddy, want to grab a bite to eat with me? While L was still standing there dazed, not even having the time to process it, Korin leaned in close and whispered right into his ear. And maybe talk about a certain grimoire too? A grimoire, simply put, is a skill book. It's a powerful artifact that instantly grants you a specific magic or trait just by reading it. The MK3 Academy's library is massive, basically the size of the Academy itself, storing and passing down ancient knowledge to future generations. Well, that's just a bunch of PR nonsense. The truth is, this place is actually built to hide grimoires. Inside the library, Corin pointed to a towering bookshelf and smirked. If you want to hide a tree, you hide it in a forest, right? From right behind him, Elle nervously chimed in, Yeah, but you better keep your promise. Corin agreed. Of course, as long as you meet the conditions, you'll get the spell book. Lack was an incredibly hard-working guy, the classic perfect student everyone's parents compared them to. He memorized all kinds of magic and recorded them in his notebook. Of course, no matter how many spells were in there, using them all was still incredibly difficult. If your level and mana capacity were too low, being a master of theory wouldn't do you any good. But having a spell book, that was a completely different story. Muttering to himself, Corin started tearing through the bookshelves searching for what he needed. A, B, C, D, here it is. Hearing the loud commotion behind him, Locke turned around and scolded, Stop messing around! But a second later, his jaw dropped in shock. A secret door? How did you even find that? Corin urged him to go inside. Locke quickly called out, Wait for me, let's go together. In the long, narrow passageway, Locke followed behind Corin, looking nervously at the walls. This is so creepy, he whimpered. Suddenly, Corin stopped, turned around, and reached out his hand. Locke, it's time to keep your promise. You better do a good job. Sure, you want me to help fight the evil spirit, right? But what exactly do I have to do? Before Locke could even finish his sentence, Corin unexpectedly punched him out cold. Grinning widely, he chuckled, Hey, guess it's time to get started. Corin stood there, lost in thought. After all, his original goal for coming here was to save Lack, as well as to complete a special mission. If he could capture the evil spirit here, he'd get the hidden fragment he wanted. But there was one tiny problem. Duke Sabanzia wasn't just any spirit. He was an aberrant evil spirit. This was basically an impossible mission. Why couldn't he just catch a normal ghost instead of an aberrant evil spirit? The attacks from this former Supreme Commander, who ruled the South 800 years ago, wiped out most players the moment the quest began. Of course, Corin wasn't one of them. Thanks to his penalty of being unable to see spirits, the Duke's attacks completely phased through him and had absolutely no effect. The only issue was, he couldn't see the Duke either. Then Corin suddenly hoisted Lack up and laughed. Duke Sabanzia, I'm sorry, but I really can't see you anywhere. Why don't you just possess this guy's body? Corin's bizarre suggestion made Duke Sabanzia, who had been attacking like a maniac, suddenly stop in his tracks. He stood right behind Corin, silent, as if questioning himself. In this world, there were many different anomalies. Some could mutate ordinary humans into demi-humans, like vampires or werewolves. One fateful day, Duke Sabanzia awakened as a vampire and slaughtered his own servants. Despite his desperate attempts to suppress his vampiric instincts, he ultimately failed. Terrified that he would end up killing his own wife and daughter, the Duke relocated his entire family and sealed the city gates. To prevent a bloody massacre, he used magic to seal his own soul inside a book, the exact same book now hidden in this library. At that moment, Sabanzia finally decided to possess Lack's body. The boy's eyes instantly glowed a deep crimson before he let out a savage roar and lunged straight at Corin. Coming right at me, huh? Is it because he's a vampire and something triggered him into a sudden frenzy? Corin muttered casually as he leaned back slightly to dodge the attack. Right after, he delivered a crushing punch to Lass's head, sending him instantly crashing to the floor. The second reason he had chosen Lack was because when possessed by an aberrant evil spirit, like Duke Sabanzia, the boy could unleash his absolute maximum hidden potential. The model student, Lack, from the Ahan hero legend, ironically had the lowest physical strength stats in the game. He felt really bad for Lack, but this was the most optimal strategy to clear the quest. Alright, if he killed Lack while the spirit possessed him, he could score top-tier loot, like the Duke's cloak or the vampire armor. These were all items that Parkour had once used, and they would play a massive role in the events that were about to unfold in the future. But I'm not like him, Corin thought to himself. Watching his opponent struggle to get back up, he spoke out loud. Aren't you curious about your wife, Duchess Luina, and your daughter, Duchess Cecilia? Don't you want to know how they lived after you were sealed away?" Then Corin told the Duke everything. He explained how his wife had passed away after leaving the city, how his daughter had grown up to become a brilliant explorer, and how she had traveled all around the world. He hated Park Hoo's ruthless methods. As Corin, someone who also had a family he deeply loved in this world, he wanted this pitiful soul to find peace and have a proper death. Thinking of this, Corin smiled softly and asked, "What do you think? Are you satisfied with my answer?" Tears were already streaming down Lass's face. Sabancia spoke through him. "I apologize for attacking you, and thank you for letting me know." Corin laughed and replied, "No worries, it's not like you actually hit me. And even if you did, Lacey's punches are way too weak anyway." Sabancia spoke up again. "I still have something I'd like to ask." Before Sabancia finally ascended to the afterlife, he and Corin talked together for a very long time. In the end, Sabancia faded away, leaving behind 3 items. 2 of them were epics: the Soul Ashes. The Soul Ashes of the aberrant evil spirit, Duke Sabancia, and the Grimoire, the magic book that once contained the Duke's sealed soul. It holds various abilities and spells that you can learn just by reading it. As for the final red book, Corin didn't hesitate for a single second and used it immediately. System notification: Tenacious Warrior's Regeneration. You have acquired a new ability. You have used the spellbook, Tenacious Warrior's Regeneration. Just like a warrior who never loses their will to fight, as long as your resolve remains unbroken, your body will continuously heal. Corin muttered to himself, Tenacious Warrior's Regeneration is the exact same ability that Park Bastard had, but I have no idea just how much it can actually heal, since that guy never took any real damage. Right at that moment, Locke finally regained consciousness. Corin looked at him and gently reminded him, "Oh, you're awake? Take it easy. An evil spirit took over your body just now." Locke looked suspicious and rubbed his face. "Wait, if I got possessed, why does my jaw hurt so much?" Corin averted his eyes and shamelessly lied. "I have no idea. Must be a side effect." Changing the subject, Corin handed Locke the grimoire and said, "Stop complaining and just take this." Locke gasped in curiosity. "Is this a magic spell book? Are you really giving this to me?" Watching Locke eagerly flip through the pages of the magic book, Corin smiled to himself. "The final reason I chose him, I just wanted to see a hard-working guy finally get the reward he deserves." System notification: Quest: Do not ignore the misfortune of others. Quest completed. Target: Duke Sabancia. Difficulty grade: P. Reward: 80 points distributed evenly. Detailed information unavailable. Supporting Locke as they left the area, Corin stared at the notification in shock. "I got 80 points? In this game, every time you level up, you only get 5 stat points. That means this number is equal to leveling up 16 times, and I didn't even get a level up notification, which means the base reward alone is 80 points. Is this supposed to make up for the fact that I can't level up my stats directly? But still, getting this much experience?" System notification: Quest condition met. Do not turn a blind eye to the misfortune of good people. Stat points: 40. Reward distributed equally, times 2. Corin Locke did not ignore Elman's misfortune. Stat points: 40. Reward distributed equally, times 2. Corin Locke did not turn a blind eye to the Duke's misfortune. The next day, in the physical training room, Marie showed up with a basket of potatoes and called out, "Does anyone want some potatoes?" "I do. Me too." She cheerfully handed them out to everyone. Marie suddenly noticed Corin warming up not too far away. Leaving the others behind, she walked over to him and asked, "Are you planning to hunt spirits again today?" Corin replied politely, "Yes, I am." Marie smiled and said, "Well, I know you can do it. I'll be cheering for you, Junior." "Marie, how is a rank 5 freshman supposed to catch a spirit? I focused as hard as I could, but I still failed yesterday." "Don't give him false hope. Why does this rookie kid keep hogging all of Marie's attention?" Hearing the crowd grumbling behind her, Marie just smiled, turned around and declared, "Oh, is that so? I bet 2 gold coins that my junior here will succeed." "Marie, why do you keep babying him? I bet 70 silver coins that he fails." Hearing the noisy crowd behind him, Corin pouted and muttered, "Why am I suddenly the center of a betting pool? I just wanted to practice." Returning to the training ground, Corin gripped his spear and got into a combat stance. Whatever, let's just focus. I got those stat boosts from helping Sabancia pass on, so I can definitely catch it. But right now, even I don't know exactly how strong I've become. Let's start testing with the weakest, most basic ones first. The technique I used to defeat the spirits before was the Serpent Strike. Among the techniques of the Hwasa style, that one is pretty difficult. So if I use the most basic of all basics, the Great Serpent Blast, it might be tough to take it down in a single hit. Calculating his next move, Korin immediately unleashed the Great Serpent Blast, thrusting forcefully at the spirit. To his surprise, the spirit was instantly pierced and blown apart by this single basic attack. The crowd watching from the sidelines dropped their jaws in shock and cried out, "Just one hit? Did my Great Serpent Blast really reach that level?" Korin himself found it hard to believe. Wait a minute, isn't this way too strong? Just then, Marie walked up to him and said, "Yesterday, you shocked everyone by doing it in just 3 moves, didn't you? And this time, you only needed 1 strike." "Ah, yes." Replying softly, Korin thought to himself, "What's going on?" She must have seen everything yesterday. No, more importantly, a mage was actually able to recognize the Hwasa style with her bare eyes. What kind of absurdly sharp vision is that? Marie suddenly shoved a pouch of money into Korin's face. "Ah, here's your share." Korin looked at it, completely bewildered. "Huh?" Marie explained. "Thanks to you, I made a nice little profit, so it's only fair I give you a cut." Korin asked doubtfully, "My share?" Marie raised an eyebrow. "What, you don't like it?" "Of course I like it. Who in their right mind would turn down free money?" "Marie, you're an absolute genius. Keep up the good work," he muttered to himself. Korin eagerly took the money pouch from Marie's hand, and the two of them exchanged a very greedy, satisfied smile. As night fell, Korin walked alone down the corridor, deep in thought. It was the same in my past life. I fought tooth and nail just to hone my martial arts. It's the same now. I'm already close to the 5th of the 6 steps to enlightenment. I still have a long way to go, but my spearmanship is improving way faster than I imagined. So, I'm not too worried about that. The real problem is rune magic. Korin raised his hand and traced the ancient rune, Hagalaz. A system notification popped up. You lack mana. Even in my past life, I couldn't fully master it because rune magic requires a monstrous amount of mana. But if I can pull it off, I'll definitely be leagues stronger than before. I need to think this through carefully. Suddenly, a voice echoed out. Korin froze in his tracks and thought to himself, this voice, no matter how much I hone my spear arts or master rune magic, this is the one monster in the academy I absolutely cannot defeat. The only woman that even Park Peru couldn't kill. One of the absolute strongest entities in the Arhan hero legend. The infamous game breaker, the peerless Yaksha, Warren. Glancing over at Warren, Korin suspiciously wondered why she was suddenly appearing here and talking to him of all people. I have no idea what her deal is, but I should just ignore her and walk away. I can't handle this ticking time bomb. Korin tried to leave, but Warren wasn't going to let that happen. She spoke up again. You've been merged. I don't think you are the original owner of that body. Warren's words made Korin break out in a cold sweat. Terrified, he snapped his gaze back to her, thinking, what? How does she know I possess this body? I guess it makes sense. A body with 2 souls, a human and a demonic beast coexisting. Warren's very existence defies the laws of nature. They say the yin-yang eyes of those standing on the boundary between life and death can see the true colors of souls. It'd actually be weirder if she didn't notice. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Korin just stared at Warren without answering her. Seeing his silence, Warren continued to ask, so, how is it? How does it feel to crush and completely swallow the original soul? I don't know, Korin replied nonchalantly, but inside, his mind was racing. In my past life, this bothered me endlessly too. Are Korin Locke and I truly 2 different people? Are the assimilated memories really Korin Locke's and not my own? If so, then who is the me who attended an all-boys middle school, an all-boys high school, and went to the military academy? But none of that matters right now. Warren isn't like that. The true owner of her body wasn't human. A brief flash of surprise crossed Warren's face at Korin's answer, but in the blink of an eye, her gaze shifted back to its usual icy glare. After all, that body really is the original one. You are nothing but a thief who hijacked it, so you have absolutely no right to control that body. You know, in a neighborhood right next to my hometown, there's this guy who turns into a giant green monster whenever he gets pissed off. His name is Brooke. Have you ever heard of him? Brew, what now? The funny thing is, those two completely opposite personalities absolutely despise each other. Well, pretty fascinating, isn't it? Because they excel in totally different areas. Corin tried to lighten the mood, pointing at his head with a goofy, clueless smile. But his dry, completely unfunny story only earned a deeply unamused and highly confused glare from Warren. He let out a heavy sigh and continued. Anyway, my point is, whether it's the original soul or a newly formed one, both have completely different personalities. And isn't that exactly how they managed to coexist? Whether we like it or not, we were already born into this same body. Because just being born is never a sin. Warren stayed quiet for a long time before speaking with a heavy, hidden meaning. In this world, there are some people whose very existence is a sin. Corin completely understood the deep pain behind her words, but since there was nothing he could do to help her right now, he chose to just stay silent. Catch you later. Corin gave a brief farewell, then turned around and walked away. The next day was the weekend, but bright and early, Corin was already at the south end of the academy, checking out the quest board. Grinding through these big and small tasks would give him the levels he desperately needed for the next main quest. Meaning, this was an absolute must for his overall progression. My main goal right now isn't just leveling up, so I don't really need to be too picky about it. I just want to test something out. Either way. Corin glanced at the girl standing right next to him, unable to hold back his curiosity about why she was staring so intensely at the board. Now that I think about it, I really don't have much information on Elisa. In my previous life, that bastard part completely murdered her, and now my memories are totally different from what I experienced in the game. The more he thought about it, the more curious he got. Corin finally decided to just ask Elisa straight up, and it turned out she was desperately in need of cash, which was why she was scrambling for a quest. Even though level 2 students usually get a pretty hefty allowance for their activities, Elisa's family income was actually in the top 10% of the kingdom, so the academy completely cut off her financial support. Not to mention, my family's all about that tough love, independent parenting style, so I basically have to scrape together my own money just to survive on the bare minimum, no matter how much I try to explain it to them. Looking at Elisa's utterly depressed expression, Corin actually felt a twinge of sympathy for her. So, out of the goodness of his heart, he threw out a suggestion. Hey, if you need cash right this second, how about taking on the patrol quest? It actually pays out pretty well. Oh, really? Elisa perked right up and read through the patrol quest details, then turned to make Corin an offer. They actually allow groups of up to 3 people. Do you want to team up and do this together? Ah, no can do. I've already got something else lined up. Corin shot her down because he already had his own master plan in motion. He was going to cherry-pick the most valuable quests and power level his stats as fast as humanly possible. His very first quest was to track down a lost little cat named Nabi. The experience points and the actual rewards were completely pathetic, but none of that mattered because his real target was a precept. By rescuing and returning Nabi right before it was butchered by a water monster, Corin could completely prevent the absolute misery of the owner losing her beloved pet and spiraling into a deep depression. And by doing that, he would trigger the hidden reward from the precept. Sure enough, the moment he handed Nabi back to its weeping owner, Corin's system immediately chimed in with a duty completion alert. You did not turn a blind eye to the misfortune of Anna McMillan. Difficulty E reward, 5 points distributed evenly. Awesome, the precept strategy actually works like a charm. This means even doing these tiny garbage quests will still let me grind up a massive amount of stats. Corin got so hyped that he burst into an utterly unhinged manic laugh, completely terrifying little Anna, who snatched up her precious cat and ran for her life. Riding high on the success of his first quest, Corin went on an absolute rampage, knocking out task after task, like saving some scrawny kid getting bullied by street thugs or digging up a lost engagement ring for a newlywed couple. But right as he was drowning in the sheer joy of watching his stats skyrocket, Corin suddenly froze. He had completely forgotten something way more important than points. He had even gone out of his way to carefully write it down before leaving the house today. Out of time, Corin literally hauled ass and sprinted straight toward the fried chicken joint. Inside, A seriously buff middle-aged guy was turning purple with rage because he just couldn't crack the perfect sauce recipe for his chicken. And right at that critical moment, Corin burst through the doors like an absolute godsend. After casually tossing out a tip to just add some malt syrup, he flashed another totally unhinged smile and bolted out of the restaurant in a flash. What the hell is wrong with that total lunatic? What kind of absolute moron would add malt syrup to this? Even as he grumbled and completely trash-talked the idea, the big guy still begrudgingly decided to give it a shot. Only a moment later, people standing hundreds of meters down the street could hear his explosive shout. This flavor. This is exactly it. Standing right outside, Corin heard the roar and just smirked in pure satisfaction. Now, this was the one mission I absolutely had to finish no matter what. I mean, a world without proper seasoned fried chicken? That would be total chaos. Right on cue, his system flashed another notification. Fulfilling duty. You did not turn a blind eye to the profound misfortune of Junjiro. Difficulty E reward. 5 points distributed evenly. Corin genuinely just did this one out of his own selfish cravings, so he was totally mind blown that it actually triggered the precept too. He got so overly hyped that he started dancing around and laughing like an absolute maniac. The only problem was, he had zero clue that Warren was standing right up on the rooftop, quietly watching his entire bizarre little performance. He really is just a complete weirdo, Warren muttered to herself. A soft voice called out from right behind her. So, this is where you've been hiding? I let it slide because you didn't actually leave the city limits, but you really need to get an official hall pass before you just wander off like this. The female professor gently chided her. Warren just shot a fleeting glance at the professor, didn't even bother giving her a response, and completely turned her back to keep watching Corin. In spite of herself, his words from last night echoed in her mind. Because just being born is never a sin. That thought alone was a small comfort. But then a much darker memory clawed its way back up. She saw the image of that man glaring at her with pure venom in his eyes as he hissed, You never should have been born in the first place." Warren just stood there in absolute silence, staring out into the fading sunset for the longest time, a heavy, crushing loneliness practically radiating off her small shoulders. A few days later, the academy rolled out a massive evaluation test for all the first-year students, completely based on their raw survival skills out in the hunting grounds. The blonde professor stepped up and quickly ran everyone through the core rules of the exam. If you manage to make it all the way to the cabin at the northern edge of the forest, you'll clear the first phase. Make sure you put on the armband that matches your current rank. You'll be required to hand it back in once you reach the finish line at the cabin. You will earn points based on how fast you reach the finish line with that armband, and the rewards you receive will perfectly match the number of points you manage to collect. While the professor was speaking, Corin glanced around looking for Warren. Just as he thought, Warren was nowhere to be seen. Well, Warren wasn't allowed to join the practical exams anyway, probably to keep things fair. While Corin was deep in thought, someone suddenly called out to him. It was Elisa. Music. Elisa, did your mission go well? Elisa cheerfully replied, Yes, thanks to you, I managed to earn some extra living expenses. I'm glad it helped. Oh, by the way, do you want some candy? I bought it for my little sister, but it's way too sweet for me to eat. Saying that, Corin pulled a shiny golden candy from his pocket and handed it to her. What a coincidence. It was exactly the honey bomb candy that Elisa absolutely loved. So, without a second thought, she happily accepted it. All right, students, the hunting ground exam begins now. As soon as she finished speaking, the blonde professor conjured a massive magic circle, leaving all the students staring in absolute awe. Even Corin couldn't help but be impressed. I've seen countless mages, but using spatial magic on this scale for this many people, Josephine really is the only one who can pull this off. You haven't changed a bit, great archmage. Just seconds later, the students were teleported away, scattered to random locations across the hunting ground. The very moment Corin's feet touched the ground, he heard the loud clash of combat echoing nearby, catching him completely off guard. We just started, and they're already fighting? The hunting ground was a massive event, one that even seasoned veterans often had to retake countless times. It was a pure battle royale format. Everyone started in random locations, and you had to snatch your opponent's armbands to rack up points. Watching two other students clash fiercely in the distance, Korin bolted in the opposite direction, muttering to himself, "Yeah, you guys just keep beating each other up. I've got zero interest in fighting you." The biggest threat right now is Alisa, a rank 2 knight holding the blue armband. Since Warren isn't here, if I can just take her out, the rest are basically free points. Oh, Alisa, you probably have no idea, but I slipped a tracking rune right into that candy you just ate. That rune guarantees that our paths will cross again. Following the magical trail, Korin flashed a totally shameless grin, playfully chanting Alisa's name under his breath. Meanwhile, back at the gathering point, Professor Josephine turned to the headmaster. "Headmaster, I'll be heading into the forest now as well. Even though we have professors stationed all over the area, you can never be too careful." Just then, Josephine noticed something was off and immediately began scanning the crowd. "Wait, now that I think about it, where is that kid?" She turned back, eyes wide. "Headmaster, don't tell me you—" The headmaster just smiled calmly. "I didn't send him there. He went in on his own accord." "He went in by himself?" "Indeed. It seems his heart has undergone quite a change." Somewhere deep within the forest, a very annoyed Alisa was scolding the group of students who had just ambushed her, all of whom were now groaning in pain on the dirt. "Why would you guys even fight like that? Don't you have any shame at all? Ganging up on one person like this?" One of the beaten students, clearly not having learned his lesson, couldn't stop running his mouth. "Hey, fighting dirty is just what we do best." Suddenly, another guy lunged from the shadows, trying to blindside Alisa from behind. But before his sneak attack could land, a massive rock came flying out of nowhere, completely ruining his plan. Realizing who had just stepped in to save her, Alisa's face lit up with pure joy. "Korin, did you come to save me?" Sadly, her warm, fuzzy feelings didn't even last a second before Korin's next words and actions completely shattered the mood. "Man, that is one gorgeous blue armband." The moment the words left his mouth, Korin dashed forward, thrusting the tip of his spear directly at her. Of course, a strike like that was absolute child's play for a rank 2 knight like Alisa. With just a slight graceful tilt of her body, she effortlessly dodged his attack. But physically dodging the spear didn't save her innocent teenage heart from feeling completely betrayed. "Korin, I actually trusted you. You gave me candy. I thought you were a good guy." Hearing her desperate cry, Korin replied without a single ounce of shame. "And you'll be a great girl once you hand over that armband." Alisa was a rank 2 knight whose combat style revolved entirely around pure martial arts. Her special defensive skills probably hadn't reached full mastery yet. So, in terms of raw combat power, she currently sat squarely at the mid-tier of rank 2. That was exactly why she still couldn't quite measure up to her genius older sister. But even so, she was undeniably a rare prodigy, easily standing in the top 1% of all talents. That was why Alisa, who had just effortlessly crushed a 7-person alliance of rank 3 and rank 4 students, wasn't the least bit worried about facing a measly rank 5 knight like Korin. Well, that was the case 30 seconds ago anyway. Now, desperately struggling to block Korin's relentless storm-like barrage, Alisa couldn't help but question reality itself. What the hell is this? He's way too strong. He completely smothers me at close range, weaves through my guard, and still dominates with long-range strikes. He's just toying with me, countering every move and drowning me in pressure. Still, as a true rank 2 knight, Alisa quickly reined in her panic, forcefully calming her nerves to analyze her opponent. There's a strangely distinct shift in his breathing right when he switches from a thrust to a slash. If I can just exploit that tiny opening. With that thought, Alisa hyper-focused on Korin's arm. The very second he shifted his stance, she lunged in with a vicious counterattack. But shockingly, it was as if Korin had completely read her mind. He instantly swept his spear to parry her blade, flashing a smug, infuriating grin. If you only rely on raw talent without any real combat experience, yeah, that's not going to cut it. Without missing a beat, Korin deflected Alisa's blade and seamlessly chained together 3 foundational techniques: the extreme strike, the 6 harmonies thrust, and the chaotic slaughter. He merged them into one flawless, devastating offensive that doubled as a razor-sharp counter, completely overwhelming her. Sent skidding backward across the dirt, Alisa clutched her stomach, wheezing in pain. Thank God I managed to channel my energy to block that in time. Otherwise, that strike could have actually killed me. He doesn't have overwhelming power or godlike speed, but the absolute perfection and polish of his techniques, it's completely unnatural. What the hell even is this guy? Is this really what a rank 5 knight looks like? I've completely lost. Left with absolutely no other choice. A defeated Elisa had to hand over her blue armband to Corrin. Corrin cheerfully accepted his prize, offering a cheeky promise. Don't worry, I'll definitely put this to good use. But right at that moment, a massive crash, followed by the terrified, blood-curdling screams of multiple students, echoed from the distance and is immediately grabbing Corrin's attention. But before he could even think about going to check it out, a massive greatsword came hurtling through the air, aimed right at his head. Corrin instinctively snapped his spear up to block the heavy blade, his mind racing as he evaluated the impact. So heavy! It was a blade forged from black iron, a metal 4 times denser than standard steel. Infused with auxiliary enchantments, it was a heavy-duty magic sword specifically designed for cleaving through giant monsters. Taking a direct hit from this thing is an absolute nightmare. Gritting his teeth, Corrin channeled even more power into his arms, barely managing to deflect the colossal sword and send it crashing into the dirt beside him. What? You actually managed to block my heavy greatsword? This guy's not messing around. Ron recalled his sword, then coldly ordered Corrin. That armband, drop it and get lost, you grade 5 punk. Staring at the owner of the sword that had just attacked him, Corrin was screaming internally. Crap, I think that's Doran Waski. I really didn't want to run into him. Even after taking down countless opponents, he doesn't have a single scratch on him, and he looks totally relaxed. That proves he's on a completely different level than Alyssa. Since things had come to this, Corrin gritted his teeth, clutched the armband, grabbed his pants, and bolted, leaving Drawn completely stunned. But just seconds later, Drawn stared intensely at Corrin with fiery eyes, dropping a highly suggestive remark. That thing you've got in your mouth, it's definitely green, isn't it? The moment he said that, Drawn unleashed his entire arsenal of weapons, sending them all flying straight at Corrin, and then he sprinted right after him. Corrin was so frustrated he felt like screaming his head off. Why are you doing this? I thought you never did anything unless it paid well. Then he turned and yelled at Alyssa, who was running right behind him. Alyssa, why the hell are you following me? Alyssa replied, practically crying as she ran. Because I don't want to die either, and I don't know the way out. Corrin kept sprinting straight ahead, comforting himself. All right, no need to fight. As long as I can get away with this armband, I win. Unfortunately, Crannel was already waiting at the exit, bringing along a massive hulking golem. The moment he spotted Corrin and the armband, he gave a smug smile. Well, sorry about this, but if you want to pass, you'll have to leave the rank badge behind. The current situation gave Corrin a massive headache. Crannel was blocking the front, and Drone was chasing from behind. While he had tried his best to avoid fighting anyone, he ended up facing 2 heavy hitters at the exact same time. This time, there really was no way out. If a fight was completely unavoidable, then he had no choice but to face it head on. A little while later, a knock echoed at the exit cabin. Oh my, looks like our champion has arrived. Who is it? An older man pushed the door open, only to see Corrin's beaming face, still clenching Alyssa's green armband in his mouth. I'm Corrin Locke. I get to pick a reward now, right? Good heavens. Bringing back the green rank badge. What an outstanding student. Modestly brushing off the praise, Corrin replied, It's nothing. I just got lucky. Meanwhile, right outside the door, Alyssa was still completely shell-shocked by what she had just witnessed. Incredible. He slipped right through the trajectory of that greatsword using his pure agility, long before the blade could even unleash its full destructive power. After disarming his opponent, he slammed the sword deep into the ground, making it completely impossible for the guy to retrieve his weapon. Any blades he couldn't block, he cleanly dodged, redirecting their momentum so they would strike the golems instead. Thinking on his feet, he quickly ducked behind Drone, using him as a human shield against the golem's attacks. As a result, while Drone was busy blocking the golem, Corrin struck its core and completely disabled it. Right after that, Crannel was taken out too, since he didn't have his golem to fight for him anymore. His reflexes, his judgment, and even his sheer resolve? He fought like someone who had survived hundreds, even thousands of battles. Everything was decided in just a split second. That kind of skill can only come from years of hardened experience. How can someone so young be so insanely strong? Watching him, it was almost like seeing my older sister in him. Remembering Corrin's warning about not relying solely on talent while slacking off on real combat, Alyssa secretly made a vow. I need to work a lot harder too. At the same time, Ron stared at the sword in his hand, endlessly questioning himself. Before I could even unleash my full power, he already figured out the exact way to counter me. How the hell did that brat figure out my weakness? In the blink of an eye, it was like he knew all my techniques and ultimate moves like the back of his hand. In another corner, Cornell sat slumped, clutching his injured arm, recalling the exact words Corrin had said to him earlier. Against small, high-speed weapons with heavy attack power, your golem is nothing but a giant meat shield. If I were you, I'd get a friend to escort and protect me first instead of relying on that golem. At the time, Crannel had scoffed. Friends? I don't have any friends. Corrin had looked a bit awkward before replying. Well, try making one then. Remembering those words now, Crannel felt a stabbing pain in his chest, tears streaming down his face. That bastard was mocking me. Long story short, today was an absolute disaster. The three most capable first-year students each remembered Corrin Locke in their own unique way. Now, among the remaining participants in the hunting grounds, the strongest was widely believed to be the one blessed with the forest protection, Ewan. But it wasn't just ordinary players participating in this event. Because of that, the MKAB Academy's top mage, Marie Donilev, was also present. Since she was helping the others train by taking on the role of a monster, this was the very first time Ewan faced an opponent so overwhelmingly out of her league. And with that, the training at the hunting grounds has come to an end. At least that was what Marie thought. After giving Ewan the trauma of a lifetime, Marie walked over to her and asked gently, "Are you a new student?" "Hello there, I'm Marie." "I'm Ewan. And what about you over there?" Marie glanced back, asking the girl in the nun outfit standing not too far away. "I'm Warren." "Oh my, you must be looking for someone. Just gather your friends and try to fight me if you run into me." Warren let Marie's words go in one ear and out the other, gently brushing past her. But before she could get very far, a massive wall of ice suddenly materialized, completely blocking Warren's path. "Pardon me, but while you might want to ignore me, by the rules, I'm still a monster here. So I can't just let you walk away," Marie said with a smile. "So annoying." Warren turned her head to look at Marie, her gaze slowly turning dangerous. Back to Corrin. After a moment of calculating, the older man at the finish line couldn't help but gasp in awe. A total of 117 points. It's been a long time since I've seen a score like this. Corrin smiled eagerly and asked, "Can I pick my reward now?" Instantly, a glowing list of items popped up right in front of him. The most valuable item on the list was the shark bear bile, but I came here with a clear goal in mind. Without a second thought, Corrin confidently selected the ginseng seed. "Oh, you've got quite an eye picking the ginseng seed. So, what about the remaining 17 points?" Corrin thought it over for a second, grabbed some plant nutrients and a pair of earmuffs, then quickly stepped away from the finish line. Man, shopping is the best. Even if I played this 1,000 times, it's never been this smooth. Not to mention, this is the first time I've ever seen so many of them clear this trial. Corrin watched Jer and Law running toward him, or more accurately, running toward the finish line. "Oh, second place with 19 points. "I got 15 points, Jer said happily. Law bragged between heavy pants. Corrin smiled and praised them. "You guys did a great job working together." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jer flashed a wide grin. "That was a piece of cake. Let's hit the training room together tonight. If you got that much energy left for the gym, how about helping me hunt down those golem cores?" Corrin's remark made Crannel, who was standing right next to him, jump in surprise. "Those are super valuable, right? We'll help you out." Crannel was deeply touched, but he still put up a tough front. I'm fine on my own." "At a time like this, thank you is what you're supposed to say," Corrin corrected him, before quickly pitching in to help search for the golem cores. In his past life, Corrin had worked with Crannel a ton. When fighting mid-tier boss monsters, there weren't many heavy tanks out there as reliable as a golem. Things were finally drawing to a close. The rank 2 mage, Crannel Luden, was busy recovering his golem cores. The rank 2 knight, Elisa Aiden, was injured. Another rank 2 knight, Dronwaski, was completely out of energy. And the rank 2 mage, Ewan, was she dead? Corin frantically rushed over to check on her. After confirming that Ewan, who was slumped lifelessly on the ground, was actually still breathing, Corin let out a massive sigh of relief and supported her all the way to the finish line. Ewan was completely delirious, muttering nonstop, "Marriott, that girl!" Suddenly, a stampede of wild beasts burst out of the forest, fleeing in sheer panic as Ewan weakly continued, "Marriott, run!" With a natural gift for magic analysis and a God-given mana pool, she was a mage who had seemingly never known the bitter taste of despair, disappointment, or defeat. A prodigy destined to follow in the footsteps of the esteemed Professor Josephine. Just as the rumors claimed, Marriott Donalev was a true genius. To her, this hunting ground was nothing more than a personal playground. All she had to do was control the difficulty and help the underclassmen grow, playing the role of a perfect senior. That was her usual routine. But going up against Waran was a completely different story. Right now, Marriott was backed into a corner, panting heavily after enduring a relentless barrage of attacks from her. "I need to analyze this," Marriott desperately told herself. But in that exact moment, she realized Waran was already charging straight at her. With zero time to think, Marriott instantly conjured a volley of ice arrows and fired them directly at Waran. But against this opponent, the attack was completely useless. The moment the arrows made contact, they instantly shattered into dust. Unfazed, Waran kept barreling toward her. "I can't stop her with just basic magic." Even though Marriott had promised the professor not to use any offensive spells above the intermediate level, she had no choice but to unleash advanced magic now. Simply put, as much as she hated to admit it, Marriott was forced to go all out just to survive against Waran. And it made perfect sense. The entity standing before her wasn't just a knight, a mage, or some mere game obstacle. She was a walking natural disaster in human form. Using advanced magic, Marriott summoned a massive ice wall to shield her body. But in the end, Waran smashed right through it. The poor girl ended up taking the full brutal force of Waran's kick. The devastating blow left Marriott severely injured. Watching Waran take step after menacing step toward her, she panicked, raising her hand to cast another spell as she screamed, "Stay away from me!" Right at that critical moment, Professor Josephine's voice echoed across the field. "Waran, stand down!" Josephine stepped out of a spatial portal. After strictly warning Waran, she turned and asked Marriott with genuine concern, "Are you all right, dear?" "Marriott, yes, I'm fine." But the second those words left her mouth, Marriott passed out cold. In the end, this hunting trial yielded some completely unexpected results. First off, the one who finished first and scored the most points was Corin, a 5th-ranked student. Meanwhile, Waran, the top of the first years, and Marriott, the top of the second years, had violently clashed. Hearing that Marriott was injured, Corin sprinted straight to the infirmary to check on her. Seeing her sleeping peacefully in the hospital bed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "Man, that was terrifying. I seriously thought she had already awakened into a boss monster." "Well, she looks okay now. I guess things are still following the original storyline. I'll just leave it be for now. I've still got 3 whole weeks before her awakening anyway. Right now, I need to go prepare a few things." Leaving the infirmary, Corin immediately headed to the outskirts of the hunting ground forest to meet someone. He sneaked a glance around, and once he was sure no one was watching, he squeezed a ton of eye drops into his eyes. Then he walked up to the edge of the lake, faked a slip, tossed his ginseng seed into the water, and wailed at the top of his lungs, "Oh no! What do I do? That was the precious seed my mother left me." While Corin was dramatically sobbing, a gentle voice suddenly echoed, "Why do you weep, my child?" "Gotcha!" Corin cheered internally. In the game Legend of Hero Ahan, there is an Easter egg that you can only trigger once. For those who don't know, an Easter egg is a hidden feature or fun detail, cleverly tucked away by the creators in games, movies, or stories, just to give the audience a cool little surprise. It's based on the fable of the Golden Axe, where a hermit appears to a woodcutter who accidentally dropped his iron axe into a lake. The hermit asks him if the axe he lost was the golden one or the silver one. Just like the original story, that hermit actually pops up with golden and silver axes, but it's strictly limited to unique tier weapons or lower. If you throw any other kind of weapon in there, absolutely nothing happens, and that's the end of it. Corin tried dropping 500 different items into the hermit's lake, But then, some veteran players took on the challenge of dumping a bunch of random stuff in there, with some heroes even tossing in their rarest items. It was just a stupid Easter egg those damn devs added when they were bored. Anyway, back to reality. After listening to Korin's story, the hermit opened his hand to reveal a golden seed and asked, "Is this golden seed yours, my child?" "No, sir." Korin sniffled pitifully. "Then, is it this silver seed?" "No, sir," he replied. Korin kept playing along with the script. The hermit smiled warmly, opened his hand to reveal a regular ginseng seed, and said, "Then this must be your seed." "Yes, that's right. That is definitely my seed, sir." Korin acted his heart out, fake tears streaming down his face, topping it off with a purely joyful smile. "Even after seeing gold and silver, you were not greedy and remained truly honest. I highly praise your honesty, and so I shall gift you all of these seeds." The hermit left all 3 seeds behind: the regular ginseng seed, the silver ginseng seed, and the golden ginseng seed, before diving back into the water. Because of that, he completely missed Korin's wicked grin. While regular ginseng seeds simply increase your mana pool, the golden and silver ones have very special effects. They are items that can be multiplied. This is a hidden piece that can only be obtained this exact way in the legend of Hero Ahan. The golden ginseng seed. If you plant it, the fully grown ginseng will glow with a golden light. The silver ginseng seed. If you plant it, the ginseng will glow with a bright silver light. In his past life, Pihu ate the golden seed while Korin ate the silver one. But this time around, they're both going to be his. That night, Korin returned to his dorm to rest after a long, exhausting day. But he just couldn't stop thinking about the events that were about to unfold. According to the original storyline, the trigger that turns Marriott into the first boss and awakens her as a vampire is a specific quest, happening in exactly 3 weeks. The encounter with the bloodthirsty vampire of Johei, the City of Fog. I have no idea how the demon's pawn sleeping inside Marriott actually awakens, but we still have some time. That's exactly why I showed off my strength to those top-tier second-year students. Because let's face it, no one wants to fight alongside a pathetic rank 5 knight, no matter how nicely I ask. The very first thing that makes them take an interest in a player is raw talent and sheer power. They should be fully recovered within a week. When that time comes, I'll propose forming the first ever boss raid party in the legend of Hero Ahan. As for the special vampire, Marriott Dunaref, there are still 3 weeks left before she fully awakens. If I prepare enough, build enough trust, and gather enough party members, I can easily save that girl from her tragic fate. Until then, I'll train Alyssa, help the mercenary, Doran, master the sword at the tomb in the Avalorn Forest, and get closer to Crenel, the golem wizard. If I prep everything perfectly, this will be a piece of cake, as long as there aren't any unexpected variables. Thinking everything was set, Korin happily headed to bed, completely oblivious to the massive variable that was about to hit. In the dead of night, Isabel, the friend keeping watch over Marriott, suddenly woke up. Seeing Marriott sitting blankly on her hospital bed, she anxiously rushed over. "Marriott, are you okay? How is your throat feeling?" When Marriott stayed completely silent, Isabel assumed she was still upset about her defeat against Warren. "That first-year brat really needs to learn her limits," she comforted her. "Besides, your basic magic was restricted anyway." But suddenly, Marriott's eyes flashed a piercing red. She locked her gaze dead onto Isabel's neck, violently grabbed her shoulders, and whispered, "I'm so thirsty." Because she had fought and injured an upperclassman, Warren was slapped with a 4-day suspension. Ugh, so boring. Music Warren snapped her book shut, her mind drifting back to what Professor Josephine had told her yesterday. "If I had known this would happen, I never would have sent you. If you really want to learn, I will tutor you personally. Until then, you need to seriously reflect on your actions." Should I just jump out the window and end it all? Just as Warren was seriously contemplating this morbid thought, Korin suddenly popped up right outside her window. He was hanging completely upside down in the most bizarre posture imaginable, making her flinch in shock. "Haha, I knew you'd be here." Korin flashed a cheeky grin. "It's Warren, right? I think I saw you around before. I'm Korin Locke. Mind opening the window?" As he spoke, Korin held up a pastry box, waving it so she could see. Even though Warren tried to act like she didn't care, she still gave in and opened the window. "Here, this is for you. I had no idea what you liked, so I just grabbed some random pastries." Besides, showing up empty-handed just felt kind of rude, you know? Warren immediately pointed a finger at his face, warning him, "Sneaking in here is a direct violation of school rules." Corin just laughed. "Hey, I never actually went inside. I'm just hanging from the tree outside." He paused, then smirked. "But even if I did, what are they going to do about it? Plus, it looks like Professor Josephine isn't even around right now." Corin looked Warren up and down, thinking to himself, "I came all the way here just in case she got hurt, but she doesn't have a single scratch on her. Is she totally banned from going outside and seeing anyone because of what happened at the hunting grounds? Well, she is a demi-human, so it makes sense why Professor Josephine would be so worried. But locking her up like this for over 4 days is just..." While Corin was deep in his own thoughts, Warren casually dropped a massive piece of information. "Where did Professor Josephine go? I haven't seen her around here for over 4 days. Wait, what?" Corin frantically asked, "Are you telling me she hasn't come back here? Not even once since that incident?" "Yeah." Warren's blunt answer shocked Corin so badly that he completely forgot he was hanging upside down. His leg slipped and he plummeted straight to the ground. The impact was so agonizing that his body instantly triggered his tenacious warrior regeneration skill just to heal himself. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he quickly waved goodbye to Warren and bolted straight for the infirmary. Professor Josephine left the academy. She actually left Warren, the most dangerous person in all of Merkava Academy, completely unattended? And what about Professor Da, the head combatant of the magic department, and Professor PHM from the night department? Those two were acting as guards before, yet now they're nowhere to be seen. This proves that something seriously messed up is happening behind the scenes. My request to visit Marriott was flat out denied. Isabel, the one who was supposed to be watching over her, is completely missing. And to top it all off, they've stationed armed guards right outside the infirmary. I knew something felt off right from the start, and the more I think about it, the more I realize my worst suspicions were dead on. Blocked from entering Marriott's room, Corin decided to play dirty. He blatantly lied, claiming that Professor Josephine had sent him to deliver a hot meal to the guards. Hilariously, the guard bought it hook, line, and sinker. Without a second thought, the poor guy eagerly wolfed down the food, which Corin had secretly loaded with heavy laxatives. But less than a minute later, the guy's stomach completely betrayed him. In a total panic, the guard had no choice but to beg Corin to cover his post for a bit, while he grabbed his pants and sprinted off to handle his business. The moment the guard left, Corin slipped inside. Before pulling back the hospital curtain, he took a deep breath to steady his nerves. There's no way that's happened already, right? We still have a whole month left. It's way too early for this. "Please, let me be wrong about this. Marriott?" Corin called out as he pulled back the curtain. "Isabel? Marriott was supposed to be in this bed, so why is Isabel here? Wasn't she missing?" Suddenly, Corin's eyes locked onto the bite marks on Isabel's neck. There was no doubt about it anymore. This is what the professors have been trying to hide. Marriott Donilev has awakened as a vampire, becoming the ultimate threat, the final boss of Act 1. On top of that, this is happening a whole 3 weeks earlier than the original storyline. The second he got back from the infirmary, Corin frantically tried to come up with a countermeasure. There's a 4-stage raid strategy to defeat the Act 1 final boss. Stage 1, wipe out the incoming monster waves as fast and clean as possible. Stage 2, trap her inside magic circles, deal enough damage to gain the upper hand and force the transition. Stage 3, a direct head-on clash with the overpowered boss rampaging inside the blood domain. Once we strike her down, she'll transform into her ultimate form, triggering the final stage. The entire focus of this raid is surviving that last phase, meaning we might not even need the main player for it. If the top-tier first years in the academy team up, reaching stage 3 shouldn't be that hard. But just thinking about it gave Corin a massive headache. Elisa Aiden is injured because of me. Gronwaski's weapon got destroyed, also because of me. And Grenna Luden's golem core is wrecked and still hasn't recovered. Yep, my fault too. Didn't I just accidentally cripple every single top-tier first-year student we have? This is bad. We are so screwed, Corin panicked, tearing his hair out in frustration. In the original story, after clashing with the vampire killer in the City of Mists, Marriott attacked her roommate and went on a total rampage. In his past life, after that happened, the group waited for Isabel, who was supposed to be right under the dorms, to wrap things up quickly. But Peru deliberately let Marriott escape. And now, thanks to him, everything was a complete mess. Elisa had 8 broken bones, and Granel's golem was busted, making him totally useless right now. He did think about bringing War in, but there was no telling how the battle might shift if he got involved. So, the very next day, Corin kicked off his recruitment plan. First up was Drawn. Cornering him in the training room, Corin slid over an official employment contract. "Mercenary, this mission is going to be insanely dangerous," Corin said. "I need you to track someone down and capture them alive." Drawn frowned and snapped back. "Are you out of your mind? The #1 rule of a mercenary is you only fight battles you know you can win. Plus, you broke my sword, remember? I'm down to just 2 blades now." At first, Drawn stubbornly refused. But the moment Corin mentioned a reward of 20 gold coins and 100% pure soul dust, the guy threw his principles right out the window and instantly joined the party. The next targets were Ewan, Jaeger, and Elle. Knowing exactly how they ticked and what each of them wanted, Corin easily roped them into his squad. Specifically, he baited Ewan with a rare grimoire. For Jaeger and Elle, he dangled the glory and fame of taking down a high-ranking demon. 1 sub DPS, 1 healer, plus the rest of the guys. That should be enough firepower to clear stage 1. He had officially met the bare minimum requirements. That night, the squad assembled and made their move. Corin thought back to what Sio had told him. After that, she broke down crying and ran straight into the woods. It took a ridiculous amount of effort to find her. I mean, who would have guessed someone that powerful would dig a tunnel in the forest and hide underground for an entire month? He said she hid in the woods, and there's only one forest near Mur Academy. That's exactly why Corin led the party straight to the hunting grounds. Is she really out here? Marriott, I mean? Boss, I know what the mission is, but how exactly are we supposed to find her? Drawn asked, looking completely skeptical. Leading the way, Corin casually replied, "Search for her? If we actually tried searching, we'd be wandering around for years. If you want to know where she is, just ask the locals. We'll find her. Don't worry about it." Corin's careless attitude made Ewan extremely suspicious. "You're holding out on us, aren't you? You already know what's going on, don't you?" Even while complaining, Ewan slammed his staff into the dirt and began chanting. "Oh, spirits of nature, guide us to her location." Whoa! Elle, standing to the side watching the spell, couldn't help but gasp in awe. "Look at that! A whole swarm of spirits is gathering." Jaeger enthusiastically chimed in. Looking at their reactions, there must have been countless spirits answering Ewan's call, though Corin couldn't see a single damn thing. Corin muttered to himself, then turned to ask Ewan, "So, did they find Mary yet?" Yeah. Ewan hesitated. Suddenly, the whole group shot Corin the weirdest, most unnerving looks, making him completely panic. What? What is it? Why are you guys staring at me like that? Where is she?" "Right behind you!" one of them screamed in sheer terror. Before they could even finish warning him, Corin's instinct screamed danger. He instantly swung his spear to block a massive monster sneak attack, then spun around with a vicious slash, obliterating the beast on the spot. But right after that, it wasn't just one. An entire horde of monsters came charging straight at them. "Did Marriott turn into a monster?" Elle and Jaeger yelled at the exact same time. Corin immediately yelled back, "Of course not!" Hearing that, Jaeger burst into manic laughter. Charging headfirst into the horde, he roared, "You monsters really think you can take me on face to face?" Perfect timing too. I needed a good warm-up. "Jaeger, don't rush in blindly. They're going to surround you. Take 3 steps back and hold your ground. Don't rush it. Keep attacking steadily and we'll thin their numbers out." Corin screamed his orders at Jaeger, then spun around to command the rest of the squad. "Elle, you provide cover fire from the back. Ewan, stay right next to Lee. Drone, you already know what to do without me saying a word, right? Just don't overextend." With that said, Corin dashed forward to back up Jair. The rest of the team immediately fell into formation, following his orders. As Drawn cut down the monsters, he couldn't help but look at Corin with pure admiration. Despite the terrifying ambush, the guy didn't look fazed in the slightest. Not only that, but he instantly mapped out a flawless counterattack and backed everyone up. He isn't just strong. He has the battle-hardened experience of a seasoned captain and the brilliant mind of a tactician. He's a born leader. Who would have ever guessed that he's only a rank 5 knight? There's definitely something wrong with the Academy's ranking system. Meanwhile, the monster horde kept multiplying, making Jergro anxious. He quickly turned to Ewan and demanded, "Hey, I thought Mariette was supposed to be here. What the hell is going on? There's no sign of Mariette anywhere, just a sea of monsters. Look, I just followed what the spirits told me." Ewan replied in a panic. Someone then threw out a terrifying guess. Wait, could Mariette be the one controlling them? Why else would monsters hunt in a coordinated pack like this? And they seem way more aggressive than usual too. No. Corin firmly shot down the idea and explained. Mariette isn't the one pulling the strings behind these things. Controlling a horde like this wouldn't be easy for her. And even if she was controlling them, this chaotic, reckless attack pattern completely goes against her usual style. Then why? Why the hell are these monsters targeting us? Ron demanded, his frustration growing. Corin continued his analysis. Every monster species has its own specific hunting habits, but sometimes, when they are pushed into an absolutely desperate corner, they completely forget their natural instincts. For example, running into a terrifying predator they stand no chance against, something so horrifying that their only thought is to blindly flee. The moment Corin finished speaking, a dark silhouette stepped out from the dense forest. Lag and the others laid eyes on the figure and gasped in unison, "Mariette!" Corin instantly barked out orders. "Brace yourselves for battle! Ewan, Lag, fall back!" Lag leaped backwards, panting out a complaint. "Man, we don't even get a second to breathe." Ewan retreated alongside him and yelled back to Corin, "Is this far enough?" Corin gave a firm nod of approval before turning his focus. "Drone, Jaeger, take one step back and cover me." Drone readied his weapon, a confident smirk crossing his face. "It looks like you've already got a plan in mind, so I'll put my full faith in you, my master." Jaeger, on the other hand, asked a question that truly showcased his 2000 IQ. "Wait, do you mean one of your steps or one of my steps?" Corin decisively declared, "I'll take the vanguard." Right on cue, a flurry of system notifications flooded Corin's vision. Third precept activated. I shall save the world. Target, Mariette Dunolev. All stats increased by 50%. Corin read the prompt, realizing the gravity of the situation. Mariette's destiny, her sheer impact on this world. These massive stat boosts are definitely calculated based on her future threat level to the entire world. Not just the events unfolding in Act 1. I am going to save this world. System prompt. Take the first step to save the world and stop Mariette. Reading the final message, Corin took a deep breath to steel his nerves, gripped his weapon tightly, and roared. "All right, let's move. I am going to save this world. Take the first step to save the world and stop Mariette." Wait, this directly conflicts with my first precept. Never turn a blind eye to the suffering of others. New objective, save Mariette Dunolev. Best of luck, Hero Corin Locke. Over in the distance, Mariette let out agonizing guttural groans. Her entire body was radiating a lethal and suffocating dark aura. Her bloodshot eyes were overflowing with pure, murderous intent, yet thick streams of tears were rolling down her cheeks. That heartbreaking contradiction made Ewan's chest tighten with pity. She's crying," Ewan whispered. Hearing this, Ron responded with an ice-cold tone. "Her tears don't change a damn thing. Our job is to eradicate the demonic kin, plain and simple." Without another word, Ron hurled his massive greatsword straight at Mariette. But in the blink of an eye, a glowing red sphere materialized and deflected the heavy blade. Unbelievable! My greatsword was actually blocked? Ron grunted in shock. Lag quickly chimed in to explain. "That's a blood orb. It's a defensive construct formed directly from a vampire's blood. I can't believe a newly awakened vampire can already summon a blood orb." Sensing the rising panic within the team, Corin quickly stepped in to calm them down. "Don't panic. That orb was just created. It hasn't had the time to absorb her blood or channel her magical energy yet. As long as it's cut off from its master's power supply, it's nothing more than a basic shield. It can't attack us. A mage's most fatal flaw is their weak defense. If she's hiding inside an impenetrable shield like that, we've got a massive problem on our hands." Ron shot back, warning Corin. "Relax, it'll be fine. I've got this," Corin replied, casually scratching the back of his head. "Get out of my sight!" Mariette let out an earth-shattering scream, instantly unleashing a massive, wide-area magic barrage straight at the team. "Ewan now!" "I know!" Ewan yelled back, immediately springing into action. I don't care how strong she is anywhere else, but out here in the forest, this is my territory. As she spoke, she slammed her hands onto the dirt, instantly summoning a brilliant magic circle. A split second later, massive tree trunks violently erupted from the earth, weaving together to form a gigantic wooden fortress to shield the team. This high-tier skill didn't just block incoming attacks, it aggressively boosted her allies' attack speed and cast a protective veil over their souls to block any debuffs. The very moment Marriott's devastating magic slammed into the wooden barricade, Yuen could physically feel the terrifying, destructive force behind the blast. Seeing the heavy beads of sweat rolling down Yuen's pale face, Jaeger started to panic. Hey, what happens if that defensive wall actually shatters? Lag was already trembling in his boots, and hearing Jaeger's words only sent him into a full-blown panic. Bite your damn tongue, Lag screamed at him. Jaeger, what the hell is wrong with you? Don't jinx us. Yuen gritted her teeth, her internal thoughts racing. Just deflecting that single strike instantly drained half of my total mana. The terrifying debuff from the vampire's hunting ground is already eroding my strength. But I have to hold the line. If I don't endure this, the team won't get an opening to counterattack. Corrin promised he'd take down this vampire. Yuen quietly reassured herself. Yuen, you're at your limit, aren't you? Just hang in there a little longer. I'll finish this in 5 moves, Corrin declared with absolute certainty. Can you really pull this off? Yeah, of course I can. The boss fight against the vampire, Marriott Dunalev, is broken down into 4 phases. Phase 1. She summons surrounding mobs to attack the party. Phase 2. After you clear out the monsters, Marriott steps into the battlefield herself. You have to survive against her from Phase 2 all the way to Phase 4 before she unleashes her ultimate spells. In other words, until the final phase, she's still holding back. And just like his past life, everything was playing out exactly the same way. Lark, you fall back first. You've only got enough mana for maybe 2 more basic spells, so look out for yourself. Lark was completely caught off guard by the warning. Wait, have you been counting? Yep. Once your mana is completely drained, run as far away as you can. Corrin replied to Lark, then turned his focus back to the massive wall in front of them. Up until now, her area of attacks were massive, but not particularly lethal. The real danger was the alchemy spell she was about to cast. Sure enough, just a moment later, the cracked and battered wall completely shattered into pieces from Marriott's freezing alchemy. The second the wall collapsed, Yuen began to chant her spell. Mother Earth, nourished by the trees and the harvest, oh, spirits of the wild, let ash blanket the world. While Yuen chanted, Corrin silently muttered an ancient rune under his breath. As her body began to glow, a massive hurricane suddenly materialized. Corrin knew the gods were answering his silent plea. Even though he was the one who actually wrote those ancient runes, only a pure blood could truly activate them. Though it looked like ancient runes, it was actually a system language from an entirely different civilization. A hidden language you could only unlock after completing Yuen's main storyline. A girl who had always strived to become a grand magus of the forest. A true druid, the absolute darling of nature itself. A 1,000-year-old secret language that belonged exclusively to the spirit kin bloodline. The hurricane ripped up the ancient trees of the forest, twisting them together into a single point, until a colossal treant emerged from the storm. Jer and Ron could only stare, their jaws dropping in absolute shock. Even Yuen stared wide-eyed at the massive treant and screamed, "Those ancient runes can summon something like this?" Seeing her priceless reaction made Corrin chuckle. Yeah, it's definitely a cheat code helping her summon this thing, he thought to himself, but given the situation, we don't have a choice. With time running out, Corrin immediately barked out an order. Jer, there's still 1 owlbear left alive over there. Toss it to the Trent, hurry. Wait, a live owlbear? Jer looked around, half doubting the claim, but then gasped in pure amazement. Whoa, you're freaking amazing. There really is 1 left. Corrin didn't say a word, just giving a smug little smile to brush it off. There was no way he was going to admit that he had secretly kept that owlbear alive on purpose while the others were busy fighting. Just chuck it right into the Trent's chest, now, Corrin urged Jer impatiently. All right, I got it. Jer yelled back, throwing the owlbear with perfect precision straight into the Trent's massive chest. Instantly, the Trent's hollow chest ignited, burning the sacrifice alive. It acted as a living battery, fueling the massive summon's magical core. The moment the owlbear was reduced to ashes, The energy core inside the Tran's chest shifted colors, and its glowing red eyes instantly flashed to a brilliant blue. "Crush her!" Korin roared out the command. The colossal Trant immediately lunged forward, dragging its massive, heavy body straight toward Marriott. But the second the Trant moved, Yuen gasped in agony, instinctively clutching her left chest as a sharp pain violently seized her heart. This is way too much for her, Korin thought. Enduring a high-tier summon like this, even for a few minutes, is going to tear her apart. Realizing the danger, Korin quickly shouted to keep her focused. "Do not stop, Yuen! If you let go now, every single one of us is dead!" Yuen was in so much pain that she was completely drenched in cold sweat, but she gritted her teeth and pushed through. "I know! I'm holding it!" Seeing the giant wooden construct charging at her, Marriott unleashed her full power, blasting the Trent with massive magic attacks. "Korin, are you sure this is gonna work?" Jer yelled out in a complete panic, watching chunks of the Trent's body get blown full of holes by Marriott's brutal assault. "Don't sweat it!" Korin calmly reassured him, as confident as ever. He wasn't worried because the Trant wasn't actually a living creature. It was just a mindless magical construct. A few giant holes in its body weren't going to kill it. Plus, according to basic gaming logic, in a clash between fire and ice, there was zero chance fire would lose. At least, that was what he thought. Until he watched with his own two eyes as the Trant's raging flames were completely snuffed out by Marriott's overwhelming ice magic. As the massive wooden giant powered down and collapsed hard into the dirt, Korin felt a cold spike of real panic for the first time. It felt like every piece of common sense and gaming logic he knew was being entirely flipped upside down. This wasn't just a boss fight. This was the absolute nightmare difficulty known as Marriott Dunalev. Without the summon, Yuen couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed straight to her knees. "Yuen, fall back! That's enough!" "What? But Korin immediately cut her off. "Your mana pool is completely empty. Staying here right now won't change a damn thing." "Understood. I'm falling back." Yuen didn't argue anymore, trusting Korin's judgment as she quickly retreated. "Hey, is it really just going to be us? Can we actually pull this off, Korin?" Jer asked, his voice trembling with pure panic. Marriott Dunalev just blew through all of her massive attacks. Her magic is running on fumes right now. "Do you guys know what that means?" "What?" "It means it's our turn to strike." The second the words left his mouth, Korin exploded forward, rushing straight at Marriott. Ron and Jer didn't just stand around either. They instantly charged right alongside him. While dodging Marriott's remaining magic blasts, Ron telekinetically launched his massive heavy sword straight toward her floating blood orb. But the exact moment the heavy blade slammed into the blood orb, it was brutally deflected. "Damn it, this bloody thing is built like a tank!" Ron cursed in sheer frustration, but right at that moment, Jer suddenly launched himself high into the air, using the momentum to bring down a devastating skull-crushing strike dead center into the blood orb. That's Jer's special attack, Stack Destruction. The damage the enemy takes gets multiplied over and over. He's actually pretty useful. Thank God I brought him along. "Ha ha ha! I broke it!" But before Jer could even gloat, Korin yelled at him. "Watch out, you idiot. The blood sphere breaking means phase 3 is starting." "Blood Realm, activated!" Marriott let out a piercing scream as her power erupted, unleashing a massive shockwave that injured Ron and Jacker, sending them flying into the distance. Only Korin managed to stand his ground after Marriott's outburst. Planting his spear into the earth, he thought to himself, "We're trapped in this realm." The moment the blood sphere shatters, it triggers a trap, and now we're stuck in it. This pressure is insane. Before this, it was only playing defensively. Now that the blood sphere has absorbed her blood and mana, it created this. I can't believe I'm the only one left to fight her in this phase. In his past life, it took at least 3 people just to stand a chance against phase 3. But now, Korin let out a sigh, rested his spear on his shoulder, and smirked confidently. "Well, it's not a big deal. The outcome will be exactly the same. I'm still gonna win." On Marriott's side, the intrusive thoughts of a vampire's insatiable thirst flooded her mind. If you were born a normal human, you could easily tell the difference between an animal and a person. If you're truly human, it's only natural to shut your eyes in terror. Watching animals desperately fight for their lives sends a strange, bone-chilling cold down my spine, a feeling entirely different from the burning sensation in my throat. My thirst was drawn to the neck of someone whose name I didn't even know, and I bit them. These fangs, which had always been there, tore right through their skin and pierced their veins. That creature was trembling. I couldn't tell if it was the sheer terror of being hunted or a desperate struggle to fight back, but it didn't matter anymore. That paralyzing fear that used to make me shut my eyes, it was gone. Their agonized moans sounded as beautiful as a piano melody. That warm blood washed over my tongue, drenching my parched throat, flowing through my veins, and warming my freezing skin. It felt as though my stagnant veins were finally expanding. Isabel's painful groans and the creaking of the bed finally stopped. All that remained was the sound of my own heart, pounding so hard it felt like it would explode. The sweet, intoxicating scent of blood suffocated me, filling me with utter disgust at myself. My entire body, overflowing with vitality, felt like it was crumbling to pieces, because in that moment, I finally realized it wasn't an animal at all. I committed a terrible sin. I almost slaughtered my own friend, as if I were just putting down a beast. Mari began to panic, but the reality was far crueler than that. Even after realizing she had treated a human being like an animal, she clutched her starving stomach and ran away in fear. She kept running until the boy who eventually found her turned out to be Corin. Back in the present, Corin was facing off against a massive wolf-headed beast. It opened its jaws and spat out a barrage of spiked projectiles right at him. Corin confidently unleashed the fourth stance of the 6 spear arts to butcher this damn mutt. You deserve to die for daring to sink your teeth into a human. He charged in with the Heaven's Return vortex. The beast immediately spawned 2 of its little minions to block him. This dog is really starting to piss me off. He easily dodged the incoming attacks from the 2 smaller hounds. Fifth stance of the 6 spear arts. With a crushing strike, he sent both puppies packing to the afterlife. At this point, it was practically like serving up free snacks for Corin. Just need some BBQ sauce and we've got a feast. Honestly, taking them out was way too easy compared to their vicious growling. Furious, the boss monster instantly flashed forward. It moved so incredibly fast that Corin's eyes couldn't even keep up. Alright then, let me teach you a few tricks, you overgrown puppy. The secret to winning isn't some 100-step master plan. What really matters is finding the weak spot in a single move. That trick is way too old, buddy. You can't use the same move on me twice. Fire Snake Intent. Ascending Fire Snake. Poison Dragon Piercing Strike. The burst of power was so overwhelming that it completely shattered the spatial sphere trapping them. The wolf beast lay there, gasping for its final breaths. Despite being on the verge of death, it forced itself to hold on. It chose to fiercely protect its creator until its very last breath. Corin just couldn't understand why it had to go that far. But he silently promised, just wait, he would definitely save its mother. Marriot's final phase. The moment this phase begins, Marriott Donilev instantly targets a party member and pushes them to the brink of death. That's exactly why you can't cancel out her bloodthirsty rampage alone. Normally, to rescue a teammate targeted by the vampire boss, the whole party has to group up tight and confuse her, making it impossible for her to pinpoint the weakest link. But right now, there was no one around to help Corin. The system blared a warning. Vampire boss Marriott Donilev's stamina and mana are regenerating. Now he finally understood the terrifying sensation of having his life force slowly ripped away, but he could take it. Corin had the perfect skill to counter this. A little life drain, he could easily endure it. Tenacious Warrior's Regeneration. As long as a warrior never loses their fighting spirit and maintains their iron will, their body will continuously heal. Meanwhile, Marriott remembered a warm memory. A kind little boy, happily chatting with everyone while sharing potatoes with his tiny hands. The way he had gently warned her, "Eat slowly, don't choke," had sparked something deep inside Marriott. Ever since he had grown up, from the exact moment Duke Sabasia awakened as a vampire, the Duke had completely drained his servants to death. Even the greatest surviving commander in history couldn't suppress his maddening thirst for blood. It had taken Park Si-hun a whole month just to capture Marriott alive, and forcing her to drink monster blood, which tasted as vile as pure seawater, only fueled her agonizing thirst even more. But despite all of that, Marriott had never killed a single human being. She endured that maddening hunger and thirst purely through her superhuman willpower. Honestly, it was a completely unnecessary backstory for a final boss who had only one single weakness. That's exactly why Corin believed a better ending was possible. When Marie finally woke up, she broke down, sobbing and apologizing to Corin through her tears. It didn't matter how many times he had to die. It didn't matter if she was the greatest witch or even a vampire. None of that mattered. Just like Perun, Corin only looked at who she was on the inside. The lessons he learned from his master in this world had truly changed him. His master once told him, "I'm the adult here, kid. As long as I'm the adult, it's my duty to protect you." The very person he used to look down on as just an NPC had shielded him, telling him he was just a kid. As his successor, Corin had witnessed his master's final moments. As his disciple, he had taken those teachings to heart. Now, it felt okay to finally call himself an adult. Watch me, Parin. I'm going to walk a completely different path from him. A system window popped up. Quest complete. Marie. Difficulty S rank. Rewards: aura level increased from low to mid-low. Mana level increased from lowest to low. Plus 100 points in pain resistance distributed evenly. And just like that, Marie got her smile back. Corin thought her taste buds might have changed, but surprisingly, she still loved potatoes. Marie's eyes crinkled with joy. Potatoes are always good. No matter how you cook them, they're delicious. Corin suddenly leaned in close, making her face flush bright red. Blushing furiously, she playfully swatted at his chest. "Stop it! I'm all dirty and smelly right now." But Corin didn't care. After all, he hadn't exactly taken a shower when she bit his neck earlier. Later, Marie sat quietly in a corner. She was still terrified of Warren. That girl was incredibly scary. Marie honestly thought she was going to die. Marie had been paralyzed by fear, but Corin was different. When he faced Warren, he somehow reached her, sparking something inside her that actually made her change her mind and join the hunting practice. Warren had bumped into Marie during training. To match a first-class mage like Marie, Warren had unleashed her true power. That intense clash had pushed Marie over the edge, awakening the vampire dormant inside her. Marie still couldn't understand what drove Corin to keep getting back up. He just flat out refused to quit. It was the same with the evil spirit incident. Everyone had mocked him, telling him it was a lost cause. But in the end, Corin had pulled it off. In Marie's eyes, he was an absolute badass. To Corin, all that flashy stuff wasn't even the point. He just wanted a happy ending. A classic fairy tale where the good guys are rewarded and the bad guys get what's coming to them. And to him, she was a good person. A really good person, and super beautiful too. Ultimately, he just wanted things to end well. Corin truly wanted her to be happy. Hearing him say that, Marie's face burned bright red. Flustered, she mumbled that she needed to go wash up and finish her potatoes. She quickly shooed him away. Corin just laughed, agreeing to catch up with her later. Watching him leave, Marie smiled, silently thanking him for making her feel safe. But a dark thought lingered. Did she even deserve to be happy? Because of what happened, Marie had to be placed in temporary confinement. Things couldn't just go back to normal right away. Corin figured she'd be released soon enough. Demi-humans attended the academy all the time. So even if Marie had awakened as a vampire, most people wouldn't see her as a threat. So when the chairman suddenly called for a private meeting, Corin was thrown off. The chairman wanted to discuss Marie's punishment. Corin's eyes widened. Punishment? He never thought it would come to this. Was he not going to get the happy ending he fought so hard for? Corin hurriedly tried to defend her, but the chairman raised a hand. Her sentence had already been decided. He desperately wanted to plead her case as the person who had actually fought by her side. How could they decide on a punishment so quickly? Seeing Corin so riled up, the chairman simply chuckled. "Calm down, there's no punishment. I didn't think she was a threat either, but I wanted to see the reaction of the boy who faced her in battle. Now, I have absolutely no doubts about my decision. Don't worry, she'll be released very soon. We just need to verify that her condition is stable. I've already heard the rumors from the other students, but I'm incredibly curious to hear the full story. Keep it brief if you must, but would you mind telling me what happened?" Hearing this, Corin let out a massive sigh of relief. He carefully explained only what needed to be shared, stressing one crucial point. Marie was absolutely safe. She wasn't some bloodthirsty monster. Corin didn't know how much of it the chairman actually bought, but he made his stance crystal clear. After hearing the whole story, the chairman fell into a deep silence. The Academy would definitely have to issue an official statement about the incident, though, of course, they'd leave out the messier details. Before taking his leave, the chairman did something unexpected. He bowed deeply, offering Korin a sincere apology and thanking him for stopping a disaster caused by the arrogance and negligence of the adults. He promised to do everything in his power to repay Korin if he ever needed anything. Korin smiled to himself. Having Chairman Kasa in his corner was a massive asset. This was a man who acknowledged his own flaws and never ran from responsibility. Remembering the chairman's actions from his past life, Korin knew the man's intentions were genuine. Korin warmly asked the chairman to raise his head. Meanwhile, back in her cell, Marie sat quietly by herself, replaying the moment Korin had pulled her into a tight embrace. Her sanity, which had been washed away by overwhelming waves of emotion, was finally returning. She had pushed down the cold-blooded monster inside her and reclaimed her humanity. But all she could do was apologize over and over. Marie's heart ached just thinking about it. Did she even have the right to ask for forgiveness? And what about Isabel? Was she safe? Because Marie loved her friends more than anything, the guilt was eating her alive. That was exactly why she hadn't resisted Professor Josephine's magic. She had just closed her eyes and accepted it. She had locked herself behind these cold iron bars, and when Korin came to visit, she forced herself to put on a brave face. But the truth was, she was completely exhausted. She felt like a monster, a demon, an enemy to all of humanity, a beast that could lose control and drain someone's blood at any given second. But then Korin had said, "I just want you to be happy." And in an instant, all her dark thoughts had melted away. It was the most sincere, beautiful thing anyone had ever said to her, especially coming from the boy who had literally thrown his life on the line to save hers. He had turned into a monster. Yet his overwhelming power, sacrifice, and absolute sincerity in that moment made Marie realize that this part of her life would be etched into her memories forever. A week had passed since Marie's incident. The academy was still buzzing with rumors because some bastards had leaked the news of her staying at the school. Luckily, since the demi-human Waran quietly enrolled, the gossip quickly died down. Korin was completely caught off guard when he heard they were still locked up. It had already been a week. Well, on paper, at least. Marie Dunelbev had been officially released. Everyone congratulated her, treating her like someone special. But Isabel was nowhere to be found. That could only mean she hadn't been released yet. Marie locked herself away, drowning in her own thoughts. She must be terrified of me. She probably hates me now, right? If I were her, I wouldn't want a blood-sucking monster for a friend either. I don't want to be a burden to her, or to anyone else. If that's the case, I should just disappear from this academy. Suddenly, a knock on the door shattered her dark thoughts. She wondered who could possibly be visiting her at this hour. But when she opened the door, standing right there was Isabel. Isabel threw her arms around Marie, sobbing uncontrollably. "Are you okay? How are you feeling?" Marie was completely stunned to see her friend like this. She couldn't understand. Why wasn't Isabel afraid of her? But Isabel just smiled and said she had seen everything right before she passed out. She saw the face of her friend right after biting her, a face completely lost, terrified, and overwhelmed with guilt. And she knew, no matter what happened, they would always be best friends. So, no matter what you are now, I still want you to be my friend. Hearing those words, the heavy knot in Marie's heart completely unraveled. She burst into tears, bawling like a little kid. And to think, she actually believed Isabel would hate her. The truth was, Isabel had already fully recovered. But since she hadn't been officially discharged from the hospital, she couldn't leave right after Marie was released. That is, if a certain junior hadn't sneaked her out. And that junior was none other than Korin. He firmly believed that a girl like Marie Dunelbev wouldn't just crumble after an incident like this. Marie blushed deeply, finally realizing that he had helped her yet again. And with that, the first chapter of this story came to a close. Everyone got their happy ending, something that definitely didn't happen in his previous life. Even though there were a few unexpected twists and absolutely nothing went according to plan, Korin actually preferred this outcome. Even without a player, this world would keep moving forward. Even without a flawless plan, everything still ended up perfectly fine. This very moment marked the true beginning of a brand new timeline. Corin's daily schedule was pretty monotonous. Go to class, eat lunch, go to class, train, eat dinner, and train again. But he had no choice. He needed to get stronger. Considering how fast the next scenario with that girl was approaching, he had to push himself even harder. Ultimate Serpent Strike, Ascending Snake, Venomous Dragon Unleashed. Marie, who had been watching Corin train, walked over to praise him. "You're working so hard again today." Seeing her, Corin thought to himself, wow, she's completely back to normal, as if nothing ever happened. She had brought him a ton of delicious food. Marie smiled brightly and said, "All right, since you've been working so hard, you need to eat a lot, okay? I didn't cook too much, but please, finish it all." Corin eagerly replied that he would gladly devour every last bite. Suddenly, a bit of blood seeped through the bandages on his hand, making her panic. "Oh no! I saw the blood and started drooling. I need to distract myself with this blood pack right now." There was a pretty big difference in freshness and taste between fresh blood and packaged blood. It was like comparing organic food to pesticide-sprayed crops. Or more accurately, frozen meat to fresh meat. "So, that means you've resigned yourself to eating frozen meat for the rest of your life, huh?" Corin teased. "You know, it's totally fine if you take a sip from me every now and then." Marie didn't quite catch his drift. What he really meant was, "You can suck my blood sometimes. I'm completely volunteering." Marie's face instantly turned beet red, but Corin just kept teasing her. "I have super regeneration, you know, so if you ever get sick of packaged blood, just come find me." Or, "Are you craving it right now?" Marie questioned her entire existence, absolutely terrified by this human's boldness. Don't say things like that. I refuse. I absolutely do not want to be a bother to you." She then handed him a vial of vampire blood. "This might be a little gross, but it's really good for your body. A vampire's blood is actually one of the best magical ingredients out there." Without a second thought, Corin chugged the whole thing down. Ding! System notification. You have absorbed a high-tier elixir. This is an elixir containing special ingredients. Aura level has increased by 1. Maximum aura capacity has increased by 500. 10 stat points have been distributed evenly. Corin could instantly feel the change surging through his body. It tasted absolutely awful, but there was no doubt about it. He was already way stronger than he was in his past life. Absolutely perfect. With this kind of power, he was finally ready to make his move and befriend that girl. Elisa Aiden, a direct descendant of the renowned Aiden swordsmanship family and a rank 2 knight. Her life had completely turned upside down compared to before. After sensing the massive, invisible wall between herself and a rank 5 knight she met at the hunting grounds, she realized she desperately needed to improve and actually started working hard. But what seems decent pros bis. Well, at least until a few minutes ago, right before she stuffed her face with delicious honey candy. You see, Elisa Aiden was basically a massive slacker with zero ambition and absolutely no interest in swordsmanship. Even though her talent with a sword was basically genius level, her work ethic was pure garbage, leaving her with below average grades across the board. But honestly, she was perfectly happy just chilling at the academy. Here, she didn't have to swing her sword 10,000 times a day. The exams were just basic movements, and she didn't have to sweat buckets fighting her hardcore siblings. Best of all, her strict older sister wasn't here. She had prepared a beautiful, lazy soul to fully enjoy this peaceful paradise. But then, Corin showed up, completely ruining her vibe. He mentioned that he hadn't seen her at the training room lately. Trembling guiltily, she stammered out excuses, claiming she was super busy with homework and academy missions. Corin enthusiastically invited her to join his party, knowing full well that they could make a ton of money together. Elisa was so frustrated she was practically in tears. Why does this guy keep seeking me out? In a way, dealing with Corin had become incredibly overwhelming for Elisa. Whenever she stood in front of him, she felt like her lazy, talent-wasting habits were completely exposed. The mediocre reality of a so-called genius swordswoman, the youngest person to ever receive a rank 2 Guardian Knight certificate, and the granddaughter of the Swordmaster was laid bare for him to see. On top of that, this guy's methods are just way too difficult. He keeps rambling on and on about the basics. Elisa thought to herself, at my age, shouldn't pulling off some insanely badass killer move be the norm? Meanwhile, Corin kept up his recruitment pitch. 2 parties would get 2 gold coins, and the difficulty was only tier 2. Hearing that, Elisa's head started spinning. With that kind of cash, just imagine how many clothes and honey bomb candies she could buy. Alright, it's a deal then. Let's go. Yep, the moment money was involved, all her pride went right out the window. They were heading out by the middle of next week, so it was time to pack up. Today, he planned to bring her along on a short-term quest that paid 20 silver coins. Let's do this together! It all came down to money again. Her eyes practically sparkled at the thought of cold, hard cash. Dealing with a total money grubber was just too easy. That was enough to set the stage. He wasn't entirely sure, but based on his predictions, today was the day. Elisa absolutely loved the patrol quests on the mission board. All she had to do was follow a set route through the city center and check if anything was out of the ordinary. Any monsters that wandered near the city were tier 4 or 5 at best. Mid-tier monsters rarely ever showed up, so the chances of things actually going wrong were incredibly slim. Light work with high pay. Elisa didn't find it exhausting in the slightest. On top of that, she always thrived on the admiration of the guys around her. All that praise just swelled her ego. Even when 10 monsters showed up at once, she took them out in the blink of an eye. Oh, it's nothing. Just a walk in the park. You call that fierce attack nothing? As expected of a swordswoman from the prestigious Auden family. But deep down, she remembered how her whole family looked down on her. Tick. Your older sister had already reached the absolute peak by the time she was your age. We finally found the true heir to the genius Aiden sword family. Lunia Aiden is the greatest prodigy of her generation. As for the second daughter, she's just an illegitimate child. Her bloodline isn't even pure enough. But now, Elisa just brushed it all off. Her family might despise her, but was she really doing that badly? Today's patrol mission had been wrapped up safely and happily, at least as long as nothing else went wrong. Suddenly, a signal flared in the sky from the Vanguard Patrol. A monster nest, at least tier 2. It was a magic flare, only visible through special lenses. This was a secret communication method used by the guard squad. If nothing else happened during the patrol, they could just pack up and go home without having to kill a single monster. But when an emergency popped up, everyone on duty was required to join the raid. The Vanguard Patrol had discovered a tier 2 monster nest, a den of wolves swarming around a massive werewolf. A werewolf was the kind of monster Elisa could beat even with one arm tied behind her back while poisoned. We'll crush this thing easily, she thought. However, what stepped out was actually a Dullahan, a terrifying tier 1 monster. Elisa froze in absolute shock. What the hell was a Dullahan doing here? To end things quickly, she unleashed an Aiden family secret technique. First slash, domain burst. But it was no use. The beast easily dodged it. It was so insanely flexible, moving like it didn't even have bones. In a flash, it expertly bound her up tight. This monster was at least tier 1. At this point, her only option was to scream for Corrin's help. Warrior's pride? Yeah, Elisa didn't have a single drop of that anyway. But, in this desperate moment, Corrin was busy dealing with another monster. Elisa burst into tears, wailing for her life. The beast was inches away from taking her head, when suddenly it was blown to pieces. Elisa sobbed her thanks to her savior, but then she caught sight of a very familiar sword. It was the eldest daughter of the prestigious Aiden sword family, the one destined to be its next supreme successor. The strongest swordswoman of her generation, the one who would walk the path of the sword genius, Lunia Aiden, Elisa's older sister. Lunia glared, wondering what on earth her foolish sister had been doing to end up in such a pathetic state. You saw a Dullahan and still didn't retreat? Why didn't you properly analyze the enemy in front of you? And more importantly, what the hell was that idiotic way of drawing your sword? Who did you even copy that from? Elisa frantically sputtered out apologies, but her terrifying older sister wasn't accepting a single excuse. She ruthlessly interrogated her younger sister. The consequences of your actions fall entirely on your shoulders. Whining about it now won't change a damn thing. You better remember that your reckless moves put the soldiers who trusted you in grave danger. Elisa bowed her head in shame, only daring to squeak out a tiny, "Yes, sister." Her sister's booming shout was enough to make her nearly wet her pants. Straighten your back. An Aiden swordswoman must always stand with unwavering confidence. With that, Lunia turned her sharp gaze to Corrin. I am the sword, Saint. first grand disciple of the Heavenly Swordmaster, Lunia Aiden. Corin matched her energy, introducing himself as the 8th disciple of Lanzacanante. Corin Loke, Alisa's friend. Wait, did she just heavily emphasize the word friend? He knew exactly what she was getting at, but he couldn't afford to expose his true abilities right now. There were only 2 people in the world who wielded a spear like that. Aside from Corin himself, there were only 2 others. Lunia noticed the guy wasn't about to spill any more secrets, so she didn't press the issue. Then Aiden's elite troops arrived. All of them were Tier 2 knights, famously known as the 5 Swords: Swift Sword Jenny, Stealth Sword Lena, Dual Sword Siren, Magic Sword Milia, and Berserker Sword May. The 5 of them reported that they had completely cleared out the monsters in the area, asking if they should hunt down the stragglers that had managed to escape. Every single one of them was at least at Elisa's level, if not higher. Lunia commanded them to stand down, stating there was no need for a pursuit. We're heading back to the estate now, and that includes you, Elisa Aiden, the swordswoman who prefers playing party over real training. These groups were often known as sword societies. They blindly followed their leaders, banded together, and eventually started treating themselves like some sort of absolute cult. 60 years ago, the peerless sword genius Garan revolutionized a whole new generation of swordsmen. As the family head at the time, he spread his martial arts teachings far and wide, elevating the Aidens into a legendary sword family that represented the entire continent. And right now, in the Makaba Adensword village, Lunia reigned as the undisputed village chief. Their dictatorial rules, brutal discipline, and a structure that practically mirrored a mafia syndicate, all of these intense traditions had existed since their founding and still ran deep to this day. Even Elisa had to drop to her knees and formally greet the chief. I, a direct descendant of the main bloodline and Tier 2 swordswoman, Elisa Aiden, respectfully greet the village chief. The onlookers couldn't wrap their heads around it. Sure, Lunia was the grand disciple, but forcing a direct bloodline descendant to kneel like that seemed incredibly harsh. Ignoring them, Lunia began reading out the pathetic list of missions her younger sister had recently taken on. Patrol duty, guarding petty merchants, clearing out low-tier 4 monsters. She scoffed at the utter nonsense. There's even a quest for helping out at a local cafe? Elisa nervously piped up, trying to explain that the job just involved wearing a cute uniform and handing out flyers. But the uniform was really cute. It looked so pretty on me, she squeaked. Lunia just glared, calling her sister absolutely pathetic. I cannot believe you actually used our prestigious family's elite guard certification, just to do something as humiliating as this. Do you really want to drag the Aiden family name through the mud? Aren't these missions just about hunting low-level grunts? Did you honestly think slaying trash mobs like that makes you some kind of hero? Elisa, never forget, human nature doesn't just change. Hearing that harsh lecture, Elisa just hung her head in silence. After her group left, the village chief asked about Corin's background. He's just a rank 5 knight? Lunia couldn't believe it. There was no way the Academy's MK3 grading system was actually that reliable. Corin's eyes had been glued to Elisa from start to finish, yet despite his divided attention, the monsters couldn't even lay a scratch on him. To fight while distracted without losing his cool, it was like he had decades of combat experience. That kind of razor-sharp instinct and unshakable focus is only forged through life-or-death battles. At first glance, his spearmanship looked basic, but as the top swordswoman of the Aiden family, she immediately recognized just how solid his technique really was. The encounter was short, but she was thoroughly impressed by the guy. If that boy was really siding with her little sister, well, the Academy had invited her over as a guest instructor anyway, so their paths would definitely cross again. Meanwhile, whenever Marie, lovingly known as the Potato Senior, dropped by, she always brought a massive feast. I brought potato cakes, and I even tenderized this lamb 30 times before grilling it. The fresh meat just arrived today. Professor Josephine asked me to help butcher the sheep, so I got some good practice in. Corin happily stuffed his face. It was crazy to think she usually lived such a depressing vampire lifestyle, just surviving off frozen blood bags day after day. This is amazing, he said, genuinely moved. Marie's face instantly lit up with joy. Next time I'll bring beef. Do you like braised oxtail? She asked sweetly. Corin gently took her hand and gave her a smooth, charming smile. I'd love that. You could bet her heart was beating out of her chest right then. Flustered, she completely swore to bring that braised oxtail next time. "Your hands are so big, by the way," she murmured, "rough, veiny, and so firm." It was the strong, rugged hand of a warrior. But right as the romantic tension was peaking, Isabel suddenly barged in, completely ruining the mood. Panicking, Marie frantically changed the subject. With quick goodbyes, the girls hurried off. Corin just sighed. Women are so damn complicated. Back in his past life, he hadn't even been able to step outside for 3 whole years because of that bastard park. Life really was full of surprises. The only reason he'd never dated back then was entirely thanks to that crazy bastard park keeping him on a suffocatingly tight leash. Thankfully, his social life this time around was completely different. Every now and then, Aaron would swing by with some rare wild mushrooms. After that, they'd head straight to the library and grind away at studying the alphabet. Ron was also a frequent visitor, though it felt more like business than friendship. It was pretty obvious the guy just saw Corin as a highly useful tool. Because of that, whenever a high-paying, dangerous quest popped up, Ron would always drag him into a party. But suddenly, Jaeger and Elle froze, their faces turning completely pale. It was Warren. She had shown up to collect the free meal Corin had promised her a whole month ago. Elle and Jaeger immediately noped out of there and ran for their lives. Left alone, the two of them headed out to grab a bite. Since she basically gave off major cat energy, Corin took her to a fish joint. Warren tried to swallow the fish completely whole, which frankly was a total insult to the dish. With a few swift and masterful cuts, Corin perfectly deboned it, presenting a mouth-watering bowl of fish over rice. "Food isn't just for stuffing your face," he lectured. "You have to feast with your eyes and take in the aroma first. Now that is how you respect your food." Meanwhile, the weapon crafting phase was finally wrapping up. It was a little ahead of schedule, but the second phase was about to kick off, and the very first hurdle of this phase, the midterm evaluations. Jaeger's brain was completely empty, and there were only 10 minutes left before the exam started. Talk about waiting until the absolute last possible second to cram. When they asked how he was doing, Corin just smirked and replied, "I don't even need to study." It was borderline cheating, honestly, but he had an unfair advantage over the rest of them. This wasn't exactly his first time taking this test, so he was fully ready to snatch that perfect score. The exam officially began. Grinning with confidence, Corin flipped open the test paper. But wait, if the inertial value of motion x is y, what value is required to... What the hell was this? Want to execute a motion of 85z? Corin blinked. Oh, he was so screwed. The arrogant smirk instantly wiped off his face, his brain completely freezing up for 5 seconds. Oh shit. What does any of this even mean? Before he knew it, the bell rang, signaling the end of the exam. Jaeger was stretching and yawning lazily, while Corin was staring in horror at his completely blank test paper. He hadn't written a single damn thing besides his name. Even Jaeger had managed to guess a couple of answers before passing out. This was an absolute, unacceptable humiliation. Corin had completely forgotten that the word studying didn't even exist in his dictionary. In his past life, he'd only grinded practical combat skills. He knew absolutely nothing about the actual academic theory of this world. Corin crushed his test paper in his fist, his eyes burning with renewed determination. So what if I bombed the written exam? There was still a way to fix this. At the festival arena, the pinnacle of the midterms awaited him, the practical combat assessment, which, ironically, was one of the easiest challenges in the game. This practical combat test was a golden opportunity to salvage his garbage written score. These assessments were overseen by the night department's professors or special guest instructors invited from outside the academy. Teams of 15 students would face off against the instructors, showcasing their combat skills. Based on their performance, the professors would evaluate them and dish out the corresponding points. Since Corin was officially registered as a low-level rank 5 knight, his assigned instructor definitely wouldn't be anyone too strong. A wicked grin spread across Corin's face. He'd rack up massive bonus points if he completely defeated his instructor. Bubbling with overconfidence, he even mentally apologized to the poor guy in advance. However, judging by the horrified gasps of the other students, this guest instructor was a seriously big deal. Corin's jaw dropped. Out of all people, his instructor was none other than Lunia Aiden herself. She greeted Korin. "Looks like we meet again." Korin completely froze, his jaw hitting the floor. Holy crap, what is she doing here? The first-year group practical exam was just about to begin. Today's special guests were none other than the Master Swordsmen from the prestigious Sword Academy. The 5 swords didn't think much of the academy students, but there was one particular swordsman they had to watch out for. The moment the order to attack was shouted, everyone swarmed in like moths to a flame. Meanwhile, Ron started calculating their odds. Even though the opposing side was packed with high-tier swordsmen, their team had Elisa Aiden on their side. That made 2 second-tier fighters, but honestly, things were looking incredibly grim. The 5 peak swords moved as one, sending everyone flying out of bounds. Yeah, their chances of winning were practically zero. The enemies quickly closed the distance and blocked their line of sight, throwing the whole team into chaos. Their combat experience was just too vast. Handling a situation like this was nearly impossible. So, first things first, Ron needed to secure a clear view. Suddenly, a phantom blade slashed from behind. But Ron was quick on his feet, barely dodging the ambush. Distracted by her worry for Drawn, Elisa left an opening, allowing the swift sword Jenny to close right in on her. The enemies were so arrogant, they believed just 3 of them could wipe the floor with all 10 students. Elisa was pushed entirely on the defensive, leaving the spectators holding their breath in suspense. Just as expected of the 5 peak swords of Anne, these guys were the real deal. Their power was absolutely terrifying. One by one, the students were mercilessly taken down until only Elisa and Drawn were left standing. But Drawn's combat experience was right on par with the 5 peak swords. As the dust finally settled, it revealed Melia being completely overwhelmed by 5 dark blades. Drawn was on the verge of claiming victory. Meanwhile, Elisa was still struggling, heavily outmatched by her opponent. Jenny smirked, mocking her mercilessly. "Do you seriously consider yourself the heir to the heavenly sword with those pathetic skills? If this is all you've got, you won't even graduate. You might as well drop out, go back to your little village, and practice swinging your sword at chickens." Hearing those humiliating words, Elisa seethed with anger. There was absolutely no way she was going to let that happen. Even though she pushed herself to the limit, trying to grasp the spatial flow around her, she was still utterly powerless against such an overwhelming opponent. Jenny let out a disappointed sigh. "Looks like you still have a very long way to go." According to the original instructions, Lunia Aiden was supposed to have a completely different role. So why the hell was she participating in Phase B with Team B? Standing face to face with Korin's group, Lunia shifted into a combat stance. "Just consider this a little taste of a special grade battle," she declared. Wait, a special grade battle? What does she mean by special grade battle? It refers to a monster capable of taking on an entire army all by itself. A walking calamity that could wipe out dozens of elite guards or even an entire military force. An absolute nightmare that you have practically zero chance of defeating. Often compared to an uncontrollable natural disaster. A beast so rare and terrifying that most guards would never even face one in their entire lifetimes. Anyone who claimed to have seen one was usually dismissed as a liar or a lunatic. But if we're talking about her, then that completely changes the story. Lunia Aiden had the power to fight those kinds of beasts head on, because she herself was the monster of all monsters. And just like that, a brutal and incredibly savage battle broke out. "I almost freaking died," Jer panted, feeling like this practical exam was taking things way too far. How the hell was anyone supposed to survive against terrifying freaks like them? But surprisingly, she was actually going easy on them. If this had been a real deathmatch, they all would have been completely wiped out in under 10 seconds. The others were so absolutely terrified, it looked like their souls had left their bodies. Jer desperately begged his handsome bro Korin not to collapse, because there was no way anyone could carry his heavy weight. But right as the words left his mouth, Jer took a massive hit and was sent violently tumbling across the dirt. With the rest of the team completely wiped out, Korin was the only one left standing. He could easily just step out of bounds, surrender, and call it quits. But Lunia highly doubted he would actually do that. This was a rare chance to clash with a truly strong opponent, and she didn't want to miss the thrill of fighting him. Meanwhile, Korin honestly wondered if there was anyone in the world who could actually stand against Lunia Aiden. In his past life, the two of them had fought side by side in countless bloody battles. In fact, She was the very person who had handed him a spear and taught him his masterful combat techniques. So, it was no exaggeration to say that Korin learned everything he knew about spear fighting directly from her. But even up until their very last sparring session, he had never once managed to surpass Lunia. She was the ultimate wall he had to overcome. If he truly wanted to grow stronger, he eventually had to defeat her using nothing but his own sheer strength. Lunia smiled, thoroughly amused. She dashed forward, launching the first brutal strike, but Korin smoothly deflected her blade. The two engaged in a blazing fast exchange of ferocious slashes and perfect parries. The spectators watched in absolute shock. They couldn't believe a mere first-year Academy knight was actually going toe-to-toe with Lunia Aiden. However, Korin was clearly starting to wear down under her relentless, heavy attacks. Noticing that her opponent was reaching his limit, Lunia suddenly drew her blade back. But there was no way she was going to let it end that simply. She prepared the ultimate secret art of the Ainsword Academy, her true killer instinct fully awakened. Lunia fully intended to deliver a fatal finishing blow. The crowd panicked in terror. Wait, was she actually trying to murder a student? The instructors desperately screamed to halt the exam. But it was too late. This was the legendary N family technique. First slash, domain of the executioner. In an instant, the entire world seemed to completely freeze. Within this frozen space, only Lunia Aiden was allowed to move. Her blade descended with agonizing slowness, like a scene straight out of a slow-motion film. Korin desperately tried to thrust his spear to meet her razor-sharp strike with everything he had. But his spear absolutely refused to budge. Trapped within this frozen reality, his body was completely paralyzed. He could only perceive this stopped time in fragmented, isolated glimpses. It was exactly like when he had fought against Marriott. Was this just a mere coincidence? He was completely losing control over his own movements in this domain. Just one more inch. It has to be perfect. Just one more push. With an explosive burst of willpower, Korin miraculously forced the tip of his spear to clash directly against Lunia's descending blade. Every single person in the crowd gasped in sheer disbelief. It was pure, unadulterated instinct overriding logic, a breathtaking sensation of absolute omnipotence, as if he had just become the very center of the universe. Lunia realized Korin had reacted to her domain purely on instinct. That was enough for her. She didn't miss the chance to mock his trash-tier blade for being completely out of sync with his skills. Her gaze suddenly shifted to Elisa, who was standing there in a daze. The exam and all that nonsense didn't matter anymore. The only reason she didn't just dodge this fight was to force a punk like Korin to witness her domain. Korin slowly realized that even though he lost the battle, he had won the war. Lunia announced she'd be sticking around the city for a while to take care of some business. She gave him a cold warning. Don't even think about interfering between her and her little sister. No matter how hard he struggled, the outcome was set in stone. Lunia was dead set on keeping Korin as far away from Elisa as possible. And now, Korin knew exactly why she had unleashed her domain on him. But whether things would actually go her way, well, he highly doubted it. Meanwhile, the judging panel had reached a unanimous decision. Cadet Korin Locke had achieved a perfect score on the practical exam. The entire student body was buzzing with gossip. Going toe-to-toe with Lunia N and getting a perfect score in a solo match. Is this guy a monster? Some couldn't even believe he had the guts to face her at all. And to think, the kid was only a grade 5 knight. A professor pondered to himself, suspecting that this student was the one who had deliberately concealed his true, dormant spirit. A few days later, Korin didn't need Lunia to tell him twice. He desperately needed a better weapon. He headed down to a blacksmith's workshop. The merchant was baffled. The academy was known for handing out rare materials like candy. So why was an elite student shopping here? Korin didn't even bother explaining. After all, he had done this exact same thing countless times before. These insanely expensive materials cost a whopping 100 gold coins. And naturally, not a single normal player would have any idea how to actually use them. Normally, you'd save materials like this until after a successful raid. But Korin already had his hands on premium spirit dust, a grade 2 analyst, and a piece of top-tier granite silver. Toss in the full, unconditional backing of the Academy board, and the result was clear. He was about to forge the ultimate weapon to conquer this world. the legendary battle spear of the White Knight from the Shadowlands, the fabled White Spear. Meanwhile, Elisa was reminiscing about her first time outside the academy. She remembered slicing a grade 5 demon in half, frowning in disgust as its guts and blood spilled all over the ground. But the stench of human blood? That was totally different. She recognized it instantly, even though it was her first time smelling it. It was the distinct metallic scent of a species on the brink of extinction. Right now, Elisa was on a relaxed guard duty for a werewolf hunt mission, which paid out 70 silver coins. It was honestly a lot better than that other urgent quest, hunting down the serial killer in the City of Mists. Sure, that one rewarded an early graduation diploma and a VIP session with the academic advisor, but still. Even so, she had her own hidden reasons for picking this specific patrol. Suddenly, she caught the sound of guards gossiping about a grade 5 knight. It was none other than Corin Locke. He gave Elisa a cheerful wave and a bright, "Hey!" But the other escorts, they didn't look thrilled to see him. The escort guild had been crying a river over the new quota system, even threatening to cut the cadets' food rations. Those veterans definitely weren't expecting to be stuck babysitting a grade 5 kid like him. But on the bright side, at least they had Elisa tagging along. The mercenary crew was glaring daggers at Corin, but they didn't dare breathe a word of disrespect in front of the Holy Knight's granddaughter. Corin just rolled his eyes. "Take a picture. It lasts longer. Seriously, you guys are an eyesore." He casually asked how her eyes and ears were doing. Elisa was confused. Her vision and hearing were perfectly fine, but that wasn't what he meant at all. It was obvious Corin knew something serious about her older sister. He leaned in and warned Elisa to pick up the pace. "Your big sister's playing for keeps," he told her. "She's going to crush you so hard you'll never be able to lift a sword again." But Elisa's eyes burned with resolve. This girl was never going to just roll over and quit. Up ahead at the den, there were 2 massive werewolves backed up by a pack of over 20 normal wolves. The hunting party handled the beastly ambush with expert precision, even managing to take one of the alphas down. But then, everything went completely off script. Out of nowhere, a thick, suffocating fog rolled in, completely blinding the battlefield. One of the escorts started panicking about the grade 5 kid, but honestly, they had bigger problems to deal with. Thank the gods the young lady of the Ain family was still holding her ground like a total badass. Suddenly, a horde of evil spirits began swarming toward them. That made zero sense. A remote area like this shouldn't have anywhere near this level of spiritual activity. And wait, were those demons too? Demons didn't just spawn in unpopulated wastelands. There was only one explanation. These were artificial demons, man-made evil spirits. Elisa connected the dots immediately. She was currently locked in a brutal head-to-head clash with one of the wraiths. But they were completely outnumbered. Another spirit lunged at her blind spot from behind. It was a life-or-death moment, and one wrong move meant her head would roll. Still, her instincts kicked in. With a lightning-fast double slash, she cleaved the monster right in half. Sniff. There it was again, that undeniable, sickening stench of human blood. Whilst Elisa was still reeling from the shock, another abomination lunged at her back. But before it could even touch her, Corin flashed in and obliterated it. "What the hell are you spacing out for?" Corin yelled. "Snap out of it! Those aren't real people! Their corpses are just being puppeted by dark magic." For Corin, this triggered a memory. The main event of Act 2 was supposed to be taking down the serial killer in the City of Mists. In the original storyline, the player's party had to hunt down a deranged serial killer, the same one Marriott had defeated at the end of Act 1. But instead, he had specifically chosen the werewolf hunt. If you took this route, the killer, John Doe, had already been exposed and arrested after a massive fight. The guards suddenly started screaming in panic. It looked like the final boss had just spawned right in front of them. Corin shouted at the team to fall back and run for their lives. Without hesitating, he chained his 5th and 6th slashes together, obliterating the monstrosity in a single, devastating combo. But if it went down that easily, there was no way it was the real boss. The actual John Doe was way too overpowered for Corin to solo him right now. Still, shattering the killer's puppet was a huge win in his book. He'd done enough damage for one day. Hopefully, the bastard would be foolish enough to cross paths with Corin again. The real issue right now wasn't raw stats or skill compatibility, it was dealing with that elusive stealth master. The destroyed puppet dissolved into a cloud of black smoke and vanished into thin air. This was the dark magic known as the Night Blaze. The mist was summoned by an undead mage. Unless you dropped its HP to 0, the fog wasn't going anywhere. The thing Corin had just smashed to pieces was nothing more than a decoy puppet acting as the fog generator. This boss was an abomination stitched together from the corpse of a dead mage. The reason it was such a nightmare to catch was its tactic of spamming puppets to confuse its enemies. Finding the real phantom was practically impossible now that it had completely blended into the thick mist. Knowing how lethal this mystical fog was, Corin screamed at everyone to evacuate the area immediately. He didn't even bother pulling his spear out of the ground, mostly because the legendary weapon would just teleport right back to his hand anyway. Suddenly, one of them got snagged by the tree roots. Elisa spun around, desperate to save her teammate, but looming right behind her was the hand of a demon. It snatched her away in a flash. Corin frantically yelled at everyone to get the hell out of the forest. "Don't worry about us, and let me borrow that cloak." Gripping his spear and the borrowed cloak, Corin charged straight into the fray. "There won't be a second time. Don't even think about it." He had actually been trapped in this very mist before. Back then, he had sprained his ankle, and in less than a minute, he had come closer to death than ever before. But now that he had been reborn, he had to survive much longer than that. The real problem was Elisa. With monsters swarming her from all sides, she couldn't hold out much longer. She swung her sword with trembling hands, but it wouldn't cut through. Was it because she lacked strength, or was her stance totally off? The image of her older sister from that day flashed in her mind. Was she really just that weak? Elisa was on the verge of giving up. She just wanted to save someone, to look as incredibly cool as Corin did when he saved her life. She wanted to become someone she could be proud of. Right as she was fading out, Corin's voice suddenly cut through the haze. It was her savior. Corin rushed over, looking at Elisa with deep concern. Sobbing uncontrollably, she cried out that she just couldn't break free. "Please, save me! I'm going to die like this!" He gently wrapped the cloak around her, telling her to calm down before placing his hand over hers on the hilt of the sword. "Swinging blindly won't do a thing. Focus and strike with everything you've got." All she needed right now was to stay calm. From this moment on, he would protect her from the undead, and she knew exactly what she had to do. Terrified and in tears, Elisa cried that she just wasn't strong enough, and that the toxic mist was tearing her up and making her dizzy. But Corin firmly assured her that she could do this. Out of all the swordsmen he knew, her sheer talent was absolutely unmatched. If you have the resolve, you can definitely pull this off. Just take one step. One step is all it takes. With those words, he shot into the horde of evil spirits like an arrow. Now it was up to Elisa to push past her own insecurities. "I can't last out here much longer. So how the hell is someone with a lower ranked aura like you still standing? If you're going to put it like that, then I guess I have no choice but to do it." And just like that, her resolve ignited and she raised her sword to fight. That secret technique could slice through absolutely anything. But to pull it off, she had to awaken the realm of sight. It was a cursed ability that forced your eyes to perceive other domains. It was the ultimate technique of the Aden family. Aiden's first sword style. Domain Slash. With just a single strike, Elisa obliterated every evil spirit in the area, completely shattering their toxic mist. As the fog vanished, everyone was finally safe and sound. That was Josiel, the vampire killer from the City of Mist. Everyone's jaws hit the floor when they saw the entire forest cleaved cleanly in two. How the hell can a human even do that? Wait, I've actually heard rumors about this. So this was the Sword Emperor's legendary Domain Slash. Even Corin couldn't believe his own eyes. He thought she was going to use the third form of the first slash, or maybe Iron Tide. He never expected her to pull off a move like that. Elisa was beaming like a kid. She had finally done it. But honestly, it was way too early for her to be mastering a technique like this. Her teammates were absolutely ecstatic, because this meant the next head of the Aden family was undoubtedly going to be her. Since no one other than the Sword Emperor himself could use the Domain Slash, everyone started cheering, proclaiming Elisa as the future Sword Empress of the Aden family. And just like that, Corin's grand plan went completely up in smoke. Why did things always have to go so off script? The Daily News quickly ran the story. John Doe, The nightmare of the mist had been defeated. The notorious serial killer who had slaughtered countless knights was finally taken down. John Doe was taken down by the next heir apparent of the prestigious Adden sword family. Countless newspapers hopped on the hype train, covering the event front and center. Reading the headlines, the fifth sword was absolutely furious. She ripped the newspaper to shreds and threw it across the room. The prestigious Adden family operated strictly as a sword faction, valuing absolute strength above all else. Under the overwhelming presence of Garen Aiden, they had been desperately waiting for a swordsman worthy of inheriting his legacy. The domain slash. It was a technique that existed in the realm of the mind, a level of mastery that the vast majority of martial artists couldn't even fathom. Garen Aiden had been waiting a long time for someone to carry on his legacy. Lunia had trained herself to the bone, bleeding and sweating for that very right. The thick calluses on her hands were living proof of her dedication. Yet even Lunia, hailed as the absolute genius of her generation, just couldn't satisfy the Sword Emperor. But her younger sister, a girl who had only picked up a sword recently, the illegitimate child their father had dragged in from the outside. Lunia had never even considered that kid a rival. During a sparring session between the two, Lunia was suddenly struck. It wasn't even a deadly technique. How the hell did this happen? She found herself lying in a pool of her own blood, while Alisa just stood there, absolutely horrified by what she had done. Lunia hadn't even seen the strike coming, or rather, it was impossible for her to see it. By the time she gathered her focus, the blade had already cut her. It wasn't about speed. This was something entirely different. A domain. That profoundly deep path of martial arts. Alisa had already taken her very first step into it. She couldn't believe it. A kid that young, and so lazy on top of it. Alisa herself was definitely in shock. But now, Lunia finally understood the title her grandfather had told her about. That twisted, horrifying nature that ordinary people could never comprehend. The Sword Demon. A talent born of the devil. And just like that, Garan appointed Alisa as a prime candidate to be the next head of the family. And so, Alisa Aiden became a legitimate successor to the Aden household, completely shutting down everyone's objections. That fond memory of gently patting her half-sister's head, the girl who grew up neglected by their father's family, was now just a distant, fading echo. Seeing her young miss so spaced out, the fifth sword was incredibly worried. But Lunia simply replied in a gentle tone, "Don't worry, I actually want her to fully step into that domain, because if I can witness that sword strike just one more time, maybe I'll be able to set foot in that realm myself." Lunia immediately ordered her people to prepare for a sword challenge. Meanwhile, back on the other side, Alisa was busy aggressively resting. Corin went to check on her recovery. They told him that with some medicine applied to the wounds, she'd be back on her feet in just a day or two. He was honestly curious about how she managed to pull off the domain of the slash here. Sure, her precept eyes allowed her to see the domain, but that didn't mean she could just use it right off the bat. Arisha blushed, totally flustered. He had so much faith in her, and to her own surprise, it actually worked when she tried. You really can't help but be jealous of a natural genius who doesn't even have to try. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. It was Marie, rushing in frantically to check on Corin. The two quickly exchanged greetings. Marie was a second year in the magic department, while Arisha was a first-year night student. Corin couldn't help but wonder, did she really come all this way just to visit Arisha? Marie shyly admitted, "I was just really worried about you." But a second later, her face darkened and the terrifying interrogation began. "By the way, are you too close?" Oh man, her expression was getting seriously scary. Then yet another guest showed up looking for Corin. It was Hua Ran, back to demand more food. Phew, that was a close call. Corin could sense that Marie was visibly tense standing anywhere near Hua Ran. But then again, with a vibe like that, anyone would be on edge around her. Marie actually started trembling when she found out Corin had been sharing meals with Hua Ran. Ah, so that was what really bothered her. Corin flashed a warm smile and reassured her, "Don't worry, Marie. I'll make sure to cook up a perfectly delicious meal just for you two." Hearing that, Marie instantly lit up with joy. Looking around, Corin realized something. All these incredibly talented people had just accidentally gathered in one room. He turned to Arisha and dropped the bomb. The rumor about her inheriting the domain of the slash had already leaked, so her older sister would definitely be coming for a dojo challenge soon. Arisha jumped out of her skin. A dojo challenge was an ancient swordsman tradition. 5 Grandmaster level swordsmen would officially test a new swordmaster who was taking over a branch of the family. Well, at least that was the official excuse. But in reality, for generations, the Arden family had been using dojo challenges to legally eliminate their rivals. Hearing this, Arisha burst into a pathetic mess of tears and snot. "If I fight her, I'm gonna die," she wailed. She couldn't even beat the 5 swords to begin with, so how in the world was she supposed to defeat her monstrous sister? Korin smirked and said he had a brilliant plan to save her, but it came with one condition. From now on, whether he told her to fight terrifying monsters or grind in the training room, she had to obey without a single complaint. Basically, he was locking her in as a permanent party member. Panicking, Arisha furiously nodded in agreement, swearing she'd be perfectly obedient as long as he saved her life. "I'll take that promise as an oath then," Korin declared. Going through all the brutal hardships of this timeline, Korin Locke had learned some universal truths of survival through his own blood, sweat, and tears. That very night, Hua Ran marched up and challenged one of the 5 swords. She boldly introduced herself as the Blade Master of the Arisha Dojo. She immediately launched a fierce attack, leaving her opponent completely bewildered as to why a random student was trying to kill him. As it turned out, Korin had bribed her, promising to buy her all the sushi she could eat if she beat this guy. Meanwhile, on another front, Korin personally confronted a different member of the 5 swords, proudly declaring himself as the Spearmaster of the Arisha Dojo, Korin Locke. His master plan? Strike first before they can even make a move. That was his ultimate truth of survival. He boldly declared that he wanted to test his skills against the famous swordmaster, Lunya. Man, this whole squad was seriously stacked, and every single one of them looked incredible. Arisha Dojo Spearmaster Korin Locke, Arisha Dojo Martial Arts Master Hua Ran, Arisha Dojo Flying Sword Master Doran Worski, Arisha Dojo Genius Mage Marie Dunarev, and the new Grandmaster of the Arisha Dojo, Arisha Arden. And just like that, the first swordsman of the Arden family was officially defeated. Lunya was still completely baffled as to why Korin was going to such extreme lengths. "To build up a brand new dojo like Arisha's, we have to skyrocket our reputation," he explained. Korin was pushing for a seriously aggressive hostile takeover. The explosive news hit the front pages. The young Arisha had crushed the first swordsman of the Arden Patriarch. On top of that, rumors of the legendary 5 swords being taken down one by one were spreading like wildfire. According to the strict family laws, there was an ancient tradition called the Trial of the Sword, a brutal test designed to select the next dojo master. But even Arisha knew the ugly truth. It was just a legalized slaughter to crush any potential rivals. That was exactly why Korin decided to flip the whole system on its head. By officially joining the dojo trial, they could legally hunt down the 5 swords one by one under the guise of a rival dojo challenge. Her ultimate goal? A direct one-on-one duel with her terrifying older sister. If Arisha could actually win and declare her victory publicly, Lunya's faction wouldn't dare lay a finger on her ever again. And that was how this absolute madness started. The dojo registration fees, the daily operational costs, the exorbitant prices to hire mercenaries. Every single penny was happily funded by their resident sugar mommy, Marie. Though, there was a catch. Once they got the massive payout from that J-class mission, Arisha had to fork it over immediately. Meanwhile, Lunya found this whole rebellion incredibly amusing. "If you really wanted to survive," she mocked, "you should have run the second you saw my face." Lunya knew damn well this grand dojo challenge wasn't her timid little sister's idea. Standing face to face with her monstrous older sibling, all Arisha could do was sob in absolute terror. Her sister was just too overwhelmingly fast. That pathetic expression alone was all the proof Lunya needed to know that Korin Locke was the real mastermind. Seeing Arisha trembling like a leaf, Korin gently nudged her. "Hey, wasn't there something you wanted to say?" She was terrified, completely unsure if she could actually beat this monster. The absolute pinnacle, the first swordsman of the dojo masters, Lunya Arden. Gathering every ounce of her courage, Arisha issued her formal challenge as the new grandmaster of the Arden Dojo. I challenge you to a one-on-one duel." "A duel? Fine by me." Lunya smirked, her voice dripping with malice. But she gave a chilling warning. She absolutely would not be using a wooden sword or any non-lethal weapons. Despite the deadly stakes, Arisha stood her ground. She was ready. The first sword of Arden, Grand Disciple, Lunia Arden, versus the second sword master of Arden, Arisha Arden. It was finally time for the ultimate sisterly showdown. Watching closely, Marie couldn't help but gulp. She knew that even if she went all out and transformed into her full vampire lord state, Lunia was a monster she still wasn't completely sure she could defeat. Marie was deeply worried for the young girl, but Corin just smiled, fully trusting that Arisha could handle her own battles. At this point, the unshakable bond and mutual trust between Corin and Marie remained absolute. Lunia casually tossed him a heavy bag of coins. If this was just for dojo repairs, it was way too much, more like funding a whole corporate restructuring. But mid-sentence, she explosively dashed forward. Just her very first sword strike carried such terrifying power that both Corin and Marie's jaws hit the floor. Boom! The entire dojo shook violently as the two sisters clashed head-on. Even in the heat of battle, Arisha couldn't help but look at her older sister with pure admiration. Lunia's burning passion for the blade was as intense as ever. To Arisha, Lunia wasn't just a sister. She was her absolute idol. She looked exactly like a legendary hero stepping straight out of a fairy tale. A majestic hero, just like their grandfather, the great sword king Garand Arden, the very legend she grew up hearing about. But compared to her glorious sister, Arisha felt like she was nothing but the unwanted daughter of a concubine. Her mother had tragically died giving birth to her, and her own father treated her like a shameful stain on the family name. To that cold-hearted man, the only thing that held any real value was the pure, unyielding bloodline of the great Sword King. Elisa used to light up with pure joy whenever she saw her big sister Lunia, but the day she first drew blood, everything fell apart. Lunia launched her first assault, stepping back before delivering a lightning-fast forward slash. She was moving exactly by the book. Despite her flawless offensive skills, nobody expected her to shift into a defensive stance. Elisa braced herself, barely blocking her sister's heavy strike. The sheer force of the blow sent her skidding backward. "Your footwork is as sloppy as ever," Lunia mocked coldly. Such a coward. Elisa had to use her speed to throw her sister off balance and force a close-range fight. But the truth was, Elisa was no match for her big sister. High sword, third form, Thunderbreaker. Thank God she dodged it. If that had connected, her head would have been cleanly severed. Desperate, Elisa lunged in and tackled her sister. She threw away her sword and used her whole body to strike. They both crashed to the ground. In a flash, Lunia landed a brutal kick right into Elisa's gut. She couldn't believe her little sister thought some cheap trick would actually work. Lunia raised her blade high and brought it crashing down. Elisa barely managed to parry the strike. Everything was playing out exactly like Corin had predicted. "If that's how it is, I'll hit you with a chain strike." By then, Lunia's arm was too numb to lift. "You fight well, but you're still way too green." A single kick from Lunia left Elisa gasping in pain. Lunia meant to end the fight right there, completely shocked when Elisa actually blocked it. The younger sister was finally catching up to Lunia's insane speed. And not just that, Elisa was beginning to see through her domain. This was the sister Lunia had been waiting for. She wanted to see the true nature her little sister had been denying, every ounce of her hidden talent. It seemed Elisa finally realized that the heat of battle wasn't some distant concept, but right here, right now. All right then, Lunia thought. Time to hit back. The two sisters charged at each other fiercely, flashes of their childhood memories rushing back. The very first day Elisa picked up a sword, she had looked up with sparkling eyes, hoping to one day become a master swordswoman just like her big sister. Elisa poured every last drop of her strength into the strike. As their blades clashed, a brilliant spark exploded like a dying star. The domain slash blew everything away in a massive shockwave. Corin and Marie held their breath as the dust settled. The winner had been decided. The victor of this brutal clash was none other than Elisa. Compared to a grandmaster like Lunia Aiden, Elisa's only real edge was her domain slash. Knowing this, Corin had drilled it into her head. Dodge, run, and buy as much time as possible until they were inside the domain. By breaking down the exact habits and attack patterns he remembered from his past life, Corin gave her the one and only opening to win. A pure domain clash. What nobody expected was that clashing inside the domain would actually shatter Lunia's blade. Alisa stood there, completely stunned. She couldn't believe she had just beaten her invincible sister. A deal was a deal. From now on, Lunia and her subordinates would stay out of her little sister's business. Trembling, Alisa rushed over to her. She must have been terrified. Alisa, the underdog everyone looked down on, had just humiliated the head of the family. It made sense she was terrified of how people would judge her sister now, and even more terrified that Lunia would turn her back on her forever in shame. But she didn't need to worry at all. Lunia simply turned around and warmly patted her little sister's head, just like she used to do when they were kids. Lunia Aiden. The first time Corin had met her in his past life was right before Marie's tragic accident. He was genuinely surprised to run into her this early in the timeline. Back then, Lunia had dedicated her life to hunting down Alisa's murderer, but she never found them because the true culprit all along had been Perrin. Even 3 long years after Alisa was killed, Lunia had relentlessly scoured the world for the killer. Every single year, she would visit her grave to mourn and pray for her precious sister. Did people honestly think she hated her little sister? Oh, she hated something all right. She hated seeing Alisa act lazy, unfocused, and so annoyingly clingy, because she knew that if she didn't push her, no one else would be there to wipe away her tears when the harsh world broke her. Lunia never actually hated Alisa. No matter what happened, even if her little sister grew strong enough to completely surpass her, she would silently stand behind her and smile proudly. That was the Lunia that Corin remembered. Tears welled up in Alisa's eyes as she felt her sister's gentle touch. "You've grown so much," Lunia whispered softly, and just like that, the great Lunia Aiden accepted her defeat. System alert: Alisa Aiden versus Lunia Aiden. Difficulty: B rank. Reward: Aura reputation upgraded from low mid to mid tier. Max mana increased by 600, and 40 stat points were evenly distributed. The next day, as the two of them sat down to chat, Alisa confessed. She said she was terrified of fighting, yet a dark part of her couldn't help but smile during the thrill of battle. That sick realization was exactly why she avoided combat. She felt like she was turning into a monster. Terrified of facing Lunia's expectations, she played the fool, slacking off and taking only the easiest basic missions to hide her true self. Now that she'd won, she was officially next in line as the heir to the Auden family. But that also meant Lunia's fiercely loyal subordinates would constantly be on guard against her. Alisa worried that if she kept running away, the bond with her sister would eventually sever forever. But Corin immediately shot that idea down. "Sure, things might get a little awkward and a bit of distance might grow between you two," he said gently. "But family isn't something that just breaks that easily. At the end of the day, you're sisters." He then chuckled, admitting she had done a hell of a lot better than he did as a kid, getting his face smashed in by neighborhood bullies every single day. "The hardest part wasn't the bruised ribs or bloody noses," Corin sighed. "It was the burning hatred I had for myself for being too much of a coward to fight back." Compared to that pathetic version of him, Alisa was incredibly strong. He sincerely hoped she would learn to hold her head high and be proud of who she was. Alisa tilted her head in confusion. They were exactly the same age, so why the heck did he sound like some wise, tired old man giving her life advice? He spoke with the heavy weight of a man who had seen too much of the world, and she could feel it in her bones. Of course, there was absolutely no way she could know the truth. Corin had lived 14 years longer than her, and if you stacked up all his past life memories, this kid was actually a 50-year-old veteran. Alisa warmly thanked Corin for everything he had done today, and then dropped a bombshell. She thanked him for the incident in the forest, too. When that mysterious savior had rescued her back then, the voice, the belt, she knew without a doubt it was Corin Locke. Beaming with gratitude, Alisa told him she owed him her life. "So, if you ever need absolutely anything," she promised enthusiastically, "just say the word." Corin's proposal was just to be friends. That unexpected request caught her totally off guard. She had never actually had a boyfriend before, so she figured this was a step in the right direction. You know, a friend who just happens to be a guy. She was genuinely thrilled to have such a dependable guy by her side. It felt like justice was finally being served to the wicked. A bright future awaited the righteous. Kids could just be kids, and everyone would finally have better options in life. Meanwhile, Isabel Kamen had been a nervous wreck lately, because her friend Marriott had caught a certain guy's eye. This dude was practically ready to drop to his knees and offer up his own blood bags, or even bare his neck for her. Even though Marriott politely turned him down, mentioning she already got her daily blood bags from Professor Josephine, Isabel still found the whole thing incredibly irritating. That idiot and his cheesy lines were clearly making Marriott uncomfortable. But since this kind of thing happened every single day, Marriott didn't really see it as a big deal. The one who really got under Isabel's skin was Corin Locke. He was a freshman who had been getting way too close to Marriott lately. Sure, he was just some crude grade 5 knight, but that wasn't the point. The fact that he could actually hold his ground against a master swordswoman like Lunia Aiden proved the guy had some serious talent. But what really drove her crazy was seeing Marriott and Corin slip into a room together and lock the door. God only knew what those two were doing in there. Isabel pressed her ear against the door, straining to catch their conversation. Inside, Corin was bringing up his previous proposal about the plot of land they acquired when registering for the dojo, since the area was currently under reconstruction after being severely damaged. He had this grand idea of building an inn right on that spot. If she was willing to invest, he practically guaranteed that their profits would triple at the very least. Who knows, maybe they'd strike it rich. Listening to this, Isabel was convinced this bastard was just using Marriott for her money. Later, at the training room, Isabel tracked Corin's every move. She spotted Elisa, the second daughter of the Auden family, chatting him up. They were talking about the food at Holy Bamboo, a super fancy restaurant. This made Isabel even more furious. Wasn't that place a famous date spot? This absolute playboy had just been flirting with Marriott, and now he was already setting up a date with another girl. She was so pissed off that she actually lost her grip and fell straight down. But her sheer, unadulterated hatred for Corin didn't drop one bit. Not only was he two-timing, but he was also sweet-talking them out of their money. How despicable. The very next afternoon at the restaurant, Corin was spotted having a meal with Warren. The two of them were sharing sushi and barbecue, and wouldn't you know it, he brought up money and pitched the exact same investment scheme to her too. Isabel continued her stealthy surveillance. Finally, she came to the undeniable conclusion Corin Locke was an unbelievable scam artist and a total scumbag. Between the guild registration fees for renovating the dojo, the daily mercenary wages, taxes, and God knows what else, he had blown through 97 gold coins during the battle with Lunia. Converted to Korean currency, that was roughly 100 million won, and he owed all of this to Marriott. He was incredibly grateful for her help. He never expected her to just hand over a whopping 100 gold coins like that. Do mages really make that much money? That was exactly what he was thinking. Lunia had chipped in 50 gold coins for the reconstruction, and Elisa had scored 100 gold coins from her latest dungeon raid. Warren also had plenty of funds managed by her followers, while Yun-El and Jer had their own savings. Even Doron, that money-obsessed bastard, had a massive fortune stashed away. By the end of it all, Corin had managed to scrape together 550 gold coins. With that much capital, he bought up the entire plot of land. Sure, right now it was just a barren wasteland on the outskirts of the city, but by the second semester they'd be hosting a friendly exchange festival right here with the Boromai Academy from the Eastern Continent. That would be the absolute peak season for the hospitality business, with tourists flooding in from all over the continent. An investment of just a few hundred gold coins could be easily earned back in barely 2 weeks. Corin was a true entrepreneur and a regressor. Knowing the future meant he had to leverage insider info exactly like this. He was going to sweep all the money in the world right into his own pockets. Meanwhile, the chairman was having a serious talk with Professor Josephine. It seemed the stance of the Holy Church, the royal family, and the Magic Association toward their academy wasn't exactly favorable. But that wasn't something they could just fix overnight. Professor Josephine assured him that their order would fully support the chairman's decisions. She firmly believed that opportunities should be given to everyone. When the chairman decided he needed to step out for a bit, the professor immediately offered to go in his place. The chairman shot the idea down. Anywhere else might have been fine, but dealing with the Holy Church was definitely not meant for her. He told her to just look after the academy while he was away. If anything went wrong, she was to use the emergency communication network. Alone in the office, Professor Josephine sat down and reviewed the latest reports. The vampire renewable energy experiment? Denied. The construction rights for the third dormitory? Postponed. Next up was a report from Corin Locke. The professor was completely caught off guard. What on earth is that boy plotting now? music. It turned out to be Corin Locke's formal request for land allocation to harvest mandrakes. Over at the laboratory on the west side of the academy, Corin was meticulously tending to his mandrake patch. Elisa was totally baffled. Were they seriously going to harvest mandrakes in a place like this? All she knew was that those things let out a blood-curdling scream the moment they were pulled from the dirt. So, protecting your ears before uprooting them was an absolute must. Otherwise, your eardrums would literally burst. You absolutely had to wear high-quality earmuffs, and it was highly recommended to harvest them in a wide open space. So, both of them put on special E-black earmuffs made from silver fox leather. Corin simply couldn't harvest the mandrake all by himself. He needed one person to grab the flower and pull it straight up by the root, while the other quickly sliced the root off from the stem. Because as long as the body and the root were connected, that damn mandrake would just keep screaming its head off. This was actually his fourth time harvesting mandrakes. In his past life, he and Perrin had always tackled this job together. Finally, after pulling with every ounce of strength he had, Corin managed to yank the mandrake out of the ground. But seriously, why the hell was this thing so incredibly ugly? The moment it surfaced, it started shrieking. Corin yelled at Elisa to slice the root off immediately. But little did he know, Elisa was already foaming at the mouth from the sheer volume of the screeching. That's what you get for not wearing your earmuffs properly. Guess he had to do it himself. They say if a dog bites you, you bite it back to assert dominance. So he decided to just get into a screaming match with the damn plant. You think you're the only one who can scream? My scream is way more terrifying than yours. With that, Corin hurled it straight into the air, and with one clean slash, completely severed its body from the root. That ginseng root slammed its mouth shut right away too. Man, finally done with that. Is harvesting ginseng seriously this terrifying? And don't even get me started on the girl next to him. He dragged her all the way here, and she's completely useless. Looking back at the pile of ginseng, Corin actually started to panic. He wanted to keep going until he snagged a silver ginseng, but one more round of that, and he swore he'd pass out. Suddenly, someone called out his name, which was weird considering he'd put up a "Do Not Enter" sign. Turns out it was Marie. According to her schedule today, she was supposed to be running tests in the lab, but it got way too noisy outside, so she just jumped down to check it out. Oh, someone's jealous, taking a leap from the 12th floor just to see what Corin was up to with another girl. Corin quickly explained, "We're just harvesting ginseng." Marie was super excited and wanted to join in, but after that last jump scare, Corin was totally drained. She didn't even notice and just casually walked over to harvest them. Corin was sweating bullets because normally only a knight has the precision to cut them safely. But before he could even finish his sentence, Marie just casually yanked out a silver ginseng like it was nothing. Corin's face went completely pale. If she heard that mandrake-like screech, her soul would probably leave her body. But the second that ginseng came out, before it could even let out a peep, Marie sliced its top off in one clean swoop. Turns out she had a whole ginseng garden back home. Just this year alone, she'd already harvested 30 of them. Absolutely insane, right guys? She then decided to boil a pot of water to brew the medicine. She asked Alicia to go find something they could munch on. You know, like rabbit meat and potatoes. Alicia instantly saluted, completely obeying her captain. Meanwhile, Corin was just standing there, having no clue what he was supposed to do. But don't worry, because Sugar Mommy Marie wasn't about to let him lift a finger. She was going to handle everything. There are two ways to absorb the ginseng. The first is just eating it raw, like normal. However, the absolute best way is to brew it into an elixir. You mix in red-rooted amaranth, silver vine leaves, goji berry roots, deer antler velvet, and 28 other ingredients. After that, you boil the whole thing for over 10 hours. Doing that creates the ultimate ginseng elixir. While everyone else was busy working and Corin was just sitting there twiddling his thumbs, he got bored and started tracing some weird symbols in the dirt. Marie immediately recognized them as ancient runes. She had no idea what they meant, but she'd definitely seen them before in her liberal arts class. She wondered where on earth Corin picked that up, since ancient runes were basically a dead language now, but the truth was, he had learned it all from his master. Just a few years back, he had learned both the ancient runes and his spear techniques from her. She was the one who passed down her martial arts and the original ancient runes to him. Out of those two things, he had actually managed to master the martial arts. But the ancient runes? That was a completely different story. because simply recognizing the runes didn't mean you knew how to wield them. Retrieving them and engraving the ancient runes directly onto your body, that was a power only one person in the world could use. In fact, one of the main goals of the final boss was to track down and claim these original runes for himself. While his master was trying to pass the runes down to him, she lost her life before she could even finish, and it was all because of that bastard. Marie couldn't help but wonder who Corrin's master really was. If she knew ancient runes, she must have been some high-ranking figure from the Mage Tower, right? But no. She was just an ordinary person, someone you'd walk past on the street every single day. A kind-hearted woman who simply always gave it her absolute best. Marie noticed that Corrin looked super down when thinking about his master. To cheer him up, she had her highest-ranking familiar bring the potatoes in. And that familiar was Dioku, the terrifying wolf monster from before. Wow, she had completely tamed that beast. Thanks to constantly sharing Corrin's blood, she had officially gained such a badass yet cute familiar. Honestly, it did look pretty adorable now. Wait, if it was formed from blood, then the blood running through its veins was definitely Corrin's, which technically meant Corrin was its baby daddy. Marie instantly blushed red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the father and son duo were just over there having the time of their lives playing together. This little vampire dog was insanely energetic. Finally, the ginseng elixir was perfectly brewed, and Corrin chugged it down right away. The system rang out. You have absorbed the ginseng elixir. Your mana regeneration has massively increased. Maximum mana increased by 1,300 points. Hell yeah! He had finally boosted his core stats. He then turned to the girls and told them to drink up too. This kind of elixir only works once per person. Ginseng is incredibly overpowered, sure, but its magical effects only trigger a single time. If he gave the leftovers to Hwaryun and the crew, they would definitely be thrilled. Now, all that was left was the platinum ginseng. Corrin decided to just eat the damn thing raw. The system immediately chimed in. You have absorbed the platinum ginseng. Your magic core has officially formed. A magic core is essentially the powerhouse that holds all of a knight's magical energy. Normally, you'd have to push your magic training to the absolute limits just to form one of these. But Corrin, he just got it on a silver platter. And once he reached the advanced level, he could even form multiple cores. Seriously, the effects of the silver ginseng were absolutely top tier. Alicia excitedly nudged Corrin, telling him to eat the golden one too so he could get even stronger. But it wasn't time yet. He planned to dig up and eat the golden ginseng later. After all the crazy events that went down during the school board meeting, Professor Hammond demanded that they completely reevaluate the abilities of the grade 5 student, Corrin Locke. Normally, a freshman who was only grade 5 wouldn't even be worth a second glance. Everyone was super confused about why they needed to reevaluate a student like that. But that was only because the upper year professors hadn't actually seen the first year midterm exams yet. Corrin Locke had gone head-to-head with the legendary swordmaster, Lunia Arden, and held his ground for a solid 3 minutes. No one believed it. They just thought she went easy on him. After all, why would a master swordswoman go all out during a kid's midterm exam? But the professor, he believed it. No one in this meeting thinks Lunia held back against Corrin Locke. One of them argued that raising his rank just based on a few midterm tests would be a bit too much. Even if there are grounds to doubt the kid's abilities, the rules state that a rank promotion can only be officially recognized once the final results are in. That is the law. Then let the association handle the official rank evaluation. He figured that simply re-evaluating him for an official guardian certificate would be enough. But if we do that, we'd have to change that kid's entire school schedule, and his homeroom professors as well. Another professor spoke up. Professor Heyman was the one who brought this up, not Instructor Heyman. Everyone suggested that Professor Heyman should just take on this task himself. He wanted to do exactly that, even though a rank 5 evaluation seemed way beyond his stats. His duel against Lunia Arden was truly spectacular. No matter how this professor with the highlighted hair looked at it, the kid's spearmanship was exactly like that person's technique. We really need to reevaluate him. Today, Corrin and Alisa had a class together, and they even sat right next to each other. But that seat belonged to Jaeger. Alisa quickly apologized and offered to change seats right away, but Jaeger told her it wasn't necessary. He acted all gallant on the outside, but the moment he sat down, he turned around and glared daggers at Corrin. He was so jealous. First, it was the most popular person in the academy. then the Potato Senior, then that super cute demon girl, and now even the Sword Emperor's granddaughter. He was dying of jealousy. Talk about main character energy. Korin was the only one living a life straight out of a romance anime. But what about Jaeger's youthful academy days? Why was the area around his seat so cold and utterly empty? The professor walked into the classroom and announced that the lesson was officially starting. As I mentioned in the last class, today we will be doing a group project. Everyone groaned in dismay. They absolutely hated group projects. The professor began to explain the assignment to the class. Since you are in the night department, I won't make you solve complex math problems, nor will I give you tasks like growing magic plants, like what the professors in the magic department might make you do. He snapped his fingers and a piece of paper materialized. The topic for this group project was spearmanship. No one had a clue why it was spearmanship. Elisa happily turned to Korin. Since spearmanship is your specialty, this assignment is going to be a breeze for you. But Korin remained dead silent. In his previous life, this group project was about boxing. Firmak Daman was a boxer. His signature style was that of a boxer who constantly shifted distances and closed in on his opponents. Combined with a special shadow ability, he was also a first-class knight from the VQU Academy in the north, famously known for his gauntlets engraved with ancient runes. Korin just couldn't figure out why this guy, Firmak, was suddenly teaching spearmanship. The man was incredibly sharp. Korin could sense that the professor was trying to test him. Firmak announced that this group project would involve selecting and researching a specific style of spearmanship. Afterward, the students would have time to demonstrate various spearmanship techniques. One student raised a question. Professor, wouldn't students who use a spear as their main weapon have an unfair advantage? He replied that he would account for this by adjusting the grading criteria and awarding bonus points. Each group will consist of 4 members and everyone will be drawn completely at random. They claimed this group project would encourage and evaluate the students' ability to work together. But in reality, the one who worked the hardest was the one who suffered the most. It was a battle to see who was more shameless. Doing a group project with people who didn't even know what they were supposed to do. Free riders, waiting for handouts, or those who suddenly had a dead grandparent. Korin had endured this torture for 4 years in his physical education major at university, and another 3 years at the academy. But this time was completely different. Jaeger Hinspeter, a rank 3 knight with outstanding physical abilities. His judgment wasn't bad at all, and he could perfectly execute whatever was asked of him. Elisa went without saying. She was an incredibly powerful sword prodigy. The final member was Warren. Although she had a slightly grumpy personality, she was actually quite hard-working. Lately, watching her focused expression in class had become a fun little hobby for Korin. With group members who were all incredibly strong and diligent, he could finally say goodbye to his traumatic group project past. He had booked the training room for 3 hours in advance, so now he was going to teach them the theory and attributes first. But it seemed like this training room wasn't in the best condition. Korin and Jaeger had been using this training room for 2 months now. The walls were completely made of high-density shock-absorbing materials, and they definitely weren't cheap. And yet, something like that got completely destroyed. Warren was an absolute menace. With just one punch, Korin had only told her to spar with Elisa to practice her spearmanship. So why on earth did she completely wreck the entire room? Looking at her face, she didn't even realize she had done anything wrong. Naturally, the whole group got kicked out of the training room. Now they had nowhere to practice, so, on Sunday, they headed to the church to reevaluate their approach to the group project. Korin let the members freely share their thoughts, but everyone just sat there in dead silence. Elisa apologized for what happened yesterday, saying she just couldn't control her strength. However, she had actually done a great job. At the very least, he could help her train. Korin's spearmanship was so flawless that simply mimicking his moves was enough to help Elisa master the basics. But that was only because she had such incredible observational skills. As for Jaeger, using a long weapon like a spear seemed to be quite a struggle. He had a hard time performing the spear spinning motion and just couldn't figure out the right form. Still, he was doing pretty well. If he could just learn the 8 basic spearmanship techniques, his mace-wielding skills would become much more versatile. As for Warren, she didn't seem to care at all, perhaps because he had incorporated so many of Earth's religions into the game. There were very similar customs here. Korin asked her about the church's affairs, specifically the goddess's Holy Communion. Attending the weekend church service was mandatory. So they had no choice but to attend the ceremony. She had volunteered to study to become a priestess alongside the other believers. She really was up there reading the Holy Scriptures. There were things she could actually learn from those mythological tales. The Catholic Church definitely had some outdated views, but they always taught their believers one identical message, and that was love. To love yourself, to love your friends and family, and to love those around you, to love and to be loved. Love is a powerful thing. Meanwhile, Elisa was still questioning why she had lost the day before. Warren didn't hold back at all. It's because you guys are just way too weak. You couldn't even put up a fight. I barely used any strength and you all completely fell apart. No matter how much you train, trash is still trash. The strong will always win. To Corin, she wasn't completely wrong, but that was a sentiment only the truly strong had the right to express. He challenged her to a bet. If he could make her fall to her knees within 1 minute, she would have to treat everyone to a huge meal. Warren confidently agreed, but casually brushed off any reward for herself, stating she was going to win no matter what. And so, the two of them got ready for the match, with Jaeger stepping up to give the starting signal. The other two were still totally clueless as to how things had escalated so quickly. Meanwhile, the fighters stepped into their starting positions. The moment the match began, Corin lunged forward like a striking panther. He decided to kick things off right away with his secret technique. His ultimate move, the Phantom Serpent's Intent. But Warren blocked it effortlessly. She really was as terrifyingly strong as the rumors claimed. Since that was the case, Corin unleashed the second step of the Roaring Wind Tiger. However, his weapon was completely shattered to pieces. Yet, even totally unarmed, he still radiated absolute confidence. Using his Phantom 8-step evasion, Corin moved like a ghost, making it utterly impossible for Warren to land a single hit. This was starting to make her incredibly annoyed. Losing her patience, she decided to end the match right then and there with a devastating right hook. If Corin took that hit head-on, he'd be stuck in the hospital for at least a month. Warren had even warned him to dodge, but the crazy guy actually wanted to try blocking it just to see what would happen. Corin braced himself, using the 8-step chain guard to take the heavy blow. Even though he managed to block it perfectly, every single muscle in his body felt like it was being crushed to dust. Warren was completely caught off guard by the fact that he didn't dodge, and in that split second of shock, Corin instantly vanished and reappeared right behind her. Warren's legs gave out, and she fell right to her knees. He actually did it. Refusing to accept her defeat, she demanded a rematch, but Corin just laughed. Not a chance in hell. Seeing his smug, teasing grin only made Warren even more furious. A few days later, it took some time, but Corin had finally figured out the exact capabilities of every single team member. He figured he could take it slow, teaching them spearmanship step by step to prepare for their upcoming group presentation. But out of nowhere, Warren suddenly requested a day off, claiming she was sick. What a load of nonsense. Getting sick at a time like this? She was clearly just making things difficult for him. Well, in a situation like this, a team leader has no choice but to bring out his secret weapon. He showed up right at her door, proudly presenting a piping hot, mouth-watering meal right in front of her. For a massive foodie like Warren, there was absolutely no way she could resist when delicious food was staring her right in the face. And just like magic, the food instantly cured her mysterious illness. Talk about an easy fix. Corin smiled and said, "A master chef doesn't take 30 minutes to finish a dish. It takes 10 years. From finding the freshest ingredients to prepping and perfecting every single detail, most chefs spend about 10 years honing their craft just to serve that one perfect meal to their customers." What he really meant was that he had spent 3 grueling years mastering his martial arts, all just to bring her to her knees that one single time. Her favorite food and his martial arts actually had a lot in common. Picking the absolute best ingredients was just like him choosing the perfect stance before launching an attack. Everything starts from the smallest, most foundational details. Corin gave her a bright, genuine smile, clearly wanting to make peace with her. Warren didn't say a single word. Instead, she just silently handed him a notebook. It was the research assignment he had given her earlier. She had actually finished the whole thing. Overjoyed, Corin affectionately patted her head. She might act all cold and prickly on the outside, but the fact that she actually did the work was a huge win in his book. Meanwhile, Elisa and Jaeger were also training their spearmanship to the bone. And thanks to Waran, they no longer had to worry about the research portion at all. They were finally fully prepared for the group presentation. Time flew by in a flash, and before they knew it, it was already the middle of May. It was officially the first week of the group presentations. The presentation order was completely randomized by drawing lots, and the team right before Corns had already started their showcase. This was Team 1, led by their captain, Pal. Team 1's topic for today was the 5-star spearmanship. Their preparation seemed incredibly solid, and their execution was practically flawless. After they finished their demonstration and received high praise from the professor, he suddenly decided he wanted to try breaking their formation himself. The top graduate of the Northern Guardian Academy and former first-class knight of the Elos Kingdom, Professor Merriman, was officially stepping into the ring. He declared that if any team could hold their ground against him for just 10 seconds, he would give them the highest possible grade for this assignment. Now, the real group evaluation had finally begun. Every single student was completely blindsided, as this surprise test was never mentioned in the syllabus. Moving at lightning speed, the professor launched a relentless barrage of punches, left hooks, right jabs, striking from every possible angle. His strikes were so incredibly fast that no one could even see his fists moving. They didn't even have time to raise their hands to block. One by one, the students were absolutely floored, groaning in pain on the ground. The professor sighed, noting that while they chose a good spearmanship technique, their lack of focused training was painfully obvious. Still, it wasn't terrible. A solid B grade would be enough for them. Team 2 was up next, but their morale was already completely shattered. How on earth were they supposed to fight against Professor Firm? Were they seriously just going to surrender without even trying? They brought out the lethal Northern 9 Dragon spearmanship, boasting strikes like 9 soaring dragons. But it was all utterly destroyed in seconds. The technique was just needlessly complicated and completely useless. Since the users hadn't even mastered the basics, what good was a flashy move going to do? Finally, Team 3 stepped up. This was Korenlock's team, with him leading the charge. They were going to demonstrate the legendary Lan Naja spearmanship, consisting of 6 distinct stances. The team began their demonstration flawlessly, deflecting an incoming strike, disarming the opponent's weapon, and delivering a fatal thrust while their guard was down. They nailed it perfectly. Seeing their success, Koren was so proud he could practically cry. Warren had clearly trained much harder than he ever expected. The professor even gave them high praise, noting how the team had completely eliminated all wasted movements in their combat. It looked simple on the surface, but the core execution of the technique was absolutely brilliant. Koren suggested that the whole team get ready for a bit more sparring, but the professor shook his head, specifically challenging Koren to a strict one-on-one duel. Koren instantly realized this had been the professor's true goal from the very beginning. The second Koren agreed, the professor blitzed forward like a bat out of hell. A lightning-fast left hook, immediately followed by a brutal right straight. It was a devastating combination specifically used by pro boxers to completely overwhelm their opponents. Normally, in this situation, you'd want to guard your right side to avoid taking massive damage. However, Koren noticed that the professor's body weight wasn't planted on his right pivot foot at all. All his weight was actually shifting to his left leg. Koren already knew the professor's secret. He was actually left-handed. Anticipating the true attack, Koren perfectly blocked the professor's heavy strike. The professor's movements completely shifted the moment he went head-to-head with him. The crowd was absolutely stunned. No one could believe that a mere rank 5 player was actually holding his own against Professor Firm's fearsome fists. The professor thought to himself in awe. With skills like this, you've already completely surpassed the level of every other student here. Now show me your true power. Give me everything you've got, not just these basic moves. That Lana spearmanship is incredibly unpredictable, but let's see how the hell you block this one. Pushed to the brink, the professor decided to unleash his ultimate move. The sheer pressure radiating from this attack was absolutely terrifying. Everyone in the room held their breath, their eyes wide open as they braced themselves to witness the ultimate clash. Yet Koren just stood there, completely unfazed. Firm instantly halted his attack. The professor couldn't figure out how this kid was still on his feet. As it turned out, the 10 seconds were already up. You must be pretty shocked, Professor, Koren thought. You've only been using your right hand up until now, but you're actually left-handed. Koren's flawless reactions today were entirely based on knowing the professor's dominant hand. It meant the professor was just trying to test his limits. Firm turned around to evaluate Group 3. When it comes to secret arts, fools only chase after complex techniques, he remarked. But in reality, mastering the basics is the true secret to success. And just like that, Group 3 scored a flawless A+. Absolutely freaking awesome. All hail Corin Locke and his glorious A+. Afterward, Firm asked to speak with him in private, assuring Corin there was no pressure. It was just a casual chat. The professor looked at him and asked, "Are you really a rank 5 knight?" Based on that sparring match, Corin's abilities were way beyond that of a mere rank 5. Corin humbly brushed it off, saying he was just a little sharper than his peers. But since Corin couldn't sense souls, he could only hunt evil spirits under very specific conditions. This meant he must have experienced some sort of profound awakening, pushing his raw power far above anyone else in his rank. Firm revealed that the faculty had already held a meeting to debate about him. They were discussing whether this student's true potential needed to be completely reevaluated. Corin would be assigned a few complex missions, and based on his performance, his official rank would be adjusted. His new rank would depend entirely on how he handled these tasks. Since Corin had already shown achievements and strength leaps and bounds beyond his level, the professors were willing to bend the rules and fast-track his promotion. Ranking up wouldn't hurt him anyway. Sure, the missions would definitely be a lot tougher. But with greater risks came much better rewards. Once promoted, he would be able to handpick high-level quests whenever he wanted. Normally, you would only be allowed to take on second-year missions once you actually became a second-year student. But now, things were different. Corin eagerly accepted the reevaluation. The first thing on his checklist was knocking out 2 specific missions involving monsters and evil spirits. Of course, the choice of which ones to take was entirely up to him. Right now, the Hunter Association had posted 4 different dungeon subjugation requests. Luckily, 2 were monster hunts and the other 2 were spirit exorcisms. His ultimate goal was to take down one of each, but he had to do it before the clock ran out. It was time for Corin to make his pick. The very next day, he headed out to a desolate forest where he met up with Professor Heyman. The place felt a little too gloomy for a cheerful good morning. Back in his youth, Professor Heyman used to bravely charge into the thick fog of this phantom forest to hunt down monsters. Give the guy a single compliment, and he immediately starts flexing, launching into a long tale about his glory days in the Western Dead Forest. Still, hearing epic stories directly from the legendary old Heyman gave Corin some solid insight. The professor finally got down to business. Your first target is a monster lurking in the western mountains of the City of Mist. A 2-headed ogre. It is slow, but incredibly lethal. Corin was a bit puzzled. Normally, a 2-headed ogre was a solid rank 1 threat, so why was this one only classified as a semi-rank 1? Turns out, it hadn't fully matured yet, which bumped down its threat level. According to Heyman's intel, this beast had actually been raising a pack of wild wolves and other low-tier monsters to act as its loyal minions. Going in for a frontal assault was basically a death wish. A truly skilled hunter couldn't just rely on brute strength. They needed brains too. Hammond would be evaluating every single move Corin made during this hunt. The scene shifted to the western mountains of the City of Mist, specifically the dark cave where the 2-headed ogre made its lair. No one, not even old Heyman or the association staff, was going to step in and help him. Sure, they might intervene if Corin was about to be brutally murdered, but if that happened, he could kiss his promotion goodbye. Heyman asked Corin to share his tactical assessment of the situation. The young knight began his analysis. Based on the tracks scattered around the area, it was clear that the ogre and the wild wolves were traveling together. They had to be sharing a den nearby. There were 3 wolves in the pack in total, but Corin only spotted the paw prints of 2 wolves walking alongside the ogre. The third one is likely a female, and she seems to be pregnant, he deduced. Crouching down, he carefully inspected the dirt. Instead of paw prints, he found drag marks from a freshly killed monster. This meant their prey hadn't been eaten on the spot. It was being dragged somewhere else. Neither ogres nor wild wolves were known for storing their food for later. They must be bringing food back to a pack member who can't move, he concluded. What an absolutely brilliant deduction. Impressed, Heyman asked how he planned to take down the 2-headed ogre and its canine bodyguards. Corin's strategy was simple. First, he needed to separate the ogre from the wolves. They were just monsters, sure, but they had incredibly sharp senses. To outsmart them, he was going to use the greatest weapon ever gifted to humanity. That weapon was his brain. Honestly, you almost had to feel bad for those monsters. Korin was an absolute mastermind at this kind of stuff. Even though humanity had expanded its influence and taken control of the world, there were always lurking threats in the shadows. Demonic entities constantly slithered their way into the mortal realm, and the supposed ruler of this forest was just one of those very beasts. Acting like a tyrant, the two-headed ogre controlled a territory where few humans ever dared to set foot. As far as the beast was concerned, this dark forest was its personal kingdom. But suddenly, its loyal long-haired hounds noticed something was terribly wrong. A vital member of their pack was missing. The female, who had just given birth and couldn't even walk, had vanished without a single trace. Panic set in as they realized the mother and her defenseless pups had been completely snatched away. The pack erupted into a state of absolute primal fury. The enraged roars of the forest ruler and his feral pawns shook the very trees to their roots. Consumed by blind rage, the two male wolves let out deafening, blood-curdling howls. They had to hunt down the intruder. They had to save their mate. The frantic hounds relentlessly tracked the kidnapped female's scent, with the massive ogre stomping right behind them. With every step, her scent grew stronger and stronger. They could even pick up the vile stench of the intruder who dared to take her. As always, they truly believed that absolutely nothing in this forest could stand in their way. It was time to make this foolish trespasser pay the ultimate price for disrespecting the ruler of the forest. But as they finally tracked her down, they froze. What they saw was the female wolf lying pinned to the dirt, letting out a weak, heartbreaking whimper. The female nudged her mate, checking if he was safe, and they desperately tried to help their young escape. But suddenly, a strange light pierced straight into the sky. The very trees around them became deadly weapons. Vines snapped, and massive logs hurled straight at them. This was no longer just a hunt, it was a slaughter. Now they had to run for their lives. With the forest destroyed, only one safe haven remained. Panting heavily, they tried to catch their breath. Poor beasts, they had no idea just how cruel humans could be. A massive explosion ripped through the forest, incinerating them all. As for that bastard orc, he had just lost his most loyal subordinates. The tyrant's furious roar echoed throughout the forest. More massive logs came crashing down, but a cheap trap like that wasn't going to scratch a monster like him. He was the undisputed ruler of this forest, but little did he know, the real hunt had just begun. This two-headed ogre wasn't just a tyrant. He was a born hunter. His first head had eagle-like vision, while the second had an unmatched sense of smell. Bound together by a thirst for revenge over their fallen long-haired hounds, tracking down the culprit would be a piece of cake. If anything, it was way too easy. The trail left behind was ridiculously obvious. This cocky bastard didn't even bother to hide his footprints or mask his scent. Hard to believe the ferocious long-haired hounds were wiped out by an amateur like this. But contrary to expectations, after a full day of tracking, the ogre still couldn't find his prey. The tracks were fresh, yet no matter how relentlessly the ogre chased them down, the guy was nowhere to be found. Every time he felt like he was right on the bastard's heels, he just slipped away. Pushing his growing unease aside, he set up camp for the night, only to be ambushed. It would have been a flawless sneak attack had one of his heads not sensed the danger. His second head jolted awake as a barrage of rocks rained down from the sky. The ogre only suffered a few minor scrapes. That seemed to be the extent of the strike, but the harassment was far from over. Every single time he was about to drift off, another hail of rocks would come crashing down. After a few rounds of this, he tried to just ignore it, since they barely did any damage anyway. That is, until flaming rocks were hurled at him, setting his camp ablaze. Despite raging all through the night and tearing the forest apart until dawn, his prey kept leaving taunting clues without ever showing its face. 3 agonizing days passed like this. Finally, it dawned on him. He was the one being hunted. Realizing the tables had turned, that he was no longer the predator but the prey, a deep mix of humiliation and boiling rage consumed him. And then the source of all his misery finally stepped out. Korin stood there, casually yawning, and gave a lazy little wave. Time to wrap this up. The moment he appeared, the monster charged at him without a second thought. But Korin leaped into the air and brought down a devastating strike. The ogre planned to wait for the exact moment the boy landed to smash his tiny body into a pulp with his 2-meter birch club. But Korin's second stance, Crimson Strike, completely shattered that plan, leaving the monster howling in agony. 8 trigrams Chaos Palm. This was the finishing blow. The terrifying tyrant who once ruled the forest had just been hunted down by a mere human. Korin sighed in disappointment. He had gone through all the trouble of gathering his inner chi, only for the monster to be this incredibly weak. Well, at least the job was done. 3 days earlier, he and Marie had a heart-to-heart chat. Korin looked right at her and asked, "If you trust me, Marie, just how far are you willing to go for me?" That bold question nearly gave Marie a nosebleed. Flustered, she immediately declared she would follow him to the very end. Absolutely to the very end. He had a plan and desperately needed Marie's help. "All right, let me explain what we are going to do starting tomorrow. It will be you, me, and Alyssa." Hearing that name instantly ruined Marie's mood. Why did that annoying girl have to third-wheel their special plan? Even though she was a veteran guardian and a special-grade vampire who had lived through a turbulent youth, deep down, she was still a maiden in love. Korin's easily misunderstood choice of words was more than enough to make her heart race. But she wasn't stupid. This boy was always one step ahead, perfectly planning and reacting to every situation before it even happened. Whether it was saving her life or helping Alyssa out, she was truly grateful for his unwavering dedication. But just how much did this boy actually know, and how far did his foresight reach? She couldn't help but wonder. Still, since she was already hopelessly head over heels for him, she blinded herself to the logic and happily followed the call of her one-sided love. Meanwhile, the reason mages were so desperate to become professors at the academy wasn't just for the massive archives in the Grand Library. It was for the colossal research facility at the west end of the campus, and the ultimate dream-tier materials hidden inside. That included special-grade monsters that were completely immortal and could only be sealed away. Back to the present, Professor Park and Dina were deep in discussion. Dana asked if Park had seen the giant boar that had swallowed an entire iron mine, along with the core entity of the forest, both of which were currently locked up down here. Professor Park was aiming to write a groundbreaking thesis on the influence of the demon realm, specifically how low-ranking demonic entities and dark aura impacted the human world. To pull this off, he needed to carve ancient runes directly onto a special-grade monster. Dina was absolutely thrilled, as it was insanely rare to find a mage fluent in ancient runes these days. Thank goodness they had Korin. Ancient runes were practically a dead language, lost to the passing of time, and almost no one alive could decipher them. Not to mention, they were incredibly impractical to use in actual combat. But with an absolute powerhouse like Marie, Professor Dina was stunned that a special-grade vampire had actually volunteered to help with her experiment. It was an epic clash between two special-grade anomalies, the ultimate face-off between Act 1's boss, Donilev, and Act 2's boss, the Iron Mine King. But moving on, the very next mission was the Haunted House. Back in the original game, this was just a simple side quest you could pick up during the second semester. But to exorcise the Grade 1 evil spirit haunting the place, you had to dodge a relentless barrage of flying furniture, locate a hidden magic circle deep in the basement, and destroy it. The actual difficulty of this mission was completely absurd compared to how simple it sounded. Veteran players affectionately dubbed it the Nightmare House. It was the ultimate test to prove you were a true hardcore gamer. But there was one massive handicap. You couldn't actually sense the spirit's presence. Normally, a warrior like Korinlock wouldn't be able to sense spirits at all, but this time was the golden exception. It was Duke Kaania, or rather, the vengeful spirits that had possessed the magical tools inside the haunted laboratory. A poltergeist phenomenon would trigger the moment the haunting took effect, meaning the spirit could physically manipulate everything inside, whether it was the professors, Korin, or anyone else. They couldn't just casually exercise it using holy prayers. So, Korin's brute force strategy was to grab his spear, vault into the air, smash the target, and rip the core completely out to sever its connection. Next, a quick jump backward to dodge an incoming attack. He aimed his spear dead ahead and smashed right through the wands through the window in an explosion of glass. He slid smoothly to dodge the flying shards and bolted straight for the door. The moment he was inside, he slashed the grandfather clock on the top right. 3 aerial strikes later, he shattered the deadly nails shooting from the staircase. Without even looking up, he kept charging forward. Right in the middle of the basement, next to the glowing magic circle, sat a weird floating board. The second it flew at him, he effortlessly sliced it clean in half. Then, he completely obliterated the magic circle, drastically weakening the spirit's psychic grip on the house. Spotting a candle on the top right, he delivered a spinning kick and unleashed his Kenna spear combined with Hegel's fire. Next up, the third floor. The door blew off its hinges. Boom! A cursed painting came flying at him randomly, so he had to stay on his toes to dodge it. After that, a massive, unmovable wall blocked the way, followed by a swarm of flying plates that inflicted a nasty tetanus debuff if they hit. But after surviving that insane gauntlet, no more cursed furniture would come flying his way. Meanwhile, watching this absolute speedrun madness, the professors were left staring in shock, thinking, "Who the hell is this kid?" And to their absolute astonishment, every single ancient fire rune he had secretly carved along the way activated all at once. The entire haunted house erupted in flames, allowing him to casually stroll out safely. Because of course, cool guys don't look at explosions. He looks pretty badass, not gonna lie. If the teachers heard about this, their jaws would drop straight to the floor. That was a magical trial that even a second-class mage couldn't even scratch, and yet Corinlock actually pulled it off. After muttering to himself for a bit, he just stood there, laughing like an absolute maniac. I mean, look at him. This was the ultimate strategy left behind by the legendary streamer who once shook the entire Korean streaming world. That's exactly why he was so confident he could clear it. The professor walked over to Corin, patting him on the shoulder to congratulate him. After a stunt like that, there was absolutely no doubt he'd be officially recognized as a grade 1. There's a nearby port city named S, which happens to have an amazing restaurant. The professor actually invited him to go grab a bite there together. If they really served raw fish there, then it meant that thing had to be there too. And that was the real reason he chose to raid the evil spirits in this specific region. The professor threw an arm around his shoulder, excitedly chatting about their upcoming meal and hyping up a fantastic fresh fish joint. Meanwhile, Corin casually glanced behind a nearby tree trunk. His familiar Diog was also secretly tailing its master. Sutton, it's 88 years ago, up in the extreme north of the continent on the freezing peninsula. Even though it was a bitterly cold wasteland, an unimaginable wealth of natural resources lay buried beneath the ice. The frozen peaks held such massive ore deposits that people simply called them the Iron Mountains. The pioneer miners who braved the polar region in search of gold and iron witnessed something absolutely unbelievable. A massive herd of wild boars, literally devouring the iron ore. It was a monster that devoured everything in its path, the demonic beast of the Dingle Peninsula, the Iron Mountain King. That was the very first time it had ever laid eyes on humans. Meanwhile, Elisa was sprinting frantically toward the fourth floor laboratory, panicking because she had completely overslept. She absolutely could not be late. Corin had made that perfectly clear to her just a few days ago. Down on the first floor of the lab, Marie was busy brewing an elixir when Elisa burst in. "I'm just doing some light testing over the break, nothing too serious," her senior explained. Elisa mentioned that Diogo told her Marie wanted to see her, which was exactly why she was here. It turned out Corin had actually asked Marie to explain a few things to Elisa. Marie then handed the younger girl a small vial of liquid. "You could basically call this an elixir," she said, but Elisa didn't really care about the details. If it was good for her body, she was obviously going to chug the whole thing in one go. But Marie frantically stopped her. "Wait, it's really hot. You need to sip it slowly," Marie warned. After all, she still needed to verify if it was actually safe to drink. The moment the words left her mouth, Elisa made a strange face. It wasn't toxic. It was just unbelievably delicious, like a perfect home-cooked meal. So, it was tasty, perfectly safe, and completely non-toxic. With that out of the way, Marie shifted to the real reason Corin sent her, an impending threat, the King of the Iron Mountain. The demonic beast currently sealed away right here in the laboratory. The Iron Mountain King. Elisa ran as fast as her legs could carry her, her mind racing with confusion. She had no idea why Corin had summoned her, but that didn't matter right now. She just needed to get there, and fast. Down in the fourth floor basement lab, Marie was mid-conversation with the professor. He asked her what she thought was the biggest difference between regular monsters and special demonic beasts. Marie immediately thought of raw power. After all, overwhelming strength was an absolute given for these special entities. But one of their most terrifying abilities was the power of domination. Certain demonic beasts just gave off a completely different aura compared to the ordinary ones. In theory, these were classified as alpha entities. Unlike normal beasts, they were vastly superior in strength and could seize absolute control over others. An alpha could easily bend others to its will, though usually this domination didn't work across completely different species. However, for special demonic beasts, it absolutely did. A special demonic beast could effortlessly control any lesser monster, and unfortunately, Marie had a first-hand experience with this. She recalled the time she had escaped the hunting grounds, driven completely mad by thirst, forcing other monsters to literally offer up their blood to her. Yet, Marie's perspective differed slightly from the professor's theory. It's a little different from true domination, she thought. Back then, rather than directly controlling their minds, she had simply weaponized their fear. The professor continued his explanation. There were three main categories: monsters, evil spirits, and demi-humans. While these were the foundation, the alpha trait affected each of them very differently. However, the idea of her commanding demi-humans was highly unlikely. That area still required a lot more research. Demi-humans possessed intelligence rivaling or even exceeding humans, so standard domination just wouldn't work on them. But enough with the theory, it was time to move on to the practical test. The staff began bringing out the tusked ghouls for the experiment. The goal here was to test the true extent of a monster's alpha trait. Specifically, if Marie could freely harness this power. Theoretically, humanity would be able to control almost any monster or evil spirit out there. This experiment was on a much grander scale than Marie had imagined, deeply satisfying her own curiosity as a mage. If they succeeded, humanity would finally have the upper hand in defending against demonic threats. Now it was time for Marie to test her domination on the tusked ghouls. Standing before them with a fiercely intimidating glare, she commanded the entire pack to step forward. The wild boars crept out of their iron cages one by one. She ordered them to stop and lie down, expecting them to follow her command. However, instead of obeying, they just collapsed and started rolling frantically all over the floor. Marie was a bit bewildered and turned back to question the professor. Professor Dana suggested that this was simply the communication limit between a demi-human and a regular monster. Low-tier monsters just lacked the brainpower to comprehend complex orders. So, for the next phase, they were going to see if things were any different when dealing with monsters of the exact same species. The professor stepped up to release the seal on the Alpha King, chanting ancient runes of unbinding. They decided to unseal the massive Monster King first, and the moment the Alpha was free, the lesser boars instantly became way more bloodthirsty. Defensive barriers 1, 3, and 7 were instantly activated, followed by reinforcing the chains on seals 4 and 6. Completely losing control, the wild boars violently charged straight at the two of them. Luckily, Marie was still able to easily handle the situation. But suddenly, a massive commotion broke out, followed by blaring emergency alarms. The monster in cage A107 had escaped. Professor Dina froze in terror. That monster, it was Manto. It bared its razor-sharp fangs and lunged right at the crowd. Marriott reacted in a flash, unleashing a barrage of arrows from her blood spear. But the beast was way too fast. While she was still scrambling, trying to figure out her next move, Professor Fermac descended like an absolute god, delivering a brutal left hook right to the monster's jaw, followed up with a destructive spiral. But even after taking it down, Fermac couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. Suddenly, the entire lab violently shook. A staff member sprinted over in an absolute panic, screaming that the monsters were breaking out, violently ramming themselves against their cells. Dina scrambled to manually override Terminal Z-17, triggering the large-scale anti-monster ward and the sealing magic. The professor's plan was to reseal the Iron Mountain King, while simultaneously activating the containment protocol. Sure, they'd lose a chunk of their research funding, but right now, survival was the only priority. She gritted her teeth, believing she could pull this off. But all around her, the research team was descending into pure chaos. Team 2 can't activate the magic circle, someone yelled. And worse, the sealing ward was completely unresponsive too. Someone had intentionally destroyed the sealing circle. And right at that moment, the massive chains binding the Iron Mountain King shattered into pieces. The beast was officially loose. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the disaster, Corin and his teacher were treating themselves to a luxurious top-tier meal down in Kansas City. The only reason he was feasting like a king in the middle of the day was because old man Hammond had dragged him to a famous sashimi restaurant to celebrate his promotion. Feeling the vibe, Korin casually asked if they could order some booze. But the thing is, Korin Locke was still a third-year student, meaning his chances of legally drinking were basically zero. Seriously, why were these taverns so incredibly strict about checking IDs? This weird blend of medieval and early modern eras had some pretty interesting yet frustrating laws. Oh, the absolute tragedy of not being able to enjoy fried chicken and cold beer, like back in the modern world. To think that Korin, a guy from a country with the highest daily alcohol consumption, was now completely banned from drinking. Desperate times called for desperate measures, so he started spinning a philosophical tale. You know, in the East, they say drinking is an art you must learn from a true elder, he said, putting on the most sincere, innocent voice imaginable. He buttered up the old man, begging his teacher to be the one to guide him in the ways of alcohol. Hearing this, Professor Hammond's eyes practically sparkled with emotion. He never expected this brat to look up to him with such deep, caring admiration. This definitely isn't just some teenage craving for booze, Hammond thought. This boy, he genuinely just wants to bond with me. And just like that, Korin's master plan worked flawlessly. A fresh, cold glass of alcohol was poured right to the brim. This guy was a seasoned veteran, yet he still fell hook, line, and sinker for a kid's trap. But just as Korin reached for the glass, a sudden noise, the sharp barking of a hound, made him freeze in terror. Who else could it be but that damn watchdog? Korin's heart shattered into a million pieces, his face practically streaming with imaginary tears. He had waited so agonizingly long for just one drop of liquor, only to be stopped by a stupid dog. Meanwhile, back at the lab, the situation was spiraling completely out of control. The Iron Mountain King had fully broken out. Fermac whipped around to face Marriott, panic flashing in his eyes. They had to stop this thing immediately, or the entire facility would be wiped off the map. Marriott didn't hesitate, summoning her crystal spear and hurling it straight at the massive beast. But before the spear even grazed its skin, the crystal completely shattered. The attack barely did any damage. It wasn't even enough to scratch an itch on that gigantic mutant boar. Professor Fermac couldn't just stand there and watch. "I'll handle the rest," he roared, throwing his entire body weight into a devastating punch at the monster. But the moment his fist connected, he felt absolutely zero impact. Looking at its absolute unit of a body, this fat pig's hide was just way too thick for physical blows to work. Taking a barrage of punches didn't hurt it, but it definitely pissed it off. The beast let out a furious roar, unleashing a wave of ancient magic. The professor was blasted backward, slamming violently into a boulder. Pure pandemonium broke out as alarms blared nonstop. With the Iron Mountain King's seals completely broken, countless other terrifying monsters began pouring out of their iron cages. The lab frantically triggered the emergency protocols. Code Red. Evacuate all personnel immediately. Security teams, fall back. Activate all defensive wards and deploy the spirit golems to the front line, they screamed. Deploy the golem squad. Initiate lockdown. Whatever you do, do not let those beasts escape the facility. Standing right in the path of the golem squad was the Poison Dragon, a terrifying rank 1 demonic beast alongside the mighty king of rank 1 beasts. Even the heavy-duty golem squad was getting completely overwhelmed by this nightmare. The command center screamed for emergency backup. Without the magic circles online, there was absolutely no way they could hold back these high-tier monsters. Dina was sweating bullets. If these things broke out into the academy, they'd have authorization to carpet bomb the area with wide-scale paralysis lightning. But before she could think further, a massive horned beast completely ignored the crossfire and charged directly at her. Right at the brink of death, two swords shot out from nowhere, violently piercing clean through the monster's flesh. Dina stood completely frozen, eyes wide in absolute shock. It was Doran who had stepped in to save her. Doran just smirked. "I'm just here for a little hands-on combat experience," he said calmly, before turning to the horde. "If you ugly bastards think you're tough enough, come get some." The monsters roared in a frenzy and charged, but were instantly crushed beneath a terrifying storm of multicolored swords. Suddenly, one of the beasts unleashed a devastating torrent of dark flames from its jaws. But in a split second, scattered metallic debris magnetized together, rapidly assembling into a massive scrap golem fortress to block the blast. Krenel's face lit up with pure joy. He was actually fully controlling it. The technique was flawlessly working. The bizarre method Korin had taught him was actually paying off. Just a few days ago, Korin had pounded it into his head that raw stamina was the absolute key to leveling up his magic, dragging Crannel into the training room for some hellish, hardcore conditioning. Korin had even shared some advanced golem control techniques. He casually claimed he just read it in some library book, and the price for passing down this secret knowledge? Crannel had to take a little field trip to the lab today. But the scrap golem fortress was slowly being pushed back. The monster glaring down at them was a rank 1 beast, and its raw power was just way too overwhelming. Just as the metal chassis was about to completely crack and shatter under the pressure, massive tree roots fiercely erupted from the ground, wrapping around the giant structure to brace it. It was a root reinforcement spell, a brilliant combination creating a hybrid scrap-wood golem. Unbelievably, this exact defensive strategy was also something Korin had taught Duellin. How the hell did Korin know all this was going to happen? It left everyone burning with curiosity. Meanwhile, the poison dragon was gearing up to breach the 3rd floor. But in a blinding flash, Elisa dashed in, her sword slashing a deadly arc straight across the beast's colossal body. Thick, choking dust swallowed the entire battlefield. As for whether the terrifying monster was actually dead, nobody had a clue. Dina was utterly speechless. She never imagined that these random students showing up out of nowhere were all at least rank 2 knights or mages. Never in her life had the professor felt so incredibly grateful for a bunch of kids. But then, a sudden realization hit her. Wait, why on earth were all these elite students hanging around the lab at the exact moment of a breakout? When she asked, they all just looked at her and answered in unison. Oh, it's just a field trip. It was all Korin's master plan. He specifically sent those prodigies to the lab to clean up this exact disaster smoothly. And as for the mastermind himself, he was still just chilling at the restaurant, happily enjoying his luxury meal, without a care in the world. The Iron Mountain King wasn't dead yet. Its blood domain instantly swallowed up everything in sight. Thank God they had set up the magic barrier beforehand, just like Korin warned them. Now, there was nowhere left for it to burrow and hide. To think the Iron Mountain King would actually let those massive ice spikes pierce right through its own body. Everyone watching turned pale with terror. Marie quickly warned the others not to let their guard down. This thing definitely had other ways to attack. King Hiran wasn't just your average magical beast. This was a grade 1 threat, looking straight out of a monster movie. Even its slightest movements were enough to shatter everything around it. Crannel could barely hold on any longer, leaving him no choice but to beg Duellin for backup. The spirit golem's body had been completely blown apart by the grade 1 monster's devastating strikes, but Crannel managed to reattach its joints using the magic techniques Korin Locke had taught him. Stacked with Juin's support buffs, the golem roared back, hitting way harder against the beast. The plan was simple. Duellin would cast buffs to supercharge the golem's fists. Then they'd trigger all 5 spirit bombs absorbed inside it to detonate at once, blasting the monster with a massive shock wave of pure magic. The legendary Arhan student duo had already wiped out a massive swarm of monsters in the lab. Golem balanced control systems, checking operations. Not enhancement output, checking operations. Target tracking radar is online and active. Equipping natural wood gauntlets. Spirit bomb explosion output maximized. A system prompt flashed before him. All systems stable. You now have full control. Without a second of hesitation, Crannel commanded his golem to charge. Scrapwood Golem, ultimate form, rocket elbow. This was the exact moment that made a hardcore gamer's heart race. Crannel stared at his golem, completely overwhelmed with hype and absolute joy. He had even subconsciously named it Ludin the Warrior. This was the ultimate dream team of the legendary Arhan heroes. Meanwhile, back in the port city, miles away from the chaos of the lab, Korin had specifically chosen this mission just so he could come here, to the church. A nun opened the doors, and Korin politely introduced himself as an academy student out on official duty. He explained that because of his assignment, he couldn't attend the mass, but kindly asked if he could borrow the church's prayer room for a moment. The nun happily agreed. Taking a seat at the prayer bench, he pulled something out. If he remembered correctly, this was the seal. An emergency came up, so I really need you to get here as fast as humanly possible. The moment he activated the seal, he got an immediate response from a mysterious figure. The voice demanded to know how on earth he knew about the seal. Corin knew she was probably burning with a million questions right now, but they had no time for a Q&A. At least not right now. There was way too much on the line. First things first, they needed to shut down this deadly crisis. Cutting back to the laboratory, a savage deathmatch was unfolding between the golem and the Iron Mountain King. Seeing the spirit golem in action, Elisa was completely blown away. She had never seen anything like it before in her life. But she didn't have the luxury to get distracted. She had to focus on taking down the monster in front of her. A grade 1 venom dragon, and Elisa had to face this nightmare all by herself. To make matters worse, Corin had explicitly forbidden her from using domain /. She knew Corin only said that because he saw some hidden potential inside her, but she genuinely didn't have the confidence to pull off what he was expecting. Suddenly, a sickening crunch echoed out. Space itself began to fracture. The blood domain had activated. Over on the other side, Marie was sprawled unconscious on the ground, her body covered in countless gruesome wounds. Corin had called it from the start. There was zero chance she could solo this corpse fiend. After absorbing all the residual myths deep inside the mind, the beast had mutated straight into a legendary tier corpse fiend. With the power of primal runes, its resistance to both physical and magical attacks had spiked off the charts. This was the exact reason countless heroes had met their brutal ends trying to kill it. They couldn't put it down, so they had to seal it away instead. But even bleeding and broken, Marie absolutely refused to throw in the towel. Corin had trusted her with this, so she was going to fight tooth and nail. Failure simply wasn't an option. Meanwhile, Magic Professor Dana could do nothing but stand there, jaw hitting the floor at the absolute sheer chaos unfolding. The alchemical snow bloom magic clashing against the legendary Iron Mountain King, wielded by none other than the high-ranking vampire Marie Donnereff. She was visibly struggling, but she was still somehow holding her ground against the terrifying corpse fiend. Surviving a fight like this was only possible if you were a special grade combatant. In that very second, Professor Dana realized she was witnessing a legendary moment that would absolutely go down in the history books. Dana couldn't hide her awe and her terror. Gathering her strength, Marie unleashed the multi-layered blood snow Aegis, slamming the massive defensive array right into the beast. The students fought desperately to keep the corpse fiend locked inside the lab, but everyone could feel the crushing weight of defeat closing in. One wrong move, and the vampire girl was going to lose her life. Thank God Diogo swooped in just in the nick of time, snatching his master away from the jaws of death. And if Diogo was back, that could only mean Corin had finally arrived. Meanwhile, Elisa was still panicking, desperately trying to figure out how to kill her target without relying on domain /. The beast was practically foaming with rage, throwing its massive jaws wide open, ready to swallow everything alive. What would Corin do? She had no other choice. She just had to stick to the absolute basics. Dodge, /, clear every ounce of fear and doubt from her mind, and just move. Ahan First Sword style, Ascension! She became a blur, unleashing a relentless barrage of slashes right into its flesh. Then, boom! A terrifying explosion ripped through the room, blinding everyone in a massive cloud of smoke. But as the dust settled, she had actually pulled it off. Elisa had taken it down, and she hadn't even needed to use domain /. Just then, a super familiar laid-back voice echoed through the room. Corin was back. He stood there, arms casually crossed, a smug little grin on his face as he praised everyone for surviving. And right on cue, Cranel's spirit golem completely crushed its target, officially winning its matchup. At this point, Cranel didn't need Corin, and he didn't need any other friends. All he needed in his life was his beloved Ludin the Warrior. Though, realistically, he wouldn't have been able to build his mechanical soulmate if he hadn't buddied up with Corin in the first place. Corin took a quick scan of the battlefield. Looks like King Hiran had officially been turned into chopped liver. Wait, where's the venom dragon? Why is there nothing left but a giant pool of blood? Hearing that, Elisa quickly jogged up to give him the battle report. Meanwhile, Marie was still fighting for her life to hold off her target. Miss Josephine turned to Corin, demanding to know what the next phase of the plan was. If he had dragged her all the way from the church to this death trap, he better have a brilliant strategy in mind. Corin simply smirked and told her he just needed a little help catching the corpse fiend. But there was just one tiny problem. There was still a massive horde of monsters in the room on top of the fiend. When Corin had briefed Marie earlier, he mentioned a specific scenario that was absolutely guaranteed to happen. He knew the rune-carved boar monsters roaming the lab would be way too wild for Marie to control with her own magic. But there was a trick to it. Marie had tossed out specially prepared runestones like bait. Once the stupid beast swallowed them, all she had to do was trigger a runic resonance. The resulting chain of internal explosions would completely wipe out the boar horde in seconds. As for Corin, with his silver spear embedded with primal runestones, as long as they bought him enough time, he had the ultimate weapon to exterminate every last monster in that lab. Out of the mid to high tier monsters that managed to survive the blast, some resonated with the runestone's explosion. Now only about 30 elite beasts remain, led by the Iron Mountain King. Corin charged forward without a single ounce of fear. After all, the main characters of the Ahan heroic legend were already gathered right here. These are the very heroes destined to save the world in the future. Once they made sure Marriott was okay, the group and the spirit golem geared up to launch their counterattack and take that monster down. This lineup was absolutely stacked, and their teamwork was flawless. But the reason they still couldn't feel confident was simply because of the opponent standing in their way, a colossal demonic beast. The Iron Mountain King, the unstoppable ruler of the Iron Peak, crushing everything in its path, yielding to no one, absolutely ruthless and merciless. Everyone scrambled to avoid this tyrannical king, as it devoured anything foolish enough to stand in its way. Young and reckless, Granel eagerly ordered the warrior Luden to charge in. Corin frantically tried to stop him, knowing damn well they couldn't take this beast head on. But Granel didn't care. To him, this warrior was a mighty golem, the very one that had defeated King Han. Granel spammed orders, commanding it to use Spirit Bomb X7, an enhanced aerial knee strike. But his smugness vanished in an instant when he watched his proud warrior get its arm bitten clean off. Since the damage was already done, Corin decided to just let Granel go all out against the demonic beast. Meanwhile, the rest of the team scattered into position. Corin shouted for Duen to summon vines to pin the monster down from one side. Massive vines instantly wrapped around the beast. But with a flash of its primal rune, it easily ripped right through the binding. Then, Drone slipped around to its blind spot to strike. Just as expected, he unleashed his magic dual swords. Corin was a true tactician, timing everything perfectly to keep casualties to an absolute minimum. And honestly, what mercenary wouldn't follow orders that good? Flame Sword, Lightning Sword. Every weapon was amped up by the top-tier magic stone Drawn scored after they took down Mariette in her vampire form. But the Iron Mountain King was no ordinary foe, and its hidden power made it a nightmare to deal with. It activated its primal rune once again, glaring with eyes as sharp as blades. All of those fierce slashes didn't leave a single scratch on its body. Catching Mariette's signal, Corin immediately ordered Diog to attack. And sure enough, it worked. To actually hurt the Iron Mountain King, they had to separate their physical strikes from their magical attacks. It was a classic boss raiding tactic, the primal rune of the 8 trigrams, shifting heaven and earth, turning absolute reality into nothingness. Channeling its primal rune, the Iron Mountain King gained absolute power and flawless defense. It used Crimson Feathers to block physical damage and Azure Feathers to nullify magic. It constantly swapped its feather colors to counter whatever type of damage was coming its way. Duen and Granel stayed up front, doing everything they could to hold the beast down. If it broke free, they just pinned it right back down. Drawn covered the mid-range attacks, while Elisa and Corin hung back, waiting for their moment. Mariette left the heavy hitting to Diog, focusing purely on repositioning exactly as Corin commanded. Corin hyped up the team. Don't hold anything back for later. This is a blitz battle, we can't let it drag on. Throw everything you've got at it and we win. Standing against a literal legend, this young man carried the absolute aura of victory. But the demonic beast wasn't waiting around and launched its attack. Duen and Granel threw their golems in its path to block the charge. Instantly, its fur shifted from azure blue to crimson red, bracing for the physical impact. In a flash, all of their crowd control was shattered as the beast broke loose. But Drawn was ready, raining down his swords to pin it back in place. They stuck to the plan, rushing in with relentless attacks to trap it. Then, Diogu launched himself straight into the center of the massive boar's face. The team cheered as the hit connected. That strike was even more brutal and direct than the last. But wait, the demonic beast's color didn't shift. The transformation just stopped dead. It was still glowing crimson red. It was a bait. After realizing its Azure Shift countered magic, the beast feinted to trick Diog, its most dangerous threat. Suddenly, a massive rune materialized, disintegrating everything it touched. A devastating beam of light blasted Diogu far into the distance. Corrin screamed for Marriott to recall the golem, then immediately summoned his blood spear to block the monster's rampage. She didn't hesitate for a second, and Corrin made his move too. He lunged straight at the glowing blue monstrosity, daring it to try and block this. Launching himself into the air, he brought his spear crashing down. The ultimate strike of the Wooden Mountain intent, one hit, certain death. The Crimson Strike locked on to the giant boar. Everyone watching was completely blown away. They had never seen a simple spear throw create such a violent, earth-shattering shockwave. But the monster's reflexes were insane. It barely managed to dodge the fatal blow. Corrin yelled out, "Marriott, hit it with the blood spear again!" If the beast used its azure feathers to block her magic, it would be wide open to the raw physical damage of Corrin's spear. On the flip side, if it swapped to crimson feathers to block his physical thrust, the blood spear would pierce right through. This was a deadly combo, forcing the beast to choose between physical and magical destruction. He really wanted to see how this hulking monster planned to survive a barrage of unblockable attacks. But there was a very good reason it was crowned the Iron Mountain King. The beast just let out a mocking, arrogant snort, and casually blocked both strikes. An absolute defense, nullifying both physical and magic damage. The legendary indestructible golden body. Its fur had completely turned a blinding radiant gold. The king smirked, looking absolutely thrilled by the slaughter to come. It sneered down at them because in the end, it always came down to this. Its ultimate trump card, a 5-minute window of complete invincible immunity. Absolutely no one could stand against the king in this state. Panicking, Corrin screamed for everyone to run. "Get out of here! For the next 5 minutes, nothing will leave a scratch on that thing." But it was too late. They were completely boxed in. Massive chunks of rubble from the collapsed buildings had completely blocked their only escape route. This was the giant boar's sick plan all along. It was literally laughing at them. To herd the humans into a dead end, it had intentionally smashed into those walls over and over again. Even the giants hadn't stood a chance against its terrifying brute strength. The petty magic of a mere demigod was utterly useless here. Now it was time for the king to break free from the prison that had held it. The golden feathers, the ultimate state of the Iron Mountain King, the demonic beast of the Dingle Peninsula, and the undefeated 5-minute phase of the Season 2 final boss. It was a horrifying phase that had driven countless players straight into despair. But the truth was, there was still one hidden method left to beat it. Corrin shouted at Elisa to break the seal immediately. Whether physical or magical, this piercing sword technique completely bypasses all defenses, dealing 100% true damage. As Aiden's greatest swordsman, the most devastating strikes she could use against a legendary foe were her demonic sword slash and domain slash. Without hesitation, Elisa drew her blade and charged straight at the enemy. Corrin couldn't help but praise her form. Having just one Alisa is worth more than a 10-man squad. Hearing this, she blushed shyly, nervously wondering, what if that thing starts moving again? But now it was time for the madam to shine. In the blink of an eye, Professor Josephine restored that massive magic circle, completely suppressing the demonic corpse. Its indestructible golden body was incredibly strong, but now that its defenses were shattered, the monster could no longer use its original rune. Marriott was also ready to unleash her blood spear one more time. The rest would be entirely up to Professor Josephine. This was going to be the final blow to end it all. The great blood art, Fire Spear, was unleashed. This nightmare had plagued them for 80 years, a monstrous beast that had slaughtered countless heroes. The demonic corpse of the Dingle Peninsula was finally annihilated. As its body crumbled, it released a blinding light that no spearmaster could ever ignore. The 8 Genesis runes required to ascend to heaven were relics left behind by the gods themselves. No matter how immense a power was, it could never destroy these runes. However, the outer shell protecting them, the rune stones, was a different story. 80 years ago, a wild boar on the Dingle Peninsula had chewed up and absorbed a massive amount of these stones. No one ever thought it would be possible to take the beast down and retrieve them. After all, rune stones granted their host near immortality. But now the demonic corpse had been unsealed and utterly defeated. The protective shell of the rune stones inside it had shattered into pieces. So, where exactly did the original rune go after losing its outer shell? The answer was incredibly simple. It would wander around, seeking the closest possible host before settling down, and it had already found its next destination. 10 years ago, this was the exact reason he infiltrated the academy and disguised himself as a professor. The king of the Snow Mountain being defeated by mere students. Honestly, that was letting him off way too easy. Even if things didn't go entirely according to his plan, the beast had been sealed in this prison for 80 years. It was only natural that the king of the Iron Mountain's power had drastically weakened. Now, all he had to do was leave the academy and use the ley lines to vanish from the city entirely. But standing directly in his way was Corin Locke, the rank 5 knight who had defeated the vampire Mariette and the great demon king of the Iron Mountain. Who else could this guy be but his martial nephew, Firm? He was the student of the very disciple that Corin's master had excommunicated. Given their lineage, Corin was technically his martial uncle, and it looked like Firm had finally realized that Corin was fully aware of his true identity. Firm was utterly shocked when he saw Corin using the exact same spearmanship as his master. In his mind, the only person who had ever reached the Grandmaster realm with the 6-step spear art was his own teacher. When the Spear King saw Corin execute the exact same moves, he probably assumed Corin was just another one of his master's students. Little did he know, Corin was trained by a master he knew absolutely nothing about. Right here, in the very place Firm had infiltrated for his mission, Corin had already seen right through his plans. Firm likely found Corin's existence bizarre and suspicious, deciding that ignoring him was the safest bet. Meanwhile, Corin, who had clashed with Lunia Ain during the midterm exams, was conveniently sent to the city outskirts for a rank evaluation. But that was nothing more than an excuse to get Corin out of the way. Firm wanted him gone so he could slay the king of the Iron Mountain and steal the primal rune for himself. In the original timeline, Firm would have successfully pulled off his scheme and fled the city. He smugly thought that just sending Corin away would guarantee a flawless victory. What he never expected was for Corin to use Professor Josephine's seal to instantly teleport right back. Professor Dana's shady experiments and Mariette's rampage played perfectly into Firm's hands. He had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for this exact moment. But Corin was determined. There was no way in hell he was letting Firm walk away with the Genesis rune. Dropping his disguise, Firm no longer gave a damn how Corin had figured it out. To him, the idea of some obscure, insignificant student daring to stand in his way and ruin his master plan was just downright laughable. Firm de Monin was renowned as a rank 1 knight across the entire continent. Not only that, but he was the true mastermind behind breaking the seal of the King of the Iron Mountain, the ultimate final boss of Part 2. Later on, he would even make a name for himself as the Heavenly King, one of the legendary 4 kings. At his peak, his sheer power rivaled even that of Lunia Ain. If things went his way, it wouldn't be hard for Firm to break through to the master tier. So naturally, Firm didn't see Corin as a threat at all. Brimming with cocky confidence, he unleashed his dark energy, Shadow Burst, intending to end this fight in a flash. Firm's innate ability granted him lightning-fast counterattacks and massively boosted his damage while shrouded in darkness. But Corin hadn't chosen this specific battlefield for nothing. This place was lined with sun runes. The blinding radiant light instantly put Firm on edge. The ultimate natural enemy of dark attribute users is holy light, which was exactly his biggest weakness. A dark mage needs the shadows to unleash their true power, just like how a water mage needs moisture, or a fire mage thrives in dry heat. With sun runes glowing from every direction, Firm was completely cornered and unable to fight properly. Meanwhile, Corin just sat there, casually resting his chin on his hand. He had busted his ass for 20 straight days to painstakingly engrave every single one of those sun runes. But the payoff was massive. It gave him overwhelming mana and the perfect tactical advantage to crush Firm. After all, every rune comes with its own unique strengths and inherent fatal flaws. Corin had been preparing for this final showdown long before anyone else even realized it was happening. It was the most brutal counter-strategy imaginable. Suffocated by the sprawling holy light and searing sun runes, Firm was completely helpless. His Shadow Burst had already drained a massive chunk of his mana. But honestly, no matter what tricks he tried to pull, Corin had him entirely hard-countered. Even so, Firm absolutely refused to throw in the towel. Faced with such a cunning and relentless opponent, Firm immediately triggered his Phantom Strike, a brutally fast point-blank ambush attack. Not missing a beat, Korin whipped out his spear to counter, as Firm instantly followed up with an explosive left hook aimed dead straight at Korin's handsome face. Korin smoothly spun out of the way to dodge the blow, while Firm aggressively closed the gap, chaining together rapid 8 trigrams footwork. Despite the speed, Korin kept dodging every single strike. The Phantom Strike technique was designed to relentlessly target an opponent's blind spots. Firm was baffled. He genuinely didn't think Korin could evade it. But Korin aggressively struck back with the 4th step, Soaring Heavenly Ring, a flawless technique forged through pure, hard-fought experience. The two of them clashed fiercely, trading both savage blows and furious trash talk. Time was running out. Firm had to escape the city as soon as possible. He had to avoid the eyes of everyone who thought he was dead. If he really decided to run for it, he would definitely use spatial magic to teleport away. But Korin absolutely wasn't going to let Firm escape that easily. Even if neither wanted to fight, a duel was inevitable. It was bound by the absolute laws. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. In this world, there are many things that bind a man's soul. For followers of darkness like Firm, these absolute laws meant he couldn't refuse a challenge. Bound by the very vows he made, Firm had no choice but to accept the duel. A truly fair fight meant a one-on-one duel. That was exactly why Korin came here alone. Every duel is sacred and entirely fair. A life or death battle between two warriors. Therefore, the absolute law restricted it strictly to a one-on-one match. As long as Korin showed up alone, and as long as the duel rune was activated, Firm was forced to fight, leaving him with absolutely no other choice. It was Firm Damon, disciple of the Spear King, clashing against the prime spear of the Heavenly Empress, Erinua. Korin Locke. According to the rules, both warriors had to declare their names. Win or lose, there could only be one outcome to this battle. The system backup echoed the ancient vows. The first commandment, duty, I shall never turn a blind eye to the suffering of others. The second commandment, restraint, I cannot comprehend the spirits. Backup effect, increases damage dealt by 50%. The third commandment, oath, I swear I will save this world. Synergy effect, doubles all stats. Tenacious warrior effect multiplied by 100. Pain resistance activated. Omniscient domain deployed. Magic core average output 3,500. Korin Locke was ready to begin his quest to save the world, starting with taking down Farum Daman. A clash between spear arts and martial arts was, in reality, a fierce battle of spacing. The martial artist would rely on speed runes to close the gap, while the spearman would desperately fight to keep his opponent at bay. The martial artist had to seize every single opening, hunting for a fatal flaw in the spearman's defense. The moment the spearman revealed a weak spot, the martial artist would strike. But Korin had already seen right through this tactic. In a close-quarters fight, leaping into the air exposed countless vulnerabilities. The martial artist would wait for the exact moment his opponent landed, and then unleash the endless heavenly strike. However, Korin's spear flurry and his incredible speed were simply too overwhelming. He could thrust 7 consecutive times while suspended in mid-air, not wasting a single second. Firm aimed his brutal phantom strike straight at his opponent's face. Korin took the hit. Even though Firm's hands were bleeding profusely from being slashed, he never stopped attacking, desperate to close the distance. His sheer resilience left Korin completely stunned. He didn't expect the man to push through that kind of agonizing pain while keeping up the offensive. Pressing his advantage, Firm unleashed the heavenly assault, raining down a relentless barrage of heavy fists. He poured every ounce of his strength into this finishing blow. If Korin could just block it, victory would be his. But in a split second, Korin noticed Firm's fist unclenching. Managing to grab the spear, Firm had used a feint and slyly carved a restraining rune right onto the weapon. Without his weapon, the battle just became exponentially harder. For a spearman to lose his spear, it was as crippling as losing an arm. Korin was forced to endure a devastating beating from Firm's iron fists. He thought he could easily summon his spear back, but it was embedded so deeply into the ground that it wouldn't even budge. Firm suddenly vanished and reappeared right behind him, throwing a brutal left hook. However, it seemed he had severely underestimated Korin. Even without a weapon, the boy was still a trained martial artist. Whoever said a spearman couldn't master hand-to-hand combat? With a fierce glare, Korin countered with the 8 trigrams, Rising Dragon Palm. At the end of the day, the foundation of all combat was just pure physical force. Korin channeled every last drop of his strength. The 8 trigrams, Triple Strike Palm, he aimed it squarely at the center of Firm's chest. Firm was momentarily surprised, but Korin's hand-to-hand combat was nowhere near as lethal as his spear arts. Firm barely took a scratch. To return Korin's enthusiasm, Firm countered with a crushing left hook to his ribs. Korin's 8 trigrams technique was impressive, but he forgot one crucial detail. It was only his secondary combat style. Meanwhile, for Firm, martial arts was something he had dedicated his entire life to. He followed up with a ruthless combo: a left hook, a straight jab, a leaping strike, a rib crusher, and a devastating elbow. Korin couldn't even fight back anymore. All he could do was desperately block. Firm pulled back his fist for the final, killing blow. But out of nowhere, the spear flew in and absorbed the deadly impact for Korin. Firm was absolutely bewildered. How the hell did that spear return to his hand when he had thrown it so far away? Korin Locke had to admit, this guy was one seriously tough opponent. It wasn't until this very moment that Firm finally realized he'd been played. This damn brat, he took my hits on purpose just to lure me back to his weapon. Now, with his weapon firmly back in his grasp, Korin didn't hesitate for a second. He instantly unleashed the Phantom Serpent style, piercing Firm's body with a blinding flurry of thrusts. Blood sprayed from Firm like a fountain, and his clothes were ripped to absolute shreds. It was an incredibly brilliant display of tactics. The way Korin stayed calm after losing his weapon, and how quickly he realized he couldn't win a pure fistfight. His split-second decisions were flawlessly executed. Wait, since when was Firm the one being backed into a corner? Despite being beaten to a bloody pulp, Firm still tried to act tough, posing like some unbeatable martial arts master. But faced with this brutal reality, Firm Mac finally had to get serious. He carved 3 ancient runes directly into his own arm. In a world where the sun ceases to exist, a piece of the heavens is forever forgotten. Firm summoned his ultimate domain, the Heaven's Pool of Darkness. He had sworn his eternal loyalty to the shadows. Korin using solar runes to counter the dark magic was definitely a smart play, but those cheap little tricks were useless against the eternal abyss. This was the forbidden sanctuary of the great warriors of the dark heavens. Lunging forward like a wild beast, Firm roared that he was giving Korin 2 choices today. Option 1, get ripped into 100 pieces by his shadow monsters. Or Option 2, get punched straight down to the underworld to live with his ancestors. But Korin just smirked and calmly replied, "Hey, wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one duel?" Korin already knew this scumbag would play dirty, so he came prepared with a golden mandrake root. The moment he yanked it out, the thing started screaming its lungs out. It emitted a deafening screech 7 times louder than a normal mandrake, and absolutely no magic could block it. Not even the terrifying shadow monsters could stand upright against the ear-piercing scream of the rarest mandrake in the world. And that meant the almighty Firm Daman couldn't handle this cheap little trick either. Blood poured from Korin's ears from that deafening shriek, but he remained absolutely confident he would crush Firm Daman right here. The demonic beast was dead, and that ginseng would just keep on screaming. All of his shadow clones were going to fade away. And just to rub it in, Korin let him know one little detail. His regeneration was completely off the charts. The longer this fight dragged on, the more Korin adapted and gained the upper hand, while his opponent would only suffer. Firm's blood boiled. He unleashed Shadowburst times 12, declaring that from the moment Korin stepped into this dark citadel, his chances of winning had dropped to 0. He relentlessly pressed the attack, but Korin dodged every single strike. Then, out of nowhere, the bastard closed in from behind and completely pinned him down. Korin instantly triggered the returning demonic spear to break free from his grip. One ancient rune after another was rapidly summoned. A combined attack, Jet Spiral. Korin took hit after hit, enduring heavy damage. He ripped off his shirt. A blinding light erupted from his body, completely overpowering all the shadow bursts. Korin's skin was covered in carved sun runes. That was exactly why the shadow attacks were completely useless against him. But pulling a stunt like this was practically suicide. His body could burn to ashes at any given second. Ignoring the pain, Korin charged forward, unleashing the ultimate flame serpent strike. It was time to drop the cheap tricks and fight to the bitter end using pure technique. This was a fair duel, meaning both of them had to go all out. No more holding back. Instinctively, Korin could feel it in his bones. The warrior standing before him was his absolute mortal enemy. At this point, Firm was ready to bet his very life on this battle too. He was putting everything on the line. Immediately after, he activated the 6-step Asura. It was a self-destructive technique, burning away the user's magic core in exchange for explosive power and speed. A supreme skill that only the great heavenly kings possessed. Now, the real battle had finally begun. The 6-step destructive war spear clashed head-on with the Asura. Korin unleashed the exact same technique. Both warriors poured every ounce of their strength into this final strike. Both suffered brutal, unavoidable agony. They were perfectly matched, deadlocked in a terrifying struggle for dominance. And then, it seemed everything was finally over. The spear was drenched in blood, and their bodies were soaked in deep crimson. A heavy silence fell between them for a long moment. Just as expected, Korin's spear had successfully pierced straight through Firm's body. He had won. But the moment he closed his eyes, those agonizing screams echoed in his mind again. It was a haunting, traumatic scream. Back when he was defeated by this guy in Phase 2, Korin and everyone else had been trapped in a living nightmare. A literal hell disguised as a perfect paradise. Innocent people died one by one, and Korin lost far too many comrades in that brutal war. Firm Daman, one of the 4 heavenly kings, that demonic tyrant, had tried to unleash that exact hell upon this world. But this time, Tate Vantaza's trusted aide wasn't going to get his way. He had completely collapsed right in front of Korin, lying lifeless in a pool of dark, thick blood. Korin walked over and searched his body. Just as he had predicted, the item wasn't on him. One of the 4 mythical treasures guarded by the monks, the Stone of Destiny, Leah Fail. If that bastard had actually possessed it after giving back the runestone, Korin's chances of winning would have plummeted drastically. Well, at least he got exactly what he came for. Tate Vantaza was hunting down the 8 ancient runestones to summon the Dark Citadel into this world. There was absolutely no way this could fall into his hands. Still, Korin just couldn't wrap his head around it. What was so damn important about this that he would slaughter innocent people out there? It was completely understandable that they were furious and bitter at the world, but taking their rage out like that was just plain wrong. Exhausted, Korin sprawled out on the ground and let out a heavy sigh. His left eardrum had ruptured from running in circles with that screaming ginseng in his hand. His right ear wasn't doing much better either. He had relied way too heavily on his regeneration, but those sun runes had completely scorched his torso. Well, the pain was bearable, at least. However, the real problem was the brutal wounds left by Firm. That psycho had literally torn his liver and shattered his collarbone. When he punched Korin's sternum, he cracked several ribs and scrambled his insides like a mess. Korin could barely lift his left leg, considering the 6-step Asura had shredded his muscles pretty badly. He honestly thought he was used to the pain by now, but this situation was looking pretty damn grim. He had to force himself to stay conscious. The system chimed in. You have defeated Firm Daman. The precept reward is being delivered. But honestly, none of that mattered anymore. His vision started to blur. Everything slowly faded into a hazy, dreamlike blur. Because he had slain a great demon, Korin was granted a bonus reward. It was the map to one of the 4 secret treasures, the Son of Findius. While still drifting in and out of consciousness, Korin realized Elisa was carrying him back on her back. Professor D.A. was handling the cleanup, but Elisa looked noticeably downcast. Drawn had already taken off too. Duin and the others had finally been found. Before leaving, Drawn had coldly told him not to expect much, since their relationship was strictly a business partnership. The ancient runestone and the golden ginseng had also been safely packed away. She gently laid Korin down to rest on a park bench. Taking the opportunity, Korin sincerely praised her for perfectly executing the domain severance. If it wasn't for you, I never would have been able to take down the Iron Mountain King. Even though Elisa humbly brushed off the compliment, it didn't change the fact that she had played a massive role in this crucial victory. Thinking back on it now, Elisa realized something. During their group missions, and even when they were brewing the ginseng potion, Korin had constantly been sitting around drawing runes. He had been preparing for this brutal fight for a very long time. Elisa wanted to know why on earth he felt the need to face that monster completely alone, especially when they could have fought alongside him. Corin just looked deeply into her eyes. To him, the fewer people who died, the better. It sounded incredibly cold, but at the end of the day, Corin had perfectly executed his mission. He had multiple shattered ribs and had to be rushed to the hospital. His plan was simply too dangerous, which was exactly why he refused to drag anyone else into it. After hearing the news, everyone brought food and fresh fruit to visit Corin. One girl was peeling peaches, another was spoon-feeding him, and another was just sitting there, happily staring at his face. And waiting for his two buddies who came to check on him, a massive, sickeningly sweet dose of being third wheels. I mean, seeing that kind of sweet treatment, who wouldn't feel totally jealous? As viewers, we completely get how those two poor guys felt. Watching all these gorgeous girls doting on their buddy, the two of them seriously questioned why they even showed up just to suffer through this scene. So damn jealous! Seeing that they rarely had a chance to gather all together like this, Elisa suggested they play a fun little game to pass the time. Marie happily agreed, even offering to invite Corin's friend to join them. With just one simple sentence, her bitter jealousy instantly melted into deep admiration, emotion, and gratitude. Right then, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Professor Josephine had arrived, accompanied by Lady Ariokasa, the current principal of Merkava Academy. They arrived exactly as Corin had anticipated. After all, he was planning to go meet them anyway. Now, it was time for him to prove his true worth to the principal. For security reasons, the principal politely asked Corin's friends to step out of the room. Sensing that they were still highly suspicious of him, Corin knew he had to steer the conversation in a different direction. Corin dropped the bombshell that Professor Furman was the spy, but they didn't look nearly as shocked as he expected. Perhaps they had already figured it out from the commandments carved into Furman's body, but there were still crucial details they had absolutely no clue about. Tate Vantizer Fenn was his disciple. That's impossible! Professor Josephine reacted fiercely, completely rejecting the idea. He kicked the bucket 80 years ago. The 6-part infinite spear technique in the commandments. Naturally, the two of them knew this perfectly well, because they were the ones who had taught him those very skills. And truthfully, Corin shared that exact same lineage. Finding out that Corin was Vantizer's disciple, Josephine couldn't hide her fury and instantly went on high alert. However, Corin wasn't the type of person to just go around killing people on a whim. He wouldn't just spill his secrets to put himself at a disadvantage. Besides, he already knew that the bodies standing before him were merely avatars. Their true physical bodies were sealed within the main building, unable to step outside. He revealed that Vantizer's disciples were still alive, scattered all across the continent, and that he had grown terrifyingly powerful. He was far stronger than before, and he was no longer fighting alone. And all of this was a direct result of the principal's decision 80 years ago. Meanwhile, the very source of Her Grace's power had been scattered across the continent, with only 2 fragments recovered so far. With that, Corin pulled out the newly discovered ancient rune. "There's something you might not know, Principal," he stated. "Even the Stone of Truth, Leah Fail. One of the 4 great treasures of Danu is currently resting in his hands. As long as he fails to fully restore his power, he won't be able to claim the throne as a usurper." He handed the rune stone over to Aaron Danu. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces were finally falling into place. This was exactly why Professor Josephine, with over 80 years of experience, was never appointed as principal. And it explained why the rising star, Casa, was immediately seated in that position of power. It was because 80 years ago, the principal was Lord Ven. 50 years ago, it was Lord W, and the current principal was Lady Casa. The shocking truth was that their physical bodies were entirely constructed and empowered by these ancient runestones. Corin slowly stripped off his shirt, revealing a torso heavily scarred with the carved commandments. He locked eyes with the principal. They both shared the exact same goal. The commandments. Corin dropped to one knee before her. "It would be my absolute honor to become your vanguard spear, to fight and protect this world," he declared. He humbly offered himself, hoping she would use him even as a mere servant. Wait, Errol Casa? No. Aaron Danu, to be exact. Corin Locke could never forget the ultimate sacrifice she made in his past life. Now, it was finally time to repay that debt. Meanwhile, Professor Josephine slowly made her way back to the secluded room in the main building. Erin sat there in absolute silence. Her mind was racing, deeply conflicted over whether she could truly trust this boy, Corin, and whether Tate was actually still alive. She knew better than to just blindly trust anyone. So, the only logical step was to assign someone to shadow the boy and monitor his every single move. They still couldn't put their full faith in him. Bearing the immense weight of the world on her shoulders, Erin couldn't afford to act recklessly. After all, everything Corin said could just be an elaborate lie. Yet, there was one thing she just couldn't shake off. Why did he look at her with such profound sorrow in his eyes? Later, during Merkava Academy's anniversary ceremony, a massive rank reappointment was scheduled based on the students' recent performances. This was a massive deal. The rank a student received upon entering the academy was strictly temporary, but this was an official ranking bestowed by the Academy's Guardian Association. Knowing this reappointment was coming, countless students had been training like absolute maniacs to secure the highest official rank possible. Honestly, quite a few of these cadets were already on par with the Academy's actual active guardians. The time had come to announce the newly promoted students. Second year, Magic Class Valedictorian, Marie Dunnereff. Despite her tragic circumstances, student Marie maintained an incredible drive to improve, proving her worth by assisting in the recent training ground incident. Truthfully, you could say she hadn't contributed much over the past semester, as she was strictly forbidden from leaving the city after turning into a vampire. However, Marie had been heavily assisting Professor Deanna with her research. Her massive reserves of mana, gained from her vampire transformation, had been an absolute godsend for the Academy. With that kind of utility, her promotion was a no-brainer. But above all else, Marie's desperate efforts to hold back the Iron Mountain King had drastically minimized casualties across the Academy. With the glowing recommendations of Principal Casa and the Northern Branch President of the Guardian Association, Deanna Grandia, Marie is hereby promoted to semi-special grade. The crowd erupted, many moved to tears of joy. At this moment, she was officially the youngest semi-special grade guardian in history. Her name was destined to be carved into the history books. The next batch of students called up had, much like Marie, made massive contributions during the recent catastrophe. Hearing this, the crowd instantly broke into loud whispers and eager chatter. Just who else had fought in that incident? Absolutely no one in the audience had a clue. Even though news of the disaster had spread like wildfire, the gritty details of what actually went down behind the scenes had been kept strictly under wraps. The brutal truth of that day was classified. The public had no idea about the Iron Mountain King or the traitorous Professor Furman Dahmen. The next individuals to be recognized are Cranel Luden and Duin from the Magic class, Elisa Aiden and Ron Wasky from the Night class, and finally, Corin Locke. Thanks to their incredible achievements, the first four were officially promoted to semi-first grade. But then there was Corin. Even though he was currently sitting at the absolute bottom as a grade 5 guardian, his breathtaking performance had caught the eyes of Principal Errol Casa, Senior Professor Josephine Clara, and Honorary Professor Hamels. With the heavy backing of those three titans, he was catapulted straight up to a grade 1 guardian. The crowd burst into a frenzy of shocked whispers. A bottom-tier grade 5 student skyrocketing to grade 1 in just a single semester? It was completely unheard of. Corin had officially defied all logic, leaping from a grade 5 nobody to an elite grade 1 guardian. It was an unprecedented ranking, granted only after intense deliberation by the association. His raw talent and abilities were completely unquestionable by this point. But the real reason Corin was boosted straight to grade 1 was his sheer life-risking effort in the brutal battle to take down Professor Furman. But the absolute best part about this promotion? The exclusive privileges of a grade 1 guardian. His ultimate right to immediately join the active guardian squads had finally been unlocked. In the original game, achieving this took a grueling 3 years, even with an early graduation. But now, he had pulled it off in less than 2 years. This massive shortcut would cause a terrifying ripple effect in the future. Corin was going to recruit every single elite powerhouse here. With raw strength and VIP privileges forging his new authority, absolutely nothing would stand in his way. Summer break was finally here, and everyone in the group had their own plans. Some were off to make money, others were heading back to their hometowns, and some even signed up for internships at the Magic Tower. Some planned to visit the seasoned veteran, Chris, others were heading out west. Rumor had it that an old castle was going to be demolished, so Cranel wanted to head over and scavenge an energy core for gum. Meanwhile, Elisa sighed in frustration. She'd probably have to return to her clan, as her grandfather kept nagging his granddaughter to hurry back home. As for Corin, Well, the last time he visited the house, from Corin Locke's memories, the place was completely empty. His family had gone on a trip entirely without him. They had traveled all the way to Ven. Thanks to a glitch in the messaging system, his notification arrived 3 whole days late. Seeing this, Elisa gathered every ounce of her courage and shyly asked if Corin wanted to come home with her. She claimed that traveling alone was a little scary, though, knowing Elisa's fierce personality, she was the last person who should be afraid of anything. In the original game, no incidents ever happened on her route anyway, so she'd be perfectly safe without him. Because of that, Corin politely turned her down. Instead, he decided to visit the Eastern Sea. There was a specific place Corin absolutely had to visit, and he needed to go right now. There was still some time left before the next semester started. If he didn't take advantage of this summer break, getting there later would be nearly impossible. Corin hopped on a train and kicked off his journey. He still had another 9 hours of sitting ahead of him before reaching the northern continent. But suddenly, a gang of bandits hijacked the train. They drew their weapons, screaming at everyone to put their hands up and hand over all their valuables. The passengers turned pale with fear, not daring to make a single sound. The bald leader of the bandits swaggered around, flaunting his strength as a pseudo-first-class warrior. He was acting high and mighty just because his level was a bit higher than ordinary people. Right at that tense moment, 2 oblivious people accidentally wandered into the very cabin the bandits were robbing. The bald leader lost his mind and roared, "Where the hell did you bastards come from? Can't you read the damn signs? How do you walk into the wrong car? If you want to live, put your hands up, right now." But the bald thug had no idea he was messing with the absolute wrong guy. That young man was Corin Locke, and he didn't give a damn who they were. Without a single word, Corin delivered a brutal uppercut to the thug's jaw, sending him flying until his bald head smashed right into the ceiling of the train. Corin Locke was already a true first-class knight. Why would he ever be afraid of some half-baked thugs? And with that, the Southern Arc officially began. Back in the secret library of the MKAB Academy, the book Corin held in his hands was the grimoire, The Warrior's Resilient Recovery. In his past life, he had witnessed a dying warrior lying on a blood-soaked battlefield. The man had propped his brutally injured body against a rock, refusing to fall, still standing tall. Corin had asked him if he wanted a quick death to end his suffering, but the warrior just smiled and replied, "If I could just get a sip of water to quench this thirst, I'd be a happy man." Out of deep respect for this incredibly tough fighter, Corin fetched some water from a nearby lake and gave it to him to quench his dying thirst. And then, something absolutely miraculous happened. The man's fatal wounds completely healed themselves. Remembering this after finishing the book, Corin was left in pure awe. That warrior was on the brink of death, yet he fully regenerated. His towering, heroic stance felt just like the legendary General Yi Sun Sin. Suddenly, a phantom-like friend with lifeless eyes walked up to him and asked, "Does my southern fortress still stand proud? If you ever find yourself down there, please, stop by my old office. It should still be there." Corin had no idea what he was talking about, because in his previous life, he had never found a thing. The ghostly figure didn't elaborate. He simply told Corin that he needed to find it himself. "I pray that you possess the same strength and unyielding courage as that warrior," he whispered. "If you carry his brave spirit, there is absolutely nothing in this world you cannot achieve." He was a humble man, not a glorious hero nor a wise sage, just a man who swore to save this ruined world. Humans always have the instinct to run away when faced with deadly danger, but Corin, he refused to run. Right at that moment, a glowing soul detached itself from the phantom's body. The spirit bowed, showing his deepest respect for Corin. With his final breath, he thanked the boy for telling him about his wife and child back at the mid-level gateway to the southern lands. And that was exactly why, fulfilling the Duke's final wish, Corin decided to head south. It was also why he brought Marriott along. She was a true southerner. Back in the present, the local police officer was grinning from ear to ear, showering the 2 teens with thanks for busting the bandits. If it hadn't been for them, the officer would have been in massive trouble. The beaten-down thugs were all handcuffed and marched away in a single-file line. The grateful officer handed Corin a hefty pouch of coins as a reward. Corin tried to play it cool, saying, "Oh, you really didn't have to." But deep down, he was thrilled. How could he possibly say no to free cash? So, he gladly accepted the generous bounty. After all, it was his heroic duty to never turn a blind eye to the misfortune of others. And the real cherry on top? a sweet reward of 2 skill points. Just as expected, being a good Samaritan always pays off in the end. Clutching the bag of money, the two happily ran off to find a good restaurant to feast at. The officer stood there, watching the 2 students laugh and chat, warmly thinking they were just happy about doing a good deed. Welcome to the gateway of the southern lands. Every carriage that stopped here was preparing for the long trek to the grand southern capital, the city of Lep. And from there, it was an agonizing 8-hour ride. Honestly, sitting in those carriages was pure torture for the spine. Instead, they arrived at the Wyvern landing zone. Corin had actually used this mode of transport a few times in his past life. It was infinitely faster and way more comfortable than a bumpy carriage, though some folks were still terrified of the heights. They were literally flying on the backs of giant, majestic birds. Luckily, they didn't have to shell out 30 silver coins for a ticket. Marriott's clan had sent a personal ride for her, and it was quite special. It was none other than a Hesvervenger, an incredibly massive and majestic eagle. This absolute beast belonged to the city of Lep, and it was currently circling down, preparing to land and pick up its very important VIP guests. Known as the Legend of Ahan, it was the fastest and most agile flying mount in existence. A single one cost as much as 12 regular wyverns. To ride this thing, you had to hold on for dear life. Down at the landing zone, the operational crew was frantically scrambling to clear the runway. Up in the control tower, operators were confirming visual contact at an altitude of 200 levels. The estimated time of arrival was just under 10 minutes. Meanwhile, 2 ground crew guys were casually slacking off and gossiping. "Hey, what do you think the academy students are up to this month?" one asked. "Man, it's their summer break," the other replied. "All the students are heading back home right about now, which means our little princess is finally coming back. That means Lady Marie is arriving. Everyone's prepared one heck of a grand welcome." The moment they touched down and the doors opened, an endless line of servants bowed in perfect unison to welcome Lady Marie home for her vacation. "Congratulations on your semi-special grade promotion, my lady." Corin suddenly put 2 and 2 together. Their destination was the city of Law, and right to the east was the city of Duna. Put them together and you get Dunalet, Marie's family name. She'd casually mentioned before that her family was in the farming business, but just how massive was this farm? She'd brushed it off saying it was around 2 million something. Corin, bless his innocent heart, assumed she meant 2 million pyong, with 1 pyong being about 3.3 square meters. But the reality? It was 2 million hectares. Corin's jaw practically hit the floor. 2 million hectares. That's roughly 6.5 billion pyong. But it all made sense now. The Dunalet family was absolute royalty down in the south. Dunalet Hair Salon, Dunalet Grocery, Dunalet Corporate Offices, the Dunalet Agricultural Center, the Dunalet Pro Wrestling Federation, and the list goes on. The endless barrage of signboards they passed on the way proved exactly who ran this place. Standing in front of the colossal Dunalet Grand Estate, Corin was completely stunned. Marie had never once claimed to be rich. After all, her logic was that her parents were rich, not her. Paul, the head butler, smoothly chimed in. "Well, you will be inheriting all of this anyway, my lady, as the eldest daughter of the Dunalet family." Once he noticed she had brought a junior along, he sidled right up to Corin with a teasing glint in his eye. "For generations, our family has always welcomed a live-in son-in-law," he noted playfully. "And of course, the Dunalet family fully provides a household and financial backing for the groom's side. Lady Marie has been hailed as the flower of the South since childhood, renowned for both her brilliant mind and striking beauty. The sheer number of marriage proposals she receives could easily fill an entire potato warehouse." "Perhaps even more than that." Corin just nodded along, pretending he was keeping up. In reality, the old man was talking so fast, Corin didn't understand a damn thing. Now, onto the matter of the Duke's castle. Word was that someone had recently bought it. The new owner was none other than Count Cassius. In Corin's past life, that castle had also been bought out by someone else. If he remembered correctly, it was a merchant from the remote southern archipelago. And that guy? He was absolute human trash. Back then, just to get an entry permit, Peru and Corin had to spend days and nights hunting down the Great Sea Leviathan. After going through absolute hell, they finally managed to get inside the castle. Was he going to have to go through all that nightmarish grinding again? Nope. Marie had already dropped a line to Count Cassius, meaning they had VIP access to visit whenever they wanted. She knew Corin needed to get into the Duke's castle, so she just casually called in a favor. The Count agreed in a heartbeat, telling them to drop by literally whenever they felt like it. He's actually throwing a banquet this Friday, so we can just go together then. Corin was absolutely speechless. Could a quest really be cleared this easily? In his past life, he had to work like a dog just to step foot in that place. Marie truly was a goddess, a superstar, an absolute queen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Smiling brightly, she suggested they go out shopping together the next day. We need to get our outfits ready for the banquet anyway, she said. Plus, it's getting a little boring just sitting around here. The shopping district was enough to make his head spin. A 3 gold coin tailored suit, a necklace and shoes for 6 gold, casual wear for another 4 gold. Throw in a luxury watch and the list just kept going. And her payment method? A literal blank check. Every single item was high-end designer. The money she casually dropped today could easily turn a man into a wealthy real estate mogul back in the capital. The sheer amount of money being spent had Corin sweating bullets. He half expected her to whip out a lifetime slave contract for him to sign. Meanwhile, Marie was just humming happily, completely in her element. She bought so much stuff that Corin was genuinely starting to get terrified. Finally, she hauled over a heavy wooden crate and handed it straight to him. It was a rare mineral heavily used over in Oda, an ultra-premium item that he could never even dream of touching in his past life. Honestly, you probably couldn't even find this stuff at the academy. It was an indestructible stone. Unlike mithril stones, which would shatter if you pushed too much explosive mana through them, the indestructible stone would never break. Corin lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. He was dying to know how on earth she managed to get her hands on this, considering it was virtually impossible to find. This single rock made him happier than every other luxury gift he'd received today combined. This was the exact same sacred stone used to forge the hidden blade of Emperor Garandon. Marie blushed shyly, softly explaining, "If you fuse this with your spear, its power will skyrocket. It might even boost your domain." With this, Corin could easily smash through any trial in his path. Knowing how incredibly useful it would be for him, she had scoured the entire continent just to secure this one-of-a-kind gift. Seeing Corin this overjoyed made her heart melt. Talk about a girl who would move mountains for the guy she likes. When they returned to the estate that evening, a massive, lavish feast was already waiting for them. And as per tradition, when you visit a friend's home, having dinner with the family isn't a choice. It's mandatory. The elegant woman greeting him with a warm, welcoming smile was Marie's mother. But before he could even introduce himself, someone aggressively cut him off. "I have a question for you before we start this dinner," a deep voice boomed. "And depending on your answer, boy, you either get a seat at this table or you don't." The question was, "Are you a virgin?" This intense, overbearing man was Mar Dunalay, Marie's father. Corin completely froze, utterly blue-screened by the question. Right next to him, the Duchess started smacking her husband's arm. "What on earth kind of question is that?" she scolded. But hey, what overprotective dad wouldn't act like this? In his eyes, if this kid was aiming to be the son-in-law of the Dunalet family, purity was an absolute must. They say a good beginning makes a good ending. But it looked like this dinner was going to be a bumpy ride. The terrifying father continued to interrogate him without mercy. "Winning over my daughter won't be easy, boy. Our Marie is only going to marry the man she truly loves." "Dad, stop!" Marie had to frantically jump in, trying to shut him up before he could spout any more profoundly embarrassing things. She practically had to drag the old man away from the table. The Duchess smiled gently. She had heard so much about Corin from Marie's letters and had been genuinely eager to meet him. With absolute sincerity, she bowed her head gracefully. "Thank you so much for taking care of my daughter," she said warmly. Corin awkwardly waved his hands, completely flustered. "Oh no, please, I only did what anyone else would have done. Besides," he added softly, "Marie deserves to be happy." Hearing those genuine words, even the elegant Duchess couldn't help but blush, absolutely charmed by the boy. When she first got her daughter's letter, she thought the girl was just looking at the world through rose-colored glasses. But it turned out, this boy named Corin had actually brought that bright pink happiness into her life. And out of nowhere, the overprotective dad popped his head in with a stern warning. "I mean, yes, I'm incredibly grateful, but holding hands is as far as you go, you hear me? And you better protect your purity." The two women, dying of sheer embarrassment, had no choice but to resort to violence just to shut him up. Corin couldn't help but think what a fascinatingly chaotic family this was. The very next day, at the Duke's castle, Count Cassius practically sprinted out, overflowing with joy to welcome the two of them. The man was beaming like a sunflower, grinning like he'd just won the lottery as he eagerly welcomed the young lady. Looking at this overwhelmingly warm hospitality, it was hard to believe this was even the same guy. Corin seriously started questioning reality. Was this really the exact same guy who, in his past life, swore he wouldn't even open the gates unless Corin caught a literal sea snake? As the two of them made their way into the majestic castle, Corin had to admit to himself, he felt pretty damn proud. If he hadn't saved this girl back then, he would have never gotten to see her looking so breathtakingly beautiful today. And the people of the South would have forever lost their beloved young lady. It's no exaggeration to say that in the South, the influence of the Dunilev family was absolute. Just having Marie show her face here was 100 times more effective than catching some ridiculous sea snake. The entire banquet hall was buzzing with excited whispers. Nobody expected the prestigious Dunilev family to actually show up. Turns out, Count Brandria really did have some serious clout. The two of them came fully prepared, bringing everything they needed. The plan was simple: wait for the party to hit its peak, have a quick word with the Count, drop off their things, and sneak away to the study. But suddenly, some overly slick guy strutted over, confidently introducing himself as Gailey from J. Rondinium. He boldly asked Marie for a dance, and as if on cue, a whole swarm of other young noblemen rushed in, practically begging for the honor of her first dance. They started bickering and competing fiercely right in front of her. Marie just stood there, completely overwhelmed and having absolutely no idea how to handle the sudden chaos. That's when Corin smoothly stepped in to her rescue. You boys sure are enthusiastic, but you completely missed your manners. Corin gently kissed the back of her hand and formally invited Marie for the first dance. Now, this was the proper basic etiquette if you actually wanted to ask a lady for her very first dance. He'd learned his lesson the hard way after getting brutally scolded for forgetting it in his past life. If there is a stunningly beautiful lady standing right in front of you and you want that first dance, you always start by kissing her hand. Marie was so moved she was practically speechless, immediately accepting his offer. The two of them seamlessly drifted onto the floor, their steps perfectly blending into the sweet, melodious rhythm. He felt like he'd be abandoning his very own savior if he didn't step in, so repaying the favor was the least he could do. After all, he had relied heavily on her help back when they were in the South. But man, this current situation was getting dangerously distracting. A certain pair of soft, beautifully round assets were right in his line of sight, making it entirely impossible for Corin to look away. Flustered and blushing, Marie accidentally stomped her sharp high heel right onto Corin's foot. It hurt like absolute hell, but he gritted his teeth and played it off like he was perfectly fine. Corin then pulled her in close, gently guiding her through the steps. Marie's face flushed as red as a tomato, and her heart pounded even harder when Corin softly whispered, "You don't need to care about anyone else's stares. Right now, just keep your eyes on me and enjoy the dance. Come on. Put your feet on mine and just let me lead. Look straight into my eyes. Feel the direction of my feet and just flow with the movement. I know you've got a great eye for this." It felt as if the entire ballroom had faded away, leaving only the two of them swaying to the music. Just like he had learned in his past life, when someone's eyes are shaking with anxiety, the best way to calm them down is to lock eyes and offer them steady comfort. Soon, both of them were smiling warmly, completely forgetting who even started smiling first. They danced the night away, sharing a beautifully dreamy moment together. Once the opening dance finally ended, the other young men rushed in to ask for a turn, but Marie politely turned them all down. Soon after, Corin elegantly escorted her away from the buzzing banquet hall. The noblemen were absolutely boiling with jealousy. How could the gorgeous goddess of their dreams just walk off with some random nobody? The young noblewomen, on the other hand, were completely swooning, thinking the two of them looked incredibly romantic. The way he took care of her was just so cool. And that dance, it was completely spellbinding. The two of them successfully snuck into Duke Cansania's private study. The crucial thing they needed to find in here was any trace of the Duke himself. According to the game's original lore, players had to find clues about the Duke's wife, Luina, and his daughter, Cecilia, during the Duke Sabasia quest. Normally, you'd just hand this specific book over to the Duke, and boom, side quest completed. But in his past life playthrough, the game never gave a single clue about searching the study. Even though he had absolutely no idea why he was summoned here, Korin decided to tear through the room and search anyway. The two of them flipped the place upside down for a while, but came up completely empty-handed. This quest was seriously no joke. There were 0 clues, no hidden secret passages, nothing. At this point, Marie was practically starving. She had rushed over here in such a frantic hurry that she didn't even have time to grab a single bite to eat. Blushing intensely, she shyly glanced up at Korin. That lingering gaze was an unspoken signal, a secret habit they had naturally formed as their relationship grew deeper. And before anyone even realized what was happening, the two of them were already wrapped in a highly affectionate embrace, with Marie sitting right on his lap. Turns out, Korin was letting Marie drink his blood to make up for her skipped breakfast. Her entire body burned with heat as she softly bit down on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Korin's face remained utterly stone cold, without a single flinch. He casually joked that with his ironclad endurance as a warrior, he literally couldn't feel a thing. But wait. Suddenly, a realization struck Korin like lightning. That ironclad endurance. He had acquired that specific trait by absorbing a certain soul. Remor. The very cursed book where the Duke's soul was permanently sealed away. A terrifying relic completely loaded with strange abilities and heavy enchantments. Korin quickly urged Marie to summon Diog. He specifically instructed her to manifest it in an unstable, dizzy state, perfectly mimicking an astral body right before its physical form fully materializes. Marie instantly understood the assignment and cast the spell. And just like that, Diogu, who was normally a majestic, handsome dog, was painfully reduced to a hideously ugly, deformed pig. A short while later, Diogu slowly faded away into thin air. Of course, Korin, who had absolutely 0 spiritual awareness, couldn't see a damn thing. But suddenly, a bone-chilling sensation violently crept up his spine. The entire room plunged into pitch-black darkness, and Korin bitterly realized the Duke really should have warned him earlier if things were going to end up like this. The entity sealed deep within the Grand Grior Library was none other than the soul of Duke Sebasia himself. When he couldn't die and was forced to endure a maddening thirst for blood, he made one desperate choice, forcibly separating his soul from his own physical body. So, where exactly was the Duke's missing body? The horrifying answer was manifesting right in front of Korin's very eyes. The Duke materialized from the shadows, radiating a suffocating, murderous aura. Glaring down at Korin, his booming voice echoed through the room. "You, boy, why have you come here bearing fragments of my soul, and what gives you the right to step foot inside my castle?" Korin claimed to be his descendant, but he had a burning question. "If your body and soul are separated, how can you still move like this?" he asked. But Duke Sebasia just radiated an overwhelming aura of authority. "I ask the questions here, you only answer," the Duke declared. The sheer power rolling off him was downright terrifying. Korin thought this would be a walk in the park, but this was no ordinary magic book. 800 years ago, a legendary general commanded the entire South, Duke Sebasia Zook. People hailed him as the strongest of his era. No, scratch that. The strongest of all time. And now, Korin was forced to fight this absolute legend. Realizing the boy had met his spirit before coming here, the Duke demanded to know, "Did you destroy my soul?" "No!" Korin insisted, explaining that he had actually helped the Duke's spirit find peace and cross over. Honestly, Korin had hoped for a better reward than just some dusty magic book. But the Duke wasn't buying it. If his soul had truly guided Korin here, the boy wouldn't have brought a filthy vampire with him. He refused to believe a single word coming from this brat's mouth. Korin had no idea what the old man was rambling about. Besides, how was a soulless corpse moving around like this anyway? The answer was simple. It was the immortal body of a vampire. He had deliberately trapped a fragment of his own soul in this castle to avoid turning into a mindless beast, just like the one Korin had brought along. And by beast, he meant Marie. Korin desperately defended her. "She's not a monster. She's completely in control of her vampire powers." The Duke let out a bitter laugh. To free himself from 800 years of bloodlust, he had destroyed his own soul, his senses, and his emotions. But the one thing that still lingered was the craving for fresh blood. No vampire could ever resist that primal urge, not even him. He refused to believe in miracles he couldn't prove. "If you try to stop me," he warned, "I'll kill you too." This was completely out of Korin's calculations. He really shouldn't have brought Marie along. Sabasia Zook's body had been sealed away for ages because of his absolute hatred for vampires. The legendary hero had completely lost his mind. If he was the absolute strongest during his lifetime, even as a corpse, he was easily a semi-S-class threat. Korin had to go all out right from the start. He instantly activated his magic footwork, unleashing the supreme Azura Six-Step, essence of the Calamity Serpent. The ascending serpent surged forward, striking straight at the Duke. In response, the Duke countered with the poisonous dragon's strike. The terrifying energy erupting from his blade was nothing short of divine power. During his life, he had slaughtered a dragon just to claim this very strength. Fusing it with his ultimate demonic sword technique, the Dragon Slayer brought his blade crashing right down on Korin. Korin had miscalculated. This guy was even stronger than an S-class monster. Having swatted the boy aside, Sabasia slowly advanced toward Marie. To him, the trembling girl was nothing but a lowly beast, completely undeserving of a normal human life. Marie was terrified, completely clueless about what he meant by beast. But her underlying thirst for blood was proof enough for the Duke. He was convinced she could never overcome her nature through sheer willpower alone. Eventually, you'll crave the blood of your own lover and slaughter everyone you hold dear, he snarled, pointing his blood-stained sword at Marie and aggressively driving her back. She barely dodged his lethal swing, but her panic left her completely paralyzed. Seeing its master in danger, Diog leaped in and clamped its jaws onto the Duke's arm. But instantly, the demonic hound was bound tight by heavy magical chains. Even its muzzle was sealed shut. The old Duke sneered, mocking the beast. Very agile. What a ferocious little monster. You're even faster than I was in my prime. But you have no strategy. You're just a brute relying on raw power. As he spoke, he callously drove the sealing sword of Romania straight into Diog's chest. This mythical blade was designed to trap immortal beings inside an inescapable pocket dimension. Against this weapon, immortality meant absolutely nothing. He stepped forward, intent on putting an end to Marie's tragic existence with his own two hands. To him, a monster would always just be a monster. But Marie refused to accept that. She knew he was wrong. Korin had promised her she would be okay, which meant she was going to be okay. Seeing the girl clinging so desperately to her faith, the Duke coldly dragged Korin's battered, bleeding body over to her. In his mind, this tragic end was the best possible outcome for both of them. Marie collapsed next to Korin's frail body. His hands were trembling uncontrollably as his blood pooled on the cold stone floor. Marie stared at the crimson puddle, her breathing turning heavy and ragged. The Duke watched with disdain. He never expected anything more from a filthy vampire. He assumed that, even with her lover dying right in front of her, she still wouldn't be able to resist her monstrous instincts. But boy, was he wrong. Instead of giving in to her thirst, Marie leaned down and kissed Korin. Using her own vampire blood as a healing elixir, she transferred it directly into his body. She didn't take his blood, she gave him hers. In her darkest moment, Marie had finally conquered her cursed instincts. By all logic, she should have lost her mind to the bloodlust, yet she had held on. In the end, Duke Sabasia was the only one who had failed that test. He hadn't been able to save anyone. He was the one who had ultimately surrendered to his own dark desires. But these two kids, they were different. Watching them, the old Duke finally realized how incredibly wrong he had been to judge everything so absolutely. Without warning, he plunged his sword straight into Korin's chest. Marie screamed, trying to stop him, but she was too late. How much more was this monster going to torment them? She sobbed, absolutely terrified of losing her beloved Korin. But then, a brilliant light erupted around them. In a flash, they were transported right back to the previous room. Korin gently placed a hand on Marie's trembling shoulder. "Hey, I'm okay," he whispered softly, comforting her. Tears streamed down Marie's face as she clung to him. To her absolute shock, it was Duke Sabasia who had actually saved Korin's life. The Duke casually tossed his legendary sword to the ground. That stab? It was to transfer his own magical mana heart directly into the boy's body. Finally, Sabasia understood why his wandering spirit had guided Korin to this exact place. Looking at the boy, he saw the undeniable blazing spirit of a true hero. Those who seek power are always consumed by greed, but not you, animecaps, the Duke mused. You possess a fierce conviction and a noble pride that those fools could never even dream of. Above all, Korin managed to change what he couldn't in the past. He earned the right to reshape this world, the very world that man failed to protect 800 years ago. Duke Sabanzia wanted Korin to be the one to fix the mistakes he had carried for so long. After leaving those final words, his figure slowly faded away until he vanished completely. Korin could feel it beating within his own chest, the magic core of the great General Sabanzia Zook. He never expected to receive such an incredible gift. Marriott threw her arms around Korin, holding him tight. She must have been absolutely terrified. Terrified that he was going to leave her forever. Through her tears, she made him promise never to die without her permission. But no matter what, everything had finally come to a peaceful end. A reward like this was more than enough. Korin's prize this time was none other than Sabanzia's own magic core. His magic level instantly spiked, and the core's abilities fully awakened. If Korin Locke could wish for just one thing, it was that the man's body and soul, tormented for 800 years, would finally find peace. The system alerts kept chiming. You have obtained Duke Sabanzia's aura core. Your aura has leveled up. The core's unique abilities took shape. Not only did Korin's second core boost his aura rank, but it also granted him dual core status. This core even came with broken skills like Unyielding Fighter, Regeneration, Endurance, Omniscient Domain, and Dual Core. Yet, something still felt off to him. Back in the game during his past life, why didn't the Duke give the players this kind of power? Wouldn't it have been better if he was just this generous from the start? Why did he have to make everyone suffer so much? Suddenly, a maid walked into the room. She was instantly greeted by the sight of two half-naked people, lying on each other's laps, panting heavily, and... well, you get the idea. Korin knew anyone would misunderstand this compromising position, so he frantically tried to explain that it wasn't what it looked like. But who would believe that? With the sweat, the heavy breathing, and the steamy atmosphere, she caught it all in 4K. The maid's face flushed beet red as she stood speechless, before bolting out the door, but not without apologizing for interrupting their intimate moment. Korin could only reach out helplessly, screaming that it was all a huge misunderstanding. Because once this news got out, Marriott's father completely blew his top. He swore he would skin Korin alive, rip out his bones, and drink his blood. It took 20 whole days before this massive misunderstanding was finally cleared up. For those 20 days, he had to flee into the mountains, spending his time desperately training his aura. Meanwhile, the entire city was turned upside down searching for the bastard who dared to lay a finger on their precious young lady. Thankfully, by some miracle, the air was cleared. But man, Korin was a hair's breadth away from becoming public enemy number one in the South. By the time he returned to the academy, the second semester had kicked off and preparations for the festival were underway. Riding together in a carriage, the two of them happily chatted about their inn business. Their inn was bound to be a gold mine, definitely raking in profits multiple times over. A massive wave of tourists would flood in for the festival, practically guaranteeing a booming business. Once they made it big, he planned to flip the land, make a mountain of cash, and let that money print even more money. With this master plan, Korin was fast-tracking his way to becoming filthy rich. Just thinking about it sent shivers of excitement down his spine. The festival season really was the absolute best. But reality hit him like a bucket of ice water, washing away all of Korin's grand hopes. A massive, apocalyptic-level typhoon was making landfall. The crazy thing was, this never happened in his past life. A storm of this scale would completely wreck the festival. Marriott tried to comfort him, saying that in big business, you win some and you lose some. But business is business. He still had to sign that IOU. She promised not to make things difficult if he couldn't pay her back. She only wanted Korin to agree to one single condition. Though he couldn't help but feel her offer was super shady. He couldn't just accept this, there had to be a way out. Meanwhile, over at the Marikaba Academy's special dorms, the two of them had to crash at the headmaster's office. Right now, the headmaster was the only one around, since Professor Josephine had gone back with Warren. During the holidays, they all stayed at the chapel. The headmaster agreed to let Korin stay for the night. To her, he wasn't exactly an outsider anymore. In fact, she was even planning to have him live there permanently starting this semester. He knew it was partly an excuse to keep a close eye on him. Professor Josephine and Headmaster Aaron were clearly trying to monitor his movements, since they didn't fully trust him just yet. This bizarre storm piqued their curiosity. A typhoon this fierce was bound to cause massive destruction. Yet, surprisingly, there hadn't been any serious damage reported so far. The city wasn't in the eye of the storm, but the outskirts were taking a heavy beating. Most importantly, the storm wasn't moving, because this was no natural disaster. It was summoned by a monster. The whole ordeal started on a major sea route in the southern archipelago. Swimming upstream along the Yenia Strait was a creature known as the solitary king of the ocean, the sea serpent. This ocean king had gone completely berserk, sinking ships left and right and aggressively invading human territory with zero regard for human life. Seeing this, a wannabe hero decided to step up and challenge the beast. That guy was Levant Brenaria. Ignoring his father's frantic warnings, he insisted on hunting the monster down because it was an A-rank threat. If he managed to slay it, he'd instantly be promoted to a first-class knight. And then he could snatch Lady Marriott right out of Corrin's hands. Being rejected for that first dance had bred a deep, bitter obsession inside him. He was desperate to crush Corrin Locke, slay the sea serpent, and bring peace back to the strait. So, they set out. A strike force fought tooth and nail for 6 days and 5 nights, and finally, peace returned to the Yenia Strait. Well, sort of. In the end, they failed to kill the sea serpent and let it slip away. And that fleeing beast ended up costing innocent people their lives. These creatures were Anvin stormbats. To safely give birth, they become the eye of the storm, shielding themselves from predators. They're nicknamed golden bats because their bones, blood, and flesh are literal elixirs. Even other monsters thirst for them. The wounded sea serpent couldn't resist targeting the Anvin bat's nest. To protect her unborn baby, the mother bat made a desperate choice. She flew north, flying as fast as her wings could carry her towards safety. And out of all the places in the world, she chose to give birth right on the plot of land Corrin had poured his blood, sweat, and tears into. Who could have guessed that his dreams of getting filthy rich would be violently crushed by a freaking storm bat? He couldn't fathom why they were here. Weren't they impossible to find during summer since they normally bred on remote islands in the archipelago? But then it hit him. This was the butterfly effect of his own actions. One flap of a butterfly's wings literally dragged a whole typhoon with it. A very real, very destructive typhoon. The construction workers building the inn instantly packed up and evacuated, completely ignoring Corrin as he clung to them, begging them to stay. But there was no way they could keep working with the storm raging harder by the minute. If they kept building, they'd literally lose their lives. And if this storm kept up, they could kiss the whole festival goodbye. If this storm lasts even one more week, Corrin's inn is definitely going to get wiped off the map. He spent 280 gold coins on the land, 330 for raw materials and labor, and 220 just to finish the architecture. And the worst part, out of all that, only 100 gold coins were actually his. The rest was all borrowed money. If this business goes under, he's going to be saddled with a crushing debt of 720 gold coins. At this rate, he is completely doomed. A short while later, the MK3 Academy held an emergency meeting to deal with the storm. Principal Ario Casa summoned a select group of students and professors. Among them were Professor Hamgills from the Night Department, newly appointed Professor D.N.A. Arian, Magic Department Professors Ega Linton and Laura Lamas, an Alchemy Professor, and the new Night Professor, Ogun Renchi. They gathered to discuss the Anvon bat, the root cause of this massive storm. Heyman was fiercely determined to hunt down those bats, but Ega flat out rejected the idea. He argued that the storm would naturally die down in a month, so there was absolutely no need to risk their lives over it. Lurala demanded to know what proof he had to back up such a claim. Ega calmly explained that the Anvon's breeding season usually lasts from June to September, and they are well known for having a very short reproductive cycle. Even factoring in other variables, the storm would blow over in a month anyway. If that was truly the case, there was no point in taking unnecessary risks. Lurala agreed that they should just maintain the status quo. However, Ogun firmly believed that they needed to subdue the beast. Not only would the students be unable to return to school on time, but the upcoming festival would also be delayed. Worst of all, the public would think the academy was just sitting on their hands doing nothing. Another professor countered that their academy was an educational institution, and that monster subjugation should be left to the Hunters Association. A flurry of opinions filled the room, with people aggressively agreeing and disagreeing. Korin, who had been sitting in silence for a long time, finally spoke up. Acknowledging his lack of experience, he humbly begged his seniors to hear him out just this once. He was absolutely fired up, burning with passion. He dramatically swore to bravely walk the path of truth with a pure heart, vowing never to abandon his ideals, even if it meant dying to protect the weak and smite evil. We are guardians, the protectors of humanity, so of course we must fight. He was so worked up that he completely lost control of himself. But who could blame him? This was his one and only chance to turn his life around. Faced with their opposition, he only grew more frantic. His mouth spouted noble words about the victims who had lost their homes to the storm. But deep down, he was desperately trying to save himself from becoming a homeless beggar. They've been pushed out onto the streets, stripped of their livelihoods. Innocent children are starving because they've lost their roofs. We absolutely cannot abandon them. Everyone was deeply moved by Korin's heartfelt speech. They even praised him as a shining paragon of chivalry. Then he laid the sorrowful act on even thicker. He claimed this wasn't about knightly pride or guardian vows, but simply about the pure desire to save lives. Please, we have to save the people. Hearing those impassioned words, the righteous blood of the senior professors began to boil. They looked at Korin in sheer admiration, amazed that such a young man could be such a burning, passionate knight. They immediately formed an assault team, swearing in the name of the Guardians to protect the people with their lives. Thanks to this Oscar-worthy performance, every single professor and student agreed to launch an attack. The strike team was swiftly assembled and marched straight toward the storm. They had already coordinated with the support squad. Now, it all came down to perfect timing. Watching Korin tear up, the professors were blown away by his noble, selfless desire to save others. Of course he was sincere. He had a crushing debt of 720 gold coins hanging over his head. Korin's entire life depended on this one mission. The plan was simple: to capture the golden Anvan bat living in the eye of the storm. They needed the support team to blast a crack right through the raging winds. Once the opening was created, the infiltration team would charge in and take down the Anvan. It would be amazing if the plan went smoothly, but unfortunately, the eye of the storm was swarming with an endless horde of monsters. These beasts had been sucked into the hurricane while trying to eat the Anvan. They had been starving for a long time and were absolutely rabid. However, Korin wasn't sweating it too much. During his prime, this professor was known as the Great Helmsman, the semi-first-class knight, Ham Gels. He swung a massive 2-meter-long axe around as easily as if it were a pair of chopsticks. Then there was the semi-first-class knight, Professor Ogun, and the first-class mage and acting captain, a man whose true brilliance wasn't in smoking cigarettes, but in wielding his staff as a lethal weapon, Professor Aga. And to top it all off, there was a second-year student who was already a first-class knight, much like Korin Locke himself. A fierce member of the Northern Island barbarian tribe, the Berserker BJER. With a stacked squad like this, it would be a miracle if the monsters actually won. That Berserker guy was seriously massive. You had to wonder if he was half human, half giant. Anyway, the main objective was catching the Anvan. They had to breach the eye of the storm and capture it before the devastation spread any further. And of course, before it wrecked his precious inn. For the inn, for the money, for a filthy rich future. You just wait, Anvan. I'm coming for you. As the vanguard prepared to charge into the eye of the storm, the rest of the team followed closely behind. But once they pushed inside, they made a shocking discovery. There was a smaller hurricane trapped inside the massive one. This was completely unheard of. Aga theorized that the beast had sensed the intruders approaching, forcing it to burn through its remaining strength just to generate this inner barrier. This fierce defense was purely driven by maternal instinct. Monster or not, you had to admit it was pretty incredible. Professor Ogun reckoned that if they were willing to endure getting shredded up a bit, they could push through it. But forcing their way in would result in way too many casualties for the professors, so there was no need to be reckless. Aga immediately fired a flare into the sky to signal the support squad. Upon seeing the signal, Professor DA didn't hold back. She unleashed her terrifying power, summoning fierce crimson lightning from the heavens. However, it looked like she went a little overboard. At this rate, that blast was going to wipe out their own team of professors. Everyone scrambled to take cover behind Iga's magical shield. They only needed just enough firepower to clear the storm, but she was way too enthusiastic. That absolutely barbaric power was known as the Crimson Demon. Now, they were seeing firsthand just how terrifying it truly was. With just a single devastating strike, it felt like everything in the area had been completely obliterated. The assault team was a hair away from getting vaporized along with it. That right there was exactly why Hammond absolutely despised mages. But hey, at least the problem was solved, right? With a lightning strike of that magnitude, the inner storm had to be totally destroyed. Except, it wasn't. The inner barrier stood completely unfazed, not even shifting an inch. With a blast like that, even a semi-first-class monster would have been fried crisp. Yet, the creature inside didn't seem to take a scratch. The team suddenly realized something was horribly wrong. The Anvan was rapidly growing larger. Oh no, it was evolving. Demonic evolution is an extremely rare phenomenon triggered by accumulating massive amounts of life experience. It isn't just the alpha of the pack ascending to the next level. It is the literal ascension of the species' biological vessel. Honestly, for a creature capable of surviving a hurricane of this scale, possessing lightning immunity wasn't even a surprise. The Anvan had completely absorbed Professor DNA's lightning strike. There was no way they could treat this thing like a weak, basic monster anymore. The Anvan had now transformed into the true king of the thunderstorm. The team was violently sucked right into the vortex. The mage squad couldn't do a damn thing to help now. If they cast any more support magic, the Anvan would just absorb it and become even more unstoppable. This creature is far from simple. The situation right now is absolute chaos, but the more chaotic it gets, the more room Corinlock has to shine. He drove his sword straight into the ground, using his aura to stabilize himself in midair. He finally realized that martial arts are only effective when your feet are firmly planted on the ground, and right now, he was completely helpless. Corin couldn't do a single thing, and his chance to show off was completely gone. He turned to Becker, but it was absolutely hopeless. In midair, whether you're a 2-meter-tall giant or a spear wielder, you're equally vulnerable. But Corin couldn't just give up. Thinking about those 720 gold coins, it all came down to whether he could catch that giant bat or not. Corin used Becker's bald head as a springboard to launch himself into the air. Just because he was thrashing around in the sky didn't mean he was completely useless. Corin was not about to back down. There was no way he'd surrender to a monster. Corin soared higher, using the people around him one by one as stepping stones. He was determined to kill the monster that dared to swallow his 720 gold coins. It was a fateful clash between a man blinded by vengeance and a beast desperate to protect its young. Both of their lives hung in the balance of this single moment. A desperate battle for survival had just begun. But suddenly, out of nowhere, an obstacle blocked his path. It wasn't over yet, though. Just 2 strikes, the Mountain Cleaver and the Crimson Thrust were all he needed. His sword pierced right into the storm, but it was completely useless. Every single ground-based martial art meant nothing in the sky. Corin was slowly losing all his power. Was this really the end? Was all his hard work just going down the drain? Was it all over? He kicked himself for investing that money instead of just buying some good food. And right there in the middle of the storm, Corin's entire world crumbled. But in his most desperate moment, he heard a sound. It was so loud that it echoed clearly even through the raging storm. Someone was fighting Anvan, but who in the world could it be? With just a few basic slashes, swinging left and right, cutting front and back, that person completely demolished the monster. The storm finally settled. A mysterious figure emerged from the thick clouds of dust. Even if he had to walk through the Valley of Darkness, Corin wouldn't be afraid anymore. Because the gods were on his side. Even before he could be buried under his crippling debt of 720 gold coins, the rescue team had arrived. This rescue team was none other than Warren and Miss Josephine. The tornado caused by the storm bat attacking the city outskirts had sparked massive chaos, leaving behind a trail of heavy destruction. Thanks to their early intervention, the city itself barely suffered any damage, apart from the rural roads. A few people were injured, but they would bounce back soon enough. The academy was funded by taxes, so its heroic image and reputation were extremely important. For the Guardians trained there, doing volunteer work was just part of the job to maintain that perfect public image. But in complete contrast to Marie's warm and bubbly enthusiasm, Warren was entirely different. She looked like she was being forced against her will to volunteer. Seeing his friend act so grumpy, Corin started to reason with her. Do you know when human civilization actually began? I've only heard about it, but they say civilization started with the discovery of a healed broken femur. In the wild, if you break your leg, you're dead for sure. But this broken bone was fully healed. That means someone stayed behind and helped them until they recovered. When someone going through a tragedy receives help, that right there is the beginning of civilization. But to Hwarin, that only meant human weakness meant nothing to her. She had never received a single ounce of help from any human being in her life. Without a second of hesitation, Corin told her that he would be the first one to help her. Hwarin fell silent for a moment, then quietly walked away. It seemed she didn't believe him at all, because to her, a weakling had no right making empty promises. Hwarin knew full well that she was a yaksha, a creature born from the unnatural union between a human and a monster. If he knew her dark past, if he knew her true monstrous nature, Corin probably wouldn't trust her enough to turn his back on her. But a voice was constantly echoing in her head. "Give me back my body." She knew it wasn't truly her body, but she was never going to give it back. Even though she acted cold and indifferent on the outside, deep down there was still a tiny, flickering spark of hope that Corin would actually help her. The Guardian Academy was located in the city of Maba. People always called it the safest place in the world, but the reality was completely different. Dark alleys were everywhere, and the true rulers of these lawless slums were the Black Star Syndicate. Their main sources of income were slavery and smuggling bootleg liquor. But to secure their iron grip on the area, they also ran some very special side businesses. For example, handling problematic customers like this one. Whenever they saw patrons getting trashed, causing a scene, and picking fights at a tavern, they would step in. The Black Star Syndicate sold illegal liquor to this tavern, all while collecting protection money on top of it. If you wanted to run into them, there was no better place than right here. A bunch of massive, ugly thugs swaggered over to Corin's table. Taking one look at him, they easily guessed he was an academy student, and a minor had absolutely no business being here. Maybe the syndicate didn't want the headache of dealing with the academy, so they told him to finish his drink and scram, offering to cover his tab. Corin, however, couldn't care less, and directly dumped his glass of liquor right over the thug's head. The lackeys standing behind him were boiling with rage, but their boss held them back. This manager had dealt with plenty of cocky brats like him before. These academy guardians were always starting trouble. They didn't fear anyone because they genuinely believed they were untouchable. You'd think the guy was just going to swallow his pride. But nope. He ordered his lackeys to charge in and teach this kid a harsh lesson. These guys were the rabid hounds of the North. They were notoriously known as slave hunters, the so-called crazy red dogs. A mere student was just a clueless puppy who had no idea how terrifying a real tiger could be. Or so they thought. Corin punched them out one by one, making sure everyone got a piece of the action so no one felt left out. In just a split second, all those so-called crazy hounds were beaten to an absolute pulp, eaten dirt on the floor. If those guys were the crazy red dogs, then he was the professional dog catcher. And just so the boss wouldn't feel left out, Corin gifted the manager a brutal punch straight to the face, knocking him out cold. That day, the Black Star Syndicate was completely wiped out. But honestly, taking down a gang wasn't the main goal here. Corin had a much more personal reason for targeting this syndicate. They were slave traders. He wanted to free their victims, the demi-humans. In this brutal world, demi-humans were treated like absolute garbage. They were locked up in cages like wild animals. Just because they looked different, humans despised them and treated them like outcasts. Corin shattered those cages and set them free. He told them, "Once you get outside, there's a carriage waiting for you, prepared by the Donanal family. Those who make it out first, just follow that path." The rescued demi-humans were completely overwhelmed with emotion. By doing this, he could earn their trust and make them drop their guard. And then, he could finally execute his real plan. He approached one of the women and asked, "Hey, do you know a pair of siblings named Ren and John?" She silently pointed toward two small figures nearby. They looked so much smaller than he had imagined. Corin had actually met these two in his previous life. Back then, they were already 20 years old. He'd heard that a werewolf's physical growth depended on their mental maturity. But still, they were way too tiny. Seeing someone approach, the older sister instantly wrapped her arms around her little brother, desperately begging, "Please, don't hit him." The fiercely protective girl was Ren, and the trembling little boy was John. Corin knew that werewolves awaken their powers right after birth, which made them prime targets to be sold as infants. In his past life, Ren had been incredibly aggressive and utterly unapproachable. To think she had turned into that monster in just a single year. In his past life, Ren and John were terrifying villains working for the extremist faction of the church. The Orthodox extremists, in their twisted crusade to prove the danger of demi-humans, committed unspeakable atrocities against enslaved werewolves. This eventually sparked a massive political war between the first and second princes. And back then, Ren and John were absolute nightmares to deal with. But in the end, they both met a brutal death, impaled by Peru. So right now, Korin was essentially rescuing two tragic villains. Kids who were destined to become terrifying mid-bosses. He gently reached his hand out, but Ren violently swatted it away. Ignoring her resistance, Korin pulled both trembling children into a warm embrace, gently patting their backs to soothe their terror. These poor kids had never known what it felt like to be protected by an adult. They had only ever known abuse. Once their sobbing finally subsided, they quietly mumbled their names. He smiled warmly and said, "I'm Korin Locke. I'm a guardian." Hearing that, the two siblings finally started to relax. Okay, he had calmed them down. But was he really going to just hand them over to the Academy guards? Honestly, Korin had expected future mid-bosses like them to be much stronger. Not these fragile, helpless little kids. He had originally planned to use their latent powers to keep his enemies in check. Just then, Lenya, the tavern waitress, walked over. On the surface, she looked like just another barmaid from the back alleys. But in reality, she was a high-ranking manager of an underground information guild. She raised an eyebrow, asking what Korin planned to do with the kids. "For now, let's just get them to an inn and feed them a huge warm meal," he replied. Hearing that, Lenya smirked, probably thinking this kid was just some naive philanthropist. Korin didn't even bother explaining. It was too complicated anyway. She could think whatever she wanted. Right now, he had to focus on keeping the promise he made that day and saving his own skin. The very next day, at the Flying Beast landing zone in the eastern village of Maba City, a massive one-legged white bird touched down. Its passengers, elites from the east. A white-haired young man stepped forward, flashing an official badge from Borome Academy. Beside him stood a scholarly old man named Kang Run, and trailing behind were his two prized disciples. They were Jin Hyuk and the student council president, Kang Hwa. The station attendant greeted them with a bright smile. "Welcome to the Ellis Kingdom. Your carriage is waiting right over here." But this wasn't a sightseeing trip. The trio was here on a strict mission. The leader of this territory had stolen something precious from their kingdom, and the emperor had absolute proof. The old master glanced back, warning his students to conceal their killing intent. "Bury your grudges for now," he commanded. "If you let your emotions take over, the mission fails." But Jin Hyuk was furious. He would never, ever forget what that bastard had done to them. It was clear that a deep, bloody history haunted his past. In his mind, Jin Hyuk saw the haunting image of a young girl standing before a raging inferno, as an entire building burned to ash. Meanwhile, 1 month after the violent storm incident, the Academy was now absolutely buzzing with excitement for the upcoming festival. But don't let the word festival fool you. It wasn't a party, it was a vicious inter-academy combat tournament. Students from the 4 major regional academies would clash in brutal battles for absolute dominance. The atmosphere was electric, with everyone training like maniacs to prepare. Some argued they needed to lock in their teams immediately, while others debated the strategy behind solo, duo, and group brackets. Walking alongside him, Elisa turned and asked, "So, Korin, what bracket are you entering?" "The duos, obviously, and you're coming with me," he grinned. "We're already a fixed team anyway." As for the group battles, the teams were randomized, so it was out of his hands. But he crossed his fingers he'd get drafted with Elisa. Elisa groaned internally. If she stuck with Korin, she knew she'd be worked to the bone like an underpaid mercenary. Frowning, she asked, "Why don't you just pair up with Marie? She's literally the strongest one here." Korin shook his head. "No way. Marie's definitely going for the solo bracket. She's dead set on snatching that first-place grand prize." Suddenly, hushed whispers rippled through the courtyard. The crowd parted as 3 figures wearing traditional Eastern robes strode confidently into the academy. These were the main characters of the game's 3rd act. The immortal Taoist, Kang Ryon, the bloodhound, Sajin Hyuk, and the sword saint, Kang Hwa. The old Taoist immediately barged into Josephine's office, demanding she transfer a specific student over to Borome Academy. Josephine, however, flatly refused. The old man slammed his hand on the desk, arguing that as the child's own flesh and blood, they had every right to take her back. A year ago, a horrific disaster had struck their clan, and tragically, the old man's granddaughter was at the very epicenter of it. While their ancestral palace was burning to the ground, Josephine had swooped in and taken the girl away. Now that they had finally tracked her down, of course they wanted her back. But things weren't that simple. Warren was a very, very special case. The only reason the old man had rushed here under the guise of being a tournament judge was to get to Warren. The Taoist's voice grew heavy. A terrifying monster is sealed inside that girl's body. We are just trying to save her. Warren is only alive right now because of that power, Josephine fired back. She reminded him that protecting the girl was the final, dying wish of Principal Isle's closest friend, and the father of his own student, Kang Yu. But Kang Run didn't care about any of that. We will handle our own family matters, he snarled, insisting that Warren could never learn to control a monster of that magnitude. Josephine glared at him. She's already made it through the entire first semester without a single incident. Unconvinced, the old man crossed his arms, daring her to prove it. Suddenly, a smug bishop sent by the Orthodox Church decided to stick his nose into the conversation. Oh, so you're telling us that vicious demon has already been tamed? He mocked. Who knows if that's just part of her sick, twisted plan? Josephine sharply warned the fat guy to watch his mouth. But he wasn't having it. Those guys only believed what they could see with their own two eyes, completely dismissing her words as proof. He actually wanted to throw Warren right into the middle of the festival. His logic? If that evil entity really had slaughtered countless lives, the girl's true, bloodthirsty nature would definitely reveal itself in the heat of the tournament. Even though their claims were completely baseless, Josephine wasn't exactly confident she could talk some sense into them. After all, when it came to earning people's trust, a witch like her was already a walking target for criticism. But maybe this was actually the perfect opportunity. If she could prove to everyone that a demon could peacefully coexist with human conscience, it would secure a much better future for them all. So, Josephine agreed to let Warren compete in the solo matches. And after that, well, the girl would get to decide her own path. She couldn't speak for the Eastern continent, but here, Warren's legal guardians were Headmaster Errol, Josephine herself, and the great saintess of the Xi'an Cathedral. That lineup alone carried enough weight to guarantee the girl's absolute safety. Anyway, the conversation was over. Josephine tactfully kicked the two men out before they could pollute the air any further. Thinking back on it, everything was playing out exactly like Corin had warned. Vantaz's minions were definitely lurking in the shadows of this festival. He just knew something massive was about to go down, even if he didn't have all the details. But based on his speculation, it involved either the Catholic Church, the Boromei faction, or... actually, it was definitely both. The declining Catholic Church was making a desperate power play to expand their influence, and the spirit mages of Boromei, along with their disciples, were knee-deep in this mess too. The key trigger for all this? Heavenly Demon Zawarin. This was a critical event that would decide her fate, mark a massive turning point in the main storyline, and completely dictate the future of the entire Elos kingdom. Corin had specifically asked the professor to keep a close eye on the Catholic Church. After all, there were religiously affiliated inns set up right outside the festival grounds. The Boromei students were staying there, which made it super easy to monitor them. However, Josephine still harbored some deep suspicions about Corin. She still half believed he was actually one of Vantaz's disciples. Corin didn't even flinch. He basically told her, if you don't trust me, then keep doubting me, because honestly, that was the smart thing to do. But no matter what she thought of him, his goal remained exactly the same. Without hesitating, Corin stripped off his shirt, revealing the solemn vow scarred into his skin. I will save the world. If she actually understood the true weight of a Shadow Warrior's vow, her doubts would definitely fade a bit. Meanwhile, Josephine brought up a rumor she'd heard, that the newly built inn on the outskirts was entirely crowdfunded by the students. Corin smoothly denied it, claiming it had absolutely nothing to do with him. Even when she pointed out that she had solid intel proving he was the innkeeper collecting the funds, he just kept playing dumb. Or the fact that Marriott had recently moved her stuff there and was setting up a street stall. Still, completely unrelated to Salprind, he claimed. Yet, someone was somehow providing daily supplies, food, and drinks for 100 long-term guests, not to mention covering round-trip shipping costs and everything else. It was incredibly obvious that all these highly profitable operations were masterminded by someone with some serious long-term vision. Hey, sometimes a guy just needs a little financial backing, right? Josephine kept throwing accusations, and Corin kept dodging them flawlessly. Neither of them was willing to back down. As time ticked by, the preliminary rounds of the team tournament finally kicked off. Only 16 teams would make it through, and out of all the big names announced, Waran was the only one missing. She was probably strictly sticking to the solo matches. Just looking at the absolute monsters gathered here, anyone with a weak heart wouldn't even dare step foot in the arena. Elisa had to fight tooth and nail just to squeeze her way into the crowd. Standing at the podium to give the opening speech was none other than the great Taoist Kangrion. He was the head judge for this exam. This was the preliminary round that would decide the top 16 Guardians advancing to the team battles, so the difficulty level was absolutely going to be hellish. The rules were simple. If the ribbon on your arm falls off, you're eliminated. The main theme of this test was a Guardian's most sacred duty, rescuing civilians. Instantly, the 8 Gates formation was activated. Everyone already knew that Kangrion was the absolute best formation master on the Eastern continent. But the sheer scale of this thing, and how exactly were they supposed to rescue civilians? Nobody had a clue. That is, until they saw the lifeless stone golem standing in front of them, along with the official rules. Rule number 1. After physically touching a civilian golem, you can issue it a command. Rule number 2. Escort the golem to your designated safe zone, and you score 1 point per golem. Rule number 3. Activating the wrong civilians will cost you 2 points each. All they had to do was touch them, and the golems would start moving. Watching his highly enthusiastic friends, Corin couldn't help but admire the kid's raw energy. Meanwhile, Elisa was busy taking down a hound monster, earning a massive shower of praises from her teammates. She literally one-shot the beast. Man, Elisa is just built different. We are so incredibly lucky to be on her team. This civilian protection mission perfectly demonstrated your actual skills as a Guardian. To keep the civilians safe from monster attacks, you had to escort as many of them as humanly possible to the designated safe zones. Elisa was definitely feeling a solid sense of accomplishment. If they could just rescue the 2 golems right in front of them, their team would hit a grand total of 10 saved civilians. Their next priority was to track down a safe zone. One member of the team quickly took charge and volunteered to scout ahead. Since they were inside the 8 Gates formation, there had to be a safe zone nearby. But suddenly, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. That wasn't an earthquake. It was Corin's massive marching army. He stood tall at the helm, loudly declaring that if everyone just dropped their weapons, he'd spare their lives. His team had literally tied a bunch of the stone golems together to create a giant makeshift transport cart, and right now, they showed absolutely zero signs of slowing down. Corin just stood there, laughing like a maniac. The judge really expected over 1,000 students to fight for points by escorting a highly limited number of golems? Why on earth would he bother playing by those frustrating rules? At this point, Corin wasn't just Corin anymore. He was basically acting like the almighty immortal Joker. To him, simply wiping out the competition was a million times easier. At first, his grand master plan only consisted of 3 people. Corin, along with Jer and El, wanted to forcefully recruit a massive horde of students. Because if they wanted to secure absolute victory, building an army was step number 1. Standing right behind him, Jer and El acted like his personal hype men, endlessly praising Corin as an absolute genius of a leader with extraordinary charisma. Meanwhile, Corin stood there with his arms crossed, grinning so hard his face hurt. The essential goal was obviously to pass the preliminaries, but since the next round only allowed 16 people, the smartest move was to just violently eliminate all the unnecessary competition right now. So, his master plan was simple. Secure a strong foothold, track down the safe zones, and fully recruit as many students as possible into Faction Corin. Then, he'd literally just use them as meat shields to avoid any direct combat. A buzzcut mage was absolutely furious at Corin's dirty tactics. Gripping his staff tightly, he screamed, "Take them all down!" But before he could do anything stupid, his friend frantically grabbed him, stopping what would have been a straight-up suicide mission. Another furious shout tore through the air, cursing Corin's group for being absolute cowards. If both sides just kept dragging this out, when the hell would the actual raid begin? The current scene was nothing short of epic. A massive legion of stone statues forming an impenetrable shield around Corin. The rules for this mission were simple. If Korin's squad could escort the statues to the safe zone, every member would score 1 point. But if the enemy smashed them to pieces, that was a brutal 2-point deduction. Sitting comfortably on his stone throne, Korin looked down at the chaos. Smug and full of himself, he arrogantly declared that absolute victory was guaranteed, as long as everyone followed his master plan. Down below, the attackers were practically boiling with rage. They screamed, cursing Korin as a despicable coward, knowing that if this stalemate dragged on, they were doomed to lose. Fed up, the entire opposing force charged forward as one, rushing straight for the stone statues and Korin's squad. They aggressively provoked him, shouting, "If you've got the guts, get down here and fight us man to man." The attackers' strategy was brute force. Scale the massive statues and violently hurl Korin's entire crew right off the edge. Seeing their blind confidence, Korin merely flashed a sinister, demonic grin. He calmly placed his hand on LC's head. Law flashed a wicked smirk of his own, realizing the golden opportunity had finally arrived, especially since LC had been holding back his frustration for way too long. But Korin casually raised a hand. "Hold on, let them get a little closer." The moment the attackers closed the distance, a massive fireball was unleashed. The blazing sphere slammed right into the advancing crowd, triggering a deafening explosion that sent the attackers screaming in sheer agony. The defensive students started panicking, terrified that if the stone statues got destroyed in the blast, they would all be completely screwed. But Korin just shrugged it off with a chilling calmness. "Relax," he said. "We have plenty of statues. A little collateral damage means absolutely nothing." And this right here was the brutal difference between the two factions' missions. One side was tasked with bolstering their forces by securing the stone statues early on, and that was Korin's squad. The opposing side, however, had to relentlessly attack and shatter those statues to rack up points, while wiping out the enemy forces to push them out of the safe zone. And leading that aggressive vanguard, it was none other than Alisa. But at the end of the day, both sides had their own ruthless strategies to play. Flashing a completely psychotic grin, Korin barked a cold order to his team. "If you see a single one of them step up, slaughter them on the spot." The crew standing behind him immediately roared in unison, "Understood!" Korin actually found it pretty entertaining that the Academy occasionally set up these brutal faction-versus-faction missions. Meanwhile, the casualty count on both sides was skyrocketing by the second. Snapping back to the present, Alisa and Korin finally came face to face on the battlefield. Gripped by sudden panic, Alisa pointed a trembling finger at Korin, utterly refusing to believe her own eyes. She never in her wildest dreams expected Korin to show up here. Meanwhile, Korin just spread his arms wide open, tilting his head back with a twisted, Joker-like grin, practically declaring himself as an almighty god. With terrifying blank white eyes and a sadistic smirk, Korin stared down at Alisa from above. He slowly called out her name, arrogantly offering her the absolute privilege to join his crew for this battle. Alisa tightened her grip on her sword hilt. Completely stunned by his audacity, she stammered out in pure disbelief, "What the hell did you just say?" Korin continued his devilish temptation. "Rip off that attacker's badge right now, and come over to my side. Say yes, and I'll even make you my vice captain." But Alisa fiercely rejected him without a second thought. Of course, Korin couldn't care less about her pathetic refusal. Whether she agreed willingly or not didn't matter to him at all. His only goal was to rapidly absorb fresh firepower as he steamrolled the enemy forces, and he needed her strength. Korin immediately broadcasted a ruthless bounty. "Whoever drags Alisa over to our side gets promoted to squad captain instantly." The moment those words left his mouth, a massive swarm of traitors ambushed Alisa straight from behind. She just stood there, completely blindsided, having no idea what was happening. A trio of attackers leaped at her. They looked guilty, but an absolute order from the boss was something they simply couldn't defy. "Take her down!" one of them roared, and all three lunged violently at Alisa. Overwhelmed and heartbroken, tears streamed down Alisa's face. The sick twist? Those three were originally from Alisa's own faction. Desperate to switch sides, they were using her as their ultimate ticket out. Her so-called comrades even had the absolute audacity to admit that they would much rather fight her than ever have to face a monster like Korin. Hearing that harsh truth made her sob even harder. She had trusted them with her life, only for them to stab her in the back the moment things got tough. Watching this tragedy unfold from above, Korin's villainous smirk only grew wider. To him, peace was nothing but a fragile, pathetic illusion. The true nature of this society was simple: trample over anyone and anything to secure your own survival. Blood splattered violently across the battlefield. When humans are backed into a corner and pushed by sheer terror, they will do absolutely whatever it takes to survive. Righteousness and loyalty? Meaningless garbage when death is knocking at your door. The battlefield descended into total madness, everyone tearing each other apart in a brutal, merciless bloodbath. Even through her tears, Alisa proved her strength, utterly crushing the 3 traitors who had jumped her. But something inside her snapped. Furious and broken, she coldly declared that she had officially had enough of this garbage. Pushed over the edge by her allies' betrayal, the once righteous Alisa had been successfully corrupted by Corin's twisted game. Swallowed by grief and rage, she fiercely proclaimed that she didn't need anyone's pathetic loyalty anymore. From this moment on, she was going all out, and she wouldn't show a shred of mercy to anyone. And just like that, Alisa Aiden officially embraced her role as the new vice captain. The scene then cut over to Marriott's location. She knew perfectly well that teaming up was the universal strategy in this massive war. You simply couldn't survive as a lone wolf out here, especially if you had the misfortune of running into the genius rank 52, Marriott Dunalev. Marriott's squad was forged through the sheer power of friendship, which meant she had a massive, fiercely loyal backing. They were blissfully confident that their unbreakable bonds of friendship could conquer any obstacle. However, the moment Corin's terrifying Stone Legion marched into their territory, her squad collided with an absolute, unavoidable nightmare. Marriott froze in shock the second she laid eyes on Corin. Sensing her hesitation, Isbel quickly stepped up, frantically trying to reassure Marriott that they still had a solid chance at winning. Because even if Corin had an overwhelming advantage in numbers, his squad's sheer attack power simply couldn't rival Marriott's heavy hitters. But then, Corin's sickeningly sweet voice echoed across the battlefield. Just hearing that voice was enough to make Marriott completely short-circuit for 3 whole seconds. Squeezing out fake pathetic tears, Corin looked at her with a heartbroken expression. "Marie, are you really choosing to point your weapon at me?" That single manipulative sentence was all it took for Marriott's already lovesick heart to absolutely explode. Marriott started trembling uncontrollably, completely incapable of forming a single sentence. Standing right next to her, Isbel looked deeply confused, having absolutely no idea why her leader was suddenly breaking down. Poor Isbel still hadn't realized a brutal truth. Their solid 2 years of friendship meant absolutely nothing compared to Marriott's chaotic, unhinged first love. Blushing furiously red, Marriott abruptly raised her magical staff high into the air. This toxic first love completely corrupted her, turning her into a total psycho just like Corin. She screamed at the top of her lungs, shamelessly declaring that she was defecting to his side. Without a second of hesitation, Marriott lunged forward and started ruthlessly blasting her own friends. The poor girl taking the hit was completely dumbfounded, having no clue why Marriott was suddenly turning on them. Screams of betrayal and agony echoed non-stop across the zone. Isbel watched in pure, unadulterated horror, her jaw practically hitting the floor. Dripping with cold sweat, she simply could not process that Marriott would ever butcher her own closest friends like this. But before Isbel could even snap out of her shock, Marriott had already wiped out the rest of the squad and was marching menacingly right toward her. Paralyzed by absolute terror, Isbel just stood there, stammering and completely lost for words. Meanwhile, Corin's demonic crew was watching the entire massacre from the sidelines, hyping her up and screaming in absolute excitement. Jer loudly praised their brand new recruit, while Locke was practically glowing with joy watching the enemy drop one by one. Once she had successfully slaughtered every last one of her former friends, Marriott raised her staff high in a twisted victory pose. Flashing that signature, maniacal Corin smile, she unhingedly declared herself the absolute champion of the battlefield. The sinners corrupted by Corin were growing more unhinged by the second. Standing right behind him, they kept chanting their battle cries. Total victory, wipe out every obstacle in their path. "Charge, boys!" Corin threw his cloak back, grinning from ear to ear. Getting carried by your teammates really is a breeze. Meanwhile, the teachers watching everything unfold on the monitors were sweating bullets. They had absolutely no idea what was happening out there. Kang Yua turned to Josephine, asking if she had a clue what Corin was up to, but even she could not have predicted a crazy scheme like this. But then again, this could easily be considered the biggest plot twist of the tournament. Josephine had to admit, Corin pulled off moves she never saw coming, and her instincts about him were completely spot on. Corin's team breezed through the qualifiers and celebrated like they had just hit the jackpot. They were literally up there doing some bizarre victory dance on top of a pile of stone statues. Sure, their performance was incredible, but Corin's squad also accidentally rubbed everyone the wrong way. The next phase was the duo matchups. The first opponents they had to face were the Chen family twins. These two were no joke. They were second-rate guardians of the academy. The Chen sister unleashed a barrage of talismans straight at their team, but Corin casually dodged every single one of them. Pointing right at the Chen siblings, Corin ordered Elisa to attack. Elisa jumped completely bewildered as to why he was throwing her into the spotlight. Snapping into a serious combat stance, Elisa raised her sword. She muttered under her breath, blaming Corin, saying, "It is your fault things ended up like this." But she decided to handle the Chen siblings herself. With a flash of steel, she unleashed two razor-sharp slashes. Elisa's sword aura ripped through the air, striking its targets with absolute precision. The siblings screamed in pain as the attack landed. Just like that, the match was over in a flash. Corin praised her, saying her tactics were pretty solid. But Elisa was fuming, snapping back that she did all the dirty work while he just stood there barking orders without lifting a finger. Corin completely disagreed. He argued that standing back and cheering was a vital support role. Elisa glared at him, bluntly stating she was incredibly pissed off right now. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk and Kang Yua were watching from the stands. Watching her fight, Jin Hyuk realized that Elisa was actually the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, though he honestly did not think she was all that strong. Beside him, Kang Yua analyzed Elisa's skills with sharp, calculated eyes. She admitted that Elisa's level was not too bad when fighting weaker students. But the one Kang Yua was truly focused on was Corin. She could tell that the real core of this team was him. Every single strategy, every shift in the battle's momentum, it all revolved around Corin. Recalling the recent ranking updates, Yua was certain Corin was the guy who just got promoted to a fifth-rate guardian. Her mind flashed back to the two most troublesome opponents she had researched before coming here. The first threat to watch out for was the Berserker, and the second was the vampire demi-human, Marie Donarev. But after watching that last fight, when the Chen sister hurled those talismans at him, Corin dodged them like it was nothing. The Chen siblings were no pushovers when it came to raw power and teamwork, which meant only one thing. Corin's true strength was absolutely nothing to scoff at. Staring at Corin's back down in the arena, Kang Yua noted how terrifyingly perceptive he was. He missed nothing, making split-second decisions with flawless accuracy. Combine that with his veteran-like battle sense, and Corin might just be the most dangerous student in this entire arena. Jin Hyuk was also starting to grasp just how serious this was. If the two of them ended up facing Corin, it was going to be a brutal fight. A cunning tactician like him was not an opponent just anyone could handle. He silently prayed they would not cross paths with a monster like that. Right in the middle of their conversation, Jin Hyuk caught sight of something. He turned toward a figure that had just appeared and let out a sharp gasp. Instantly, Jin Hyuk's eyes darkened with pure bloodlust. His face twisted into a scowl of deep, burning hatred. Meanwhile, the battle raging inside the arena was so intense that the crowd was screaming and cheering at the top of their lungs. Outside the stadium, Hwarin was taking slow, quiet steps away from the battlefield. Since everyone was glued to the matches, the academy grounds were practically deserted. This eerie silence was a stark contrast to the usual hustle and bustle. Hwarin closed her eyes. The quietness dragged her mind back to that fateful day. The day she was turned into a monster. Flashing back to the past, Hwarin was just a little girl. When she woke up from the agonizing transformation, all that was left around her was a roaring inferno. The heat so intense it felt like it was melting her flesh. Everything she knew had been reduced to ashes that night. The only thing echoing in her mind was a sinister voice screaming, "Kill them all! Let them all die!" Her home had been swallowed by a sea of fire, and she stood completely alone atop a mountain of charred corpses. But before the memory could swallow her whole, a sudden, chilling bloodlust snapped Hwarin back to reality. Someone was attacking her. Out of nowhere, Jin Hyuk launched a vicious, lightning-fast kick aimed right at Hwarin's head. Her piercing eyes immediately picked up on his movement. Time seemed to slow down as Hwarin effortlessly read Jin Hyuk's attack pattern. She blocked the strike flawlessly. Using the recoil, Jin Hyuk flipped backward to create some distance. He was honestly impressed by her monstrous reflexes. Meanwhile, Hwoarang instantly recognized exactly where that foul bloodlust was coming from. The sheer murderous intent radiating off him was suffocating. But Jin Hyuk just smirked, running his mouth about how not just anyone could track his movements, let alone block them. Charging straight at her again, he was dead set on taking her down. Judging by his explosive speed and refined technique, Hwoarang had to admit, he was a seriously skilled fighter. She frowned. This kind of raw, burning hatred directed at her, there was definitely a history here. Hwoarang coldly asked if they had met before. Jin Hyuk just let out a scoff. He flat out denied it, claiming he had absolutely no idea who she was. Yet, the vicious glare in his eyes told a completely different story. His mouth said stranger, but his face screamed mortal enemy. Then, completely changing his tone, Jin Hyuk gave a fake, half-assed apology for overreacting. He played it off, claiming he mistook her for an old friend and just wanted to mess around. Hwoarang stared at him, absolutely speechless at the absurd excuse. Honestly, Jin Hyuk felt strangely familiar to her, but her memories were a blur. Whatever, it was not like it mattered to her anyway. Giving him a cold side-eye, Hwoarang warned him to watch his step next time. He just smiled it off, promising he would be more careful. But the exact second Hwoarang turned her back and walked away, Jin Hyuk aggressively gritted his teeth, his dark aura erupting like a suffocating fog. Having watched the whole exchange, Kang Yua slowly walked up behind him. She scolded him, calling his little stunt just now incredibly reckless. She chewed him out for being so hot-headed. This was the absolute worst time and place to go around exposing his true strength. But Jin Hyuk did not feel a single ounce of regret. To him, that little scuffle just proved that his master's 8 gates technique was highly effective against demi-humans. Glaring at Hwoarang's fading silhouette, Jin Hyuk muttered to himself, she was the ultimate monstrosity, a cursed masterpiece forged by soul mages. In order to seal that beast away and save Ran, the great 8 gates golden lock, Annihilation Array absolutely had to be set in motion. Kryun stared at Jin Hyuk's trembling, tightly clenched fists. She knew he was barely keeping his rage in check, but she still warned him to stay quiet and just wait. To lure the target away, they had to wait for the perfect moment. Kang Ryun figured that once this was all over, as long as they purged that sinister entity from Hwoarang, Jin Hyuk could do whatever the hell he wanted. Hearing this only made Jin Hyuk's murderous intent flare up even hotter. Still, he promised not to act recklessly. After all, his real goal was to slaughter them only after he had completely subdued the demon inside him. The second phase of the knockout rounds had finally arrived. All the contestants were gathered in the heart of the A-list kingdom, right in the city of Nazaria, the official battleground for round 2. Inside a bustling roadside tavern, every single table was packed to the brim. Waiters rushed back and forth through the loud, lively crowd, and Korin was sitting right there among them. Having the second round take place so far away was completely out of his expectations. He thought back to the notice he got from Professor Josephine. She had mentioned that Professor Kang Ryon was the one who suddenly changed the location of the knockout stage. When the news broke, Korin himself was caught a little off guard. Josephine had even point-blank asked him if he was the one who hijacked Griffin's cargo. Of course, he played dumb, flat-out denying that he knew anything or took the goods. Catching his slip-up, Josephine immediately grilled him, asking exactly what goods he was referring to. Korin flinched, guiltily averting his gaze. Truth be told, he absolutely did steal it. But what he took belonged to the old cult, smuggled contraband that Kang Ryun had been sneaking into the country. Remembering how he had to play the bandit leader to pull off the heist, Korin let out a heavy dramatic sigh. The items he swiped were crucial components needed to activate the ATAC Gates Golden Lock Annihilation Array. That massive formation was his secret weapon for the upcoming rounds. Josephine had already tracked down the stolen Griffin cargo and had him completely cornered. But this whole situation was just an elaborate act put on by Kang Ryun and Lee Jin-young, a scheme to buy enough time to recover their smuggled goods. Speak of the devil, Kang Ryun strolled right into the tavern where Korin was sitting. Catching sight of the old man, Korin cursed him under his breath, calling them a bunch of filthy rats with nothing but scheming on their minds. Meanwhile, Elisa was marveling at the city of Nazaria, amazed that it looked nothing like the dark rumors had suggested. She cheerfully asked if Corin wanted anything to eat. Corin immediately warned her, reminding Elisa that the guidebook explicitly stated they shouldn't consume any food or drink in this place. Elisa pouted, asking why, just as Kang Ryun seemed to wrap up his little errand on the other side of the room. The old man's voice boomed across the room, announcing that the 16 students from Griffin Academy and the 16 from MK3 Academy were all present and accounted for. Kang Ryun lowered his head with a sinister smirk, ominously calling out, 58 minutes. While the other teams were busy feasting and laughing, his steady countdown echoed through the room. 59 minutes, 59 minutes, and 30 seconds. By the time he hit 59 minutes and 50 seconds, a few sharp-eyed fighters had already drawn their swords, dropping into defensive stances. Finally, the old man began the countdown from 5. Corin shot to his feet, gripping his weapon tight. Elisa just sat there, completely bewildered, having no clue what the hell was going on. She looked back and forth between Corin and Kang Ryun in pure panic. Then the old man barked out the command to begin. The talisman in his hand flared with a blinding golden light. Without hesitation, Corin lunged at a guy munching on a chicken leg. Blood splattered everywhere as blood-curdling screams tore through the tavern. Elisa was absolutely terrified. "What the hell are you doing?" she shrieked. Marie didn't hold back either, launching a brutal strike that impaled another competitor right through the head. The rest of the strong fighters joined the massacre, mercilessly butchering the others. Heads rolled across the floor, leaving the room absolutely drenched in gore. Staring at the bloody carnage, Elisa was completely frozen, totally clueless as to why this slaughter was happening. The tavern was now nothing more than a slaughterhouse filled with piles of mutilated corpses, pools of blood, and the few strong survivors standing among the wreckage. Elisa's face was pale as a sheet. She couldn't comprehend what they were doing or what madness was unfolding. Seeing the absolute horror in her eyes, Corin quickly told her to take a closer look at the dead bodies. Taking a shaky breath, she finally focused on the carnage around her. The people they had just slaughtered clearly weren't human. Their corpses were rotting at an impossible speed. In the blink of an eye, the flesh melted off their faces, exposing gruesome muscle and bare bone. Corin couldn't fathom why Kang Ryun would intentionally choose a twisted place like this for the second stage of the qualifiers. From what he knew, the city of Nazaria had been completely trapped in a time loop since a catastrophic event 300 years ago. During the day, the residents appeared perfectly normal. Their daily lives played out as if absolutely nothing was wrong. But the second night fell. This entire city of 1.2 million people mutated into a hellscape of the undead. Haunting, nightmarish images of Nazaria's true nocturnal form flashed through Corin's mind. In his past life's memories, this anomaly was infamous. Nazaria was widely feared and known by another terrifying name, the City of the Dead. Once everyone fully grasped the horrific reality of their situation, an announcement echoed through the brightly lit tavern, declaring the official start of the knockout stage. Kang Ryun then stepped up to lay out the rules for round 2. The teams would split up, and their primary objective was to harvest lunar stones. They had until the morning of the day after tomorrow to collect them, and if anyone wanted to tap out early, their forfeit would be accepted instantly. Once the rosters were finalized, the teams were handed nothing but some basic instructions and a single survival backpack. After that, every last one of them was unceremoniously kicked out of the tavern and onto the streets. And waiting for them outside were roughly 1.2 million bloodthirsty zombies roaming the area. Corin was assigned to Team D alongside his usual squad, Elisa, Jer, and Elle. As they moved out, Corin began seriously calculating their next move. If they wanted to save Warren, his team absolutely had to make it to the third round. But the catch was, only the top 4 teams would advance. For now, he had no choice but to play along with this twisted zombie survival game. A massive full moon hung high in the night sky. Corin formulated a plan. He knew that the truly dangerous elite monsters were all concentrated right in the city center. So, his squad would target the outskirts instead. The difficulty level in the suburban areas was much more manageable. Standing on high ground, Corin hurled his spear down at the horde. Any zombie unlucky enough to take a direct hit instantly disintegrated into ash. Honestly, Corin alone was more than enough firepower to carve a path for this operation. The scene shifted to an old watchtower out in the suburbs. Corin's primary objective was to secure the ultimate high ground. Up there, he had a perfect vantage point over the battlefield. It made tracking down the lunar stone zombies so much easier. You see, whenever a zombie swallowed a lunar stone, its body would naturally emit a eerie glow. By the time they reached the designated watchtower, Elsie had already spotted a few of these glowing undead. Elsie was curious, wondering what the deal was with those glowing freaks. Meanwhile, Corin was deep in thought, calculating the safest and most efficient strategy to rack up their points. Corin explained that these glowing zombies were essentially the mini-bosses of this stage. If they wanted to win, they absolutely had to hunt them down. He stressed that this was a game of quality over quantity. He then told Elsie to use her flight magic to run support for the other 3 members. She wouldn't even need to engage in direct combat. Elsie nodded, completely agreeing with Corin's battle plan. Elsie decided she would stick to long-range magic. But before she could even finish her sentence, Corin suddenly spotted something in the distance. The rest of the team looked at him, completely baffled by the sudden shock painted across his face. Corin swore he hadn't even used a single spell, yet the undead monstrosity below was already dragging its sword across the ground, with a sickening screech. Without warning, the Revenant Titan lunged straight for Corin's group. He couldn't fathom why they had suddenly become this terrifying Titan's target. A cold sweat broke out all over Corin's face. He screamed at Elle to run for his life, which instantly sent Elle into a blind panic. Elle had absolutely no clue why they suddenly had to flee, but Corin didn't dare say the reason out loud, terrified it would send the whole group into a frenzy. The Titan locking onto them was none other than the final boss of the Central Zone. Corin frantically yelled at Elle to use flight magic, but he was a second too late. Elle took a direct hit. The attack was so blindly fast it was impossible to track, sending shivers down Corin's spine. He had no idea what kind of nightmarish skill had just hit Elle. Could the attack have been Ghost? Taking that massive blow instantly warped Elle out of the arena. Completely logged out of the competition, Corin stood there, helplessly screaming Elle's name. A cold system notification popped up announcing, "Elbaman has been eliminated." Whenever a player takes a fatal hit, they are automatically eliminated and teleported out of the combat zone. Seeing Elle forcefully kicked out by the system made Corin turn pale with absolute dread. Elle was taken out in the blink of an eye, but Corin couldn't even blame him. With an attack that fast, even Corin would have been completely helpless. Pushing the heavy loss aside, to Breckenneers from Sliquart Nut, Corin immediately barked out survival orders to Jer and Elisa. Down below, the Titan was already winding up for its next strike. It violently hurled its massive blade, sending a terrifying surge of energy blasting straight toward Corin. The watchtower took a direct hit and cleanly snapped in half, sending the upper section free-falling to the ground. Sprinting ahead, Corin desperately yelled at Jer and Elisa to climb to the top of the tower and escape in the opposite direction. Jer cursed in frustration, complaining that whenever they teamed up with Corin, things always went straight to hell. The deafening roar of collapsing stone filled the air as the massive clock tower was utterly obliterated in a split second. A thick, choking cloud of dust covered the sky. The once magnificent, towering structure was reduced to nothing but scattered rubble on the street. Slowly, the heavy smoke began to clear from the massive pile of debris. Suddenly, a piece of rubble shifted. Something beneath the massive boulders was still alive. It was Corin's group. By some sheer miracle, he and Elisa had actually survived the blast. He quickly checked to see if his teammate was all right. Coughing through the dust, Elisa sarcastically quipped that hanging out with Corin was always an eye-opening experience. Corin could only let out a bitter laugh and agree. He firmly chalked up this entire first day as a total bust. Elle had been knocked out way too early. Now, their absolute only chance of survival was to run like hell until morning and pray for a miracle. Jer cheerfully agreed, saying Corin was absolutely right. But his relief was cut violently short when a massive, horrifying hand suddenly snatched him right out of the air. Jer rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was just hallucinating from exhaustion, because he could swear he saw 5 gigantic toes wrapped tightly around him. A demonic bat had swooped down out of nowhere and grabbed Jer. Jer could only scream his lungs out, begging for help. Meanwhile, Corin just stood there, completely dumbfounded, unable to process what the hell was even happening. Elisa frantically warned Corin about the terrifying creature that had just shown up. Corin took one hard look at the monstrous arrival, his face turning pitch black as he let out a heavy sigh. He had braced himself for the absolute worst-case scenario, but he never actually expected it to happen. The White Soul King had just entered the battlefield. The massive commotion they caused had drawn in yet another terrifying monster. Korin felt a splitting headache coming on. Things were going from bad to worse. First, it was the Abyssal Demon Titan, and now the White Soul King had dragged itself over to crash the party too. All three major bosses of Nazaria were now gathered in one spot, and every single one of them was the elite tier or higher. Korin and Elisa were completely boxed in, with every possible escape route brutally cut off. Voice trembling, Elisa asked Korin what the hell they were supposed to do now. Was this really the end of the line for them? Korin violently clicked his tongue, muttering a frustrated curse. Without a shred of hesitation, all 3 out of 3 nightmare bosses simultaneously launched a relentless assault straight at Korin and Elisa. Korin gritted his teeth, his mind racing for any possible solution. He had meticulously calculated every single move just to survive this long, but it felt like the entire world was dead set on ending his run right here. Just as he was about to accept defeat, a blinding flash of light suddenly tore through the sky. Even Korin was caught completely off guard by this bizarre phenomenon. Korin spun around just in time to see a thunderous strike wrapped in crackling blue lightning crash violently into the Titan, shaking the entire battlefield. But Korin quickly realized that wasn't a lethal attack. It was nothing more than a blinding flashbang meant to completely shatter their vision. As the blinding glare slowly faded, Korin finally got a clear look at the object radiating that intense light. It was a spear. And instantly, a terrifyingly familiar recognition flashed across his eyes. A slender hand reached out from the blinding light and gripped the spear shaft tightly. A mysterious, cloaked figure darted right past Korin, tossing a quick command over her shoulder. "This way!" Elisa frantically rushed over to check on Korin. Seeing he was unharmed, she quickly asked about Jir, but Korin just stood there, completely frozen, unable to utter a single word. With no time to waste, Korin and Elisa made a split-second decision to follow the stranger and escape. Safely tucked away in a dark alley, Korin leaned heavily against a window frame, gasping desperately for air. The mysterious savior softly asked if he was all right, relieved that they had made it out without any fatal injuries. Having sprinted with absolutely everything he had, Korin struggled to get his wildly racing heart under control. Panting, he thanked the cloaked figure for saving their lives, but he couldn't help but question the origins of the magnificent spear in her hand. The mysterious woman let out a soft breath, admitting that she had a burning question of her own. Slowly pulling back her hood, she stared straight at Korin. "How exactly did you learn my spearmanship?" she asked. Korin's eyes shot wide open in pure shock. He simply couldn't believe what he was hearing. Standing beside him, Elisa was just as utterly stunned by the breathtaking face hidden beneath the cloak. To be honest, the very second she spoke earlier, Korin felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity in her voice. The mysterious woman gracefully stepped right up to Korin, scanning him carefully from head to toe before nodding to herself. "So that's how it is," she murmured. The moment he had witnessed her flawlessly fluid movements, he had immediately recognized the technique, the silent, divine footwork. And now, gazing deeply into her crystal-clear, ocean-blue eyes, any lingering doubts in his mind completely vanished. He knew exactly who this woman was. This woman was none other than Manhwa, his beloved master from his previous life. A gentle, knowing smile graced Aaron's lips as she confirmed his identity, her precious disciple from a distant, unseen future. Korin was still completely reeling from the shock. Trembling slightly, he asked why on earth Aaron was here in a place like this. Flashing back to the past, right in the middle of their second-year winter break, Park Si-woo was impatiently waiting for Korin outside the principal's office. The second he caught sight of Korin, Si-woo instantly started scolding him for dragging his feet. Korin skillfully dodged the nagging, snapping right back at Si-woo for being such a disrespectful punk. Then, Korin immediately cut straight to the chase. He asked why the hell Si-woo had dragged him all the way out here. But the moment Korin looked up and realized they were standing dead center in front of the principal's office, his jaw practically dropped to the floor. Before his brain could even process what was happening, Si-woo boldly hammered on the principal's door. With a slow creak, the heavy doors began to swing open. Si-woo casually mentioned that since Korin had been whining so much about wanting to get stronger, he went ahead and found someone to properly teach him. As Korin peered inside, his eyes met a brilliantly lit room, with Si-woo's cocky voice still echoing loudly in his ears. He promised to introduce him to a master who could help him grow stronger. Inside the room, Aaron sat quietly, gazing out the window. The moment she saw Korin, she immediately recognized him as the boy who always hung around Seo. She warmly broke the ice and greeted him first. And just like that, a fateful bond was forged, all thanks to Park Soo's exclusive gamer perks. It was the very first time Korin stood face-to-face with his true master, Aaron Danwa. Snapping back to the present, the undead were still prowling through every dark alley of the city. But one specific house stood completely untouched, heavily warded with layers of magic to keep the horde at bay. After finishing the magical setup, Aaron stepped back into the room. She reassured them that no ordinary zombie could ever breach the building's defenses. Elisa politely thanked her and offered Aaron a piece of her chocolate. Taking a seat, Aaron smiled and appreciated the sweet gesture, but firmly warned Elisa. In this place, consuming food from a different era was strictly forbidden, and she told the girl to be extremely careful. Watching Elisa blissfully munching on her chocolate bar, Korin quickly sifted through everything he knew about this place. They were currently trapped in an era from 300 years ago. Since they were stuck in a time loop, eating food from 3 centuries ago would trigger one of 2 outcomes. The first possibility? The food would simply vanish, forcefully returning to its rightful timeline. The second? The person who ate it would be permanently trapped in the past. Knowing these terrifying consequences, Korin had never dared to break the rules. But if someone actually defied that law, something was bound to go wrong. Korin stared intensely at Elisa, who was happily devouring her snack, and a cold drop of sweat rolled down his face. He let out a heavy sigh, muttering, "Well, whatever. Just keep eating. We'll find out soon enough." Curious, Elisa asked what Aaron was actually doing here. Instead of answering immediately, Aaron playfully corrected the girl, telling Elisa she had to address her as Master. Korin simply stayed quiet, observing the situation. Aaron picked up her glass, took a slow sip of water, and stated that she already understood the gist of what was going on. Trying to keep the conversation going, Elisa brought up a sensitive topic. She casually mentioned Korin's legendary master from the distant past. And since Aaron was physically present in this very city during the catastrophic event 300 years ago, Elisa was dying to know the exact details. Hearing Elisa's unintentional prompt, Korin couldn't help but agree. The whole situation was still shrouded in absolute mystery. The city of Nazaria was a massive time loop. Everything was forced to repeat endlessly. As Korin watched Aaron calmly sip her tea, a nagging suspicion grew in his mind. How on earth was she able to move around so freely, keeping her consciousness completely intact? Standing up, Aaron decided to put their burning questions to rest. With a confident smirk, she revealed that she was personal friends with the Grim Reaper, which was exactly why she could roam around with such absolute freedom. Even after hearing that, Korin still couldn't completely grasp her true intentions. Aaron turned and slowly walked over to the window. This cursed city of Nazaria was essentially a deadly breeding ground, creating the undead horde. Aaron was stationed here with one ultimate purpose: to completely prevent the birth of the undead king. She then dropped the bombshell. The undead king was about to manifest right in the heart of the city. While Elisa gasped in sheer shock and confusion, Korin didn't even flinch. His expression remained unnervingly calm. Pushing himself off his chair, Korin stated that if things were really going down, they needed to move out immediately. But Aaron firmly refused to let him tag along. To her, this was her personal burden to bear, and it had absolutely nothing to do with him. He simply turned to look her dead in the eye and asked one single question. "You need my help right now, don't you?" Aaron just smiled softly. She couldn't deny it. Korin was an incredibly sharp kid. Without wasting another second, the trio sprinted at full speed straight toward the city center. Korin knew damn well that Aaron never actually intended to turn down his help. After all, the main objective of this current qualifying round perfectly aligned with his own ultimate mission. He had to team up with the mysterious swordmaster, Aaron, and completely obliterate the undead king of Nazaria before it could even be born. Suddenly, Elisa spotted something in the distance and urgently called out to Korin. He just gave a curt nod in response. Deep down, he knew that stepping in to help his master was something he could never refuse, right from the very beginning. Suddenly, a massive titan gripping a heavy blade let out a deafening roar, commanding the legion of undead soldiers in front of it. Staring down the monstrous titan, Korin mentally confirmed the strategy. To weaken the undead king, they had to assassinate 3 of these zombie lords first. The titan viciously swung its colossal blade, the sheer force of the strike tearing through the air with unimaginable, destructive power. The attack was devastatingly fast and decisive, but Korin and Eren flawlessly dodged out of harm's way. Master and disciple moved in perfect sync, their twin spears practically dancing together as they unleashed their ultimate sweeping strike, designed to decimate an entire army. Immediately after, they lunged forward in a beautifully coordinated assault, unleashing a blinding gale force spear technique that completely illuminated the night sky. Caught completely off guard, the massive titan could only throw up its huge arms in a desperate attempt to block. Korin brutally thrust his spear right at the beast, but the titan barely managed to parry the blow with its giant blade. However, Eren instantly capitalized on the opening. She smoothly slid right beneath the enemy's massive weapon, exploiting its blind spot to launch a lethal counterattack. Just as they planned, Eren drove her spear straight and deep into the titan's stomach. Seeing their perfect setup succeed, Korin immediately roared out to Elisa, "Now, do it!" Elisa, who had been waiting in the wings for this exact moment, unsheathed her blade the second she heard his shout. With one clean, lightning-fast slash, she ruthlessly decapitated the zombie lord. As Elisa landed gracefully back on her feet, the headless titan dropped its heavy blade and violently crashed into the dirt. Korin quickly carved out the absolutely massive moonstone buried inside the fallen beast's chest. Beside him, Elisa puffed out her chest, eagerly waiting for some well-deserved praise. Korin had to admit, just having one extra person on the team brought the difficulty level down drastically. He was absolutely in awe of Eren's raw, undeniable power. Eren simply looked back at him with a warm smile, gently praising him for his hard work. "That's enough for today," she said softly. The first light of dawn was already breaking in the east, casting a golden glow over the rooftops. Normally, when operating out in the field, adventuring parties would set up camp and rest through the night. But Nazaria operated completely backwards. The city was practically a safe haven during the day, but a literal death trap the second the sun went down. Cutting to a random abandoned house, the warm morning light was already spilling through every crack and window. Elisa was already out cold, sleeping like a log. From the other room, a hushed voice called out, asking if the girl had finally dozed off. Eren teasingly nudged Korin, joking that since he and Elisa were just a couple of kids, what was the big deal if they shared a room? Resting his chin on his hand, Korin flatly denied being a kid. So, Eren playfully switched it up and called him Little Brat instead. Honestly, considering she had literally taught him everything he knew, if he wasn't her little brat, then what was he? Hearing that, Korin stayed quiet. He slowly turned his gaze away, quietly listing off every single technique and skill Eren had ever drilled into him. Listening to him, Eren warmly acknowledged that he was, without a doubt, the disciple she had personally chosen. Yet, the one thing that still surprised her was how incredibly ordinary the boy she had picked actually was. Those words hit Korin deep, sinking him further into his own heavy thoughts. The painful truth was, Eren was originally supposed to choose Bant as her rightful successor. But 80 years later, she would come to bitterly regret that very choice. Korin knew the entire tragic future, yet he chose to swallow his words, completely refusing to burden his master with a devastating truth while she was still trapped in this frozen, 300-year-old time loop. Lost in his own thoughts, Korin didn't even notice Eren playfully poking his cheek, but the perceptive master easily saw right through her student's troubled mind. "What is troubling you so much?" she asked gently. Eren felt fortunate to have a disciple who showed such genuine concern for his teacher, but Korin just brushed it off, thinking she was overthinking things. Still, Eren had already pieced together the source of his anxiety. From just a few words, she could guess that her own future didn't look too bright. Korin immediately tried to deny it, but she just scolded him, calling him a silly kid. "Do you have any idea how powerful your master really is?" Triggered by the tragic memories of his past life, Korin silently answered her question in his heart. When faced with absolute evil and an endless horde of enemies, it was Eren who stood at the forefront to fight them all. In that life-or-death moment, Eren threw herself into the fray to hold the enemies back. She did it all just to buy him a little more time. But Korin couldn't accept her sacrifice. In the face of certain doom, Eren's back had never looked so broad and dependable. She declared that as the adult, it was her absolute duty to protect a child like him. Staring at his master's retreating back, Korin felt his entire world crumble. Eren wasn't just a teacher. She was the one who guided, nurtured, and completely changed Korin's life. and she was the one who gave her life to protect him. In his memories, Aaron turned back to look at him, a gentle smile on her face. Even knowing full well that she couldn't survive the onslaught, she still comforted him, whispering that everything would be all right. The thought brought Corin's mind back to that absolute bastard, Pihu. He constantly blamed himself for not seeing through that traitor's true colors sooner. Countless times, he tortured himself with the same question. If I had just eliminated Pihu first, could I have saved my master? Even with his knowledge of the future, he kept failing over and over again. And with every failure, he was forced to desperately find a way to fix his fatal mistakes. His mind drifted to the monster lurking below, how a single flap of its wings could unleash catastrophic destruction. Then he thought about his real goal for joining this festival, rescuing Warren. But somehow, everything had completely derailed. And now, here he was in this city, even reuniting with his beloved master 3 whole years earlier than expected. None of this was part of the plan. Just one unexpected variable was enough to ruin absolutely everything. He squeezed his eyes shut, unable to shake the suffocating dread that he was destined to fail all over again. The thought haunted him, making it utterly impossible to get any sleep. Without realizing it, he had muttered his anxieties out loud. Aaron caught it immediately and asked, "What exactly are you so afraid of failing at?" Corin practically jumped out of his skin. Aaron just smiled warmly. She told him that only a fool obsesses over the failures of others, while those who constantly reflect on their own mistakes are truly wise. So, at the very least, you fall into the smart category, she teased. Corin fell silent for a moment before firing back. If you had failed as badly as I have, do you really think you could still say that? Aaron gently wrapped her arms around her student from behind. Softly, she confessed that she herself was someone who had failed time and time again. The sudden embrace caught Corin entirely off guard. Aaron continued to speak about her own past regrets, but ended her thought with absolute certainty. But the single best decision I ever made was choosing you to inherit my spearmanship. His eyes widened in pure shock. Aaron just held him a little tighter. As Aaron, the Queen of Paradise, she swore to bestow her ultimate blessing upon the path that lay ahead of him. She gently urged him to get some rest, promising that after a good night's sleep, everything would be all right. Corin nodded, repeating her words in his heart, though a lingering doubt still whispered, wondering if things would truly be all right and if he could actually manage to save everyone. The scene shifts to Warren, standing right in the middle of the individual qualifiers. It was a massive tournament festival co-hosted by the Macabre and Griffin Academies. Down in the arena, Warren's opponent was launching a relentless barrage of attacks, but she wasn't even bothering to fight back. The audience stared in absolute disbelief at the spectacle playing out before them. No matter how wildly the night swung, he couldn't land a single hit on Warren. Driven to total despair, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Why won't you go down?" Professor Josephine had strictly instructed Warren earlier, "Don't take this too seriously." Meanwhile, the knight had completely broken down, literally grabbing his own hair in a pathetic tantrum, crying for her to just give him an opening. Corin's words suddenly echoed in Warren's ears. He had told her that the world was full of fragile people, so she needed to treat them with gentle care. Another challenger swung a massive axe straight at Warren's head, but it didn't even leave a scratch. Corin's voice continued to ring in her mind, reminding her that her very existence was a walking threat to others. He had begged her to just play along so they could get through this festival without a hitch. The axe-wielding knight, realizing how hopelessly outmatched he was, just dropped his head and sobbed as he surrendered. Warren merely muttered, "So boring," without throwing a single punch in return. Warren's thoughts drifted back to her martial arts sparring sessions with Corin. It was just practice, but it was infinitely more thrilling than these pathetic tournament matches. Back then, Corin had started her training with the most basic fundamentals. And later, while sharing a meal with Professor Josephine, Warren had bluntly admitted that Corin's sheer power was completely on another level compared to ordinary humans. Josephine had completely agreed with her. The professor even drew a comparison, firmly stating that absolutely no one could hold a candle to Corin. Warren refused to ever taste defeat again. Every single lesson Corin had beaten into her had become practically carved into her bones after months of grueling, blood-sweating training. Recalling the forms Corin had shown her, Warren tightly clenched her fist. She launched a devastating strike, executing the precise movements of the 8 extremities fist. An immense manifestation of an azure dragon erupted from her punch, roaring straight toward her opponent. The dragon merely grazed past him, completely vaporizing his weapon out of existence. His axe shattered into pieces right before his eyes, while the ethereal dragon flared brilliantly behind him, leaving him drenched in a cold sweat. The sheer power of the glowing aura expanded until it detonated, scaring him completely pale. Warren realized she might have gone a little overboard, though her face remained completely deadpan. Her opponent was so utterly terrified that his legs gave out, dropping to his knees as he shrieked, "Monster!" Warren didn't even bother responding. She was so used to being called that, she couldn't even summon the energy to get mad. She pressed a hand against her chest. She wasn't sad, but for some inexplicable reason, her heart was aching terribly today. Time rolled on, and finally, it was time for the last match of Block C. Warren's next opponent was a top student from the Griffin Academy, and Warren just assumed this guy would be yet another pushover like all the rest. Jin Hyuk broke the silence and greeted her first. His tone instantly caught Warren's attention. Jin Hyuk's killing intent was practically overflowing like a burst dam. He flashed a completely unhinged savage grin as he introduced himself. Without holding back, Jin Hyuk instantly chained two high-tier skills, Heavenly Wind Barrage and Armor-Piercing Crescent Kick. Each strike was blazingly fast and packed devastating lethal force, but Warren just stood there, completely unfazed, not moving a single inch. Jin Hyuk went on the offensive again, a suffocating aura of bloodlust wrapping around his entire body. Watching his movements, even Warren had to silently admit, this guy was seriously strong. The crowd absolutely lost their minds, instantly realizing that Jin Hyuk was on a completely different level from the previous challengers. Jin Hyuk launched a vicious spinning heel kick aimed straight for Warren's face. Yet, true to form, Warren just stood there, completely unbothered, without the slightest intention of dodging or fighting back. Boom! A deafening explosion sent smoke and fire billowing across the arena, marking a devastating impact. As the thick dust finally cleared, Jin Hyuk's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Warren stood tall and completely unfazed. The ground immediately surrounding her remained entirely untouched by the blast. Just inches beyond where she stood, the earth had been decimated, carved out by a crater a whole meter deep. She simply looked at Jin Hyuk and calmly asked, "Are you done yet?" With the sheer power of a yaksha, Warren's defense was virtually impenetrable. Had that strike landed on an ordinary person, there was no way they would have survived. Warren advised Jin Hyuk to just give up, telling him that fighting back was completely pointless. But Jin Hyuk only let out a manic laugh, relentlessly cursing her out and calling her a monster. He even screamed that it was far too late for her to play the merciful saint. Those words instantly struck a nerve, completely infuriating Warren. She glared at him and snapped, "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Jin Hyuk's voice dripped with pure venom as he growled back. He spat out that her refusal to fight back was nothing but a fake display of mercy for the crowd. He roared that she should have saved that damn mercy for his family when they were brutally slaughtered. The more he spoke, the harder he ground his teeth together, making a sickening, grating sound, his pupils shrinking in absolute rage. Jin Hyuk vowed that he would kill Warren no matter what price he had to pay. On that fateful day, he had been lucky enough to survive, but his loved ones were not. Tears streamed down his face as he remembered the utter devastation, smoke choking the sky, and lifeless bodies scattered everywhere. Holding the cold bodies of his family in his arms, blinding hatred had completely consumed his mind. Warren looked down at her own hands in disbelief, deep fear and agonizing guilt suddenly surfacing in her eyes. She couldn't believe there was actually a survivor from that horrific night. The scene then shifted to a forge in Nazaria. Inside a dusty room overflowing with books, a frantic voice kept cursing, screaming about what had gone wrong and why his calculations were so wildly off. The immortal king, the dark sorcerer Zhurong, trembled as he stared at his grimoire, sensing that something was terribly wrong. His gaunt, emaciated body looked like nothing more than skin and bones. He kept frantically muttering that the timing had been absolutely perfect, claiming this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a miracle handed down by the heavens themselves. He stared out at the peaceful scenery outside, completely bewildered. He couldn't remember if he had actually activated the magic circle yet, wondering why everything was so utterly calm when his ritual had supposedly succeeded. It seemed Zhurong was finally realizing he was stuck in a time loop. he still retained the memories of successfully completing the ritual and transforming. Yet here he was, thrown back to exactly 3 days before the ritual even began. He had no idea who was messing with him, or what kind of godly power could force time to rewind like this. Being thrown back into the loop for the very first time, a terrifying realization suddenly dawned on him. He screamed out in pure terror, "The witch!" He was absolutely certain that she was the one behind all of this. Gurong threw the door open and bolted outside. He still vividly remembered Aaron's face, the spear-wielding witch with striking silver hair and piercing blue eyes. He sprinted frantically across the green grass. After 300 agonizing years, he had finally pinpointed the exact cause of his endless torment. It was Aaron. But he still couldn't fathom how she had done it, or what method she used to trap him in this repeating nightmare for 3 centuries. Gurong stood there, staring wildly up at the clear blue sky. He suddenly noticed that the massive array keeping the city locked in this endless loop was still clearly visible in the sky. Staring at the core of the formation and the ancient runes etched in its center, Gurong instantly figured it out. Aaron had channeled the fully absorbed power of the moon to supercharge the giant magic circle she had carved over the entire city. This was pure, unadulterated mana, forged by a raw and intense power that surpassed any grand magus in history. Gurong's eyes remained locked onto the colossal magic array looming overhead, quietly calculating the terrifying sheer strength of the person who had cast it. He also spotted a strange foreign object engraved directly into the magic circle. It contained such an overwhelmingly terrifying energy that it only took him a single glance to recognize it. These were the runes of the origin language. This was a highly specialized, ancient script that had been completely lost and forgotten some 3 years ago. The moonstone absorbing the lunar energy was etched with the letter N, symbolizing the very concept of primordial. Completely absorbed in his terrifying discovery, Gurong didn't even notice someone approaching him. A cold voice suddenly called out, greeting Gurong. The unexpected greeting instantly snapped him out of his daze. Gurong burst into a manic fit of laughter when he saw that it was Aaron. He was practically delirious with twisted joy, finally realizing that he had been trapped in this magic circle for 300 years, and even figuring out that she was the one pulling the strings. He let out a bizarre, unhinged cackle. His bloodshot eyes, deprived of sleep, gleamed with insane satisfaction now that he had finally solved the puzzle. He laughed wildly, declaring that she was the reason time in this damn city kept looping without end. "It was you all along! You did this!" he shrieked. Aaron simply stood there, silently taking in his rant. She didn't respond, didn't bother defending herself, and didn't offer a single word of rebuttal. Her eyes were dead cold, filled with nothing but absolute ruthlessness. Her voice dropped to a chilling whisper as she called out his name, Immortal King. Gurong. Just the sound of his name carried such an oppressive force that it completely paralyzed Gurong, drawing a painful groan from his lips. His body started to violently swell and bloat out of control. He was being forcefully transformed, his murky red eyes glaring like a demon straight out of hell. Being forced into his transformed state like this brought him unimaginably agonizing pain. Tears streamed down his grotesque face as his eyes rolled back wildly in their sockets. Standing to the side, Aaron coldly reminded him to just play his part. Meanwhile, on the second night in Nazaria, a gloomy city sitting under a starry sky, Alyssa and Corin were busy executing the plan they had discussed earlier. Alyssa intentionally used herself as bait to lure out the Abyss Shrieker. In one smooth, decisive motion, she drew her blade and cleanly sliced the monster right in half. Corin was doing just as well. On his end, he had already finished off the White Ghost King. They had successfully hunted down all 3 undead kings, the Abyss Shrieker, the White Ghost King, and the Titan. Even though Corin and Alyssa weren't elite guardians, they had still managed to take down these high-tier undead bosses. Holding the glowing moonstone in her hands, Alyssa couldn't hide her excitement. She eagerly showed it off to Corin, beaming proudly at the precious loot they had just harvested together. Corin, however, sat on a pile of demon corpses, completely lost in his own thoughts. The only reason they were able to hunt demons so easily in this zombie-infested city was all thanks to Aaron's guidance. Aaron smiled warmly at them. Their only remaining target now was the Immortal King himself. Corin rested his chin on his hand, knowing full well that Aaron must have repeated this exact same process hundreds, if not thousands, of times. Her instructions were incredibly experienced, laying out an absolutely flawless plan. Finally, on the afternoon of the third day, the final boss they had been waiting for made his appearance. Gurong stood right in the middle of the street, radiating an overwhelming aura of pure malice. Their mission was straightforward: take down Gurong before he could fully awaken his terrifying power. The immortal King Gurong, the dark sorcerer who single-handedly sparked the Nazar undead uprising 300 years ago, and the maniac who obsessed over becoming the true king of the undead. Yet, looking at Gurong's true form, Elisa couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She turned to Aaron, who was smiling gently, and couldn't help but ask, "Is that guy standing over there really the immortal King Gurong?" Because honestly, while this so-called immortal king looked horribly mutated, he didn't exactly look intimidating at all. Corin guessed that his pathetic appearance might just be because his evolution process wasn't complete yet. Aaron observed him for a moment and agreed, noting that his soul hadn't fully undergone demonization either. He didn't even seem to possess the basic intellect of a true sorcerer anymore. But Corin didn't care about any of that. He just casually told the others to step back. Hearing this, Aaron looked at him in confusion, completely unsure of what he was planning to do next. And she watched, as Corin suddenly charged forward alone. He wanted to take down Jaren all by himself. Panicking, Alisa screamed out to stop him. No matter how you looked at it, Jaren was still a top-tier boss. Corin actually agreed with her. Even if he was an incomplete monster, Jiran was fundamentally the undead king, revived through a dark, forbidden ritual. His power definitely surpassed Marriott's. Calling him a supreme final boss wouldn't be an exaggeration. As Corin closed the distance, he casually threw out a greeting. Jiran sensed something coming his way. Corin unleashed his death lightning, blasting a fierce surge of purple electricity right into Jiran's body, shattering everything around them. Corin could feel a terrifying power radiating from Jiran. After landing the attack, he let out a heavy breath. It seemed Jiran was no pushover after all. Growling in fury, the undead king unleashed his full might. He fired off a barrage of ultimate skills: the Curse of Death, the Wind of Grim, and finally, the Apocalypse. Jiran's overwhelming power crushed houses and tore up the streets, bringing everything crashing down. Alisa was stunned that Jiran could chain cast such high-tier spells without even needing a cooldown. Bracing herself against the impact, she anxiously called out, asking if Corin was okay. Thinking he had obliterated his enemy, Jiran burst into maniacal laughter. But the undead king never expected the relentless counterattack that followed. In Corin's eyes, the boss's power was just mediocre. He's unleashed his infinite heavenly slash, hacking Jiran into pieces. Having carelessly burned through his mana, Jiran had no way to block Corin's finishing blow. Corin unleashed his ultimate move, the Nacha Maki. In the end, the undead king was reduced to a bloody puddle at Corin's feet. Fools who rely entirely on brute strength like him are actually the easiest to deal with. If you overpowered him with pure skill, you could toy with him like a weak, low-level boss. Besides, Nazaria was a repeatable quest, and Corin had already slaughtered this guy thousands of times before. Alisa was left speechless by the outcome. Watching Corin slaughter Jiran, she felt like he was just getting stronger and stronger. But Corin brushed it off, joking that she could have probably handled him even faster. It was then that he realized only Alisa was standing there. She also just noticed that Aaron was gone. Just a moment ago, Aaron was standing right next to her. Corin quietly weighed his options and decided to go look for Aaron alone. Before leaving, he warned Alisa to stay put and keep her guard up against the zombies. Alisa watched his back as he left, wondering where Aaron could have gone. Meanwhile, looking down from a high vantage point over the ruined, smoking city, there really wasn't much of a view. Corin eventually found Aaron, standing completely alone, staring blankly at the unremarkable rubble below. Walking up beside her, he brought up the fact that this wasn't the first time the undead King Jiran had appeared. Aaron quietly admitted that he was right. This had happened exactly 36,539 times. Nazaria was trapped in a 3-day loop, endlessly resetting the quest to kill the Demon King. The Dark Mage Jiran used the lunar eclipse to turn the entire city into a horde of zombies. This nightmare first began 353 months and 27 days ago. 1,200,000 zombies would suddenly appear, only to vanish alongside the undead king. Corin now realized that Aaron had been trapped in this cycle, repeating this exact scenario over 36,000 times. Every 3 days, Eren had to kill the Demon King Jiran. Frowning, Korin asked her why this time loop existed in the first place. Eren offered a sad, gentle smile as she answered him. She was the one who had created this city's loop. With a heavy heart, a terrifying truth slowly escaped her lips. The truth was, this cursed city of Nazaria was entirely her own creation. Because if those 1,200,000 zombies were allowed to leave the city, the entire continent, the whole world, would be wiped out instantly. A stone bearing ancient, heaven-defying runes materialized, lighting up the sky with countless massive magic circles. Eren had used her ancient runes to hijack Jiran's magic circle. Hearing this crushing truth, Korin was at a loss. He couldn't even begin to comprehend the sheer scale of endlessly resurrecting 1,200,000 people. Forcing someone to do something like that was just too cruel. Suddenly, a dark, eerie voice echoed from the void, whispering that he would understand soon enough. Korin recognized that chilling voice immediately. It was none other than the Grim Reaper himself, dragging his heavy chains and wielding his razor-sharp scythe. The Grim Reaper told Korin that he would keep watching him, as he was someone who dared to defy death itself. It seemed the Reaper already knew that Korin was a regressor. The Grim Reaper was a system-created entity designed to harvest the souls of the dead. His sole duty was to ensure that these gathered souls were reincarnated into a new life, maintaining the grand cycle of existence. Because of this, the undead, creatures that constantly cheated death and clung to life, were the Reaper's greatest headache, and this cursed cycle had been repeating endlessly for 300 years. Eren confessed that because she created this 3-day time loop, the Reaper had descended upon the city to destroy her primordial runes for defiling the laws of death. However, she managed to strike a pact with the Reaper, warning him that if these zombies broke free, they would infect every living soul they slaughtered. Flashback to the moment Eren first faced the Reaper. She laid out a brutal ultimatum. If those 1,200,000 zombies escaped the city, all of humanity would be turned. There wouldn't be a single soul left to feed his cycle of reincarnation. It was this chilling logic that backed the Reaper into a corner. He could either sacrifice the souls of those 1,200,000 people or sit back and watch the entire world end. Naturally, the Reaper chose to make a deal. Their pact came with 3 strict conditions. As long as these 3 terms were met, death would turn a blind eye to her 3-day loop. The first condition, Eren Manhwa had to defeat the undead king, Jiran. Following his defeat, Jiran's memories would be wiped, resetting him to 3 days prior. Once everything was reset, Eren was forbidden from staying and had to leave the city. That was the second condition. And the third, final rule. Eren Manhwa, the creator of the 3-day cycle, was never allowed to directly interfere with the loop again. Afterwards, terrifying entities like the immortal giant Titan, the hell-spawned abyssal striker, and the White King would all eventually be defeated over time. The undead King Jiran would then be executed on the 3rd night of the loop. And so, this miserable 3-day cycle would endlessly repeat itself for 300 years. Back in the present, Eren sorrowfully recounted the nightmare she had endured. The endless cycle was slowly breaking everyone's minds. After 20,000 deaths, Jiran had finally realized that he was trapped in this looping 3-day hell. Furious and heartbroken, Korin demanded to know how much longer Eren planned to subject herself to this torture. How much more can your mind take? How many more times are you going to keep killing Jiran? Korin screamed at her, his voice raw with emotion. He asked her how long she planned to keep this up. Was she really going to keep repeating these same 3 days forever? Even though she was completely exhausted, Eren would keep going as long as she possibly could. She understood exactly why Korin had come here. She knew he was trying to save someone and that he was saving so many others in the process. Her words brought the image of Warren to his mind, right as Eren urged him to leave. Looking at Eren's lonely back, the god of death could only sigh, declaring that saving the world always requires a sacrifice. Korin, however, was an anomaly. Eren Manhwa did not belong to this world. She planned to intentionally ignore his very existence. In the end, Eren turned her back and walked away. She had sacrificed herself in a way that made everyone completely forget who she was. No one even knew how much she had suffered. Just thinking about it made Korin grit his teeth in absolute fury. He knew she was always ready to throw her life away. It flashed him right back to his past life, remembering how his master had willingly thrown herself into mortal danger just to protect everyone else. That was exactly why Korin respected her so deeply. She was a lone warrior, silently fighting to protect the entire world all by herself. However, looking at the god of death, Korin suddenly came up with a completely different solution. He called out to the Reaper. Eren spun around in shock, completely panicked, having no idea what Korin was trying to pull. Korin simply reached his hand out toward the god of death. He demanded to forge a contract. He refused to back down, unwilling to let go of even the slightest chance to save his master. Eren desperately lunged forward to stop him, but she was too late. The blinding light of the forming contract flared up, completely blocking her from getting any closer. On the divine scale, a golden marble began to glow. The god of death found this incredibly amusing. The one proposing the deal was a liar. The Reaper openly mocked Korin's sheer audacity. A mortal who had actively cheated death was now trying to strike a bargain with death itself. The scale tipped heavily toward a massive purple marble. Yet there stood the tiny, fragile Korin, unflinching before the terrifying majesty of the god of death. The Reaper stared down at him, demanding to hear his wish. Without hesitation, Korin stated his terms. He wanted to completely void the contract bound to Eren Danwa, but before that, the god of death had to hand over an earthly relic. Korin demanded an item that was ranked at least in the top 10 tier. As with any divine contract, Korin had to offer something of equal value in exchange. He thought it over for a brief moment. He vowed that within half a year, he would completely wipe out the undead horde swarming the city of Nazaria. The god of death actually froze for a few seconds, utterly stunned by the sheer magnitude of Korin's promise. The Reaper flat out told him it was impossible. But even as a mere mortal standing before death itself, Korin simply brushed off the god's doubts. Whether he could pull it off or not wasn't for the Reaper to decide. The god only needed to place his vow on the scale. Korin challenged the god of death to weigh the fairness of his wager. A split second later, the golden marble on the scale suddenly expanded, glowing brighter and brighter. After measuring the immense weight of the terms, the god of death gave his verdict. The contract was still not perfectly balanced. Purifying 1.2 million souls still wasn't enough to match the reward Korin was asking for. But even as the Reaper said that, the golden marble had clearly become immensely heavier than the purple one. The scale was completely lopsided in Korin's favor. Realizing what this meant, Korin was genuinely caught off guard. The god of death then demanded that Korin pick a specific number, saying only that would bring the scale back into perfect balance. Sweat dripped down Korin's face as he raced to figure it out. A single-digit number pointed directly to an epic tier artifact ranked in the top 10. If he had to make a choice, Korin knew exactly which number to call. Having weighed all his options, Korin locked in his choice for the artifact. With the divine contract sealed, he turned and walked back to where Eren was standing. Eren was still trembling in absolute shock. She couldn't believe he actually had the guts to pull a stunt like that. She rushed right up to him, desperately demanding to know what he had just done. Seeing her run over, Korin was honestly a little surprised that she had actually waited for him. Korin calmly explained the new pact he'd forged with the god of death. Within half a year, he had to completely purify Nazaria. If he succeeded, Eren's own deadly contract would be totally wiped out. Hearing those insane conditions, Eren let out a helpless, frustrated scream. She told him straight to his face that he had completely lost his mind. She knew exactly what was at stake. If he failed to fulfill a pact with death itself, his very soul would be erased. He would be entirely stripped of his right to ever reincarnate. In response to all her panicked yelling, Korin gently lowered his voice. Looking at her with nothing but deep respect, he told her, "I learned this from you." Gripping her shoulders firmly, he made her listen to his real reasons. He had learned it all from her. Hearing that, Eren instantly froze. She looked completely caught off guard. At first, Korin had treated all of this like it was just some game. But in his darkest, most terrifying moments, standing in a burning world surrounded by lurking monsters, he had finally met a true mentor. It was the very first time he had ever laid eyes on a real hero. A hero that, back then, he had been utterly powerless to protect. She was someone who fought against the entire world all by herself. Someone who had ultimately sacrificed her own life just to keep him safe. The memory of her turning back to smile at him, standing alone amidst the burning ruins, it broke his heart more than he could ever bear. Korin tightened his grip on her shoulders. "This time I'm going to save you," he vowed. This time he absolutely refused to fail. He was no longer that helpless weakling from his past life. Besides, he wasn't trying to do something as incredibly grand as saving the whole world. His goal was actually very simple. Flashing a bright, confident smile, he told her that he was just paying back an old debt. That was all. Under a deceptively peaceful starry night sky, Erin found herself face to face with the grotesque monster, its entire body covered in pulsing tumors. It clutched a bizarre, twisted staff. This was a scene from much, much later in the ruined lands of Nazaria. The monster shrieked in absolute terror, frantically screaming the word witch. A witch, desperate to survive, the creature unleashed every ounce of its dark magic to fight back. 300 years dragged on. Battered by relentless attacks, the monster could no longer hold its ground. With one final strike, Erin obliterated the beast. Just like every other day, the brutal cycle repeated itself. Pulling back her hood, Erin let out a heavy sigh. The city remained a chaotic hellscape. Standing all alone, she gazed down at the crumbling ruins. For 3 grueling years, she had been trapped in this endless, mechanical cycle of battle, fighting against this terrible fate. The reason was simple. She was a hero, the very last holy vessel left standing on this blighted earth. With the Queen of the Shadow Realm now vanished into the void, Arinua had always known she was bound for a different, heavier destiny. Accepting her life as a hero was second nature to her. And even now, she carried that massive burden without a single complaint. But for the very first time, something had changed. Someone had actually looked her in the eye and said, "I want to save you." Until now, she truly believed that saving others was a duty meant only for the hero. Embracing her role meant burying her own emotions, entirely neglecting her own well-being. Yet, Corin had boldly declared he would save her, just to repay his debt. Erin pulled her hood back up. It was Corin who had awakened the buried feelings she had suppressed through 300 years of crushing solitude. He had promised to stay by her side no matter what. Just thinking about his gentle words made her cheeks burn with a soft blush. To receive such genuine warmth from someone else moved her deeply. Watching from the shadows, the Grim Reaper couldn't help but feel satisfied with how things were unfolding. After all, Erin was an old friend who had kept him company for 300 years. Even a mighty hero can fall in love, huh? He mused to himself. It wasn't a bad turn of events at all. The Reaper's mind then drifted back to the pact he had forged with Corin. Things were bound to get incredibly complicated. He had given the boy a chance to pick his reward, but he never expected him to go for that specific item. In that crucial moment, Corin hadn't hesitated for a second. He had pointed straight at the Orb of Death, an artifact of pure offense with absolutely zero defensive capabilities. A single strike possessed the terrifying power to sever the soul directly from the body. It was the ultimate treasure of the underworld. When forged into a weapon, it granted the wielder the divine reaping power of the Death Scythe itself. However, its true devastating potential could only be unleashed by the Reaper himself. In the hands of a mere mortal, its effects were heavily watered down, and for someone totally blind to souls like Corin, it was arguably the absolute worst choice he could have made. But regardless of its utility, the scales of their cosmic trade were now perfectly balanced, meaning Corin's chosen prize was the exact equivalent in value. The more the Reaper thought about it, the more utterly thrilled he became. Resting his chin on his hand, he chuckled. Fascinating. He had no idea what kind of future Corin was scheming to rewrite, and the suspense was deliciously entertaining. Meanwhile, at the gates of Nazar City, Commander Kang Run stood with his arms crossed, lost in deep thought. The preliminary rounds were finally drawing to a close. 8 teams, making up a total of 32 students from the Borame and MK3 academies, had entered the fray. Only half of them would survive the cut. At 10 minutes to 7 in the morning, the giant scoreboard flashed with the latest rankings. Team 1 from Borame Academy, led by Kang Yua, sat comfortably at the top with a massive 558 points. Right behind them was Team 2 from MK3 Academy, featuring the demi-human Maurice, racking up 499 points. Marie's teammates were still nervously rambling about their magic incantations. She had to admit, if they hadn't accidentally shattered their moonstone earlier, they might have actually stolen the number 1 spot. The final scoreboard painted a clear picture. Team 1 at 558, Team 2 at 499, Team 4 at 160, Team 3 at 155, Team 6 at 126, Team 8 at 98, and Team 7 lagging at 55 points. The only blank space was Team 5, who had yet to return. Looking at the massive gap, the crowd muttered that Borame Academy had this victory in the bag, and the event was pretty much a wrap. Some students were just thanking the heavens they made it out alive, while others gossiped that their anticlimactic finish felt just like the pathetic downfall of the Mandrake Bandits. Meanwhile, Jur and L, two guys who got knocked out early, were pacing anxiously, sweating over their missing squad mates. MK3 Academy might have been great at forming well-balanced parties, but their raw combat skills were severely lacking. And if you wanted to talk about dead weight, look no further than Team 5. Korin's squad was literally a laughingstock, mocked as Korin's team of losers. Honestly, even his own members had zero expectations going into this exam. The surrounding students couldn't help but talk trash. According to the rumor mill, outside of Team 2, not a single MK3 squad had a ghost of a chance at advancing to the inner rounds. To make matters worse, Team 5 had lost 2 members right at the starting line. There was absolutely no way they were bouncing back from a handicap like that. Overhearing the chatter, Kang Run smirked in utter satisfaction. He was mentally popping champagne, ecstatic that Borome would secure 3 spots in the finals, while that pathetic MK3 Academy would barely scrape by with 1. Just as the trash talk peaked, the inn doors swung wide open. "Morning, everyone," Korin's cheerful voice echoed through the hall. Elisa panicked, realizing they had cut it way too close. Glancing at the clock, she let out a massive sigh of relief. They had made it back with exactly 1 minute to spare before disqualification. Korin casually waved it off, saying, "Hey, we made it, didn't we?" But Commander Kang Run aggressively cleared his throat, scolding the pair for their severe lack of punctuality. Hearing the scolding, Elisa glared daggers at Korin. "I told you we should have eaten after we reported in," she hissed. But Korin just shrugged. He wasn't about to starve himself waiting. "Besides," Korin argued, "we're in the middle of a brutal exam. If we don't grab a bite when we can, when are we supposed to eat?" Visibly annoyed, Kang Run snapped at them to just hand over their loot so he could update the scoreboard. Deep down, the commander was already mentally crossing their names off the list. Without a word, Elisa stepped up and placed a single stone onto the evaluation scale. Kang Run continued his smug commentary, loudly predicting that their score would be an absolute joke. But what happened next wiped the smile off his face. With just that first stone, the digital counter violently spiked to 250 points. Jaws hit the floor. The entire room stared in stunned silence at the giant 250. Recovering from the shock, Kang Run quickly declared that Team 5 was now sitting comfortably in 3rd place. "Hold your horses, Commander," Korin interrupted with a smirk. "We're not done yet." One by one, 3 massive moonstones, harvested straight from 3 ghoul kings, were slammed onto the scale. The crowd practically lost their minds, absolutely horrified. Whispers erupted, just where the hell had Korin's squad gone to hunt down moonstones of that caliber? Did these lunatics march straight into the heart of the dead city to slay the 3 legendary boss monsters? But the show wasn't over. While everyone was still reeling, Korin casually pulled out one final prize, a moonstone glowing as red as fresh blood. "This is your final item." The moonstone of the immortal king, Zhurong, was finally placed on the scale. The score on the scale immediately skyrocketed. Everyone was absolutely stunned. Kang Run's crew stood there with their jaws on the floor as they read out the number, 1,000. The scoreboard lit up, showing Team Korin's massive total of 1,768 points. Korin gave a thumbs up, praising the awesome result, while old man Kang Run rubbed his eyes, completely refusing to believe what he was seeing. The final rankings showed Korin's squad taking the lead with 1,768 points. The 4 teams advancing to the finals were Teams 5, 1, 2, and 4. Outside, their carriage was already waiting. The morning air was bustling with energy. Elisa turned to Korin and asked if he'd be coming back here. "Huh," Korin muttered. He then firmly stated that he had to go. It seemed Elisa had already figured out his plan to save Warren. Flashing a beautiful, bright smile, Elisa announced that she and Marie would be tagging along with him next time. "I don't want you doing everything all by yourself," she said. Even though she didn't know his exact plan, seeing Korin push himself like this made her deeply worried. Korin was genuinely surprised. He had always brushed Elisa off as a bit of a blockhead, but it seemed he was completely wrong. He agreed and warmly thanked her for caring about him. However, he warned her that things were going to get exhausting, as they had a mountain of tasks waiting for them ahead. Korin closed his eyes to rest, but his mind kept racing. He needed to figure out exactly how to wield the power he had acquired from the god of death. Though this earthly treasure was a bit different from what he had expected, the death god's orb could serve as his ultimate trump card for this operation. Corin's thoughts drifted back to Hwarin's lonely silhouette, remembering her heartbreaking words that nothing he did would matter, and that no one would ever help her. A confident smirk formed on Corin's face. Who knows? The item he got from the god of death might just be the secret weapon needed to save that poor girl. But upon returning to the academy and rushing to find Hwarin, he was hit with devastating news. Professor Josephine informed him that Hwarin had been locked up in confinement. Rewinding back to the past, there was once a sweet little girl named Ran, who was deeply cherished by everyone around her. Whenever she caught sight of her older sister, Iwa, she would happily run into her arms, thrilled to see her after so long. Iwa was just as overjoyed to reunite with her little sister, warmly asking how her health had been lately. But Ran was a tragically unfortunate child. Due to a terminal illness, she had never once been able to step outside on her own, her face always pale and completely drained of energy. As it turned out, Ran was born with the absolute yin meridian, a cursed physique destined for self-destruction. It was a condition where endless yin energy completely overwhelmed her yang energy, destroying the natural balance of her body. Ran had carried this cruel curse since the moment she took her first breath. Her father, Kang Gu, frantically searched for any possible way to cure his daughter, but absolutely no remedy could break the curse of the absolute yin meridian. Driven to madness by despair, her father ransacked his own study in a frantic search for answers, leaving the room in total ruins. Just like that, their warm and happy family began to shatter. Lying weakly on her sickbed, Ran softly called out to her father, and Kang Gu immediately rushed to her side, tenderly calling her name. If there were two immense tragedies hidden within this family's love, the first was undeniably Ran's cursed illness. Just taking a single breath was agonizing torture for the poor girl. Seeing this, Kang Gu swore an absolute oath that he would save his daughter, no matter the cost. And the second tragedy? To save Ran, Kang Gu was willing to commit the most unspeakable atrocities. His expression twisted darkly, making him look like a completely different person. This dark path was fueled by his terrifying innate talent. Being renowned as the greatest soul sorcerer of his generation, that was the second tragedy. Kang Gu had dedicated his entire life to finding a potent source of yang energy to suppress the devastating yin energy devouring his daughter. He chased down countless cures and desperately sought every remedy under the sun. But the absolute yin meridian was a monstrous wall that mere human effort could never overcome. Realizing this, Kang Gu completely shifted his terrifying approach. If I can't find enough yang energy to suppress the yin, then I just need to drain that yin energy dry. And with that insane logic, he turned his sights toward a creature born with pure, innate yin energy. Intricate, forbidden incantations were carved directly into flesh. He chose a monster most familiar to a soul sorcerer, a being originally meant to guide tragic, departed souls back to the earth. In his madness, Kang Gu forcefully transformed his own daughter into a Jiangshi while she was still breathing. A living Jiangshi fueled by the attribute of fire, and in that horrifying moment, Hwarin was truly born. Mercy! Jin Hyuk's blood boiled with absolute rage at the very mention of the word. His eyes widened in pure fury, screaming that such mercy should have been shown to his family when they were brutally slaughtered. Refusing to waste another word, Jin Hyuk made up his mind to completely obliterate the monster standing before him. All around them, a massive sea of blazing fire roared to life. He swore on his life that he would slaughter her. Mangled corpses were scattered all over the blood-soaked ground around them, adding to the absolute carnage. Hwarin stood there, utterly lost and terrified, staring at the sheer devastation without grasping what was even happening. Taking full advantage of the chaos, Kamun immediately ordered the Fire Jiangshi to massacre every single human on this land. "Leave absolutely no survivors," he commanded. Pointing his weapon at her, Jin Hyuk viciously cursed Hwarin, calling her a disgusting, cold-blooded monster. "You're still trying to play the innocent victim? It makes me sick," Jin Hyuk spat. But Hwarin was spiraling into a panic, completely unable to process the horrifying accusations as she desperately tried to deny it all. Jin Hyuk ruthlessly tore into her very existence. "You are not Ran," he screamed. "You're nothing but a parasitic monster who stole that poor girl's body." "No, this is my body!" Hwarin cried out, desperately rejecting his words. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a decaying skeletal hand burst from the ground and clamped tightly around her ankle. The skeletal ghoul cursed Hwoarang to die, before its voice violently shifted into a desperate, agonizing plea for her to just drop dead. It screamed with haunting sincerity, revealing that her father had been torn to shreds by this very monster, and now it intended to drag Hwoarang to her grave in the name of the royal family. The skeleton lunged upward, its bony fingers tightly strangling Hwoarang's throat as it hissed, "Die! Just die!" Ghastly, resentful voices echoed violently around her, screaming that she should never have been born in the first place. Suddenly, the terrifying phantom of the real Ran appeared, shrieking at Hwoarang to give back her stolen body. Completely shattered, tears streamed down Hwoarang's face as she frantically muttered, "This is mine. This is my body," desperately trying to block out the horrifying reality. The chaotic, overlapping voices pounded against her fragile mind until she couldn't take it anymore. Unleashing a massive shockwave of raw power, powerful crimson energy tendrils violently whipped toward Jin Hyuk, forcing him to painfully cross his arms to block the crushing blow. But right at the peak of her explosive rage, glowing golden chains shot out from the shadows, violently wrapping around Hwoarang and binding her tightly. The divine chains constricted with such immense force that Hwoarang was forced to her knees. Gasping for air, she weakly choked out that she deserved to live in this body. Trapped in her own fractured mind, she kept fiercely muttering that she would never ever let them take this body away. Instantly, a swarm of enforcers surrounded her, weapons drawn and fully prepared to beat her into submission. Cutting back to the present, inside Professor Josephine's office, Professor Josephine sat with a grim expression, explaining the full truth behind why Hwoarang was currently locked away. After listening to the whole story, Corin realized he had actually anticipated something like this happening. He just never expected it to blow up this soon. He looked up, questioning if the real reason for her confinement was due to those two deadly restrictions. Sensing that Corin already knew more than he was letting on, Professor Josephine adjusted her glasses with a sharp detective-like glint in her eyes and confirmed his suspicions. She added that Hwoarang was currently being heavily suppressed by the Saint's divine chains, along with powerful Eastern binding talismans. But during the battle with Jin Hyuk, the two talismans were burned to ashes. Taking advantage of that, Bishop El Jinyang used it as an excuse to harshly criticize Hwoarang's loss of control. And ultimately, under Professor Kangryun's orders, Hwoarang was sent back to the east. They also decided to forge a new talisman to suppress her overwhelming power. But something still felt off. Corin thought it was entirely unreasonable to make such a drastic decision against her just because one of the two forbidden seals was broken. And now they were trying to blame the Academy for failing to control her. It was absolutely ridiculous. Suddenly, Ario popped out from behind, trying to scare Corin and figure out exactly how much he knew. Judging by Ario's expression, it seemed she had already caught on. Looking at the whole situation, Professor Kangryun, the man from the east, was definitely scheming something. Corin had already anticipated this move. He questioned if Ario was really going to let Hwoarang fall into their hands, and confidently proposed that she leave the rest to him. Even though it was a bit rushed, he was fully prepared to handle this. Corin frankly stated his ideal outcome. Everyone gets to live their own lives, and absolutely no one gets left behind. At this moment, the legend of the Arhat hero entered its third act, featuring the flying Yaksha. And this demon would be a little different from the previous bosses. Professor Josephine fell silent for a moment. Ario didn't say a word either. Because of the emotional attachment built with these characters in the story, the player was heavily pressured to make a brutal choice between two paths. It was either save Hwa or save Ran. But no matter what, the easiest path, just like with Peru, was to just pick one of the two. That was the most optimal and efficient choice. But Corin didn't care about playing it that way. Only kids make choices. Adults take it all. And right now, the main quest was to save both Hwa and Ran, with a difficulty level of A+ and all its accompanying conditions. Meanwhile, down in the dark dungeon, a frantic voice kept echoing, "Mine! It's mine!" Hwa sat there in isolation, obsessing over a single thought. This body belonged to her. But Professor Kangryun suddenly stepped out of the shadows, mocking her. "Is that really true?" Hwa glared back, having absolutely no idea who this man was. Kangryun smoothly took control of the conversation, introducing himself as the uncle of Kang Ran, the original owner of the body she was possessing. But Hua only grew more unhinged, violently screaming for him to give the body back. She furiously insisted that this was Hwaran's body, but Kangryun smiled, noting that there seemed to be a little misunderstanding. Kangryun knew perfectly well that Hua wanted complete control over that vessel. Recalling the terrifying moment he ordered Hua to slaughter every human on that land, leaving no living creature alive, Kangryun revealed his true manipulative colors. He coaxed her, promising that he could help her get exactly what she wanted. Kangryun looked exactly like a venomous snake, wearing a wicked smile as he offered a sweet poisoned apple to a child. Hua's voice rang out in agreement, while a lingering phantom behind her desperately whispered, "No, you can't." Yet that voice could no longer reach Hua. Kangryun smirked. "That body is already yours, yet you haven't truly possessed it even once." With that, the scene shifts. 2 days after returning from the knockout rounds, everyone was given time to rest. This break was likely to give the students returning from Nazar a chance to recover. Taking full advantage of the downtime, Corin and Marie Dunareff went for a stroll through the bustling town. The two of them needed to prepare thoroughly before Kangryun's faction made their move. Corin turned to Marie and asked if she had set up the stall in front of the inn yet. Marie told him that the stall's final sales report had already been submitted yesterday. He was incredibly curious about how much they made, and Marie happily shared the lucrative details. As for those meat skewers, the premium ingredients were supplied directly by the Dunareff family. They just slathered some sauce on them and sold them for 3 times the price. Thinking about it, Corin burst into laughter, imagining massive piles of gold. The day of getting filthy rich had finally arrived. And that was just the tourist tax. Those griffins were going to gladly spend every last penny they had. Just then, Marie noticed a magic stone throwing game. The stall owner immediately seized the chance and called her over, enthusiastically urging her to give it a try. Suddenly, Corin realized the man looked awfully familiar. To think this exact same guy actually showed up again this year. The owner introduced his goods, explaining that the magic stones were defective scraps chipped away from the quarry. When Marie touched one, she looked pleasantly surprised. The owner intentionally piqued her interest, mentioning how uniquely squishy they felt. Curious, Marie gave it a squeeze. It really was soft. The owner smoothly pitched his product, saying, "They usually aren't like this, you know. Because magic stones absorb mana so incredibly well, their properties are easily altered. That's exactly why they are commonly used as core materials for crafting magic staffs." Looking at it, Corin highly suspected that this squishy type of stone could explode on impact, and he needed to test that theory. Without hesitating, he grabbed one and took aim. With his fully maxed out spear and stone-throwing skills, hitting a target at this close range was a piece of cake for Corin. With a 100% accuracy rate, he struck the bullseye dead center. The stall owner looked absolutely devastated as he announced the high score, 95 points. Marie, on the other hand, beamed with excitement. The higher the accuracy, the smaller the blast radius of these defective festival stones. Conversely, the lower the accuracy, the bigger the explosion. Back in the game, Corin had tested almost every piece of gear and magic that lowered accuracy just to achieve a flat 0% accuracy build. Following that brilliant detective-like logic, the resulting blast radius would increase to a staggering 100 million. And if he took advantage of this exploit, the results would be absolutely catastrophic. Corin walked right up to the owner and boldly offered to buy his entire stock of magic stones for double the price. The owner was completely baffled as to why this kid wanted to buy such a massive amount. Corin just gave a dangerous, knowing smirk without answering. Of course, these stones were the key to a special skill that only veteran players knew about, and they were the exact reason Corin came here. The aura around him turned dark as he let out a villainous laugh, clearly imagining the absolute chaos he was about to unleash. It made Marie sweat drop at how sinister he looked. But suddenly, he turned and asked her, "Hey, could we use the carriage transport company owned by your family?" He also asked for the carriage schedules, leaving Marie incredibly confused about what crazy scheme he was plotting next. Corin simply muttered that he was coming back soon. Meanwhile, a carriage set off at full speed. Inside, the director called out to Yuhua for something. At that very moment, Yuhua forcefully shoved a peachwood talisman straight into Hua's mouth. Peachwood was the ultimate bane of Zhang Shi. Seeing the intense, agonizing reaction it caused, Yuhua shot her a cold, merciless glare. Unable to endure the burning pain, Hua collapsed to the floor, coughing violently. Yuhua sharply warned her, "You'd better not try any funny business before we reach our destination." Sitting quietly in the corner, Jin Hyuk pondered if it was really going to be this simple. After all, the talisman only severely weakened Hua, but for Yuhua, that was more than enough. Because their ultimate goal was to completely exorcise the evil spirit from Ran. But hearing this, Hua grew even more furious and desperate. Looking completely annoyed, Yuhua bluntly explained it to her once again. She told Hua that, when the time was right, Professor Kangryun would forcibly separate the two of them. The sheer terror of that concept left Hua trembling in confusion. Yuhua flatly continued, explaining that Hua would either vanish completely or be reduced to a wandering evil spirit. This made Hua violently thrash around. She absolutely refused to lose this body. But Yuhua coldly ignored her desperate struggles because that body had never belonged to Hua in the first place. And that was a harsh truth Hua needed to accept. Hearing this, Hua went absolutely berserk. Outside, the carriage driver heard a strange noise. Not knowing what it was, he turned his head to look toward the source of the sound. If he hadn't looked, he would have only heard the eerie ringing of a bell. But right then, a massive, towering carriage suddenly appeared out of nowhere, scaring the living daylights out of the driver. A split second later, a brutal collision occurred. The impact was so incredibly violent that it sent their carriage flying through the air, violently crashing straight into the solid wall. The driver from earlier had also collapsed on the road, groaning in helpless agony. Kang Ryun appeared out of nowhere, immediately checking on his two companions to see if they were hurt. Yuhua and Jin Hyuk, with their quick reflexes, immediately assured him they were fine. But an ambush, a bomb attack right here? Even Kang Ryun was completely caught off guard by this scheme. Seeing a strange sphere drop to the ground, Kang Ryun instantly realized they were up against no ordinary foe. The surroundings suddenly warped into a blood-red domain, leaving Jin Hyuk utterly bewildered about what the hell was happening. The bandits cheered at the sight, thrilled that the standoff had finally reached a deadlock. What were they waiting for? This was the perfect moment to snatch up all the valuable cargo. Suddenly, they spotted Hwarin lying on the ground, growling. They thought they had hit the jackpot finding such a gorgeous girl. The bandit leader grinned with sinister delight and ordered his men to capture her. The clown-faced leader eagerly volunteered to handle the girl himself. Meanwhile, back at Professor Josephine's location, a loud shout broke out, reporting a kidnapping. The people there were left in utter confusion, clueless about what had happened or who was involved. A man in a brown suit rushed in, frantically reporting an incident from 5 minutes ago. A mysterious group of bandits had attacked the carriage carrying Griffin's VIPs, and to top it off, they had kidnapped Hwarin. The news sent Professor Josephine into such absolute shock that a woman who hadn't sworn once in 35 years couldn't help but let out a curse. The bandits quickly hopped on their horses and galloped down the road at full speed. Hwarin, sitting on one of the horses, questioned her entire existence, demanding to know what kind of ridiculous nonsense was going on. It turned out to be Korin holding Hwarin in his arms. He casually reminded the others not to cause any trouble while he was gone, declaring that he had come to rescue her. But Hwarin just looked deadpan, thinking this was completely pointless. Korin explained that letting those guys take her away would put her in real danger. But to Hwarin, this was none of his damn business. Korin couldn't care less about her protests. For him, it was simple. They lived under the same roof, so it was absolutely his business. Deep down, Korin felt incredibly relieved that he had made it in time. If he had let Kang Ryun take Hwarin, she would have definitely had her soul forcibly separated from her body. If that happened, either Hua or Ran would undoubtedly cease to exist. Hwarin just stayed silent, lost in her own thoughts. Who knows how much time had passed, but the sky had already grown dark. One of the bandits turned to Korin, announcing they had arrived and that he would stall for time and leave fake tracks just as they agreed. The man clutched the bag of gold coins in his hands, his heart brimming with joy over their smooth cooperation. Korin kindly told him to live a good life, hoping he wouldn't do anything shady and cross paths with him again. But looking at that giant grin on his face, he must have gotten quite a hefty payout. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Hwarin collapsed, leaving Korin panicking over what was wrong with her. Hwarin's complexion had been awful for a while now, but she merely mumbled that the people who took her earlier had forced her to drink something. Hearing that, Korin excitedly guessed, "Wait, is it some kind of magic potion?" Honestly though, for someone like Hwarin, it was probably just a bad cold, though it would take a few days to recover. Amidst the vast, empty mountains, Korin said something to her that made Hwoarang shout in panic, having no clue what he was planning to do. Getting no answer, she only saw him sprinting forward as fast as he could. Hwoarang struggled, desperately wanting to get down and run on her own, but Korin stubbornly told her to knock it off, reminding her that she couldn't even walk straight right now. Korin didn't mind carrying her at all since she was pretty light, but Hwoarang was clearly not comfortable with this arrangement. Trying her best to tell him that she felt awful and wanted to be put down, Korin ignored her complaints entirely, just telling her to put it on her tab, leaving Hwoarang completely speechless. Meanwhile, over on Kang Ryun's side, after the sudden bombing, Yua and Jin Hyuk displayed their swift reflexes. Yua quickly assured Kang Ryun that they were unhurt. Jin Hyuk couldn't believe someone actually had the guts to bomb them, and even Kang Ryun was left completely in the dark. The atmosphere suddenly turned a crimson red, sending Jin Hyuk into a state of sheer panic. Who am I? What the hell is happening? Where am I? Even the barrier seemed to be malfunctioning. Marie Dunnereff stood at a high vantage point, looking down and deciding that this was enough. She recalled Korin's instructions. Stalling for about an hour would do the trick. From the outside, the barrier looked like a giant round bubble trapping everyone inside as if ready to swallow them whole, causing panicked screams to echo from within. Out of nowhere, spirit beasts popped up inside to give Kang Ryun's group a terrifying surprise, leaving Jin Hyuk utterly dumbfounded, wondering what the hell was wrong with his barrier. Kang Ryun immediately turned and called out to Yua. With her sharp instincts, Yua instantly understood what Kang Ryun wanted and replied that she would go after him. Marie Dunnereff noticed this strange movement and almost had a heart attack when she saw her teammates adopting the "whoever's scared can go home" tactic, immediately scolding them for it, because they needed to hold back at least the other two. Marie Dunnereff couldn't believe the situation. Someone had actually managed to slip past the barrier. She could only pray that Korin would be safe. Back on his end, heavy rain had started pouring down. Hwoarang's condition was getting worse by the minute, and they had absolutely no idea why. Holding Hwoarang in his arms, Korin was worried sick. They had already traveled quite a distance, but in this situation, their only option was to find a place to rest first. Suddenly, he spotted a strange figure appearing right in front of him. Yua landed on the ground, striking the most badass pose she could. Korin thought he had gotten far away, but the person standing before him looked awfully familiar. Without a word, Yua went straight for the kill, swinging her weapon right at Korin. He was completely baffled. How the hell did Yua catch up to him? And on top of that, how did she slip through the barrier? He desperately tried to protect Hwoarang, but a throwing dart grazed him, leaving a nasty wound. Even though Hwoarang was sick enough to meet her ancestors, she still forced herself to ask if the guy saving her was okay. But Korin, with his superhuman body, comforted her, saying he was fine since the dagger wasn't poisoned. Realizing he couldn't protect her and fight the enemy at the same time, he gently set her down under a tree. He told her to wait for him, but Hwoarang was terrified, having no idea what to do. Korin took one look at the situation behind him and echoed her question. In moments like this, just rush in and fight, no hesitation. Korin charged forward, ready to serve Yua a severe beatdown. Seeing him rush at her like that, Yua looked surprised, yet at the same time, she fully expected him not to run away. Korin bluntly stated that he was just eliminating the least viable option as quickly as possible. Both of them clashed like moths to a flame, holding absolutely nothing back as they relentlessly beat the crap out of each other. Yua didn't just deal physical damage, she mercilessly attacked Korin mentally too, mocking him and questioning if he even had what it takes to beat her. Right after asking that, Yua unleashed a heavy strike that sent Korin flying backward. But with his wealth of experience and absolute main character energy, he slammed his weapon into the ground to anchor himself. Just as expected, a heavy attack from someone with a supposedly low rank like Yua carried an incredible amount of raw power behind it. Looking at the woman in front of him, Korin realized exactly who she was. The Sword Master, the strongest female knight of Ji Griffin, also known as the Sword Saint. She possessed a terrifyingly massive aura, so overwhelmingly huge that you could actually see it with the naked eye. Yua sharply told Korin to stop holding back and make himself at home by going all out against her. Not to mention, he had his own combat aura too. But little did she know, Korin's aura was something he only acquired through a dirty trick. It was his ultimate trump card, only meant for absolute emergencies, powered by the reincarnation magic core he got after defeating Sabancia Duke. But looking at it now, it honestly felt more like a useless piece of trash. Because all it could do was store a massive amount of combat aura like a sealed dam, with absolutely no way to open the floodgates and let it out. Seeing that Korin was still reluctant to go all out, Yua decided to force his hand. If that was how he wanted to play it, refusing to show his true power, then Yua would just have to beat it out of him. She unleashed the dragon-slaying annihilation strike, leaving Korin completely stunned by the sheer force of it before he could even analyze her move. He gritted his teeth and held his ground, desperately trying to read the situation. Korin then decided to counter with his first form, Dragon Severing Strike, firmly believing that if she was ready to throw down, he was more than ready to oblige. Korin unleashed his 5 profound demonic arts, instantly summoning a dragon spirit beast, giving it absolutely everything he had. He charged at his opponent without a shred of mercy, striking with the heaven-shrouding demonic slash. Move after move was unleashed, leading up to the armor-breaking lance. Next came the world-shattering slash. The pacing of the battle grew so intense that anyone watching would literally need an oxygen tank just to keep up. Who knows how long it lasted, but the battle finally came to an end. Korin dropped to one knee on the ground, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. That was absolutely insane, he muttered. He had literally just been one step away from meeting his maker. Yua had fought this match dead seriously without playing around, treating silence as golden in the face of Korin's constant teasing. Looking at the opponent in front of her, Igawa was stunned. She was so sure her ultimate techniques would guarantee a win, yet they couldn't even leave a single scratch on him. Igawa was dying to know the true identity of the guy standing before her. But instead of asking that, she demanded to know why he was protecting Warren at all costs. However, things were getting a bit twisted here. After all, he was technically the kidnapper, and this whole situation was no longer a laughing matter. Yua then revealed that she was actually Warren's older cousin, and in her eyes, Warren was nothing but a monster, a cruel, ruthless, and wicked yaksha. She figured Korin must have already heard about the Luna massacre. Hearing Yua's argument, Korin just felt a deep sense of pity. It was a tragedy where the real mastermind behind the atrocities was still out there, roaming free above the law. Meanwhile, the pawns at the bottom were forced to slaughter each other. Yua was completely lost, having no idea what he was getting at. He wanted her to understand just how brutal and cutthroat the martial arts dojos in this country really were. They were constantly challenging, sabotaging, and tearing each other apart. That was the ugly reality. But the more Yua listened, the more confused she became. However, before she could even process it, Korin suddenly unleashed his power, executing the Godspeed Flash Slash. Sensing the extreme danger, Yua instantly pushed off the tree branch she was standing on and closed the distance to Korin. This time, she was so furious that her aura literally turned pitch black. Yua glared fiercely ahead, demanding to know if the person in front of her was openly declaring a fight. The stranger stammered for a second before loudly announcing themselves to keep up their momentum, shouting that they were the master of the Alisa Dojo, Alisa Aiden. In a total state of confusion, Alisa Aiden declared her intention to challenge Yua, making Yua want to curse out loud. Seeing this, Korin eagerly added fuel to the fire, praising Alisa as a truly unique swordsman for issuing a challenge in such a deserted wasteland. Talk about burning passion! Despite having no idea of the power gap, Alisa confidently swung her sword and charged forward. She even expressed her deep admiration for Igawa, begging for a lesson, leaving Yua completely and utterly speechless. Igawa had no clue what on earth was happening, but she still raised her weapon to block the strike. Baffled as she asked Alisa, "Are you seriously doing this right now?" She was totally bewildered. Did this random person actually think she had successfully initiated a duel with her? Oblivious to the sheer absurdity of the situation, Alisa just turned and gave Korin a quick wink, signaling him to get going. Korin, never one to miss a golden opportunity, tossed out a quick thanks. He happily scooped up Warren and bolted, absolutely thrilled by the ridiculous turn of events, leaving the two of them to fight it out in peace. But this was exactly what Yua didn't want. She helplessly screamed at him to stop just as the sky began to pour down heavily. Later, as Korin wrung out his soaking wet white shirt, he muttered to himself, wondering if this was incredibly lucky or just plain cursed. Well, whatever, I'll worry about that later, he thought. At the very least, this terrible weather was perfect for his escape. The heavy rain would completely mess with the sharp senses of the guards and knights sent to track down the hostage. Sitting inside a dark cave, Corin squeezed every last drop of water from his shirt, silently thanking the heavens that this storm was slowing down their pursuers. Remembering he wasn't alone, he turned to Warren to check how she was holding up. But Warren just lay there, completely unresponsive. This was probably the one stroke of bad luck. His supposed hostage was in pretty terrible shape right now. Feeling his hand gently touch her forehead, Warren weakly murmured an apology. She quietly let him know that she was burning up with a fever, left with no other choice. He had to treat her right then and there. Gently pulling Warren into his arms, he held up a small vial and softly told her to drink it, promising it would make her feel much better. The potion Corin had just given her was actually a high-grade miracle elixir. Once the medicine began to soothe her pain, Warren groggily looked up and asked him where they were. He explained that this surprisingly spacious hideout was actually horned bear territory. Whenever these beasts couldn't find a suitable cave, they would hollow out massive gaps in the trunks of giant trees to make their nests. Just as he said that, Corin noticed something alarming. Warren's condition was rapidly deteriorating, and it would still be a while before the elixir fully kicked in. Corin let out a heavy sigh, realizing things were looking grim, a reaction Warren immediately picked up on. She looked a bit anxious as he started getting ready to leave. He honestly told her that he was heading out to hunt a horned bear, planning to bring back its thick fur to keep her warm. But right at that moment, a blinding flash of lightning tore through the sky. The sudden blast caused Corin to freeze in his tracks for a second. Suddenly, a weak hand grabbed the edge of his pants. Turning around, Corin saw Warren struggling to sit up, panting heavily as she tried to keep her balance. A deeply pleading look washed over Warren's face, silently begging him not to leave her alone. As Corin sat back down to reorganize his gear, Warren's mind began to drift back to the painful memories of her past. The words, my precious daughter's fort, were forever etched deep into Warren's subconscious. It was the very first thing she heard when she opened her eyes. A strange man had been standing over her, sobbing uncontrollably and calling out to his daughter, overjoyed that the child had finally awakened. From Warren's perspective at the time, that man was simply her master, looking down at her with tear-filled eyes. He called her his daughter, and he gave her the name Lan. Watching this tear-jerking scene, Warren felt absolutely nothing. As a newly awakened Zhangshi, she only understood that this was what she was supposed to be called. She mindlessly repeated the word the man had said without grasping its true meaning, but it made him so insanely happy that he pulled her into a tight, joyful embrace. But in that exact moment, instinct took over, and Warren realized she had to play the role of Lan. She knew that if this father ever found out the truth, he would immediately abandon her, and she was terrified that he would leave to search for the real Lan. Countless times, she had caught herself wondering what her future would look like once she eventually had to give this body back. But it wasn't long before her web of lies began to unravel. Everything came crashing down over the smallest little detail. The man she called father coldly let go of her hand, blatantly telling her that she wasn't his daughter. The harsh words made Warren freeze in absolute shock. That was the very first time she learned what real blood looked like. It happened when she was ordered to slaughter the sea monsters terrorizing the city, a direct command given to her by her father. Standing right beside her at the time was a supposed uncle, the very man who had treated her. He couldn't stop laughing in twisted amusement at how easily a mere Zhangshi could butcher a grade 1 monster. This uncle was the one who ended up renaming her Hua, meaning fire. Even as he praised her for perfectly executing her father's mission, Kangrian's eyes told a different story. From that moment on, his gaze was filled with nothing but sickening greed and dark calculation. On top of that, she was forced to endure the icy indifference of her father once he realized she wasn't his real daughter. That was the exact moment Warren truly understood her own worth in their eyes. From then on, whatever the city lord desired, whatever the royal family demanded, or whatever the Taoist priest ordered, Warren had to blindly obey. She was turned into a relentless killing machine, slaughtering anything in her path, whether it was monsters, demons, or even humans. Flashing back to the moment a skeletal hand grabbed her, and seeing fragmented memories of people being turned to ash, Warren made a cold decision. She believed she had to eradicate the weak original soul to completely monopolize this body. And just like that, her personality warped into something entirely different, and the terrifying flying Yaksha was born. She glanced at a strangely engraved stone resting on a pile of straw, an artifact apparently known as the Little Moonstone. As she lay there resting, she suddenly noticed Corin holding something out to her, wondering what on earth he was up to now. Corin simply figured that since she was a creature of the night, she probably preferred the dark. But more importantly, he wanted to give her what he was holding. Gently, he draped a thick piece of cloth over her, using it as a makeshift blanket. Even though Warren stubbornly protested that she didn't need it, Corin was even more stubborn, firmly tucking her in and refusing to hear any complaints. With the freezing night air and dawn fast approaching, he softly told her to get some good sleep, promising to wake her up as soon as the sun rose. The rain was definitely going to stop, leaving Warren sitting there so flustered her face turned as red as a tomato. No matter how much she thought about it, she just couldn't figure out what Corin was after. So she decided to ask him straight up. And honestly, it made sense. Everyone Warren had ever met wanted something from her. To her father, she was a replacement for his dead daughter. To her older cousin, she was just a healthy little sister. And to Kang Ryun, she was nothing but a weapon meant for slaughter. Everyone wanted something from her. But Corin, he just sat there in total silence. He simply asked if she remembered the very first time they met, which left Warren completely baffled about his intentions. Since she drew a blank, Corin didn't mind reminding her. He brought up how she had confessed to him back then, crying that she wasn't the true owner of this body, that she was just a thief who had stolen it and had zero right to be here. And whether it was back then or right now, his answer remained exactly the same. Merely being born someone's is never a sin. To Warren, that answer came completely out of left field. But for some reason, right after hearing it, she completely snapped. To her, those were the words of someone who didn't have to bear any responsibility. "You don't know anything!" she screamed at him, furious that he would casually let a dangerous monster like her off the hook with such empty words. No. Even Josephine and the principal knew exactly what she was. If Corin actually believed his flowery words could magically turn a literal monster into a saint, it was laughable. And to think the world could actually change? Ridiculous. But Corin just shrugged it off, playing the ignorance card. As far as he was concerned, whether the world changed or whether a monster decided to turn good, he really didn't know, and he didn't care. His goal was simple. He just wanted to save the person right in front of him. Looking back at his own past, Corin himself had been completely powerless against tragedy. But right here, right now, he was the only one who could save her. Hearing that, Warren froze in her tracks. Corin figured that answer was enough to get through to her. Finally breaking down, Warren confessed her true feelings. I'm terrified," she admitted. The more she spoke, the more she shrank into herself. She knew damn well this body didn't belong to her. It never did from the very beginning. And everyone was constantly telling her that she had to give it back. She knew perfectly well that she had to return it. She knew it better than anyone. But what absolutely terrified her was what would happen to her once she gave it back. Hearing her desperate plea, Corin could only watch her in heavy silence. Warren looked up at him with utter helplessness, practically begging for an answer. The only thing she wanted to know right now was whether she really should give this body back. Corin thought for a moment, but his words about her needing to return the body hit her like a punch to the gut. Disappointment piled onto disappointment. Warren just closed her eyes, resigning herself to the harsh reality. In the end, Corin was just like everybody else. But before she could spiral any further, he cut in, suggesting they sit down and actually talk things through first. With a bright smile, he proposed a completely ridiculous idea that she could be the landlord and he'd pay the deposit and rent. "Does that meet the conditions for us living together?" he joked. The sheer absurdity of the situation left Warren completely dumbfounded. Snapping out of it, she frantically told him that those were two completely different issues. Not to mention he already knew exactly what kind of monster she truly was, but to Corin, that didn't matter one bit. In his vast experience, he had seen plenty of humans do things far more twisted than any monster ever could. Hell, there were plenty of fakes out there playing the hero while secretly slaughtering innocent people in the shadows. "So, what actually matters are your choices and your actions," he stated firmly. To him, that was the ultimate truth. Making himself right at home, Corin casually lay down next to her. He calmly explained that her nature meant nothing because she hadn't made a choice yet. Staring her in the eyes, he promised he would stand by her and help her until she was ready to make that choice. So, don't overthink it. Just close your eyes and get some sleep. Seeing how genuinely relaxed he was, she let out a long sigh. She figured she might as well try to sleep. Beside her, Corin let out a massive yawn without a care in the world. But deep down, the agony continued to tear at Warren's heart. The outcome had been set in stone from the very beginning. She couldn't just hand things over to Lan anymore. Staring at Corin's back, a heavy sorrow weighed on her soul. She couldn't tell him the truth, terrified that she would ruin the only hand that had ever reached out to save her. The sheer guilt of it was agonizing. She couldn't dare to hold his hand, but she couldn't bring herself to let it go either. The very next day, right as the sun peeked over the horizon, Warren asked Corin where he was headed. But he was too busy rummaging around, muttering that it had to be around here somewhere. Looking at the devastated surroundings, everything was charred black beyond use. Until suddenly, he pulled something from the ashes. Corin flashed a reassuring grin, casually explaining what one could harvest from a lightning-struck jujube tree. Resting in his hand was a piece of lightning wood. He figured that since they were in this specific forest, a piece of wood like this would definitely come in handy. He then turned to her and double-checked. "You are a Zhangshi, right?" He asked if she knew about the fatal weaknesses that came with an undead possessing such an overwhelming amount of yin energy. Warren blinked. It was the very first time she had ever heard of such a thing. Gently placing the lightning wood into Warren's hand, Corin explained that the item contained an insanely powerful surge of yang energy, typically used for exorcising evil spirits. But, he warned, if you were to swallow this, a few interesting things would happen. He explained that it would forcefully balance the yin and yang energies within her body, temporarily neutralizing her undead Zhangshi traits. But honestly, all this high-level theory just went right over her head. Seeing her confusion, he laid it out bluntly. If she ate it, she would completely lose control of her own body. That absolutely terrified Warren, sending her into a total panic. Freaking out, she chucked the piece of wood away, having no idea why Corin would even hand her something so dangerous. Corin simply walked over and picked it back up. The time had come for her to make a choice. He made it clear that she couldn't just keep acting selfishly, reaping the benefits without ever taking responsibility. Corin knew exactly what happened to people who only thought about themselves, and he refused to let Warren go down that path. He wasn't forcing her, he just wanted her to actively make a choice. Once again, he placed the piece of wood back into her palm. No matter what happened next, she had to take responsibility for her own decision. However, the ultimatum came way too fast. Warren was frozen, unable to process it all. Just as she was about to reach a crucial turning point, a sudden voice echoed through the woods, questioning why Warren was out here. Both of them instantly whipped their heads toward the sound. A menacing figure radiating a dark blue aura slowly stepped forward. Disgust dripping from his voice, he scoffed at the fact that a vile monster like her had already found a guy to hook up with. Sensing the immediate danger, Corin shoved Warren behind him, leaving her completely bewildered. Never one to back down, Corin boldly stepped up to the front line. He threw a glance back at Warren, bluntly stating that no matter how far she ran, Iwa and her squad were never going to stop hunting her. "Because of that, we're finishing this right here, right now," he declared. The attacker, Jin Hyuk, immediately called out Corin's name, but Corin shamelessly shot back, claiming his name was actually Imothin. Jin Hyuk wasn't buying it for a second, scoffing at how utterly shameless Corin was to use such a pathetic disguise. Wasting no time, Jin Hyuk triggered his acceleration skill, unleashing the devastating power of the Cyclone Wheel. The two instantly clashed, violently trading blows in a massive explosion of power. Raising his leg for a brutal strike, Jin Hyuk smirked, finding the whole brawl incredibly amusing. "I guess that monster really worked her magic on you, huh?" he mocked. Meanwhile, Corin couldn't help but give credit where credit was due, genuinely praising the guy for being able to pull off alchemy without even needing a magic circle. But right after the compliment, Corin launched a savage counterattack, taunting him to try that trick one more time. And just like that, the tables turned. Corin unleashed a terrifying flurry of blows at blinding speed, beating Jin Hyuk to an absolute pulp without missing a single strike. His speed was absolutely insane, easily matching Iwa, if not surpassing her entirely. Getting desperate, Jin Hyuk fired up his cyclone wheel for a second time. But to Corin, it was nothing more than a reckless, sloppy move full of massive openings. By the time Jin Hyuk realized his fatal mistake, it was way too late to dodge. Korin decided it was time to end this little game once and for all. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a swarm of glowing talismans came rushing in. The sky instantly burst into flames, leaving Korin completely caught off guard. Stepping out of the shadows, Kang Ryun coldly informed him that struggling was useless. These talismans were forged directly from the 8 trigrams array. The array completely hijacked Korin's body, disrupting his brainwaves, paralyzing his muscle signals, and completely twisting the flow of his internal energy. Realizing he had walked right into a trap, Korin spat out a furious curse, but Kang Ryun didn't even bat an eye. Completely ignoring him, Kang Ryun slowly walked straight toward Hwaran. Terrified, she stumbled backward. But with ruthless precision, Kang Ryun slammed a blood-red talisman dead center onto Hwaran's forehead, completely sealing her fate. Though he fought it at first, Hwaran's eyes grew uncontrollably heavy. He stood frozen like a statue, making Iwa curious about the talisman Kang Ryun had just planted on him. Reading Iwa's mind, Kang Ryun confirmed it was a consciousness-sealing talisman. Once a soul loses its consciousness, it will be incinerated forever by the Grand Celestial Destruction Array. At that moment, Iwa realized that she could finally bring Lan back. But Korin, trapped right behind them, was still thrashing around desperately. Since he couldn't throw a punch, he resorted to throwing words, threatening that Kangri would pay dearly for his delusional dreams. Kangri didn't even give him the time of day, simply walking away with his crew and leaving the boy to become Monster Chow. Korin stayed behind, screaming in agony, refusing to let Hwaran disappear just like that. He screamed his lungs out, but it was hopeless, utterly pointless. Left completely alone in the vast forest, suddenly, his screaming stopped. Instead, a strange, eerie sound started slipping from Korin's lips. The boy who was just collapsing in agony suddenly burst into a euphoric chuckle. His master plan was going entirely too smoothly. Korin knelt on the ground, completely enveloped by a glowing magic formation. Moments later, a pack of purple wolves, their eyes glowing brighter than car headlights, began stalking toward him step by step. They circled Korin, growling with a ravenous hunger. Then every single beast began charging up its spiritual energy, gearing up for an attack. Suddenly, they snapped their massive jaws wide open and let out a deafening roar. Yet, Korin's face remained stone-cold calm, without a single trace of panic or fear. Rip! Suddenly, the sound of tearing fabric echoed through the air. It turned out these golden wolves were viciously tearing apart his clothes. But Korin just stayed totally in character, keeping his face buried in the dirt. Once he sensed that Kang Ryun was completely gone, a wicked, calculating smirk crept onto his face. In an instant, his cheerful, gentle vibe returned. He casually massaged his aching shoulder, thrilled that everything had fallen perfectly into place. The 2 wolves that had just turned golden did the exact same thing. They looked up at him with big grins, praising his acting skills, though teasing that he was being a bit overdramatic. Out of nowhere, Korin wondered aloud if Len and John had finished their end of the job. The smiles vanished in a heartbeat, replaced by a sudden, tearful silence as Len and John instantly snapped their laughing mouths shut. A moment later, the 2 shifted back into their human forms, puffing their chests out with total confidence because Lenia had already taken care of business. Then she couldn't help but ask what the heck he made them do all this for. Korin just brought a hand to his lips, flashing a wildly euphoric grin. He brushed it off, calling it just a minor detail. But suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Korin chuckled to himself, wondering if this grand scheme of his could officially be called a conspiracy. Meanwhile, at an ancient crumbling castle swallowed by green moss and overgrown trees, an exasperated voice echoed through the halls. Inside stood Kang Yua. Her face was dead serious, her brows deeply furrowed as she glared down at someone, demanding answers. Have they seriously not found the artifact thief yet, and no replacement either? A plump servant knelt respectfully before her. Looking incredibly awkward, he nervously begged her to have just a little more patience. Much like Ya and her crew, this territory was simply out of his jurisdiction. But Kang Yua wasn't buying it for a second. Her suspicion only grew, convinced that the thieves had run off with quite the haul. The chubby servant's face instantly went pale green. He shot her a side eye, bitterly cursing to himself. These filthy heretics! Back in the day, they would have never dared to speak to a church bishop with such disrespect. Swallowing his pride, he continued his report, explaining that the culprits always stick to the shadows and aren't the type to show their faces easily. As he spoke, he desperately reminded himself to bite his tongue. The church was losing its power, and right now he desperately needed their strength. Trembling on his knees under Kang Yua's piercing, judgmental glare, the plump man kept rambling on and on. He quickly blurted out that he had finally tracked down a merchant guild, capable of providing a solid replacement artifact. He explained that they were veteran merchants with deep-rooted trading ties to the East, and the best part, their representative was personally delivering the goods today. Her eyes narrowed with caution as she demanded to know the guild's name. "The Mandragora Merchant Guild," he replied. The moment those words left his mouth, her gaze turned razor sharp. She was absolutely certain she had heard that name somewhere before. Under a crystal-clear blue sky and golden sunlight, the MC's booming voice echoed across the arena. The moment everyone had been waiting for had finally arrived. The absolute climax of the festival. The team finals have officially begun. Even deep inside the locker rooms, you could hear the hype loud and clear. Who was going to take home the ultimate victory? Mingled with the MC's booming commentary was the chaotic roar of the massive, pushing crowd. "Hey, where's the line for the front row?" Meanwhile, Kang Run stepped out of the shadows, flashing an incredibly sinister grin. He muttered to himself, practically purring with satisfaction, that everything was still perfectly intact. Over in the dimly lit corner, a girl dressed head to toe in black sat huddled on the floor, looking absolutely miserable. Sticking right to her forehead was an eerie black talisman with blood-red writing. She tightened her grip on whatever was in her hand and quietly commanded, "Let's go." Out in the arena, the crowd was going absolutely wild, screaming their lungs out under the MC's explosive hype. And now, please welcome our fierce competitors to the arena. Representing blocks A and B, give it up for team Kang Iwa. Iwa stepped onto the field looking totally badass and majestic, marching out with total confidence alongside her teammates. Next up, representing the MK3 Academy from blocks A and D. Marriott and Elisa strode out into the light. Seeing only the two of them, the MC looked a bit confused. "Wait a second, is Team D missing a member?" The host stared at the duo, completely baffled. Their team captain, Korin, was totally MIA. To make matters worse, he hadn't even bothered to show up for the duo bracket earlier. The MC quickly assumed the kid had just chickened out of the grand finals. But suddenly, something made him choke on his words. A cocky, ear-piercing shout erupted from a massive iron halberd. "When the moment of sweet victory arrives, I shall personally guide you all to the glorious gates of Valhalla." Watching this absurd entrance unfold, Yua scowled in pure annoyance, though deep down she was honestly shocked that the absolute bastard was still breathing. This total lunatic stood confidently center stage, throwing his hands to the sky. He screamed at the top of his lungs, hyping up the crowd to give it everything they had. Feeding off his insane energy, his crew roared back with a thunderous battle cry. "Immortan! Immortan!" The guy plastered on a terrifying smile, looking like a total bootleg version of the Joker. Dripping with arrogant contempt, he turned and dramatically asked the professor if they could finally get this bloodbath started. Kang Run immediately gave a curt nod. "Very well." With a swift snap of his fan, a massive wave of golden aura burst forth. Still, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What a painfully annoying brat, but I have to admit the kid has got something special. I officially declare the final exam has begun." The second the words left his lips, the entire arena ground began to violently quake. A massive, intricate magic array quickly materialized across the battlefield. Simultaneously, the rules boomed over the speakers. Inside this formation, the 8 mystic gates will constantly shift and change, completely disorienting anyone trapped inside. Whoever manages to find the correct path to the center and retrieve the golden dragon seal will be crowned the ultimate champion. Right on cue, a majestic golden dragon, sporting fiercely glowing eyes and long, flowing whiskers, materialized out of thin air. The glorious golden dragon stood proud at the very dead center, totally surrounded by other spirit beasts and the dizzying layers of the 8 inner gates and the grand celestial destruction array. Seeing this insane setup, the contestants started sweating bullets. Wait a minute, is this whole thing just a giant maze? Damn it, my brain is already spinning just looking at this. Suddenly, a harsh alarm blared as the formation fully activated. totally warping the reality of the arena and violently splitting all the contestants apart. Somewhere inside the maze, a man practically oozing bloodlust gripped a fan emblazoned with a glowing purple cross. He sneered to himself, "Corin, I don't know what kind of dirty tricks you're plotting, but the goo poison is already active. There's no running away this time." Meanwhile, the girl dressed in all black was still sitting completely frozen, clutching that mysterious object tightly in her hands. Suddenly, back in the viewing area, all the broadcast screens erupted into violent static. The crowd was instantly sent into a confused panic, totally clueless as to why the live feed had just cut out. Right beneath the glitching monitors, a sinister, glowing blue magic formation quietly pulsed to life. Panic quickly set in. The MC frantically spun around, grabbing a tech guy next to him. "Hey, what the hell is going on?" The technician was sweating buckets, looking absolutely terrified. He practically screamed back that the insane amount of magic pouring out of the formation was totally jamming the broadcast signals. Hearing that awful news, the red-haired MC let out a heavy curse. "God damn it! How could we possibly make such a stupid amateur mistake?" At this moment, Kang Ryeon stopped in his tracks, his eyes full of calculation. It was time. He was finally going to begin the ritual to separate Hwa from Lan. Turning his head, Ryan ordered Iwa and Hyuk to guard the Black Tortoise in the north. Hearing the command, the two immediately dashed off at breakneck speed. He kept rambling on, muttering that as long as the Black Tortoise was protected, it didn't matter if everything else was destroyed. As Iwa flew off, she didn't forget to shoot him a meaningful glance, silently urging him to protect their uncle. Ryun just told her to rest assured, his expression completely indifferent. Meanwhile, the fake martial artist was grinning from ear to ear. He stood with his hands on his hips, completely unfazed by the whispers of the crowd around him. "The Nine Dragons 8 trigrams formation isn't over there," he declared. "Find the exit of the formation. Colin, can you wipe off that makeup already? I want to call you Master. Since ancient times, the one protecting the Emperor at the center has always been the Black Tortoise guarding the north. Positioned right behind the Emperor, the Black Tortoise can simultaneously defend him and launch a deadly attack at any given moment." Before long, Iwa and Jin Hyuk appeared, standing beneath the massive turtle and snake statue. "Look over there," Jin Hyuk called out to her. Hearing this, Iwa followed his gaze, her face filling with surprise. Suddenly, a bold voice echoed out. "Therefore, if you want to break a formation based on the 4 divine beasts, you must destroy the Black Tortoise first." Out of nowhere, 2 figures lunged forward, launching a fierce attack on Iwa and Jin Hyuk. Colin appeared right in front of Jin Hyuk with a friendly smirk, greeting him. "We meet again, prosthetic leg artisan." Jin Hyuk started sweating bullets. How much did this guy know? And how on earth did he make it straight here without getting lost? Meanwhile, Elisa tilted her head in innocent confusion, asking, "Is it really okay with just the 2 of us?" With an indifferent shrug, he reassured her, "It's fine. It's definitely better than leaving Mary alone to deal with the other 3. Speaking of Mary, she was currently radiating pure murderous intent, soloing everyone on her side. Kang Yua, on the other hand, was entirely different. She fought while calmly analyzing the situation. Had her uncle's 8 Gates formation actually been broken? From what she knew, the 8 Gates hidden formation contained 365 variations, including stone walls, mazes, and thick fog. No matter how powerful an intruder was, it should be unbreakable. While she was deep in thought, her opponent finally spoke up, taunting that he could sense the anxiety eating away at her. Suddenly, he flashed a wicked grin and asked, "Did you guys buy the artifact?" The only reason he knew this was because he had tracked down its traces. Hearing his words, Kang Yua instantly furrowed her brows. Gritting her teeth, she demanded to know how the hell he knew about the artifact. After all, that item had been stolen a long time ago by a bandit gang. That was the exact reason they had been forced to buy it back from the Merchant Guild. After a few seconds of calculation, her eyes darted to the right as if she had just realized something. Quick as lightning, a voice rang out, openly admitting the truth. "That's exactly right." Landing a decisive blow that sent her flying back, he shamelessly confessed that he was the one who stole it, right before launching another counterattack. His eyes now burned like a bloodthirsty man-eating beast. He revealed that both the Bandit Gang and the Merchant Guild were entirely his own creations. Furious and completely appalled, Kang Yua refused to accept this twisted truth. Gripping her sword tightly, she lunged forward to strike back, But her fierce assault was met with absolute indifference from her enemy, who smugly believed they stood absolutely zero chance of defeating him. In the clash, she managed to knock Elisa back. Seeing this, he turned to Elisa and mockingly asked if she wanted to get payback for last time. In their previous encounter, Elisa had been completely crushed and suffered a miserable defeat at the hands of Kang Yua. The only reason she lost back then was because Colin had specifically ordered her to hold back. Pulling off that convincing act had actually been pretty exhausting for Elisa. Hearing her grumble, Hyuk let out a smug smirk. Casting a teasing sideways glance at the person next to him, he joked, "Did Kang Yua go easy on her, or what?" But before he could even finish his sentence, she barked at him to shut his mouth. Tightening her grip on her sword, Kang Yua declared that they needed to end this quickly. The moment the words left her mouth, she and Hyuk dashed forward like the wind, their furious auras blazing toward the sky. On the other side, Elisa's group showed absolutely no mercy, charging forward to meet their attack head-on. Kang Yua and Hyuk simultaneously unleashed their ultimate moves, the armor-piercing annihilation strike and the dragon-slaying sword art. A terrifying, furious aura instantly engulfed her body the moment the incantation was spoken. Mad Dragon Demonic Slash! Ultimate Evil Execution! Ascending Venomous Dragons! Strike! Not to be outdone, Elisa countered their fierce assault with her own ultimate move, the Domain Slash Sword Art. The very second their domineering auras clashed, a terrifying shockwave violently shook the entire area. The blinding flash of light from their colliding attacks turned everything into a hazy blur. A moment later, their silhouettes gradually emerged from the dust. One of them had completely lost half a leg, while the other was left clutching a shattered sword. As the thick smoke finally cleared, Elisa looked around in a daze before turning her gaze toward Kang Yua. At this moment, both Hyuk and she were completely frozen in shock. His leg had been cleanly severed, and her sword wasn't in much better shape. Unwilling to accept such a pathetic defeat, Kang Yua gritted her teeth in absolute fury. The burning resentment within the two of them only grew stronger. With dark, murderous expressions, they slowly stood up, glaring at Elisa's group as if they wanted to eat them alive. Deep within their eyes flared an intense mix of raw fury and unyielding resolve. Their singular goal was to destroy Hua and save Lan. Without a single second of hesitation, the two charged forward. But before they could even launch their attack, someone suddenly hurled a weapon, instantly shattering their barrier and declaring that they were about to learn the brutal truth. If Colin hadn't spoken up then, they would have fought to the bitter end, even with nothing left but their fangs and claws. Hyuk and Iwa's expressions twisted into pure horror at the sight before them. It was a grotesque, bizarre monster, with the terrifying fangs of a tiger, the twisted horns of a goat, and the hideous face of a pig. It was the Tao Ti, one of the four fiends of ancient legend, the ultimate symbol of destruction and the exact polar opposite of the guardian divine beasts. As the two of them read the ancient text carved into the turtle shell, an even deeper sense of panic washed over them. The symbol of the Tao Ti was right there on the shell of the black tortoise. As an elite mage, there was absolutely no way Master Kang Ryun could have failed to notice that. Colin's gaze turned icy cold as he stared at them, his voice dropping into a dark, questioning tone. "Did you really think you were using the great Luo annihilation formation to separate Hua from Lan? Because the reality is the exact opposite." With a chilling gaze, Colin looked down at the object in his hand and dropped the harsh truth on them. From the very beginning, Kang Ryun never gave a damn about Lan. He sealed her away for his own selfish gain. To him, sacrificing Lan was just a necessary stepping stone for his grand ambitions. The only thing he wanted from start to finish was Hua. That ritual Master Kang Ryun set up, its true purpose is to completely obliterate Lan's soul, allowing Hua to fully hijack and consume that body. 3 years. It was a time that felt both fleeting and endless. Ever since Kang Ryun witnessed the terrifying power of Hua, created by his own younger brother, Kang Yu. He had been entirely seduced by it. That fool Kang Yu was so desperately focused on finding his missing daughter, that by the time he realized he had lost all control over Hua, it was already far too late. Kang Yu ended up being framed as the mastermind behind the Luna City massacre. He was hunted down by the royal army, captured, and brutally torn to pieces. Sickeningly enough, Kang Ryun was actually grateful for this, relieved that he had a convenient scapegoat to die in his place at Luna City. Not only did he escape the blame, but he also gained the absolute destructive power of the flying heaven Yaksha Hua. However, there was one major flaw in Kang Ryun's perfect plan. He never expected that Kang Yu had secretly entrusted Warren to the headmaster of the MKA Academy. Despite being a genius mage and the head professor of Griffin, reaching his hands into the affairs of an entirely different continent was nearly impossible. But just as Kang Ryun was plunging into total despair, that man suddenly appeared. It was none other than Tess Balthazar, a living legend from 80 years ago, known as the Creator. That man, with the face of an absolute devil, demanded only one thing from Kang Ryun: pure slaughter and absolute destruction. He was ordered to annihilate everything in his path and shatter the headmaster's protective barrier, ensuring that that woman could never escape the royal palace. For Kang Ryun, this was a deliciously tempting offer. As long as he could get his hands on Hua, wiping a measly little city off the map meant absolutely nothing to him. Soon enough, the chains of the saint, a holy artifact from the Western Church, would completely imprison her, draining every last drop of her endless internal energy. Once that happened, the only thing keeping Warren bound in human form, Lan's soul, would be utterly and permanently obliterated. In the end, all he had to do was feed her the 10,000 human flesh pill that Balthazar had given him. Once she consumed it, Warren would instantly ascend to the throne of the queen, fully awakening as a true, terrifying Yaksha. Just as Kang Ryun was laughing like a maniac, thrilling at his imminent victory, Colin's icy voice pierced the air, bluntly declaring that it wasn't going to happen. Smirking, Colin casually remarked, "If everything went that smoothly, it would be way too boring, don't you think?" Kang Ryun stared at him, caught entirely off guard. But before anyone could answer, Kang Yua furiously interrupted, screaming at her uncle, demanding to know if he truly intended to use this ritual to murder Lan. She couldn't understand why he would choose to use the demonic artifacts instead of the divine beasts. Her mind was racing with questions. Was the Luna City massacre actually ordered by Kang Run, rather than Warren simply losing control? Kang Run didn't answer right away. He gritted his teeth, secretly cursing them for being a bunch of useless fools, and insisted they had been used. His eyes filled with murderous intent as he activated a blood magic technique. He told them not to worry, because in just 10 minutes, every living thing inside the magic formation would melt down and fuse into one. He unleashed his attack as he spoke, his face twisted in pure madness. He was going to turn everyone into Mawiliks to help the Yaksha ascend. The Golden Bat Anva was at most a 2-star monster. Yet, after risking its life to ascend, it had easily wiped out a group of 1-star and 2-star guardians. If Waran, a supreme tier monster, were to ascend, they absolutely wouldn't stand a chance. Suddenly, a sharp sword pierced the earth and a voice rang out, "You reap what you sow!" The moment those words fell, the runes and seals of the magic formation vanished without a trace. This threw Kang Run into an absolute panic. "Why did my formation disappear?" he screamed. Corin calmly stepped up, saying it was time for an explanation. Who exactly stole the artifacts Kang Run had been secretly smuggling? Was it the merchant guild that supplied emergency goods? And if so, who introduced them? Question after question poured out. Who supplied the artifacts? Who carved the spirit runes into them? Smirking, Corin declared that he was the mastermind behind it all, not forgetting to curse the enemy. "You damn old man! Once all the artifacts of the 4 fiends are destroyed, you're dead meat." Enraged, Kang Run furiously cursed at him. Screaming that it wasn't over yet, he hurled his fan, launching a fierce attack at Corin. Instantly, the seal binding Warren shattered into pieces. He abandoned the ascension ritual, pouring all his power into wiping out Corin's group. After all, he could just restart the ritual whenever he wanted. The moment he gave the order to kill, Warren immediately sat up, bound by his command. Sai-hyuk's jaw dropped in sheer shock, realizing the old man was actually controlling Warren. He also confirmed that the Luna City massacre was indeed caused by him. Even with Yua standing beside him, urging him to calm down, there was no way he could just brush it off. But Si-hyuk's legs were ruined and Yua's sword was broken, leaving them completely helpless for now. But then she glanced over at him, saying there was still something they could do. Their eyes met. Without a single word, they understood each other perfectly. Meanwhile, Corin turned to Elisa. "Let's use the same combo we did against the Iron Mountain King. One takes the aggro, the other attacks. The battle kicked off. The ground around them violently crumbled and exploded. Elisa stood there frozen in shock, completely stunned by the sheer scale of what was unfolding before her eyes. Gripping his weapon, Korin seemed to transform into an entirely different beast. He charged forward, his murderous aura blazing like a meteor crashing through the atmosphere. Watching him, Elisa couldn't help but wonder, if she had to face Korin in a fight, would she even last 30 seconds? She wondered if there was anyone left who could possibly defeat him right now. But she couldn't have been more wrong. Warren lunged forward like a living weapon to block the strike. To the monster, taking that hit felt as effortless as a gentle steam bath. His attack completely blocked. Korin gritted his teeth in pure rage. "Damn it! You bastard! Will you just stop?" 1 minute and 20 seconds into the fight, despite unleashing a blazing all-out assault, his opponent, this walking natural disaster, hadn't budged an inch. Mindlessly, Warren launched a toxic demonic claw strike at Korin. He barely managed to dodge it in time. Otherwise, he'd be missing a few limbs right now. Seeing this from the sidelines, Elisa panicked and screamed his name to warn him. The moment Korin realized something was wrong, Warren was already right in his face. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying several meters backward. The ground around them kept shifting and violently exploding, looking like the literal end of the world. The power gap was just too massive. Merely trying to keep up with Warren's movements was enough to make Korin's internal organs feel like they were being crushed to paste. Right in front of him, Warren was charging in with sky-high murderous intent. Korin had hit his absolute limit. Even his regeneration was completely useless now. In the end, anyone would have thought it was all over, that Korin was as good as dead. Yet, he still stood his ground, waiting for his opponent's strike. Even though just one more hit would wipe him out of existence, his eyes burned with sheer resolve. No matter what happened, Korin was going to fight to the bitter end. But then, something completely unexpected happened. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, taking the full brunt of the attack in his place. By the time Korin snapped back to reality, Elisa was covered in blood, looking like she was about to log out of the server for good. She refused to let him die. She had forced herself to take dozens of steps inside the domain. Her body had to endure a horrifying amount of pressure, even worse than directly taking Warren's attack. But it wasn't over yet. Warren lunged straight at them once more. Alarmed, Korin screamed at Elisa, "Get out of the way!" But the enemy was just too damn fast, and with her injuries, she couldn't react in time. All she could do was brace herself and try to tank the incoming hit. Seeing this, Korin had no other choice. He dashed forward at breakneck speed, desperately hoping to pull her out of the danger zone. A massive, earth-shattering explosion erupted like a triggered landmine. With dead, emotionless eyes, Warren stared out at the battlefield, which was now completely empty. Korin had barely managed to carry Elisa to a safer spot. Even so, he couldn't stop scolding her for pulling such a reckless stunt. He then pulled out a special medicine and quickly treated her wounds. It was an emergency elixir he had kept on him, because if he didn't treat her right then and there, she'd either be crippled for life or bleed to death. After a while, Elisa's condition finally started to stabilize. Normally, Korin's plan was just to hold out until Marie destroyed all the four fiends' artifacts. Then, the moment the enemy showed an opening, Elisa's domain slash would deal 100% piercing damage, and he would finish it off with his ultimate strike. He had been plotting this ever since they got back from Nazaria. But two major things threw a wrench in the plan. First, Warren broke free from the seal and was way more ridiculously powerful than he ever imagined. And second, Elisa got heavily injured trying to save his life. Even though they survived the crisis, taking those reckless steps inside the domain meant she was completely out of commission. Thinking about this, Korin could only let out a heavy sigh, seriously doubting if he could survive long enough for Marie to destroy the rest of the artifacts. Hearing Elisa apologize, he told himself he really couldn't blame her for ruining the plan. Looking back, if that attack had hit him head-on, there was a high chance he would have died on the spot. Even his regeneration wouldn't have saved him. A moment later, he picked Elisa up, reassuring her that it was okay and thanking her for saving his life. Korin then carried her to a safe place to hide. He carefully scanned their surroundings, keeping his guard up. When Elisa worriedly asked if he was okay, his response was painfully blunt. Not okay. Every last drop of aura stored in his reincarnation core and his body was completely drained. After fighting Park Si-hyuk and then dealing with Warren, he had burned through way too much reincarnation energy. Now he was deeply torn, hesitating on whether he should keep using it. He could try to force it, but this reincarnation core held a level of power that his current body simply couldn't handle. Even with the support of the precepts, he wasn't completely sure he'd survive. But right then, Elisa dropped a totally shocking bombshell. From the very beginning, Warren hadn't used her right arm for a single attack. That meant the terrifying power they just faced was nothing but a warm-up. And it looked like she was tightly holding on to something. Hearing that, Corin let out a laugh. In the end, she was going to have to make a choice herself. She was still carrying that burden, so Warren was still standing right there. Through the thick smoke and dust, Corin's blurry silhouette gradually emerged. Wiping his mouth, a triumphant grin spread across his face. He pointed his spear straight at Warren and declared that there was no other way. Seeing the faint outline of the girl standing behind the blinding veil of dust, Corin gritted his teeth and let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Flashing back to an old memory, the heavenly Yaksha had panicked and dropped the item. She couldn't understand why Corin had handed it to her. He quietly picked it back up, firmly telling her that Warren had to make a choice. She couldn't just keep being selfish, happily reaping the benefits without taking any of the responsibility. Sihu's punchable face flashed in his mind like a grim reminder. Corin knew exactly how selfish scumbags like him operated, and he refused to let her turn into someone like that. Corin gently pressed the object back into her hands. He spoke softly, leaving the rest for Warren to figure out. He wanted to help her, but he knew she had to own whatever path she chose. Terrified, cold sweat dripped down her face as she stammered, unable to speak. Back in the present, Warren looked absolutely unhinged. Corin couldn't help but wonder, was the real her even in there anymore? The massive blade compressed down, inch by inch, forging itself into a razor-sharp, exquisitely crafted spear. His eyes burned with an unmatched determination. Corin finally remembered. It was the very same demonic sword he had seen back in Duke Savancia's castle. Such a terrifyingly majestic presence. Corin could feel it in his bones. Its demonic power had definitely been passed down to him. Duke Savancia, the legendary hero from 800 years ago. Right here, right now, Corin was going to bring that legend back to life. He smirked, asking Warren if she had waited long enough. Still under mind control, her body flinched in response. Corin thrust forward with all his might. The first demonic spear. A pitch-black aura violently erupted, engulfing his weapon. The flying Yaksha didn't back down, charging straight at him with overwhelming demonic energy. The moment they clashed, a catastrophic explosion tore through the air. A blinding flash of light wiped out almost everything in its path. The very earth was ripped apart. It was a clash of absolute titans. This wasn't just a fight between Corin and Warren anymore. They were channeling the monstrous powers of the Flying Yaksha and Duke Savancia. This was a full-blown war between two myths. Kangrun screamed in absolute disbelief. No. No way. The old bastard couldn't fathom how Corin was going toe-to-toe with the Flying Yaksha. Arrogant fools like him never listen, so Corin just let the old man drown in his own delusions. Kangrun roared, ordering Warren to tear him to pieces. The talisman glowed. She took a deep breath, and with one glance, Corin could tell she was packing about 1,000 units of aura into that fist. He instantly formed a counterplan, time to unleash the black, profound demonic spear. The devastating strike slammed down in a blinding flash of light. The sheer pressure at the point of impact was brutally intense, threatening to crush everything. To counter her, he also needed exactly 1,000 cycles. Corin had done the math perfectly. Even if Warren possessed 100,000 cycles, she could only unleash 1,000 at a time. All he had to do was match and cancel out that exact amount of power. He confidently smirked, proving he could hold his ground against Warren even while struggling. But deep down, the physical toll of borrowing Duke Savancia's aura was violently crushing Corin's body. It felt like he was being ground to dust, bone by bone. Warren was taking the upper hand, and with one brutal punch, she knocked his spear right out of his hands. A searing pain shot from his fingertips, making it impossible to grip his weapon. It felt as if every single tendon and bone in his body had snapped, leaving his limbs completely useless. Soaked in blood and battered to the core, Corin gritted his teeth and pushed forward. He knew damn well he couldn't afford to stop now. The grim reality was that his opponent wasn't even going all out yet. Warren hadn't even used her right hand. Forcing past the agony, Corin reinforced his arms, the black, profound 8 trigrams extreme fist. He successfully parried one of her lethal strikes, leaving Warren momentarily stunned. With terrifying reflexes, she immediately launched a vicious follow-up kick, but by some miracle, Korin blocked that too. Seizing the split-second opening, he risked everything to close the distance. His right foot planted into the ground as steady as a mountain, while his left arm drew back like a coiled spear. Cao Dui's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief. Gaping like an idiot in the middle of a death match, that guy must have a death wish. Korin channeled every last drop of his focus into the fight. His consciousness, his breathing, the twitch of every muscle, and that half-step distance. He was hunting for the opening that would only exist for a fraction of a second. He caught it. His eyes burned with raw determination. There was no way in hell Korin was letting this chance slip by. He unleashed the black profound 8 trigrams extreme fist. Korin drove a devastating blow straight toward her heart, relentlessly chaining his attacks. The evil-shattering meteor, the 8-force flame mirror, and the primordial strike. The shockwaves violently tore the ground beneath them apart. Korin collapsed, gasping for air, his body wrecked and bleeding from head to toe. But he had actually done it. Warren let out a harsh cough, violently spitting up blood. She looked down in pure shock. Korin had actually shattered her absolute defense. Yet, against all odds, her small feet began moving forward again as if nothing had happened. So this is my limit. Her power isn't dropping at all. I can't completely suppress her. She slowly closed the distance, step by agonizing step. Korin was ready to throw in the towel. Was this really how he was going to die? Kang Run burst into a maniacal fit of laughter. I knew it! What could a pathetic rat like you ever accomplish? The old bastard screeched, ordering her to finish Korin off. Time's up. Suddenly, a bizarre purple aura wrapped tightly around Warren. The sly look in Korin's eyes proved this had been his master plan all along. She froze dead in her tracks, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her lips parted slightly, as if she were desperately trying to speak. Korin's eyes shot wide open in shock, as the very earth beneath them began quaking violently, and the surrounding mountains started to cave in. What the hell is this? Out of nowhere, countless chains violently erupted from the ground, binding Warren so tightly she couldn't move a single muscle. Kang Run went into full panic mode. What in the world is happening? A wave of relief washed over Korin, and he finally cracked a smile. All that brutal stalling hadn't been for nothing. Everything was falling perfectly into place. Marie, Kang, Yua, and Sang Hyuk had done their jobs. The team that had vanished from the battlefield earlier had successfully destroyed all the artifacts powering the formation. The old man kept muttering the same words over and over, completely losing his mind. Impossible! This can't be happening! Before he could finish, a razor-sharp blade was pressed right against Kang Run's throat. He let out a pathetic whimper of terror. Josephine had arrived as backup, coldly warning the old bastard to freeze if he wanted to live. The old geezer went completely stiff. Korin finally let his muscles relax, glancing over with a smirk. The job was done. He glanced over at the one problem left to solve. War was sitting there, completely dazed and still under the enemy's control. He slowly approached her. Even though he was completely battered and bruised himself, Korin couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly ripped off that damn talisman. How cruel. How could anyone use something so sickening on a young girl? Freed from the twisted power controlling her, War collapsed backward. Korin quickly caught her in his arms. The frantic red glow had finally faded from her eyes. As she slowly opened her eyes, he greeted her with a warm smile. Her blurry vision cleared to reveal Korin's gentle expression. Warren just couldn't understand. Why did he save her? Korin softly replied, I told you, didn't I? I'm going to help you until you can make a choice for yourself. He looked into her eyes and asked Warren to make her choice, one filled with conviction and pride. Startled, she grabbed his hand tightly, trembling all over. She refused to live with regrets. She had to repay his kindness and prove she wasn't some monster. Just like he said, what defined her wasn't her nature, but her choices. The dark aura slowly faded from Warren's body. She stared in awe as it dissolved into the wind, completely crushed by an overwhelming power. The Jade Spirit Wood had crumbled entirely to dust. Panic set in. War had absolutely no idea what to do now. With the Jade Spirit Wood destroyed, it all felt pointless. Even if she made a choice, the outcome wouldn't change. Heartbroken, War desperately wanted to prove herself to him right then and there. I have to repay his kindness, she thought. But Korin just gave a weak smile, glancing at the shattered remains of the Jade Spirit Wood. You're really strong, War. he whispered. He was slowly losing consciousness, but he still made sure to comfort her one last time. We'll find another way, Corin murmured as he collapsed onto Warren's shoulder, thanking her for trying to repay his kindness. Gritting her teeth, she trembled as she broke down and confessed. She was a monster. She had hurt him. She had killed so many people. She had even stolen Lan's body. Warren was utterly terrified that she could never be forgiven for what she had done. But Corin just gave a faint, reassuring smile. He pulled her fragile body into a warm embrace, admitting that he honestly didn't know the answer either. Overcome with emotion, she burst into loud sobs, crying her heart out in Corin's arms. He promised her that the two of them would find the answer together. Meanwhile, the awakening ritual performed by Kang Run was a complete failure, and that bastard had already been thrown in a prison cell. As for cleaning up the aftermath, they would handle it just like they always did. Corin mentioned he had already received orders from Professor Josephine and Master Aaron on how to handle the situation. It was going to be resolved quietly, or more accurately, completely covered up. The fact that Griffin's head professor caused this tragedy was a massive scandal on its own. But the ritual involving Warren, that would only make people fear and target her. The cowards would condemn her, while the greedy ones would scheme to steal her power. Professor Kang Run returned early and tragically died in an unfortunate accident. That was the official story they were going with. I've already discussed this with the principal of Griffin. A calm, mature female voice spoke up. Corin chuckled lightly, glad that everything had been smoothed over so well. Honestly, Griffin Academy couldn't have asked for a better cover-up than this. You made sure to demand proper compensation from them, right? The woman replied that the principal had actually tried to brush it off, but she firmly agreed with Corin's demands. Sitting on his hospital bed, Corin gave a cheeky grin. See, I told you the principal was being a bit stingy. Man, you're way too nice to them. The woman he was talking to was none other than Professor Josephine. She sighed, noting that it wasn't easy to blindly trust people these days. But then her tone softened, and she sincerely thanked Corin for everything. Corin sat there wrapped in white bandages from head to toe, though, of course, they only covered the essentials, leaving his ripped physique perfectly on display as usual. Hearing the professor's gratitude, he just shrugged it off with his usual calm, humble attitude. With utter confidence, he told her that one day they would all be able to truly trust each other. Professor Josephine hesitated for a moment before speaking up again. Though still a bit skeptical, she admitted she was looking forward to that day too. She gently reminded Corin to get plenty of rest and recover, before turning around to leave the room. Right as she reached the door, she paused, glancing back to playfully remind him that the Academy Festival was far from over tomorrow. But the moment Professor Josephine stepped out, a slender arm shot through the doorway. Marie Dunal rushed in, her face lighting up as she practically tackled Corin into a massive hug. She bombarded him with a million questions, frantically checking everything from his pale face and battered body down to his chipped fingernails. Corin stared down at his ruined nails and let out a sigh, though he honestly didn't care all that much. Marie playfully pouted, scolding him with a worried smile. Why are you always so reckless? Why do you constantly get yourself hurt and end up in a hospital bed? Corin stared at her, wide-eyed and completely panicked. Clueless as ever, he clumsily tried to comfort her, blurting out, Wait, why are you crying? Did something happen? He asked awkwardly. Marie quickly reached up, wiping away the tears that were threatening to spill from her eyes. She looked up at him with red, teary eyes, half joking as she sniffled, I'm crying because I was worried to death about you, you idiot. But of course, dense as a brick, Corin didn't have a single romantic bone in his body. Instead of a sweet reply, he hit her with a completely unromantic question. Are you hurt anywhere, Senior? I mean, you took out that stone pathway and the ancient artifacts all by yourself, didn't you? Kua and Jin Hyuk managed to destroy one too, he noted. Corin suddenly grew thoughtful, finally realizing that must have been exactly why those two had left the area. Because of their help, he had managed to survive by the absolute skin of his teeth. But the moment Corin brought those two up, Marie instantly flared up in anger. She raised her voice, furiously blaming Kua and Jin Hyuk for everything that had gone wrong. But Corin quickly shook his head. He defended them, explaining that they weren't actually bad people. They were just forced into a terrible corner. Look, Jin Hyuk just wanted to avenge his slaughtered family, and Iwa was desperate to save her cousin, Corin explained softly. They were just doing whatever it took to survive. The real villain here is Kangrion. He's the sick bastard who exploited their despair. We can't aim our anger at the wrong people. Marie stared at the young man in front of her with absolute admiration. Corin was always so unbelievably mature. She couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, pouting because, technically, she was supposed to be the older one. Seeing her reaction, Corin flashed a wickedly teasing grin and immediately tried to coax her into calling him Appa. Marie instantly flushed, pouting as she scolded him for acting up again. "Why are you always trying to make me call you Appa?" she huffed. Her face still burning red, she finally spoke her true, heartfelt feelings. Her voice trembled softly, practically begging Corin to stop putting himself in danger. But deep down, she already knew. With a guy like him, danger was completely unavoidable. Hearing her plea, Corin couldn't even bring himself to answer right away. He stared down thoughtfully at his heavily bandaged hands. He couldn't deny it. It was the harsh truth. He was burdened with the monumental task of saving the world, yet he lacked any special cheat skills. He was just a supporting player desperately clinging to his swordsmanship. Naturally, his body was bound to suffer. Marie Donalbev softly asked Corin, "Do you have anything you want to tell me?" For a long time now, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was living in a completely different world. Marie paused for a moment, then declared with absolute certainty that she would fight alongside him. Just like this time, she would always be right by his side to help. No matter who he had to fight, she would always have his back. Marie's sudden confession caught Corin completely off guard. From the bottom of his heart, he could only whisper a deep, sincere thank you for her encouragement. Because from here on out, he would have to face off against villains with twisted ambitions, fanatical believers, and terrifyingly powerful enemies hell-bent on destroying this world. How could he possibly save the world against enemies like that? The answer was actually quite simple. By fighting together. The two of them bumped their fists, sealing their noble promise to one another. Marie took the opportunity to bring up their next move. "I'll go ahead and register our Guardians party right now, okay?" Corin was stunned by how fast she was moving. Marie explained that the Harvest Festival was just around the corner. "If we don't register now, everyone will be too busy with the holidays." The two of them naturally fell into a deep discussion about it. They decided that Corin would be the party leader, and Marie would be the vice captain. But just as Corin was trying to think of who else to recruit, Marie's sharp ears picked up someone calling his name. Corin looked toward the door in surprise and smiled in greeting. It was Elisa. Marie also offered a friendly smile to her junior. Elisa was being pushed in a wheelchair by a nurse, with both her arms and legs wrapped in massive casts that looked like giant hams. Corin didn't hold back at all. He burst into uncontrollable laughter, teasing Elisa for looking like a walking mummy. Elisa pouted, caught between wanting to cry and wanting to laugh. "And whose fault do you think this is?" she snapped playfully. Corin pressed his lips together, recalling the moment. Yeah, it really was his fault. He felt incredibly guilty, but also deeply grateful to her. Corin flashed a devastatingly handsome smile, instantly making Elisa blush. Flustered, she quickly looked away, muttering a shy, awkward response. Thanks to the holy elixir, her bones had already healed, but she still needed to rest for 2 weeks. Even with the absolute best medical treatment, the festival would be over in just 1 week. That meant she wouldn't be able to attend the closing bonfire. Corin tried to comfort her, saying she'd be out of the hospital in no time, but she needed to focus on recovering first. Elisa mentally cried in her wheelchair. "But I wanted to go to the bonfire event too," she whined. "There's still the winter ball, you know," he reminded her. Corin tried to cheer her up, but Elisa wasn't having it. "Those are two completely different things," she argued. He hummed thoughtfully. "I guess you're right." He had already experienced it plenty of times before, but for Elisa, this was her very first time. Filled with confidence, Corin promised Elisa that he would buy her a designer Jeskier dress for the winter ball, completely unaware that he had just awakened something truly terrifying. Hearing this, Elisa's eyes widened in absolute shock. "Are you serious?" she asked frantically. "From that ultra-luxury brand?" Corin smirked and told her to pick whatever she wanted. After all, he was pretty much loaded now. Elisa immediately bickered with him for acting like her older brother when they were the exact same age, but she quickly dropped the subject, eagerly asking, "Wait, did we really make that much money?" Corin chuckled triumphantly, confirming that they definitely had enough for a high-end dress. However, at that exact moment, Marie slipped into a bloodthirsty state. A terrifying, dark aura exploded from her body. Unable to hold back her growing anxiety, she interrogated him. Korin, could it be that the other members you want to invite are completely oblivious? He just laughed casually. Pointing at Elisa, he announced, well, there's Elisa Aiden here and Linnea Clay. Are they girls? Marie probed carefully. Still completely failing to read the room, Korin replied, yep, there's a really pretty girl who works in intelligence. Marie ground her teeth. Oh, pretty, huh? Korin continued, adding that he also wanted to invite Len and John. Marie demanded to know who they were. Korin explained that they were werewolf siblings. Len is a girl, so just make a note that John is the boy, he said. Marie let out a low, shaky breath. Still totally clueless, Korin babbled on, saying he was thinking of inviting Dorothy too, though he wasn't entirely sure. But then he clicked his tongue, figuring they were close enough that she would definitely say yes. Marie's jaw locked as she hissed, oh, so you're quite close with that Dorothy girl? Korin cheerfully replied that they were close enough to joke around and grab meals together sometimes. He finalized his list with the name Hwaran. He was absolutely sure she would join, so he casually told Marie to just write her name down. Under Elisa's horrified gaze, the pen in Marie's hand shattered into a million pieces, the ultimate warning sign of a jealous hurricane about to make landfall. Meanwhile, Korin was still rambling on, happily noting that Professor Josephine had already agreed, so there wouldn't be any issues. Suddenly, he looked up at Marie, stammering out a nervous, senior? Standing right in front of him was a furious, terrifyingly dark Marie Dunnelbev. She just kept repeating the same chilling question over and over. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Korin couldn't hide the sheer panic in his eyes, but hey, he brought this onto himself. The scene shifted. Everyone used to fear Hwaran. They looked at her with wary, condemning eyes, whispering that she never should have been born. They threw stones at her, treated her with the utmost disgust, and called her a monster. And this time, she had actually injured Korin. She had almost hurt everyone all over again. But this time, that boy had caught her. He had held her gently and promised to help her until she could make her own choice. Power was Hwaran's only worth. It was her only justification for pushing out the original soul and stealing this body. Because of that, she firmly believed she couldn't afford to be weak. She couldn't allow herself to rely on anyone. Yet Korin had shown up out of nowhere, speaking to her with such incredible warmth. He told her he would help her, urging her to make a proud choice so she wouldn't have any regrets. He told her that they would find the answer together. She had cried her eyes out back then. Those incredibly warm words felt like they were melting a heart that had been frozen and dead to the world for so long. Even now, just thinking about it left her completely overwhelmed. Sitting alone in her room, Warren pressed a hand against her chest, desperately wondering, what was she supposed to do now? It was a warmth that actually hurt. His deep concern pierced her heart like a sharp blade. She hated him. She hated Korin for making her fragile little heart ache so much. Warren had been entirely alone since the day she was born, living a life where she was nothing but a tool to be used. Because of that, she had violently shut everyone out of her world. And yet, Korin had suddenly appeared at her window. Flashing a blindingly handsome smile, he just casually struck up a conversation. Hey there, feeling better? You're okay, right? Lately... But before Korin could even finish his sentence, Warren fiercely cut him off. She shot up to her feet, aggressively pushing the issue. Warren brought up Lan, desperately demanding to know, You really have a way to fix all of this, don't you? Korin didn't answer right away. His gaze dropped, heavy with sorrow, and he let out a soft sigh. Yeah, it really is a tragedy. He reached out to her, but suddenly she grabbed his hand. Warren gripped Korin tightly, her voice trembling as she tried to stop him, even foolishly blurting out, Do you want something to eat? Warren's entire body was shaking. She stood there trembling, terrified of his answer. Korin could easily see the raw fear in her eyes. Reaching out his free hand, Korin gently patted her head to comfort her. It's going to be okay, he murmured softly. Once this is all over. I promise I'll buy you some fish. Cut to the outside, where Warren was now hovering in midair. Down below, Korin gripped a long spear and declared the start of the ritual. The weapon in his hands was known as the Death God's Orb. Its absolute characteristic was the ability to sever a soul from a physical body, completely bypassing any and all defenses. It was a divine artifact that harvested souls, with a 100% accuracy rate. Of course, if a mere human tried to wield it, that accuracy would plummet, rendering it practically useless. And that went double for Corrin, since he couldn't sense souls at all. His accuracy was literally zero. Corrin hurled the spear straight at Warren, but it violently deflected right off her. It veered wildly off course and slammed directly into the dirt. Warren was stunned, but Corrin didn't look surprised in the slightest. He glanced at the spear, then looked back up at Warren. "Watch closely," he smirked. "I'm going to show you a little magic trick." He pulled out a defective magic stone, the kind used in festivals. The lower the user's accuracy, the wider this stone's area of effect became, making it notoriously difficult to control. Under normal circumstances, at the lowest possible accuracy, the blast radius maxed out at 100 meters. But what if Corrin, a guy with literally zero accuracy, used it? The blast radius would become infinite. It completely bypassed his inability to interact with souls and forcefully triggered the weapon's effect. To be precise, this wasn't Corrin's attack. It was an explosive shockwave from the magic stone. A blinding purple light erupted from the spear, completely engulfing Warren. Suddenly, her body went limp and she started to fall. Corrin sprinted forward, barely catching her in time. He frantically explained that he had only channeled a tiny bit of mana into it, then anxiously asked if she was okay and if she was hurt anywhere. The girl lay safely cradled in Corrin's arms. She offered him a beautifully radiant smile and whispered a soft, "Thank you." But it wasn't Warren anymore. Lan had woken up. Her big, sparkling eyes fluttered open, her cheeks flushed pink, and she cheerfully chirped, "Hi, Appa." Corrin, who was still holding her bridal style, completely froze at that word. His mind instantly flashed back to the times before he met her. He remembered Mari Donalev slamming her hands on a table in sheer annoyance, yelling at him about why he was so obsessed with being called Appa, acting like he'd die if he didn't hear it. And then there was Elisa, who used to look completely disgusted whenever she was forced to call him that. She always argued that since they were the exact same age, calling him Appa was completely ridiculous. And don't even get him started on that little crybaby Anna. Holding her dumb little cat, she had actually looked at him and said, "Thank you, Mr. Knight." "Mister? Seriously?" But now, everything is perfect. Comical tears of joy streamed down Corrin's face. He felt like he had just reached enlightenment. He had finally escaped being called Mr. In his heart, he desperately thanked Lan for making their first meeting so incredibly awesome. Corrin gently set her down. Looking at the goofy expression on his face, Lan giggled, guessing that he was in a really good mood. And Corrin didn't even try to deny it. Since he was constantly being treated like an old man, hearing Lan call him Appa was like chicken soup for his soul. Seeing him so happy, Lan sweetly confessed that she had figured as much. It was pretty obvious he was dying to be called Appa. Hearing that made Corrin's heart skip a beat. So she really had been watching him all this time, even while Warren had full control of her body for the last 3 years. Lan stood firmly on the ground, marveling at the feeling of her own legs again. For all those years, she had been a prisoner inside her own body, forced to watch the world entirely through Warren's eyes. Feeling a deep ache of sympathy, Corrin gently asked, "You had your body stolen from you for 3 straight years. Aren't you angry?" But Lan just hummed softly, not seeming upset at all. Instead, she grabbed the edges of her skirt and took off sprinting down the road with a brilliant, glowing smile. She cheered, excitedly calling for him to watch her go. She joyfully confessed that ever since she got sick, this was the very first time she could walk and run like this. Skipping and twirling with pure delight, Lan mused that it was definitely all thanks to Warren. Her body was automatically drawing on the immense magic power that Warren had built up inside her. Watching her zoom around, Corrin nervously called out, "Hey, take it easy. Your body isn't used to this yet. Push it too far and you'll actually drop dead." Looking at him with a hint of sadness, Lan opened up. "At first, I really hated Warren," she confessed. "I used to scream and cry, begging for my body back." She splashed her foot into a shallow puddle, coming to a stop as she continued. "But she could never hear my voice. Warren would just sit there, endlessly talking to herself like she was completely losing her mind." Feeling a gentle breeze brush past her, Lan let out a soft breath. "I know now that those endless monologues weren't her trying to ignore me. It was just her raw, unfiltered guilt, her punishing herself for what she was doing." Squatting down by the water, Lan quietly added that since they shared the same body, she knew exactly how paralyzing Warren's fear and anxiety truly were. Gazing at her own reflection in the puddle, she gently touched the water's surface, as if reaching out to Warren. That's why I'm not going to push her away anymore. Warren had finally found the courage to give the body back to her. Hearing those incredibly mature words, Corin couldn't help but share his own thoughts. It was absolute grace and forgiveness, even after having her body stolen for 3 whole years. She was already willing to welcome Warren with open arms. He smiled warmly, praising her for being so grown up. Lan looked up at him, her eyes curving into happy little crescents. Well, of course, she beamed. Even though I've been stuck at 14, Warren is technically only 3 years old. I've always wanted a little sister, and now I actually have one. Corin blinked, a look of sudden realization washing over his face. Yeah, you're right. Now, the two of them really were like sisters sharing a single body. But suddenly, Lan piped up with a suspicious, "But wait a second," making Corin instantly nervous. She stood with her back to him, posing a hypothetical question. If she were in danger, would Appa swoop in and save her like a total badass again? "Is that it?" he replied. "Just say the word, any time." Lan blushed, having fully expected that answer, and praised him for being so sweet. Then she called him Appa again, leaving Corin staring at her in sheer confusion. But she just started rambling out of nowhere, saying she really liked fish too, adding that she and Warren shared the same hobbies. She tossed something into a puddle, making the water splash everywhere before casually listing off other things they both liked, from food and music to books. Then she suddenly leaned right into his ear and whispered her exact taste in boys. That left Corin completely stunned. She was flirting way too hard, and he had no idea how to handle it. At the same time, she playfully ran her hand over his chest. Teasing him, she said that if he became her husband, he would legally have 2 wives. Her words left Corin completely flustered. He was thrilled, but way too shy, stammering, "No, no," and asking what on earth she was talking about. She pressed herself right against his chest, looking up at him with a seductive gaze, demanding an answer right then and there. But Corin's face burned beet red, and his mind was too dizzy to even form a sentence. Refusing to take the bait, he gently pushed her away and scolded her, telling her not to mess with people like that. Even so, Lan firmly insisted that she wasn't joking. Back in her hometown, people their age had already done, well, everything. She acted like she was so experienced. Her cheeks flushed pink, her lips in a coy little pout as she kept dropping heavy hints. "You know, this whole thing called romance," she murmured, trembling slightly. Corin finally gave in, sighing that if she wanted to keep sharing a body with Hua, she should probably ask for her opinion too. Suddenly, Lan stood on her tiptoes, planted a quick kiss on his cheek, and thanked him. The sudden affection left Corin scrambling, his eyes wide and his jaw dropped in pure shock. Suddenly, she collapsed, her head bumping right against him. Corin panicked. "Whoa! What's going on?" He hesitantly called out, "Lan?" But a fierce pair of eyes glared up at him, and she snapped irritably, "What?" Then she exploded in absolute fury, acting as if she had just been deeply violated, and threatened him through gritted teeth. "Don't you dare misunderstand." All that stuff she said was just pure nonsense. Startled, Corin thought to himself, "Wow, swapping personalities is really that easy?" She then stomped away, muttering to herself like she had just escaped an asylum. "Who the hell told you to call me big sister, huh? You're too loud. It was just a misunderstanding. Just shut up." Watching her fiercely argue with herself, Corin squinted in confusion. What the hell? Are they actually talking to each other right now? He wondered. Suddenly, she turned back and snapped, "Well, aren't you coming?" She then reminded him to show up for dinner at the first-class dining hall, just like always. Same place as usual. Still a bit dazed, he nodded in agreement. Corin let out a long sigh, figuring that was Warren and Lan's weird way of apologizing. Apologizing with food. I guess kids will always be kids. But then, he suddenly remembered the warm sensation of her whispering her taste in guys right into his ear. He awkwardly scratched his head, desperately trying to convince himself. Yeah, kids are just kids, right? Meanwhile, in another location, someone cursed that they were about to meet their maker. An armored hand twitched as the person silently lamented. The amount of resources the old church had poured into this macabre festival was absolutely massive. They had fully believed that once the dust settled, they would finally overthrow the first princess of the new church. Instead, A crusader lay battered on the ground. He had thought he was a goner for sure, but having narrowly escaped the Grim Reaper's scythe, he could only mutter bitterly, a complete and utter failure. Recalling that bizarre and unique sword, he couldn't help but wonder, just who the hell was that guy? How did he know every single step of the Crusaders' master plan? He stared up at the ceiling in sheer disbelief. He had followed Lord Lazan's orders to the letter, rallying a force of 100 Crusaders. An entire 100-man squad was deployed into this century-old tunnel. Yet now every single one of them was lying scattered across the floor just like him. He gritted his teeth in fierce frustration. Just to lure away the threat posed by Warren and Lan, he had taken a colossal risk. But that guy, Corin, he just stood there, casually resting his staff on his shoulder, one hand on his hip. He looked down at him with a mocking, sarcastic smirk. 100 Crusaders? What exactly did you think that would accomplish? If you guys were really going all out, you should have sent the Holy Knight Order. It was Corin. Corin was the one who had utterly destroyed everything he had worked for. In that moment, the Crusader had pointed right at Corin's face, screaming in absolute rage, "Who the hell do you think you are to pull something like this? Do you honestly think you're going to make it out of here alive?" But before he could do anything, something slammed hard into his head, sending him tumbling straight backward. And the one who threw it was none other than Corin. From a distance, Corin had effortlessly tossed something that instantly knocked the guy out cold. Professor Josephine stepped up, confidently stating that she could handle the cleanup. Even so, Corin snatched his staff out of the air and told her not to worry about it. Besides, it had given him the perfect excuse to test out a brand new technique. Seeing the aftermath, Josephine was deeply intrigued by that throw of his, which had taken down the enemy in a single strike. Still, she didn't hold back her praise. Even though his body wasn't fully recovered, he had done an exceptional job. As for the unconscious goons, she assured him her team would handle the arrests. Hearing that, Corin didn't bother being modest. He simply stood there and pointed, reminding her to extract the hidden cyanide capsules tucked inside the right molars of the assassins. As Josephine walked forward, her mind was buzzing with endless questions. How on earth did he know about a secret tunnel the old church had prepared 100 years ago? And from the very beginning, what made him request surveillance on the old church in the first place? Outside, the dark veil of night had already fallen. For now, she felt a profound sense of relief knowing that this boy was on their side. Without wasting time, Josephine began binding the unconscious knights. The next day, inside an ancient castle, the warm light of dawn bathed everything in a golden glow. Hua had finally woken up. She lay there in bed, reflecting on the profound tranquility that belonged only to the strong. Absolutely nothing in this world could ever scratch this body of hers. The biological rhythm of this body operated at a much slower, more sluggish pace than an ordinary human's. In short, she was incredibly lazy. Suddenly, Lan's voice echoed from deep within, screaming for Warren to get up. But even though her eyes were wide open, she just lay completely flat on the bed like a dead fish. She rolled back and forth, dragging her feet, refusing to leave the cozy sheets. Honestly, both Warren and Lan were a pair of absolute slackers. Yet, Lan kept aggressively nagging. "You're awake, aren't you? Get up already!" The yelling made Hua cover her ears, stubbornly pretending that if she blocked the sound, she wouldn't have to deal with Lan, and muttered, "You're too damn loud." Even so, she could still clearly hear Lan's voice echoing from within her mind, complaining, "Seriously? Is that how you talk to your big sister? Come on, it's time for breakfast. Breakfast time!" Suddenly, Hua heard a strange noise coming from outside. Piqued by curiosity, she immediately sat up. Walking down the stairs, Warren quickly made an excuse, insisting she hadn't come out just for Lan, but merely out of curiosity. Suddenly, she spotted Corin fast asleep on the floor, drooling like a baby. She wondered why he was sleeping out there, while Lan cheerfully called out, "Appa, Corin!" Then Lan mischievously urged her to wake him up, though Warren wondered why she had to be the one to do it. Hearing that, Lan started making things up, claiming that sleeping on the floor would give him a crooked mouth, and rushed Warren as if the house was on fire. Seeing Warren poke his cheek, Lan playfully asked, "Do you have a crush on Corin too?" At that, Warren looked completely flustered. She didn't know. He was always so reckless, doing things she never even asked for, and always bursting with so much enthusiasm, she just couldn't understand him. Then, appearing like a ghost, Lan crouched down next to Corin and Warren, tilting her head. "So, do you hate him?" Warren quickly blurted out, No, I don't hate him. But Lan clung to her like a leech, pressing further. So you do like him? Finding it hard to answer, Warren started poking his cheek intensely, muttering, I hate him. Suddenly, Mariette Dunalev appeared from behind, her eyes narrowing into a playful smirk as she asked, Why are you up so early today? Warren replied nonchalantly, Because it's too noisy. Mariette then ordered Dioku to pick Korin up and carry him to bed. Don't let him keep Warren and Lan from getting their sleep. Walking after Dioku, Mariette tossed a teasing remark at Warren. If you're sleepy, just go back to bed, Junior. But Warren blurted out of nowhere, The sofa! Leaving Mariette thoroughly confused. Still crouching on the floor, Warren asked why they couldn't just lay him on the sofa. This only baffled Mariette even more regarding her true intentions. But she still answered, There are no blankets here, and it's freezing. He'd catch a cold. Hearing that, Warren hugged her knees, watching them leave with a slight pout, and muttered to herself, Well, I can't argue with that. Suddenly, Mariette cheerfully called back, There are some steamed potatoes ready in the kitchen. Go ahead and eat. Then she glanced back, her eyes narrowing playfully. We can just eat later. It's fine even if you finish them all. Warren sat hugging her knees, deeply lost in thought as she watched Mariette walk away. Then her eyes sharpened into a deadly glare as she growled under her breath, We? At another time and place, a teacher stood at the podium delivering her lecture. In situations like this, you must utilize the materials around you in case of an emergency. Sitting at his desk, Korin sighed to himself. The festival wasn't even over yet, but classes were still going on. Since he had already learned all of this in his past life, he decided to focus on other things. Just then, a system notification popped up. Korin Locke, Hero Class. Strength Stats, 8,130. Magic Power, 6,770. Traits, Tenacious Warrior's Recovery, Pain Endurance, Domain Comprehension, 3 cores, and Demonic Aura Release. Looking at the new data, Korin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. With these stats, he had already far surpassed Arisa's early-stage power. He looked closer at his trait list. Tenacious Warrior's Recovery, Pain Endurance, Domain Comprehension, 3 cores, and Demonic Aura Release, calculating his current standing. His aura level was now at the high tier. He could vividly picture the 3 glowing orbs of blue, red, and yellow light shining inside his chest. Considering that at this stage, ordinary knights were only just forming their first core, his progress was insane. He had acquired his second core from the Silver Mandragora, and his third was inherited straight from Duke Sabantia. This meant that while other knights were barely scraping by with 1 aura core, he already possessed 3. Korin propped his chin on his hand, a proud smile forming on his lips. Arisa had also mentioned that she managed to awaken her core this time around. After taking her first steps into domain comprehension, it seemed she had experienced an explosive growth. This time, Arisa had already reached the lower high tier in aura. Remembering their previous battle, Arisa had fought until she was an absolute bloody mess, covered in horrific wounds, yet she fiercely clung to her sword, refusing to yield. Although she used to be ranked only at the lower mid-tier, her rapid growth over the past 6 months was something truly worth looking forward to. The only thing left to figure out was the demonic aura release the system had mentioned. It involved activating his internal energy and compressing it under immense pressure, allowing him to store and unleash up to 20% of his total aura and magic power in one go. It was an incredibly overpowered trait. His current aura stat was 8,130. 20% of that meant a massive explosive burst of over 1,600 points. That was an absolutely terrifying amount of power. Korin had once tried releasing his spiritual energy just to test the waters. The problem was, when he tested it out in the hunting grounds, it was completely out of his control. Korin rubbed his temples, his brow furrowing in frustration as he thought. Perhaps he could pull off something similar to Duke Sabantia's ultimate demonic sword technique. Damn, could he actually split the heavens and one-shot a dragon with a single thrust? Suddenly the professor spoke up. There are only 5 minutes left in class, so I will now check everyone's notes. Korin was so deep in thought that her words completely went over his head. Then he jolted back to reality. Wait, check our notes? Why the hell is she doing that now? Who am I? Where am I? He looked up to see the professor smiling, but she was radiating a terrifying dark aura. Was he screwed? It was because everyone kept dozing off in her class. The professor was absolutely pissed. Korin cursed under his breath, Knowing Professor Lulalala's personality over the last 4 years, her go-to punishment would be forcing them to deep clean the classroom. That normally wouldn't be a big deal. But unfortunately, this was the dedicated alchemy lab. It was littered with nasty chemical stains, dust-covered flasks, and completely draped in cobwebs. Not to mention, God knows what kind of toxic sludge was hiding in the corners. Sharing his exact miserable sentiment, the rest of his classmates were now panicking, frantically scrambling to borrow each other's notes to copy. But when push comes to shove, it's every man for himself. Nobody had the time to save anyone else's skin. Corin felt his sweet afternoon plans going up in smoke. Bloody hell. He had planned to spend his entire free afternoon soaking in the festival vibes after this. Well, better late than never to start writing. Thinking he had to scribble down something, he blindly fumbled around for his pen, only to brush against a soft, delicate hand. Startled, he looked down at it. Jur was sitting on his left, and on his right was... Holy crap! He jerked his hand away in a panic. Warren was sitting right there, staring at his hand. As he pulled his hand back, she suddenly grabbed it, boldly interlacing her fingers with his. Corin was utterly terrified, his face burning beet red, eyes wide and jaw dropping as his brain completely short-circuited. Wait, was this actually Lan? Her face was completely flushed too, gazing down at their tightly locked hands with sheer amusement, confirming his suspicion. Then her eyes curved into a sweet smile as she pressed the back of his hand directly against her chest, whispering softly, "Do you want to see my notes?" Oh, it was Lan! She flashed a radiant smile, playfully asking if he wanted to take a peek. Corin, blushing fiercely, stammered out a reply, completely short-circuiting as he blindly guessed she was talking about her lecture notes. Lan leaned in and told him to just flip to the right page, and then finally asked if he wanted to grab lunch together. Corin instantly agreed, even gallantly offering to treat her to the meal. This immediately set off a storm of jealous whispers among the male students sitting behind them. While the class buzzed with gossip over how bizarrely close the two had suddenly become, Marriott's subordinate was already lurking nearby, eavesdropping on everything. It was none other than Dioku. After class ended, the two of them strolled down the hallway together, chatting a little more about Lan. Eventually, Corin brought up the photograph of Hee Wook and Chairman Kang Yuhua. Those two bore a massive share of the responsibility in this whole mess, even though they were obviously victims themselves. Despite that, they could still be held accountable. Kang Ru was going to be secretly executed, off the record of course. Since he was no longer among the living, Yuhua was now forced to shoulder the heavy burden as the new head of the Kang family. Lan always felt deeply guilty, believing that Hee Wook and Yuhua had suffered immensely because of her. Corin couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity about her whole perspective on the matter. Does the title of family head mean leading the entire clan? Lan certainly thought so. The head manages everything, from trivial household matters to the clan's arranged marriages. Suddenly, Lan's expression shifted. She threw herself into Corin's arms, declaring that she had already gotten permission to marry him first. This only made Corin feel even more awkward and guilty. Throwing his hands up in defeat, he secretly prayed that Warren would wake up soon and stop Lan before things got completely out of hand. Meanwhile, Marriott loudly demanded that Dogu spill every single detail. The creature began explaining in its own bizarre, chattering language. As Marriott stirred her soup, murderous intent began radiating from her with every word it spoke. She muttered furiously under her breath, "So that's how it is." Her eyes remained glued to the bubbling pot, while pure jealousy simmered in her heart. Even though she and Corin weren't officially together, something was definitely gnawing at her. Now, Marriott had always been a highly rational person. Her actions were usually driven by survival, not romance. But even so, all their frequent, intimate moments had to mean something. The image of Lan begging to become Corin's wife suddenly flashed in her mind from earlier. Hearing Dogu's first-hand account about husbands and two wives was more than enough for Marriott to realize exactly what she was up against. Seething with absolute rage, she gripped her chopsticks until they splintered into pieces, secretly plotting a special way to mark her territory. After racking her brain, she came up with a rather spicy idea: a honey trap. But just as she started getting flustered and eager over the thought, she quickly brushed it off, nervously rambling to herself. In Dogu's eyes, Marriott looked like she was about to explode into flames from sheer anger at any given moment. Out of nowhere, she called out to it, asking what men actually liked, Dagu narrowed its eyes slyly, letting out a sinister chuckle before giving its final answer. Bones. Later, inside the dining hall, Marriott and Corin sat facing each other across a long table. She proudly announced that she had researched a special recipe just for him, presenting a bowl of specially crafted blood soup. She claimed it was a dish the old farmers back home used to make. She was absolutely certain Corin would love it, and just as expected, he was thrilled to receive such a delicious, authentic taste of home, eagerly asking how she got her hands on the secret recipe. Without missing a beat, Corin chugged the entire bowl in one go. Marriott happily explained that the soup was made from coagulated blood. He couldn't stop praising how delicious it was. Hearing him compliment its soft and smooth texture made her heart soar. Corin slammed the empty bowl on the table, letting out a deeply satisfied sigh. Suddenly, a system panel popped up in front of him. It announced that he had consumed a premium blood potion, instantly granting him the monstrous strength skill and boosting his power by 30 points. Corin was dumbfounded. His face darkened as he called her name. Marriott jolted, listening intently with a deeply flushed face. He immediately deduced that this wasn't ordinary pig or cow blood. The system flashed again, showing a buff bar that temporarily increased his strength by 200%, unstackable with other buffs. Overjoyed, Corin leaped up and pulled Marriott into a tight hug, repeatedly blurting out, "I love you!" Marriott blushed so hard she had to cover her face, thinking that listening to Dog Goo was the best decision she'd ever made. Meanwhile, inside the library, Warren's voice echoed softly as she claimed she wanted to share a story about a friend. She murmured that she had heard when you're with a certain someone, your heart feels like it's floating on clouds. Josephine raised an eyebrow in surprise. Warren continued, blushing deeply as she confessed, "It feels like sitting on fluffy, soft clouds. My heart won't stop pounding, and sometimes my chest even aches." Josephine quickly caught on. This was a romance consultation. Pushing up her glasses, she thought to herself that after shedding her identity as a special grade fiend, Warren had simply become an ordinary teenage girl experiencing first love. Josephine was absolutely certain about the target. It had to be Corin Locke. Given the very short list of people Warren actually interacted with, it couldn't possibly be anyone else. Corin had even been reported as a scammer by the second-year female students. In Josephine's eyes, he was already an infamous playboy. She bet that with his vast romantic experience, he would be an incredibly tough challenge for an innocent freshman like Warren. Josephine's sharp eyes narrowed as she analyzed the situation. The boy Warren had a secret crush on was surrounded by a cult of female admirers. With that in mind, she offered Warren her ultimate advice. Opportunities won't just fall into your lap. Guys who have tons of women pining for them will never make the first move, Josephine said earnestly, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder while secretly reminiscing about a century ago. Back then, there was a famous romance novel titled 101 Ways to Seduce That Boy, which served as the ultimate dating Bible for young maidens of her era. Suddenly, Josephine dropped another heavy piece of advice. Warren needed to be aggressive, or else she'd never win his heart. Hearing this, something clicked in Warren's mind. Finally, Josephine got straight to the point, advising her to completely wipe out anyone who dared to get in her way. And the one giving this advice, a chronically single witch whose only romantic experience was a 100-year-old novel, the absolute golden spinster of the magic world. Since both Warren and Lon lacked any real romantic experience, they took this terrible advice incredibly seriously. Once the consultation ended, Josephine sent Warren back using teleportation magic. Before waving goodbye, she genuinely prayed that Warren would soon capture the love of her life. But the moment she arrived, Warren was completely stunned by the sight before her. Dog Goo was outside lighting a fire in the freezing cold, while inside the mansion she saw the silhouette of a girl, with her Corin. Warren's pupils shrank in pure, unadulterated jealousy. Right before her eyes, Marriott was straddling him. She was panting suspiciously, pinning his shoulders down. Opening her mouth to reveal her signature vampire fangs, she slowly leaned into the crook of his neck. As Marriott leaned closer, her chest pressed firmly against him. And the moment she sank her teeth into his neck, Corin actually wrapped his arms tightly around her. The scene between them was incredibly intimate, and every single detail was burned into Warren's vision. Her lips trembled as a deep, crushing sense of betrayal washed over her. The falling autumn leaves mirrored her shattered heart. Now she finally understood. Corin was just a guy who liked helping people, and his special kindness was reserved entirely for Mariette. Her heart constricted painfully as she tormented herself with a single thought. Was I just being arrogant? How could I ever think Corin actually liked me? Mariette, who had her eyes closed in pure bliss, suddenly opened them and locked gazes with her, making Warren flinch. A victorious smirk crept onto Mariette's face as she pulled her fangs away from his neck, making sure to seductively lick the bite mark. Warren was now locked in Mariette's sights. That glare sent a clear message. She was never going to share her Corin with anyone. Separated by only a single wall, the two girls glared fiercely at each other. Suddenly, Lan reached out, grabbing her sister's hand and begging to take over the mission. Lan's hand brushed against Warren's face. By now, Lan had fully taken control of this war of love, promising that she would personally eradicate anyone who dared to stand in their way. Elisa popped a forkful of dessert into her mouth, completely marveling at how delicious the chocolate mousse was, which left Corin quite surprised. With a bright smile, she explained that she grew up in the countryside, so there weren't exactly any pastry shops around. He couldn't believe his ears, asking if her hometown was really that remote. Honestly, Corin had originally just wanted to relax and buy some sweets to prepare for the upcoming holidays. Instead, he ended up bumping into all of his acquaintances and was now stuck eating cake with them. Suddenly, voices called out his name. Mariette and Warren were simultaneously offering him a bite of their cakes. Since Warren was sitting closer, she caught his attention first. But right after Corin accepted the bite from Warren, he immediately had to look back at Mariette. She sat in bitter silence, forced to watch another girl steal her chance to feed him. Suddenly, Warren snatched the strawberry cake right out of her hands. Having no reason to refuse, she could only reluctantly let it go. But then, Warren completely flipped the script, turning to Corin and asking him to get the cake for her instead. He pierced the cake with his fork, leaving Mariette watching in anxious suspense. But when he brought it close, Warren just opened her mouth, expecting to be fed. Out of nowhere, Mariette ruthlessly slammed a cake right into Warren's face. That was her twisted version of feeding with love, leaving Corin completely paralyzed in shock. Wiping her hands with a wicked, mocking smile, Mariette maliciously asked if the cake tasted good. Warren hissed back that it was delicious, heavily emphasizing the word sister. When Mariette smugly offered her another bite, the atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing. Even Corin was utterly baffled by the bizarre, heavy tension, his eyes darting nervously back and forth. Wiping the frosting from her face, Warren radiated a terrifying, murderous aura. She struck back by mocking Mariette's potato farm, ruthlessly insulting her so-called potato cakes. Her face darkening with rage, Mariette coldly shot back. "Would you like some more strawberry cake, then?" But who would be stupid enough to say yes? Watching the two girls locked in this vicious verbal bloodbath, Jair broke into a cold sweat, whispering to Corin, "Dude, what the hell is going on?" Corin himself was sweating bullets, nervously muttering how scared he was. The sheer intensity of the catfight was just too much to handle, forcing him to abruptly stand up and excuse himself to the restroom. Jair and Jack instantly bolted up alongside him, leaving poor Elisa completely confused. The three guys locked arms and fled the war zone, frantically gossiping about the terrifying, murderous auras of the two girls they just escaped. Elisa couldn't have stopped them even if she tried. Left behind, she was forced to sit and eat under the soul-crushing pressure radiating from Warren and Mariette. The two exchanged overly polite words, but the atmosphere was unbearably suffocating. Finally, Mariette smugly bragged that Corin was coming down south with her this winter, and that they'd even be taking a trip to the hot springs together. She then proudly revealed that Corin had already accompanied her to the Holy Land of John to receive the Saintess's blessing, before casually trash-talking Warren's smelly hot springs. Hearing all this exclusive scoop left Elisa absolutely dizzy. Then one of them dropped the ultimate bombshell. "Corin has already decided to come home with me." Elisa's jaw hit the floor as she blurted out, "Wait, he's doing what?" Meanwhile, as the three boys were hiding out in the restroom together, Corin suddenly felt a strange, chilling premonition. Back at the table, Elisa set her cup down with violently trembling hands. Terrified, she stammered out that Corin actually had business in the east, which was why he had teamed up with her to go watch the solar eclipse. That revelation only made the murderous auras of the two girls explode even further at the sudden appearance of a third rival. Crushed by their overwhelming glares, Elise's squeaky voice slowly faded into pure silence. Her vision practically went blurry from the sheer terror, letting out a few panicked stammers before she shrieked out, "Why?" The scream was so loud it echoed all the way to the men's room, making a very confused Corin turn his head. Just a few days prior, Corin had asked about the exact distance to the eastern forest. To explain, individuals blessed by spirits can journey with them without needing any active interaction. But for a spirit to travel such a massive distance just to find someone was incredibly rare. The figure standing right before him was none other than Ewan. She calmly reported that she had found exactly what he was looking for: the guardian Uskias and the ruins of Findias. Findias was a secret realm holding one of the four great treasures, the sun sword Clausulus, guarded by the mighty Uskias. In the original game's storyline, this hidden realm and the legendary solar artifact were supposed to fall entirely into the hands of Balthazar and his royal guards. But right now, Balthazar and his lackeys couldn't even get past that guardian. While getting stronger himself was great, completely sabotaging his enemy's power in the process, now that was the real prize. If all four legendary treasures were destined to fall to the royal guards, Corin just needed to snatch one first. Normally, nobody knew the exact time or location to even attempt a heist. But after defeating the blood fiend Mark Diamond, his ultimate reward was the map leading straight to Clausulus. This critical intel wasn't just stuffed in his inventory, it was directly etched into his memories. During the solar eclipse, when the power of the sun is at its absolute weakest, I can claim Clausulus. Over his 3 years playing the game, a solar eclipse had only happened exactly once. It was set for May 8th, right in the middle of spring break, perfectly aligning with the reports about the Wolf King's territory. His thoughts raced. Even though it was a perfectly hidden sanctuary, Corin fully trusted that Ewan's powers would uncover a solid lead. Perfect. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Corin suddenly smirked, clenching his fist with raw determination. This vacation, he was heading straight to the east to find Findias. His ultimate goal? Snatch the ancient treasure Clausulus right out from under them and utterly destroy Balthazar's master plan. Just imagining it brought a deeply satisfied grin to his face. He swore he would make those bastards fail miserably. Back in the present, Corin stood there trembling nervously under the girl's glares, weakly adding that the trip was also a convenient excuse to seek advice from the old Duke Sebastia. The only response to his frantic explanation was Marriott's absolute death glare. When she sharply demanded to know his exact departure date, Corin blinked, a bit caught off guard. She held out her hand, revealing a small, intricate crest resting in her palm. "This is my Duke's family crest," she declared, explaining that carrying it would guarantee him full cooperation almost anywhere he went. Then, she sternly warned him not to just blindly follow strangers, especially if they tried to bribe him with potatoes. Annoyed, Corin immediately shot back, "Hey, I'm not a little kid, you know." As Corin turned to leave, she suddenly grabbed his hand. Flushing with shy hesitation, she asked him to hold still for just a moment, clearly working up the courage to do something. He just gave her a soft, gentle smile. Taking her chance, she boldly declared that she was going to drain his blood completely without an ounce of regret, stocking up enough to survive for a long time. Muttering a quick "thank you," she wasted no time and sank her fangs in. Fast forward to the day before his departure. Corin stepped out of the shower, his body still dripping wet with a towel draped casually over his shoulders. He still felt utterly drained from the blood-sucking session, even though all he did was sit there. But the moment he glanced at his bed, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Warren was already lying there, staring blankly into space. She casually sighed, complaining that he took way too long in the shower. Utterly bewildered, Corin demanded to know what on earth she was doing in his room. Warren nonchalantly dropped the bomb that she was sleeping there tonight. This threw Corin into a massive panic, blurting out that a guy and a girl shouldn't be sharing a room. But she smoothly countered, "What's the big deal? We've slept together before." Flashing back to that exact moment when they lay side by side, Corin frantically defended himself, insisting it was a sheer life-or-death emergency just to escape the rain. Honestly, Warren didn't even care anymore. As long as Josephine didn't catch her sneaking around, she was perfectly fine with this. Besides, the dramatic events of the other day had naturally made her want to lean on him a little more. Finally giving in, Corin let out an amused smile and started taking off his outer shirt, only to instantly get a pillow chucked right at his head. "What the hell are you taking your shirt off for?" Warren demanded. Her flustered reaction immediately made Corin realize that deep down she was just incredibly anxious about him. Settling down beneath the covers together, Warren stared up at the ceiling. In a quiet, vulnerable voice, she confessed that if he ever got hurt, it would completely break her heart. Her raw honesty caught him completely off guard. Turning to him, Warren softly asked, "You're going to keep fighting, aren't you? Just like you did for me." She leaned in dangerously close, her eyes locked onto his, and firmly declared that this time she was going to protect him. She absolutely refused to let him get hurt. Corin let out a gentle sigh. He rolled over, but fully understanding the depth of her feelings, he sincerely whispered, "Thank you." As he started talking about his upcoming journey to the east, the lingering tension in Warren's chest finally melted away into peace. War's words from that day gave me the strength to push forward. The very next day, Corin's voice suddenly rang out inside a local cafe. He slammed a newspaper down, asking Elisa if the girl on the front page was her. There was her picture, right next to the latest breaking news. "Breaking news," Corin read. "Swordmaster Galen has officially passed the fifth sword to his granddaughter. The battle for the Ain family succession has begun." Hearing this, Elisa nearly choked on her coffee, desperately coughing and swearing she had absolutely no idea. Corin just smirked, saying it made perfect sense since she had finally broken free from all that family oppression. He then clapped his hands, asking if everyone had their luggage packed and ready. Elisa and Ewan confidently nodded in unison. "All set!" Elisa had already stocked up on plenty of food and warm clothes. As for Ewan, she was acting totally cocky. She bragged that with her ultimate nature magic, survival gear was completely unnecessary. Corin just sighed, looking incredibly disappointed. They were acting like total, clueless rookies, which left both girls staring at him in utter confusion. Corin casually explained that they would be riding Wyvern straight to the Eastern Territory. He raised an eyebrow, asking if they actually understood what that meant. The two girls just blinked, completely dead silent. With a wicked smirk, Corin gave them the harsh truth. "You two are seriously going to regret this." So much for their cool main character energy. Just moments ago, these two were acting all high and mighty about their packing skills. But right now, they were getting absolutely battered by the Wyvern flight, screaming their heads off and completely losing their minds. Elisa was definitely taking the worst of it. She was practically sobbing, clinging on for dear life and screaming that she couldn't even pry her eyes open. Meanwhile, Ewan, who was playing Mother Nature just minutes ago, was now shrieking for help as the freezing gale force winds threatened to rip her very soul right out of her body. It was a brutal wake-up call. Ewan cried out, swearing she would never naively rely on Mother Nature ever again. On the flip side, Corin was chilling. He had come fully prepared, completely decked out in specialized flight gear. Corin looked down at the two shivering messes and just shook his head. Idiots. At an altitude of 1 kilometer, no matter what season it is, you absolutely need heavy thermal gear and goggles. Unlike them, Corin actually had the experience, the foresight, and the common sense. Throughout the entire agonizing trip, the girls kept wailing his name, desperately praying to any god that would listen. But finally, the nightmare ended. The scenery shifted to crystal-clear waves and lush green islands. They had finally arrived at the Eastern Terracon. Suddenly, Alyssa lost her balance, wildly waving her arms at something below. Corin glanced back, utterly confused. Down below, bursting out from the dense tree line, a massive herd of giant elephants appeared, and they were charging forward in an absolute frenzy. These weren't normal animals, they were oliphants, terrifying beasts with glowing red eyes that always locked dead onto their prey. Still mid-flight, Elisa frantically pointed ahead. There was a small village in the distance sitting right in the destructive path of the stampeding herd. Corin just smiled calmly and muttered, "No need to rush. Taking a quick detour to save a village won't make us late." Hearing his approval, Elisa boldly commanded her wyvern to dive straight down into the danger zone. Taking charge of the situation, Corin quickly formulated a plan. Ewan would use her magic to grow a giant barricade of trees right in the herd's path, while Elisa would take on the heavy duty of close-quarters combat. Right on cue, Ewan slammed her magic into the earth. Massive trees instantly sprouted right under the stampede, with thick, gnarly roots viciously coiling around the oliphant's legs. The dense, towering flora surged upward, forming an impenetrable natural fortress. And while the monsters were hopelessly pinned down, Elisa was already moving in for the ambush. She free fell from the sky, channeling her powerful aura as she raised her heavy blade. With a fierce battle cry, she brought the sword crashing down right below the beast's massive tusk. But instead of cutting through, it just let out an ear-piercing metallic clang. Elisa gritted her teeth, realizing just how insanely tough these monsters were. The lead Oliphant thrashed wildly, its sheer brute strength snapping Yuan's magical roots like mere twigs. Seeing her barricade fail, Yuan started to panic. "They're breaking through!" Realizing the danger, Elisa quickly flipped backward, putting some desperate distance between her and the enraged beasts. It was time to get serious. Korin leaped off his wyvern, firmly gripping his spear as he plummeted toward the earth, leaving Yuan up above to provide aerial support. "Focus entirely on the alpha," Korin shouted over the chaos. "Just lock that big one down. I'll take care of the rest of the herd myself." But right as he prepared to strike, Korin felt a sudden shift in the air. Out of nowhere, an entire squad of armed reinforcements came storming in from the horizon, riding a mix of warhorses and wyverns. Korin's team stared in pure shock. Flash! A blinding slash instantly severed an Oliphant's leg. Then another, and another. In the blink of an eye, the monstrous beasts were being shredded to pieces as terrifyingly fast sword trails wrapped around their massive bodies. In mere seconds, the unstoppable stampede was completely wiped out. This fierce cavalry? They were the elite monster hunters of the legendary N family. Suddenly, a cold, commanding voice echoed from the front line. "You're still just as pathetic as ever, Alisa." Before Elisa could even process the insult, the rider tossed something directly at her. She caught it purely on reflex. Without missing a beat, the rider chucked another object right at Korin. Completely bewildered, Korin snagged it out of the air, but when he slowly opened his palm to inspect the mysterious item, it was just a piece of candy. Now he was just incredibly confused. The fierce warrior who had just tossed them candy on a bloody battlefield was none other than Lunia N. Elisa was left standing there, completely frozen and deeply intimidated by her older sister's dramatic entrance. Ignoring her sister's shock, Lunia simply told them to be a lot more careful next time. She then shifted her sharp gaze to Korin, casually asking him how things were going with his whole rank 1 status. Upon hearing his response, Lunia gave a rare nod of approval. "That's an excellent step forward," she praised him. "Keep up the good work." And with that cold compliment, she turned her back to leave. Watching her walk away, Korin couldn't help but sigh internally. "She's just as freezing cold as ever," he thought to himself. But right as that thought crossed his mind, the ever-calm and collected Lunia suddenly stopped in her tracks. She slowly turned back around, stared dead into his eyes, and with an incredibly serious face, asked, "Korin, do you want to marry me?" That bombshell question instantly sent Elisa and Yuan reeling in absolute shock. Even in their wildest dreams, they never saw that coming. Korin's jaw practically hit the floor, his face screaming, "What the actual hell did you just say?" To put this into perspective, there are massive noble families in the South who control incredibly fertile lands, endless luxury islands, and absolutely filthy rich trade routes. In stark contrast, the Eastern Territory borders a dangerous heretical empire. They face brutal, freezing climates and suffer constant, relentless monster raids from the barren wastelands. Yet, despite being absolute hell on earth, the East still commands immense respect and unshakable power. And that is entirely thanks to the legendary protectors of the far north, the An family. Cut to the grand courtyard of the Eastern Estate. Countless seasoned warriors and loyal servants lined up in perfect, disciplined rows, deeply bowing their heads in utmost respect. "Welcome back, my lady," their voices boomed in absolute unison. The person receiving this royal treatment was, of course, the terrifying Lunia herself. Unfazed by the massive greeting, she coldly gestured behind her. "That is my little sister and her companions. Have the guest rooms prepared for them immediately." Without a single second of hesitation, the elite guards shouted their compliance. Lunia then shot a deadly serious glare at her sister. "Elisa, you're coming with me." Meanwhile, completely ignoring the intense family drama, Korin and Yuan were chilling on the sidelines, intensely focused on a game of chess. Yuan scratched her head, groaning in frustration. "Man, this game is brutally hard. How the heck are you so insanely good at this, Korin?" Korin just flashed a cocky, confident grin. "Come on, do you have any idea how much experience I have?" Suddenly, Yuan leaned in close, covering her mouth as she whispered nervously to him. Hey, do you think Elisa is going to be okay? The tension back there was absolutely terrifying. Corin just shrugged it off, taking his next turn. Relax, she'll be perfectly fine. After all, they are sisters, right? Despite his chill answer, Ewan still looked incredibly worried about her friend. Could she be planning to punish us for failing to deal with the mammoth? But Corin knew Lunia wasn't like that. While he was lost in thought, the door opened and an attendant walked in, respectfully calling his name. Pavilion Master Lunia wishes to see you. Meanwhile, Lunia stood waiting for him, her hands casually clasped behind her back. She glanced over her shoulder and asked, "You're here." She looked as breathtakingly cold and aloof as ever. Lunia told him to sit down, mentioning they had a lot to discuss. Corin, on the other hand, was sweating bullets, wondering if he was about to get disciplined. She poured him a cup of tea and asked, "By the way, you're turning 18 soon, aren't you? The same age as my little sister." Then, without missing a beat, she bluntly asked if he was married yet. The sudden question caught Corin completely off guard, sending him into a coughing fit. Why are you asking me that?" Lunia cut straight to the chase. "If you don't have anyone, how about marrying me?" Corin stared at her, wondering if she was being serious. Looking at her face, she didn't seem like she was joking at all. She brought a hand to her face, analyzing him out loud. "You have talent in martial arts, and you train hard. As for your face, well, it meets my standards." Corin playfully shot back. "I didn't peg you for someone who cares so much about looks." Lunia replied bluntly, "I'm a woman too, you know. I should at least like the face and body of the man I'm going to sleep with." But Corin knew there was more to it, so he asked for her real reason. Lunia's gaze sharpened as she answered, "It's because of my sister. Think back to that day. After Elisa defeated me in the sword duel, the Sword Emperor, that senile old man, suddenly showed up and made an announcement. He appointed Elisa as the 5th Pavilion Master. And the moment that old man finished speaking, he just vanished, leaving all my supporters in an absolute panic. You were the one who advised Elisa and came up with that bold plan, so I'm sure you understand." Lunia took a sip of her tea and continued, "My position has started to waver. And to counter it, I've been bombarded with meeting requests from famous swordsmen and heirs of prestigious families. It's all just political marriage." But Lunia despised the idea. She refused to be treated like a piece of merchandise in the marriage market. Corin put the pieces together. "So, you want us to enter a fake marriage to get them off your back?" Holding her teacup, Lunia smiled and nodded. "Exactly." Meanwhile, Elisa was the illegitimate child of the Auden family, but upon her return she was welcomed with mountains of gifts. That was the result of being named an heir so early and getting dragged right into the family's brutal power struggle. Elsewhere, a woman in a red dress held a sword and spoke up. "I've heard the news. Father has appointed you as the 5th Pavilion Master." Young Elisa was kneeling before her. She was mature for her age, but the burden thrust upon her was simply too massive. The woman sternly emphasized that in the Aden family, the patriarch's orders were absolute. She declared that Elisa's own opinions wouldn't change a thing. This woman was Sophia, Lunia Aiden's biological mother and the first wife of the current family head, Jen. Everything operated according to the will of the former patriarch, Garan Aiden. His word carried absolute weight. She threw the sword down, telling Elisa that as the 5th Pavilion Master, she had to fight for the family's honor and the very survival of humanity. She was expected to select and command members of the main family, while continuing her grueling training here. Elisa tightly gripped the sword and obediently agreed. She literally had no right to argue. From a young age, absolute submission had been carved into her very bones. And facing the intimidating woman before her, that hadn't changed one bit, even though she knew deep down that this family would never truly accept her. Out in the courtyard of the estate, Elisa walked in silence. With her sword in hand, she unintentionally wandered near the side of a room and caught the sound of voices inside. All right then, let's look at the bright side. Peeking through the crack in the door, she saw Corin and Lunia sitting together, deep in conversation. Lunia smiled. "Then tomorrow we'll spend the whole day together. Let's go out." Seeing this, Elisa leaned back against the wall, her mind racing. Are they going on a date? Her sister's lips had curled up slightly, and her voice sounded far more excited than usual. Remembering how bluntly she had asked Corin to marry her out of nowhere. Yeah, that was definitely something only her older sister would do. Always so cold and decisive. Elisa figured that a matter as massive as marriage must have an underlying reason, but she knew her sister definitely had good intentions. I could feel it ever since the midterm exam. Lunia is not only curious about Korin, but she's actually fond of him. It was respect for a talented swordsman and a desire to reach his realm of strength. But above all, if she didn't actually like Korin, she never would have made that proposal in the first place. She smiled softly to herself. This was actually a good thing, because Elisa deeply cared for both of them. Lunia was the half-sister she had always looked up to, the one who had cared for her like a mother since she was just a little girl. Even though they were technically political rivals right now, she genuinely wanted her sister to be happy. And Korin, he was someone incredibly special to Elisa too. He had believed in her talent, supported her, and helped her survive the factions backing her sister. The young girl sat outside the door, hugging her sword to her chest. They were a perfect match, and they were both people she loved and respected immensely. The two of them getting together was a wonderful thing. She tried to convince herself of that, but her heart still felt incredibly heavy. Outside, white snowflakes were falling, blanketing the entire area in a freezing chill. The soft exhale of smoke from a pipe filled the air. Just one drag was enough to warm the body. Lunia held a piece of paper in her hand and asked, "Mother, what is this?" Sophia replied, "That is a list of renowned swordsmen from the East and the eldest sons of prestigious families. Most of our supporters are vassals of my maiden family, so I cannot simply ignore the pressure to set up these meetings." Recalling Korin's flustered face, Lunia thought to herself, I might have just blurted it out, but he really is quite handsome. Objectively speaking, he was a great guy, and on top of that, he possessed a relentless drive to improve his martial arts. Regardless, the one who decided the next heir was her grandfather, the Sword Emperor Garen. Since Korin had already reached that high realm of strength, even if someone objected to him, her grandfather would simply swat them away. Holding her smoking pipe, a sudden thought flashed through Lunia's mind. She thought about Elisa's feelings for Korin. She didn't know just how deep those feelings went. At the very least, it was fondness, but it could be much more than that. She tapped her pipe to let the ashes fall, quietly pondering the true depth of her sister's heart. But what belongs to my little sister is mine, and I have every right to claim it. As a true leader, she couldn't care less about such trivial details. Outside, another girl spoke up. "My lady, are you really planning to go on a date with Korin?" Lunia turned to her. "Jenny? A date? Ugh, that sounds so annoying. This is merely a pre-marital bonding activity. Do you have a problem with that?" Jenny was curious. "Is he really that much better than all the men Sophia introduced to you?" She added, "That explains why we lost the sword duel. Plus, he completely overpowered you at such a young age and has already reached such an elite level. He is more than worthy of Lady Lunia." The young clan head turned back to look at her. Jenny really did have a sharp eye for people. But Jenny asked, "My lady, are you really going out on a date looking like that?" For someone as fiercely independent as Lunia, it didn't seem like a big deal, but from an outsider's perspective, Jenny couldn't help but feel concerned. On a beautiful day beneath the towering buildings, the date was about to begin. The sound of Lunia calling his name made Korin blush. He stared blankly at the girl standing in front of him, making her wonder, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lunia, looking completely different in a stunning traditional dress adorned with elegant jewelry, asked, "Is there something on my face?" Korin quickly said it was nothing, his face flushing slightly as he looked at her. Lunia smoothly stepped up and linked her arm through his, officially starting their date. Meanwhile, deep inside the forest, there were signs of movement. A voice rang out, urgently reporting to the commanders that demonic beasts had been spotted near the border. Elisa was leading her squad, barking orders for them to head there immediately. It seemed she had been stuck with the mission, covering for her older sister who was busy out on a date with a young man. Inside a grand hall, warm lights glowed as a melodious tune filled the air. A man stood on stage, singing a truly magnificent song. Back outside, a demonic beast was cleanly sliced in half by a swift sword strike. A young girl stood there, panting heavily, her face and clothes heavily stained with blood. But she wasn't done yet. Gripping her sword tightly, she charged forward to slaughter the rest of them. Inside the theater, the young man and woman were enjoying a peaceful, artistic moment together. They gazed up at the stage lights, completely captivated by the beautiful melodies. Outside in the wild, Elisa was still relentlessly wiping out the demonic beasts. Perhaps every swing of her sword helped take her mind off those two. Back inside, the couple and the rest of the audience were giving endless rounds of applause for the performance. Out in the forest, Elisa dusted off her hands in a mock clap of her own. fierce determination etched onto her face, wearing the blood of her enemies. The two people she cared about were sitting quietly together, joining in the roaring applause of the theater crowd. In the heart of the forest, Elisa clapped her hands together too, but only to dust them off after a mission well done. She let out a heavy sigh and turned back to look at the piles of monster corpses and her waiting squad. You all worked hard today. Beneath a clear sky with white fluffy clouds, the concert finally came to an end. The couple chatted warmly with one another, eagerly discussing the angelic voice they had just heard. Still clinging affectionately to Corin's arm, Lunia asked, did you have a good time? He replied with a gentle smile, saying it was a fresh and exciting experience. She slid her hand down to interlock her fingers with his. I'm glad to hear that. The most important thing is that you're happy. She then knelt down slightly and pressed a soft kiss to his hand. Today was absolutely wonderful. Corin looked a bit puzzled. Wasn't it usually the man who kissed the woman's hand? But for someone like Lunia, taking the lead was just second nature. All of this was secretly witnessed by Elisa, who was standing in the shadows just behind them. The innocent-faced girl, still covered in blood and grime, listened as the two people in front of her showed their affection and even made plans to meet again tomorrow. The date was over. Corin headed back, and as soon as Lunia returned to the estate, she bumped into Elisa. You look awful, Lunia remarked. Did you just get back from patrol? Her little sister just silently lowered her head. Elisa quietly asked, Were you out with Corin? Lunia didn't hesitate. That's right, I just got back from a date with him. Elisa unconsciously gripped the sword in her hand a little tighter, her voice trembling slightly. Oh, is that so? Hearing her sister's tone, Lunia listened as Elisa added, I guess you two had a really great time, huh? This brought a faint smirk to Lunia's face. Elisa continued, You even wore traditional clothes? I don't think you've worn that in over 7 years. Her older sister suddenly called out her name, making the young girl flinch. Lunia walked past her and said, Go change your clothes and meet me at the dojo. We're going to spar. Elisa was stunned. Spar? Usually, she would try her best to avoid crossing swords with her older sister. She had no idea why Lunia was suddenly challenging her, but she was in no position to refuse. In the dead of night, a sharp voice pierced the silence. This is highly unusual. You always run away. But now, Elisa, you're actually willing to accept it? It was none other than Lunia's voice. At this moment, the two sisters stood poised, ready for their duel. Elisa tensed up nervously at her older sister's provocative words. Lunia leveled her wooden sword, pointing it directly at her sister. She gave one final warning. No one is watching us right now, so come at me for real, and don't you dare hold back. The moment those words fell, their auras shifted entirely as they formally introduced themselves. On one side stood Lunia Aiden, the grand disciple of the Aiden one-sword style. Facing her was Elisa Aiden, a first-class swordswoman of the same Aiden one-sword style. Now, both girls were fully locked in. Let the duel begin. Without warning, Lunia smashed her wooden sword violently into the ground. A split second later, a massive tornado of boulders erupted from the earth, hurtling straight toward Elisa. The sheer force of the attack terrified her for a moment, but in a flash she moved with blazing speed, shattering the rocks one by one and successfully dodging her sister's lethal strike. But the assault wasn't over. Lunia instantly unleashed the second form of the Fierce Tiger Golden Bow. As quick as a flash of lightning, she teleported right behind Elisa, whispering a chilling question into her ear. You haven't forgotten this, have you? Seeing Elisa frozen, unable to react in time, Lunia paused for a few seconds to tell her to brace her sass herself. Snapping out of it, Elisa panicked and quickly spun around. But it was way too late. Lunia relentlessly unleashed her cross-strike and pure light skills right at her. Even though she was taking an absolute beating, Elisa's eyes still burned with sheer determination. That last strike from Lunia was a heavy psychological blow to Elisa. Right now, she was doing everything she could to fend off Lunia's endless barrage of attacks, but her reflexes simply couldn't keep up with the overwhelming speed. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in Elisa's eyes. Right in front of her, Lunia was still relentlessly pouring on the attacks. She thought to herself, but from the feints to the finishing blows from start to finish, if I can just read her attack patterns, I won't just be trapped on the defensive anymore. Elisa tightened her grip on her wooden sword. The duel reached a razor-thin margin as both of them momentarily left themselves wide open to each other. Lunia knew that if Elisa could predict her moves, a counterattack was absolutely possible. Locking onto her target with dead-on accuracy, Elisa aimed her strike directly at Lunia's head. Without hesitation, she thrust straight forward. But in a split second, Lunia narrowly dodged the fatal blow. Suddenly, Lunia coldly pointed out, "Your breathing stopped." And with that, she drove a brutal punch right into Elisa's stomach. The sheer force sent her flying back several meters. Now, Elisa was completely covered in dirt and bruised all over. Looking up at her older sister, she couldn't help but think to herself, through relentless effort and endless training, her combat experience has been honed to an absolutely unbelievable level. Because of that, she's no different from a fierce, unstoppable tiger. Stepping closer, Lunia actually offered Elisa some praise. "You've improved a lot compared to before. You must have been training really hard." Despite the compliment, Elisa just thought to herself, as expected, Lunia is truly on another level. Forcing herself to stand up, she softly replied, "Yes." Then Lunia curiously asked, "You've changed because of him, haven't you?" That question made Elisa freeze up for a second. Lunia continued, "Do you know what he and I have in common?" Her expression darkening, Elisa asked back, "What do you mean?" Slipping back into a fighting stance, Lunia replied, "We don't waste our energy. When it comes to swordsmanship, we both share the exact same mindset. To fight and win, flashy and overly complicated moves are completely unnecessary." And with those words, she lunged at Elisa again. Caught off guard, Elisa barely managed to block the strike just in time. Lunia sharply warned her, "One false move and it's all over." But she didn't stop there. Lunia decided to teach her another harsh lesson. Next rule, sometimes falling back and dodging is the smartest move. Hearing this, Elisa was completely confused. Dodge? But she firmly believed that she could read Lunia's movements perfectly. However, during this next wave of attacks, Lunia suddenly unleashed her cross-strike again, leaving Elisa completely helpless with nowhere to run. Realizing she was outmatched, Elisa dropped her sword in defeat. Flashing back to their previous duel, she thought bitterly to herself, "I really thought I had caught up to her, even if it was just a little bit. After winning that last sparring match, I thought I'd finally become a swordsman to be proud of." Snapped back to the cruel reality, Elisa realized just how incredibly naive she was. That victory was nothing more than blind luck. Lunia casually walked past her, leaving behind a brief word of encouragement. "Keep pushing yourself. Because if you don't, you'll be stuck in our shadows forever." At that moment, she truly understood the insurmountable gap in power between Lunia Aiden and herself. Leaving Elisa hanging her head in shame, Lunia walked away without looking back. Left alone, Elisa was consumed by self-blame. How absolutely frustrating. A few days later, Lunia was sitting down while her mother poured her some tea. "So, is it happening this year?" her mother suddenly asked. "You're still not engaged, you know." Sophia continued, eyeing her daughter. "I heard you've been seeing some young boy lately." Lunia simply brushed it off. "It was just a coincidence, mother." But Sophia was notoriously strict. She sternly warned her, "I'll only allow you to spend the night out dating after you're officially engaged. Remember, men are nothing more than tools to elevate our family's status." In her youth, Sophia Aiden was renowned as the greatest female swordswoman in the East. But after her husband, Jay Aiden, took up a mistress, her views on marriage had become completely twisted. Sophia firmly reminded her daughter, "You need to marry someone who will bring you the absolute maximum amount of benefits." Lunia calmly reassured her, "You don't need to worry about that." She confidently declared, "I can guarantee you, he is miles better than anyone you've written down in that little matchmaking notebook of yours." Hearing that, Sophia was genuinely taken aback. "Oh, is that boy really that impressive?" Intrigued, Lunia gave her mother a brief rundown on Corin. He managed to step into the domain at an incredibly young age. Honestly, his raw talent is completely on par with our grandfather's. Slightly curious about what kind of talent Corin actually possessed, Sophia listened as Lunia explained. "It's a very unique kind of talent. It's not just brute physical strength, it's the exact kind of instinct that always leads him straight to victory." Lunia paused mid-sentence, leaving her mother hanging in suspense. Then, with a sly smile, she didn't hold back in adding one final perk about him. "Plus, the kid is really handsome." That blunt comment actually left Sophia staring at her in shock. A terrifyingly ambitious smirk crept across Lunia's face. He's exactly my type. And honestly, it's just so incredibly thrilling to steal away the one thing my little sister wants more than anything. Seeing her daughter's twisted expression, Sophia was left utterly speechless. She could only sigh in defeat. I'm starting to seriously question your morals. For the first time in her life, Sophia was actually forced to rethink her own twisted views on marriage. Fast forward. It had been 9 days since they arrived at the Auden family's main estate, and the highly anticipated New Year's festival had finally begun. The festive atmosphere here felt exactly like being back in Korea. Spotting him in the crowd, Dema excitedly waved her hand, calling out to Korin. As he walked by, Ewan mentioned that they had been looking everywhere for him, but Korin just ignored them entirely. With the festival wrapping up soon, Korin's expression darkened as he thought to himself. Our entire reason for coming to the east was to find the hidden location of the Findias treasure. Findias, the secret sanctuary of the monks. It's a massive fortress hidden deep in the wild, completely surrounded by towering mountains and deadly monsters. It sits right outside the border, strictly controlled by the Auden family. This is the eastern border. Right now, Yen is thanking a little spirit for guiding her way. She even offers it a piece of cake, and the little guy happily takes a bite. Accompanying Ewan into the forest are Korin and the sisters, Lunia and Alisa. Korin is a bit fascinated by the tiny spirit, while Lunia is just glad to have a spirit mage around. Leading the way, Ewan assures them, "We won't get lost, even in a dense forest like this." Korin turns to Lunia with a sincere smile. "We really appreciate you coming along. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks to you, crossing the border was an absolute breeze." Waving off his politeness, she smiles warmly. "Oh, don't mention it. Though I still don't get why you're searching for this hidden land beyond our borders. Besides, you're still a minor. And my fiancé, it's only natural that I protect you. In a mountain range crawling with monsters like this, an ordinary guard just wouldn't cut it. Since Warren and Marriott haven't arrived yet, Lunia's support is incredibly valuable." Suddenly, Alisa stammers from behind them. I really think you shouldn't say things like that, sis. I mean, the whole fiancé thing." When Lunia asks her why, Alisa awkwardly explains that people might give them weird looks. But Lunia completely brushes it off. "Since when do I care about what other people think?" she retorts. Seeing her older sister so stubborn, Alisa shyly but bluntly speaks her mind. "Sis, if you don't actually plan on taking responsibility for Korin, then you shouldn't stand in the way of his future marriage. That's just not right." Hearing this, Lunia bursts into laughter. "And what makes you think I won't?" Before they can continue, their conversation is suddenly interrupted by Ewan's voice. "It's right up ahead. Once we step through this magic circle, we'll be there in no time." The group stands back, watching the spell unfold, but suddenly their reflections shatter into pieces, isolating each of them into their own fragmented mirror dimension. Korin immediately realizes the grim truth. They've walked straight into a trap. "As expected," he mutters, "a hidden domain like this is definitely guarded by a high-ranking sorcerer." Now, Korin stands completely alone in the eerie forest, separated from the rest of the group. He realizes this must be an illusionary spell designed to disorient anyone who crosses the boundary. Could this be like the 8 trigrams formation from the last battle, he wonders. He figures it must be some sort of trial meant to test the strength of anyone trying to enter this hidden realm. "Man, this trick is getting old," he scoffs. Korin immediately drops into a combat stance, fully prepared for a fight. He loudly taunts whatever is lurking in the shadows. "Come and get it, illusions, monsters, I don't care. I'll take you all on." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes through the trees, and a voice calls out his name. The moment Korin hears that voice, all the color drains from his face, and cold sweat begins to pour down his forehead. The person stepping out of the shadows is Sihu. Just hearing his casual greeting sends uncontrollable shivers down Korin's spine. Sihu flashes a chilling textbook villain smirk. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Faced with this absolute nightmare, Korin can only mentally curse his luck. "Are you kidding me? Isn't this going a little too far?" He stares at the young man in pure dread. "Sihu! Out of all the people, why did it have to be him?" All of Korin's previous confidence shatters in an instant. Without wasting another breath, he lunges forward and thrusts his spear with everything he has. What the hell is going on? But the very second the spear tip reaches him, Si-Hu effortlessly raises a single hand. An invisible force violently repels Korin's attack. Korin glares furiously at Si-Hu, gritting his teeth. "You're just a damn fake," he spits out. But the illusion isn't angered in the slightest. Instead, his malicious smirk only widens. "You're not wrong, but you're a fake too, aren't you?" At those piercing words, Korin's expression instantly darkens. Has he already shed his disguise? The deep-seated terror Korin had been desperately trying to suppress finally claws its way to the surface. As the true protagonist of this world, Si-Hu might be entirely ruthless, but his overwhelming power is absolute. He's practically a god, a monster existing on a completely different plane of power compared to Korin's current state. Before Korin even realizes it, Si-Hu is suddenly standing right beside him, letting out a chilling chuckle. "You could be proud if you actually managed to kill me, but do you honestly think you can save this world?" Cold sweat drips down Korin's face. Si-Hu's mocking words feel like a crushing boulder weighing heavily on his soul. Seeing the despair on Korin's face makes Si-Hu even more smug. He openly admits that even he, despite trying to monopolize everything, still failed in the end. "So, what can a guy with a broken, incomplete system like you possibly do?" he taunts. "How do you expect to ever defeat Test Manhwa?" Korin scowls fiercely. After a tense silence, he firmly declares, "I can do it." He vows to secure one of the 4 great relics to cripple the enemy's power. "That's exactly why I came all the way to the Far East," he snaps. "I am going to achieve the perfect happy ending." Si-Hu scoffs coldly at that. "Bullshit. If you really wanted to see that ending, you should have just chosen me again." "Yeah, right," Korin shoots back defensively. "If I did that, my innocence would be in serious danger." Si-Hu just smirks dismissively. "Oh, please. You love it, and you know it." Si-Hu chuckles softly. Then he utters the words, "the sacrifice." Korin freezes in pure horror, completely speechless. Thoroughly satisfied with his terrified reaction, Si-Hu gives a faint, twisted smile. "Tell me, what do you actually gain out of sacrificing yourself for others? Think about it. Instead of wasting time saving those useless NPCs, you should have been focusing on the bigger picture." Korin grits his teeth. He knows exactly who Si-Hu is referring to, the precious friends he fought so hard to save. In Si-Hu's twisted mind, if Korin had just rushed to the relics and hoarded all the items for himself, he'd be infinitely stronger by now. And the worst part is, Korin knows he's right. His current playstyle isn't the most efficient way to gain power. Si-Hu's sacrificed 10,000 lives to obtain his godlike power. After all, the ruthless truth of this world is that a player's strength grows in direct proportion to the lives they sacrifice. With a devilish grin, Si-Hu makes his offer. Sacrifice whoever is necessary and join him in saving the world. Korin stares at him in horror. This maniac is trying to drag him down the same blood-soaked path, but he's about to be very disappointed. Korin simply lets out a cold laugh. "You're right about one thing," he says, but even as he speaks, a furious surge of energy begins gathering in his hands. "Even on a second playthrough, it sucks to miss out on epic loot and hidden events," Korin states coldly. Si-Hu blinks, caught off guard by the remark, staring at him in confusion. Korin's eyes are now blazing with pure, unadulterated killing intent. He grits his teeth in furious realization. "Is it because that garbage mindset is still lingering inside me that I'm seeing this pathetic illusion?" he growls. Korin's mind floods with the faces of everyone he fought so desperately to save. Marie, Dan, Elisa, Aiden, Hua, and Lan, too. They aren't just NPCs to him. He never regretted the people he had saved, and he would keep saving others in the future, regardless of the outcome. At this moment, Korin's eyes were filled with absolute determination. A brilliant crimson energy surged around his body. Without a single second of hesitation, he threw a brutal punch straight into Sio's face. In an instant, Sio's illusionary body was shattered by Korin's strike. With the threat handled, Korin pulled back his weapon, his thoughts drifting away. How could he ever be scared of a mere illusion? But thanks to that little trick, his mind was finally wide awake. He had absolutely no regrets about what he had done. Even if he had to do it all over again, his choice would remain the exact same. It would never change. By now, Korin had been pulled back to the real world. Lunia's voice suddenly echoed beside him. Startled, Korin turned around to see Lunia's group of 3 walking toward him. He was a bit puzzled. Yen was a Rit, so she was immune to the illusions, but how did Lunia snap out of it so fast? Hearing his question, Lunia just gave a nonchalant smile. That guy wouldn't stop talking nonsense, so I just sliced him in half. Korin let out a soft chuckle, amazed. This woman really doesn't know the meaning of holding back, he thought. He then glanced at Elisa, who was still looking dazed nearby, and asked how she was holding up. Lunia mentioned that the illusion was probably showing her deepest desires, but she would likely wake up soon. As the two of them were talking, a deep, raspy voice suddenly echoed through the air. To think you actually made it out of the mist? Instantly on high alert, Korin and Lunia scanned their surroundings. When they finally tracked down the source of the voice, they saw nothing but a black panther standing on a cliff not too far away. Korin was stunned. The panther could actually speak, and it didn't feel like a magic beast at all. As if hearing his thoughts, the Black Panther voiced an apology. Right after, a glowing blue energy completely enveloped its body. In the blink of an eye, the fierce panther morphed into an elderly man. He smiled warmly at Korin's group. With a friendly tone, he said it was an absolute honor to meet the young D and her companions. He introduced himself as Uskias, the guardian of Fendias. He then offered to guide them to their destination. Lunia eyed him with a hint of suspicion and hesitation, but they decided to follow him anyway. It didn't take long before they arrived at a grand palace heavily guarded on the outside. This was the resting place of the Sun Sword, Clausulus. Looking at the guards in front of them, Korin had a sneaking suspicion. He turned his head and whispered a question to Yen. She gave a small nod, confirming that they were her kind. Hearing that, he didn't press further and simply scanned the breathtaking scenery. Unable to hold back his praise, he asked if she was willing to sell a plot of land here. Yen stared at him in utter disbelief. The world revered this place as the sacred Greenland. Yet this guy actually wanted to buy real estate here. Korin just chuckled and said casually, "Hey, I'm just investing in real estate for the future." With that lighthearted banter, Korin's group followed Uskias deep into the palace, finally coming to a halt in front of a massive ancient tree. Uskias opened the doors and invited them inside. Taking his seat at the center of the room, he threw a piercing glance at Korin and asked what brought him to this distant land. Korin didn't beat around the bush and stated his goal outright. He was searching for one of the 4 great treasures, the Sun Sword, Clausulus of the Genu tribe. Upon hearing that, Uskias' expression darkened. "So, you are looking for it as well?" Korin gave a firm nod. "Yes, because I am the official heir of Queen Enda Danu, envoy of heaven." That's right, he was the true successor of his master. Even after turning back time, that fact remained absolute. However, he quickly caught on to the hidden meaning in Uskias' words. If the old man said, "as well," that meant someone else was already here for it. But before Korin could finish his thought, a sudden dry cough broke the silence. Someone pushed the doors open and walked in, remarking with a sinister, mocking tone that he could smell the stench of blood. The moment he entered, he locked his eyes onto Korin for a long time before speaking coldly. "So, you're the one who killed PM." Korin stared right back, analyzing the newcomer. He knew someone else would show up, but it looked like he was dealing with another absolute maniac. The monster of Murius, the king of the gloomy shadows, the beast king, Junskias. The man raised an eyebrow at Korin, asking suspiciously, "Do you know who I am?" Saying that, he leaned in, looking straight into Korin's eyes with a voice dripping with heavy sarcasm. "Is this the so-called guardian of the queen? The throne of shadows belongs to one master and one master only. When the era of darkness descends, your precious goddess will be torn to absolute shreds, left as nothing but food for the beast emperor." But right there, he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. A flash of intense annoyance crossed his face. Scowling, he snapped his head toward the door and barked a harsh warning. "Stop calling him!" Then he casually turned back to Korin with a fake, apologetic smile. "My bad. Let's get down to business." At that moment, Uskias finally intervened. "Both of you seek the sword Clausulus, but I do not hold the authority to simply hand it over. I am merely the one who administers the trial." Hearing this, Korin couldn't help but furrow his brows in frustration. As expected, the Writs were sticking to their strict neutrality, but that didn't make things any easier. He had zero clue what the trial would actually entail, even though the lunatic standing next to him probably didn't know either. Korin remembered that in the previous timeline, Smanisen Bigistalfano, Ompunderlice, Bantaz's faction had managed to secure all 4 great treasures. While Corin was deep in thought, Uskias instructed both of them to wait in their respective quarters. The details of the trial would be officially announced once the elders finished their discussion. Hearing this, a wicked grin spread across Jun's face. He absolutely loved a good challenge. He narrowed his eyes at Corin, calling out to him with a bone-chilling tone. Corin glared right back at him without backing down an inch. The tension between the two of them spiked, completely locking them in a fierce standoff. After a long, heavy silence, Jun let out a wildly arrogant laugh. Oh, he was really looking forward to this. By dawn the next morning, Elisa was still hopelessly trapped inside her illusion. She lay on a pristine white bed, her eyes tightly shut. Lost deep in a dream, her eyelids fluttered softly. In her dream, she experienced a painfully perfect life, a happy, beautifully reunited family. The two people she worshipped and admired the most had sworn an unbreakable vow to share their love with one another. 12 little nieces and nephews excitedly called her Auntie, throwing their tiny arms around her in tight, warm hugs. This was a fragile, perfect happiness that absolutely shouldn't be shattered. Lunia was fiercely loyal, and Corin was never the type of man to make his partner shed a tear. So, naturally, this was the ultimate happy ending. A beautiful outcome for everyone involved. And yet, it made her feel overwhelmingly suffocated. The vivid scenes in her dream caused Elisa's physical body to tremble uncontrollably, as if she was desperately fighting to hold something back. Right at that moment, the sound of Corin calling her name broke through the void, leaving her totally disoriented between the dream and reality. Corin had indeed come to check on Elisa. Seeing her still lying paralyzed on the bed, he couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. They were already short a member, yet here she was, completely out of it. He could only hope she'd wake up before tomorrow. But suddenly, Elisa's hand shot out and grabbed him right by the collar. He thought she had finally woken up, but she abruptly bolted upright, startling Corin. Elisa leaned in, pressing herself right up against him. Corin panicked and called out her name, but before he could even utter another word, she shushed him. Opening her dreamy, hazy eyes, Elisa stared softly at him and murmured, "Brother-in-law." He couldn't quite catch what she said, so he asked her to repeat it. But instead of answering, Elisa began to gently stroke his fingers. Corin was freaking out. Just what on earth was she trying to do? But the shock didn't end there. Out of nowhere, Elisa leaned in even closer. Their faces were so close that their cheeks were practically brushing. Elisa's hot breath fanned against Corin's neck, sending a ticklish, uncontrollable shiver straight down his spine. A moment later, she whispered it again. "Brother-in-law." Then, flashing a wickedly seductive smile, she purred, "Lena isn't here right now, you know." Corin was absolutely terrified, his voice stuttering in a total panic. "Huh? What?" But just as suddenly, Elisa's eyes fluttered shut. She collapsed right back down, throwing her arms tightly around his waist. Corin was left utterly speechless. What in the world was all that about? The scene shifted to a high, crystal-clear blue sky as Uskias's voice boomed out. "Now, I shall announce the second trial." Elisa looked totally confused. "Wait, the second? Isn't this our first mission?" Hearing her question, the old man replied, "You have already completed the very first trial. It was a test to see just how far you would go to stand your ground." As he spoke, a flashback of Corin sending Sahu flying with a single punch flashed through their minds. Uskias continued, "And to see if your conviction and sense of justice were truly unwavering." He raised his hand in a grand gesture and declared, "You have successfully proven your true worth." Hearing his majestic words, Elisa muttered to herself, "Proven. My true worth." Instantly, her mind flashed back to last night, the memory of her pinning Corin down, seductively whispering, "Brother-in-law, sister-in-law isn't here right now." That shameful memory hit her like a truck, leaving her absolutely mortified as she let out an awkward, embarrassed squeak. I don't think I can go that far," she stammered. Meanwhile, standing right next to her, completely clueless about what she was thinking, Corin just gave her a big, encouraging thumbs up. "Hey, don't sell yourself short," he cheered. "Have some confidence. You held firmly onto your beliefs, didn't you?" Lunia, standing on her right, affectionately patted Elisa's head to comfort her. "Whatever your actions or righteous goals may be, just stay steadfast and see them through. True human strength comes from unyielding conviction." Hearing all this high praise only made Elisa's face turn as red as a tomato. I really don't think I can do this, she whined, dropping to her knees in pure embarrassment. You kindly suggested that if she was tired, she should take a break. But Elisa immediately shook her head. No, I'm fine. A filthy sinner like me doesn't deserve rest. Then Uscius boomed out the details for the second trial. Your companions will assist you in this task, he announced, which instantly caught her off guard. He laid out their mission. They had to find mistletoe growing on an oak tree and use it to craft a staff. Their time limit? Sunrise, tomorrow morning. Let the trial begin. An oath scroll had already been drafted, stating that both factions would accept the results and agree to a 60-day ceasefire. This pact was sealed right before the trial was even announced. Corin glared at the rival group, thinking to himself, normally, a formality like this wouldn't exist, but I specifically asked Uscius to act as a mediator, just to keep that guy from interfering and causing a massive headache. He narrowed his eyes at the opposing team's leader, a man known as Doom Norris. As the rival squad rushed off to start their search, Corin's mind kept racing. Unlike Chris, who always plays neutral, this guy is a hardcore supporter of Bant. With that, Corin's team finally set off on their hunt, but internally, a heavy knot of worry was still gnawing at him. Even though Ian has gotten significantly stronger, Doom Norris is literally at the Sage rank. Even if they don't launch a direct attack, the sheer gap in our power levels is terrifying. Suddenly, you called out in a panic, "We have a huge problem. The forest spirits aren't responding at all." Lunia let out a frustrated sigh. Just as I suspected, they've all sided with Doom Norris. She crossed her arms, realizing this was going to be an absolute nightmare. Out of nowhere, Elisa screamed Corin's name. She frantically pointed up at a branch. "Look, I found the mistletoe!" Corin just sighed, rubbing his temples in utter defeat. "Elisa, that's an elm tree." Corin couldn't help but scoff internally. This trial is basically an impossible gamble. Mistletoe almost never grows on oak trees as a parasite in the first place. A moment later, Elisa cheerfully hauled over a completely different log. "Okay, what about this one?" He completely tuned her out as his racing thoughts continued. "Just finding a normal oak tree out here is hard enough, let alone finding one with a mistletoe growing on it. It's practically impossible. And thanks to that old bastard Norris, we don't even have the forest spirits to guide us since they all defected to his side." Meanwhile, the three girls started plotting an absurd backup plan. What if we just cut off some mistletoe and jam it into a random oak tree? I'm pretty confident in my woodchopping skills, one of them suggested. No, doing that completely ruins the sacred meaning of the ritual. But hearing their crazy chatter sparked a sudden, brilliant idea in Corin's mind. Wait a minute. The next morning brought another bright, clear blue sky. Uscius's voice echoed across the clearing. "The time is up! The trial is officially over! Present the staffs you have prepared!" A guy named Jun Sky looked utterly baffled. Wait, what the hell is going on? He was absolutely certain he had crafted a massive, rock-solid staff. Yet, when placed next to the absolute unit of a tree brought by Corin's team, his staff looked like a pathetic little twig. Jun Sky couldn't believe his own eyes. "How in the world is yours so much bigger and thicker?" he demanded. Lunia, however, wasn't having any of it. "Shut your mouth, you piece of trash," she snapped coldly. "That is none of your business." Corin smugly replayed their brilliant strategy in his head. Elisa fused a mistletoe seed directly onto an oak seed she managed to find. Then we just blasted it with growth magic to force it to mature instantly. Thinking back on it, he tightly gripped a small potion bottle in his hand. Normally, forcing it to grow like that would kill it immediately. But I decided to test out a little something I brought back from the east, and it worked flawlessly. Uscius nodded in approval, slowly stepping forward. "You have all performed excellently in the second trial. Since both teams have passed, I shall now announce the final challenge." As the sky shifted into a dusky twilight, the old man pointed off into the distance. "Deep within this northern forest grows a crimson rowan tree. Your final mission is to retrieve its fruits and bring them back to me." Corin gazed up at the fading sky, a heavy sense of dread sinking into his chest. Yeah, something tells me this isn't going to be a walk in the park. A booming roar suddenly cascaded from the heavens. "I am Savan." His piercing gaze swept down at the intruder seeking the fruit. Finally, Savan laid down his condition. "Prove you are worthy." He was a celestial giant, kin to the legendary Sun Guard Titans from the heroic sagas. Jun Sky burst into laughter. Now that's one terrifying giant, Lunya muttered her assessment. Taking this guy down is going to be a tough pill to swallow. Korin quickly warned them, don't even think about fighting. Win or lose, we won't get the goalless that way. A thought flashed through his mind. Judging by the first two trials, brute force definitely wasn't the answer here. And as if reading his mind, Sylvan confirmed Korin's suspicion. I shall test your wisdom. Solve the riddles I put forth. Korin whispered to the group, makes sense. Mythical creatures are total suckers for riddles. You seriously didn't know that? You replied, not exactly. Meanwhile, Jun Sky cheered with excitement. Wait, celestial titans actually like riddles? I'm gonna nail every single one. It was true. Celestial giants adored rare treasures and riddles, but since they could easily destroy the world by accident, they rarely got to play around. Korin nodded in agreement. Sylvan immediately laid out the rules. The first team to answer 5 riddles correctly would win, and to keep things fair, each side could only send out 2 representatives. He then announced the ban list. Anyone caught breaking the rules would be instantly disqualified. Watching Jun Sky cackle like a maniac, Korin thought to himself, if Titans love riddles, literally anyone we pick will be smarter than that meathead. But then he saw Lunya's completely blank stare. Do I look like a riddle master to you? She deadpanned. Fortunately, Elisa raised her hand to volunteer. I've solved a few puzzles in my books before. Korin figured that he and Elisa would be more than enough to handle this. Once both sides locked in their teams, Sylvan announced the start of the trial. He presented the first riddle. In the morning it grows large, at noon it shrinks, in the evening it grows again, but by night it vanishes. Korin hummed, repeating the question in his head. Just a few more seconds and I'll have it. With a confident gaze, he opened his mouth. The answer is... But suddenly a hand shot up. Jun Sky answered first. A shadow, Savin boomed. Correct. Korin and Alisa were absolutely stunned. Was that just a lucky guess? Korin muttered to himself. He's usually so violently overpowered that I completely forgot he actually has a brain. Korin stared at Sky in sheer disbelief. Then the giant read out the second riddle. It cannot be seen. No mighty being can ever defeat it. It is always approaching, but once it passes, it stops forever. Jun Sky answered calmly. The answer is time. Then came the third riddle. It is a joy, a comedy, and a tragedy all at once. It is a play where every living soul plays the lead role. Once again, Jun Sky laughed heartily and replied, Life, and to live or die, that is the ultimate question. Korin's mind raced. This isn't a fluke. It feels like I'm playing against tens of thousands of people at once. Jun Sky threw his head back and laughed. Man, I am amazing at riddles. This is way too easy. Panicking, Korin turned to his teammate. Elisa, you give it a shot. Don't you read a ton of weird magazines? She quickly defended herself. What weird magazines? I only subscribe to things every normal teenage girl reads. Ignoring their bickering, Savin presented the fourth riddle. To me, it is breathtakingly beautiful, yet others cannot comprehend it. To me, it is violent, but to someone else, it is absolute salvation. Sweat beaded down Korin's forehead. Damn it, this one is actually really complex. Am I seriously this stupid? Suddenly, Elisa broke through his train of thought. Can I give this one a try? Korin let out a confused, huh? Savin rumbled. Speak your mind. She hesitated for a moment before giving her answer. Inside her head, Elisa was literally imagining a wedding between her and Korin. To me, it is breathtakingly beautiful, yet others cannot comprehend it. To me, it is violent, but to someone else, it is salvation. Taking a deep breath, Elisa finally blurted out, an affair! The moment those words left her mouth, every single person froze. Wait, what? Dead silence suffocated the air. Breaking the awkward tension, she muttered, technically, it fits, right? Surprisingly, Sylvan hummed in agreement. Fascinating perspective. But suddenly, Elisa burst into tears and started begging. No, that's not what I meant. Please, Mr. Giant, just say it's wrong. Korin's brain completely short-circuited. What the hell is going on inside her head? Elisa frantically waved her hands, trying to explain. It's not what it looks like, I swear. Korin, please, stop avoiding my eyes and just give me a chance to explain. In the end, Korin could only narrate the grim reality. even though she completely derailed my train of thought. Maybe it was just the paranoia of a cautious person. Sky guessed the next 2 questions right in a row, and the showdown ended in our absolute defeat. Jun Sky laughed triumphantly, grabbing the loot and turning to leave. Man, this fruit is gorgeous! I did awesome, didn't I? His subordinates showered him with praise, while only one thought echoed in Korin's mind. We got completely destroyed. Elisa slumped in despair. What do we do now? Did we really just fail? Yuen tried to lift her spirits. The trial can't just end like this. We merely lost one essential ingredient, that's all. Believing in that, Alisa exclaimed, That's a relief. She went on to say, We will never give up over a single failure. Suddenly their eyes grew vigilant. Lunia asked, Is it an enemy? Yuen sensed the surroundings and replied, There's no one here. Everyone called her name in doubt, and Yuen continued, To be exact, there isn't a single spirit around us. Elisa chimed in, Now that you mention it, I don't see any monsters either. They were definitely here on our way in. Korin suddenly analyzed in his mind. No spirits and no monsters, but this is a monster mountain range. If both species were missing, there could only be 2 reasons in this forest. He glanced at the group walking ahead. Either someone wiped them all out, or they all fled from an overwhelmingly terrifying presence. Jun Skyas let out a raspy laugh, turning around to ask, Could it be that we've gone too deep? Dunork muttered an incantation, Olo Brentata, before slamming his staff into the ground. A magic circle opened up and a massive castle materialized. But instantly, that castle was sliced cleanly in half. Rubble and debris rained down. Korin roared a warning, Get out of the way. That terrifying power slammed straight into the ground. A ring of light erupted, leaving them frozen in terror. Korin grabbed her tightly and leaped away to safety. His eyes suddenly darted backward. A humanoid monster had appeared. Korin immediately barked the order, Fall back, now! Yuen thanked him. Korin couldn't believe a thing like that was actually here. Jun Skyas just kept up his raspy laugh, unleashing a swarm of vipers that lunged forward. But flashing slashes instantly tore through them. The humanoid monster had diced the snakes to pieces. Lunia was stunned. That is the one who will later become renowned across the world, she continued. The Aden's swordsmanship. That creature used a technique to block the frontal attack. It's the demon sword. Beyond the borders of Arhan lies a land known as the demonic realm. It's a place where wild beasts and demonic creatures, calling themselves the lords of the forest, exist in a bizarre balance. And the one who shattered that balance was none other than an old man with a sword, radiating an earth-shattering aura. The old man cast a deadly glare downward and declared, You demon, and that sword belong to me. The reason they aren't called demi-humans is that their origins trace back to beasts, with body parts resembling the limbs of wild animals. Yet, it understood what the old man just said. This demonic beast gripped the sword tightly, a crackling, electric-like aura surging from its hands. Though rare, humanoid demonic beasts are sometimes born, and it was one of them, standing upright on 2 legs holding a sword in its hands. Whether it was meant to survive or to destroy, no one could tell. The old man scoffed, raising his sword high. Seeing a demonic beast wielding a blade, the Strumanamois, the sword emperor, burst into laughter. A demonic beast learning to use a sword? And just like that, a one-sided master-disciple relationship, acknowledged only by the master, began. The 2 figures clashed, moving so fast they were a blur, and this battle raged on until the 8th day. The beast relentlessly lunged forward with terrifying speed, its eyes glowing a fierce red. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor stood his ground, resting a massive, blunt greatsword casually on his shoulder. He laughed, utterly enjoying the duel with this creature. His aura-filled gaze made it seem as though he was actually teaching it swordsmanship. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, his sword techniques growing more complex and targeting its vital spots with lethal precision. Yet, the beast remained on the defensive, desperately trying to parry and neutralize every single blow. The beast's entire body flared with a purple aura, its expression twisting as it blurted out, Just who the hell is this guy? And then, the man himself gave it a name. He called it the Demon Sword, wielding twin blades with incredibly deadly blood-red eyes. Being called by that name, the name known only to itself and that crazy old man from the past, made it pause for a brief moment. In the future, that name would echo across the world. It would become the strongest swordsman in the heroic legends of Arhan. even as a demonic beast siding with Valteza. But the fact that it was attacking Dunor and Skia, who served under Valteza, proved that it hadn't fully joined their side yet. That might be a stroke of luck, but it was nothing to celebrate. Right now, Corin was wondering, just how are we supposed to stop that thing? Looks like we're up next! The demon's sword spun around, swinging its blade as it lunged right at him. Lunia swiftly dashed behind it, shouting, "Hey, you monster!" Then, with fierce determination, she unleashed a devastating sword strike aimed right at it. But it casually swung its blade to parry the attack, knocking Lunia backward. It was a relentless flurry of strikes that left her completely stunned. Her sword hand was forced back, sending her body flipping through the air. Lunia landed on her feet, but the sheer force of the slash sent her skidding across the ground. It took her a moment to regain her footing. She raised her sword once again, glaring at the creature. The demonic beast pulled its twin swords in front of it, staring back at her with that same deadly gaze. Lunia demanded, "Where did you learn that sword technique?" But before she could get an answer, in the blink of an eye, it materialized right behind her. Sensing the danger, Lunia hurriedly spun around to dodge a terrifying downward slash from the demon sword. But its onslaught wasn't over. The sword in its other hand thrust straight for Lunia's head. The tip of the blade was mere inches away, dangerously close to piercing her eye. It seemed impossible for Lunia to parry this strike, but she let out a furious, defiant shout and narrowly tilted her head to the left, dodging the fatal blow. Yet, the blade in its hand kept pressing toward her, intent on taking her down instantly. Lunia leaped into the air, and the demon sword immediately spun its body in pursuit. Not just its arms, but even its legs morphed into razor-sharp blades. Its eyes locked onto Lunia, never wavering for a second. It was an intense, terrifying focus from a demonic swordsman worthy of the title Demon Sword. It looked as if it was wielding a barrage of swords all at once, and every single one was aimed directly at its target. The Crimson Sword aura was aimed straight at a disadvantaged Lunia, but with her blade in hand, the master of distance control stood her ground, determined to block the strike. She quickly activated her mind's eye, her gaze glowing as she saw right through the enemy's attack. The white and red auras clashed fiercely, every single impact erupting with deafening sounds and blinding light. Lunia braced herself and prepared to counter. She charged straight at the demon sword in front of her. The monster couldn't believe its eyes. Its relentless flurry of strikes had been completely neutralized by this girl, even from an awkward stance. The deciding factor was Lunia's absolute decisiveness and sheer combat experience. The heel of her boot pinned the monster's foot straight to the ground, locking it in place. Only then did she give a faint smile and whisper, "Time to end this!" Behind the creature, Corin and Elisa had bought enough time to charge up their ultimates. The twin-faced Bloodstrike and the iron-breaking 3 cranes. They leaped into the air, ready to bring down the executioner's blade. With the monster completely locked down by Lunia, it was practically a sitting duck. 2 devastating attacks, 1 gold and 1 blue, crashed down on the exact spot the demon sword was standing. But somehow, impossibly, it twisted its body and dodged, leaving Lunia in absolute shock. It dodged? What is this, some kind of magic trick? After evading the killing blow, it quickly landed perfectly on its feet. But the flashing blades and spear of the trio instantly closed in from 3 sides, boxing it in. Almost at the same time, Corin and Elisa struck from the lower flanks, while Lunia slashed down from above, completely trapping the beast. Corin roared, "I will never let you escape!" But suddenly, he gasped and froze in his tracks. The monster's face seemed to split into 2 distinct halves. One side was a demonic visage with glowing red, murderous eyes, and the other was a human face wearing a sinister, mocking grin. It unleashed its ultimate technique, the 8-armed Phantom Soul Slash. 6 extra, glowing arms wielding swords seemed to sprout from its body. It let out a maniacal laugh, unleashing a flurry of slashes in all directions with absolutely 0 blind spots. Sword aura from all 8 directions now turned the tables, threatening to overwhelm the 3 of them. Corin grimaced in agony. Just moving inside this domain made it hard to breathe. It wasn't even complete, yet it could launch 8 consecutive strikes? Standing at death's door, Corin's face lit up and a golden reflection flashed in his eyes. Aiden's first sword style, domain/emerging poison dragon. Corin summoned a swirling golden dragon, desperately trying to neutralize the monster's 8-armed assault. Even going all out, he only managed to block 5 strikes. There were still 3 lethal blows left. and they were aimed right at Lunia. Even if she could perceive the domain, she was still half a step too slow. The terrifying reality set in. Before she could even draw her sword, those 3 strikes would cut her to pieces. Corin was terrified. If this kept up, Lunia was going to die. But then, a blade was drawn. A pale blue aura erupted around her, crackling with immensely powerful lightning. A sphere of pure lightning enveloped Lunia, forming a protective barrier against the strikes. This was the ultimate defensive technique, one that only master swordsmen at the absolute peak could ever learn. With her sword in hand and lightning violently surging around her body, she unleashed her aura shield. Seeing this, even the demon was visibly shaken. But she wasn't done yet. Lunia immediately followed up with the Phantom Domain Slash. A razor-sharp wave of energy tore right across the monster's chest, throwing it backward. The strike ripped through its shoulder, sending blood spraying into the air, a sight that actually made the beast thrill with excitement. The 3 regrouped on one side. Lunia frowned. It dodged the fatal blow? This thing is way too dangerous, she added coldly. We have to finish it right here. Corin nodded in agreement, and all 3 of them charged back in. In Corin's eyes, the demon sword hadn't yet reached the terrifying realm he knew from his past. But its final evolution would be the technique that could cut through anything, the peerless 1,000-hand slash. He had to destroy it right now to prevent a future catastrophe. The demon sword laughed maniacally at the trio, when suddenly, a dark shadow with a glowing purple eye appeared right behind it, whispering into its ear. "Hello there, my dear friend." The monster flinched. Someone got that close and it didn't even sense them? Without a second thought, it spun around and unleashed a brutal backhand slash, slicing the figure into multiple pieces. The black, mangled chunks hit the ground with a heavy thud, smoking ominously. But then, the severed pieces melted into puddles of black sludge, revealing glowing purple spots inside. Suddenly, a swarm of black snakes erupted from the ooze, launching themselves straight at the monster. The demon sword didn't show a single ounce of fear or panic. It just stood there, watching with a faint smirk. The black snakes latched onto the creature's body, instantly turning a sickly green. 2 figures now stood before Corin. One was a silver-haired, silver-bearded man holding a staff crackling with blue magic. The other looked like a dark sorcerer dressed in black, using snakes to stitch his body back together. These 2 were none other than the king's subordinates, and their sudden appearance made the monster burst into laughter. These guys were so terrifying that even the demon sword felt a chill. It unleashed an endless barrage of slashes, chopping up the snakes, but no matter how many it cut down, more just kept coming. Finally, after temporarily fighting off the immediate threat, the demon sword actually turned tail and ran. Those 2 were monstrous beings with near-immortal life forces. The dark figure with the deadly smile was the lawmaker, Doom Norris. The other was the Tree King, Jun Sky. The girls were completely paralyzed with fear. Corin could only whisper, "Monsters. These are the real enemies we have to face." Somewhere in the forest, inside a treehouse, a voice echoed out. "I'm sorry, I couldn't do a thing." It was him, sitting on the bed and blaming himself. Lunia tried her best to comfort him. "Don't beat yourself up over it. It couldn't be helped." Elisa smiled and chimed in. "Yeah, it's fine. It's not like I got badly hurt or anything. But now that I think about it, that monster was using Aiden's sword techniques." Elisa wondered out loud. "You think it somehow read a manual on it?" Lunia brushed it off. "Don't be ridiculous. It's a monster. If anything, it probably just mastered it by fighting through hundreds of thousands of battles." Lunia's eyes narrowed coldly. "And there's only one person insane enough to pull something like that." Suddenly, a hearty chuckle echoed from behind, making both of them turn around. "Ho ho ho! Looks like my smart little granddaughter finally figured it out." It was their grandfather, the Sword Emperor himself, Gandon. Lunia glared at the crazy old man. "What the hell did you do? You taught sword techniques to a monster?" The Sword Emperor just laughed. Music. "Hey, a man needs his hobbies in his old age. But let's get the facts straight. I didn't teach it a damn thing. I just showed it to him." The Sword Emperor tapped his foot on the ground, sending a powerful shockwave through their sea of consciousness, almost like casting a domain. Instantly, the ground beneath their feet transformed into a massive, grid-like chessboard. As the space around them shattered, the Sword Emperor glided past his 2 granddaughters and spoke. "That is a domain." He added, "That brat hasn't stepped into the realm of human swordsmanship, but rather The domain of demonic beasts. Isn't that absolutely thrilling? Lunia could only shake her head in disbelief. What a crazy old bastard! The Sword Emperor just smirked. Who knows, I might be about to witness the next pinnacle of swordsmanship. His granddaughter kept glaring daggers at him, cursing under her breath. You unhinged old geezer! Then Elisa called out to her grandfather. Her mind flashed back to her grueling sparring sessions with her sister, and those two immortal monsters they had just faced. Refusing to be weak any longer, Elisa stepped forward, her face burning with absolute resolve. Teach me your swordsmanship. The Sword Emperor broke into a proud smile. She was, after all, his chosen successor. All right, I'll teach you. The two stood face to face, one bold enough to learn, the other crazy enough to teach. Her small frame stood defiantly before her grandfather's massive muscular build. Awakened by a pure obsession with the blade, a terrifying and hysterical enlightenment was about to begin. Meanwhile, inside the Great Hall, the group stood before Drit. Korin spoke up. Even though we didn't manage to get the mana fruit, can we still take on the final challenge? Drit, seated comfortably, replied, Fine by me, but since you don't have the fruit, the final trial will heavily favor Sky and Dun Norris. Korin instantly protested. Hey, don't be so biased, Riss. We only lost because that sword demon crashed the party. You've got to give us at least a little bit of a handicap. But without letting him complain any further, Drit announced the final trial. Gripping a staff in his hand, Drit declared, You must nurture and grow the magic staffs you've crafted until they pierce the very heavens. Pointing up at the sky, he added, And then you will face the giant that guards the sun. Korin gritted his teeth and thought, The solar eclipse is in exactly 3 weeks. We have to grow the staff all the way to the sky before then. Back on the other side, Elisa was trembling. She recognized a monster of her own kind. A demonic aura poured out with every swing of her blade. Because of this, she perfectly understood the terrifying talent and demonic nature of the sword demon. And that realization terrified her, because his power was leagues above her own. Blood was still seeping from the wound on her waist. Looking at Elisa's battered state, the Sword Emperor's familiar voice echoed out. Your foundations are still incredibly weak, my dear granddaughter. He looked down at her and continued, But I never expected you to swallow your pride and come begging me to teach you. It seems raising that disciple of mine wasn't a total waste of time, after all. Hearing this, Elisa frowned in confusion. Disciple? Are you talking about that damn monster? Why the hell didn't you kill him? The Sword Emperor calmly replied, Because he has the talent to reach the heavenly sword. It was a realm Elisa had never even heard of. Of course you haven't, he smirked, because I'm the one who created it. Hearing her grandfather's cocky words, Elisa's blood boiled. She stomped hard onto the ground, lunging straight at him. Swinging her blade with all her might, she screamed, Stop messing with me, old man! But the Sword Emperor simply raised his blade to the sky. An explosive aura erupted, violently swirling with fierce lightning as he roared, Anyone who reaches this realm can sever the very heavens and cleave the world in two. He brought his heavy blade crashing down, gritting his teeth as he roared, I want to witness a swordsman like that with my own eyes. Elisa barely raised her sword in time to block the crushing impact, screaming back at him, You senile old fool! The two clashed violently, face to face. The old man just let out a booming laugh. Ha ha ha! You're acting more and more like your older sister every single day. On a beautiful sunny morning in the Alice Kingdom, at the stunning southern castle nestled right against the mountains. Marriott was nervously adjusting her dress. Mom, can I leave now? She asked. Tugging gently at her strap, she pleaded, The spring festival ends in just 4 days. Korin had left her a specific signal. She was extremely anxious. He wanted her to meet him before the day of the solar eclipse. Even though she could still make it in time if she rode her wyvern, just thinking about the other girls swarming around him made her chest tighten with jealousy. She had dressed up perfectly for the occasion, her cheeks flushing a bright pink at the thought of Korin. Suddenly the door flew open. Mary's father stood there waving his arms. Absolutely not. You are not going anywhere, Mary. The holidays are for family bonding. Instantly, an arm shot out and snatched him by the collar. Her mother's deadly, familiar voice whispered into his ear. Well, she can just go over there and start her own family. What's the problem? Keeping her husband in a vicious chokehold, her mother beamed a bright smile. Our little Mary is finally at the age for romance. She then winked at her daughter. Hurry up and give me a grandbaby, you hear? Hearing that, Mary's entire face burned scarlet. She grabbed her head and sprinted outside in total panic. In her flustered state, she completely fumbled summoning her wyvern, eventually borrowing Herval just to escape. Mary shouted, "Let's go! We're going to find your daddy!" As the massive bird spread its wings and took off, a strange feeling washed over her. Was this the sharp intuition of a high-ranking vampire? Marriott could somehow sense that a brand new rival in love had just appeared. Meanwhile, under the clear blue sky, a sweet and gentle voice echoed out. "Greetings, Holy Saintess. I am Warren, an apprentice nun." This was inside the Grand Cathedral of the First Holy Land, Jeru. The Saintess calmly replied, "Oh, is that so? Come on in." As the two entered the massive chamber, they saw the Saintess sitting at a table in the distance, her silky pink hair gently swaying. She was none other than the Holy Saintess Estelle Hadassah Alas. An overwhelming aura of pure, flawless beauty radiated from her. Walking up to the two guests, she gazed at them with an angelic expression. Suddenly, she threw herself forward, happily wrapping her arms around the girl's neck. "Warren!" But in response, she only received a cold, deadpan stare. "Get off me." Unfazed, the Saintess playfully pinched the girl's cheeks. "I heard things got super crazy over at the festival. Are you okay? Though obviously, my tough little girl didn't get a single scratch, right?" The girl's face flushed red as she turned away, grumbling, "The restriction. Take it off me right now." The Saintess just giggled, her eyes curving into happy crescents. And why should I?" Warren shifted awkwardly, blushing hard. "Because it's hot and annoying. Just do it already." Sensing something was off, the Saintess narrowed her eyes slightly. You're Lan right now, aren't you?" The girl's expression instantly shifted into an innocent, creepy smile. "Hello there, Sister Saintess. I agree with her. We need more power." When the Saintess asked why, the girl boldly declared, "Because I'm going to become his first wife." Hearing that, the Saintess froze in stunned silence for a second. Then a knowing look crossed her face as she gently placed her hand on the girl's head, summoning streams of glowing golden magic. A moment later, Warren opened her eyes. "Has the restriction been lifted?" she asked. The Saintess replied, "Only up to seal number 1. Without missing a beat, the young girl spun around and bolted for the window. "I'm leaving right now!" Professor Josephine stood there and warned her, "It is 24,000 kilometers from here to the eastern border. You should take a wyvern." But Warren firmly declared, "I am way faster than that, and there is no way I'm letting that woman get there first." The battle for the top spot in the harem was hotter than ever. The professor desperately lunged forward to stop her. "No, Warren! It will take 3 weeks! Why do you keep staring out the window?" But the girl simply leaped out, her voice echoing back, "I'll be there in 2 days." The Saintess just stood there with a faint smile. How truly bizarre! All these girls fiercely fighting over Corin, the vampire, the sword tiger, Lunia Aiden, and Alyssa. You've had to deal with both of them. That boy really attracts all kinds of trouble. The Saintess smiled mysteriously, thinking about everything from the defeat of the Iron Mountain King to the sudden change in Waran, all tied to her junior, Corin. 3 days later, Corin was biting down on a piece of wood, muttering, "Even the Sword Emperor is totally ruthless." He was sitting there bandaging Alyssa. She screamed in pain, "I'm going to bleed to death before I even reach the top of this tree. I'm seriously dying." Corin just brushed it off. "Oh, come on, drop the drama. It's not your time to die yet." Alyssa grimaced and pouted, but looking at the tiny magic staff in front of them, Corin confidently said, "I think I can actually climb it." Staring at the massive size difference between the two magic staffs, she was completely in disbelief. "Wait, what?" Alyssa gave him a highly skeptical look. "I really don't think that's possible. But she couldn't even finish her sentence. Corin cut her off. "Don't worry, it's going to be fine." Gazing at the young man before her, Alyssa thought to herself, "He is always like this." Whether it was stopping the giant wild boars from escaping, clashing with Professor Firm, or fighting the indestructible demon, how could he possess such an unbreakable will? Even when faced with absolutely impossible challenges, he always pushed forward. She turned to him and asked, "Corin, what exactly are you planning to do?" Before he could even answer, someone walked up and interrupted them. "Working this hard so late into the night, are we?" Dun Norris stepped forward and said, "Corin, Spear of the Queen, I need to have a word with you." The old man approached, stroking his beard as he looked at the two of them. Seeing this, Alisa instantly stood up, her brow furrowing slightly. Corin asked, "What is it?" Dunn narrowed his eyes. "Tell me, why do you humans insist on stopping paradise from descending?" Corin rested his hands on his knees and replied, "Because obviously a whole lot of people are going to die. Don't you know that?" He stood up and continued, "As a druid who values nature above everything else, why are you siding with them?" The old man replied coldly, "The answer is obvious. After hundreds of years of living, I have come to only one conclusion. To protect nature, humanity must die." As he said this, his face darkened, and hidden beneath his hood was a terrifying, murderous glare. Alisa realized it immediately. She thought to herself, it's as if he isn't even human. His eyes were dry and completely indifferent, just like dead flora, yet they harbored a massive, suffocating malice toward the world. Deep down, he felt like the very embodiment of death itself. Corin placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and said, "Watch closely, Alisa." He then locked eyes with the old man, aiming his razor-sharp spear straight at him, and declared, "What I want to do is kill every single person who thinks like him." Dunn stroked his beard and let out a raspy laugh. "You kids traveled all this way just to stop us. I understand you are dead serious, but at least for now you are going to fail." He gestured toward the two magic staffs. "Just look, do you see the difference? I have lived alongside nature for centuries. You could never bridge this gap no matter what kind of magical skills you use." Narrowing his eyes, he went on. "This is the law of nature. Order, rules, laws, and efficiency. That is your fatal flaw. Do you arrogant humans really think you know best?" Corin completely ignored him and walked over to his staff. Ever since he posted about throwing the mandragora into the lake on the community forums, a lot of people started thinking that the golden mandragora was the ultimate answer and used it to boost their power. But for veteran players who were bored with the standard gameplay, just like him, they actually used those ultra-rare items for crazy experiments. Corin pulled a vial of glowing yellow liquid out of his pocket. He was probably the only person crazy enough to try farming golden mandragoras. This was how Corin had turned the simple elm branch Alisa brought back from the first trial into an enormous magic staff. Just a few test drops were enough to create that insane effect. Even if you've lived in nature for hundreds of years, I bet you've never seen anything like this. The golden liquid inside this vial was something he had crafted with his own two hands. It was the only hidden item of its kind in existence. The golden mandragora fertilizer. Corin poured it over his magic staff, flashing a wildly confident, mysterious smirk. The golden mandragora fertilizer boosted magical plant growth, creating a mana recovery zone that restored 185 mana per minute. The ground began to rumble slightly as Corin's voice rang out. "Hey Norris, where I'm from, we call beginners like you noobs." Dunn's eyes remained fixed, silently watching the transformation unfold. Corin threw him a side glance and smirked. "I don't care how many centuries you've been alive. If you live long enough, you're bound to learn something new. Watch and learn, noob." Crossing his arms proudly in front of his magic staff, Corin declared with absolute confidence, "I'm going to show you a real miracle." The staff erupted in a blinding, brilliant golden light, and then furiously shot up toward the sky at a terrifying speed. The sheer intensity of the light, combined with its explosive growth, left Alisa's jaw hanging wide open in pure shock. In a mere flash, it practically pierced the blue sky, reaching all the way to the sun. Staring at its ridiculous height, Corin couldn't help but marvel, "Wow, I honestly didn't expect it to get this huge." Dawn had broken, and he shielded his eyes with his hand, gazing up. "Perfect! The growth rate is 3 times faster than normal." The druid stood there and finally spoke. "Whatever method you used, you did incredibly well. I will now ascend to the heavens. So, as the Sage of Findia, my final piece of advice to you is this. Do not miss the exact moment the sun weakens if you want to obtain the Cloud Solace." He firmly grasped Corin's hand and added, "And as an inhabitant of this land, I want to bid you farewell." He bowed his head in deep respect. "Everything depends on you now." "Young hero!" Corin just smiled. Alisa called out to him, "Corin, I'm going to call my big sister." She asked with buzzing excitement, "Are you planning to go up right now?" Corin calmly replied, "No. Climbing this thing isn't something we can finish in just 1 or 2 days. We need to prepare. We'll set off in exactly 1 week, right after we pack enough food, warm clothes, and all the essential gear. He tilted his head back, staring straight up. The final battlefield for the Cloud Solace, one of the 4 great treasures, was waiting for them. Way up in the sky. Korin thought to himself, "You'd better brace yourself for what's coming next week, Doom Norik." He was planning to bring his absolute strongest fighters, which included Alyssa and Lunia, who were already by his side, plus the vampire, Marie, and Warren. A blinding light flashed from Unan's staff. Korin's frustrated voice echoed out. But in the end, no one else showed up. As he and the others made their way up, he couldn't help but wonder, just what on earth are they doing? Why hasn't anyone else arrived? Korin stood there, scratching his head in confusion. The powerhouse squad he intended to bring was suddenly missing 2 key girls. Right now, he only had the sisters Lunia, Alyssa, and Ayan. Meanwhile, down below in a wooden room, the Guardian was asking, "You've spotted them near the barrier?" "What exactly is going on here?" the attendant replied. "They weren't like this when we first brought them here." And those 2 were none other than Warren and Marie. He was deeply troubled. Their auras were so intensely powerful, radiating an absolutely terrifying energy. He couldn't even begin to imagine what they were seeing inside that illusion. Utkias looked dead serious. "They've been like this for days. If this keeps up, the Divine Realm is going to be in serious danger. I have to enter the illusion and pull them out." His 2 subordinates standing nearby quickly asked, "Is there anything we can do to help, sir?" A faint streak of light split his body into 2 glowing halves of blue and red. Utas squeezed his eyes shut and replied, "No need. I will split my consciousness and pull both of them out myself." His eyes snapped open as he dove directly into the illusion, determined to find a way to save them. Inside the illusion, at the academy, the sounds of gossip filled the air. "I heard she had a baby before she even graduated. Is that true?" Marie walked by and saw a group of kids that looked like exact miniature clones of Korin. The whispers of the crowd kept echoing in her mind. "Oh, so that means she broke the rules, right? Wow, the little guy looks exactly like his dad." It turned out this was a wedding hall. Marie stepped inside, a soft smile on her face. The MC's voice rang out through the room. "The groom is now entering the hall." Hearing that, her eyes widened in anticipation to see who the groom was, and the man walking down the aisle was none other than Korin, looking incredibly handsome in an elegant black suit. The crowd gasped in admiration, whispering, "Oh my God, he looks so dashing." Seeing him, Marie swooned inwardly. How can he look so utterly breathtaking? Her cheeks instantly flushed a deep pink. "You look so handsome, Korin." The MC's voice boomed out once more. "And now, the bride is entering the hall." Marie glanced over, expecting to see a stunningly beautiful bride. But the woman walking down the aisle with a wedding bouquet in her hands was Warren. The entire crowd erupted in excited whispers. "They make such a perfect couple. The bride looks absolutely gorgeous." She softly called out to the groom, "Honey?" Seeing the 2 of them embrace so passionately, Marie felt her entire world crash down. She couldn't believe her own eyes. She collapsed to her knees, staring at the affectionate couple in front of her, desperately asking herself, This can't be real, right? Korin?" Marie was utterly paralyzed as tears streamed down her face. A whole year passed just like that. She watched the happy family of 3 playing joyfully together. That little boy looked exactly like Korin. Marie stared intensely at the child, whispering to herself, "That child? He should have been mine." Korin had been so flawless, so attentive on his wedding day, but seeing him in that suit brought rushing back so many memories for Marie. She couldn't help but think that if it were her, she could have made him so much happier. Her mind was racing. Mansions, vast lands, rich mines, noble titles. Whatever he wants, I can give it all to him. Deep inside this illusion, Marie's entire existence revolved around Korin. All she wanted was for him to come back to her, so they could live together in a warm, happy home. "If he just stays with me, I'll give him the world." Her eyes suddenly went wide. It seemed a dark realization had just dawned on Marie. Watching the man she loved marry someone else, she absolutely refused to accept this defeat. She wouldn't accept this as her reality. Sooner or later, Korin would grow old. After all, he was only human. He would only live for a mere 100 years. But Marie was different. She was an immortal vampire. Gently placing her hand on the forehead of the unconscious aging man before her, a twisted thought crossed her mind. What if I turned him into an immortal just like me? Then we could live together, and finally, he would be mine. Forever. It was only 100 years. Marie convinced herself she could endure watching their pathetic human marriage for just 100 years. And after that, I'll take him away with me. I'll keep him until every last trace of Warren completely fades from his memories. Her tears dripped down onto Corin's sleeping face. This was the tragic, heartbreaking obsession of a lovesick vampire. She sat there in agony, promising herself that she was the only one who could truly make him happy. Meanwhile, in a completely different illusion, the woman wearing the gorgeous wedding dress was Marie, and the groom, Corin, was leaning in to give her a sweet, passionate kiss. And the one forced to watch their perfect happiness was Warren. The two split personalities sharing her body were crushed by an overwhelming sense of failure and despair. This was the very first time Warren had ever given her entire heart to a man. She watched bitterly as Corin picked up a piece of food. Sitting on a tree branch just outside their window, she was forced to watch him lovingly feed Marie, taking care of her every need. Warren let out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. "What are they doing in there?" her alter ego, Lon, asked. The dominant personality, Warren, just asked herself, "What the hell am I even looking at?" When Lon asked what she truly wanted, Warren whispered back, "Getting my heart broken like this was never part of my plan. Darling, hubby, my dear husband. I want to be the one calling him all those sweet names. I just want to live a simple, ordinary life with him, like a normal, happy family." But right in front of her was Corin, looking so happy with another woman. She squeezed her eyes shut, asking herself, "Why couldn't I be the one? Please, help me," War whispered as she slowly opened her eyes. "I want that happiness too." Inside her dreamscape, Corin was sitting on the bed, asking her how she had been. "Have you been well?" Without a word, she walked over, intertwined her fingers with his, forcefully pinned him down on the bed, and whispered, "Take it off." She aggressively ripped off Corin's shirt, making him panic. "What are you doing?" he asked. Pressing her face against his chest, she scolded him, "You're so cruel. Instead of looking at me, you kept your eyes on someone else." She opened her mouth wide, ready to bite him. "This is all your fault." Warren sank her teeth into his shoulder, forcing Corin to close his eyes and bear the pain. Her deep bite marks were left imprinted on his skin. Straddling Corin, she glared at him with bewitching eyes and muttered, "This is your fault." She told herself, "I gave him everything I had, so he has to belong to me." Morning arrived and sunlight poured through the window. Just like that, a man and a woman had spent the entire night together. War was sleeping soundly, wrapped in Corin's embrace. Their hands were still tightly intertwined. Time flew by, and the yellow flowers outside the window finally bloomed. The chirping birds welcomed the new season, and of course it would bring her a beautiful, healthy baby. Warren smiled, but tears streamed down her face as she believed she had finally won. She lay there, her face looking so pure and innocent. Right beside her was the vampire, Mary, her eyes wide open and her sharp fangs bared. The two girls were just lying there, completely lost in their own wild fantasies. "Hey, wake up!" Hearing the voice, Mary snapped out of it first, completely confused about what was going on. An old man stood in front of them, coughed lightly, and introduced himself. "I am Uskias, the guardian of Findia. If you're here to see Corin, I'm afraid you're too late. They already began their journey to the sky, exactly 3 days ago." Both girls were stunned. "Are we really that late?" they thought. Then they asked in unison, "Wait, how did you know we were looking for Corin?" The question caught Uskias completely off guard. The great sage, Riss, had already foreseen that this day would come. He stammered, I am the guardian. Therefore I know many things." But in his mind he swore, "I promise to bury the dark pasts of those 3 girls forever." Meanwhile, back on the path to the sky, Elisa shivered and complained, "It's freezing. There's absolutely nothing up here." Corin. He casually carved a few marks into the tree trunk and replied, "Just bear with it a little longer. We're almost there." According to the ancient records, Balthazar's forces possessed 4 legendary treasures. They were the Dagger of Light, Adra, the Sword of the Sun, Cloud Solus, the Stone of Life, Leah Phi, and the Magic Shield, Andre. If this follows the game's storyline, then I'm currently hunting down Balthazar's subordinate. I could pay a visit to Gorius and Murius, though of course those treasures are long gone by now. From what I skimmed through in the game, the magic shield is hidden deep within the shadowy darkness. In reality, it's probably sitting at the bottom of a venomous snake pit. So, what that guardian said about Cluis. Ascend and reach for the sun. It might just be a metaphor. If that was the case... Suddenly, Yuan's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Look at that, Korin! The clouds are descending! You're almost touching them! Korin kept climbing and replied, the clouds aren't coming down. The oak tree is growing. It's piercing right through the cloud layer. The higher they went, the fiercer the wind howled and the colder it got. Korin gasped in awe as an incredible sight unfolded before him. A colossal castle emerged, built upon a massive rocky mountain, suspended right in the middle of the clouds. Shortly after, the group finally arrived at the massive gates. Korin carefully observed the structure, estimating the wall to be around 50 meters high and incredibly well maintained. Lunya crossed her arms and pointed out, but it actually looks kind of small. With these proportions, this has to be the stronghold of a giant. It really does look magnificent, though. Yuan quickly reminded them, don't forget what Uskias said. This place is guarded by a giant who protects the sun. Regardless of who's guarding it, we definitely can't just stroll through the front gate. The fruit of the demonic tree is our only ticket inside. Korin flashed a mischievous smirk. All right, let's try knocking. He took a deep breath, cupped his hands around his mouth, and yelled at the top of his lungs, Hey, is anybody home? The cold wind howled around them. They looked like mere ants standing before the towering, impenetrable gates. Suddenly, the massive doors slowly began to open. Korin... Elisa called out nervously. He just smiled back. All right, let's see what we're dealing with. From here on out, we just wing it. Lunia's eyes went wide as a booming voice echoed from within. Who goes there? A colossal hand gripped the edge of the gate, and the giant muttered, Humans? How dare humans set foot in this place? As the gates opened fully, their jaws dropped. Standing before them wasn't just one giant. An entire army of giants emerged from the shadows. Lunia instantly drew her sword, ready for battle. Elisa panicked. Oh my god, they all look incredibly high level. Are you seriously planning to fight them? One of the giants glared down and demanded, Speak! Human, did you bring the key? The beast leaned down, pressing its massive face right up against Korin's. Looking surprisingly calm, he replied, We don't have it. It narrowed its eyes. You don't? Well then, you'll make a fine meal for me. Without another word, it threw a massive punch straight at where Korin stood. Yet, he just calmly raised a hand and stopped it cold. Hold on, Korin continued. We are the Vanguard heroes, officially recognized by Lord Uskias. Taking a knee, he explained, Very soon, our master, the one who rules over all, will bring the red fruit of the phantom tree here, the giant demanded. And just who is this master of yours? Korin smiled and answered, Our master is the great hero, Joe Sty. A wicked grin flashed across his mind as he thought, If we don't have them, I'll just use the name of the guy who actually owns those phantom fruits. He pointed back at Yuan and added, We have also brought a druid here to act as the sage's representative. Caught completely off guard, her face turned pale as she blurted out, Wait, a druid? Me! The giant leaned in uncomfortably close, staring her down with deep suspicion. Recognized by Savin and Findia, you say? Yuan had no idea how to explain herself, so she just let out an awkward, nervous laugh. Ha ha ha. About that. Korin quickly leaned in and whispered in her ear, Do it! Do that thing! Yuan immediately raised her staff, channeling her magic. The staff began to glow brilliantly as mystical branches sprouted from it. After muttering a quick incantation, a massive, towering green figure with 5 distinct circles on its head materialized, staring down the giant. This was the Wickerman. Still, the giant peered down at him and said, A druid who knows of the red phantom fruit and commands a Wickerman. It's not unthinkable for someone like that to represent Uskias. But what about the key? Catching on instantly, Korin smoothly replied, I know we can't claim the sun without the red phantom fruit. However, our hero insisted that giving advance notice to the great giants is only proper etiquette. Hearing this, the giant broke into a pleased smile. Fair enough. The massive doors slowly creaked open, and a booming voice echoed out. Very well, subordinates of Joe Sty, I shall welcome you as our honored guests. Before letting them pass, it turned back with a stern warning. But as for the sun... Catching the hint perfectly, Korin bowed respectfully. Of course, that goes without saying. He flashed a wicked, smug grin. See? Easy as pie, right? The two girls standing behind him were completely deadpan, not even bothering to react. Lunia crossed her arms, asking skeptically, was this really your grand plan? He replied with a smooth, confident tone. The real fun starts right now. With a mischievous smirk and calculating eyes, he added, now, we're going to rob this place blind. Just to be safe, I had Lunia and Ewan stay behind to keep watch while we hit the giant's treasure vault. I'm a bit embarrassed to admit this, but in my previous playthrough, petty theft was basically my daily routine. Since the player, Park Sihu, had an infinite inventory bag, the very first thing I did in any stage or area was hunt for the loot. Following closely behind, Elisa asked, Corin, how exactly do you know where the treasure vault is on your very first visit to a giant's castle? He shrugged. Treasures are usually stashed in pretty predictable spots. The real issue is that we need to find the sun sword somewhere in here. Whoa! Right in front of them was a massive chamber, absolutely overflowing with ridiculously valuable, giant-sized gold coins. Strangely though, the ceiling was completely open and there wasn't a single guard in sight. This was because the blade, Cloud Solace, needed to absorb direct sunlight during the day. That's why legend said it could only ever be taken during a solar eclipse, when the sun's power was at its absolute weakest. Elisa immediately chimed in. Well then, couldn't we just steal it at night? He nodded slowly. You'd think so, wouldn't you? Elisa picked up a jeweled sword to examine it, playfully plopped a massive gold crown onto her head, and asked, Do you really think we can find the sun hidden in a dump like this? Corin cautiously peered deeper into the room. And here, I thought this place was completely unguarded. He sighed. Looks like just quietly snatching the sun sword is totally out of the question. Looking at the massive mountain of gold in front of her, Elisa finally understood why there weren't any actual guards. A hen suddenly stepped out from the pile, a ridiculously massive hen. She stared at it, completely bewildered. A chicken? Isn't that a little bite-sized for a giant's dinner? Corin's face dropped in sheer panic. Someone's coming! Hide now! Elisa scrambled in a panic. Wait! Hide where? We're out in the open. A giant suddenly loomed over them, flashing a massive, toothy grin. Oh, my sweet little baby. Is that where you've been hiding? He stood there, staring lovingly at the clueless, oversized chicken. Come here, my precious little darling. Crammed together in a tight, suffocating hiding spot, the two held their breath, pressing tightly against each other so they wouldn't make a single sound. Please, just walk away, they both prayed in their heads. Suddenly, the giant chicken poked its head into their hiding spot, its beady eyes staring directly at them. Yeah, it had definitely spotted them. The bird tilted its head curiously and let out a loud cluck. Corin immediately started stammering in horror. That thing! Elisa frantically shushed him, wildly waving her hands. Shh! Corin instantly clamped his mouth shut. The chicken clucked one more time. Its face squinched up in strain, and then it popped out a massive, solid gold egg right in front of them. Corin stared in pure disbelief. That chicken. Don't tell me this entire mountain of gold was crapped out by that thing. Elisa's face instantly dropped. Crapped out? Really? Could you be any more vulgar? Just then, the giant reached down, scooped up the heavy bird, and aggressively puckered his lips to give it a giant smooch. Aw, you adorable little thing! Come to daddy! Meanwhile, Corin's eyes were practically bulging out of his head. All he could see in that moment was pure, sparkling gold. Damn it, he's taking it away. If I could just swipe one of those golden eggs, I'd be set for life. Elisa quickly elbowed him. Snap out of it. We're here to steal the sun sword, not play around with bird droppings. She let out a long, heavy sigh. Phew, that was way too close. Still staring longingly at the vault, Corin nodded in agreement. Yeah, way too close. One above, one below. The two of them just stared at each other, blushing hard. Corin couldn't help but recall how alluring she looked in that moment. Brother-in-law, my sister isn't here right now. He wondered to himself why on earth was he thinking about that kiss from the other night. Breaking the silence, Elisa asked, Hey, Corin, what do you think about her? He was completely caught off guard. You mean Lunia? She's amazing. I really care about her too. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Care about her? Corin echoed, then went on. I mean, she's a great person, brilliant, kind, and beautiful. What guy wouldn't fall for her? Leaning in closer, Elisa whispered, Is that right? Corin kept his cool. Anyway, let's just keep looking. The solar eclipse is the day after tomorrow. and it'll only last for 2 hours. If we don't make it in time, Sky is going to claim the sun fair and square." Elisa barely paid attention to his warning. She stood up, gazing down at him as the gold coins cascaded off her body. "I see." Suddenly, her eyes widened. "But Corin, there's something really strange." He looked at her confused. "What is it?" "Move over a bit. Think about it. A place that's always bathed in sunlight during the day, but completely out of reach at night." Both of them turned their eyes toward the sky. "Don't tell me. But during the solar eclipse, won't its power be weakened? Does a place like that actually exist?" Today was supposed to be a crescent moon, yet up in the sky, the moon was unnervingly full. The son of Cloud Solace was hovering above the Sky Island, perfectly disguised as the moon. Back in the room, the four of them gathered around in a circle. Ewan crossed his arms. So it's the sun by day, the moon by night, and it's just floating right above the Sky Island?" "It's probably not as far away as the actual sun or moon," Corin replied. "The island's barrier might just be creating a massive illusion. But one thing's for sure. We definitely can't reach it from here." Ewan frowned. "Is there really no way to get up there?" Resting his chin on his hand, Corin sighed. "Right now, probably not. But the eclipse is happening in 2 days. Let's just stay calm and figure this out." Time flew by, and those 2 days vanished in a flash. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to plan. Despite our best efforts, we couldn't find a single way to reach the sky. John Sky and Doom Norris are almost here. In the end, arriving 2 days early was completely pointless. Far below, those two were steadily climbing up, getting dangerously close to the giant's territory. Suddenly, a booming conversation behind them caught Corin's attention. "If it's not Driss, can we eat him?" one giant grumbled. The other quickly snapped back. "Hold your horses, they might be different." The giants of the Sky City were bound by the strict orders of the Sky Colossus, Savan. They were forbidden from attacking and commanded to hand over the sun to anyone bearing the red demonwood fruit. One of the giants grinned wildly. "Once we hand over the sun, we're finally free. As soon as this mission is over, we're climbing down to feast on those puny humans." The second giant chuckled. "Speaking of which, that bastard Doom Norris already prepared a little gift for us, hasn't he? He brought a whole bunch of snakes and toads." Listening in, Corin couldn't help but smile and let out a long sigh. Phew, looks like arriving early wasn't a total waste of time after all. The sun was still hanging high in the sky, and the rivals hadn't figured out a way up yet. But the solar eclipse was fast approaching. The moon was already taking a bite out of the sun. A giant bared his massive teeth. "Savan definitely isn't here. This place is way too cramped for a Sky Colossus." Meanwhile, right outside the gates, John Sky had finally arrived. He threw his arms wide open, grinning greedily. "Man, my heart is pounding like crazy." As the massive gates slowly creaked open, his crew buzzed with excitement. "All right, boys, let's go claim the Sword of the Sun." But before they could even take a single step inside, a frantic voice shattered the silence. "Stop right there! Grab him!" John Sky flinched, suddenly panicking. "Wait, what the hell?" It was Wickerman, clinging desperately to the giant gates as they swung open, staring right at them. A dramatic voice echoed out, leaving John Sky completely dumbfounded. "Oh, my glorious master, the great hero, you have finally arrived." It was Corin, fully in character, holding up the legendary goose that laid the golden eggs. He dropped to one knee, offering it up with deep, fake reverence. "Master, I have carried out your exact orders." John Sky stared blankly at the squawking bird shoved in his face, utterly confused. "Hey, what the hell is going on here?" "You filthy thieves!" A blood-curdling roar shook the ground, followed by a massive blade slicing right through Wickerman. The furious giants stormed out, smashing everything in their path and bellowing, "How dare you steal our treasure?" John Sky screamed, "I'll kill you all!" But suddenly, something made him freeze in his tracks, his eyes bulging out of his head. Corin kept up his ridiculous act. "Oh, the almighty Sky! Oh, great hero! We have successfully stolen the treasure from these brainless giants, just as you commanded." The golden goose was now sitting right in John Sky's hands. How the hell was he supposed to wash his hands of this setup? He stood there, completely bewildered. "Huh? What are you talking about? When did I ever say that?" Corin sneaked a glance back at the raging giants, throwing even more fuel on the fire. "Now, my liege, let us slaughter these lumbering idiots together." Doom Norris finally realized they had been completely played. He immediately started gathering a dark spell in the palm of his hand. Fully provoked, the giant leader roared, "Kill them all!" strip their flesh, and eat them alive. The colossal beasts charged forward, slamming their massive, earth-shattering fists straight into the ground. The close followers trailing behind were snatched up, screaming in agony, "Help me! Don't eat me!" But ignoring their pleas, the giants just tossed them into their mouths, roaring with laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! I'll devour Junskiraki!" But suddenly the monster froze, as if it were choking on a bone. To the sound of music, purple snakes burst from its mouth, accompanied by plumes of black smoke. Dong shot a furious glare back at Korin, visibly disgusted. In stark contrast, Korin burst into a maniacal laugh, relishing the moment in his mind. "No one can stop me. Not you, not Junesky, not Balthazar. No one. If I can't have the Cloud Solace, I'll reduce it to ashes." Ewan, running at the rear, muttered coldly, "Just let them slaughter each other. It'd be better if they both died." Lunia shot him a side glance, asking, "Have you no shame?" "Korin." As the group dashed downward, Korin shot back, "Iman, I've never known the meaning of shame." Lunia looked confused. "Who is Imohan?" Alisa sighed, explaining, "She means you, big sister." She pulled out a small handkerchief, handing it to Korin. "Wipe your face. I can't even stand looking at my own fiancée right now." "How pathetic." Alisa asked him worriedly, "But what if Junesky slaughters all those giants and gets his hands on the sun?" Korin nonchalantly wiped his face, replying with that same sinister grin, "It doesn't matter. Once we hit the ground, I'll chop down all the oak trees." Hearing this, Ewan finally realized the main character's true, ruthless nature. "You're not just a villain, you're a monster." Korin, leading the way in high spirits, just smirked. "Only the victors get to write history." "Ha ha ha ha. Sure, grabbing the solace would be ideal. But if I chop down the tree first, I can trap the king's 2 lapdogs on that sky island forever. Everything is going exactly as I planned." Suddenly, he paused. "Wait, is there something down there?" Lunia hurriedly spoke up. "Hold on, what is that?" It felt as if they were trapped inside another dimension. No way! The piercing hum of twin swords, echoing like metal forged in the bitter cold and baptized in the boiling blood of death matches. Standing right before them was a terrifyingly familiar figure, gripping his twin blades, oozing a sinister, bloodthirsty aura. It was none other than the Sword Demon. His glowing, blood-red eyes locked onto Korin's group, and he let out a twisted, thrilled chuckle. Their path was blocked by their opponent from the previous unfinished battle, the one interrupted before a victor could be decided when Dung and Junsky's group showed up. Lunia stepped up, unsheathing her blade with fierce resolve. "I'll handle him." She unleashed her body aura. Her entire figure and blade became cloaked in dense black mana, with jagged streaks of lightning crackling around the steel, a display of absolute power. The Sword Demon charged, but to her sheer bewilderment, he completely bypassed her. Was she just ignored? She whipped around, glaring at his back. Is he trying to take out the domain users first? The Sword Demon. He was the man destined to become the king's strongest swordsman in the legend of Hero Ahan. He ignored the vanguard entirely, making a beeline straight for Korin. But right now, he was nothing more than a mindless monster, completely detached from the impending destruction of the world. Korin immediately drew his spear, channeling every ounce of his strength toward the incoming threat. If that's how it is, I'll have to rely on the power of the precepts for this clash. Poison Dragon Strike! The spear tip and sword clashed, erupting in a blinding explosion of gold and purple light. Then came his second move, crescent arcs of razor-sharp sword aura, slicing violently through the air. Moves 3 through 7 chained together in a blinding blur, ruthlessly targeting Korin's vitals. It was an onslaught he simply couldn't parry. Finishing his devastating combo with the unrivaled 8-strike stance, the demon dashed behind Korin, a sadistic grin stretching across his face. Korin just stood there frozen as blood erupted from his body. Before he could even process the damage, a bone-crushing blow slammed into his ribs. The agonizing pain sent his head spinning, forcing a pained gasp from his lips. The sheer kinetic force sent him flying like a rag doll. Alisa instantly gripped her sword, screaming his name in panic. "Korin!" But before she could jump in, he yelled out, stopping her in her tracks. "Don't come any closer!" Korin winced, gritting his bloody teeth. "In battle, you only ever look forward." With a furious roar, he locked his gaze dead onto the Sword Demon, bracing to counterattack. But the monster had already vanished, materializing right behind Alisa. "Get out of the way!" Korin roared in warning. When a domain collapses, the secondary effect follows, moving just a half step slower than the domain itself. Lunia tightened her grip on her blade, hissing, "You dare look down on me?" In the blink of an eye, she flashed in front of the group, glaring daggers at the demon. "How dare you turn your back on me?" She was the proud Lunia Aiden, pseudo-domain slash. When operating outside of a domain, Lunia's raw combat prowess easily outclassed Korin and Alisa combined. Even the sword demon would struggle to take Lunia head-on outside a domain. Yet, invoking a pseudo-skill once again, the demon locked his dead, hollow eyes onto her. Her pseudo-domain slash completely lost its edge against the harsh reality. A true domain, where stepping into it just once was overwhelming enough. And yet, he actually dared to force his way inside twice in a row? Lunia was left utterly stunned by the sword demon's monstrous stamina. It was the exact same technique that had decimated Korin moments ago. The unrivaled 8-strike stance. It suddenly clicked for Lunia. Once again, he's targeting the domain user, not me. She kept her eyes glued to his movements. The second this domain collapses, I'll use that half-step delay to cut him down for good. But my sister can only parry a maximum of 3 strikes once the domain breaks. Frustrated, Lunia clicked her tongue, glaring at him with intense killing intent. But the sword demon was unfazed, completely locked onto his prey with a sick, euphoric smile. A sickening crack. The blade shattered, and blood sprayed into the air once again. Alisa just stood there, her eyes blown wide, completely failing to process what had just happened. The terrified girl let out a breathless whimper before crying out, "Big sister!" Lunia had flashed in at the very last second, taking the brunt of the attack. She had drawn her secondary blade, her other hand death-gripping the demon's arm. But in the chaos, it was impossible to tell exactly whose blood was pooling on the floor. Lunia's arms shook violently against the demon's overwhelming physical strength. "Damn this domain," she muttered through gritted teeth. With a swift flick of her wrist, she reversed her grip on the short sword, plunging it down into him with absolutely everything she had. Caught off guard, the sword demon threw his head back, shrieking in pure agony. But then, completely snapping, he lunged forward like a rabid beast, sinking his teeth violently into Lunia's shoulder as Alisa watched in absolute horror. "Let go of her!" Alisa screamed, rushing in and swinging her shattered blade to free her sister. The sword demon leaped backward, leaving a bleeding Lunia to collapse to her knees. Alisa cried out anxiously, "Sister, please!" But she was met only with ice. Lunia yanked her hand away and snapped, "Let me go! This is no time to be worrying about me." Her gaze was fierce and unwavering as she warned, "Once you step onto the battlefield, never look back. You foolish little sister." The moment the words left her lips, Lunia collapsed into Alisa's arms. "Sister, wake up!" she cried out in sheer panic. The young girl's mind was an absolute mess, swirling with endless questions. Standing right in front of her was the dreaded sword demon. Alisa thought in despair, How are we supposed to fight a monster like that? Suddenly, the chanting of a spell echoed through the air, followed by a familiar, blinding blue light. The Wickerman, summoned by Ewan, loomed right behind the sword demon, staring down at him with its massive frame. Ewan stepped forward and yelled, "Alisa, run, now!" She stared in shock. The Wickerman? But how did she summon it twice without a sacrifice? Meanwhile, the towering entity brought its colossal hand crashing down. It reached out to crush the sword demon. Seeing no way to dodge, the demon raised its blades and unleashed a devastating dual sword ultimate technique. The demonic twin dragon fang. 2 blazing red dragons erupted from the blades, tearing straight into the Wickerman. The destruction of her summoned beast triggered a brutal magical backlash. Ewan clutched her chest and violently coughed up blood. Witnessing this, Alisa froze in absolute horror. Everyone had fallen right before her eyes. The terrifying reality shattered the young girl's courage, leaving her trembling and desperate to run away. But the sword demon wasn't finished. He stomped the ground, launched himself into the air, and plummeted straight toward Alisa. As the last one standing, she frantically raised her sword to block the incoming strike. She told herself she couldn't run away. Not now. Right behind her lay her 3 injured comrades. Meanwhile, Korin struggled to pull out a healing potion, cursing through gritted teeth. "Damn it." Ewan lay weakly on the ground and asked with concern, "Korin, are you holding up?" He replied, "I am fine. Take care of Lunia first." Korin knew his body could regenerate if given enough time, but under these desperate circumstances, surviving felt almost impossible. While his mind raced to figure out a way to overcome the massive gap in power and speed, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. "Well, hello there. Don't you look absolutely pathetic?" He was plummeting from above, accompanied by colossal giants free-falling right behind him. He grabbed Korin by the head with a sinister grin. "Hey, you really shouldn't be worrying about them right now." With a massive crash, Jun Sky smashed through the tree trunks and landed heavily on the ground right in front of Yuan. Dusting himself off, he burst into maniacal laughter. Jun Sky locked eyes with Korin and sneered, "So, you are the little brat who killed PM. Let's see what you are really made of." Korin smirked back and spat. "You son of a bitch. Thanks for the opening." Suddenly, a system window popped up in his vision. Backup system activated. Checking precepts. His hand began to glow brightly as he pointed it toward the sky, a confident smile still plastered on his face. Answering his call, a spear shot down from the branches above at lightning speed. It whizzed mere inches from Jun Sky's face. Despite his heavy injuries, Korin unleashed the boundless heavenly spear strike, instantly shredding the massive snakes wrapping around him into bloody pieces. Without missing a beat, he drove the spear deep into a massive tree trunk, casually sat on it, and let out a heavy sigh. Jun Sky's mocking voice called out, "Whoa, quite the performance there." Korin glared at his enemy hovering on the opposite branch and asked, "According to the pact, we aren't supposed to be able to attack each other, right?" Jun Sky tipped his hat off and chuckled. You are absolutely right about that. And if we break the rules, our heads will explode, and we die on the spot." As he spoke, his head began to glow. Small spheres bubbled up from his skin, and boom, his head blew clean off. But that is merely a minor inconvenience. Honestly, whether it is the quest, the riddles, or who gets their hands on the Sun Sword first, none of it really matters. His head aggressively regenerated. He put his hat back on and glared at Korin with pure bloodlust. "I just need to kill you all and take it for myself?" Korin clenched his fists, thinking for a moment before flipping him the bird with a cocky grin. "Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing." Unleashing the blood spear art, dozens of crimson spears violently pierced through, completely obliterating Jun Sky's body. Right at that moment, the two girls who were lagging behind finally caught up to the scene. Marie frantically called out, "Korin, are you okay?" But thanks to his insane regeneration, Jun Sky's chilling voice echoed through the forest once more. "What the hell is that?" The sudden voice made Marie flinch in pure shock. He dropped down right next to the two girls and tilted his head. "Oh? Are these your little friends?" The terrified girls screamed in unison. "Get away, you freak!" Without wasting a second, Korin dove from the tree and delivered a brutal flying kick straight into Jun Sky's back. Seeing him jump into danger, both girls fearfully cried out his name. Korin glanced back at them and shouted, "Don't worry about me. Get to higher ground now. Move." Jun Sky stared at him with a twisted grin. Playing the hero for your friends, are we? But I am genuinely curious. As the Pope, you must already know the truth, don't you? My master could grant you absolute power, anything your heart desires. So why on earth are you fighting us?" Korin stood his ground and replied fiercely, "BM Dun Norris, you, and Banta too. Your entire twisted ideology is dead wrong. What is the point of becoming a god if there is nothing left but a ruined, empty world? As for the reason I am going to crush every single one of you, it is simple, really." The system's precepts began to glow in his vision. First, precept: never abandon the innocent when they face despair. Second precept: acknowledge the cries of the soul. Third precept: the sacred vow: I will save this world. The resilient warrior's regeneration rate has increased by 120%. Pain tolerance maximized. Domain comprehension fully unlocked. The hero, Korin Locke! A blinding majestic light erupted from his body, blazing as brilliantly as the sun itself. Strike down the evil and save the world! Even facing this overwhelming power, Jun Sky maintained his creepy smiling facade. Korin's voice boomed with authority. "You are nothing but a loyal dog to the Beast Emperor, Jun Sky." And with those final words, he drove his spear ruthlessly down into his enemy's chest. I have to see myself win. Looking back to that day, just as the sword demon gripped his twin blades, a voice echoed from above. Shrouded in the night, a dark silhouette atop the mountain peak glared down at him, calling him a monster. That man was the Sword Emperor. The old man smirked, declaring, "That sword belongs to me." Bathed in the light of the crescent moon, those words were something he simply couldn't accept. Leaping into the air, he spread his arms, unleashing a terrifying murderous aura. Why teach me the sword, then? He wondered, crossing his twin blades before bringing them crashing down. But this time was different. His opponent was Elisa, a seemingly inexperienced young girl he had underestimated and saved for last. She raised her blade to block the heavy strike, letting out a stifled grunt from the sheer impact. With just that single strike, he obliterated everything in his path. I wonder if that old man knows, he thought to himself, that the sword wasn't the only thing I inherited. The overwhelming presence the old man carried into every battle, the sheer weight of his blade, his physical might, and that profound sense of disappointment and boredom that came with absolute superiority. Raising his weapons, the sword demon conjured phantom blades practically overflowing with raw power. He knew it deep down. Even with his immense power, he still couldn't even touch that old sword emperor. Because of that, he vented his frustration on every opponent he faced, glaring at them with eyes full of death. And now, unleashing all of his power, he aimed straight for Elisa, pinning her down. The lethal strike closed in. Could this young girl even survive such a desperate situation? A deafening roar echoed out, followed by an explosion that felt like it shattered reality itself. This attack from the sword demon was simply too devastating. Yet, after unleashing it, he caught himself wondering, climbing this tree for days on end, reaching for the heavens, why am I even putting myself through this? Through the thick dust, Elisa was still standing. She stepped forward with an eerie, confident smirk on her face. Her eyes were sharp as knives as she challenged him. "Sword demon, did you really think I couldn't take you down?" Without a word, he let out a guttural roar and lunged, launching a relentless barrage of slashes at her. She raised her sword to block, but the strikes still found their mark. The razor-sharp sword aura tore into her flesh, leaving her battered and bleeding heavily across her entire body. For him, this was completely unacceptable. It stirred up feelings he just couldn't understand. He was the apex predator, rearing back and swinging down with lethal intent, yet his attacks kept getting deflected. His opponent, a frail prey who should have been obliterated by now, was still stubbornly holding her ground. One of his slashes slipped past her guard, snapping her hair tie, yet he couldn't wrap his head around it. Why wasn't she crumbling under his overwhelming presence? Why was she still standing? The truth was, Elisa was using the very techniques she had just learned from her grandfather. Her hands moved like a phantom, deflecting the sword demon's strike step by step. What's more, she was smiling. It looked almost demonic, as if she were somehow reveling in the thrill of it all. A pitch-black blade engulfed in brilliant blue magic. An ultimate strike. Elisa dashed toward him in a flash of blinding light, and for the first time, the demon's blood was drawn. She smirked up at him. "You're slowing down, aren't you?" He let out a confused growl. He could feel that his strength was still overflowing. It hadn't diminished in the slightest. It was just that the prey before him was moving faster. Elisa's dual-wielding Aiden style had suddenly accelerated. She unleashed a relentless flurry of Aiden sword techniques, driving the sword demon back. It had been a long time since he was pushed onto the back foot. Forced back by her twin dragon's heavenly fall and the Aiden style's first sword-falling strike, the cornered sword demon roared out, desperate to break free. He unleashed his aura domain, charging forward with his peerless 8 strikes. The first of the 8 strikes aimed straight for Elisa's neck, while the second and third targeted her waist and legs. The remaining 5 strikes engulfed her tiny frame, knocking the sword right out of her hand. But after delivering that domain-piercing attack, the sword demon felt absolutely no resistance. For the first time, something felt wrong. Elisa's eyes were terrifyingly focused. It was as if she had completely predicted his attack and moved before he even struck. Gripping her sword tightly with both hands, she surged forward. With her mind's eye wide open, she executed the Elisa style, unleashing a chain slash right inside the sword demon's own domain. A razor-sharp trail of light lingered in the air as she dashed past him. The strike carved right through his shoulder, forcing a roar of pain from his throat. That pseudo-domain slash left a massive gash across his flesh, sending his blood spraying into the air. In that very moment, the sword demon finally seemed to realize something the true reason he had made it to this place. Without missing a beat, she launched another technique, Alisa's Corrin style, Lone Dragon's Ascent. He met her attack head-on. To him, the girl standing before him was a kindred spirit, a demonic prodigy entirely captivated by the blade. He had come to this place for the sole purpose of slaughtering her. If I can kill her, he thought, I might finally reach that old monster's level. Crossing his blazing twin blades, he prepared to clash with his first true rival and her radiant blue sword aura. Meanwhile, the two girls who had just arrived were fighting off the approaching giants together. As for the sword demon, he was bored of everything in this world. Everything except the little girl standing right in front of him. She radiated a mesmerizing aura that ignited every ounce of his bloodlust and fighting spirit. In his eyes, Alisa's birth, her life, every single hardship she had endured. It was all orchestrated just for him. In this decisive moment, he channeled every last drop of his strength, radiating a thick, suffocating aura of pure evil. The sword demon knew that right now, he only had one single thought left in his mind: to execute the ultimate slash, the absolute peak of his existence. He locked his hands together, raising his twin blades parallel to each other. What followed was the Aiden Styles Demon Sparrow Strike. In that instant, it looked as if he possessed 1,000 arms. After forming his 1,000-hand stance, the sword demon directed all of his terrifying sword aura straight at Alisa. The massive range of the attack didn't just target her. It tore through the giants charging down at them, and even the giant tree itself looked as though it were being sliced into pieces. As the dust settled, he stood there, looking visibly exhausted. That final strike had consumed nearly all of his remaining power. But suddenly, something didn't make sense. Despite that apocalyptic attack, Alisa was still standing and walking away, right behind him. A single, massive slash had already cut through the horde of giants, and straight through the center of the sword demon himself. The section of the giant tree he had struck also began to slide apart, and every single giant in the area bore a perfectly clean cut right across their necks. They didn't even have time to process what had just happened. As their heads rolled to the ground, a razor-thin line, delicate as a thread, appeared right across the sword demon's face. Could it be? He wondered. Is there truly a realm even higher than my ultimate slash? Alisa stood there, her expression ice-cold, while faint sparks of lightning continued to crackle around her. She stood perfectly still, remembering Lunia's strict warning. Once you step onto the battlefield, never look back. Even Corrin had told her to only look forward when fighting, recalling the countless times she had sparred with her older sister back home and all the bitter failures she had endured. She lowered her head, biting her lip to hold back her tears. Taking a deep breath, Alisa stepped forward, vowing to herself that from now on she would only move forward. Aiden's style, Alisa's variation, Heavenly Sword. The young girl had unleashed a realm of mastery that ordinary people could only ever dream of reaching. The sword demon, an unparalleled grandmaster of his era, had been surpassed in a single, miraculous instant. A single strike that annihilated everything in its path, the ultimate technique known as absolute boundary breakthrough. In his final, fleeting moments, the sword demon finally understood. So, that's how it is, he realized. I only picked up a sword to wait for this very moment, just to be the stepping stone for her. Alisa Aiden. The massive trunk of the severed tree shattered into pieces, crashing to the earth below. Down below, Corrin was having a tough time in his battle against Jun Sky. He grimaced, thinking to himself, man, just climbing up here was hard enough already. Right behind him, the serpentine arm was closing in fast. Corrin quickly swung his spear, slashing right through it. Oh, come on, don't be so dramatic, he taunted, laughing maniacally as he gave chase. Hey, looks like you're already struggling. Jun Sky was hailed by the world as the Beast King. A solitary being of unparalleled strength, he was the endless, pitch-black abyss itself. A terrifying nest for venomous vipers, demonic spiders, and unfathomable, unpredictable entities. As one of the 4 great hidden treasures, he unleashed an endless, overwhelming barrage of attacks against Corrin. A massive swarm of venomous snakes erupted from his body, darting straight for the young man. Corrin turned around, a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. But suddenly, his demeanor shifted. Smirking, he declared, "The soul of a pathetic beast like you isn't even worthy of being my opponent." The round stone embedded in his spear suddenly radiated a dark, menacing aura. It was known as the Death God's Jewel. Its absolute power guaranteed a perfect hit, bypassing all defenses to completely sever the soul from the physical body. In an instant, those spirit snakes rained down from the sky, dropping dead one by one. Yet, Jun Sky remained completely unfazed. "So you're a soul reaper, huh?" he remarked calmly. Smiling, he charged forward once more, taunting, "But hey, I can keep fighting forever without breaking a sweat. What about you? Do you even have enough mana left?" Leaping into the air, Korin shot back, "You talk a big game, but your eyesight is pretty garbage, isn't it?" Beneath his feet, incredibly dangerous specks of light began to materialize. It seemed the Beast King had finally realized what was happening. The only miraculous fertilizer in this world had nurtured a massive oak tree, pushing it all the way up into the azure sky. If that was the case, just how far had its roots, which constantly devoured endless mana, actually spread? This entire vast land, it was all cultivated and nurtured by me, Korin declared. This very place grants me limitless mana. The #1 spearman under the Queen's command, Korin Locke, stood proudly atop his spear, reaping the sweet rewards of his long, hard work. However, Jun Sky's voice suddenly rang out. "I have to admit." His words made Korin's expression drop. The villain flashed a wide, sinister grin. "In my current form, there's no way I can beat you." "How long has it been?" he mused. His entire legion fused together into a single entity. His true form was revealed, a colossal serpent wrapping its massive body tightly around the giant oak tree. This was one of Jun Sky's ultimate forms. Korin looked at him and let out a bitter, helpless laugh. "Okay, now you're just being ridiculous." The great monstrous serpent, the great snake of Fanga. He was even more massive than the trunk of the giant oak itself. Staring down the colossal beast, Korin smiled wryly to himself. This is one of his final forms. There really is no end to this guy. His dark, eerie voice echoed out, "The Queen imprisoned me in the shadows, shoving me into a cramped cauldron, but now she is the one locked away, and her throne sits empty. Like a wolf hunting defenseless sheep, I will devour everything she ever swore to protect. I will swallow the Queen's first spearman whole, along with the final fragment of the goddess Erinua." With those chilling words, he lunged forward, his massive jaws gaping wide to reveal rows of razor-sharp, venomous fangs. Meanwhile, Korin just looked at him with utter calm. "Do you ever stop talking about yourself?" he quipped. Pushing off his spear, he launched himself high into the air, shouting a warning. "I told you, this is my domain!" In an instant, his resonating magic runes activated, cutting right through Jun Sky's deathly aura. Deep cracks formed along the tree trunk, violently bursting with golden light. Korin's voice softly echoed, "Next time, choose your resting place more carefully." Still in his colossal serpent form, a flicker of panic finally hit Jun Sky. What is this? You bastard, are you out of your mind?" It turned out that all the runes Korin had secretly carved into the oak tree during his climb were now activating all at once. Fueled by an overwhelming surge of mana, the entire tree erupted into a raging inferno. The massive body wrapped around the trunk took the full brunt of the blast. "Damn it!" Jun Sky roared in agony. "You created a hellfire like this. Did you really think you'd make it out safe?" Ignoring the villain's frantic screams, Korin was already leaping higher up into the flames. Looking down at the burning serpent, he flashed a mocking smile. "Did you seriously think I came here just to fight you? I came here to take that!" Plummeting downward in unwilling defeat, Jun Sky screamed in sheer agony. "Impossible! The fourth treasure can only be claimed during the solar eclipse." But Korin was already seizing the moment, leaping upward to grab his prize, the Sun Sword, Claus Solus. At this point, whichever side could wield the power of Claus Solus would claim ultimate victory. Gripping his spear tightly, the young warrior declared, "And the one who fails will plummet to his death." Korin looked at the burning runes, letting out a cold laugh. "If you want to live, then start flying." The Beast King kept cursing him out as a bastard while desperately thrashing in the hellfire. Suddenly, a massive wing tore through the billowing smoke and flames, accompanied by Jun Sky's deathly roar calling out Korin's name. He closed in right behind him, bearing razor-sharp fangs and claws. He was no longer a giant serpent. He had morphed into a terrifying dragon, soaring upward to attack Korin right against the backdrop of the sun. A moment later, the two of them chased each other through the clouds, finally reaching the flying castle of the Eclipse Giant, that had plunged everything into darkness. Down below, Marriott was unleashing barrage after barrage of offensive magic against the towering giant. Spotting his arrival, the girls spun around and called out Korin's name. Above them, Jun Sky offered a twisted compliment. "You're holding up pretty well, for a mere human." Korin gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely back at him. "Let's finish this right now," Korin yelled. He was now facing off against the second of Jun Sky's ultimate forms, the mythical arcane dragon. But with his third core fully activated, Korin's all-out full-power strike was absolutely guaranteed to pierce through that very myth. His entire body radiated an intense, murderous aura, his blazing eyes overflowing with sheer resolve. Gripping his spear, Korin thrust with every ounce of his strength straight at the dragon before him. Jun Sky let out a deafening roar. Victory and defeat would be decided in this single strike. First, demonic spear, black void. The deadly weapon drove straight for the beast's body. Suddenly, Jun Sky's eyes shot wide open, as if realizing something. His massive body instantly shrank down. Reverting to a humanoid form with smaller wings, he blurted out, "I fell for it." Korin's spear thrust completely missed, blowing right past Jun Sky. Did he shrink his body just to dodge it? Korin wondered in shock. The Beast King immediately fired out a swarm of snakeheads, threatening his opponent. "Just stand there and watch." Korin frantically swung his spear, slashing the serpents to pieces to neutralize the attack. His face contorted into a heavy scowl. That last move had clearly drained a massive amount of his energy. Jun Sky looked at him and asked, "Do you even know what the condition is to sprout the seed of the red demonic oak?" To think that Korin's absolute full power strike had been completely neutralized so easily. In his hand, he was holding the fruits of the red demonic oak. In the absolute darkness, these sinister seeds absorbed yin energy to sprout. And this very moment, the solar eclipse was the ultimate condition for it to grow. The demonic tree rapidly expanded, shooting upward as if trying to embrace the eclipse itself. In the blink of an eye, its massive trunk spiraled up and completely engulfed the sun. Countless serpents, a horrifying toad the size of a house, 3 vicious dragons, and 3 magical demonic bulls emerged. It was a terrifying assembly of shadow beasts, hellish sealed monsters, and the absolute king of all creeping creatures. Jun Sky transformed into a massive black bull. Completely armed with sacred artifacts, his colossal form seemed to curl around a blinding light radiating from within. His massive hand gripped the blade. It was the Sun Sword. In his monstrous bull form, Jun Sky let out a deafening, thunderous roar of pure excitement. Korin winced, muttering under his breath. To think I'd have to go up against the sun twice. Just my damn luck. Silence fell over the towering walls of the giant's fortress. Korin was blasted through the air, crashing brutally against the heavy stone. The massive impact shattered the wall, sending clouds of dust into the air. Korin lay there, groaning in agony, yet he still managed to carve out a defensive rune. A massive fire erupted behind him. Korin forced himself to sit up, his spear tightly gripped and ready for a fight. Jun Sky stomped forward, bursting into maniacal laughter. "Looks like you've spent all day just pulling off this pathetic little trick, huh? Is this really all you've got?" The moment those words left his mouth, glowing rings of light erupted all around Korin. The flames of hell burst forth. The inferno surged forward, trying to trap and consume Jun Sky in a blazing cage. But the beast merely raised the sun sword. Every single flame was forced to bow before the might of the sun. Jun Sky smirked with absolute arrogance. "Useless!" Korin braced his spear in front of him, gritting his teeth. "Damn it! I can't even buy a few seconds?" Suddenly, the bull slashed down, unleashing a terrifying wave of solar energy from the blade. A massive explosion obliterated the spot where Korin had just stood, sending shattered rocks, smoke, and fire flying in every direction. Thankfully, he had managed to slide away just in time to dodge the lethal strike. But before he even realized it, the massive beast was already looming right in front of him. He swung the giant sword and roared, "Die!" Korin desperately pushed off the ground, leaping into the air just a split second before the blade slammed down. Jun Sky kept swinging relentlessly. "Do you honestly think you can keep running forever?" Korin shot back with a mocking grin. "You're the pathetic one here. You're just a dumb beast swinging a weapon. And that is exactly why the demon sword is in a league of its own." The monster lunged forward, laughing wickedly. "Looks like you're at death's door, brat." Another catastrophic wave of energy erupted from the Sun Sword. Gripping his spear, Korin stood his ground, his domain activated, projecting glowing chessboard squares across the battlefield. Every time his spear clashed against the solar blade, a deafening shockwave shattered the air. The ascending demon clashed head-on with the poison dragon's strike. Yet, despite using his ultimate move, just a single blow was enough to knock the spear right out of Korin's hands. Suddenly, his heart began to glow brightly, as if something inside was awakening. Jun Sky glared down at him, preparing the final blow. In a completely reckless, suicidal gamble, Korin drove a short spear straight through the absolute, indestructible defense of the Zhangshi. Instantly, he pulled his arm back, gathering a massive surge of energy into his fist, and aimed a devastating punch straight at the colossal beast. Dark Mystic 8 Trigram's ultimate fist. Korin unleashed the strike, slamming his fist brutally into Jun Sky's face. The sheer impact of the blow obliterated several surrounding castles. The destructive power was absolutely terrifying. The battlefield was swallowed by a thick cloud of dust and smoke. The winner was still unclear, but a massive broken horn had slammed into the ground. Korin's trembling fist was dripping with blood. He collapsed on top of Jun Sky, coughing up blood. But the monstrous bull just let out a booming laugh, opening its massive jaws to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. Korin lay there, a heavy sense of despair washing over him. This monster! Even after giving it everything I have, I still can't beat it. Meanwhile, the massive Sky City was violently shaking from the shockwaves of their battle. The giants of Sky City were on the move. Once these creatures reached adulthood, they evolved into demons, with even the weakest among them sitting at a pseudo-tier 1 level. They were massive and clunky, but packed an incredible amount of raw physical power. However, facing them were 2 special-grade demons, unleashing a relentless barrage of magical attacks to hold the line. Mary pinned down the giants and desperately yelled, "Warren, hurry up and go help Korin!" Waran grunted in agreement, but her eyes locked onto a colossal shadow looming right in front of her. She threw a heavy punch straight at its face, but it barely even made a dent. The giant merely let out a low grunt, rubbing its face before shooting her a creepy, mocking smile. Yeah, this definitely wasn't going to be easy. There were only 2 girls, but the giants of Sky City numbered up to 50. It was a massive mismatch in raw power. To make matters worse, the giant king standing in the distance was radiating an absolutely suffocating aura. Elisa had already pulled off a miracle, slicing through nearly half of the massive horde in a single strike. But those were just the low-level grunts that had been sent down to chase after Jun Sky. The pseudo-special grade commanders, however, were still standing completely untouched up in Sky City. One of them, wearing a heavy crown, was leaking a terrifying amount of energy. He narrowed his huge eyes, glaring down at the 2 tiny girls standing in his way. In a brutal situation where neither could even guarantee their own survival, escaping this place was downright impossible. Looks like we can't count on anyone else coming to save us anymore. Back to the brutal showdown. Korin lay slumped over Jun Sky's massive head, completely and utterly exhausted. The colossal beast slowly stood up, casually tossing the boy off like a rag doll. Korin crashed hard into the dirt, lying motionless in a pool of his own blood. The indomitable warrior's insane healing factor had finally hit its absolute limit. His wounds were no longer closing, and the reincarnation core inside him felt completely drained of power. He lay there, completely powerless. His body felt as heavy as lead, and his vision was quickly fading into darkness. Korin struggled to lift his heavy head, a bleak thought crossing his mind. Is this it? Am I really going to die here? Suddenly, an illusion of Siu flickered before his eyes. I told you, didn't I? The phantom sneered. The more people a player lets die, the stronger they become. At the very least, I managed to make it all the way to the final battle. But look at you, Siu mocked. You merely crossed paths with one of Tess's subordinates, and you're already dying in the dirt. Right behind the illusion, Jun Sky was slowly raising the blazing sun sword. Siu let out a cold, heartless laugh. Do you finally get it? Everything you've done up until now has been completely meaningless. But Korin shot back with a single, defiant word. Wrong. His instant response made the illusion of Siu freeze in its tracks. He forced himself to speak. Even with all your damn experience, how do you still not get it? Well, I guess that makes sense, because you never actually saw it with your own eyes. The warm smile of our senior, someone who, despite being a vampire, still managed to bring joy to everyone around her. the bright eyes of those kids who finally accepted themselves and are slowly growing up. And even that stubborn idiot, the one who's constantly breaking his own limits, taking it one agonizing step at a time to move forward. The Phantom of Seo leaned in close, whispering directly into Korin's ear. You look like you're in so much pain. Why don't you just give up? You've already done your best, haven't you? But Korin refused to let a mere illusion break him. He forced himself back to his feet, instantly shattering the Phantom into pieces. Rising up against all odds, he declared, if you had actually understood any of that, you never would have chosen the easy way out. Jun Sky snapped his massive head back, completely stunned. You still have enough energy to regenerate? Reincarnation rune. The spear flew back, but he snatched it right out of the air again? Jun Sky raised the spear, sneering, if you want it that badly, come and get it. With that, he hurled the spear straight at Korin. The weapon pierced right through his right shoulder, pinning him to the wall as he screamed in agony. Not stopping there, Jun Sky lunged forward with the sun sword in hand. He slashed down, roaring, it's over. But Korin hadn't given up. He gripped the blade with his bare hands, stopping it dead right in front of his face. The intense heat radiating from the blade sizzled against his flesh, making Korin scream in pain. Solar energy flared out, incinerating his clothes. Korin was in absolute agony. As the Sky City was engulfed in smoke and flames, he lay there, his entire body covered in severe burns. Gripping the sun sword, Jun Sky let out a sigh of relief. He rested the blade on his shoulder and started walking away. But suddenly, he turned back, staring in sheer disbelief. Once again, Korin was back on his feet. Jun Sky grabbed him by the hair, lifting him up and snarling, What? You're still not dead? He casually tossed him into the air. Korin, battered and bruised, went into a free fall. Jun Sky gathered his mana and began to transform, muttering, If I burn you down to the very marrow of your bones, you won't be able to regenerate anymore, will you? He morphed into his dragon form. Seeing Korin still reaching his hand out, Jun Sky scoffed. Even at the very end? You're still reaching for that spear? Then burn to ashes in this flame. With those words, a massive torrent of fire blasted from his jaws, aiming straight for Korin. But what happened next completely defied his expectations. Jun Sky gasped in shock. What? What is this? My flames! They're being sucked in? By the time he realized it, the sun sword was no longer resting on the ground. Using every last ounce of his strength, Korin tightly gripped the sword in his hands. He coughed violently. Wait, when did he carve the reincarnation rune onto the sword? It was exactly when he caught the blade with his bare hands. He had secretly carved the rune right then. Panting heavily, Korin mocked, Huff! Huff! First a snake, then a toad, and now, a bull? Well, you're just a dog of the king anyway. He smirked coldly from behind the blade. What about me, then? He blasted another wave of fire from his dragon jaws, roaring, You absolute pain in the ass! Damn you, just die! Korin aimed the sun sword right at him. In the previous playthrough, Siu and I made it all the way to the final boss, which means we already defeated the king's subordinates, the ones wielding the 4 sacred treasures. So, where did those 4 treasures go? From the palm of Korin's hand, streams of light gathered, burning as bright as the sun itself. That's right, he was the queen's first spear and the only person in this timeline who knew the true power of Cloud Solace. Korin held that immense energy right in his grasp, because the previous master of Cloud Solace was none other than Korin himself. His entire body glowed with blinding light, surrounded by a sea of fire. A system prompt appeared. You have wielded Cloud Solace. Cloud Solace is choosing its wielder. Cloud Solace acknowledges you as the Sun Warrior, the Sun God, Korin Agatlam. Skill acquired. Sunlight. Agatlam receives the sun's blessing as long as it remains present. The dragon's raging flames blasted right through Korin. But right in the middle of that pillar of fire, the blinding brilliance of the sun burst forth. Jun Sky stared at it in absolute terror. He just couldn't comprehend it. A beam of sunlight pierced straight through the dragon's head, setting it entirely ablaze. Korin, his hair now completely white, declared with overwhelming power, This is the second time I've wielded the sun. Still refusing to give up, Jun Sky shifted into his bull form and tried to punch him from behind. Korin effortlessly dodged to the side, muttering under his breath, Kenna, so. The rune-carved rocks began to tremble as a massive ring of fire ignited, completely trapping the two of them. Jun Sky furiously roared, "You bastard! That belongs to me!" But Cloud Solace was already drawing in all the surrounding heat and fire, focusing it entirely onto the tip of the spear. Gathering the pure thermal energy of the sun, the magical flames concentrated all their firepower into one single point. The tip of Cloud Solace glowed fiercely, aiming straight at Jun Sky. Suddenly, the world around them lost all its color. The bull-formed Jun Sky began to fade away, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Slowly, he completely vaporized into nothingness. That single strike was powerful enough to wipe out an entire massive castle. Jun Sky's body turned to ash, scattering into the wind. Korin planted the spear into the ground. "Whether it's 10,000 or a million, bring them all on! I will not stop until I save this world." Korin stood there, radiating absolute pride and dominance. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Warren was struggling to block the devastating attacks of a giant. It swung a massive fist at her, bellowing, "You're the one who hurt my comrades!" Suddenly, from behind, blood-red spikes came flying in. Blood magic, crimson fire counter. The giant panicked and looked back, but it was already too late. Its massive body was skewered by the red arrows, looking like a giant pincushion. Mary and Dioku had arrived just in time to back her up. Mary immediately asked, "Warren, you felt that too, right? Something crazy is going on over on Korin's side." But right now, their own situation was a massive headache. There were still way too many giants in front of them. The enemy numbers were overwhelming, not to mention their leader hadn't even joined the fight yet. Mary suggested, "Then Dioku and I will push forward and clear a path." Suddenly, the giant grunts pointed off into the distance, stammering, "B-Boss! Look! What is that?" Over on the other side, a blinding light shone like a second sun, bringing the blazing heat of hellfire with every step it took. It was Korin, radiating the divine majesty of the sun, holding a miniature sun packed with terrifying energy right in his hand. Faced with that overwhelming power, even their savage instincts forced them to bow down in absolute submission. Under the supreme pressure of the sun, every single giant was forced to their knees in surrender. Warren gasped, "Oh my God!" But when she glanced over, Mary was already gone. She had dashed over and thrown her arms around Korin before anyone even noticed. He was a bit worried for her. She was a high-ranking vampire, and being under this intense sunlight definitely had to be uncomfortable. "Are you okay?" he asked softly. But Mary didn't care at all, tears streaming down her face. "Why does that even matter right now? Why are you so badly hurt? I couldn't live with myself if something happened to you." Just then, Warren walked over, checking on him. "You got pretty banged up, huh?" Korin reached out, gently patting Mary's head, and replied warmly, "Yeah, I'm all right. I'm perfectly fine." He flashed a bright, sunny smile as he spoke. Everything was finally okay. Mary still held on to him tightly, refusing to let go. The three of them stood there in relief, paying no mind to the giants kneeling nearby. His aura settled, and Korin's hair returned to its familiar black. Seeing this, the giants looked up with wide eyes. Korin gave a wry smile and reassured them, "It is all right, guys. Don't be scared." The giants roared to one another, "Kill him. He is completely off guard right now. We can break the power of the sun." With that battle cry, the entire horde charged forward. Korin frowned in confusion. Why isn't the power of the sun working anymore? War replied, "Those bastards, they must have awakened." The giant leader took a massive leap, landing dangerously close to them. Warren panicked. "They are way too fast! We need to hurry!" He leapt to the front, raising his enormous fist to smash them as he roared, "I will slaughter all of you!" Korin screamed for everyone to dodge. As his colossal hand plummeted down, he bellowed, "I will devour every human on this earth and force the rest into slavery." A massive shadow was quickly engulfing them. Korin gritted his teeth. "This is bad. We are going to get crushed!" But out of nowhere, a blinding flash of lightning tore through the air, and the gigantic arm was cleanly severed. The giant leader howled in pure agony. Korin smiled, playfully complaining, "Did you really have to cut it this close, sir?" The old man who had appeared was none other than the Sword Emperor. He stepped forward with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, it seems my old bones really have gotten a bit slow. Climbing all the way up this giant tree with this frail body was no easy feat, you know." Bringing up the clash between the Sword Demon and Elisa, the Sword Emperor offered his highest praise, noting that their battle was truly magnificent. The shockwaves from their fight had put an immense pressure on everyone. He smiled warmly at Korin's group. Go on ahead, young man. Leave these ignorant brats to me. Taking the cue, Korin quickly dashed downwards. Understood. We are counting on you, sir. Korin could not help but glance back, seeing the old man facing down the ferocious army of giants all by himself. The Sword Emperor grinned. That is right. Even though I was late to the party, you can consider this my way of making it up to you. It seems I missed out on quite a spectacular show earlier, but in the end, my blade will put an end to all this misery. A single, masterful slash cleaved right through the horde of giants. Moreover, fighting in such a boundless space truly felt exhilarating to him. He could not help but marvel as his Emperor aura flared brightly across the Sky City, carving a straight path of absolute destruction. It was truly a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Sword Emperor Garanda had made his appearance at the absolute perfect moment. Meanwhile, the three of them were quickly making their way down. Korin spoke up. Once we reach the bottom, there is something we need to take care of. If it had not been for the Sword Emperor, I am afraid none of us would have made it out alive. We absolutely have to repay this heavy debt, but for now, Korin's eyes gleamed with a wild idea. Just to be perfectly safe, let's chop down the damn tree. Hearing this left both girls completely baffled. Thinking back to how they had almost died because of the bastard who raised the sword demon filled him with blinding rage, bringing a classic proverb to mind. A true gentleman can wait 10 years for revenge, but today is payback time. He let out a cold, ruthless smirk. Everything is just karma catching up. It is time. Let's leave that bastard stranded up in the Sky City for a good long while. Without missing a beat, Mary raised her magic staff. All right, if Korin says so, we're doing it. Woran didn't argue either. She channeled her magic and boom, a massive blood-red arrow smashed right through the trunk of the oak tree. The sheer force snapped the tree completely in half. High above, the Sword Emperor seemed to notice. He shot a glare downward, gritting his teeth in absolute fury. He just stood there, glaring at the severed trunk. Just like that, the Sword Emperor's only path back vanished into the clouds. Inside the room, a voice could be heard calling out to him. Right after, Elisa slowly fluttered her eyes open. Someone pushed the door open and asked, "Oh, you're finally awake?" Later that dead of night, Korin was sitting high up in a tree, quietly gazing at the moon. Elisa had stepped outside and spotted him up there. Korin turned to her with a gentle look. "How are you feeling? Are you hurt anywhere?" She walked over, taking a seat beside him. "I'm a bit sore, but I can still move," she sighed. "Honestly, my mind is just a mess right now. When I first enrolled in the academy, I really thought I'd get to enjoy a normal youth. You know, staying up late to goof off, dozing off in class, and just worrying about what to eat for lunch. But instead, I couldn't be further from that kind of normal life. All because of my sword." Elisa tightly clenched her fists. Recalling the sheer thrill she felt while fighting the demonic sword, she murmured, Maybe I've just become too obsessed with the feeling of slaughter." Korin immediately reassured her, his voice warm. "There's absolutely nothing wrong with feeling that way. Destroying evil will always be the right thing to do." Hearing his words, Elisa's eyes widened in surprise. He continued, "What really matters is your faith and the choices you make. Even if you're drawn to the thrill of a life-or-death battle, you would never draw your blade to commit an act of evil, right? This world is full of twisted people, and most of them would definitely make the wrong choice, but not you. Even with all that overwhelming power, all you want is a completely normal life. Because of that, you should be incredibly proud of yourself." Hearing him say that, Elisa's cheeks flushed a deep shade of red. She gently rested her head against his shoulder and whispered, "Promise me something." She looked incredibly cute right then. Under the soft moonlight, romance was definitely blooming in the air. "I might be a bit of a weirdo, but I promise to always stay by your side and look out for you. I never know when I might lose my way, so please, let me keep experiencing these wonderfully normal things with you. On the weekends, we can head into town, grab some snacks, and catch the newest plays. We'll go shopping, grab some coffee, just simple, everyday things like that." Listening to the girl beside him ramble on about all her little dreams, Korin couldn't help but smile happily. "You got it," he warmly agreed. "I'll do all of that with you." Elisa let out a soft, sweet laugh. "That sounds absolutely perfect." And with that, the Sky Island arc officially came to an end. But of course, in the real world, things rarely wrap up so neatly. Meanwhile, back at the Aiden family estate, Corin was dropping a massive bombshell. "Yeah, I know I'm telling you guys a little late," he started. He smiled as if it was the most casual thing in the world. "I'm getting engaged." War and Mary completely froze upon hearing those words. Their jaws dropped in shock. "Wait, what? What the hell did you just say, Corin?" "Engaged to who?" "A classmate, right?" They didn't give him a chance to cut in. Lunia stepped forward and declared, "I am Lunia Aiden. In 1 week, I will be holding an engagement ceremony with my fiancé." Marie stammered in shock. "A lover's fiancé?" Lunia added, "If the eldest daughter of the Dunaref family and the Grand Abbess of the Grand Cathedral of John act as our witnesses, the Aiden family will gladly welcome everyone to the ceremony." Looking at the two naive girls in front of him, Corin thought to himself, "This is surprisingly fun. I should tease them a little more. They're going to panic so much." He immediately chimed in, "That was the exact moment I fell passionately in love with Lunia. Despite her being so young, her unyielding, straightforward nature, I just couldn't help but be captivated." Lunia played along, acting all bashful. "On that night of the full moon, we gave ourselves to each other." Unable to bear hearing any more, Marie stood up abruptly. "I'm stepping out for a bit." She recalled the image of him growing old in the illusion and the 100-year wait she had resolved herself to endure. The way Marie looked at Corin made him feel a bit uneasy. Warren, on the other hand, couldn't handle it at all and burst into tears. "Congratulations. I wish you both happiness sob." Realizing his joke had gone a little too far, Corin frantically tried to explain. "No, Ran, wait. Honestly, all of this is entirely fake." But the fragile little girl didn't even stay to listen. She covered her face, crying as she ran out. Now, completely panicked, Corin muttered, "Crap! How am I supposed to fix this now?" Lunia just stood there, smiling mischievously at the chaos. She brought a hand to her mouth, giggling softly. "And my poor fiancé looked so pitiful as well." In the middle of the moonlit night, Corin wondered, where on earth did those two run off to? "If I catch them, I'm definitely knocking some sense into their heads." He stepped into the bedroom, sighing. "But what if they've run away again? There's no way I can find them right now. I really dug my own grave this time." Suddenly, without him even noticing, Ran had coldly appeared right behind him. Corin turned around, flustered, and asked, "Ran, do you have something to tell me?" The little girl threw off her cloak and lunged at him, replying, "That's exactly right." Corin flinched, completely caught off guard by Warren's sudden behavior. She stepped closer, shoved him onto the bed with a heavy thud, and seriously declared, "Tonight I am sleeping here." Corin felt a wave of anxiety. "Ran, are you okay?" Corin looked at the little girl in front of him, speaking with obvious concern. "You're sounding a bit scary right now." On the bed, the little girl buried her head into his chest and fell sound asleep. Corin looked down at her and whispered, "A kid is still a kid after all. Did she really just want to hold hands and sleep together?" Tonight was a crescent moon, so he considered himself incredibly lucky. Before long, morning came, and the sun was high in the sky. He scratched his head, looking in confusion at the girl sitting in front of him. "Ran... No, wait, it's Hua, isn't it?" "You're up early." The innocent girl tilted her head in confusion. "I don't see it coming." While Corin was still trying to figure out what she meant, Warren continued, "The stork, why hasn't it come yet?" He stretched his arms and replied, "Storks don't really pass through this area. They mostly migrate a bit further up north. They probably only nest up in the northern kingdom. Anyway, let's eat first." Warren's expression immediately soured. Meanwhile, inside the wooden cabin, a fake engagement, you say? Corin, now sporting a bruised eye, smiled bitterly and explained, "I really just wanted to tease her a little, but it seems I didn't think things through. Please pass on my apologies to Ran for me." A female voice chimed in, "Oh well, you honestly put on quite a good show. Things really never go exactly as planned, do they?" Sitting in front of Corin right now was the Hua personality. She picked up a large piece of fish and held a spoonful of rice out to him. "Here, eat up." She didn't forget to gently scold him, "In the future, if something like this happens again, please be more mindful of your actions." Feeling her gentle care, Corin stared at the spoonful of food for a moment, then gave a relieved smile. "All right, thank you. But right now, we need to find Marie. It seems even the Auden family's servants have no idea where she is. If that's the case, the only one who can track Marie down is Dyaku." It was a red dog that was currently barking with its nose smugly pointed in the air. Looking at the mutt, Corin wondered, Why is this guy so loved by everyone? He leaned in and bribed it. If you can track her down, I'll buy you the finest top-grade black beef from Namsan. So, where do we find Marie? Come on, help me out a bit here. In response, Dyaku coldly pulled out a property statement and gave him a mocking, smug grin. Korin cursed under his breath. How the hell is this damn dog richer than me? I've been risking my life working my butt off, so how am I poorer than a dog? After being utterly mocked and looked down on by a literal puppy, Dyaku finally revealed Marie's location, the main estate of the Aden family, specifically the guest house in the alley at the end of the street. Once his senior found out the whole truth, she was so embarrassed that she stayed hidden, fiercely kicking her blankets for quite a while. Marie, completely rolled up in her blanket without showing her face, called out his name. She continued softly, I have always trusted whatever you say, Korin. I've never doubted you. Even if you told me you'd give me mountains of gold and silver, I'd believe it. Even if you said a meteor would strike tomorrow, I'd still believe it. Marie threw off the blanket, looking captivatingly vulnerable, with tears in her eyes. So, Korin, you absolutely must never lie to me, okay? Deep down, despite being heartbroken, she thought to herself, well, no matter how this ends, 100 years from now, he'll still be mine anyway. All the girls harboring secret crushes on Korin had already found out that his engagement to Lunia was a fake. Realizing their dates were just a smokescreen for the public, they breathed a huge sigh of relief, able to let go of their jealousy and put their hearts at ease. Well, everyone except for one person, Arisha, Lunia's younger sister. She couldn't help but wonder to herself, why on earth am I even here right now? Thinking back, there had been this lingering, weird tension ever since the beginning of the semester. Arisha wondered if it started during the battle against the Black Sword, or the serial murder case in the City of Mist. Or maybe it was the moment he promised to stay by her side. What exactly is this relationship between Korin and me? While she was lost in her chaotic thoughts, Arisha's eyes suddenly went wide. Lunia was leaning over Korin, looking exactly as if they were about to kiss. While Korin was still confused by her sudden proximity, Lunia softly whispered, We have an audience. Let's act a little sweeter, shall we? He immediately took the initiative, grabbing Lunia's hand, and blurted out, Your hands are pretty rough, aren't they? She replied with a hint of shyness, These aren't exactly beautiful hands by normal standards. Korin gently caressed her hand and shared his honest thoughts. But I think they're absolutely gorgeous, Lunia praised, offering a gentle reminder. You're really sweet, but your situational awareness right now is just terrible. Korin looked completely confused. Situational awareness? Did I miss something? Lunia rested her hands on her hips, glanced at the next table, and said, It's nothing. Everything's fine now. You go on ahead. He asked in surprise, Did you not enjoy our date? Her lips parted to speak, but instead she turned to look at him, giving a soft smile that radiated sheer, elegant beauty. You're so sweet that I'm thinking I should just make you mine right now. Not a bad idea at all, my dear fiancé. On the day of the engagement ceremony, countless guests arrived, dressed in their most glamorous attire. Surrounded by women in the region's traditional garments, the bride, Lunia, made her entrance in a pristine white dress. The crowd was absolutely captivated, showering her with endless praise for her breathtaking beauty. Walking side by side with Korin, upon hearing him call her gorgeous, she whispered, You really know how to make a woman happy. He immediately replied, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I'm not just sweet-talking you. The MC announced that the engagement ceremony between Korin Locke and Lunia Aiden had officially begun. Amidst the roaring cheers of the guests, he supported Lunia's waist, gently dipping her back. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Hold on! Hearing this, Korin flinched slightly, sensing that something was wrong. Elisa stood in the middle of the hall and shouted, I object to this engagement. Tears welled up in the young girl's eyes, looking like she was about to burst out crying. A memory surfaced from their childhood, of Lunia holding Alisa in her arms. Hearing someone call her little sister a filthy bastard, she had snapped fiercely. Filthy? Not a chance. Lunia had stood her ground, her voice sharp. This beautiful little angel is my sister. That tiny newborn who once weighed barely over 2 kilograms was now saying, Sis, I've grown so tall. I'm way past 100 centimeters now. One day, I'm going to be a super cool knight just like you. Do you want some honey candy? As more time passed, the little girl grew older, her big, sparkling eyes lighting up as she said, Sis, I'm heading to the academy tomorrow. The child had grown up, though her gaze was more often cast down at the ground rather than looking me straight in the eye. And now, hasn't it been barely half a year since she joined the academy? She had always been so clumsy, never knowing how to take care of herself, and yet, she's truly grown up. Lunia wondered to herself, have you finally made up your mind? She ran over and grabbed Corin, pulling him along, completely ignoring him as he asked, Elisa, what are you doing? Right now, she just wanted him to follow her lead. Lunia's mother panicked, pointing her finger in shock. What on earth are you all doing? Hurry up and go after them! In contrast, Elisa's mother stood by, watching with absolute admiration. Lunia held her head in mock despair, acting as if such a disaster at an engagement ceremony was a massive shock. A woman nearby anxiously asked if she was all right. But before anyone could even process what was happening, another voice called out Corin's name, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. The familiar giant eagle suddenly swooped in. The crowd murmured in confusion, now what? Warren swung down from a rope, extending his hand and shouting, come on, grab on! Elisa sprinted straight towards him. Warren was practically waiting for them, while Lunia stepped up and hugged her mother tight, mostly to keep her from interfering. Elisa bit her lip hard, casting one last look at the crowd, and then firmly grabbed Warren's hand, leaving everyone in absolute disbelief. The giant eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky with the three of them, as they made sure to shout out, see ya! Lunia, meanwhile, put on a brilliant act of being heartbroken. This is too traumatic. I don't think I can look at another man for a while, she gasped. And just like that, the intimate engagement ceremony at the prestigious Aiden swordsmanship clan in the East ended in total chaos. Lunia's true goal had been accomplished. A faint, satisfied smile crossed her lips as she watched them fly away. Up in the cabin strapped to the eagle's neck, Corin's mind was racing with questions. He looked at the girls and asked, okay, seriously, what on earth is going on here? Suddenly, something slipped out of his clothes. It was a letter, one that Lunia had written specifically for him. I'll come to officially sweep you off your feet next time, my sweet fiancé. Elisa clung to his shoulder, a bright smile on her face. My sister knew everything all along, didn't she? Corin nodded. Yeah, she did. But in the end, I've managed to gather some truly reliable comrades for this new journey. Mary turned around and asked, so, Corin, where are we heading now? He loosened the bow tie around his neck and replied, we'll just keep moving forward, exactly like this. Corin smiled, knowing full well there was still a mountain of work ahead of them. And just like that, our little vacation from the academy to the east came to a close. Meanwhile, at the grand clock tower, darkness had fallen, a cycle of night that had repeated who knows how many times by now. It was the third night already. A cloaked figure was mercilessly slaughtering the shadowy black souls. From the darkness, an eerie voice rang out, why are you smiling? Erin casually cast her blazing underworld flame, replying smoothly, is there any reason I shouldn't be smiling? The intense flames incinerated the dark spirits, reducing them to agonizing, blood-curdling screams. The Grim Reaper's voice echoed out, the undead king's army is growing stronger by the second, while you are rapidly approaching your own limits. If you fail to keep your promise to purify this place, that boy's life will come to an abrupt end. The deadline is closing in. Doesn't that worry you at all? Erin gracefully touched down onto the ground. The Reaper continued, on the contrary, you actually seem to be enjoying this. She broke into a gentle smile, her cheeks flushing with a soft, rosy tint. Of course I am, because this means Corin will be coming back very soon. Meanwhile, the razor-sharp blade pressed dangerously close to Corin's neck, finally forced him to throw in the towel. I yield. You win, he conceded. Erin immediately offered her critique. Well, it's obvious you've been training relentlessly. Your fundamentals are incredibly solid. With her sharp eyes, she quickly noticed something else. It looks like you've been heavily focusing on mastering the 8 trigrams. Is there any special reason for that? She asked. Corin simply shrugged. Out of all the martial arts manuals in the library, it was just the first one that caught my eye. Erin kept pressing him with questions. So, why exactly did you choose the spear? Corin answered with sheer excitement. I heard that spears are way easier to use than swords. Hearing that, Erin glanced back at him. Very practical. Corin honestly confessed. Since I'm learning anyway, I'd rather learn your spearmanship than just the 8 trigram spear. But Erin shut him down without hesitation. No, that technique would completely devour the soul of a student like you. Korin, spend at least another 6 months mastering the 8 trigram spear first. Hearing those words instantly crushed his spirits. The secret manual of the final boss Balthazar, the 6 Harmonies Spear. When Korin mentioned wanting to learn it, Shu introduced him to someone special. But there was just way too much to learn. Over a month had passed, and he still hadn't seen any real progress. He couldn't help but envy Shu, who just had to open a skill panel to instantly cast grand magic. But as Korin tightened his grip on his spear, he reminded himself that jealousy wouldn't solve a damn thing. With a renewed burning determination, Korin grinded through his daily training, improving bit by bit. His goal was incredibly simple: just keep moving forward. Every sharp thrust of his spear carried an intense power. Merging the 7 basic stances with the 8 forms, Korin aimed for something even greater, something far beyond the ordinary. Night had already fallen. In the dead of silence, only Korin's heavy, exhausted panting could be heard. I finally did it. Then one day, Eren gently held up his bruised and battered hands. He had succeeded in just 2 months. She was absolutely stunned. And here, I thought even 6 months would be way too short for you to master this spearmanship. Suddenly, her tone shifted, carrying a heavy weight as she asked, "Why exactly do you want to become so strong? If it's just about raw power, Shu alone is more than enough." But Korin firmly believed that even the greatest heroes needed someone to watch their backs. "I should at least be strong enough to fight by his side and pave the way," he continued. "But most importantly, if I get stronger, fewer people will have to die." Hearing those words, Eren's heart genuinely skipped a beat. "You really are?" She couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Such a kind-hearted kid. Korin just flashed a bright, happy smile. "It's nothing special, really," he replied modestly. A warm, fond smile tugged at the corners of Eren's lips. "All right, let's recap. During the chaotic incident at the Magic Tower, the rogue mages allied with the dark forces to shatter Eren Danua's protective shell. Once that shell faded, Eren stepped into the real world, sealing her fate, a scripted death that was always meant to happen. Before the end, Eren passed down her burning will to protect the world to the player, and then the ultimate secret, the treasure of Danua, was finally unlocked. It was the most critical event of the entire chapter, a devastating tragedy that a mere player was completely powerless to stop. Korin knew the lore perfectly, yet feeling her warm hands holding his, listening to her gentle voice, it hit him hard. Someone this incredibly kind is destined to die? Knowing her tragic fate, seeing her beautiful smile, Korin's heart grew incredibly heavy. He couldn't bring himself to smile anymore. Suddenly, Eren stopped walking and softly asked, "You know the history between me and Tates, don't you?" Korin nodded. "Yes, I do." She had passed down absolutely everything to her direct disciple, Tates, including the 6 Harmonies Spear. But from the lore Korin had gathered, Tates' ultimate goal was the descent of paradise, which literally meant the total destruction of this world. In the end, she had refused to teach him the final step of her legacy. It was undeniably the absolute worst failure of her entire life. With a heavy sigh, Eren began to open up. "I hesitated, and I questioned myself endlessly," she murmured. "I've experienced so many bitter failures, and heaven knows I haven't always made the right choices." Then she suddenly called out his full name. "Korin Lork!" He flinched, completely caught off guard. Before he could process it, Eren declared in a clear, resounding voice, "Are you willing to officially take me, Eren Danua, as your master?" Korin froze in absolute silence. This was it. The exact cutscene and dialogue that every single player of the game, Heroic Legend of Arhan, knew by heart. He knew this was an ultra-rare event, one that could only be unlocked by maxing out hidden requirements and accumulating enough good karma. A quest strictly meant for the main character. Swallowing his shock, Korin answered with pure sincerity, "Yes, I would be honored to call you my master." At that very moment, all his game knowledge just completely faded away. None of it mattered anymore. Eren looked into his eyes and gave him a powerful piece of advice. It's okay to fall, as long as you have the courage to stand back up. It's okay to fail, as long as you succeed the next time. It's okay to cry, as long as you laugh even louder afterward. She pulled Korin into a warm, tight embrace. Hold fast to your justice, keep your faith, and walk the true path of righteousness. Then she gently kissed his forehead, I bestow upon you the blessing of the goddess." Because of that profound bond, Korin knew he would never, ever forget the warmth of that exact moment for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, in Nasri, the city of the dead, a horrific night of slaughter had been looping endlessly for 300 years. However, the undead king's army was slowly, terrifyingly, growing stronger with every cycle. The fragile balance that had held the city together for 3 centuries was finally reaching its breaking point, and Eren was now facing a massive crisis. Tonight was the third night. If this cycle continued unchecked, the undead king Jeru would fully ascend into a true lich. This time, the situation was insanely critical. But right at that desperate moment, a familiar voice rang out. "I've already taken care of Jeru." Korin stepped forward to reassure her. "There's no need to panic. We still have plenty of time." He flashed a wildly confident grin. "I came here to save you." You see, the brutal truth was that if the undead King Jeru was killed, the city's time would forcibly rewind by 3 days, instantly erasing the massive undead army he had created in the process. It would be as if the nightmare had never even happened. The population of Nasri was a staggering 1.2 million people. And worse, if that undead horde ever managed to escape the city walls, the entire continent would be wiped out. To prevent that apocalypse, his master had made a desperate pact with the god of death. By day, it was a perfectly peaceful city, but by night it morphed into a terrifying city of the dead, completely overrun by the undead. That hellish loop could repeat for all eternity. The only way to break it was to hunt down all the undead bosses within 3 days, culminating in the death of the undead king himself. Putting the pieces together, Korin realized the horrifying truth. To make that happen, his master had literally split her own soul in half. The soul left in this city was completely cut off from her main body's memories, forced to suffer through this agonizing 3-day death loop for 3 solid centuries. But Jeru had finally started catching on to the loops, and the fragile seal was on the verge of collapsing. Because of that, Korin struck his own high-stakes deal with the god of death. He swore that within 6 months, he would completely purify Nasri once and for all. Now, with the 6-month time limit coming to a close, he and Eren had lived through this loop 3 times. By night, they battled hordes of the undead. But by day, life went on. They spent their peaceful moments side by side, reading books, enjoying plays, and watching movies together. And now, the final hour was upon them. Eren confessed with absolute sincerity, "Thanks to you, I've truly been happy." But Korin couldn't help but wonder. "You've seen all this for 300 years. Don't you ever get bored?" Eren smiled, realizing that experiencing things alone and sharing them with someone else were completely different. Korin felt just as happy. "I'm just glad you had fun," he replied warmly. "Though it is a bit of a shame we didn't get to visit that one top-tier restaurant." To Eren, a place didn't need to be fancy to be special. "As long as I'm eating with my future student, anything tastes amazing," she thought. At that thought, Korin hesitated for a moment. "Eren, about tonight." Eren cut him off. "Tonight, we purify Nasri and put an end to this eternal night once and for all, right?" Korin gently followed up. "Yeah. According to your theory, we can pull this off." He reminded himself that he had already tested it out with Pak Parhu before. It was bound to work this time, as long as nothing got in their way. Seeing her tense, he offered some comfort. "So please, don't pressure yourself." He flashed a bright smile. "Like I said before, I'm just here to fulfill your wish. All you have to do is grant me one little wish once this is all over." Eren blinked in surprise. "A wish?" She gave him a knowing look. "My sweet student, could it be—" Right at that moment, a massive shockwave shattered the space around them. After 3 years of regression, Jeru had awakened the primal runes, and through countless deaths, he had finally found his answer. Based on his visions, by placing 2 ancient runes at the front and the back of this place, the paradise of the dead would persist forever. Corrupt the primal runes! The time loop of Nasri was finally broken, and the demonic energy radiating from the city multiplied exponentially. The villain was absolutely ecstatic. Finally, it's a success. Jeru had evolved, unleashing continuous waves of suffocating dark magic, and the mastermind behind this entire nightmare was none other than the undead king, the Lich. He shrieked, his voice grating on their ears. "Die, you wretched witch! This time I'll tear your flesh to shreds, defile your corpse, and even your very soul will never escape my grasp. Over at the combat zone where the priests were stationed in Nasri Crew, a man stared in absolute horror at the scene unfolding. What the hell is going on? Panic set in completely. All the undead from the monitored sectors were swarming toward a single location, something that had never, ever happened before. The true undead king was summoning every last walking corpse in the city. This was an endless, apocalyptic march of the undead. Meanwhile, in another sector, Corin threw his own body on the line to block a massive falling boulder. Aaron frantically called out to him, "Are you okay?" Even she was caught entirely off guard. Sure, unexpected variables pop up from time to time, but I have never seen anything like this. We need to take cover first and figure out a plan. Corin nodded in agreement. Right. But suddenly, a relentless surprise attack rained down on them. Lightning burst! Thankfully, Corin managed to block the strike just in time. But then came another lightning burst. He gritted his teeth, pushing back with all his might. This isn't over! The situation was escalating into an absolute disaster. Corrosive blight! Domain of the dead! Corin looked around in dread. The sky was violently tearing open with lightning, and the very ground beneath them was flooding with lethal poison. The attacks were pouring in without an end in sight. Assessing the chaos, Aaron came to a grim conclusion. It looks like Juru has fully transformed into a lich. If that's true, then within this city, his mana is practically limitless. "Keep moving! Do not stop!" she yelled. Just as she spoke, a pack of mid-tier demonic beasts, hellhounds, spawned out of nowhere. To make matters worse, a brutal Tier 6 trap triggered right under them. That was the final straw. Corin was officially pissed off. Seeing the stance he was taking, Aaron screamed in terror. "Do not use a flying skill! If you lose your footing in the air!" But Corin tuned her out. He activated a hardening rune, immediately chaining it with a wind rune technique. With a single, explosive launch, the sheer force felt like it was going to shatter the very space around them. Aaron couldn't help but smile in awe. Damn, he's strong. Corin's relentless assault finally forced the undead king to step onto the battlefield himself. "You slippery little rats!" the lich roared, instantly firing off a devastating 10-hit combo of lightning bursts. "Just die already!" he cackled, his manic laughter echoing out. But suddenly, his laughter choked in his throat. He stared in absolute disbelief. "Impossible! My lightning bursts! They're vanishing!" "You've spent 300 years only scurrying around in the dark. Did you forget?" Corin mocked. "Well, open your eyes wide and take a good look." The undead king froze like a statue. "No! It can't be!" That hauntingly familiar voice rang out across the battlefield. That's right. Corin had invoked a skill that directly connected him to the sun, temporarily manifesting the absolute power of light. "Let me remind you," Corin declared, "this is the power of the sun." The undead king scoffed, his voice dripping with venom. "The sun, you say?" He burst into a maniacal fit of laughter. "Don't make me laugh. How could trash like you suddenly conjure that kind of monstrous power?" Following his outburst, the undead king launched a full-power assault, unleashing a massive barrage of lightning bursts. Arrogantly believing himself to be an untouchable god, he sneered, "Do you honestly think you stand a chance against me?" The undead king completely unleashed the dark mana festering within him. "The infinite mana of the blood moon protects me." The undead horde surged forward at his command. But suddenly, his sinister glare shifted into pure confusion. Ancient runes began glowing violently across the ground beneath him, sending him into a sudden panic. "Ancient runes?" The undead king gasped in terror. How the hell do you possess so many ancient runes?" And at that moment, Corin finally spoke. "You're right. Power like this doesn't just appear out of nowhere. The truth is, for the last 10 days, he had stayed right by Aaron's side." That was the only time Corin truly got to be her disciple, a hero who didn't care at all about being forgotten. Built up by Corin alone over 300 years, the undead were pushed back, one after another. A blinding light surged from the ancient runes. This was all thanks to the traces left behind from countless battles. Because Aaron had meticulously carved runes across the entire city through endless fighting. Corin amplified the magic. It really is a shame. But this is our final night together. And with that, he unleashed his finishing blow. Vanish into nothing, immortal king. It melted, it burned, it purified. Not a single priest, not a single source of power had ever achieved a purification on such a massive scale. The immortal king was absolutely terrified. Impossible! How could a mere human possess such power? 1.2 million deaths, 3 years trapped in the shadows, all of that darkness. At that exact moment, Corin and the god of death stood high above, looking down at the now peaceful city. You actually pulled it off. Death couldn't stop marveling at the unbelievable sight. To think you would use Dan's treasure for something like this, though it's only a one-time miracle. Corin simply noted, well, it wasn't my full power anyway. The god of death replied, you have perfectly fulfilled your end of the pact, and so? He made his decision. I shall honor my end as well. Oh, my queen! Aaron could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was all truly over now, but deep down she was overwhelmed with sorrow. Corin, once this pact comes to an end, I will... He cut her off with a low, gentle voice. I know. His heart sank just as heavily as hers. I've already lived through this in the future. Because the cruel truth was, the one who had protected this land for 300 years was about to fade away. Aaron looked at him tenderly. You've been through so much. Corin stood there, completely stunned. Yes, I have, he muttered. Aaron went on. I've fallen so many times, Corin replied, his voice eerily calm. I see, Aaron softly asked. Did you cry a lot? Corin answered honestly, every single time. Yet, in his heart, he fiercely promised himself, I will never forget you. Suddenly, Aaron wrapped her arms around Corin. Even if you lose your way in the future, I hope you never lose your true self. Hold on to your convictions and walk the path of a king. If you do that, then you will... A gentle warmth spread through his heart. Even if your current memories are different from the master I knew back then, you are still my hero. You comforted me with those exact same words. Aaron's voice was soft and tender as she whispered, I shall grant you the blessing of the goddess. Corin fell completely silent. His eyes widened in absolute shock as Aaron gently pressed her lips against his, making the farewell all the more heartbreaking. She choked back a sob as she whispered his name. Corin. Tears streamed relentlessly down Aaron's face. I truly want you to be happy. Moments later, Corin found himself standing entirely alone in the pouring rain. And just like that, as the sun fulfilled its duty, the darkness crept back in once more. But now, Aaron was nowhere to be found. Except for the longtime disciple she had raised from childhood, no one had ever set foot inside this imperial city. Betrayed by that very disciple she had loved as an heir, the queen had been sealed away for over 80 years. What finally woke her from her long, dead silent slumber was a sudden, overwhelming flood of memories. 300 years ago, during her wandering days, Aaron had bravely made a plea to the god of death. Form a pact with Nasri, for some reason long lost to time. She closed her heavy eyes. Is this the 3,784th time? This endless war against the Dark Mage was entirely bound to the city. Corin thought to himself, she must have been so lonely and miserable for the last 300 years. My other self, this time, it's your turn. The god of death had formed a pact with me. That naturally made the god of death wonder. Isn't this boy Bantaz's disciple? I thought he had betrayed Bantaz and come straight to me. But back then, Corin had firmly declared, this time, I want to save you. He strode fearlessly over to Aaron and flashed a fiercely confident smile. I told you. This time I am going to save you, Aaron. While her endless confusion continued, the final memory flashing through Corin's mind was Aaron's blushing face, her sweet voice echoing perfectly in his memory. No! Hold on. And then came her dramatic farewell kiss. I shall grant you the blessing of the goddess. A magic circle suddenly materialized in the air. Josephine stepped out and casually asked, I brought a new book for you. Want to give it a read? But right at that moment, Aaron was burying her face in her hands, completely mortified. I must be out of my mind. Josephine stared at her in total confusion. What in the world are you doing? Aaron unconsciously touched her lips. The timelines had merged, and that memory was forever burned into her mind. Aaron's face flushed bright red all over again. Corin, her disciple, that had just become her very first kiss, a memory absolutely impossible to forget. Meanwhile, at the second holy site, the Grand Cathedral of John, A stern voice echoed through the halls. Nasri, the city crawling with 1.2 million undead, completely purified in a single night. A subordinate quickly reported, Yes, exactly. It was as bright as the sun itself. This is undeniably a profound blessing for all of humanity. But Estelle coldly replied, I am well aware. This was Scientist Estelle, a woman believed to possess the greatest holy power in all of history. 4 years ago, she had journeyed to Nasri and successfully cleansed the land through a grand prayer ritual. But barely 3 days later, everything reverted right back to the horrific nightmare it had been. Nasri had always been a massive burden and a terrifying nightmare for humanity, though it remained a threat they could somewhat control. However, a power capable of completely purifying Nasri. Now, with no one able to identify who actually wielded such terrifying power, in a way, that was far more deeply unsettling and unpredictable. Filled with resolve, Estelle made her decision. I must investigate exactly who purified Nasri. This news sent shockwaves through every faction across the continent, including the Mage Tower and the ancient sanctuary. It even reached the freezing northern extremes of the Dingo Peninsula in the Northern Kingdom, where relentless white snow blanketed the sky. In this harsh land, plagued by deadly ice and roaming monsters, the Northerners had long prepared for war. Because of this, it had become a realm where absolute power was the only thing revered and worshipped. More than 80 years ago, a warrior appeared here. That man trembled as he begged for forgiveness. I am so sorry, my lord. More than anyone else, he was the one who deserved to stand at the absolute pinnacle. The other man's eyes were filled with pure brutality. Test ruthlessly drove his spear down, making the man scream in sheer agony. His voice dropped to a low, chilling growl. The sun has been stolen from our grasp. Tess just shrugged it off. Fine, whatever. Then who the hell did it? Dunn suddenly roared. Corin Locke. It was him. He is definitely the bastard who killed He calls himself the first spear of Aaron Manhwa. Tess slowly repeated that name. Orin Locke? Tom asked, clearly confused. Do you know that name, my lord? Tess finally revealed the truth. Of course I do. My target just changed from that brat Pihu to him. He was so furious he crushed a piece of stone in his bare hand. To think he would show his face less than a year after that incident. Seeing this, his subordinates trembled in absolute terror. What kind of monstrous power is this? Test had always held a deep grudge. My dear master, the one I cherish the most, yet also the one I absolutely despise. He put a heavy emphasis on the name Erinua. If you dare to call yourself her first spear. Tess broke into a twisted, amused smile. Then I will just have to come see you myself. Meanwhile, Corin was currently standing right in front of the massive, familiar academy. He chuckled in excitement. So, it is already my second year, huh? In a certain sector, a facility was built to manage the academy's special demons. In other words, this was an isolated dormitory specifically made for Warren Mary. Since only a few people lived there, Professor Josephine took on the role of head dorm warden to manage everything. Right now, Josephine was staring blankly at the thing in front of her. What in the world is this? War casually replied, It is a bluefin tuna. She even proudly showed it off. Brain food, you know? It really helps boost your IQ. Josephine suddenly turned and called out to Corin. She clearly knew exactly who was behind this nonsense. Care to explain yourself? Corin was essentially acting as the vice dorm warden, helping the professor. He then explained, Senior Mary said we would be having a lot of visitors, so she wanted to buy some massive furniture. The movers shouted warnings at each other. Kim, if this thing falls on you, you are dead. Be careful. Corin then stated, Warren bought a bluefin tuna from the market, so we decided to share it. But Warren immediately wanted to hog it all. No way, it is all mine. Because of this, Corin had called Elisa over to help. After Elisa expertly prepped the fish, Corin eagerly played the part of a sushi chef. Irashaimase, please have a seat. I will even give you a discount. Josephine watched them, utterly helpless. All right, enough of this nonsense. Clean this mess up and get the rooms ready for the freshmen like we talked about. Corin quickly spoke up. I can get it done fast by myself. The freshmen I mentioned are brothers, so they can just share a room. Josephine flat out rejected the idea. No, I am going to help prepare the new rooms for the students too. There are still 2 more rooms that need sorting out. More importantly, she announced, the freshmen are enrolling tomorrow. Could I ask you to be their guide? Hearing this, Corin flashed a dangerously mischievous look, only if you agree to one condition. He recalled that every year, the top second-year students were chosen to guide the freshmen. Senior Mary was already a third-year student now. A voice echoed from inside the carriage. "All right, on your left is the Hall of Creation." Leading the freshmen, Corin put on a cocky show-off attitude. This is where the magic majors gather to research absolutely anything and everything. The young guys kept cheering nonstop. "Bro, you are so cool. That outfit is totally sick." Corin then made a request. The girls, however, were a bit unimpressed. "Then how about you sing a song to impress us?" War watched the whole embarrassing scene with a dark expression. "Just stop already." A little while later, Corin announced, "All right, the tour ends here. The professors are waiting inside, so head on in and give it your absolute best." Once that was wrapped up, Warren said her goodbyes. "I am taking off now." Corin was surprised. "So suddenly?" War replied, "I am running late. Someone said they were coming over to bother me." That left Corin feeling totally puzzled. "Who?" But without explaining another word, Warren simply took flight and soared away. "Hey, wait a minute." Corin stared up at the sky in complete disbelief. "They said flying is strictly forbidden on campus." Then he smiled softly. Guiding the freshmen really made things sink in for him. The new semester has really begun. Just then, a very familiar voice rang out. "Boss, oh, wait, sir, we are heading inside now." "Music," John called out, cheering them on. "All right, do your best." "Ren," Jen's voice rose in firm confirmation. "Of course I'll be fine. There are a few standout freshmen this year." But as Corin looked at the two standing in front of him, he knew they would definitely steal the spotlight. Then he pointed the way. "Right this way. Everyone, watch your step getting off the carriage." Moving on, Corin found Elisa and asked, "You're in charge of the West Gate, right?" Elisa quickly warned a student, "Watch out, don't fall." But her next words made Corin freeze in his tracks. "You are Sir Corin, aren't you?" Then another unfamiliar voice rang out. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Sir Corin." The girl introduced herself. "I am Miriam Elizabeth Elrus." It was then that Corin finally realized, I was dead wrong to think Jen and John would be the most talked about freshmen. Corin dropped to one knee in a formal bow, leaving Elisa completely stunned. People might not recognize her face or name yet, but absolutely everyone knew her royal bloodline. Elros. He gently kissed Miriam's hand. She was the second princess of this nation, and the absolute villainess of the century in the legend of the hero Ahan. She smiled in amusement, looking effortlessly elegant. "Who taught you to do that?" Corin kept his head bowed as he replied, "I learned it from an acquaintance." But the terrifying truth was, she was the one who had taught him that in his past life. Miriam loved to declare that when a lady stood before him, a true gentleman should kiss her hand and ask her to dance. Corin silently agreed. "Of course." Miriam's soft voice echoed in his mind. "Look at this, Sir Corin." Corin just couldn't shake off those twisted memories. "Isn't she beautiful? She's our daughter, you know." That and so many other horrors. Her cruel, brutal face was burned deep into his memory. "I met her in my past life, but definitely not at the academy." Right at that tense moment, someone else walked in. "Oh my, if it isn't Sir Corin!" Corin snapped his head up, eyes wide with shock. According to the original storyline, the princesses weren't supposed to show up yet. But this time, it was Estelle's turn. "Hello, I'm Estelle Hadatha Elrus. Let's shake on it." Corin cautiously stepped forward to greet her. "Holy Maiden Estelle Hadatha Elrus, it is a profound honor to meet you." Estelle waved it off playfully. "Oh, there's no need to be so stiff. We're classmates now. I'm not using formalities with you either, right?" Then her gaze landed on the person standing next to him. "Oh, Miru, you're here too? I completely missed you because you're just so tiny." Miru snapped back, clearly annoyed. "I told you never to shorten my name, Estelle." Seeing her sister's scowl, Estelle only wanted to tease her more. "You can just call me Big Sister Miru, or Senior works too. I took a break from the academy for over 2 years, but starting today, I'm officially back." Miriam scowled, sharply reminding her, "You should really use formalities with someone far more skilled than you. The only thing you have more of is useless muscle." Then she spun on her heel to leave. "Elisa, I'm heading to the free hall. Thanks for guiding us. I'll be taking my leave now. Catch you later, underclassmen." Meanwhile, Elisa was just standing there, scratching her head in total confusion. Yes, it's an absolute honor, Your Highness. Corin's entire body felt like it was turning to stone. I am so dead. Meanwhile, at the Grand Academy building, John gasped in sheer awe. Nuna, are we really going to live here? Jen flushed with embarrassment and quickly hushed him. Stop acting like such a country bumpkin. But John couldn't stop marveling. But it's huge. It looks just like a castle. Suddenly, a shadow looming behind him caught his attention. Instinctively, he shrank back, hiding behind his older sister. Excuse me, Miriam suddenly spoke up, introducing herself. I am Miriam Elizabeth Elris. She then smoothly struck up a conversation. We're in the same class, aren't we? Let's shake hands. John hesitantly stepped forward. Hello? But as he reached out, his hand was suddenly snatched midair. How bizarre. Miriam spat with pure disgust. Beastman, we slaughtered your kind without a shred of mercy in the past. I can't believe a filthy little piece of trash like you actually managed to survive. Then her voice dropped into a lethal threat. Touch my staff one more time, and I'll gut you while you're still breathing. Is that clear? It was like walking on incredibly thin ice, completely unpredictable. Two major characters who weren't supposed to show up at the academies until the second half of the story had just appeared at the exact same time. Did another butterfly flap its wings? The Grim Reaper speculated from above. It's probably because of the Nasri purification incident, isn't it? Corin sighed in utter exhaustion. I'm drawing way too much attention, way too fast. He held his head in absolute despair. I'm so dead. Another butterfly flap has just turned into a massive hurricane. Suddenly, Professor Ogan's strict voice snapped him back. Cadet Corin Locke, it is only your first day, and you're already spacing out? Corin flinched. I'm sorry, sir. Ogan sternly demanded, then explain the concept of the Arbiter of Peace. Corin froze, his mind going completely blank. Without missing a beat, Ogan ruthlessly declared two words, points deducted. After classes ended, Corin grumbled the entire walk back. What kind of class was that? He complained in frustration. The first day is supposed to just be orientation. Letting us out early is practically an unwritten rule. Corin peeked his head into another room. Are the others not here yet? The special dorm was expected to house Professor Josephine, Marie, Warren, and the Wolf siblings. But Corin's group had actually prepared 2 extra rooms. Josephine had asked, Didn't you say 2 more people were coming? Thinking back on this, Corin had a sinking feeling. Don't tell me. And right on cue, that familiar voice rang out. Welcome, Sir Corin, Miriam greeted with an arrogant smirk. Shouldn't you show a little manners? Come here and give me a kiss. Corin quickly found an excuse to dodge her. A gentleman only kisses a lady 1 time a day. Princess? Miriam laughed, finding it highly amusing. To think a commoner like you actually knows aristocratic etiquette. Miriam raised her voice, getting straight to the point. Support me in the succession war next year. Corin tried to avoid her intense gaze. I am just an ordinary guardian. Do you really need my support? Corin asked. Miriam replied with absolute amusement. A knight who wields a holy relic recognized by both the old and new churches is a completely different story, isn't it? She emphasized every single word. Like a flash of light, Miriam boldly closed the distance. You are hiding quite a lot of depth. Do you doubt me? She gently rested her hand on Corin's neck. Then she pulled him in closer. I can even pay you in advance. Both of them collapsed onto the floor in a highly compromising position. Miriam wrapped her legs tightly around Corin's waist. Tell me what you want from someone as noble as me. I will gladly indulge any pleasure you desire. She whispered breathlessly, Go ahead. Beg me for anything you crave. Corin stared down at her with a completely deadpan expression. Unfazed, Miriam continued her seduction. I will give you absolutely everything, so just tell me you love me. She purred, drawing out her words. Yes, oh, my hero. Miriam kept murmuring provocative words. You are my destiny. Swallow me whole and make me yours. She parted her lips, leaning in. But right at that very moment, a blinding burst of light flared up between them. Corin stood up with a smirk, then bluntly stated, Did you seriously use an enchanting incense just to seduce me? That cheap trick doesn't suit a royal bloodline about to inherit the throne at all. Miriam figured that marrying the champion of the sun god was the ultimate political trump card. After all, marriage and reproduction are the 2 most ancient forms of transaction. Sir Corin! At this point, Corin finally asked, And what was that destiny you were talking about? Miriam had no intention of explaining it. Do you really not understand what I am saying? All right then, let's just pretend this never happened, she said playfully. I will try again next time when you are in a better mood. Corin firmly shot her down. That is never going to happen. But Miriam remained brimming with confidence. You might just change your mind once you hear my real offer. How can you be so sure? Corin revealed. I learned from an acquaintance that I need to be very careful around beautiful women. The moment he finished speaking, he slammed the door shut. This only made Miriam even more intrigued. I guess I will just have to try a little harder then. Having escaped that room, Corin panted heavily. That was way too close. Why does this kind of thing keep happening lately? He recalled a past memory. Corin, thanks again for today. He shuddered a little. It was exactly the same with Senior Marie. And then there was Alicia. Thinking about it, Corin complained in frustration. I get that you took the drama class as an elective, but why did you have to choose some ridiculous play about an affair? Alicia had just replied. But the story is so beautiful. Even Alicia was getting clingy, letting her small hands rest perfectly inside his large ones. It left Corin feeling incredibly awkward. And Hua was exactly the same during every single break. He would hesitantly ask her, Are you really comfortable like this? Waran wouldn't say a word, only silently agreeing. Corin had noticed that ever since he swallowed the sun, he was overflowing with yang energy. Since Hua was constantly releasing yin energy through her yin meridians, just being near his body made her feel incredibly good. It certainly seemed that way. Seeing that Warren had no intention of letting go, Corin reminded her, Wah, stop it. Break time is over. Warshan pleaded, just a little bit longer. Corin was honestly getting exhausted. Of course, Jaeger also popped up from time to time. Somewhere else, a deep voice rang out. It must be so tough for you. After hearing the whole story, Elle realized, so basically, your problem is that girls just keep clinging to your body. Corin confirmed, exactly. Following that, Elle lowered his voice. Corin, I am saying this seriously as a friend. He flipped him the middle finger and declared, just go drop dead, seriously. Jaeger suddenly yelled out, just pick one of them already. Meanwhile, Corin was completely clueless. Why are you guys suddenly getting so mad? Getting furiously jealous was completely useless anyway. RER, just kill this womanizer already! A sudden voice rang out, making everyone freeze in their tracks. Hello, Senior Corin? Miriam's sudden appearance caught Corin completely off guard. Princess, what brings you here? Miriam then made her request. I was planning to head into town. Would you mind being my tour guide? Corin awkwardly agreed. Yeah, sure thing. Jur assessed the situation. Looks like we don't need to step in. He's about to get ripped to shreds anyway. Lag chimed in. At first, I was jealous, but now I think I need to seriously research this. The kid theorized that Corin's body might be emitting some kind of pheromones, and for whatever reason, they were completely immune to it. Jur was totally lost. What the hell are you even talking about? Lag just pointed straight ahead. Look over there. The moment he spotted Corin, Ario broke into a bright smile. Corin, it's been a while. Corin politely replied, Greetings, Commander Jur was absolutely dumbfounded. No freaking way. He even attracts dudes? That guy is definitely hiding something. Meanwhile, Isle stood at the podium addressing the crowd. Every year, the freshmen of Merkaba 3 Academy participate in field training at the hunting grounds. He went on to explain that among the second-year seniors hidden in the forest, a few elite students would act as monsters to test the freshmen. At all costs, you rookies must defeat them and snatch their armbands. Ao finally announced, let the hunt begin. Down at the hunting grounds, the students were already buzzing with excitement. Wait, you're from Class 2? One of the boys asked, extending an invitation. There aren't many of us around. Want to team up for now? Another student cheerfully chimed in, Count me in too. Jerriman flashed a bright, fake smile, acting completely friendly. Great idea. Let's party up, do a head count, and split up to scout the area. But deep down, he was seething. So damn annoying. We're only Class 2. I guess getting knocked out of the top spot makes sense since Princess Miriam is a Class 1 mage. But still, Jerriman shot Jen and John a look of pure disgust. But being lumped in with these filthy furballs? If it weren't for my sacred mission, I would have ditched this dump ages ago. He then recalled the events of the previous semester when the church's dark unit had infiltrated the academy to wipe out the monsters, only to get busted. Bishop Renault Rusik had denied any involvement, but to save them, they decided to send him in. They think of me as a loser, but now I'll hide my true identity as an agent of the church and play the perfect model student here. Suddenly, one of his teammates shouted, "Found it!" "Over here, Jeremy." Jeremy secretly schemed. "These guys are just Class 3 and Class 4 trash, but I'll use them to pass the test and earn their trust." He scoffed arrogantly to himself. "There are 400 rookies just like me. Honestly, I almost feel bad for the seniors. So, it all just comes down to who can take them out first and snatch the armbands, right? They said we could use any means necessary, didn't they?" Jeremy smirked wickedly. "I'll string these idiots along with my brilliant mind, play buddy-buddy for a bit, and use them as meat shields when the time comes." But then, something caught his eye. The ground suddenly pulsed with a bright light, violently ripping the earth apart. Jeremy spotted Josephine perched on a tree branch, quietly observing them. Even though this was a typical senior ambush, it only inflated his ego further. "I will be leading the freshmen for this forest hunting exam. Allow me to handpick the seniors I need." The request had been granted, but Josephine couldn't help but ask herself, was this really a good idea? She watched with heavy thoughts as the clueless freshmen wandered below. There was a dark, hidden truth about the second-year students at MK3 Academy. Hun, the prodigy who had mastered the ultimate secret technique of Daredevil Dre in just 6 months. His sudden appearance sent the entire group into an absolute panic. What the hell is going on? He had somehow managed to secure a top-tier primeval sword set. Doron, the mercenary swordsman. Similarly, thanks to a huge stroke of luck, someone had handed Cranel a master-level golem crafting grimoire. Cranel Luden, the ultimate golem master. And then, there was the one who needed no introduction. With just a tight clench of her fist, she had already brought an entire crowd to their knees. "Man, this is so hard to hold back," muttered Bon Yacha War, and right beside her was the next heir to the Aiden family. Evan Elisa Aiden. Just the sight of her made the freshman tremble in pure terror. "Run! Oh God, she's smiling!" But Elisa just tilted her head innocently. "What? I was only smiling." The group scattered in total chaos, screaming, "Please, spare me!" What the hell is even happening? Someone suddenly skidded to a halt in front of a massive tree. Jeremy scowled at the pathetic, chaotic display, completely unfazed. "You miserable cowards are running away over one single clown?" Jeremy's eyes locked onto the figure standing before him. An ancient rune instantly materialized on the ground, triggering a massive, earth-shattering explosion. A male student running for his life was caught right in the blast radius. A female student was blasted away too. It was clear now, someone had turned all the core second-year students of Merkaba 3 Academy into living, breathing weapons of destruction. The figure relentlessly took down student after student while violent flames raged higher and higher into the sky. The masked figure then let out a bone-chilling voice. "What did you just say? Is something serious going on?" Jeremy was so terrified. He couldn't utter a single word. To make matters worse, the figure loomed right in his face, sending him into a complete panic. "Come on, give us a smile." Flames roared around them, reducing the trees to ash. Jeremy grabbed his companion and ran for his life. Having been born and raised in the San Michele Monastery under the old church, he had spent his entire life walking the path of faith. But right now, that razor-sharp spear was inching closer and closer to him. Jeremy stumbled and fell hard to the ground. He had often found himself wondering if God truly existed. Trembling in absolute terror, there was only one thing he knew for sure right now. The face of the monster before him was pure nightmare fuel. Demons are real. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "All right, that's enough." Jeremy was so paralyzed with fear that he didn't even dare to lift his head. But then, a hand gently rested on his head. "You're a lot tougher than I thought, huh?" The stranger then introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Corin Locke." Jeremy was still completely dazed. "Corin Locke? You mean—" His expression shifted from sheer terror to absolute shock. An old memory flashed through Jeremy's mind. The guy who actually clashed swords with Swordmaster Lunia and held his ground? Corin extended an invitation. "I'm currently evaluating the top freshmen. Aside from the princess, you're the strongest one here. So, want to team up?" He even took the initiative to offer a handshake. Strong fighters are always welcome. Jeremy scrambled to reply. Yes, I'll do it." "A senior?" Corin smiled, clearly satisfied. "Good." But the truth was, Korin's very first mission in this hunting forest was to evaluate Jeremin, a hidden spy of the old church. Blissfully unaware, Jeremin stared happily at the hand that Senior Korin had just shaken. Meanwhile, Korin reminded himself of the golden rule. Keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer. In another area, a frenzied student charged forward. Die, you piece of trash! But with just a single punch, John sent him flying flat on his back. Hearing the commotion, Jane turned around to look. John, really? Again? She asked, clearly annoyed. I told you to check their back pockets too. You have to grab their armbands and loot them clean. John just gave a dismissive shrug. All right, Jane ordered. If we've got everything, let's move. But John felt a little bad for them. Our classmates are definitely coming after us. To them, we're the bad guys anyway. Jane scoffed. They just want to steal our armbands because we're second-year knights. She knew exactly how it worked. Stealing from a senior gave way more points. But since the upperclassmen were too strong, they decided to jump the entire freshman class to farm points instead. Jane then hurried him along. At the end of this exam, we can trade these armbands for rewards at the cabin. We need to hurry. But as they arrived and saw the scene ahead, Jane stood there in complete disbelief. We're almost there, right? Why the hell is the cabin on fire? The very next second, the entire house erupted into a blazing inferno. Was that an earthquake? Jane screamed in panic. What's going on? John squinted, noticing something in the distance. Second year seniors, he read the title on the floating display, deeply confused. The rewards are up top. What the heck are they doing up there? In an instant, the flames vanished into thin air, revealing the pristine, untouched cabin underneath. Miriam looked down at the two of them and let out a mocking smirk. Now this is getting interesting. I love it. She confidently stepped forward, but the air was thick with the stench of wild beasts. A guard behind her suddenly shouted, "This barrier was created by D. Breaking through it is going to be incredibly difficult. We have to keep moving." Two other guys yelled out, "What the hell are you doing?" Following closely behind the princess, someone asked nervously, "What should we do?" One of them suddenly got an idea. "Let's just head in the opposite direction." Jane immediately agreed. Fine by me. As far as she was concerned, she'd rather drop dead than walk into that place alongside that arrogant woman. Suddenly, a massive object flew right past them, scaring Jane half to death. In a split second, she completely changed her tune. Actually, maybe we should just follow them. Barrages of magic spells were being fired off relentlessly. Why the hell are there so many of them? Ron's voice was ice cold. It's what the client requested. They told us not to go easy on you brats. Meanwhile, in a completely different area, a brilliant pillar of light illuminated the entire space. For Receipt, the infiltration was already complete. The layout was incredibly simple. He had memorized the entire blueprint. 3 entrances, 3 rooms, 3 guards. The pathways all merged together. The second floor had 2 rooms. Moving swiftly, Receipt dropped down into one of the rooms before making his way up to the 3rd floor. He tightly gripped his blade. Someone managed to slip past us. Out of all the freshmen this year, Receit's spear was glowing the brightest. What is that? A bizarre chill ran down his spine, feeling exactly like something had just brushed against his very soul. Item details downloaded into his mind. The Reaper's Orb. It had the terrifying power to separate a soul from its physical body, though its effects were weakened on complex beings like humans. But Receipt quickly realized the critical danger. His focus was completely unraveling and his stealth magic was breaking apart. A sudden voice rang out, "Second year freshman knight, Receipt Adin Mustali. Was that stealth technique from the assassin clan?" Receipt was caught off guard. How does he know about the clan? He hesitated. I'm sorry. But then he sprang up, ready to strike. You shouldn't have said that. Yet Korin didn't even flinch, effortlessly dropping Receipt with a single kick. Panicking, he stumbled backward. What the hell? Receipt braced himself for another attack. Left with no other choice, his wire whipped right past Korin's face. Korin playfully flipped to dodge it. Not bad at all. Not only that, he cleanly caught his opponent's blade. But if you're taking that path, the underground assassin clan. Korin was genuinely curious. So, what are you going to do? Deep down, Receipt absolutely despised that blood-soaked doctrine. His whole reason for coming to the academy was to run away, to aim for a life free from murder, to abandon the clan. Rasit's grip on his sword suddenly loosened, but a flash of light immediately reflected on Korin's face. If my identity is exposed and the entire clan is put in danger because of it... Rasit's armor burst open. He was actually risking his life. Then I must seal that secret with my own death. The intense heat from the magic blast triggered a massive explosion, yet Korin simply let out a relieved sigh. You're walking down a dangerous path, kid. Turns out, Korin had effortlessly absorbed the attack. Lucky for you, fire and heat are right up my alley, Korin continued, leaving Rasit in absolute shock. He had one more thing to add. Whether you trained as an assassin, in swordsmanship, or in magic, that stealth technique of yours, I have a feeling I'm going to need it real soon. And Korin's second goal in this hunting exam was exactly this, testing the abilities of potential new recruits. He boldly made his demand. You're going to join me on a little job. Meanwhile, on the other side, after breaking free from Drawn's control, John and Jen frantically bolted away. War cheered them on from the sidelines. Keep going. John had already caught the scent. Jen, the sweet scent is coming from this way, Jen chimed right in. I know. A razor-sharp sword was drawn. You're here? Spotting a familiar face, Jen immediately called out to Korin. She snapped, yelling at the top of her lungs. What the hell is going on? I heard this year's exam is way more brutal than the last. A massive spear suddenly crashed into the ground, leaving Jen completely bewildered. She was frantic, trying to make sense of the chaos. Meanwhile, Korin slipped behind John and delivered a brutal kick straight to his gut. He let out an agonized scream. Korin then turned and gave a harsh warning. If you're in a fight, never let your guard down. John gasped out, I could have died. Jen just stared wide-eyed, completely failing to process what had just happened. Korin suddenly snapped. Did you not hear a damn word I just said? He forced his magic onto them, but deep down, Korin felt a bit conflicted. I hate doing this, but I've got no other choice. He couldn't help but complain. This is tough. Seriously tough. The final mission of this hunting exam. Korin closely watched the situation unfold. Finally, their pristine white fur was revealed. Jen and John had transformed into their beast forms. To make sure these kids can stand on their own 2 feet, I have to help them grow. Korin was dead serious about this. Alright then, let's wrap up this exam. It was a known fact that controlling a beast in its shifted state is much easier when there's no full moon. But a complete, full-body beast transformation? That was a totally different story. In that state, they become incredibly violent, and Korin was fully prepared to fight. If they reached their ultimate form, they would look exactly like humans. But in their immature beast form, they were vastly harder to control. Even a gentle kid like John would turn into a bloodthirsty hound once transformed. Korin mentally warned himself. And on top of that, I have to deal with 2 of them. Beastkin communicate without words, coordinating their attacks with absolute perfection. Especially since these siblings had survived countless crises together. Their rhythm was never off. Jen fiercely lunged forward to attack. That forced Korin to use all his strength to fend her off. Seeing this, John immediately charged in. You're trying to save your sister, Korin shouted out. But what good is that if you just freeze up? When your sister is being attacked, don't just think about saving her. Right after, he took John down as well. Attack the enemy. The impact was so massive it sent him flying. John let out a deafening roar of pain. Yet Korin wasn't done. Another terrible decision. You have to keep a cool head. Then he ruthlessly punched John one more time. Korin sternly lectured him. If you have time to roar, use it to observe your enemy. Hesitating for a single second means giving the enemy that exact same second. Meanwhile, Jen seized the opening to strike from behind, making Korin admit that the older sister truly was stronger than the little brother. Even so, he still had her completely countered. But you need to aim precisely at the blind spots. Never fight out of anger. Korin spun around, delivering a brutal, agonizing blow. Strike where it hurts! The devastating attack felt as though it would tear Jen's body wide open. She collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Her whole body felt as heavy as a massive boulder. Korin's voice was dark and commanding. Get up. He stressed his point. Even if your limbs are shattered and your throat is slashed, you keep moving. This is real combat. Completely drained, Jen's beast transformation faded away. Her mind was reeling. We didn't know a damn thing. Does the boss always face such terrifying battles? Suddenly, Corin slammed the tip of his sword into the ground, startling her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Corin reached down and easily lifted Jen right off the ground. But surely this is enough for now, right? He muttered to himself. No, I can't push them any harder. He thought to himself, they haven't reached their final forms yet, but I need them to know what real combat is, and be ready for it. Corin let out a sudden laugh. Pretty scary, wasn't it? Was your boss a little too harsh on you? I'm sorry. Jen was so terrified that she clung tightly to his body. She murmured, Boss, you're way too brutal. Stop treating me like a child. Corin replied with genuine praise. My mistake, but your reflexes and physical strength are truly outstanding. You didn't beat me, but you pass. Head on up. He could clearly read the emotions of the two siblings, a heavy mix of pure relief and bitter frustration. Wrapped in his broad embrace, they felt a strange sense of comfort, yet they silently swore that one day they would break free from his shadow. A long while later, Corin stood alone in the empty room. He slowly shifted his gaze over his shoulder. Miriam's voice broke the silence. They're gone. And you're really just going to stand there? A look of open disgust crossed her face. Those mutts might have natural physical talent, but you toss them around like cheap toys. Impressive. Corin instantly shifted into a deadly serious stance. Now it's my turn to evaluate you. If you want to pass, you have to beat me. But just so you know, I won't hold back like I did with those kids. She's a princess, he thought, a flicker of annoyance rising in his chest. And she just called my students mutts. Miriam let out an amused little laugh. If you force me to pull out what's hiding under my skirt, I'll have to go all out. With that, she spun around. I took off my skirt last time too, but he didn't take the bait. Miriam casually tossed her blue ribbon onto the floor. She spoke with a sly, knowing tone. Miriam, you fail right here. Corin silently analyzed the situation. Princess Miriam. What she's hiding under that skirt is a snake spirit. Yet, she didn't show a single sign of backing down. Even though I've already seen through her trick. He calculated his next move carefully. This time won't be like the last. How should I handle her? Meanwhile, at the very top of the tower, a crowd of students gathered around a notice board. What the hell is that? What does it say? 4 glowing words appeared before them. Return to the start. Everyone grabbed their heads in absolute fury. Are you freaking kidding me? Night had already fallen. The exhausted students trudged back, visibly pissed off. Seriously, if only that psycho clown wasn't here. Hey, tone it down. You shouldn't call a senior a psycho. Is that guy Corin Locke? The name sounds super familiar. They began to whisper amongst themselves. Rumor has it he's going to marry the daughter of the Dunaref family. And he's also engaged to Swordmaster Lunia Aiden. He really is a total psycho. Right in the middle of their gossip, one of the students let out his blood-curdling scream. Corin appeared out of absolutely nowhere. The students panicked. As if that wasn't enough, he spoke up in a chillingly eerie voice. Hello there, freshmen. Corin casually took a swig of liquor. Are you guys enjoying the training exercise? The students glared at him in utter disbelief. That guy's smile is so damn creepy, one muttered. Corin casually poured the remaining liquor over the rocky ground. These are the rewards you rightfully earned during the exercise. We've got grade 4 and grade 5 magic stones, and even some higher tier artifacts. He then suddenly leaped closer to the group. Do you know what you guys and all these precious items have in common? Corin snapped his fingers with a wicked smirk. You all catch fire so easily. Instantly, he ignited a massive blaze, sending the entire pile up in flames as the students screamed and cursed. You absolute bastard! Corin burst into hysterical laughter. There goes your tuition money, burning right to ashes. The top student screamed in absolute outrage. Our rewards! Our test scores! They're all gone! Just one punch. Let me just hit that bastard in the face one time. Let go of me. Let me at him right now. A student in the back shot back. I'm not stopping you. Meanwhile, someone else was just standing there, bawling their eyes out. I swear to God, I'm losing my mind. My reward! My precious magic stones! Right then, an ear-piercing screech made the students freeze in their tracks. It was Marie, riding a flying beast that had a massive wooden chest gripped in its talons. Hey everyone, she waved cheerfully at the crowd. The students looked up, squinting. Wait, is that Senior Marie? The heavy chest hit the ground, and as the lid popped open, a blinding light spilled out. The crowd gasped. Hold on, is that what I think it is? Holy crap! Those are Tier 3 Hemat magic stones and Tier 2 magnets. The crowd went wild. That's when Korin stepped up with a confident grin. Now, allow me to introduce the volunteer blacksmiths who will be crafting your weapons absolutely free of charge. The students were in absolute awe. These were the top master blacksmiths in the entire capital. Warren stood off to the side, clapping along. Let's hear a massive round of applause for our third-year senior for bringing the materials and the blacksmiths. And let's not forget our second-year senior, Warren. Let's show them some love. Next up, Elisa whipped away a massive cloth, revealing a table overflowing with a feast. You guys are starving, aren't you? Tonight's feast is made with top-tier ingredients. This isn't your everyday cafeteria slop. We even have honey-glazed treats, she announced enthusiastically. Eat up, drink up, take leftovers home, just stuff yourselves. The crowd's faces lit up with pure joy as they soaked in the incredible moment. Amidst the brilliant fireworks lighting up the night sky, Korin raised his glass. Tonight, the spotlight is on you guys. The freshman couldn't help but think, man, maybe we were totally wrong about this hero. Of course, all the premium materials and master chefs were actually sorted out by Marie. They even gushed about how pretty she was as they happily accepted the baked potatoes. Korin had also pulled strings with Warren to track down every shady underground blacksmith he knew, grabbing anyone who could hold a hammer. It was to the point where the students were actually suspicious when receiving their gear. He looked super sketchy before, but now he's acting like a literal saint. Elisa and Korin stood off to the side, watching the students happily stuff their faces. She turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Those premium magic stones for 400 people. You paid for all of that out of your own pocket, didn't you? Are you really okay with this? She asked. Korin just dramatically wiped a fake tear from his eye. Yeah, well, aside from an inn or two, yep, I completely blew my entire life savings. But Korin quickly put on a brave face. Money isn't the most important thing in the world anyway. Elisa stared at his painfully distorted, holding back tears expression and deadpanned, that face is creeping me out. But to Korin, there truly was something far more precious than gold. Flashes of his past life haunted him, the agonizing memories of people crying out for help. I don't want to die. Korin, please save me. That precious thing was human life. He had been penny pinching from the very beginning. Also, he could provide his juniors with magic stones and weapons right on schedule. Sure, having top-tier gear didn't guarantee they'd instantly become great fighters, but their chances of surviving the coming horrors would absolutely skyrocket. Yet, even with all of Korin's desperate preparations, a lingering sense of dread still gnawed at him, especially when he thought of Allie's innocent smile. This upcoming disaster, there was absolutely no dodging it. He needed to keep Jack Mang close. Recruiting Receipt, provoking Ren and John. Every single move had been a meticulously calculated part of Korin's master plan, because the ultimate massive trial was about to go down right here. In the blink of an eye, Korin had vanished. Elisa looked around confused. Korin, where did you go? The cataclysm was set to strike right inside the MK3 Academy. Meanwhile, in the dark, a figure approached carrying an oil lamp. It was Elder Sigma from the ADM Magic Tower. We must capture that creature, the Elder commanded in a low voice. A failed experiment, neither human nor beast. Elder Moston of the Black Magic Tower replied with a sinister smirk. Everything is in place. That monstrosity will fall into our hands, especially since the Golden Mage is joining the hunt. Elder Sigma's voice dropped. Marie, that vampire girl. Moston finished the thought. She must belong to our magic tower. The sinister faction from the Black Magic Tower was already marching toward the Academy. In the original timeline, Yirfan and that vampire girl was captured under the disguise of a library research project. But history was about to take a massive detour. High up on the Academy spires, a lone shadow stood beneath the pale moonlight. Someone had been moving in the shadows, pulling the strings from the very start, and that someone was Korin, over at the VIP dormitory, reserved strictly for the Academy's most prized students. In the past, this massive dorm was completely empty except for Waran and Korin, but now the place was practically fully booked. Every single morning started with the usual bickering with Warren, and after a quick shower, heading up to the second floor revealed a totally unexpected crowd of heavy hitters. Down at the far end were the rooms of the two queens. The first queen, Estelle, had already headed out to the Grand Cathedral for her morning prayers. The second queen, Miriam, was already locked away in her private lab. Both queens were now living at the academy, a massive deviation from the original plotline. Honestly, it made Corin wildly anxious that something disastrous was about to happen again. Striding down the opposite hall, Corin threw a door wide open and yelled cheerfully, "Wakey, wakey, you little terrors, time to get out of bed." John instantly whined in a groggy, sleepy voice. "Big bro, just give us 3 more minutes." Ren immediately chimed in, copying her brother's pout. "Yeah, big bro, just 5 more minutes." To think that in the original story, these insanely cute kids grew up to be ruthless villains. Then again, the Academy's brutal exams had really pushed them to their limits, so they were dead on their feet, acting just like the regular little kids they were. Corin scooped Ren up onto his shoulders, leaning in with a gentle, brotherly smile. "Come on now, time to brush your teeth." She let out a massive yawn, rubbing her eyes. "I hate toothpaste," she mumbled. In the original plotline, these two were major mid-boss villains, meaning their combat potential was absolutely off the charts. Considering the nightmarish trials lying ahead, getting them to their final awakened forms early was definitely a massive win. These kids, they grew up to be ruthless villains after everything they went through. But look at them now, they're so adorable. Seeing them like this, it makes changing that doomed future feel entirely possible. With his hesitation gone, the scene shifts to the headmaster's office. From inside, Ariel's voice echoes out. The mages from the Magic Tower are paying a visit. Corin slowly asks, "What exactly are they after?" The headmaster calmly explains that they want to access the research materials in the Merkava Grand Library and conduct a career survey for the Magic Department students. Professor Josephine quickly chimes in, "The Magic Tower is always short on fresh blood, so it makes sense they'd want to scout our students." Right, but honestly, these kids would much rather become top-tier academy mages than slave away at the Magic Tower. You're well aware of how the Magic Tower operates, aren't you, student Corin? Historically, the Magic Tower held an absolute monopoly over all mages and magic. It's a place reeking of corruption, where young mages are worked to the bone, only for the higher-ups to steal all the credit. But ever since the Merkava Academy was established, the Magic Tower lost its monopoly, and the two factions became sworn enemies. Right around that time, the Old Order's witch hunts began. The Magic Tower, which already despised the Academy and saw demonic humans as nothing more than test subjects, happily played along as the Old Order's lapdogs. But the Academy fought back, and its heroes finally put an end to the witch hunts. That event was known as the Witch Revolution. Corin replies with a calm demeanor, "I could never understand the Magic Tower as well as you do, Professor. After all, you actually fought in the Witch Revolution 80 years ago. It's even written in our history books." Josephine shoots him a sharp glare, her brows furrowing. "That's all in the distant past." She slowly adds, "And I wasn't alone." The headmaster's expression grows heavy as he nods in agreement. "Yes, together with me?" After a brief pause, Ariel drops another name, Entates Balthazar. Mentioning Balthazar, the traitorous disciple, clearly strikes a nerve with the professor. But Corin has to play this card, because nominally, both of them still consider themselves Balthazar's disciples. Time to leak some future intel about Balthazar's grand scheme. Corin lowers his voice and reveals, "The Magic Tower is secretly working with Balthazar." Hearing this, Professor Josephine's face instantly pales with dread. If that's true, then what about the Magic Tower envoys visiting us right now? Ariel, sitting nearby in silence, thinks to himself, is student Corin really predicting the future? Corin confirms it directly. Yes, they aren't here for the library, and they definitely don't care about career surveys. They have a completely different motive. The scene shifts again. This time, Corin is speaking to Marie. "The real reason the Magic Tower is visiting is because of you, Senior." Marie turns to him utterly confused. "Because of me? But why?" Corin explains in a serious tone. "You have the blood of a vampire, and the Magic Tower is completely obsessed with researching demonic humans. To them, your bloodline is the ultimate prize." Before he can finish, she cuts in. Marie awkwardly adds, "But if they mess with me, it's going to be a huge deal." Her family, the House of Dunn, is known as the Potato Empire. They supply the entire nation's food and stand as the most powerful noble family in the South. Corin looks her dead in the eye. "Normally, provoking a family like yours over a simple experiment would be suicide. But the magic tower doesn't care about the consequences anymore. He drops the bomb without hesitation, because they are backing Tate's Balthazar. That revelation completely catches Marie off guard. Tate's Balthazar? Corin decides it's finally time to lay all his cards on the table. He lowers his voice. Senior, what I'm about to tell you must stay strictly between the two of us. He then begins to explain Balthazar's true objective and the sheer scale of his forces. After taking it all in, Marie finally starts to connect the dots. So, according to Corin, this so-called descent of paradise that the headmaster's traitorous disciple is trying to orchestrate, she slowly voices her terrifying realization. Once he gathers all 4 primordial runes and the 4 great artifacts, he's going to use that power to wipe out all of civilization. She pauses, asking cautiously, and then, he plans to build a new world exactly how he wants it. Is that it? Corin's expression darkens significantly. Exactly. That's why the Magic Tower and the Old Order, who are both following Balthazar, don't care how powerful their enemies are. He adds grimly, to them, it doesn't matter who they piss off. They believe everything is going to be wiped out anyway, leaving only the utopia they desire. Hearing this sends a chill down Marie's spine. Is something that terrifying really happening behind the scenes? It sounds like absolute madness. But Balthazar actually has the power to pull it off. Corin has been waiting for this exact moment to strike. I know this is a lot to drop on you, Senior, but I have a huge favor to ask. Her reaction, however, is pure delight. This makes me so happy. You're always so capable on your own, Corin, yet you actually need my help with something? As she says that, Marie's cheeks flush bright red, her eyes sparkling like stars. You don't even have to ask, Corin. I'll help you with absolutely anything. Just say the word. Seeing her enthusiasm, he breaks into a grin. Perfect, because there's actually something I need your help with today. With the deal struck, Corin quickly takes his leave, but not before dropping one last instruction. Meet me at the Happy Inn tonight, right at midnight. I'll take care of all the preparations, just make sure you show up. Left completely alone, Marie's voice begins to tremble with sheer excitement. So, this is it. She shyly covers her burning red cheeks. Okay, tonight at an inn, just me and Corin. I'll let him do whatever he wants to me. I'm totally ready for it. As night falls, Corin is back on his surveillance grind, spending his days at the academy and his nights staking out a city inn. Ugh, these Magic Tower creeps. Out of the 50 Magic Tower envoys who came to visit, 3 are high-profile targets. First is Elder Malek of the Crimson Magic faction. He snaps aggressively, I told you to bring document number 137. Go get the updated version right now. A stubborn old man with a fiery temper and the absolute leader of the Flame Mages. Next is Elder Moston of the Black Magic faction. He stares grimly at an ancient tome, tracing his fingers over a specimen. Prepare it immediately. Do not waste my time. And finally, the Golden Elder. He's the final boss of the upcoming Magic Tower Uprising event, and Tate's Balthazar's main accomplice. Catching him is the absolute top priority. The only problem? Corin has no idea which of these 50 mages he is. A dark mage barked aggressively. Hey, you there, you lowly monkey mage, get the luggage over here right now. If you drop even one thing, I'll crush your mana heart to pieces. Meanwhile, a cross-eyed lackey, weighed down by a mountain of gear, was scrambling over as fast as he could. Yeah, Law chose to tie their fate to the Magic Tower, and now they're just playing the lackey. Law, you really need to change your path. Manroy stood in the formation, his eyes darting around as he waited for the perfect moment. The second they slipped past an alleyway, he stealthily broke off from the group. Watching from a distance, Corin grinned like he just struck gold. Bingo, the Magic Tower is about to go down. That night, the gamblers in the casino couldn't hold back their bitter groans. You bastard! Damn it, I lost again! One guy glared at Manroji, who was gleefully raking in the cash, and snapped in annoyance. Hey, aren't you getting a little too greedy here? He didn't answer, just letting out a dark chuckle. Corin pondered to himself. Even though he didn't care much for booze, he'd heard that beneath every city's tavern laid a hidden casino. Through his eye-shaped satellite, he surveyed the area. The guy over there was 2, and the one on the other side was Stutter, Corin thought with mounting excitement. Man, this is way too easy. Someone should be making an appearance right about now, shouldn't they? Coincidence? Right at that exact moment, a hand rested gently on Manroy's shoulder. Mind if I join you? Seeing the old creep's face light up with lust, Corin couldn't help but feel even more amused. Here she is. Manroji licked his lips the second he laid eyes on the stunning girl. Sure thing. Now that's what I'm talking about. Seeing this play out, Corin felt a surge of satisfaction. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. He hastily dragged Mary Dunleb out of the casino, followed by her sudden, panicked gasp. Mary Dunleb asked with a hint of anxiety, "If I do this, will you really give the money back?" He thought to himself with a despicable sneer, "What I love most is taking the very people I've driven into absolute ruin and playing with them however I please." Manroy flashed a wicked grin. "That's right, so you'd better be a good girl." But before the words even left his mouth, Corin materialized behind him with a chilling, blood-curdling smile. In a flash, Manroji sensed the danger, spinning around to launch a curse spell. "Who's there?" Corin brutally grabbed him by the face. "Is that all your little curse can do?" Then, with effortless savagery, he slammed Manroji into the ground. Corin's mouth stretched into a freakish, terrifying grin. Knock it off. Normally, getting caught cheating at the tables means losing a hand. "But you—" he growled, his voice dropping low. "We're about to do something utterly vile to a young maiden, so your punishment is going to be a hell of a lot worse." The man screamed in sheer panic. "Wait! Hold on a second! I didn't even do anything! It was that woman who—" Corin slowly interrupted, correcting him. "That person is the master of this place, Colinia. She's no helpless maiden." Mary Dunleb had already sat up, calmly straightening her clothes. "Boss," Corin growled, emphasizing the word, "is a lady." Corin continued, making the man's eyes bulge in absolute horror. "And this young maiden's name is Mary Dunleb." He brought his demonic clown-like face in close and whispered, "The target of the magic tower. The special grade vampire demon, Mary Dunleb. She's the one you guys were planning to kidnap, isn't she?" With that, he slowly turned his head toward the door. "You old religion fanatics and magic tower scumbags don't even see demons as human anyway, right? That's exactly why I came prepared. Senior, I'm leaving this to you." Marriott stepped cautiously into the room. Miss Imitan," Corin spoke up again, his tone dropping back into that terrifying, eerie pitch. "This guy right here—" His mouth twisted into a gruesome, spine-chilling grin. "Senior, turn him into a vampire." Standing behind him, she replied with an equally gloomy aura. "Sure. Whatever Imotan wants is fine by me." Meanwhile, early the next morning at the MK3 Academy Library, Mostan muttered in sheer frustration. "Where the hell has that bastard Manroji been since yesterday? Not a single trace of him." Relin spoke up, carefully choosing her words in a solemn tone. "Manroji is probably just loitering around the casino, sir." Mostan furrowed his brow in annoyance. After all, it wasn't exactly rare for that fool to get blackout drunk and waste days wandering the gambling halls. He gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it, I made it perfectly clear how critical this mission is. At this rate, Aaron, the master of the Golden Magic Tower, is going to look down on us mages completely." A nervous bead of sweat slid down the deep wrinkles of Morin's forehead. No. Could it be that from the very beginning, it had... His mind suddenly jumped to an even more insane possibility. What if he disguised himself as Manroji and has already made his move? Mostan felt an unrelenting, throbbing headache coming on. Direct communication with Tess Banzard is something only he can pull off. Because of that, I have no way of knowing for sure. How the hell am I supposed to know if he's secretly conspiring with the heretic faction behind our black faction's back? He suddenly barked out a harsh order. "Rin! Track down Manroji's whereabouts this instant. Move!" She hurriedly broke into a sprint. "Yes, sir!" One of Mostan's eyes suddenly went wide, as if he just spotted something incredible. Right before his eyes, Jen and John were casually walking past. Jen spoke in a carefree tone as she walked. "Stop making such a fuss, will you? We're in a library." "I already told you." John let out a dejected sigh. "Jen, you're always just nagging me." He let out a reluctant yawn while she patiently kept her voice low. "Just keep quiet, all right?" Mostan's eyes bulged, his tongue slipping out in an uncontrollable, sickeningly greedy expression. Could those brats actually be beastmen? Meanwhile, back at the tavern, Relin could only let out a long, helpless sigh. Damn it, where the hell is that bald old man Manhwa wandering off to? I'm a third tier too, so why am I the one stuck doing this kind of crap? She swirled the wine in her glass. Once this is over, I'm switching to the demonic faction right away. Over there, all you have to do is suck up to that old geezer, and you're set. Suddenly, a crisp, cheerful voice rang out beside Rin. Uncle Pow, get me 2 martinis. Stirred, not shaken, please. Corin slid one of the glasses toward her, putting on a suave front. I'm Corin Locke. Are you here all by yourself? Relin frowned at the bold question. Are you here alone too? But you're a bit too young to be flirting. Embarrassed by her shutdown, he smoothly steered the conversation in another direction. Or is it just because the magic tower is full of elites? Corin expertly swirled his glass, letting the fee martini ripple inside. Even though he was still a greenhorn, he could spot a beautiful flower when he saw one, narrowing his eyes as he threw out a cheesy pickup line. His acting class with Eris had also wrapped up as part of the test. Corin flashed back for a moment to his rehearsal with Allie. I know I signed up for drama as my general arts elective, but why did we have to pick a tragically depressing play about a cheating affair? Elisa had stubbornly replied, because it's an absolutely beautiful story. This script is flawless. Suddenly, Relin aggressively smacked the half-full martini right out of his hand. What's an underage brat like you doing sneaking into a bar? Shouldn't you be running back home to mommy? She grumbled in heavy annoyance. Good lord, there's already some crazy old bastard in the demonic faction who wants nothing more than to rip my guts out. Every time he sees my face, he's practically reeking of bloodlust. And now I have to deal with these greenhorn brats on top of it. I seriously can't take this anymore. Not understanding a single word of her rant, Corin just gave her an awkward smile. My bad. She completely ignored him and started screaming her head off, making him freeze in his tracks. You absolute lunatic! Get the manager out here right now! What kind of shady business are you running here? Sitting nearby, Elisa watched with a look of pure disbelief. That's weird. Why hasn't the drug kicked in yet? Ignoring a sulking Corin, Relin kept raising her voice, completely losing her temper. Bring me another bottle. Suddenly, Estelle's pale, delicate finger gently pressed against Relin's lips. Darling, Relin frowned deeply. Now who the hell is this? Estelle let out a soft, playful giggle. Stop using such ugly words. A pretty girl like you should speak gently to be truly adorable. Relin couldn't help but blush at Estelle's dangerously flirty compliment. Your lip color is absolutely gorgeous. Her captivating peach blossom eyes stared deeply into Rin's. Let me buy you a drink. Corin and Elisa froze in absolute shock for a few seconds. She's the Saintess? The color instantly drained from both of their faces. What is she doing here? Estelle Hadatha Alas, the grand princess beloved by the gods, the almighty Saintess herself. But the real problem was this girl's unhinged personality. Estelle boldly scooted closer, throwing an arm around Relin's shoulders. Oh, you're 22 this year? That makes us the exact same age. Why don't you play with me tonight? Relin blushed deeply, nodding in agreement. Okay, we might be the same age, but you're so pretty I wouldn't mind calling you my big sister. Being a total narcissist and a wild hedonist, it wasn't long before more than a dozen empty glasses littered the table. Come on, drink up. Honestly, her stunning beauty was enough to charm both men and women alike. Estelle leaned in close, playfully poking Relin's cheek. You're not quite as gorgeous as I am, but you're still super cute. But the real issue was that she was already so wasted, she was blabbering complete nonsense. Sister, I swear I'm really not drunk at all. Elisa thought to herself, how did this woman even drag herself all the way here? Corin didn't hesitate for a second and shot right up from his seat. We'll be taking Rin back now to prepare for our mission. We still have a bunch of acting classes to get through. Estelle turned to look at him, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Hold on, didn't this mission only succeed because of my flawless looks? I just single-handedly saved an operation that was about to go down the drain, and now you're trying to steal my thunder? Estelle suddenly snapped her fingers. Oh, and one more thing. Right on cue, a squad of assassins clad entirely in black burst out from the shadows. She lowered her voice. We've been preparing for this mission for a very long time, too. Elisa panicked, her mind racing. What the hell? Are all the customers in here? Despite her shock, she didn't hesitate to leap right in front of Corin. Listen here, we have 2 first-tier knights on our side. You better back the hell off. He placed a hand on her, his voice perfectly calm. Elisa, stand down. Corin's expression hardened as his piercing gaze swept over every single one of them. He directly exposed their true identities, the secret executioners, the ones who dared to ruthlessly hunt down demonic practitioners. "You're the secret Inquisitor unit of the New Order, aren't you?" Mordecai's face twisted in disbelief, his brows furrowing heavily. "How the hell do you know about that?" Estelle offered a friendly warning. "Hey there, rookie. Showing off that you know too much is a dangerous game." He just gave a calm, effortless smirk. "Looks like you've got it all wrong. I'm not in any danger whatsoever." Brilliant sparks of lightning suddenly crackled right behind him. "Against a squad like this, I don't even need Elisa. I can wipe you all out on my own." Mordecai instantly ground his teeth in a fit of rage. "You arrogant little punk!" Estelle, on the other hand, wasn't bothered in the slightest, simply raising a hand to hold him back. "Stand down, Vice Captain Mordecai." A dark, calculating gleam flashed in her eyes, just as she thought. Estelle was absolutely certain now. "It seems you really are the one who wields the sun." Corin Lork smoothly laid out his proposal. "Let's make a deal. I have 2 conditions." She shot a knowing glance at Rin, who was already passed out drunk. "All right then. Your first condition is taking this girl with you. Am I right? So, what exactly are you offering in return?" Corin didn't hesitate for a second. "Elder Morositan, leader of the Black Faction. If your true goal is to punish those who oppress the demonic humans, there is no better target than him." He quickly laid his cards on the table. "I will hand over hard evidence of his illegal experiments on demonic humans." Estelle stroked her chin, deep in thought. If the intel is really of that caliber." Suddenly, her eyes went wide. "A private plot of land just behind the mountains of Antec Village in the northeast. There's a wooden cabin there, pretty close to the magic tower. Are you really giving up that level of information without asking for anything first?" Estelle stared at him intently. "What is it that you really want?" Corin's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "My goal is—" He slowly tilted his head up, a wickedly ambitious grin spreading across his face. "I'm going to capture every single mage from the Black Magic Tower." He quickly added, "That tower has completely rotted into a den of dark, corrupted magic. From the lowest grunts all the way up to the elder tier mages and their prized disciples, not a single one of them is clean." Mordecai scoffed, immediately waving off the absurd claim. "That is utterly impossible. Do you seriously think rounding all of them up is going to be easy? If we just leave them be, they're going to join forces with Tess Banaz and sell out all of humanity. They are the true embodiment of evil." Corin completely ignored the man's outburst, focusing entirely on the negotiation. "I'll leave Elder Morsutan to you guys. You can take him away. As for the rest of them, I'll bag them myself." After a few tense seconds of weighing her options, Estelle finally gave a nod. "Deal." She even let out a relaxed sigh. "In that case, I'll hand the girl we caught today right back over to you." Mordecai's blood boiled as he roared, "Saintus, you can't!" She just talked over him, adding, "I've already conceded so much to you on your very first condition. Doesn't that just make your heart flutter?" A dangerous, shadowy glint flickered in Estelle's eyes. "So, about that second condition of yours, what is it?" Corin took a friendly step closer. "From now on, let's work together. As long as it doesn't involve messy politics, I'll do whatever I can to help you, Saintess." And in exchange, he placed heavy emphasis on his next words. "I want you to pray for me." Hearing this, she couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. "So, you know all about it. My special ability." Estelle's demeanor instantly shifted back to a blinding, flower-like smile. "Sure thing. As long as my holy power holds out, Big Sis will gladly pray for you. Besides, we live under the same roof anyway, so it's really no trouble at all." The Saintess's prayer was actually a massive game-breaking buff that players could normally only get right at the end of the storyline. Corin eagerly shook her hand. "Perfect. Then please let me know your prayer schedule, Saintess." She casually cut him off with 2 words. "Call me Sis." He blinked at her, completely caught off guard. "Huh?" Estelle cheerfully leaned in closer. "I said, call me Big Sis, little brother." Corin was instantly flustered, waving his hands in a panic. No way. How could I possibly call Her Highness, the Princess and Saintess, something so casual?" Her amusement only grew as she backed him into a corner. "I told you to call me Big Sis. Are you seriously going to argue with me?" Estelle draped an arm around his shoulder and gave him a playful wink. "Don't you think the 2 of us are going to get along just wonderfully?" "Little brother..." Man, this relationship was progressing way too fast. Was this really going to be okay? The scene shifted back to Julin, who had just returned and violently slammed his door shut. He gnawed on his fingernails in a fit of pure anxiety. Did Relin completely fall off the grid too? As for that bastard Manroji, who gives a damn if he lives or dies? Julin desperately caressed a spiked collar, practically sobbing to himself. Oh, my sweet Relin. You're the only reason I finally felt like life was worth living again. Once she joined the Dark Faction, I was planning to spoil her rotten for the rest of her days. I even prepared this beautiful slave seal just for her. Who the hell dared to lay a finger on my precious Rin? Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from the other side of the door. Package delivery. Just leave it at the door and get lost, he barked angrily. A few moments later, Julin cracked the door open, only to find a single, strange stone resting on the floor. What the hell is this garbage? He picked it up, only for the rock to suddenly begin emitting a bright light. Wait, a recording stone? The stone in his palm suddenly projected a massive holographic screen, displaying crystal-clear footage of Rin heavily bound and tied up. Julin's face was instantly drained of all color. No! That's impossible! Jer cackled with glee from the screen. A young, gorgeous female mage. Exactly my type. I'm so damn lucky. He shrieked in an absolute frenzy. Relin! Relin screamed at the top of her lungs. Help me! I'm in the outskirts of the city. Seeing this, Julin roared. No, don't you dare! I'm on my way! He bolted out the door like a bat out of hell, shouting, I'm coming! Right from the start, my target was never the small fry, but the master of the magic tower, the golden mage, Rin. The catch is, out of the 50 new mages entering the academy, this time, nobody knows who the golden mage actually is. Still, I can at least weed out the fakes. Julin was practically flying toward the outskirts. He kicked the door wide open, screaming Rin's name. It was a side quest, a late-blooming romance falling in love with a young girl from the Black Faction. Julin stared in absolute agony at Relin's battered state. Relin, who did this? This entire scenario tied back to the old mage, Julin. He was breaking out in a cold sweat. Who would do something like this? Julin promised himself he would save them. But before he could even finish that thought, Korin smashed him across the face. The dark mage Manroji, who was caught just before him, got the exact same treatment. The side quest, Gambling Skills of the Anonymous Player, was triggered when Manroji was busy raking in cash. Korin had suddenly lunged at him and slammed his head into the floor. He was originally supposed to be caught by players for rigging the games. Basically, anyone tied to a side quest in the storyline, like Relin, Julin, or Manroji, was absolutely not the Golden Mage. When Julin finally came to, he was horrified by the blood-red nightmare surrounding him. What the hell is this place? Do you have any idea who I am? He thrashed around in terror as Korin gripped his jaw with crushing force. What is the meaning of this? Hey, why are you torturing me without even asking questions first? If you want to know something, just ask. Aside from the main characters in the side quests, Korin had to make sure. He jammed a tool into Julin's mouth to keep it forced open. After all, what if he lied? Snatching them up one by one, Korin laughed like a maniac as he poured pig's blood straight down Julin's throat to turn him into a blood fiend. This guy's got some fight in him, doesn't he? Julin let out a weak, agonizing groan. Korin asked casually, Do I really need to force down 10 bowls of pig's blood just to turn him into a blood fiend? He stared at his handiwork for a moment, suddenly looking bored. He let out a heavy sigh at Julin. Ugh, another ghoul. Ghouls were merely the lackeys of blood fiends. If the victim was pure, they'd become a vampire. If they had slept around, they'd turn into a ghoul. Korin pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a massive wave of second-hand embarrassment. That guy Manroji was the same. Why is everybody here so experienced? He groaned. Is being a virgin a crime in this world or something? Marie, standing nearby, happily threw her hand in the air. I'm pure too. The only man's hand I've ever held is my dad's. Then her tone suddenly shifted to a sly whisper. But what about you, Korin? Marie's crimson eyes gleamed as she stared at him. So, you turn into a vampire, huh? Korin totally ignored her teasing and cut right to the chase. First things first, snap this guy back to his senses. Korin glanced down at Julin, confident that since the man was now a mind-controlled lackey, he physically couldn't lie. He grabbed a brush coated in red paint and drew a twisted, Joker-like smile stretching up to Julin's cheekbones. Flashing a chilling grin of his own, Corin commanded, "All right, my good friend, spill everything you know." Marie began the interrogation. "What is your name?" Julian's lips trembled as he answered. "Julian, I'm Julian." "Tell us the plan." "Julian, why did you come to this city?" He was paralyzed with absolute terror, but under the mind control, he gritted his teeth and spilled everything. To kidnap Marie Dunall." Marie's voice went dead cold as she asked the next question. "And then," Julian was forced to cough up the truth, "to assassinate Principal Errol Casa." Marie glared at him, her voice like ice. "Why?" Julian stammered, trying to hold it in. I... Losing her patience, she snapped and roared, "Answer me right now!" He let out a terrified whimper and quickly spat out the details. "The master of the magic tower! We only know him as the great golden mage, Rin. We were just following his orders." Julian cried out, "He said this was a crucial operation, so he's participating in the mission himself. We don't know if he infiltrated the red faction or the black faction, but he's definitely disguised as one of us." Corin's lips slowly curled into a wicked, sinister smile. He leaned in, chuckling darkly with crazed eyes. "Well now, that's all the info we needed." For the next step, Corin gleefully patted the man's cheek. "Oh, our dear, lovely Professor Julian. Along with those 2 or 3 low-level mages who went missing. Long story short, I've got them all. If you want to save them, you have exactly 1 week to bring me enough gold to fill an entire ship." The slaps against Julian's face grew harder and harder with each word. "And if you don't," Corin flashed a brutally vicious grin, "every single night I'll chop off another finger from these mages. Starting with this guy, right here." Through Elder Adam's small monitor, that demonic twisted laughter echoed relentlessly. The Elder choked on his fury, trembling with rage. "Julian, you absolute imbecile. If you weren't my own disciple, I would have thrown you to the wolves a long time ago." A black-robed mage whispered from the shadows, "This is the Red Faction's affair. Even as the Black Faction, we shouldn't just act on our own." Elder Admake whipped around, furious. "Shut your mouth, you little brat! Who gave you permission to speak?" Moston solemnly chimed in, "Either way, neither faction can make a move on their own." He cautiously brought up Professor Josephine, the spatial witch. "Even if we try to capture that vampire and the headmaster, that witch will definitely use spatial magic to teleport them away." Mostan continued, "That's exactly why we needed to trigger a massive riot just as the semester ends. The goal was to keep the spatial witch busy saving the students, and yet, that damn clown somehow figured out our entire plan." He stepped forward, coldly facing Elder Admake. "Fine, the Black Faction will lend a hand. But you're not planning to split the gold, are you?" Elder Admake glared darkly at Mostan. "Exactly. The Magic Tower doesn't negotiate with clowns," he finalized in a low, heavy tone. "Then we have no choice but to hunt that clown down." Elder Admake immediately pressed, "But how?" Mostan carefully laid out his tracking strategy. "Didn't our little sponsored pawn just enroll in the academy?" Elder Admake muttered in realization. "Ah, that's right." The image of Mirwam flashed in both their minds. If it's her, she'll definitely be able to uncover that clown's true identity. The second princess, Mirwam. She had actually seen Corin in his disguise at the hunting grounds in the forest. The sight of that clown resting his cane on his shoulder as he walked out of the flames was an unforgettable, haunting image. Since the Magic Tower was Mirwam's biggest financial backer, she would naturally sell out his identity and cooperate with them. So, the Magic Tower forces that were originally planning to capture Marriott or Headmaster Ario would pivot their target to Corin. Right now, every single arrow was pointed directly at him. They would immediately plant spies in the special dorms to capture Corin, and right at that moment, he would wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Corin and his team would strike from both the inside and the outside, crushing the enemy completely. This was his plan A, but Corin's confident laughter on the screen suddenly faded into a grimace. Mirwam stared at the screen for a moment before blurting out in disbelief, "Oh my god, what even is this?" Mostan, standing nearby, couldn't hold back his excitement. "You recognize him, right?" But she just coldly replied, "No clue. Are there seriously other guys walking around dressed like clowns these days?" Elder Admake was completely dumbfounded. "Wait, really?" The next day at the bakery, Corin practically yelled, "Wait, what?" He stared at Jin Mustali in sheer disbelief and asked again, Princess Miriam seriously didn't say a single word about me? Jin slowly nodded in confirmation. No, senior. Korin was utterly baffled. But why? Jin Mustali blinked his wide eyes at him. How should I know? Either way, your name was never brought up, senior. What the hell? Don't tell me Miriam is actually taking my side? If she does that, my entire plan goes down the drain. Just as Korin was about to get up, Jin Mustali gave him a really awkward look. Senior? Korin distractedly waved him off. Thanks for the info. I'm busy, so I gotta run. Here's your payment for the intel. Jin kept staring at him with that weird, concerned expression. No, it's not about the money. Jin Mustali looked at Korin's massive dark circles, genuinely worried. I really think you should get some sleep, senior. Are you feeling okay? Korin just smiled tiredly. I'm completely fine. Korin sluggishly turned around and dragged himself out of the cafe. I still have plan B anyway. Having calculated every possible variable, Korin was absolutely not going to lose his master in vain like last time. Meanwhile, in another location, Estelle's forces and Elder Moran stood in a tense standoff. Her voice cut through the air, fierce and commanding. Mage of the Magic Tower, Elder Moran, you are hereby placed under arrest for illegal human experimentation, murder, kidnapping, and unlawful imprisonment. He immediately barked back. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to violently suppress the Magic Tower? Mostan snarled. Princess Estelle. But Estelle just let out a light mocking giggle. Of course, as a saintess, I still respect the absolute authority of the Magic Tower. But Estelle's voice suddenly turned ice cold. We received a highly severe report, and the evidence is simply undeniable. The moment Mostan saw what was brought forward, his face twisted in horror. How? How the hell are my experimental logs here? As he was forcibly dragged away, Estelle found herself sinking into deep thought. Actually, I'm the one who's curious here. Mostan's laboratory constantly changed locations. Even her entire Black Crow intelligence unit couldn't track it down. She knew Korin wasn't lying, but she never expected him to gather airtight evidence this quickly. Furthermore, the evidence Korin Lork handed over wasn't some old pre-prepared stash. Every single mana stone, file, and scrap of paper inside that cardboard box was fresh, recent data. If the Academy had made even a single suspicious move, that paranoid Mostan would have immediately relocated his lab. So, did he seriously pull all of this off by himself in just a few days? Was he really planning to tear down the Magic Tower all on his own? Korin Lork. In order for the grand evolution of magic to continue, a worthy sacrifice must be made. The legendary witch hunt was originally sparked by extreme prejudice and brutal oppression against magic users. Countless screams were buried in the flames, but ultimately, the old order and the Magic Tower failed. They were utterly defeated by the new order and their three great heroes, Professors Josephine, Tesban Hazat, and Aaron Danua. From that day forward, the witch hunt was rebranded as the Witch Revolution. Following their crushing defeat, the absolute authority of the old order and the Magic Tower began to crumble. And now, as a last resort, the old order and the Magic Tower were joining forces with Bantash to obliterate the Academy. Meanwhile, Tesban Hazat was serving directly under Princess Miriam. They arrogantly assumed this plan would be a walk in the park, until very recently. As night fell, both the red and black factions erupted into furious uproar. Damn it! How the hell did the New Order find out and raid our secret laboratory? Don't tell me. Is this that damn clown's doing too? Could he be a spy for the New Order? A black-robed mage spat furiously. We have to make a move before our master is dragged off to the Church's Holy Land. We need to burn the Academy to the ground and use the chaos to break him out. The red faction angrily fired back. Cut the crazy talk. We're already in deep enough trouble after getting caught by that freaky clown. In a mess like this, you still want to play the White Knight? Hurry up and get back to the tower. Elder Admec's cold voice suddenly cut through the bickering. Shut your mouths. The flames surrounding him flared up with violent intensity. The crushing pressure made the black mage instinctively stammer. Yes, sir. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar echoed through the area. Elder Admec! He glared down, his neck veins bulging as he roared at the top of his lungs. Elder Admec was screaming like a madman. Now that Elder Moran has been captured, one person's strength just isn't enough. Tower Master, you have to step in and help us. Hiding among the mages, he quietly smirked. The fierce flames blazing behind the elder were suddenly snuffed out by an invisible force. Then, strange floating fragments began to materialize in midair. They all merged into dazzling streams of light that drifted right past Elder Admake. In an instant, the scattered letters assembled into a glowing, hovering phrase, "Catch a witch." He instinctively whipped his head around. Catch a witch? How the hell are we supposed to do that? Another line of text materialized. The method is... Finally, a wicked smirk crept onto his face. Fine by me. Elder Admake took command of the Red Faction mages, leading a massive force to put the plan into action right then and there. Northwest of Sector MK3, tucked away in a small house backed by mountains, lay a hidden magical seal, a marker. This was carved all the way back during the Witch War. The only two people who knew this secret were Danua and Josephine. So, when a signal pulsed from the marker, she naturally assumed it was a message from Danua and rushed straight there. What Professor Josephine didn't expect, however, was to walk right into an ambush. She raised her voice. "You're Elder Admake!" The mages immediately set up a suppressing fire array. Long time no see. The Witch's Core Great Array unleashed a colossal wave of energy, packing the destructive force of countless roaring flames. Professor Josephine desperately poured her magic into a defensive shield to protect herself. "Damn it!" she shouted fiercely. "Were you the ones who activated the marker? How the hell did you know where to find it?" Elder Admake gave a smug, mocking smile. "Because the Tower Master has an incredibly powerful ally. There's actually one more person who knows the location of this marker you see. There were exactly 3 heroes who fought in the Witch War." The horrific realization finally hit Professor Josephine. "Tess Banaz," she roared in absolute fury. "Did you bastards really join hands with him? How are you going to deal with the fallout?" He casually brushed off her warning. Rules hardly matter anymore at this point. A sharp glint of deep-seated resentment flashed in Elder Admake's eyes. To be brutally honest, forcing the magical arts to bow to the law was a catastrophic mistake from the very beginning. From heavenly yakshas and beastmen all the way to vampires, every memory just fueled his bitter disgust. Protecting test subjects like those filthy beasts just for the sake of human rights or morality is horribly inefficient. Not to mention dragging in common criminals and carelessly teaching them magic. You Academy fools do nothing but hold back the true evolution of the magical arts. Listening to his twisted logic made her blood boil. "Do you have any idea what you're saying?" Professor Josephine screamed in pure outrage. "You disgusting monsters haven't changed one bit!" First it was the demons, then the demonkin. She could never forget those agonizing days of staring at the world through cold iron bars. And then, it was the witches. You've always despised and hunted down anyone who dared to stand against you, or anyone who dared to use magic. The more she spoke, the deeper the bitter resentment burned in her chest. But when the hunt finally ended, you locked me up, a mere child at the time, and started bickering over how you were going to dissect and experiment on me. One side argued that fire magic was the absolute foundation, while the other side claimed dark magic was the true core, and then you all just started slaughtering each other. The screams and cries slammed against the stone walls and iron doors echoing endlessly. Professor Josephine's vision blurred with tears as she recalled that single, fleeting glimmer of hope. Danua had appeared before her like a saving goddess. "I'm here to save you." That's what she told me. Professor Josephine continued, her voice trembling with seething rage. "Even up until the moment your dark hearts were pierced by Danua's spear, you never had any real passion for magic. You're just a bunch of pathetic wretches who can only survive by feeding off your hatred for others." Her magical shield began to expand outward with intense pressure, but Elder Admake merely smirked in twisted amusement. As expected from the very star of the witch revolution, seizing the opening, he blasted a torrent of fire magic that pierced right through her shield, tightly binding Professor Josephine in an instant. "But you really shouldn't let your guard down." Elder Admake raised his hand, preparing to strike her again. "This vessel can maintain the spell trapping you for at least 3 days. He had already orchestrated the absolutely perfect plan. It's a bit of a shame to hand over our Grand Crusade to those dark magic fanatics. But while I keep you locked up here, the Magic Tower will assassinate Chairman Isle, abduct all the graduating students, and bring them right back to the tower." Elder Admake let out a cruel, sadistic laugh. "In just 3 days, this pathetic academy will be wiped off the map. Only the chosen few will remain to pursue the absolute pinnacle of magic in our new paradise. But then, Korin's voice suddenly cut through the air, making the elder's face completely freeze in shock. 3 days? Man, even 3 minutes sounds way too long for you. Elder Admake violently whipped around. Who the hell is that? Korin stood there all alone, completely unfazed as the violent flames rushed right at him. Seeing the deadly danger, Professor Josephine shrieked in panic. "Run away, Cadet Korin! He's an elder!" But Korin just casually interrupted her. "Professor, do you want to know why these guys never change?" Not even giving Professor Josephine a second to process it, he smoothly answered his own question. Because they haven't had the crap beaten out of them enough. Plan B. Korin leveled his spear straight at the elder and his bunch of lackeys. "You losers are getting a beatdown first. Commencing Professor Rescue Op!" The scene shifted to Jen and John, who had just realized they were late for class and were running like their lives depended on it. "We made it!" Mr. Renshi barked in a strict tone. "You're late, Student Ren." "And Student John." Jen panted heavily, but still managed to gasp out, "We're so sorry, sir." He furrowed his brows and gave the two of them a good scolding. "Today is your very first day joining a monster subjugation mission. Even if it's just a regular grade 4 monster. What can you possibly achieve with an attitude like that? I absolutely hate having to repeat myself." "What did I tell you?" Ren and John chanted back in perfect unison. Great Guardian needs more than just combat skills. They must also strictly honor their time commitments. Hearing this, Mr. Renshi nodded in approval. "All right, fine." He dropped the scolding and just hurried the two of them onto the transport vehicle. "Let's move out. Our mission today is to wipe out a pack of regular tier monsters." Jen slumped back into her seat, sighing exhaustedly. "It's only because he wasn't there that we were late." John muttered softly in agreement. "Yeah, exactly. He's the one who wakes us up every single day." Ren couldn't hold back, shouting in pure frustration. Where the heck did he run off to so early in the morning? Meanwhile, speaking of their older brother, the situation over on Korin's end was absolutely explosive. He tightened his grip on his spear and barked arrogantly, "You guys are getting a beatdown first!" Professor Josephine was completely taken aback. "Student Korin, what on earth are you doing here?" "It's simple. When the Magic Tower scum are pushed into a corner, they're obviously going to target the hardest person to deal with." Korin had already prepared a backup plan for Josephine. "Ancient Rune! Pursuit!" Korin bent his knees, gathering momentum. "Elder Admeka, I am truly disappointed." "This is not where you belong!" he roared, charging forward with a blazing, unstoppable aura. "Aren't I your favorite disciple, Master?" Elder Admake suddenly felt a chilling sense of familiarity. That face, that voice. As the horrifying realization hit him, he shrieked in absolute terror. "Are you that clown?" Elder Admake stared at the fire magic swirling around the boy's chest. Korin's armor could withstand mid-tier magic thanks to its fire resistance, but his sword was already gone. The elder channeled a massive surge of energy into his hands, preparing an attack hot enough to incinerate everything to ashes. The red faction mages rapidly pooled their mana to expand the magic circle, joining forces from both sides to drastically amplify their firepower. The magic circle above the mages erupted into a fiery tornado, ultimately forming a devastating magical force like a miniature sun, the ultimate technique of the red faction, the Heavenly Flare. Admake, who had been holding a grudge against the boy for so long, finally got his chance to gloat. Was there anything the flames of the red faction couldn't incinerate? He roared at the top of his lungs. "Die!" The spell plummeted toward Korin with the speed of a meteor. Korin was already in his combat stance, but he didn't even try to dodge. Instead, like a true main character basking in the spotlight of his enemy's flames, he simply smirked in absolute defiance. The Heavenly Flare unleashed all its magical might, but at most it merely cratered the earth and sent rocks flying. Korin stood right in the center of the inferno, completely unfazed. Elder Admake's face went pale as a sheet, battered by the swirling ash and wind, his heart gripped by sheer terror. "That's impossible!" Korin slowly walked out of the flames with that familiar, chilling smirk. This isn't just simple fire resistance. Korin was bathed in the Heavenly Flare, yet not a single inch of his skin was burned. The horrifying realization finally hit the elder. It was a counter, an absolute perfect counter. Korin's smile grew wider and more terrifying by the second. "Elder this, elder that. Korin aimed the tip of his spear toward the sky, summoning his own fiery aura. If you rely on fire, you don't even deserve to be my opponent. The technique he was about to unleash was Clausulus Solar Convergence. On his own, he still wouldn't be able to pull it off. But with this much ambient heat around him, Korin could pull it off without breaking a sweat. Without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed his next move. Clausulus Solar Manifestation! A devastating blast erupted in the blink of an eye, turning the massive expanse of the sky an ashen gray. The Elder and his mages struggled desperately to resist the overwhelming magical force. However, as the blinding light swallowed him whole, Elder Admake just froze up like a statue. Unbelievable! Thick smoke and dust lingered in the air, leaving behind a terrifying aftermath. Korin planted his spear into the ground as the scenery slowly cleared before his eyes. The charred remains of his enemies lay scattered across the scorched earth. Korin anchored his feet in the cratered ground and took a deep breath. Professor Josephine was completely in awe. Absolutely incredible. He acknowledged that the Elder had been a very strong opponent. Yeah, well, it is one of the 4 great treasures of Danaon, after all. She replied with a soft, casual tone. No, I was talking about you. Korin Locke. The solar attribute is the absolute counter to both the red faction's fire magic and the black faction's monsters. Professor Josephine probed Korin's intentions. This whole incident at the Magic Tower, you predicted it and prepared for it in advance, didn't you? He just glanced up. Well, about that. Her gaze deepened, completely unable to read him. Korin Locke. There were simply too many bizarre mysteries surrounding this kid. Being cautious and suspicious of him was the natural thing to do. But of course, Professor Josephine remembered his true goal for joining the academy, to protect this world. Ultimately, she found herself leaning toward trusting the silhouette of this young man, the one carrying the weight of such a grand ambition. Professor Josephine suddenly saw just how much Korin resembled Aaron Danua, perfectly overlapping with the very image of justice itself. She draped his arm over her shoulder and helped him stand up. I'll help you, she stated, without a single ounce of hesitation. So, what is the next plan? Korin, of course, had already calculated everything flawlessly. Just as planned, their next target is Senior Marriott, and I've already set the trap on her end. Korin could read the enemy like an open book. The Magic Tower mages had exactly 2 objectives. Number 1, assassinate Principal Ailkasa. Number 2, capture Marriott Donolev. But there was one thing Korin didn't anticipate. I originally planned to act as the bait in her place, but Princess Miriam unexpectedly took my side, which complicated things a bit. Still, Korin remained completely unfazed. Whatever, I've got a plan B anyway. On the grand opening day of the Dunalb Trading Guild, the streets were bustling with crowds. Korin's plan was running like clockwork. While he backed up Miss Josephine, Marriott flashed a bright smile. No worries, I'll leave the arrangements to you. She deliberately attended high-profile events to draw attention, then slowly wandered off into a quiet, secluded alley, the perfect spot to bait an ambush. But something felt off to her. Are they still not here yet? There are way too many prying eyes around here. Marriott scanned her surroundings. The enemy was definitely being cautious. If they aren't going to jump me, I'll just pretend I'm heading to my carriage and leave. She slipped out of the dark alleyway and stepped onto the main street. If they're going to strike, it's gonna be right here. Marriott glanced at the neat row of carriages lined up ahead. Just like Korin said, if they snatch me here, they can use a carriage to make a clean getaway. Fired up, she marched forward. The stage was perfectly set. From the alley across the street, 2 shadowy figures oozing with a dark aura finally appeared. Bring it on. But the moment she recognized Warren and Elisa, she immediately dropped her guard. Marriott was confused, especially when Elisa just stared back at her with a blank expression. Korin said he'd be coming from this direction. Looking down the completely deserted street, Marriott's suspicion grew. Why hasn't anyone from the Magic Tower shown up yet? Meanwhile, deep in the western mountain forest, an ill-fated wild boar squealed in absolute agony. John stomped on its massive corpse, puffing his chest out proudly. Ren, look at this. I just bagged a massive wild boar. Ren just shrugged it off. Whatever, I caught an even bigger one. But her mind was actually somewhere else. Something felt off. Jen noticed a severe lack of boar scent in the air. I heard it's breeding season, so this place should be swarming with them. Professor Dina even bought a whole bunch of them for her experiments last year. She let out a frustrated sigh, looking down at the ground. Yet we've hiked all the way into the deep forest, and this is all we found? John sniffed the air. Hey, Ren, don't you smell something weird? Ren narrowed her eyes, trying to trace the source of the foul, metallic stench. This is definitely... She suddenly spun around, catching a creeper lurking in the shadows. The smell of a rotting corpse. Who's there? Show yourself. A figure draped in a black robe casually stepped out from behind the bushes. Even an elder dragon would fetch a high price. But this was the successor of the dark faction, Professor Akai. His entire body radiated a suffocating aura of death. Still, the golden wolves weren't exactly pushovers either. They are just as rare as vampires, Professor Akai thought with a wicked grin. And there are two of them. Since they're just pups, catching them will be a walk in the park. Lord Mostan will be absolutely thrilled to get his hands on a treasure like this. He summoned an entire army of fang boars, their eyes glowing a sinister blood red. Every single fang boar in this forest had already been turned into the undead. Professor Akai tried to play the patient captor. Don't resist, just be good little pups and come with me. You two are incredibly precious specimens after all. John immediately dropped into a defensive stance. Beside him, Ren braced herself, ready to rip the beasts apart one by one. Seeing this, Akai couldn't hide his mocking pity. Are you seriously trying to fight me? What a shame. Professor Akai flicked his wrist, ordering the undead fangboars to attack without mercy. Still, if these specimens get too badly damaged, how could I ever show my face to Lord Moran? The bloodthirsty beast lunged at the two kids, fighting over their juicy prey. But in the very next second, a massive, earth-shattering explosion ripped through the deep forest, sending a shockwave for miles. At that exact moment, near the entrance of the western mountain forest, Aogun Renchi swung his massive scythe. With one devastating horizontal sweep, he utterly pulverized three fangboars charging from all sides. Everyone, form a defensive perimeter around me. Fight together and watch each other's backs. Fangboars were a highly mutated, omnivorous species that required strict population control every year. Now, a massive horde of these ferocious Class 4 beasts was swarming their targets. Renchi spun his weapon, slaughtering the beasts while barking out curses. I bust my ass bringing these students out here to hunt monsters, and what happens if I can't keep them safe, huh? Aogun Renchi glared furiously at the black mages. You filthy black mages! You lay one finger on my academy students, and it's a direct violation of the treaty. One of the black mages responded in an icy tone, clearly looking down on everyone. The magic tower couldn't care less about you or your little students. As long as you don't resist, no one gets hurt. Renchi froze for a second. Then what the hell are you after? The black mage gave a blunt reply. Those werewolf freaks. Aogun Renchi let out a furious growl. You've got to be kidding me. You know what I hate more than anything? Repeating myself. He gritted his teeth. Those kids were still rough around the edges. Now, Jen and John were completely cut off, forced to face down Class B fangboars all by themselves. Renchi's voice dropped to a deadly rumble. However, against all odds, the two pups unleashed a flurry of strikes as fast as shooting stars, butchering the massive boars like meat on a chopping block. One by one, the beasts were violently torn to shreds, their bodies scattered across the forest floor. They were evolving in real time. In his beast form, John's blood-soaked claws radiated a terrifying, dominant aura. Renchi stood fiercely by his students. I don't care if they're demons or beastmen, as long as they learn and grow at my academy. Aogun Renchi slammed his scythe into the ground, issuing a lethal warning. They are my students! The black mage furiously pointed a finger at him. Are you seriously declaring war on the magic tower? In response, Renchi just let out a chilling, ruthless smirk. Declaring war? Aogun Renchi swung his scythe, now surging with a dark, explosive energy. You're the bastards who touched my students first, he roared, the veins popping on his forehead in pure, unrestrained fury. You brought this on yourselves. Transition to the special dorms. Senior Marie, Corin called out. Marie was frantically looking for him too. Corin! She was fraught with worry. I did exactly what you said, Corin, but there hasn't been any ambush at all. Corin rubbed his chin, wondering, did Rick already figure it out? Their original plan was a synchronized attack on Josephine, Marie, and Chairman Errol. The red and black factions were working perfectly in sync. Because of that, he had set a trap and lay in wait. But 30 mages from the black faction had simply vanished. Corin had gone to back up Professor Josephine. He managed to capture the red faction, but he had no clue where the rest of them went. Out of nowhere, Miriam pushed the door open. Are you wondering where the mages from the magic tower disappeared to? She drifted into the room like a ghost. Yet, strangely enough, she didn't startle anyone at all. Miriam raised an eyebrow, giving a faint smirk. Corin looked at her in sheer surprise. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Professor Akai was thrilled to see mangled bodies rolling across the green grass, smugly praising his own eye for targets. Just as I thought. The Golden Wolves completely live up to their name. They're every bit as valuable as an elder vampire. Several dark mages clasped their hands together at once, a foul aura of death swirling around and hiding their faces. We have tamed death itself, merging countless corpses with dark magic to forge this ultimate beast. Professor Akai held his head high, summoning the newly formed monstrosity. How could a bunch of wild beasts ever stand against the dark arts? John stepped forward, shouting a warning. Ren looked up, her eyes locked onto the swirling dark magic. I know! She screamed right as the monster lunged forward, relentlessly chasing the two of them. Run! In a split second, it swiped at them, successfully knocking them both off their feet. Ren and John lost their balance and crashed hard into the dirt. The two kids groggily sat up, panting heavily. The crazed beast frantically searched for the prey that had just slipped through its claws. What the hell is that thing? How is it so overwhelmingly destructive? Standing in the corner, Akai was dripping with sweat too. Surprised, aren't you? Though I suppose it's way too complex for filthy animals like you to understand. This right here is the absolute pinnacle of biological dark arts. Without missing a beat, Ren and John decided to flank it and attack from both sides. They slashed at it with razor-sharp claws. I studied the very core of synthetic life to artificially maximize a creature's muscle density by calculating the muscle mass of multiple subjects and micromanaging every single fiber. John gritted his teeth, realizing their attack did absolutely nothing. Not just its strength, but its durability goes through the roof. He stared helplessly at the 3 faint scratch marks they had left on the beast's thick neck. It didn't even leave a scratch, John warned her. This thing is insanely fast and built like a tank. But Ren wasn't going to let that kill her momentum. Yeah, I know. The two kids decided to charge in again, flashing back to a valuable lesson Corin had taught them. At the academy, there are people faster than me, and there are even 2 people stronger than me. Corin had smirked with absolute confidence. But if it comes to a real fight, I'd beat every single one of them. Ren and John had innocently asked him back then, how would you do that? He calmly replied, first. Back in the present, John bolted forward, running at full speed right up the monster's massive arm. A fierce, calculating glint flashed in his eyes. John vaulted into the air and slammed a heavy punch straight into the beast's shoulder, acting as the perfect bait to draw its attention. He yelled down to his sister, Ren, hit it now! Corin's advice echoed clearly in her mind. Then you strike at their weak point. Ren lunged straight for its leg, grabbing on tight. If claws aren't cutting it, use your fangs. Don't rush it. Just be patient and keep chipping away. She followed his teachings flawlessly, sinking her teeth viciously into the monster's ankle. Unable to shake her off, the beast let out an agonizing roar. And you will win. The moment Ren slid back to safety, the massive beast collapsed to its knees in utter defeat. Great job! She looked up at the blue sky, beaming with joy. It's finally over! Awesome! If we just keep fighting like this... But without warning, Ren violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. She forcibly reverted to her demi-human form, clutching her throat as she choked out voiceless gasps. What? What the hell is happening? John panicked completely, sprinting toward her in absolute terror. Ren! But the monster suddenly shot back up, throwing itself between them. Its razor-sharp claws swiped with lightning speed. The beast impaled Ren straight through her body while she was completely paralyzed and defenseless. Unable to reach her in time, John let out a gut-wrenching scream. Ren! Professor Akai stroked his chin with a sinister, mocking grin. Stupid, filthy animals. The flesh of a chimera is made of pure, concentrated poison. You know absolutely nothing, yet you dared to sink your teeth into it? Suddenly, he realized he made a slight miscalculation. Hold on a minute. If it kills them before the experiment is even over, what's the point? On the other side, John growled low, his boiling rage pushing him to the absolute brink of insanity. Shut the hell up! John's entire body erupted into blazing flames. Channeling every ounce of his strength and pure, unadulterated hatred, he threw a devastating punch. But the monster effortlessly blocked the fiery blow right before it could connect with Professor Akai. Panicking, the professor frantically ordered the beast to stop. Wait! Don't kill him! Take him alive! I don't care if you have to rip off one of his legs! Fueled by the deep, inseparable bond he shared with his fallen sister, the fiery young wolf faced the crazed monster, both of them letting out terrifying, deafening roars. He absolutely refused to go down without a fight. If one of them was taken down first, the other would definitely... John used his lightning-fast claws to slash crisscrossing gashes into every fiber of its flesh. He unleashed a web of blindingly fast strikes, sending trails of blood spraying everywhere. The monster's endurance for these deadly attacks had completely passed its limit. Professor Akai watched in wide-eyed terror at the sudden, crushing defeat. He rolled his eyes back in sheer horror, completely snapping awake. The fiery aura around John suddenly turned pitch black as he went totally berserk. Consumed by agonizing grief, his fiery rage ignited. "I'm going to kill you! I will slaughter every single one of you!" Professor Akai immediately barked an order. "Kill him! Forget about the damn experiment." "Just kill him first." The dark mages immediately set up their magic circles to counterattack. "Yes, Professor Akai!" John completely ignored the incoming magic, recklessly charging straight in for the kill. He slashed his claws wildly, making enemy blood spray in vicious arcs. Akai scrambled backward in absolute terror. "Impossible! My disciples!" John launched one final strike, aiming to finish off Professor Akai once and for all. "Die!" Suddenly, a silhouette dropped down from the howling winds above. Corin arrived just in the nick of time, blocking the fatal blow. "Corin, you..." He broke down, weeping in absolute despair. Jen is dead. Why are you only here now? You should have come sooner." The wolf siblings lived only for each other. John pounded helplessly against Corin's chest. That was why when one died, the other would go berserk and lose all reason. Corin drove his spear into the ground to steady himself. He then pulled the boy into a tight embrace. "I'm sorry, I got here too late, didn't I?" Corin quickly calmed him down. "John, Jen is still alive." Mariette was right beside them, feeding Jen some healing potion. Her injuries were incredibly severe. If we were even a second later, it really would have been over. He choked up, whispering her name. "Jen?" Ultimately, her condition had passed the critical stage. She was simply unconscious. "She's going to be okay now." John burst into loud, relieved sobs on his shoulder. Corin kept rubbing his back, constantly reassuring him. "Yeah, it's all right now." Corin lowered his eyes, a cold, empty gaze taking over. Rewinding time to when Miriam came to give Corin the news. "The magic tower has already started hunting those werewolves." He was a bit puzzled. "Why are you telling me this?" Princess Miriam was backed by the magic tower. There was absolutely no way she would just obediently leak the mage's location. She gave a cryptic, mysterious smile. "I just gave up something massive. There won't be a next time." Corin didn't say goodbye, only adding, "I'll consider this a favor I owe you." Miriam replied softly, "I know." She glanced back, her scheming nature slipping through. "You will definitely have to pay the price for this debt." After that, he shouldered his spear and headed out to handle the mess at the forest entrance. Whether they were the black faction or red faction, they all had to sit down in a neat, orderly line. "Yeah, keep your heads down lower. What are you looking so smug for?" Algan Renshi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness none of the first-year students were seriously injured. Corin was genuinely grateful. "That's all thanks to you risking your life to protect us, Professor Algan." He solemnly shook his head. "No, this wasn't my doing." Algan Renshi turned his eyes toward the talented group of students. "The combat readiness of this year's freshmen is vastly superior to last year's. Thanks to equipment made from expensive mana stones, they were able to protect themselves." He spoke softly. "A certain senior provided them." When mentioning Warren generously distributing mana stones to the students, Algan Renshi seemed quite pleased. That was the result of spending an entire fortune. Corin scratched his head with a laugh. "Well, not the whole thing. Just half of it." Professor Josephine's urgent voice suddenly rang out. "Student Corin!" Corin took a step forward. "Professor, the situation just stabilized." She cut him off. "This is an absolute emergency," Professor Josephine reported with grave seriousness. The Marer that the chairman is holding on to has started reacting. Hearing this, he froze for a moment. Could it be? Corin recalled Miriam's exact words. You will definitely have to pay the price for this debt. The Red faction had attacked Professor Josephine, and he began piecing things together, adding the fact that Jen and John were ambushed deep in the forest. Among both the Red and Black factions, Corin connected the dots. The Gold Mage still hadn't shown up. Realization hit him, and he muttered under his breath. A simultaneous attack. Could it be the chairman? Even with the regressor's antidote, the timeline was steering right back to its original script. Professor Josephine began activating the teleportation gate. We have to leave right now. Stay on high alert. This time is completely different from those little Red and Black faction games you imagined before. Corin etched that warning into his mind. I know, but I'm going anyway. But you're not the helpless kid you used to be. Marie agreed, her resolve just as firm. I chimed in as well. We have no choice but to follow the path Corin chooses. A special-grade vampire and a creature as indestructible as Diamond. A swordsman who had stepped into the domain, and Corin Locke himself, the boy who held the sun in his hands and possessed 3 aura cores. This current lineup was more than enough to face off against the Golden Archmage. Professor Josephine took the lead, confidently stepping through the spatial portal, with Corin following closely behind. But the sight before them left her completely stunned. Chairman! Corin's breath hitched for a second, but luckily there was a silver lining. Professor Josephine rushed over in an absolute panic. Chairman! Chairman Ario's body hadn't been completely destroyed yet, but to push him to this state, their opponent was definitely not someone to be taken lightly. He gritted his teeth. A special-grade Archmage. Corin turned to see 4 shadowy figures. The 4 great treasures of the Tuatha De Danann had gathered in one place. The Spear of Light Ariadbar, the Infinite Alchemy, and the Sun Sword Cleum Solis. The zealous guy from Endrick's group took off his hat in greeting. Hello there, Tamora spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. Long time no see, standing captain. O'Brevin looked down at them. We meet again on the Bridge of Destiny. Why has fate placed us in this situation? To kill or be killed, that is the question. The Golden Lock had finally escaped its chains. The heavenly coronation ritual had been unlocked. The system backup displayed on screen. Analyzing relevant systems. First person. Tamoris, relevance level. A+. Next, the pitch black guy on the left. Dunscaith, relevance A+. The arrogant blonde. O'Brevin, relevance A+ to C++, and the one sitting commandingly on the throne was none other than Tates Balthazar, relevance S. The system displayed the number 740%. Backup active. Boosting the hero's status stats. Corin Locke, defeat the evil and save the world. Corin absolutely couldn't believe his eyes. Why is it you? Tates Balthazar replied in a cold, nonchalant tone. Destiny has bound our fates as one. The air around him was suffocatingly thick with murderous intent. Are you fully prepared? The young man stammered, Tates Balthazar? Tates Balthazar looked down at him with a deeply cunning glint in his eyes. Are you really that surprised? He continued smoothly, I merely came to see the student who has ruined my plans time and time again, and to rip that precious brain right out of your skull. Corin muttered to himself, Yeah. You're thinking I went a bit too far with my provocation, aren't you? Corin glanced back, thinking to himself that it was a huge relief Chairman Ario hadn't been completely wiped out. No matter what happened, he had to prevent that at all costs. He thought back to everything that had happened before. Both in the game and in the previous loop, Corin had failed to save Ario from his tragic end. And then, when the true main body stepped into the real world, his master had ultimately been murdered by Balthazar. It was only because Corin had leaked the assassination plot beforehand that his master had managed to evacuate just in time. Ario's lips trembled weakly. Corin, I'm so sorry. Corin thought frantically. The only ones who know this location are the heroes who fought in the Witch War. He recalled Tates Balthazar's deceitful face. He never expected the man to make a move personally. Corin let out a heavy sigh. Well, that was completely out of left field. Another massive variable had just entirely derailed his script. He reached out and gripped his weapon tightly. It's fine. I'll just rewrite this script myself. His eyes flared with raw killing intent as he boldly charged forward. I always managed to turn things around for the better. Poisonous dragon strikes! Korin gritted his teeth aggressively, his face contorting as if enduring immense pain. It was the ultimate dream of all martial artists, the domain. A lightning-fast ambush aimed right at the vulnerable gaps in consciousness. Tates Balthazar just smirked dismissively, wielding his own weapon to strike right back at him. He effortlessly dismantled the poisonous dragon strike like it was absolutely nothing. His cold, razor-sharp gaze locked tightly onto Korin. He already unleashed his domain, Korin thought to himself in shock. The Arhan hero legend, a brutal clash of lethal ultimate techniques in the martial arts realm. Korin gritted his teeth and poured even more explosive strength into his grip. This isn't going to be enough. The second domain, Tates Balthazar flashed a deeply smug, arrogant smile. That's a beautiful spear, Crimson Snake's ultimate strike. Poisonous dragon strikes! Korin's face flashed with pure dread as his mind raced. This guy is furiously spamming domains just like the Sword Demon. The system violently flashed a notification. System backup. Donoric, relevance level A+. Dunscaith, relevance level A+. O'Brevin, relevance level A+ to C+. Reviewing precepts. Tates Balthazar, relevance to user S, stats violently boosted by 740%. Korin smirked tightly. But hey, so can I. The two of them fiercely collided in absolute blood-pumping madness. The third domain. The battle grew intensely brutal, with neither side willing to back down a single inch. The fourth and the fifth domain. Tates Balthazar was now fighting with pure, unhinged exhilaration. He laughed maniacally. You've got the basics down. Now let's see you speed it up a little. The sixth combination. Korin pushed himself to the absolute physical limit. Thick veins bulging across his skin. They were like two ballistic missiles, tearing through the wind as they violently barreled toward each other. In perfect sync, they raised their spears, locking eyes with blazing, provocative glares. Two blinding sources of light violently crashed into each other, diametrically opposed. Korin poured every last desperate ounce of his strength just to block Tates Balthazar's crushing attack. He gripped his spear tightly, raised it high, and swung it horizontally with everything he had. Aiming for a totally lethal blow, Tates Balthazar didn't flinch for a second. Instead, his excitement completely exploded as he ruthlessly struck back at Korin, using the exact same technique. Barely a second after the clash began, both Warren and Marie stood there in absolute shock. For anyone unable to deploy a domain, comprehending this mind-bending level of battle was simply impossible. Warren and Marie anxiously rushed forward. Filled with overwhelming anxiety, Marie called out, "Korin!" Suddenly, the two of them completely froze. Their faces remained tense with pure worry as if they had just spotted something terrifying. Right behind them, Alicia suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, as someone who had also stepped into the domain, her incredibly sharp gaze instantly locked forward, totally prepared to counterattack. O'Brevin threw his head back and laughed. The Arhan One Sword/Domain isn't exactly a simple trick, you know. Such incredible talent. It's been a very long time since the king last. Tates Balthazar spoke with heavy disdain. I'm sure you'll find this extremely amusing. Don't get so damn arrogant thinking a domain makes you completely invincible. Warren fiercely swung her fist straight toward him. Don't you get cocky with me. But unfortunately, he effortlessly, completely dodged her punch like it was nothing. Tess Banzat grabbed her arm with his massive hand before she could even react. Then, with a vicious swing, he sent both Warren and Alissa crashing to the ground. Alissa slammed her head hard against the earth, her face covered in blood, contorted in absolute agony. Seeing this, War gasped, sheer terror washing over her face. Tess Banzat flashed a triumphant smirk, winding up a heavy punch aimed straight at the resilient Alissa. But before he could land the blow, a shadow darted in front of her. Warren threw herself in the way, taking the lethal strike with her own back to shield Alissa. Utterly terrified, Alissa let out a weak, trembling whimper. War unleashed a volley of chains, screaming, "Stop it right now!" The heavy chains flew straight toward Tess Banzat's massive hand, binding him tight. He stumbled back a step, looking completely bewildered. Her face twisted in pure fury. Warren growled, "You are dead meat!" But suddenly, the chains were violently yanked, throwing her off balance. "What did you just say?" Tess Banzat thrashed around like a maniac, his massive body straining against the heavy chains. "This is not my fate!" War screamed in defiance. "You piece of trash!" The The chain snapped clean off under his brute force, leaving her in absolute shock. She stood there, completely unable to believe her own eyes. With a savage sweep of his arm, he sent her crashing face first into the dirt. Looking down at her, he sneered, "Turns out, you're just a complete amateur. No matter how tough your body is, if your brain takes a hit like that, you're done for." Tess Banzat grabbed a razor-sharp spear, raising it high above his head, ready to impale her. "Now, die." But right before he could bring it down, a surprise attack froze him solid in his tracks. His eyes darted over in sheer disbelief. Glaring at Marriott, who had just struck him, he barked, "So, you are that damn vampire everyone is talking about." She looked completely bewildered, as if she couldn't process what was happening. Marriott let out a fierce battle cry, summoning a terrifying monster named Dioku, just as Tess Banzat violently shattered the ice to break free. Gripping his spear, his face twisted into a maniacal grin as he chanted, "The fourth relic of Danon, the holy spear, Arenwa. It moves on its own, piercing through anything, and it never misses its mark." With a monstrous throw, he launched the spear, instantly tearing straight through the monster's body. The spear tip shot right toward Marriott's face, making her scream in terror. She squeezed her eyes shut, fully accepting her grim fate. Suddenly, a booming voice roared, "Stop right there!" In a flash, a glowing ring of light appeared, and the spear flew straight into it. The portal of light shrank and slowly vanished. Tess Banzat let out a mocking scoff. "Did you just banish my holy spear to another dimension?" Only one person in this world could pull off a trick like that. He locked eyes with Josephine, smirking coldly. "My old friend, Josephine, aren't you a little late to the party?" She screamed right back at him, "Shut your mouth, you filthy traitor! And for the record, I wasn't the one who did that. It's the manifestation of the sun, Cleom Soles, the absolute limit of what he can pull off right now. A sun forged from magic, amplified by 740%. He turned around, staring her down. "Even though it missed the heart, that was still a fatal blow. Yet you're healing at an incredibly abnormal speed. At this point, this isn't even your own pure power anymore." His expression remained completely unfazed. "Is it a commandment? Perhaps he forged a grand vow entirely opposite to mine, but manifesting the sun at that magnitude, that is way beyond your capabilities." Josephine yelled fiercely, "If it's just for a brief moment, we can endure it." Special grade magic, multi-layer spatial teleportation. Watching the spectacle unfold, Ober playfully chimed in. "Running away? How pathetic." Dun Sky let out a cold laugh. "Did you really think I would just stand here and watch?" Suddenly, a blinding light flashed out of nowhere, forcing them to shield their eyes. Corin burst onto the scene, screaming, "Everyone, hurry up!" Without hesitating, they supported each other and rushed into the glowing blue circle. Josephine frantically urged them on. "Come on, move faster!" Corin's hair slowly faded from stark white back to its original black. As he stepped into the blue portal, a mysterious smirk crossed his face. "See you around." On the other side, Tess Banzat roared in sheer fury. "You little bastard!" The blue ring of light quickly shrank and vanished into thin air. Snapping back to his senses, Dun Sky asked curiously, "Did it pierce them?" Tess Banzat just let out a chilling laugh. "Oh, it didn't miss. My spear never fails to hit its mark." Meanwhile, Mary was trembling with worry for Corin. Tess Banzat's sinister voice echoed, "It is still locked onto the exact target I aimed for from the very beginning." Catching sight of the deadly spear, he threw himself in front to shield her. "Senior Marriott, one more incarnation and one more regression." But right before the spear could strike, a hand shoved Corin hard out of the way. The deadly blade flew forward, brutally piercing straight through Errol's body. He always managed to flip the script and steer things toward a better ending. At least, that was what he used to believe. But now, seeing Errol grimacing in pain yet forcing a gentle smile, Corin screamed at the top of his lungs, "Headmaster!" Panic consumed him as he desperately rushed over to grab her hand. "No! No!" His fingers were inches away from hers, but he was too late. Errol dissolved completely into thin air, leaving behind only a faint, flickering light before vanishing forever. Corin froze dead in his tracks, his eyes wide in absolute horror and disbelief. In the end, he couldn't change a single thing. Long ago, the first to ever walk upon this land were the Heavenly Giants. And just like any other grand epic, their glorious era eventually came to an end. From their fallen remains true life was born, the sun, the light, the vast earth, the deep seas, and the beings that embodied all of creation. The Danin. These were the entities that the people of this world revered as gods. They forged a perfect paradise, an era of absolute peace that flourished for centuries. The age of Danin was hailed as the absolute pinnacle of civilization. But as time relentlessly marched on, a new arrival found its way into this holy paradise. It was a remarkably small, fragile, and weak species. Yet, fueled by a burning ambition and an endless, unstoppable curiosity, they somehow earned the profound love of the Danin gods. They were known as the Goan, the ancestors of modern-day humanity. The Danin gifted them the secrets of civilization and magic, allowing humanity to prosper beyond measure. And before anyone even realized it, their numbers had multiplied to an unbelievable, staggering degree. But humanity refused to stop. They tore down the forests of the dwarves and elves, ultimately seizing this land from the Danan. An individual human was no match for them, but their numbers were simply too overwhelming, outnumbering the Danan 100 to 1. And so, the era of the Danan was brought to an end by the very humans they had nurtured. Yet, even in their final moments, the Danan remained steadfast, yearning for coexistence between humanity and this world. And the last remaining Danan in paradise froze herself in eternity. That person was her. The Danan of justice, Danua. As the sole survivor, she guided humanity down the righteous path. My disciples have all left their names as heroes of this world. Yet she always carried a deep loneliness within her, burdened by being the last of her kind. Because of that, she relentlessly searched for the wonders and relics left behind by her ancestors, Gorias. Eventually, she discovered another Danan who was still sealed away, Tate's Balthazar. That child soothed her long-held loneliness and became her greatest joy. And so, she gave him all her love, her spearmanship, and even her most precious treasures. She loved that child like a son, a comrade, and a lover. But she didn't know the real reason why two Danan existed in this world. The Danan who wished for humanity to live in harmony with the world left behind the Danan of justice. Meanwhile, those who wished for humanity's extinction left behind the Danan of vengeance. The descent of paradise. When the Danan of vengeance learned the history of this world and his true identity, he wiped out all of humanity here to rebuild the paradise of the gods. That is why, 80 years ago, we stopped the descent of paradise and punished the traitor Balthazar, Danua recounted. In exchange, I was wounded and sealed away. She looked down, appearing utterly helpless in this place, the Shadow Palace. Danua's expression was filled with profound sorrow. Because of that, I always thought Tate's Balthazar had died a long time ago, until now. It was a familiar piece of dialogue. This event triggers when Danua's avatar is destroyed. Once this event concludes, Danua will leave the Shadow Palace and ultimately lose her life at the hands of Balthazar. Corin's grip tightened around his spear. Do you have any idea how much I absolutely despise this event? He thought to himself. If there was anything strange going on, it was this current life. He had never had any connection with Danua before. So why is she talking to me? Someone who isn't even her disciple? Corin asked cautiously. Are you mistaking me for Balthazar's disciple? He asked. At a time when you should be on high alert, why did you call me here? Danua cut him off. Little one, her voice was steady. You are my disciple, a child from the future, trying to shoulder everything all on your own. Corin was taken aback. How could this be? He thought. Could she possibly know what happened in Nasri? That wasn't important right now. What mattered was that she knew he came from the future. If that was the case, Corin's eyes grew more determined than ever. Then things will move much faster now. We need to fortify the defensive lines here immediately and have you hide out for a while. Don't let anyone inside. Danua spoke up. Just because you know the future doesn't mean you have to bear the burden all by yourself. Corin pressed on. You are the queen, the one and only queen of paradise. On a chessboard, the king must always be protected. She countered, I have never been a king, but I was once a master. Her tone remained steady. And I will always be a hero. He knew that even with the knowledge of the future, she was still someone who would choose to sacrifice herself. Corin stepped forward, collapsing to his knees at Danua's feet, his voice pleading. Please, I'm begging you, just stay put. Please don't leave this palace. He continued desperately, Not this time. It can't be like last time. Losing control, he practically shouted at her. We can change this. We can control it. We just need to prepare in advance and rewrite history exactly like I've been doing up until now. Manhwa gently reached out and touched his face, leaving him completely stunned. Then she pulled him into a warm embrace. We have met again like this. We have reunited and cherished one another, but destiny cannot be denied. Just as the Reincarnates of 3 years ago did, just as my future self did, the me of the present will also trust you and lift you up. She continued, I will protect you. That is my duty and it is my choice. Korin's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Hey, even knowing everything, in the end, I still couldn't change a thing. The scene shifted to a training ground a few days later. As Korin was training like a madman, a voice rang out. Well, glad to see you're still holding up, Lark remarked, munching on some popcorn. Yeah, well, that was the first time I've ever seen Korin look so damn miserable, the boy went on. I mean, during the principal's funeral, when Korin read the eulogy, he looked so depressed it was worrying. I was genuinely scared he wasn't going to be okay. He let out a soft sigh. But bouncing back after just one day to train like a total maniac, he really is a monster. Jaeger looked confused. But hey, haven't you noticed that all the girls around Korin have been super gloomy lately too? Senior Marie headed back down south, and Elisa is still in the hospital. He glanced over at Hwarin, who was still fully alert. I guess she's the only one left. But seeing her deep scowl, he quickly backpedaled. Or maybe not. Hwarin marched over and tightly grabbed Korin's arm, which was bleeding from his relentless training. He looked at her with curious eyes, but she just scowled. She pried his hand open, revealing a palm completely soaked in blood. Korin immediately yanked his hand away. Let go. Not yet. Her voice drew his attention. Hey. He turned around, only to see her swinging a fist right at him. But the punch didn't land on him. It completely grazed past his side. A gaping hole was blown into the wall behind him from the sheer force of the impact. Hwarin stepped up beside him. She placed her hand on the crumbling wall and gave Korin an order. Come with me. Outside, the rain began to fall in a gentle pitter-patter. Korin asked curiously, What are you planning to do? Hwarin replied, It was way too cramped in there to put up a decent fight. With a sharp swoosh, her figure blurred forward at breakneck speed. Hwarin's eyes burned with a manic intensity. I challenge you. Come on, let's fight. Korin was completely baffled. What the? Suddenly, he swung his spear in a sweeping arc right at Hwarin. Her fist slammed head-on into his weapon. The sheer force behind Hwarin's punch knocked the spear entirely off its trajectory. Korin was caught off guard. He thought to himself, she deflected it? This was a move from their group training where he had tried teaching her martial arts, but Hwarin was a natural-born powerhouse with an indestructible body. She could have tanked that spear strike head-on without a single scratch, yet she chose to deflect it instead. Even though her form was still a bit clumsy, the move was completely unpredictable. Just when the heck did she learn all this? Completely overpowered, Korin crashed hard into the dirt. He looked up at her, his eyes filled with exhaustion and utter confusion. Hwarin didn't stop there, winding up for another devastating blow. With a massive boom, her fist cratered the earth. Thankfully, she had aimed right next to Korin's face. She let out a cold smirk, her words dripping with provocation. You're too weak. Korin was left absolutely speechless. Wait, what? She didn't let him finish. So stop pushing yourself so hard just to get stronger for nothing. As long as you're strong enough to survive, that's all that matters. Saying that, Hwarin stared at the intricate inscriptions carved into Korin's skin. Carve those same marks onto me too. I'll become even stronger. Her eyes betrayed a deep, aching sorrow. Desperate for the power to protect him, Korin was stunned by her request and immediately shot it down. No way. He remembered Manhwa's words. I am the adult here. Kiddo, as an adult, it's my absolute duty to put a child's safety above everything else. Korin placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. He could never subject a kid like her to such a thing. This kind of power isn't meant for a prodigy like you. Unlike a talentless hack like me, the risks are just too damn high. Hwarin firmly cut in, No, I was wrong. Let me take that back. Korin nodded. Exactly. I'm no longer a child. No, she interrupted him, pulling him into a sudden, tight embrace. You are not talentless. Caught completely off guard, Korin's eyes went wide with disbelief. What on earth are you doing? Korin Lork, you act like you can shoulder the whole world on your own. But in the end, you're acting like an immature brat, passing the burden onto everyone else. I can't just lie here defeated forever. Corin let out a soft chuckle. Yeah, you're right, thanks. He gently patted Warren's head. All right, time to get up. Corin looked up, his confidence fully restored. I've still got a lot of work to do. Cutting to 2 weeks later, the Magic Tower incident had caused an absolute uproar. Around a large circular table, a furious voice echoed through the room. The Red Faction goons ambushed Senior Professor Josephine, and the Black Faction actually had the nerve to kidnap a first-year student. We absolutely cannot let this slide. Another council member chimed in, the Magic Tower claims it was merely the rogue actions of a few renegade mages. He slammed his fist on the table in pure rage. And we're supposed to believe that garbage? There were 2 Elder Class mages backed by a strike force of 50 mages. Professor Dema sighed. We all know that. But even if we issue a formal protest, the Magic Tower's representative, Lost Rin, has already responded publicly. We need a strong figurehead to speak on our behalf, which means we urgently need to appoint the next chairman of the board. A man spoke up. For generations, the chairman's seat at Merkava Academy has always been held by the Ale family. Shouldn't it just go to them again this time? The response that followed left everyone completely stunned. The next chairman has already been predetermined. Professor Josephine, is it someone from the Isle family again? No, it's not, Josephine stated firmly. Aaron Danwa stepped out from the shadows. The assassination of Chairman Isle has thrown the academy into total chaos. But believe me, this is only the beginning, she continued, her voice ringing with authority. The looming war will be a desperate fight for the very survival of humanity, and the sole purpose of this academy is to forge the heroes who will save mankind in that exact war. She strode forward, radiating absolute confidence. And to achieve that, I, Aaron Danwa, the Blade of Justice and the mentor to heroes, shall take over as the new chairman of the board. Later, out on the balcony, Josephine sighed. I'm still against this. Balthazar has a massive target on your back, she continued. He isn't fighting alone like he was 80 years ago. She let out a heavy sigh. The exiled Magic Tower Order, the Northern Kingdom. His forces have grown to an unimaginable scale compared to back then. Aaron Danwa hesitated. Well, yes, but it had been so long since she last set foot in the academy, so Josephine playfully hyped her up. I'm actually thrilled. Suddenly, a panicked voice echoed from inside the building. I told you, you're not allowed to move yet. Over in City MK3 at the emergency hospital, Elisa, whose arm was heavily casted, protested. My sword. Please, just give me back my sword. The nurse sighed in pure exasperation. Oh my goodness, why do you keep doing this? This is seriously bad for your recovery. She remembered Tess Banzat's stern warning. Don't get overly cocky with the formless strikes inside your domain. She had gotten way too carried away, just knowing she could manifest it. The brutal reality was that Warren was the one who took the actual beating. Yet somehow, Elisa, who had just been standing on the sidelines, was the one stuck in a hospital bed. Meanwhile, Corin had literally been impaled by a massive spear, and the very next day, he was already back in the gym training his body. But her, she was utterly useless. Overwhelmed by agonizing frustration, Elisa gripped her bedsheets tightly. Suddenly, a strong hand appeared right in front of her face. Corin flashed her a warm, bright smile. Elisa's face instantly flushed cherry red. He gently took a warm boiled egg and began rolling it against her bruised cheek. Even though he was being gentle, the sting made her yelp out loud. See? It's still super swollen, he said casually. Elisa cast her eyes downward, her voice laced with sorrow. I don't have absolute defense. I don't have ridiculous regeneration abilities either. One little slip up, and I'm right back in the hospital. Am I doomed to just be a burden and rely on you forever, Corin? Corin's next words left her completely stunned. I'm so lucky, he continued. People with special grade physiques, indestructible bodies, and even genius swordsmen who can manifest their own domains are all helping me. Every time this happens, I can't help but ask myself if I truly deserve all of this support. He slowed his words down. But since I can also help you out a little bit in return? Corin flashed her a bright, warm smile. That's why I feel comfortable asking for your help. It's a little embarrassing to admit, but I'm still going to need you by my side in the future. Elisa shyly turned her head away. If you walk alone, you might go faster, but if we walk together, we can go much further. She gave a bashful little laugh. Well then, you'll have to feed me some honey candy. Consider it an advance payment for your help. We'll learn through these trials and grow stronger together. Corin held the treat up to feed her. Elisa happily opened her mouth, but right before she could get a taste, something dashed right past them. Both of them froze in absolute shock. While some people were learning how to stand back up on their own feet, others were discovering entirely new emotions. Elisa playfully teased him. "Are you getting jealous?" Josephine muttered from the side. "You guys are way too noisy." She watched the scene unfolding inside and went on. "It looks like everyone has fully recovered, even though things are still pretty complicated." Danua chimed in. "I completely understand your concerns, Miss Josephine. Humanity is facing a greater threat right now than ever before in history." She smiled, a confident, fiercely optimistic smile. "But even if my very own student stripped me of my powers and locked me away, my true mission has never once stopped." She gazed at the scene inside, as if reminiscing about her own past. "The academy I built has been quietly nurturing the seeds of future heroes all this time." In the background, someone yelled, "Give me that! Hand it over!" And perhaps, out of all the seeds I've nurtured, the greatest hero in all of human history will finally emerge. Danua looked up at the sky, her eyes brimming with absolute certainty. When his forces return, they will be vastly larger and far more terrifying than they were 80 years ago. But we will still win, because that is exactly why Merkaba Academy exists. The scene shifted to a few days later, where a blazing red fire crackled to life. A mouth-watering dish was being prepared. Today, they had decided to throw a massive feast. The occasion! To celebrate Elisa's full and complete recovery. Elisa cheered in pure excitement. "Look at how much I bought," she beamed. Corin looked on, genuinely curious. "That really is a lot. How much did all of this cost?" She happily held up 2 fingers. 2 gold coins! He gasped in sheer disbelief. 2 gold coins? That is a total rip-off. He loudly complained. "Spending that much on just ingredients is way too extravagant." Suddenly, a gentle, soothing female voice rang out. "Hello there. I just picked some fresh mushrooms from the forest and brought them over." A man standing nearby looked thoroughly confused. "So, this is the special dorm, huh?" Another commanding voice suddenly caught Elisa's attention. "Get over here, right now." A large group of people stood there, staring at her with stern, solemn expressions. But Elisa was practically bouncing with joy. "It has been quite a while, my dear little sister." She looked over at Lunia, who was standing just a short distance away. "Welcome back, sister!" Lunia smiled faintly. "I'm very glad to see you, too. You certainly look perfectly healthy." Then Lunia's tone turned ice cold as she commanded, "Bring me the booze!" She turned her intense gaze to Corin. "As it happens, after our little incident last time, I still have a lot of deep, unresolved feelings about you." Corin frantically waved his hands in defense. "Hey now, you're definitely going to have to pay interest on that debt." He desperately shouted, "All right, food works too. Bring out the food, everyone." Soon, a lavish, beautifully decorated banquet table was set up. The crowd gasped in pure awe. "Look at these knife skills. This sashimi is absolutely flawless." Elisa blushed shyly at the overwhelming praise. Did Elisa really make this? She perfectly preserved the natural flavor of this premium fresh fish. The excited chatter continued to echo around the room. Next up were Huaran's dishes, cooked with unimaginably precise fire control. The guests whispered among themselves, "Her skills are seriously impressive. This is top-tier cuisine." Someone let out a teasing laugh. "Damn, this is so good. Corin, you lucky bastard. Having 2 amazing chefs right by your side. You're living the dream." Jer leaned in curiously. "So, which one do you think tastes better?" Everyone's eyes instantly snapped toward Corin. Corin stammered, sweating bullets. Well, I think..." Suddenly, he froze in pure panic, as if he had just seen a ghost. Right behind him were 2 pairs of intense, terrifying eyes piercing into his back. "Go on, tell us, between the 2 of us, whose cooking is better?" He knew instantly, if he made even the slightest mistake in his answer here, he might be the next thing chopped up and served on that table. But just then, a voice called out from the distance, saving Corin's life. "What do I do? Is there any way out of this?" He had been thinking frantically. "Hey boss." Joe and Jen casually walked over. Joe spoke up. It felt rude to show up empty-handed, so I brought this along. Would you like something to eat? Corin stepped forward and pulled him into a warm hug. Thanks, man. In my heart, fried chicken is the absolute best. And thank you for saving my life. Jer looked at him skeptically. Are you still out of your mind? Law was still busy stuffing his face. Just let it be. We're all going to kick the bucket soon anyway. Dron Woski finally spoke up. The food's pretty good, but I'd like to get down to business now. Lunia chimed in. I agree. You certainly didn't gather all of us here just to celebrate a hospital discharge, did you? Corin turned around. Right, let's cut straight to the chase. He furrowed his brows, his voice turning serious. The reason I invited everyone here today is to discuss the upcoming goal for our Corin Guardians. He shared everything he safely could about the chairman's assassination, the Bantaz faction, and their ultimate motive, the descent of the heavenly demon. Bantaz's ambition was to wipe out everything on this land and rebuild the world of the gods. At first, the atmosphere was filled with disbelief, as if everyone thought it was just some absurd tale. But as the story grew more detailed, a heavy, dead serious silence fell over the room. When he revealed that the Old Order and the Magic Tower had joined forces with Bantaz, and that the Pope of the New Order was actually a heretic, chaos broke out. A few devout believers protested, and one even slammed his hand on the table, shooting up from his seat. What? That's impossible! Lunia held him back. That's enough. He's not exactly the type to pull such an elaborate prank. Everything he's told us so far is credible enough. She turned her gaze to him and asked, So, how exactly do you plan to fight against such a massive force? Corin let out a heavy sigh. Everyone in this room is a top-tier fighter that I deeply respect, but it's still not enough. He continued, The immediate goal of the Corin Guardians is to push all of you to become even stronger. That's exactly why I invited this person here. The reason I gathered you all is simple. A graceful feminine voice suddenly echoed through the room. Greetings, young heroes. Arendanua cheerfully introduced herself. I am Arendanua, and we are gearing up for a counterattack. The scene shifted as Corin spoke up. Both inside and outside the academy were already considered to be the strong ones. Unfortunately, there's still a massive, undeniable gap between us and Bantaz. He went on, Right now, the Corin Guardians can't hold a candle to him in any aspect, whether it's weapons, military forces, or sheer combat power. The enemy has already mastered magic armor, the Destiny Stone, and the Spear of Light. The easiest way to close this power gap is by arming ourselves with gear of the exact same caliber. Corin's eyes turned razor sharp. So, step 1. To get those weapons in our hands, before this summer break ends, we are going to raid the Vault of Danon. The Vault of the Gods. Danon's treasury is a place where we can absolutely secure legendary and epic tier items. Arendanua chimed in. As for the location of the vault, I, the Danon of Justice, shall personally lead the way. Originally, this event was only supposed to unlock after the Academy's collapse and Arendanua's death. She comforted him, puffing out her chest. Chin up now, don't worry so much. He replied, Yes, Master. Thanks to you trusting my words, this event has been triggered a whole year earlier than the original timeline. Both Alisa and Manhwa were left utterly stunned. Corin continued. And step 2. We need military power. Lunia asked curiously, Are you saying you want to organize this into an actual army? The number 1 swordmaster of the N family, Lunia N. Gronwoski then asked, Is the reward system guaranteed? Corin replied, The Vault of Danon isn't called the Treasury of the Gods for nothing. Just try not to drop your jaw when you see the contract. The vice captain of the Woski mercenaries, Gronwoski, gave a low hum of approval. The Woski mercenaries will follow the employer's orders. Corin turned to Lunia, practically buzzing with excitement. Not just you, Lady Lunia, but even the Sisters of the 5 Swords will find this incredibly enticing. She lowered her gaze slightly, thinking of her marriage debt. I would gladly sacrifice this body as much as needed to protect the Piang family. But then, she hesitated. But risking my subordinates' lives as mere pawns on a chessboard is a completely different story. Lunia clenched her fists, her expression turning resolute. The sword faction has a duty to protect the vital rear. If we have to sacrifice our own just to make the Corin Guardians stronger, she continued, her voice firm, then no matter what price you offer, I simply cannot deploy the sword faction so recklessly. Lunia's voice remained steady. Weapons, military forces, and finally... Arendanua happily skipped over to Maur's side. why don't we hear how you plan on boosting our combat power before making a final decision? Lunia's mind raced. She got this close to me without making a single sound? Danwa then leaned in and whispered softly into her ear. The traces of your rigorous training are truly extraordinary, aren't they? Lunia instantly leapt back, dropping into a defensive stance. Her cold, piercing gaze locked onto Danwa. Even now, the Ain Sword faction trains relentlessly, day in and day out. And now you're telling me you can actually make them stronger? How exactly? Danwa softly dropped the bombshell. From this moment on, I will personally be training all of you, she continued. As your master. Lunia slowly rested her hand on her hilt, slightly unsheathing her blade. Master, are you saying you plan to teach me as well? Danwa replied with absolute certainty. But of course. She glanced over at Korin, her words dripping with a hidden meaning. If it means becoming a pillar of strength for that child, then so be it. Lunia furrowed her brows. She shifted into a defensive stance, but Danwa merely gazed at her with total composure. Slowly, she released her grip on her hilt, abandoning the dangerous thought flickering in her mind. Turning sharply toward the exit, she ordered, "We're pulling back!" Korin called out to stop her. "Lady Lunia!" Lunia halted her steps and spoke with a chilling tone. "My Piang family." She glanced back. "The secret to your strength is having one hell of a master." Her subordinates bowed in unison. "The 5 swords await your command." "Yes, Pavilion Master." Lunia issued her orders. "From now until we enter the treasury, get the sword pavilion in order. Follow the directives of the Korin Guardians, and be ready to mobilize our forces at a moment's notice." Once outside, a curious subordinate asked, "Lady Lunia, Korin Locke is one thing, but can we really trust that person claiming to be the leader?" Lunia let out a soft sigh. To think someone would actually dare to claim they could be my master. She recalled Danwa's gaze and tone at that moment, the overwhelming aura of a true master. She also remembered the moment she almost drew her own sword. In that split second, I opened my mind's eye and saw countless paths. Melina asked, bewildered, "Are you saying that person is actually qualified to cross swords with you, Lady Lunia?" A wry smile crept across Lunia's face as she corrected her subordinate. "No, all the paths I saw led to my defeat." Meanwhile, Danwa was practically vibrating with excitement. "You've all had a great meal, so you're bursting with energy, right? Let's kick off our lesson right away." Alisa tilted her head, curious. "Who's going first?" Erin pressed her lips together before breaking into a bright, confident smile. With a cheerful tone, she demanded, "Just come at me all at once." Clatter! Swords fell to the dirt, kicking up loose stones. Danwa casually turned her back, leaving a pile of completely exhausted students groaning on the ground behind her. "Let's call it a day here," she said. Someone gasped in absolute disbelief. This is impossible." Danwa strolled over to them, completely unbothered. She called out to the 2 brothers lying in front of her, Ren and John. John was shaking like a leaf, forcing out an awkward laugh. "Yes, master?" Erin gave her critique. "You boys rely way too much on pure instinct when you attack. You understand the theory of tactical fighting in your heads, but your bodies just can't keep up." She continued, "Your actions are outrunning your thoughts, aren't they? Your judgment is lagging behind your physical reflexes." Leaving them to ponder, Danwa walked over to Dron Waski. "Dron, your balance is solid, but when you control multiple magic swords, your defense gets completely exposed. That's because you're increasing the number of blades too abruptly. Unless you're fighting a massive crowd, cut down on the number of magic swords. Rapid feedback, instant corrections, and refined secret techniques were passed down flawlessly." Sure enough, this Grandmaster looked her absolute happiest when she was teaching someone. Erin lowered her head slightly with a joyous smile, her cheeks flushed with vibrant energy. Just then, Korin's voice caught her attention. "Master, let me give it a shot then." She turned to him with a grin. "Our dear Korin is just warming up. You'll be the final boss for today." Seeing his bashful expression, she continued, "But before that?" Right on cue, Alisa and Warren stepped forward. "I suppose I should evaluate the 2 with abnormal power levels first, right?" The scene shifted to the special training ground with Erin. "Come on, you 2 can go all out in this space, right?" Alisa's eyes burned with sheer determination. She thought to herself, the one who strikes first wins. Recalling her past training, she activated her domain, the Arden style. In a flash, Elisa reached out and firmly gripped Aaron Danua's blade. Aaron easily observed, "My student Elisa always has a habit of forcing her way into the enemy's domain, doesn't she?" Just like that time. Before Elisa's domain could even fully manifest, Aaron cut her off. "Your foundation is still too shaky. You'd better start over from the absolute basics of swordsmanship." With just a single effortless strike, she knocked Elisa flat. "You need to fix your posture, starting straight from your lower body and core." Aaron calmly shifted her gaze. Right on cue, Warren lunged at her from behind, rearing a heavy fist. Bam! A deafening crash echoed as Warren's punch smashed a massive crater into the earth. Aaron, hovering effortlessly out of harm's way, noted, "It seems you've been picking up tricks from Korin. Warren, you need to practice the core principles of Bajikwan and Bagwajang." Infuriated, Warren charged fiercely, but Aaron dodged every single blow with graceful ease. What you need isn't more brute strength. You need to carve the proper stances and forms directly into your muscles. Then Aaron asked a probing question. "Tell me, why are you so angry?" Warren's mind flashed back to the sight of Aaron gently patting Korin's head, telling him, "Chest out, don't worry so much." Warren was experiencing the bitter sting of jealousy for the very first time. "You foolish girl!" Josephine cried out helplessly from within. Warren's silhouette bolted like a fired arrow, her eyes bloodshot with an unprecedented burning rage. Unfazed, Aaron simply reached out and caught her right by the neck, sending a sharp jolt of pain through her. Thinking she was beaten, Warren gave up and slowly closed her eyes. But suddenly, a warm hand gently wrapped around her head, catching her fall. Aaron pulled her into a warm, comforting embrace. "Don't be in such a rush," she whispered soothingly. A gentle, maternal smile graced her lips. "You're already more than strong enough." Warren thought, how strange. The gesture was firm, yet the warmth of her embrace felt exactly like being hugged by Korin Locke. Finally, Korin spoke up. "All right, is it my turn now? I'm a little embarrassed, but please let me show you the fruits of my training." Aaron Danua took a step forward, locking eyes with him. "I've already seen everything through Aries' eyes. Korin, the reason I told you to stay behind is to awaken a completely different power sleeping inside you." She continued, "I'm talking about that raw power you can't even control yet. The one you're just treating as a giant mana battery." Korin blinked in surprise. "You mean the core of Sabancia Duke?" She beamed brightly. "Sabancia Duke! My, it's been ages since I heard that name. The red thread of fate truly is unpredictable. To think you'd end up wielding his core." Aaron's eyes grew nostalgic. "The Duke was my disciple from 800 years ago. He was an absolute prodigy. That's why taming his power won't be a walk in the park. Are you confident you can handle it?" Korin flashed a bold grin. "Of course I am. You know what they say, the end of fate's thread is impossible to foresee." The disciples she had raised once shone as brightly as stars. Some became legendary heroes, while others fell to the opposing side. Yet she had never felt as absolutely certain as she did in this moment. The two of them surged forward, clashing in an explosive mock battle. From this moment on, she was going to pass down every single ounce of her legacy to him. She would mold him to perfection. He would become the savior of the world, stronger than anyone else. Her final disciple, Korin. The scene shifts. Dun Sky tilted his head in curiosity. "Are you not going to pursue them, my lord?" Tess Banza let out a world-shattering, mocking laugh. "The laws etched into my very flesh demand worthy foes and true peril. Besides, those women are my fated rivals, my karmic destiny." He scoffed. "For a warrior to choose assassination over a fair duel is simply beneath my dignity." With a ruthless swing of his spear, he struck Errol down. As Errol lay agonizing on the ground, Tess's voice remained chillingly calm. "Isn't that right?" Errol stammered, coughing up blood. "Korin is your true opponent," Errol managed to say. Tess Banza let out a cold, piercing sneer. "How utterly pathetic." He continued, "You don't even have the spine to face me yourself, hiding behind your worthless little student instead, but the destiny woven by Lampa is absolute." Closing the distance, he loomed over him. "You will face me in the final battle. The fate of this entire world will be decided right there." With that, he drove his spear down at Errol. "My grand ambition will never be swayed," Errol growled, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. "Aaron Danwa..." Then he lowered his eyes, falling completely silent. The scene shifts to Aaron Danwa, who was brightly praising Korin. You did incredibly well today, not just with your fundamentals, but your combat mastery is already at such a high level. Korin shook his head. I still feel like I'm lacking. Gripping his spear with burning determination, he stated, I'm going to try it one more time. The demonic essence of Duke Sabasia had been passed down to him, but the only technique he could wield was the first demonic spear, Hukion. Watching Korin train so frantically, Aaron noted it wasn't bad, but she added in a soft, airy tone, that right there is proof that your aura control is still too green. More than anything, it's because you haven't truly grasped the nature of Sabasia's aura. Remembering the past, Master Jongkook had once told her, watch closely. This is the ultimate power, the very strength I used to slaughter dragons in my youth. The power that beheaded the 5 evil dragons who plunged the kingdom into chaos. Aaron's eyes darkened with intense focus as she brought her spear crashing down. I have sharpened my blade for this exact moment. Second demonic spear. Uryong Cheonju, 5 dragons heavenly pillar. After demonstrating, she turned her gaze back to Korin. I didn't expect you to master it on your very first try. But if you keep pushing yourself, this is the true destructive power you'll unleash when you perfectly channel Duke Sabasia's core. Stepping forward, she warmly patted his shoulder. I know you can do this. Korin looked at her curious. You mean, reach your level, Master? Or perhaps his next words were what made her freeze in her tracks. Or do you mean someone like Tess Banza? Lowering her eyes, she replied, he is undeniably powerful, but you shouldn't use him as your benchmark. His very existence is my greatest mistake, my deepest regret. Her voice hardened, and I am going to fix it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Korin's blood began to boil with anxiety. Wait, are you telling me you're planning to face him alone? He demanded. You can't just leave this all to... She cut him off. An adult cannot hide behind children. No matter what mistakes I've made, Before she could even finish her sentence, Korin shot back. Aaron! Gripping his spear tightly, he ground out every single word. In the future, I lost so many people. He recounted the tragedies. To Ephraim, to Dunsky, to Dolores, to Ober. I watched countless comrades die. He let out a heavy, painful sigh. Even the ones I could have saved slipped right through my fingers. His knuckles turned white as he gripped his weapon. If I said I didn't have regrets, I'd be a liar. But throwing away your life, that is not how you make up for regrets. Aaron cried out, Korin, do you know why I regressed? He demanded. Why do you think I took on this destiny to save the world instead of the real protagonist? He screamed, his voice bordering on madness. Call me arrogant if you want. The world I save has to have everyone in it. No one gets left behind. Even if it all boiled down to his own selfish greed, there was absolutely no way he would accept a future where she wasn't alive. A second demonic spear, he roared. Uryong Cheonju, 5 dragons, heavenly pillar. Driven by raw emotion, Korin slammed his spear down, violently cleaving the solid stone wall in half. His next words left Aaron completely stunned. Please, just trust your disciple. Didn't you say I was molded to be a hero? Korin flashed a confident, unwavering smile. You are not going to die this time, because I am going to save you. Deeply moved, a soft smile graced her lips. I suppose I'm incredibly lucky to be blessed with such fortune in my twilight years. Korin gently flicked her forehead. What do you mean? Twilight years? He scolded her playfully. It doesn't matter how long you've lived. That means nothing. As long as you keep living with the belief that everything will be okay, you're still in the prime of your youth. Her resolve finally solidified. Aaron gave a soft, yielding nod. All right. Meanwhile, watching from a distance, Elisa and Warren were practically burning with jealousy. Unable to take it anymore, Elisa marched up and declared, Please continue our lesson right now, Master. The scene shifts again. A conversation was already mid-flow. You want me to go with you? Relief work isn't really my thing. Sorry, I'm only heading to the church where Saintess Estelle is staying. Having rejected the offer, the two hurriedly walked away. Jeremy Loser gritted his teeth. He wasn't just a regular student. He was a first-year spy for the Old Order of Jeru. Suddenly, Korin popped up out of nowhere and casually asked, Oh, are you with the Jeru Order? Startled, he quickly covered his tracks. Yes, the Jeru Order. Korin nodded thoughtfully. Is that right? That brass rosary gives it away. Guess that was a stupid question on my part, huh? He chuckled, continuing. I'm not exactly a religious guy myself, but that brass rosary, the symbol of Jeru's integrity and poverty, it honestly looks pretty badass. Loser cautiously held out the rosary. Wow, you even know about religious artifacts? Corin Locke, a rare first-class knight in the entire academy. The flashy title sounds great and all, but still, Jerusalem is an institution steeped in ancient tradition. I heard he even started his own faction recently, the Corin Guardians. It's probably just the size of a school club, though. You could feel a genuine sense of care in his words, but I had to put my personal feelings aside. As a spy sent by Bishop Renang to infiltrate the academy, I needed to get close to key figures like him. Corin nodded in agreement. All right then. Music. How about you take on a mission with me? Jerriman was curious. A mission, sir? The two of them headed toward a dark cave. Corin broke the silence. Word is there's been a string of disappearances near a village about 70 kilometers from here. I'm pretty sure it's the work of goblins. Jerriman looked confused. You even take on jobs like this, senior? Shouldn't matters outside the academy be handled by the Hunters Association or the church? Corin gave an awkward smile and explained, well, since last week the Corin Guardians have basically been sweeping up all the missions in this area. Wait, no, I mean they are currently handling them. System alert. Ron Waski has just taken down the spear mage, Palin. The precepts rewards are now being distributed. Granel Luden has eliminated the golem engineer, Dren. The precepts rewards are now being distributed. Granel Luden has eliminated the golem engineer, Dren. You has thwarted the schemes of the corrupted Dre, Gina. The precepts rewards are now being distributed, Corin continued. Right now, the other members of the Guardians are all out exterminating monsters around the village, so we're a bit short-handed. We'll be back before evening prayers. Don't worry about it. Corin Locke. The man had a strange, undeniable charisma. He was kind and genuinely cared for others. If I hadn't been under the church's strict orders, if I were just a regular student, I could have easily trusted him and followed him like an older brother. But suddenly, Jerriman caught sight of something and panicked. What the hell was that? It seemed his choice in companions was absolutely terrible. Corin looked over, puzzled. Warren, what are you doing all of a sudden? Warren replied coldly. Insects, Zhang Shi. Aren't they all just filthy demons? Those fools might treat demons like equals, but that goes against the Holy Scripture and our doctrines. A demon is nothing but a dirty demon. Corin suddenly yelled, Jerriman, look out in front of you! A massive, gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth was lunging right at him. Jerriman froze, staring at the monster in sheer disbelief. Its jaws opened wide enough to swallow a man whole. But suddenly, a fearless figure darted forward, throwing themselves directly into its path. Jerriman's eyes widened in utter shock. It was Warren. She dashed straight at the beast, her body getting covered in its vile slime. She sneered, Filthy bugs, just die! With a swift strike, the monster was obliterated, its massive body crashing into the dirt. She glanced back at him. Are you all right? Jerriman could only stand there, his jaw dropped in awe. Thank you so much, Senior. Corin muttered under his breath. Well, that's weird. He inspected the monster's corpse. The size of the swarm was unusually large, but more importantly, this was supposed to be a goblin cave. A predator and its prey would never share the same nest. He squinted into the distance. Something was off. Corin cast a knowing look toward the pitch-black tunnel ahead, meaning there was definitely something hidden down there. The group cautiously advanced into the hidden underground chamber. Corin let out a low whistle. Not bad. Looks like they actually know how to use their brains. They disguised the outside to look like a simple goblin cave near a deserted village. Jerriman chimed in, Wait, this is a laboratory. It's where the dark mages conduct experiments on familiar fusions. He continued, his voice shaking slightly. That Zhang Shi we fought outside must have been one of their test subjects. And whatever is kept inside here, it's something they fused with a demonic beast. Meeting Jerriman's horrified gaze, Corin softly dropped the bombshell. They're using humans. Jerriman trembled, stammering in terror. How could this be? Who would do something so sick? His hand brushed against a table, accidentally uncovering a hidden document. Jerriman's heart pounded. This seal, this handwriting. Don't tell me. This belongs to Bishop Renang? Corin turned to Warren with a serious expression. Keep Jerriman safe and get all this evidence out of here. Warren simply nodded. Got it. Leaving Jeremy behind, Korin gave chase. He kicked the heavy doors wide open, revealing a figure draped in a deep red cloak standing inside. Elder Adam whipped around, glaring at the shattered entrance. He unleashed a terrifying wave of energy and barked out a question. "Who goes there?" But before he could even react, a shadow lunged at him with blinding, wind-tearing speed, striking him down instantly. Korin emerged from the dust, his signature spear firmly in his grasp. He let out a cold, ruthless smirk. "Well, that takes care of the prep work. My plan revolves around 3 main objectives. Number 1, use the Old Order's own spy, Jeremy, to expose how deeply they've been colluding with the Magic Tower." He stared coldly at the man groaning in a pool of blood. "Number 2, completely destroy this laboratory before they can resurrect the giants." Korin scanned the room, his eyes darting as if searching for a specific prize. "And number 3 is securing this." He stepped forward. "The head of Mata. This is the head of the Meta, a 4-headed centipede monster." Korin flashed a wicked, thrilled smile. "Now, we are ready to raid the Danaan treasury." Korin suddenly remembered a familiar name. The Korin Guardians. He thought anxiously to himself. They were the strongest fighting force he could rely on. But Bantaz's lackeys were heavily armed. With the Spear of Light Aaron, the magic armor Andre, and the Stone of Destiny Liampa. To balance out this massive difference in power, today Korin decided to unlock the treasury of the gods. The scene instantly shifted to the treasure island. Man. He scanned the piles of gold coins scattered across the floor. Master was the Empress of Paradise, and the very last Danaan to officially remain in the mortal realm. But she wasn't human either. Knowing everything there was to know about the Danaan, Korin grew suspicious. He recalled that even Bantaz and the ruins where he was found were discovered by Master herself. Hidden maps leading to secret dungeons or fragments of paradise could only be accessed after unlocking specific hidden events. He turned around and looked back, and this place was no exception. The primary requirement to enter was his master's death. From the other side of the spatial portal, Erin broke the silence. "Just as you asked, I'll wait right here," she asked, her voice laced with worry. "Are you sure? Will you really be okay without my help?" Hearing this, Korin flashed a confident smile. "Please, just leave it to me." He thought to himself, even if we are entering a whole year early. Korin spoke up, his voice dripping with pride. "Because I'm not going in alone." He smiled warmly, thinking of his precious teammates, Harissa and Warren, who had just wrapped up weeks of brutal training with Master. Korin instinctively looked up as Marie appeared right on cue, calling out eagerly. "Korin," Marie reported with a bright smile. "The coast is clear. It looks perfectly safe around here." Korin thought to himself, and even Senior Marie, who just got back from the south. He confidently slung his bag over his shoulder. Other than Kuna, who had to stay behind to run the sword pavilion, this was the absolute strongest strike team he could ask for. With these 3 by his side, there was nothing to fear. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Korin suddenly froze. Without him noticing, Elisa had clung tightly to his arm. She trembled, complaining softly, "Korin, this place is giving me goosebumps. I've hated creepy atmospheres like this ever since I was little." Seeing this, Marie immediately wrapped herself around his other arm and squealed excitedly, "Me too!" This sight made Warren waver a bit, and in an instant her face darkened with jealousy. Warren's cheeks suddenly flushed bright red. She shyly reached out her hand. "It's so scary. I'm scared too." Her terrible acting left Korin utterly speechless. Suddenly, Elisa grabbed Marie's hand. She aggressively shoved it toward Warren, leaving both girls stunned. The very next second, Elisa put on a fake innocent act and cheered, "Well then, we can all just hold hands. Let's hurry up and go. It feels like a ghost could pop out at any second." This blatantly cheeky move made the other 2 girls furious. Just then, Korin spoke up. "Not ghosts, but gods. This place holds the lingering wills of the ancient Danaan." Elisa looked up at him, her curiosity piqued. "Korin, you know something about this place too, don't you?" Korin thought to himself with absolute certainty. "Of course I do. I came here in the game, and I've even been here with PH before." He vividly recalled the rules. If you clear the trials of the gods, you get a treasure. The trials are divided into different stages. Korin frowned, feeling a bit anxious. According to the mechanics, anyone eliminated in Stage 1 wouldn't be allowed to participate in Stage 2. And the final trial was always the hardest. The key to beating this place was to get your entire team through both the first and second stages. But he couldn't shake off a vague sense of unease. The problem was that the difficulty of stages 1 and 2 was completely random. Depending on which god you encountered, it could be a simple riddle or a basic quiz, or it could be a brutal life-or-death mission. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind swept through the area. Elisa screamed in panic. "Corin, I can't see anything in front of me!" Hearing her, Corin quickly reassured them. "It's okay, don't panic." He quickly opened the heavy cloth bag he had brought along, a smug smile spreading across his face. They say the god that appears is completely random, but a god will always prioritize a player who brings an item connected to them, Corin stated with absolute confidence. "And the item I brought is the head of the Mata, the four-headed centipede. This is the very monster that was beaten to death by the god king, the Dagda." At that thought, a wicked smirk crept onto Corin's face. He deduced that the god appearing to give the first trial would undoubtedly be the god king, the Dagda, and his mission will be, "Cook and bring me a truly delicious meal." This is going to be a piece of cake. After all, I'm the one who handles all the cooking at the dorms. Just then, a thick plume of white smoke erupted out of nowhere. Corin quickly shielded the girls, his eyes suddenly widening in sheer shock. Corin panicked, thinking to himself, what is that instrument playing? And what's with this totally out-of-place scenery? In the distance, a pair of sun-tanned hands were skillfully strumming a strange, exotic instrument. A mysterious man materialized, greeting them with a radiant, welcoming smile. "Welcome, brave heroes who have come to seek the trials." Corin stared in confusion, thinking, who is this? This is a god I've never seen before. Why is he here instead? The mysterious man chuckled and said, "That monster's head you brought. It was my father's trophy and also a gift he shared among us siblings." Hearing this, Corin gasped in realization. "Wait, if he's the son of the Dagda—" The man calmly interrupted his thoughts. "Of course, that was just an excuse. I'm actually much more interested in something else you brought along." As soon as he said that, the mysterious man vanished into thin air, leaving Corin utterly stunned. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared to the sound of a mesmerizing melody. Surrounded by the aura of maidens falling deeply in love, the mysterious man confidently introduced himself. "My name is the God of Love." The moment the hypnotic harp music echoed through the air, all three girls fell into a heavy, dreamlike trance. Corin panicked, rushing toward them as he screamed, "Signor Marie! Warren! Arisa!" But it was too late. The three of them were rapidly losing consciousness, their vision fading to black. And in that hazy, hypnotic slumber, a deeply familiar voice echoed out. "Have a safe trip. You're going on such a long journey. Aren't you even going to give your wife a kiss?" Hearing that, her husband just sighed with a smile. "I really can't say no to you, can I?" Right after, the two of them leaned in and shared a deep, passionate kiss. A sudden thought flashed through her mind. Corin Locke. Hiding behind the wall, Elisa quietly watched her brother-in-law, her eyes glowing with a faint red intensity. Overcome with jealousy, she thought to herself, "He is the absolute perfect match for my sister, but why do I—" Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from right behind her. "Quite a beautiful sight, isn't it?" Startled, Elisa instinctively blurted out in agreement. Yes. Wait, how long have you been standing there?" Angus just chuckled. "My lady, I've been here ever since you started staring at your sister and her husband." Panic washed over Elisa as she gasped. "Oh my God." He continued to tease her. "Lady Alisa, why don't you try going on a date yourself? A gorgeous girl like you must be incredibly popular at the academy." Angus's eyes suddenly flashed with a sly, wicked glint as he mocked her. "But hey, actually, never mind. If you're still secretly pining after your brother-in-law, you'd better just drop it. Because this is the ultimate trial of love." Witnessing this bizarre scene unfold before him, Corin panicked and demanded answers. "What the hell did you do? What did you do to the three of them?" Angus replied calmly, "The trial has already begun." Looking highly satisfied, he pulled out 3 small orbs and continued. "Inside these spheres, those 3 are currently being completely hypnotized by the deepest, most forbidden desires of their hearts." Pointing dramatically, Angus declared, "And that desire is you!" Corin jolted in shock. Angus flashed a devilish smirk and explained, "The trial is woven from the shared memories between you and these girls, but it focuses entirely on forbidden love." the kind of romance that must never see the light of day. Angus emphasized his point. I'm talking about the kind of toxic love that either breaks the one you cherish or shatters you in the process. Truly terrifying forms of affection. My only goal here is to preserve love in its most beautiful, absolute, and pure form. Forbidden love does nothing but tarnish the true value of romance. He puffed up with grand expectations, adding that if these girls could conquer their inner lust, they would be more than worthy of a glorious reward. But if they fail, they will wander forever inside this world of illusions. Corin immediately snapped back. No way! What exactly do they have to do to pass this twisted test? Angus answered nonchalantly, Oh, it's quite simple, really. He paused, delivering the final blow with utter indifference. They just have to completely give up on you. Corin froze, absolutely stunned. Angus tried to reassure him. Now, don't fret so much. I sincerely hope they all manage to conquer this trial. With that said, he closed his eyes, full of theatrical anticipation, and thought to himself, All right then, let's take a little peek, shall we? Inside the illusion, a hazy, seductive chuckle echoed out. My sweet little sister-in-law, my gorgeous sister-in-law, didn't you bring a drink that's a bit too strong for us? Elisa gently stroked the hair of the man sitting before her, her voice dripping with honey as she whispered, Brother-in-law. Seeing this unfold, a single horrifying thought crashed into Angus's mind. What the hell is this? He shrieked in pure disgust. She doesn't even have the slightest intention of fighting it. You vulgar, shameless, degenerate. Inside the orb, Elisa was smiling with a wicked, seductive glint in her eyes. Besides, my sister isn't even home today. In less than a second, Elisa completely failed the trial. Her sphere shattered into a million pieces. The scene instantly shifted. Over in another illusion, Warren had Corin completely pinned down. She growled at him, Don't you dare move! Corin looked up at her, utterly confused. Warren, what in the world are you doing? Warren simply answered him. I heard you're getting married, Corin shouted back in pure shock. And this is your way of congratulating me? Suddenly, Warren gasped. Thank God. Out of nowhere, 2 streams of tears began rolling down her cheeks. Warren whispered softly, We are in the north, just like you told me. Out here where the wild beasts roam, we can do it right now. Driven purely by primal instinct, she leaned intimately close to Corin and made her demand. Give me a baby. Back on the outside, Angus was losing his absolute mind. He screamed in pure, unadulterated rage, You shameless brute! Warren is eliminated! Oh, music. Angus turned his head to glare at Corin, letting out a massive, frustrated sigh. In a messed up way, Corin Locke, should I actually be praising you for being this dangerous? Corin tilted his head, totally lost. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Angus instantly shot him down. Hell no, you absolute bastard! Corin froze, speechless. What did I even do? Meanwhile, Angus was practically grinding his teeth to dust. He fumed in his thoughts. Girls these days have zero modesty. Whatever happened to understanding and respecting the one you love? Angus desperately wondered if the very last girl could finally show him what mature, pure, and untainted love looked like. The next scene opened with Isabel boldly confessing her feelings. I like Corin. Angus gasped in deep satisfaction. Ah, I see. Now this is a proper forbidden romance script. Harboring secret feelings for the very boy your best friend claimed first. Watching this unfold, Marie was left completely stunned. Wait, Isabel likes Corin too? Seeing this setup, Angus immediately made a decision. Although it's a wonderfully classic trope that carries that perfect sense of guilt. Considering the last girl was totally down for straight-up adultery, I think I'll tweak the script a bit. Just as Marie turned around to leave, Isabel's voice grew dead serious as she warned her. I'm leaving, but I'll give you some genuine advice. You really ought to give up on Corin Locke. Marie's face instantly burned a bright crimson. Flustered and confused, she stammered, What do you mean? But I really like Corin. What? Back in reality, Angus was deeply immersed in figuring out exactly how to crush this girl's budding love. Perhaps she needs an even more overwhelming rival. Let's dig a little deeper into Corin Locke's memories. And just like that, while Marie was completely caught off guard, Corin suddenly appeared right in front of her. Senior Marriott! Seeing him, she beamed with a bright smile. Corin, Angus instantly spoke in a chilling, hypnotic tone. At this very moment, the one who loves Corin Locke the most is the one summoned as the ultimate enemy. Marriott froze for a second, then awkwardly asked, "Could you move out of the way for a bit?" The person blocking her immediately let out a scornful laugh. It was Sihu. He glared at her with pure disgust and snapped. These relentless pests just never end. The story shifts. Rewind time to 2,000 years ago, where a god fell deeply in love with a maiden he met in his dreams. She appeared in his dreams every single day, driving him to such a maddening state of lovesickness that he physically fell ill, an indescribable, agonizing pain. Yet, after what felt like an eternity of searching through all of heaven, he finally found her. Desperate, the god lunged toward her, terrifying the maiden so much that she transformed into a swan. Amidst a flock of identical swans, the search seemed entirely hopeless. But using his divine power, the god finally pinpointed his true love. Angus's eyes suddenly glowed blood red as he proudly declared, "That's right, it was I, the great god of love, who seized love for myself, turning that very tale into a myth." He then glared with utter contempt. "But you're different. Even if you're a demi-human, for a mere mortal like you, it is simply impossible." He cast an annoyed glance at Marriott from afar. To give up just like that. Such is the pathetic love of the mortal, Marriott Donalev. Meanwhile, Marriott was frantically running away, panicking as she questioned why this was even happening. In her daze, she thought to herself, "The other day, I bumped into my junior Corin on the street with Isbel. Even though I felt a bit bad for Isbel, Corin was the one who asked me out first. Sure, let's head to the restaurant together." Hearing this memory made Sihu, who was standing behind her, absolutely furious, forcing him to let go. Marriott nostalgically recalled, "Corin happily accepted my date invitation. I just wanted to go on a date with him." Ripped back to reality, she was so terrified that she burst into tears. Why? Suddenly, a massive surge of power blasted toward her, leaving Marriott paralyzed with fear. Right after, a voice brimming with bitter resentment echoed out. The others I could barely manage to hold back. But of course, you... She was stunned to realize it was the boy who was obsessed with Corin Locke. See who? He screamed like a total maniac. "You are an absolute eyesore," Angus thought to himself, thoroughly pleased. In this world constructed purely from Corin Locke's memories, at this very second, he was the absolute strongest. Sihu ruthlessly cast his spell. Demonic Spatial Triangle. Spatial Severance. Angus secretly gloated in triumph. Meanwhile, Marriott Donalev had lost all her memories related to Corin Locke, and had yet to awaken as a true, pure-blood vampire. He was absolutely certain that Marriott didn't stand a ghost of a chance. Sihu sneered in contempt. "And yet, you still managed to hold on for this long," he threatened her maliciously. "From now on, I'm going to lock you inside this tank and turn you into a living blood bag to drain away your spiritual energy." Sihu suddenly let out a dark chuckle. "I'll give you one last chance." Angus's eyes instantly lit up. He suggested that she give up on Corin Locke and leave the academy for good. Sihu was essentially speaking Angus's mind. His eyes were currently overflowing with jealous hatred over Corin Locke. That's for the best. Hearing this, Marriott couldn't help but panic. She stammered, "What? What are you even talking about?" He replied coldly, "The enemy that Corin Locke must face in the future is the absolute strongest being in Dan Unen." Sihu mocked her. "If you stay by his side, you'll only drag each other into a death trap." Saying this, a twisted, sinister smile crept onto his face. "But I am the strongest mage. Only by staying by his side and becoming Corin Locke's power can he truly find happiness. So, get lost." Hearing those words, Marriott immediately lowered her head. She despairingly admitted, "You're right. Junior Corin and I..." But before she could finish her sentence, Marriott fell dead silent once again. Slowly, a smile flickered across her face. "No, he's not just my junior anymore," Marriott immediately declared with firm resolve. "He is my Corin." In a flash, Sihu was struck by her attack, and a massive spray of blood splattered across the floor. Clutching his shoulder in disbelief, he cursed, "You bitch!" Angus was dumbfounded, questioning himself. What the hell is this? How is she able to use her vampire powers? Could it be her memories have returned? Marriott spoke up with chilling calmness. Because you spouted such absolute nonsense, I finally realized that this entire world is nothing but a fake. Her eyes looked unfocused as she growled her fierce interrogation. You're telling me to stay away from Corin? How could that ever happen? Marriott stated firmly, I only ever wanted Marriott Dunalev to be happy. Saying this, she erupted in blazing fury and screamed, Corin! Corin is the one who wanted me to be happy. And just like that, Marriott Dunalev achieved the complete awakening of a high-tier vampire. Volleys of razor-sharp blood spears shot out at blinding speeds as Marriott declared in a grave tone, If I am to be happy, then Corin must be happy too. She affirmed, Therefore, the one who can bring Corin the greatest happiness in this world. Marriott's face suddenly flushed red as she spoke with absolute conviction. Isn't Isbel, and it certainly isn't you, it's me. The small orb instantly shattered into a million pieces. Angus cried out in shock. What on earth is going on? Seeing this, Corin mocked him. Looks like things aren't going your way, huh? This made the god boil with rage. Shut your mouth, Corin Locke, Angus roared furiously. This wretched feeling is not love. He constantly recalled the sorrowful faces of the three girls. Angus stubbornly insisted that this was nothing more than the blind obsession of naive little girls. Then he suddenly dropped his voice. Right, now I understand. Without a single ounce of hesitation, Corin Locke used his power to crush the three orbs. After all, the fact that these girls ended up like this, he looked like a complete lunatic, his mouth screaming non-stop. This is all your fault, Angus warned, his voice turning dead serious. This will be your final trial. Corin Locke. In the blink of an eye, Corin was teleported right into the middle of a flock of swans. Angus continued with an arrogant smirk. This trial is a test. Just as I wondered 1,000 years ago what true love truly meant, this trial will let me prove it. Angus sneered in contempt. I scoured the world for the maiden of my dreams without a second thought. Night after night, I sang songs of love just for her. Could you ever do the same? Hearing this, Corin's face instantly darkened. Angus arrogantly spread his arms wide. 150 swans. Hidden among them are the maidens who were cursed into this form. You have exactly 3 minutes. Find the real ones. But Corin just smirked, not showing a single ounce of fear. Something felt off and Angus suddenly panicked. Wait, he asked suspiciously. What exactly are you planning? Without hesitation, Corin activated the orb of the death god. Its power forces the soul out of the body, though it doesn't work on beings with a strong will. A massive barrage of shockwaves blasted outward, instantly throwing the entire area into absolute chaos. Corin locked his eyes on 3 swans huddled together in the corner. It's you 3, isn't it? He said calmly. If you look closely, your eye colors are completely different from the rest. Corin frowned in annoyance. I didn't even need 3 minutes. It took less than 1. Now, change them back. But Angus just stood there, chuckling as he issued another arrogant challenge. I told you to pick the real one, Corin Locke, Angus sneered, his voice dripping with malice. You can only choose one. The 2 you leave behind will fall into an eternal slumber in this very place, he screamed like a madman. Now, overcome the trial of true love. Corin just let out a dry laugh. You're misunderstanding one huge detail, he said, calmly taking a step toward the god. I never had the right to choose them in the first place. Luckily for me, they were the ones who chose me. Angus stared at him in pure shock. What are you saying? Even if you fail this trial? Corin's expression turned ice cold. From the very beginning, I came here to save all of them. So, if someone has to be left behind just because of your stupid rule, he ruthlessly leveled his spear, aiming the deadly tip right at Angus's chest. Then I'll just have to kill you first. Angus froze, completely dumbfounded by the sheer audacity. Nostalgia washed over Angus as he began to reminisce. I conquered the trial of the swan and won her hand. That is how the legend was passed down to the mortal world. But the truth is, I could never truly win her heart. After all, the only reason she turned into a swan in the first place was to hide from me. She was terrified of me, Angus whispered, a look of utter despair in his eyes as he watched the fading silhouette of the maiden in his memories. Tears streamed down his face as the agonizing truth spilled out. In the end, she abandoned me, and I was left all alone, drinking and singing into the lonely night. If only I had been more patient, If I hadn't forced her, would things have ended differently? He snapped back to reality. A genuine smile finally broke across Angus's face. Through this trial, I have learned a valuable lesson, he said, his tone full of satisfaction. True love isn't about claiming someone as your possession. It's about respecting their will. Angus nodded in defeat. You are absolutely right, Corin Locke. That is the correct answer. He reached out his hand in a gesture of peace. Now, I understand why those women refuse to leave your side. Leave them here where it's safe and go. Floating up into the air, Angus assured him, Don't worry, there will be no eternal slumber today. And if you manage to survive the final trial, I will let you all return home together. But Corin shook his head, his gaze unwavering. I appreciate the offer, but even if I can't make it to the next trial, I'm taking them out of here myself. Hearing this, Angus immediately protested. No, you must leave them under my protection. This final trial of yours, it's going to be far too dangerous for them, he warned. But in the very next second, a terrifying force paralyzed Corin where he stood. Corin gritted his teeth in agony. The power of the sun was reacting on its own. In a flash of panic, he realized this wasn't Angus's doing at all. There is only one being in existence who could force the sun sword, Clyoma to activate against my will, he thought. Suddenly, high above them, a massive, imposing figure materialized in the sky, accompanied by a booming, majestic voice. I alone shall bestow your final trial upon you. The sheer pressure left Corin completely stunned. It was the king of the gods. He glared down with absolute authority. Hear me, inheritor of the sun. A name immediately flashed through Corin's mind. Nuada Ergetlam, the master of the grand treasures from the heroic legends. Angus immediately bowed his head in deep reverence. Nuada's voice thundered, I am the one who shall deliver your final trial. Brace yourself, inheritor of the sun. Corin furrowed his brows, sweat dripping down his face. The original master of Clyom Soleil, the king of the gods, Nuada. Of course, he was the final boss. The very first trial had been completely unpredictable. That was why Corin had brought the head of the Mata monster to bait out Dagda, hoping to trigger an easier trial. But entirely out of left field, that freak Angus had showed up instead. On the flip side, he always knew the final trial would be tied to the fact that he possessed the Sun Sword, Clyomach Solis. After all, Nuada was the sword's original master. But even though Corin saw this coming, there was only so much he could do to prepare. In the original game, obtaining the Sun Sword at this stage was impossible. And yet, this final trial always forced the player to conquer it through sheer brute force. Knowing this, Corin had brought the 3 absolute strongest fighters he could summon. Yet, thinking about it now made his blood boil. He aggressively flipped off Angus. Man, the more I think about this, the more pissed off I get. Nuada frowned in deep displeasure. Do not dare look away, mortal. Where are your eyes wandering? The trial has already begun. Out of absolutely nowhere, Shurang materialized right behind Corin, launching a lethal strike. Corin barely sidestepped in time as a terrifying sword swing cleaved through the air where his head had just been. Nuada's voice boomed across the battlefield. In ancient times, the first beings to walk this land were the giants. The second were the divine clan, the Tuatha De Danann, like myself. The third were the children of darkness and the night, the demon clan, Nuada declared. And the fourth is your kind, known as humanity. And out of all of them, Nuada announced coldly, the one you must defeat today is Shreng, the great warrior of the demon clan. Shreng let out an earth-shattering roar. Nuada merely watched from above, his voice dead calm as he observed the brutal clash between Corin and the demonic warrior. This is the Moitura plain where I defeated the great warrior Shreng, and also the place where I lost my arm. He raised one hand and continued. If you brought Klaus Solace here, then naturally, your target must be my left arm. He gazed at his arm thoughtfully and said, because this is the absolute necessity to control the sun perfectly. Now, face the great warrior Shreng and feel true despair. With those words, 2 silhouettes suddenly accelerated, charging forward. Corin, his face dead serious, dashed up to attack Shreng. Nuada's deep, raspy voice echoed out, Goiden! Shreng swung his massive sword in a wide horizontal arc. Corin agilely leaped into the air, dodging the deadly slash. The Trials of Mill were originally tests designed by the gods to help players grow. Drawing from their own past experiences, The gods created these stages and bestowed valuable lessons upon the players. Players were never meant to possess the sun, making Nuada's trial the first of its kind. But considering the history of this world, one could easily guess the true motive behind the trial he had handed down. Korin struggled so much against Shreng that he couldn't help but think, what the hell is this monstrous strength? The great warrior. Shreng possessed absolute pure power. After all, he was the very demon warrior who had severed Nuada's arm. Perhaps what Nuada wanted to test in this trial was the strength Korin had accumulated up to this point. And besides, strength wasn't just about raw physical power. He waved his hand, rapidly layering runic magic. Kanaz, Hagalaz, Soilo, Birkanan. Korin dashed swiftly past him, simultaneously sealing the runes all over Shreng's body. In terms of speed, Korin was clearly superior. Right behind him, the giant's body erupted into a raging inferno. He looked pleased. The chained magical runes carved at lightning speed after countless hours of intense training. This was a high-tier fire attribute, rune magic. There's no way he's escaping that easily. Korin thought to himself, but he was completely taken aback when he turned around to check the situation. Shreng was completely unscathed, still charging forward bloodthirstily with his terrifyingly massive sword. Korin could only curse, damn it, he's still completely fine. However, his attack pattern was way too predictable. With that in mind, Korin gripped his spear and leaped high into the air. He unleashed his technique. Fierce Serpent, Serpent's Massacre. Korin thrust his spear fiercely and decisively straight into Shreng's body. To his absolute shock, the spearhead only pierced slightly into his skin, leaving him completely unharmed. Korin cursed under his breath. What the hell? Did he seriously just use his raw muscles to trap my spear? Korin landed and skidded back quite a distance. With a grimace, he cursed inwardly. Damn it! My rune magic didn't do squat, and now I've even been disarmed of my spear. If this were the past, Korin would have definitely panicked, but now, dodging wasn't the only thing he knew how to do. From the very beginning, Korin's strategy to fight using runes was exactly to prepare for this moment. He recalled Aaron's words. This training is to extend your time using the sun, even if it's just for a few more seconds. Korin had asked, can I really control the sun right now with just my own strength? She had replied, in Chris's domain, the magical runes were already engraved days in advance. Even in Nasri, you only pulled it off thanks to the runes your master spent 300 years carving. Korin lowered his head slightly and said, the only reason I can still use the sun right now is because this place, the Paradise of Darkness, is absolutely overflowing with mana. Aaron smiled and immediately shot that down. That's not true. Think back. I saw it very clearly with Errol's own eyes. Aaron continued. To protect everyone, you once used your own pure strength to wield the sun. At that moment, Korin's hair began to gradually turn stark white. Those very words were the key to awakening his power. The energy within Korin violently exploded, triggering a massive physical transformation. Smiling triumphantly, Korin raised the blindingly radiant orb high into the air and shouted, Claus Solus, activate! Claus Solus gathered the power of the sun. He then thrust his hand forward, ready to unleash an absolutely terrifying force. But suddenly, both the surging power and Korin's transformed appearance instantly vanished. He reverted right back to his original state. A massive question hit him. Did the sun just disappear? Did the activation time run out already? No, that can't be. It's too soon. Other than me, the only one who can control the sun is... Korin realized something and violently whipped his head around. Could it be? He looked up to see Nuada casting a mysterious miniature orb in his hand. Nuada, you did this? The former god looked down with pure contempt. I told you, didn't I? Never drop your guard. Once again, Shreng launched a brutal attack from behind. The great warrior listened to only one thing. The exact same destiny he had fulfilled in the past. He would sever his opponent's arm without fail. And with a sickening slash, a severed arm flew high into the bloody air. Korin collapsed to the ground, tightly clutching his cleanly severed shoulder in excruciating pain as blood sprayed out endlessly. Without a moment of hesitation, his mind raced. I have to stop the bleeding! Kanaz! Nuada scoffed as he watched the boy desperately try to heal himself, trying to cauterize the wound to stop the bleeding. What a pity. The sun will not allow that. With that, he raised the glowing orb in his hand higher. Gripped by agonizing pain, Korin struggled to his feet and grit his teeth. Did you plan this from the very beginning? Nuada's expression remained completely unfazed. The God King's throne of the Daenin, passed down from generation to generation, can only be inherited by one whose body is absolutely whole. Not a single blemish is permitted to exist. I lost an arm to the great warrior Shring, and as a result, I had to forfeit the throne. He thought back to the majestic images of the heavenly realm. But I was satisfied, because I had defeated the entire demon race and ushered in the era of the gods. Even though I had to step down from the throne, my heart was completely at peace. He continued, that was until you Goydens brought the era of the gods to an end. You reduced all my hard work and aspirations into sheer nothingness. Saying this, he clenched his fist with deep, seething resentment. The Danan of Justice, Danua. It is precisely because she sent you here that this trial even began. Most of the gods here follow the Danan of Justice, but not all of them. Korin suddenly realized something ominous in Nuada's words. Don't tell me! Nuada raised his hand, preparing to unleash his devastating power, and answered him. That's right. I absolutely despise this current era created by you filthy Goydens. Nuada materialized a long sword, the Solar Sword, Claws Solas. Taking a combat stance, he spoke in a dark, heavy tone. I, Nuada, not only despise the filthy demon race. Korin, trembling in agony, could only listen to his mockery. But I also utterly loathe weak, pathetic Goydens like you. Nuada's hair suddenly ignited into raging flames of sheer authority. My loyalty is directed toward the one true, final Daenin, Tates Balthazar. He glared down at the boy with a face twisted in resentment. I eagerly await his era. The Danan are personified concepts brought into existence. Danua represents justice, while Angus represents love. And he, Nuada, is the Daenin of kingship, like the glorious sun that illuminates all living things. He had received the utmost reverence of every Daenin and held the throne of the gods for an incredibly long time, right until he faced the great warrior of the demons, Shring, right until the very moment his left arm was taken from him. According to the ancient laws of the Danan, only those whole in body are fit to wear the crown, and so Noda Ejetlam was forced to abdicate. Yet he held no regrets over losing his left arm or his throne. From the war against the heavenly giants to the clashes with the demon race, the Danan had survived every conflict, all because he alone had been the world's savior. Noda Ejetlam fell silent for a moment, his jaw clenching tightly. If there is but one thing I truly regret, his voice suddenly boomed, it is you, Goyden. It is the fact that I never erased your kind with my own two hands. Noda Ejetlam's fury was palpable. I gifted the Goyden the very fire that sparked your civilization. Yet you used that same flame to forge your sins, betraying the gods, he roared, his voice laced with bitter resentment. Even when the pure Danans were betrayed by you, they still sought to guide this land down the righteous path, leaving behind the Danans of justice. Noda Ejetlam's rage spiraled out of control. But was his self-righteousness truly justified? Sensing the imminent danger, Korin swiftly dodged the incoming strike. This battle was spiraling far beyond anything he had anticipated. He was losing too much blood. If this dragged on, he would die. Korin slammed his heels into the ground, bracing himself to face the ancient king head-on. Because the Goyden are the ancestors of humanity, I understand your resentment. But, Korin yelled as he charged straight at Noda Ejetlam, our kind is nothing like the Goyden. Casting his 5-intent fire serpent from a distance, Korin firmly declared, we are different. The ancient king easily deflected the flaming strike. With a cold sneer, Noda Ejetlam fired back, you are exactly the same. And with those words, the king launched his counterattack. In the name of racial pride, religion, ideals, and mere gold. Noda Ejetlam continued, your kind constantly slaughters and ravages this earth. He glared down at Korin. In the end, this world will be reduced to a hellscape even worse than the ancient era ruled by the heavenly giants. Noda Ejetlam raised his weapon high into the air. Before that happens, I will force this world back into peace, he proclaimed with absolute conviction. Through sheer, absolute power. Noda Ejetlam brought down a merciless, fatal strike aimed right at Korin. Completely helpless, Korin could only stare blankly at the descending flames. I still remember it clearly, Korin thought, his mind drifting back to the catastrophic flood at the Rhodian River. Back then, the desperate cries of tens of thousands echoed in the air. Please, save me! Help! 100,000 people had been brutally slaughtered by Shu, their voices trembling in absolute terror. Please save me! Help me! Someone, please. And he remembered his own helpless face, forced to just stand there and watch, entirely powerless to stop it. Korin's mind continued to drift through the haze. I still remember it vividly. He recalled another tragic scene he had witnessed. Those agonizing voices echoed relentlessly in his head. Save me. Someone dragging their broken body toward him, pleading, I don't want to die. Those were the desperate, screaming pleas of friends who had fallen to their knees, begging for their lives. Just as the flashback faded, the present battlefield was nearly swallowed by a sea of flames. Suddenly, Korin's thoughts shifted to a freezing winter day. Lord Korin. He remembered Miriam gently cupping his cheek, whispering softly, You are my destiny. She offered a bittersweet smile, adding, Even if I realized it far too late. And right after those words, Miriam dissolved into the void. Recalling that heartbreaking moment, Korin clenched his fists tightly. All those people died, just because I was utterly useless. Surging with renewed courage, Korin pushed back. Seeing Korin suddenly rise again caught Noda off guard. Using every last ounce of his strength to block the king's assault, Korin roared in his mind. I refuse to die in a place like this. Enraged by the boy's stubbornness, Noda Ajetlam gritted his teeth and sneered, You still refuse to give up? Gathering his strength to stand tall, Korin shot back, If I give up now, what will happen to all the people living on this earth? Fueled by unwavering resolve, Tumba and Maesrayer Korin pressed the attack. There is far too much at stake for me to just roll over and die here. Hearing this, the ancient king fell momentarily silent. But soon enough, Noda spoke up. When the Danans of justice sent you here, I witnessed all of your memories. He paused before continuing. After Shu, Bantaz's true rival, was killed, I finally understood why a talentless wretch like you became his new opponent. Noda Ajetlam's tone turned cold. Compared to an ordinary man, you certainly have gone through some rare ordeals. However, his voice suddenly boomed, even when compared to that fool Shu, who couldn't even defeat Bantaz. Noda Ajetlam raised his weapon high and declared, You are still far too weak. This was the final stage, where the power of the sun reached its absolute zenith, transcending all focus and physical limits. It was the blazing essence of the sun itself, heavily compressed and condensed into Ajetlam's left arm. He looked down at Korin's battered state and smirked. Even now, you should just give up, you weakling. This is the very last shred of mercy I will offer you. Hearing this, Korin cracked a defiant smile and muttered, You're right, I am weak. Korin's voice blended into the chaotic roar of the battlefield. But even if I held immense power, I would never use it to force a perfect world. Dragging forward his last ounce of sanity and strength, he took a step forward. My only wish, Korin roared, his voice trembling with sheer desperation and hope, is that ordinary people can live their own lives in their own ways in a completely free world. Noda Ajetlam completely lost his composure, screaming in rage, If you still refuse to yield, then I will crush you. You foolish Goiden. Seeing the king's fury, Korin didn't hesitate for a single second and kept fighting. Try it if you can. The raw power of the two forces violently collided, warping the surrounding space and plunging the area into absolute chaos. Feeling the sheer weight of Korin's power, the ancient king furrowed his brow in disbelief. How are you still resisting with that torn and broken body? Korin locked eyes with Noda Ajetlam. Because I don't rely on my strength alone. My precept reflects my own actions and thoughts, as well as the actions and thoughts of my enemies. The first precept is duty. Korin would never turn a blind eye to the suffering of the innocent. Originally, it was just a rule I carved into my soul to make myself stronger. But in my first life, I couldn't even see it. Flashes of the past continued to flood Korin's memories. He had witnessed so many new faces, so much humanity. He had heard words he had never heard before. Those voices kept echoing within him. Please do it. Oh, great hero. This power. This was the strength entrusted to him by the very people he swore to protect. That was a kind of power Nuada Ergetlam had never felt before. Korin added, once you chose to side with Teth, the absolute laws had no choice but to grant me strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly activated the core of Sabasia. Korin suddenly thought of something and a faint smile crossed his face. Because I made a vow, he roared. I will never turn a blind eye to the suffering of the innocent. With that, he rapidly unleashed the core of Sabasia. Korin lunged forward with explosive force, delivering a decisive blow. In this world, his power had finally reached its absolute peak. When the dust finally settled, Korin stood firm, declaring, I will save them. A moment later, his legs gave out completely. Right before his eyes, they began to dissolve, fading away into the swirling smoke and ash. The battlefield fell into an eerie, suffocating silence. Nuada Ergetlam stared up at the sun, completely speechless for a moment. He tilted his head, looking down at Korin, and muttered to himself, Save them, huh? Suddenly, the brilliant sky was torn wide open, revealing a bottomless, terrifying darkness hidden behind it. Nuada looked down at the severed arm lying on the ground. Slowly, he bent over and picked it up. Nuada ordered Diane Chek to heal the boy's wounds. Almost immediately, a voice echoed in response. Yes, Diane Chek, the Danan of healing, obeys your command. Nuada Ergetlam then stated with a deadly serious tone, But my mindset hasn't changed. This world can only maintain its balance through absolute power, he thought to himself. Besides, in your current state there is absolutely no way you can defeat Balthazar. Still, Nuada remembered the boy's conviction. Until that fated day arrives, just how many people will you save and how much power will you gather? He turned and walked away, muttering, I'm starting to find this quite entertaining. Deep down, Nuada acknowledged him. You have passed the trial. For the first time, he was placing his faith in the boy. Struggle with everything you have and prove your willpower to me. Korin. Sometime later, seeing Korin open his eyes, Diane Sect asked, Are you finally awake? He quickly explained, You pushed your body far beyond its absolute limits. Aaron, that poor child must have been worried sick about you. Breaking out of his daze, Korin suddenly jolted upright. Where am I? A sharp pain throbbed in his head, and he immediately raised a hand to rub his temples. Korin clearly remembered being sliced apart. But wait, did Nuada, the one who sided with Teth, actually let him live? While Korin was still trying to piece things together, Diane Sect spoke up. The former king said he would be watching to see your final results. He relayed the message. He told me to tell you that you have officially passed the trial. Suddenly, the system chimed in, announcing an epic-grade item, Ergetlam. This was a divine weapon forged through the combined efforts of Diane Sect, the Danan of healing and the Danan of blacksmithing. It was then fully perfected into a complete arm by Miak, the son of Diane Sect. It is the only artifact capable of containing limitless power, serving as an indestructible armor that will never shatter. It can absorb infinite energy when equipped alongside the Sun Clausulus. Magic power is increased by 200%. The system has absolutely no authority over it. Back in the game. This was a hidden piece once used by Oprus, the strongest subordinate of Balthazar. No, it wasn't even a standard hidden piece, because there was absolutely no way for a player to obtain this Ergetlam in the original game. The price he paid was definitely worth it. At the very least, he had successfully stopped Oprus from growing even stronger. Who knows? Maybe he would even be able to fully comprehend the power of the sun. In high spirits, Korin made his request. Please, give me back the friends who fought by my side. Diane Chek replied, It is still too soon for that. Hearing this, Korin completely froze. On the Isle of Manannan, depending on the items you bring, the system will guide you to meet a different deity. In the original game, there was never a scenario where someone met all the gods at once. Naturally, a player could only choose a single treasure as their reward. But a situation like this? He had never seen anything like it, neither in the game nor in his previous regressions. Diantek chuckled and said, Even if he has stepped down from the throne, he is still the eternal sun. Someone who has been acknowledged by the former king, he added, is simultaneously acknowledged by all of us. Therefore, we have also decided to grant you our rewards. Suddenly remembering something, Diane Sect added, As for Angus, he said he had to personally reward those 3 girls, and then he just vanished. Korin nodded. I see. Just then, Manannan raised his voice. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mananan MacLear, the Danan of the sea. Among all the Danan, I am the wealthiest, possessing countless treasures. That's right, Manhwa was the true master of this treasure island. She continued, To the hero who has conquered our king's trial, I shall bestow the treasures I hold most dear. Corin stared blankly at the 3 glowing orbs floating before him. Not just one, but 3 incredible treasures? While he was still processing this, another voice echoed out. Nuada actually acknowledged you? Now that is completely beyond my expectations. My master left behind Teth Balthazar, the strongest Danan in history, down in the mortal realm. Lug Levada spoke softly. I have already given everything I have to Teth, so I have nothing left to offer you. Except for one thing. He declared, if one day you manage to defeat my successor, I will hand over the relic he leaves behind to you. In the original game, even after defeating the final boss, it was impossible to claim those treasures. Specifically, Lug Levada's relic belonged to Balthazar right from the very beginning, making it absolutely unattainable. Astonished, Corin asked, You were originally Balthazar's ally, so why would you go this far? Lug Levada immediately cut him off. Don't misunderstand me, kid. He furrowed his brows. You are the successor chosen by Erinua, the Danan of Justice, and now you are also the one who has inherited the power of the sun. The clash between you and Teth is an honorable battle between true warriors. From this moment forward, we will not take anyone's side. Lug Levada slowly continued, and then, no matter which side emerges victorious, our ultimate wish will surely be fulfilled. Right as Lug Levada left him with those cryptic words, the system's voice chimed in. Legendary grade, Gay Diarg. This is Gay Diarg, the Red Spear, one of the twin spears owned by Manhwa MacLear. Legendary grade, Boiling Venom of the Barghest. This deadly elixir was extracted from the venomous snake inside the heart of Aga, the wretch who was slain by the insect for his sheer audacity. Legendary grade, Uithon. This is the sacred stringed instrument of the god king, Dagda. It's the legendary harp that once brought down 9 giants. Trust in it and let its strings sing. You've received no less than 4 treasures, including the Eam. The others kept buzzing with gossip. But are these betrothal gifts really enough for Eren? Maybe we should prepare a little something extra before sending them off. There's no need for all that. Next time you bring me a few more grandchildren, I'll gladly bestow more gifts. You'll be popping out a few kids sooner or later anyway. That's more than enough. A few weeks later, a voice rang out at the Corin Guardians headquarters. Alisa got the red horse of Nebtu. Mary listened intently. And you, Senior, you received the curse of Matcha. Isn't that right? Then the reply came. Yeah, I really don't get it. We couldn't even pass the trial, yet we still got rewarded. She tilted her head in confusion. Wait, you failed the trial? I don't remember a damn thing, Alisa grumbled in frustration. Wait, when did I even take this trial? Warren threw her hands up in defeat. Let's just do it over. This makes no sense at all. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed with a wicked smirk. 3 women, all giving their hearts to a single man. My, what a beautifully tragic romance. The entity let out a condescending laugh. May the love of all you sweet maidens bear fruit. Therefore, I shall grant gifts to every single one of you. Ugh, that smirk was infuriating. Just then, Corin cleared his throat. But Senior, he muttered shyly, I still need to write up the mission completion report for the association. Mary waved it off. Oh, you can just write that later, she added softly. You really should take a break for a bit. You did all the heavy lifting this time, Corin? We barely helped at all. Hearing that, he finally gave in. All right then, if you insist. Corin's mind began to drift away. Wow, this is so soft. Yeah, just for a minute. But before he could fully relax, a cat suddenly popped up, startling him. Corin's voice softened. Oh, is Nabby here? Come here, little one. This was a stray cat that had been wandering around the Guardian's office lately. He scooped the fur ball into his arms and asked, Senior, do we have any fish left in the kitchen? This little girl loves fish. Oddly enough, she goes crazy for braised mackerel. Mary frowned, muttering under her breath. Braised mackerel, huh? A sudden realization hit her, and her eyes darkened dangerously. Corin! Mary cut straight to the chase. Do you happen to know what treasure Warren got from Mammon? He shook his head. No clue. Warren outright refused to tell me. Hearing that, Mary let out a slow, "Oh!" Everything suddenly made perfect sense. So that's how it is. Mary glared at the cat with an absolutely terrifying smile. "Nabia, do you want to play with your big sister?" It might go without saying, but the academic vibe at MK3 was incredibly laid back. Compared to a modern university, the required credits were way lower, and even those few mandatory classes could be swapped out by just doing missions for the Guardian Association. Because of this, the energetic students were always eager to run off and do field work. Korin was no exception. The moment his training session wrapped up, Dron Woski stepped forward. "Master, I've taken care of everything on this end." Korin raised an eyebrow. "Already? That was fast." "Your agility and sword aura are improving by the day," Dron praised. "It's truly extraordinary." It was all thanks to the magic sword he acquired from Manan, the legendary Great Wrath of Maranch, forged from a mythic tier hidden beast from the heroic tales of Ahan, a destructive demonic blade specializing in massive area of effect attacks. And he wasn't the only one who hit the jackpot at the Maimon Treasure Island. Several other members, including Dron Woski, had also successfully claimed treasures from the trial. Armed with these new upgrades, Korin had been chain-clearing countless missions issued by the Guardian Association. Korin chuckled. "Your promotion quota must be just about full by now." Cranel Luden chimed in, looking curious. "Wait, you mean his Guardian rank? Hitting rank 1 when the team hasn't even been around for 2 months? Isn't that a legendary record?" Korin added humbly. "Well, we also have to thank Senior Mary for hooking us up with that wyvern. Being able to fly anywhere instantly cuts our travel time down by at least 2 days per mission." Dron nodded approvingly. "Excellent. It seems everyone is performing at their peak." "By the way, I haven't seen Jeremy around lately, have you?" Korin asked. "That kid's been busy," Dron replied. "Jeremy's been missing in action all day since yesterday." Perhaps it was finally time. Meanwhile, in a dark, secluded room, Jeremy was kneeling before Bishop Ang. "My Lord Bishop..." The bishop flashed a greasy smile. "Jeremy, my boy, I hear you've recently wormed your way into those promising little guardians." Jeremy was quick to reply. "Yes, your grace. Thanks to that, gathering intel for you has become much easier." Suddenly his voice trembled, and he dropped entirely to his knees. "But, my lord," he stammered, "during a mission I found the Black Mage's laboratory." Jeremy swallowed hard. "And inside, I found a letter. A letter with your seal on it, your grace." He looked up, his eyes wide with horror. Is it really true? Are you kidnapping and sacrificing children?" Hearing this, Bishop Ang instantly dropped his friendly facade, his patience completely evaporating. "Sigh. My dear brother, you are making things so unnecessarily complicated." He lowered his voice into a chilling whisper. "On the path of serving the divine, one must sometimes drag their feet through the mud." Jeremy stammered in disbelief. But this is..." Ang sharply cut him off. "Think back to the days of the witch hunts," the bishop sneered. "Yes, some innocent blood was shed, but because of those sacrifices, hundreds of vile witches were purged from this world. Isn't that right? The great path is forged in harshness and pain. Even the gods themselves will understand their sacrifice." Hearing those words, a sudden storm of emotions raged within him. "I understand." The moment those words left his mouth, Jeremy Loser bolted straight out of the gates. John gritted his teeth and muttered furiously, "That nosy little brat. Once this is all over, I'll deal with him myself." The plan to ascend the exalted Yaksha and trigger a grand massacre had failed. Everything was ruined. Even the Cross Assault Squad, which was meant to provoke war, had completely vanished. The smear campaign to turn the public against the demon race was a total disaster. And to make matters worse, 2 of the Magic Tower's 7 factions were completely wiped out in the process. Furious, and with nowhere to vent his rage, he roared out loud, "To think we were completely crushed by that damn Eastern mage!" The fiery rage inside him grew larger by the second, slowly plunging his mind into pure darkness. But even those pathetic failures could still serve a purpose. Wasn't that the very will of God? Right at that moment, Sikari's voice rang out. "Saintess, how is the prisoner transport progressing?" Estelle replied, "Everything is going smoothly. They will be transported under the guard of the Holy Knights." She then added that the notorious Class A heretics had already been tightly bound. He agreed, scoffing that they were an arrogant, cursed bunch, and firmly stated that they must face judgment right here at the Holy Land. Estelle noted that this included Moristan of the Magic Tower, the spellcaster Kang Haon, and even the church's own cross assault squad. She explained that due to the large number of prisoners, moving by land would take a little more time to reach their destination. Sakari suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Saintus, that formal white attire, what exactly is it for?" Hearing this, Estelle simply gave a soft smile. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Estelle immediately turned her gaze in that direction. Seeing the person's face head-on, she instantly recognized Mirwam. Meanwhile, in another location, the transport of the MKA prisoners was finally underway. The convoy marched toward the Holy Land to bring the heretics to justice. The journey, blessed by the divine grace of the Saintess, had officially begun. Though the Saintess personally appearing just to escort prisoners is beneath her station, these are dangerous high-profile targets. We've made full preparations to prevent any prison breaks. Estelle, hands clasped in prayer, had already anticipated this much. All of a sudden, shouts erupted from outside. "Ambush! Protect the Saintess!" She thought to herself, "Those Magic Tower scumbags. I already thought they crossed the line when they tried to kidnap Lady Dionaref. Are they seriously trying to make an enemy out of me now? Do they actually think they have some solid backup? Or are they just throwing their lives away?" Estelle murmured to herself, "Is the pressure from my prayers a bit too weak? Well, I suppose with this many troops, a drop in effectiveness is to be expected." Suddenly, a voice called out from outside the carriage. "Saintess, you need to evacuate. It's too dangerous out here." But as the man rushed inside, he was absolutely stunned by the sight before him. What the? The interior was eerily dead silent. Kang Run looked at the intruder and spoke up. "Well, look who we have here." Moristan let out a wicked sneer. "You came all this way just to untie us? Are you out of your mind?" He glared at the person who had just walked in, his voice dropping into a dangerous growl. "Oh, Saintess." He began to channel his power. "I never imagined someone bearing the title of Saintess could be this incredibly naive." Moristan chimed in. "Did you really not know that the moment you open this cell, the mana restraints on our bodies would completely vanish?" The sheer power radiating from the two of them quickly merged together, conjuring a blinding cloud of smoke. He coughed lightly and mocked. "You call yourself a Saintess, yet you're this pathetic?" Kang Run rubbed the back of his neck, groaning, "My whole body is aching. I'll definitely need to head to the east for some rest and recovery." Right then, Estelle's calm voice cut through the tension. "Why skip the proper procedures? And commit the grave sin of breaking out of prison?" Hearing this, Morris froze in absolute disbelief. Impossible! He knew that the cursed flames were meant to burn a person down to the bone. Yet, there she was, slowly stepping forward. "Let us repent." Estelle continued, her voice resonating with power. "The Lord protects me, so neither enemy troops nor blades shall ever bring me harm." The Saintess's prayer manifested a true divine miracle. Her tone softened, yet carried an absolute weight. "I shall remain unscathed. The Lord will shield me from war horses, iron chariots, and vicious beasts." Witnessing such a sight for the first time, sheer terror gripped Morris's heart. "What the hell is this? You crazy bitch, stay away from me." Estelle flashed a cryptic, serene smile. "Therefore, if it is your will, Lord, please watch over and protect your child." "Oh, Lord," she raised her voice powerfully, "take up the iron rod and strike down the enemy troops." Estelle commanded further, "Just as a potter shatters a clay jar, you too shall crush your enemies to dust." That was the true path to becoming utterly invincible. The scene erupted into a massive sea of blazing fire, swallowing everything in its path. Rin screamed over the chaos. "I'll hold them off here. The Saintess has disappeared. Hurry up and find her." His subordinate threw a quick glance over his shoulder and shouted back, "Yes, sir!" He roared orders while desperately fighting off the endless waves of enemies. "Hold the line. We have to protect the Saintess." Rin's eyes narrowed, burning with a fierce, unwavering determination. The man following closely behind Estelle yelled out, "Saintess, so you were here?" He took in the horrific, blood-stained battlefield. The sheer killing intent coming off those mages was no joke. She gave a faint smile and turned her head to ask, "What is our casualty count?" Jolin yelled back, "Thanks to your divine protection, Saintess, there are no fatalities yet, but the number of wounded is starting to pile up. If this keeps up, I'm afraid we'll be completely wiped out." Hearing this, Estelle made her absolute decision. We have no other choice. Those men are high treason criminals. I will execute them right here on the spot. As for the rest, abandon them and retreat." Rin hesitated, insisting that falling back now was way too early. Elder Moran has dedicated his entire life to researching chimeras. There's a very high chance that corpse is nothing but a fake. Catching on to something suspicious, she abruptly stopped in her tracks. "Wait a minute." Estelle furrowed her brows, her tone turning sharp. "Who exactly are you? I've never seen your face in the escort convoy." Realizing his cover was blown, the man's expression twisted into something dangerous. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" The Grand Mage, disguised as a humble believer, was acting strangely. Edrin burst into maniacal laughter. "He totally slipped up. She was startled by that sudden flash of light." "What did you just say?" Edrin began gathering his magic, his voice dripping with condescension. "Did you really just say, retreat?" "There's no way in hell I'm letting that happen." In an instant, a colossal wave of mana explosively engulfed the entire area. In just a matter of moments, the chaos had spread everywhere. The sounds of fierce combat echoed through the air. "Breaking news! Urgent news! The Holy Maiden has been kidnapped. The royal family and the Divine Order have joined forces to rescue her." In response, the Guardian Association has summoned 7 elite Guardian squads. "Over here, we have the Lafanan Koran Guardians. Look at that ship. Why the hell is it loaded with so much cargo? At this rate, it couldn't even survive a single cannon shot." A man walked over and said, "Captain, looks like that's them." He glared at the approaching group with absolute disdain. "Since when did you start dragging a bunch of kids into something this important?" Suddenly, someone bowed respectfully to Koran. "Captain Koran and Vice Captain Mary of the Koran Guardians, please take your seats. Congratulations on being promoted to Elite Guardians." He was stunned. "Wait, what?" He screamed furiously. "They're the same elite rank as us?" The two of them yelled together in absolute shock. "Those brats!" It really was surprising. The group even included Mary, Warren, and Arisa. The Koran Guardians had ties with the Waski mercenaries and the Ain family, boasting an overwhelming military force. However, becoming a first-class Guardian usually required incredibly long and complicated procedures. But since the association was in a rush, they immediately promoted us because our recent track record skyrocketed. Making us grind missions like crazy was all for this exact reason. And now, with the Magic Tower subjugation campaign about to begin, the president of the Guardian Association has announced to the world that the Magic Tower kidnapped the Holy Maiden. To rescue her, our branch has dispatched the 7 elite Guardian squads present right here. "Did they really have to put them in the elite ranks?" Pian asked, clearly annoyed. "Hey, you say that, but I assume our well-deserved compensation is already prepared, right?" Someone from the Red Brotherhood chimed in. "We're not exactly running a charity here." The president understood their point and spoke up. "Of course," the Guardian Association president explained. "For this event, the kingdom has promised a massive reward for the heroes participating in the subjugation of the Magic Tower." He emphasized, "Everyone joining this raid will be granted permission to loot without any limits. Whether it's material wealth or human resources, everything is fair game." Hearing this, the crowd below completely lost their minds with excitement. "Perfect. So that means we can take all the wealth and magic tools in the tower and bring them home, right?" Someone burst into laughter. "Aren't we basically going to turn those mages into our slaves? So these ragged nobodies are getting a cut too?" Lasso snapped furiously, making it clear. "If you brats dare to eye our share, you're dead meat." The rookie Marie called out from behind. Corin immediately raised a hand to stop her. "Please hold back, senior." The man turned away, scoffing with pure contempt. This group is no better than a little school club. They don't have the aura of elites at all. Even before making landfall, the scramble for rewards had already begun. Others chimed in. "Honestly, in a situation like this, we should be thanking the Magic Tower. I mean, didn't they kidnap the Holy Maiden?" The rest were definitely thinking the exact same thing. Not a single one of them actually wanted to save the Holy Maiden. They were all completely blinded by their own greed. She cursed indignantly. "Those bastards! They don't care about the Holy Maiden at all. Corin, are you okay?" "That's just the true nature of these elite guardians," Corin said to reassure her. "It's fine. Let's just focus on our own job for now. Don't let their cheap provocations get to you. Besides, at this rate, they're all going to die anyway." This was the main storyline of the heroic legend of Arhan, the Magic Tower subjugation campaign. The Gangchan archipelago consisted of dozens of small islands and one massive main island. To reach the main island where the magic tower was located, they had to conquer the smaller islands one by one. But the magic tower had prepared thoroughly, making it impossible for the hastily assembled elites to even make landfall. The Vanguard squad was completely wiped out, and in total, 60% of the main elite Guardian forces lost their lives. In the previous timeline, this campaign was undoubtedly the worst tragedy in Guardian history. Meanwhile, Elder Brain was practically vibrating with smug arrogance. "You damn Guardians! You're all going to end up as fish food!" He monitored the speed of the approaching ships and called out the distance. 500 meters! 400 meters! A twisted look of joy grew clearer on Elder Brain's face. 300 meters! But suddenly he froze as a massive surge of power erupted. High up in the sky, bolts of lightning began crashing down. The ships rocked violently in response. Nis reported, "Captain, the magic tower forces have appeared on the coast. It looks like this whole thing is their trap." Hearing this, Lasso cursed furiously, "Those damn magic tower bastards. If this keeps up, we'll be completely wiped out." On the other side, Elder Brain stared at the terrifying natural phenomenon in utter shock. "What the hell is that?" Elder Brain was dumbfounded. "But we haven't even done anything yet." On the other ship, Lasso's face contorted into a furious grimace. "Humph." Meanwhile, a slender pair of hands began to frantically strike the strings of a harp. Corrin stood at the bow of the ship and screamed, "Rock!" He sang like an absolute madman. "Rock, rock on. Where do you think you're going?" The melody grew increasingly chaotic as he stomped his feet to the beat and jumped into the air. A system window suddenly popped up, displaying a double S legendary grade. This was the stringed instrument of the God King Dagda, a mythical harp that had once battered 9 giants to death. Put your faith in it. The sound it produces will flood the entire space with pure mana. It will fly to wherever its master calls. When using the harp to attack giants, it inflicts an additional 1,200% damage. The magical effects of Uaithni change depending on the genre of music played. In the case of rock music, Corrin frantically shredded on the strings to push them back. "Where do you think you're running to?" a mechanical voice blared, sounding the alarm for a natural disaster. Lasso stared in absolute shock. In this kind of situation, just what the hell is he planning to do? That absolute madman! Beneath the ocean's surface, violent, raging waves began to erupt. Corrin's face was twisted in manic excitement as he wildly strummed the strings. Suddenly, Ron Waski screamed over the deafening noise. Was it your plan to push things this far? Master! Suddenly, the terrifying crunch of ships colliding rang out, the violent sound echoing through the pitch-black void. He thought to himself, would a tragedy where 60% of our forces are wiped out really happen the moment we set foot on that island? All around him, people were desperately pulling each other out of the water. If that's the case, Corrin tilted his head back, soaking in the chaos. It's better they die by my hands. His eyes burned with a fierce light as he roared, "The show isn't over yet. Twinkle, twinkle, little star." Deep down, he made a vow. I will be the first to completely crush an entire fleet right in the middle of the ocean. At that exact moment, magnificent blinding rays of light cascaded down from the sky. The scene then shifted to the Royal Army Command headquarters. The chairman of the God Association slammed his fist on the table, teeth gritted in pure fury. Those damn bastards from the Magic Tower! To think they could unleash a grand spell capable of manipulating nature itself. This was supposed to be a massive amphibious assault, mobilizing over 50 warships. Who would have thought they'd be violently pushed back, utterly unable to even approach the coastline? Forcing himself to calm down, he asked, "What are the casualties?" Nis delivered the grim report. 13 warships have sunk. Several others are heavily damaged, with their hulls so severely compromised that they are practically beyond repair. Damn it. It must have been an absolute massacre out there. But then his voice wavered with disbelief. About that... Nis swallowed hard, emphasizing his next words. Not a single person died. There are only a few minor injuries from the ships taking damage, but that's it. The chairman of the Wiens Association stared in absolute shock. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Half the damn fleet was wiped out, and you're telling me there are 0 casualties? Back at the shore, small life rafts were carrying the survivors onto the beach. Every single face was painted with sheer exhaustion and trauma. Dronwoski muttered with venom in his voice. Damn it! Those absolute bastards from the Magic Tower! But thank God Corin Wayans had the foresight to bring so many lifeboats. Lasso shook his head. No! He stared up at the sky, his eyes shimmering with awe. The thing that actually saved us, Lasso said, his voice filled with absolute certainty. That was the music. That music suppressed the entire storm, Corin replied, puffing his chest out with arrogant pride. But of course, music by its very nature was never meant for killing. The crowd hailed him as their little star, a melody meant to be the salvation of life. Corin smirked to himself. Corin reached his hand out towards him. Here, take my hand. As he pulled the man up, Corin thought back to the original storyline. In the novel, these so-called elites had been wiped out before they even had a chance to show what they could do. Corin looked around, studying the survivors. They had trained so damn hard to become the elite guards of the Wayans family. It was a shame that for a brief moment, they had let greed blind them to the reality of the situation. Still, I couldn't just leave them to die, he told himself. Meanwhile, everyone else was fully convinced that the catastrophic storm had been entirely the Magic Tower's doing. Overcome with emotion, Lasso pulled Corin into a tight hug. They truly believed that Corin's song had stopped the disaster. Well, at least in this life, I managed to save the people I couldn't in the previous loop. He smiled warmly on the outside. If I had my way, I would have stopped this whole Magic Tower subjugation from happening altogether. But maybe this scenario is a necessary evil. Corin silently analyzed the main storyline in his head. For all of humanity in this world, the subjugation arc is the pivotal event that exposes the Magic Tower's true, twisted nature. His train of thought continued. Even the fools who once worshipped the Magic Tower and dreamed of joining them have finally seen their true colors. Around him, people were reading the breaking news reports, weeping tears of relief and anger. If those Magic Tower psychos really got away with kidnapping the Saintess, my future plans would be completely ruined. But now that the whole world knows the dirty secrets between the Tower and the Bantaz generation, gathering my own forces later is going to be a hell of a lot easier. The only downside is that letting the Saintess get captured was an unavoidable part of the plot. Nearby, someone was sobbing in pure despair over her fate. What I'm terrified of is the Saintess even still alive? Corin completely understood their fear. The Saintess was deeply loved by the people, meaning this kidnapping would only add explosive fuel to the anti-Magic Tower movement. So there's no need to panic just yet, he reasoned. He suddenly remembered her boldly demanding voice in the past. I specifically told you to bring the red wine. Estelle was currently locked up deep inside the Magic Tower. But if everything is following the script, she should be completely safe for now. He glanced at the hopeful, relieved faces of the survivors standing before him. Just like I saved these people. Corin began to gently strum his instrument again, an absolute certainty burning in his heart. I will be the one to save them all. A confident smirk rested on his face. The scene then abruptly cut to a damp, terrifyingly dark room. Drip, drip. Drops of fresh blood splattered onto the cold stone floor. Estelle trembled in absolute panic. How could this be happening? Dun Sky glared down at her, his voice dripping with cold mockery. What? Did you really think just because you're the Holy Saintess, you could never bleed? Rin stepped out from the shadows behind him, her voice sharp. Dun Sky, you're the most wanted criminal in the world, spreading terror across the entire continent, aren't you? The man casually brushed off the accusation with a sinister grin. Oh, to be recognized by you? I'm truly honored. Dun Sky then pointed at an object. Tell me, do you even know what that thing is? Estelle's voice cracked with rising panic. Wait a minute, is that? Her eyes widened in sheer horror as she screamed, The Holy Grail? Why the hell is a sacred relic like that in the hands of a terrorist like you? The man let out a dark, twisted chuckle. The Holy Grail? Ah, right. I suppose that is what you people call it. Inin violently grabbed her arm. Well, playtime is over. It's time to pour some of that sweet holy blood into the cup. Estelle thrashed in terror. What? She began to struggle frantically. No, let me go. Stop it. Just what are you planning to do? She cried out. He leaned in, speaking in a terrifyingly soft whisper. Holy blood has so many wonderful uses. His eyes lit up with absolute madness. What, for instance, resurrecting the ancient giants that vanished from this world eons ago. Over here, seagulls were gently soaring over the ocean as the crowd began to cheer. Lightning and tidal waves? Just what is all this? The crowd cheered wildly, as expected of the Elder Brain. What terrifyingly powerful magic! Hearing this, the Elder Brain was completely baffled. I didn't even cast that. The scene shifted to the association situation room. From the monitor, Aaron Danua's voice rang out. Waves of that scale definitely aren't a natural phenomenon, are they? To think the magic tower can manipulate the very sky and sea. Someone yelled out, Chairman Dan, we can't just give up, can we? She confidently continued. Of course, I never said we were giving up. If this storm is the result of grand-scale magic, there has to be a hidden magic circle fueling it. We just need to destroy it. Aaron smiled softly. Isn't that right, Clara? The reporter nodded. Yes, ma'am. I actually saw a similar spell back during the Mana Revolution. Someone chimed in. Well, if our resident spatial mage says so, it must be true. Since Josephine was a literal legend written in the history books, no one doubted her words. But deep down, Josephine thought to herself, to think my student Corin would actually scheme up a natural disaster. Of course, that was a complete lie. The others hesitated before speaking up. But we can't even make a landing right now. How are we supposed to destroy the magic circle? Who would even volunteer for a suicide mission like that? Suddenly, Aaron cut them off. I have a plan! The room gasped in surprise. My plan, Aaron emphasized, is to destroy the magic circle with a small, elite squad. The scene cut to Corin shaking his head. That's completely out of the question. He firmly stated, we are all going to the magic tower together to rescue the Saintess. Warren chimed in. A large-scale invasion will only lead to meaningless casualties. Marie excitedly clapped her hands together. So that's why you came up with that fake natural disaster excuse. She complained about how annoying the whole chaotic ordeal was. Meanwhile, terrified of getting exposed, Corin's heart was pounding out of his chest. Josephine adjusted her glasses and warned them. We're already deceiving the royal family with this stunt, but there's a fatal flaw in this operation. She laid out the harsh reality. After losing the Witch War, the Magic Tower spent the last 80 years fortifying the Iron Archipelago into an absolute fortress. The place is crawling with hostile spirits, summoned beasts, and chimeras. It's an impenetrable death trap. Warren brushed it off. That's not a problem, is it? Can't we just bypass it with spatial teleportation? Josephine let out a sigh. That is exactly the problem. And I'm not just saying this to sound arrogant. The Magic Tower believes their past defeat was entirely due to spatial magic. Because of that, you can't use teleportation anywhere inside the tower. They've even placed massive anti-spatial restrictions across the entire island. Josephine delivered the blunt truth. It's impossible to teleport directly inside. Any spatial coordinates around the island will just forcefully scatter us all over the place. Warren stared at her stunned. Wait, then what about this? Marie spoke up. There's a single spatial marker right outside their main barrier, Josephine explained. It points to the Forbidden Forest. The barrier there is weak enough that I can slip exactly one person through. But quite frankly, I pray to God that none of you ever have to step foot in there. Marie tilted her head in confusion. Why not? It's pretty far from the coast where the enemy mages are stationed. Sounds safe enough to me. Josephine pushed up her glasses again. There's a very good reason why they left it unguarded. Her voice dropped to a dead serious tone. Because it is easily the most lethal zone in the entire Magic Tower. Suddenly, Corin stepped forward, cutting the tension. I'll do it. I'll go. Josephine froze, staring at him in disbelief. What? She stuttered, completely caught off guard. The girls immediately shot him deeply judgmental glares. You? They all blurted out in unison. But you're super weak. Oh, like you girls are so much stronger, Corin retorted in his head. He frowned and made his case. Look, without the guild's backup, yeah, I'm undeniably the weakest link here. Suddenly, Aaron Danua's voice echoed through the room. It will be fine. She gazed at him with incredibly warm, gentle eyes. You can do this, right, my dear disciple? In that moment, Corin could only stare back at Aaron in sheer bewilderment. But slowly, a confident smirk spread across his face. You bet I can. Moments later, a massive teleportation circle illuminated the sky. "Is everyone ready?" Josephine called out. "Commencing teleportation in 30 seconds." Corin grinned back at them. "Don't worry about me. Just make sure you guys stay safe." Suddenly, Warren's trembling, anxious voice broke through the noise. "Corin!" Ah! He blinked in surprise. She looked away, her cheeks burning bright red. "Don't you dare get hurt, idiot." Corin blinked, totally clueless. "Huh?" Warren gripped his arm tightly, her voice cracking. "I swear, if you get hurt, my heart—" Josephine's loud warning cut her off. 10 seconds to jump. Brace yourselves." Corin gently reached out and ruffled Warren's hair. "I'll see you at the magic tower." "Corin, you packed the potatoes, right?" Marie yelled out. He shot them a fiercely determined look. "I promise, I'm coming back in one piece." "Thanks for worrying about me, guys." Leaving a lingering warmth on Warren's head, Corin was instantly swallowed by a blinding flash of light. In the blink of an eye, Corin materialized inside the Forbidden Forest. This nightmarish domain was a twisted creation born from forbidden dark magic. It was notoriously the absolute worst stage, one that even a party of max-level players would struggle to survive. From the shadows, the spirit Hundra materialized, licking her lips. "Well, aren't you a handsome little snack?" But stepping in here was far too reckless. She spread her arms wide, beckoning him. "Come to me, darling." Normally, any intruder would be instantly paralyzed by the countless evil spirits lurking in the mist. "Just fall into my embrace," Hundra purred, fully intending to rip him limb from limb the second he got close. Her ghostly fingers reached out, inches from caressing his face. But Corin just casually walked right past her. "The view up here is absolutely stunning. I've been way too busy lately to even think about hiking." Startled, she whipped around and shrieked, "What the heck is this?" He scanned the area, taking it all in. The magic tower was the epicenter of the world's most cutting-edge magical experiments and arcane advancements. Suddenly, Corin recognized the item right in front of him. Upmandragra. So that is why there were countless spirits swarming this place. He wondered, should I take this with me? Since the spirits acted as a kind of guardian, a dense, blinding fog shrouded the entire area. Corin ultimately decided to pass on it this time. So, what if they are guardians? He thought. You cannot perceive spiritual entities. A self-binding pact that grants a 50% increase in physical damage. Simply put, it was a massive trade-off. You completely lose the ability to sense spirits. It was no different from when he faced Duke Savagia. Since he couldn't interact with the spirits, they couldn't deal any damage to him either. Corin patted his pouch, and coming to a realization, he burst into a maniacal fit of laughter. Talk about a massive profit. The system chimed in. You have consumed Azerit sparkling water. Aura level increased by 3 tiers. Mana level increased. Maximum aura increased by 2,000. Maximum mana increased by 1,500. You have consumed Royal Jade Honey. Poison resistance enhanced. The mechanical voice continued. You have consumed the Blood Swallow's nest. Strength effects are now doubled. The Swallow's sense allows you to read the wind through your skin, drastically sharpening your danger perception. His status window popped up. Corin Locke, Hero. Aura, 13,130. Mana, 11,920. Traits, Tenacious Warrior's Regeneration, Pain Resistance. Domain Mastery, Beast Power, Ancient Rune Scanner, the Swallow Sense. The prompt displayed his raw stats. Strength, 233. Agility, 160. Stamina, 158. Aura, 164. Mana, 175. Looking purely at the numbers, he had already surpassed Senior Mary from back before she awakened as a Lunia, or rather, a vampire. Suddenly, Corin's eyes shot wide open in shock. What the hell is this? The system displayed an alert for special grade mana. Entering the Soul King's domain. His voice trembled in panic. Why was he suddenly face to face with a massive creature with blazing, fiery eyes? But that panic quickly turned into a thrilling adrenaline rush as Corin charged straight at it. What took you so long to show up, Soul King? You giving me a guarantee or something? Doesn't matter. I am taking you down no matter what. It was a treasure with a drop rate of only 1.5%. Elder Drarian, the head of the Hexagram faction, had completely drained 10 years of their budget just to import this legendary spiritual herb from the East. It was one of the 3 great mythical elixirs from the Epic of Ahan. And the item that finally dropped was none other than Korean ginseng. Korin eagerly snatched it up, muttering to himself, "I am definitely keeping this one." Then, with his other hand, he shoved a potato deep into the dirt. "And this will be my little return gift." Korin smirked, quietly making up his mind. If you receive a gift, it is only polite to give one back. Keep things perfectly balanced, right? That is what true mutual support is all about. Meanwhile, Marie began pulling items out of her bag. "Here, everyone, take one of these." Someone looked at it in confusion. "What is this?" She quickly explained. "It is a special potato I grew, using the energy I got from Dane and Angus over in Mamo. The system analyzed it as Matcha's curse, a skill that spawned the green seed, a highly cursed crop. Once this crop sprouted, every single man in the vicinity would be struck with a very special sensation for exactly 9 days. Yes, every man in the area was about to experience something truly unforgettable." Back over with Korin, he was grinning from ear to ear. "That bastard Angus actually gave me a pretty damn useful gift," he chuckled. Then he practically screamed like a madman. "Grow up nice and fast for daddy, my little babies." Korin mentally calculated the timeline. "I need to wrap this job up and get the hell out of Dodge before those potatoes start sprouting." The scene shifted to the dark, damp underground sewers beneath the magic tower. This was the designated rendezvous point for the infiltration team. Charging through the front doors of the magic tower would be nothing short of a suicide mission. Navigating through the pitch-black underground tunnels to steadily make their way up, that was the only solid tactical approach. Korin paused, looking a bit bewildered. "Wait, how long have you been standing there?" Hua's voice echoed from the shadows behind him. "I have actually been here before. I was originally going to just turn into a crow, but..." Korin nodded casually. "Oh, really?" He looked at her with a hint of concern. "Did you run into any trouble on the way down? I heard this sector is absolutely crawling with monsters." She casually brushed it off. "I mean, I think I saw a few." Korin let out a breath of relief. "Looks like you got really lucky then." Their footsteps echoed through the cavernous space as they continued moving forward. Korin broke the silence. "Let's set up camp and rest here while we wait for the rest of the team. I am guessing it will take them at least 2 days to get here. If we head further up the drainage pipes beneath the tower, there should be an abandoned maintenance room we can use." Korin peeked inside, scanning the dusty interior. "Oof! We are definitely going to have to clean this place up a bit. But hey, Hua, you absolutely hate chores, don't you? Want to swap out with Ranny?" Suddenly, Hua's entire demeanor shifted, her voice dropping to a whisper. "So, for the next 2 days, it is just going to be the 2 of us?" Korin blinked, completely oblivious. "Huh?" She stepped closer, her trembling hand tightly gripping the hem of his shirt. Her face flushed completely red as she nervously blurted out, I will clean. I will clean everything up." "I will help you do it." A few hours later, as the heavy darkness of night settled in, Korin muttered to himself, "It has got to be late by now, right? It is so pitch black down here that my sense of time is getting totally screwed up." He glanced over at her and let out a helpless sigh. This silly girl actually fell asleep without even taking her apron off. He mentally checked off a box. Noted, assisted with cleaning, support mission accomplished. Korin sat back, quietly going over the tactical situation in his head. The only ones actually ascending the magic tower this time around will be me, Mary, and Master Aaron. So, that makes 3 of us. According to the plan, you, Josephine, and War will stay behind to keep watch. Even though it's just a temporary hideout, we should probably tidy things up a bit. A moment later, Warren sleepily opened her eyes. Korin quickly checked on her. "Oh, did I?" he asked, feeling a bit guilty. "Did I wake you up?" she quickly explained. "No, the others are still fast asleep," Korin softly replied. "You should get some more rest. I still have a few things to take care of," Warren murmured, her voice heavy with exhaustion. "Well, in that case..." She gently leaned against him. "Just let me rest like this for a little while, okay?" Korin froze, completely caught off guard. "Being in your arms, it's really warm and cozy," Warren whispered shyly. Hearing those soft words, Korin felt his own face burning up. She nestled against him and drifted back to sleep. A little while later, someone gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Marriott smiled warmly. "Dioku, thanks for leading the way. We got here way faster thanks to you," Korin called out happily. "Marriott, you made it!" Marriott blinked in surprise. "Oh, Korin, you got here early." He cleared his throat and smiled. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Just then, Aaron Danwa strode into the room, beaming with pride. That's my star pupil for you! Josephine chimed in. I had a feeling you were up to something back in the Forbidden Forest, she pointed out. But I just saw all those runic formations carved throughout the sewers. The craftsmanship is absolutely incredible. To think you etched 40 runes down here in a single day, using over 10,000 points of mana. Josephine's probing question made him chuckle awkwardly. Wait a minute, Corin. Didn't you drag around a massive sack full of potatoes? And you managed to plant them all by yourself? I'd expect nothing less from you. Corin just smiled, but he knew the real truth. I didn't just plant potatoes down there, Corin thought, recalling everything he had secretly done. I packed all the rare elixirs and magical artifacts into a massive bundle and hid it deep within the Forbidden Forest, he reminisced. On top of that, I stashed it right next to Wayne, the very monster who once triggered a natural disaster using the power of rock loan. Suddenly, a system window materialized before him. Legendary great item, Werfisen, the divine stringed instrument belonging to the sovereign god. A colossal harp of annihilation. The ultimate symbol of the ancient legends. A weapon that once slaughtered almighty giants. The system detailed its effects. Wherever its melody echoes, the surrounding space is engulfed by a magical aura. Furthermore, the weapon can automatically fly back to its master. No matter the time or place, striking an enemy with this harp inflicts an additional 1,200% bonus damage, and it features an automatic recall effect. That means I can retrieve my stash whenever I want. This brilliant setup made his mind race with excitement. Not to mention, I even left magical spirits to stand guard around the clock. Until I personally go back to claim it, absolutely no one is laying a finger on my treasure. He broke into a thrilling, almost villainous grin. Perfect! I ended up scoring way more loot than I originally planned. Corin suddenly called out to the group. Alright, since everyone is finally here, let's get this show on the road. Josephine nodded. I'll stay behind and set up the array, so we can activate spatial teleportation the second we need it. Warren stepped up. I'll stay here and stand guard. Corin quickly reviewed the plan. Josephine would handle the escape portal, while Warren locked down the perimeter. A moment later, Corin gently extended his hand, channeling his magic as his mind locked onto the objective. Now, all we have to do is bust Estelle out of there and make a clean getaway. The Sassinis rescue operation begins now. Shortly after, the team arrived at the magic tower. As someone tried to rush ahead, Corin quickly pressed himself against the wall and hissed, "Hold up, wait a second." The entire group immediately froze in their tracks. Shh! Corin quietly reached out and gently patted the guard on the head. There you go, thanks for your hard work, buddy, he whispered. Marriott grinned, quickly copying his gentle motion. Aw, thank you for working so hard. The guard, who had looked dead serious just a moment ago, suddenly melted into a warm, blissfully happy smile. The girls were absolutely thrilled. Wow, we actually got past them. That was surprisingly easy. Corin quickly shook his head. Don't celebrate just yet. This little trick will only get us up to the 4th floor. He began to explain the real challenge. From the 5th floor onward, the security gets tight. Only mages with the rank of assistant professor or higher are allowed access. And they've got an incredibly advanced iris recognition system guarding the gates. The girls looked worried. Then how are we supposed to get through? Corin just gave them a reassuring smirk. Don't worry, I already planned for this. Corin took command of the group. Marie had already brought a powerful combat summon specifically for this. Aaron Danua looked confused. Wait, you mean Dioku? Marriott shook her head. Nope, not him. When I traveled down south recently, I managed to form a contract with a brand new summon. As Marriott spoke, a massive magical creature began to materialize from the shadows. And that happens to be the former leader of the Red Faction, Eladaret Malik. Back then, the leader of the Black Faction was completely taken down by Saintess Estelle. She explained that the leader of the Red Faction was captured alive and turned into a vampire. Suddenly, a voice screamed out, Corin Locke! He immediately lost his mind and roared, I will never let you get away with this. Sit down, she ordered coldly, standing there with her arms crossed. Yanking the chains, Marie angrily scolded, Are you baring your fangs without my permission again? Lady Dunnell. Oh, no, master, I am so sorry. Do you want me to roast you in salt or bake you into a clay pot? The mages from the Red and Black factions who conspired to kidnap Marie were all captured by the Donalbev family, the absolute rulers of the South. They devised the most gruesome punishments imaginable. However, thanks to Lady Marie's boundless mercy, they were spared from execution and instead sentenced to brutal hard labor. Thanks to their relentless suffering, the Southern region's production increased by 10%. A truly heartwarming happy ending. A moment later, Elder Admake's eyes suddenly glowed with a fierce intensity. They quickly and smoothly pressed forward. Passing through the 5th floor without a hitch, the scenery shifted to a dark and gloomy area with an old, weathered sign. As Corin kept moving, he thought to himself, Estelle must be held in the special sector on the 8th floor. We just need to clear 2 more floors and we are there. At this point, I am afraid that not only the Tower Master, but Dun Sky is likely there as well. He firmly reminded himself to stay absolutely vigilant and avoid any direct confrontation with them. Suddenly, Corin issued a sharp command. Diog, stop right there. If we get caught here, we are completely dead. Marie gently chimed in. No, Corin, I think Diogu just sensed something. She stepped closer to observe and murmured, It looks like he is actually terrified. Corin was utterly bewildered. Diogu is afraid, Marie confidently stated. There must be something lurking in here making him react this intensely. The moment they stepped into the room, she let out a gasp. This place looks exactly like a magic tower laboratory. Corin turned to her and asked, Master, have you ever seen this place before? She shook her head. No. Even back when I visited as the Academy president, they never allowed me access to this testing facility. Suddenly, Marie froze in her tracks. Her eyes widened in pure terror as she stared straight ahead. Corin and Shiranua were deeply unsettled. Wait, could this be? Panic instantly gripped Corin as well. This thing! It is the very first apex predator to ever rule this world. Towering before them were the remains of an unfathomable monster, the Sky Titan. But now only its massive eyes remained. Marie noted in awe compared to the giants we fought on the Sky Island. The sheer scale of this thing is on a completely different level. She swallowed hard and added, How can a single eye be as massive as an entire giant's body? And worse, the true owner of this eye was... Suddenly, a loud noise from behind made Erinua jump in fright. Dun Sky strolled into the room, casually remarking, So, just a little bit more, and we will finally get to see it, right? His voice dripped with fanatical reverence. O great king of giants, Baylor, rise from the dead! Dun Sky sneered wickedly. I just want to get this over with, but having to slowly inject the holy blood is such a massive pain. The horrifying truth finally dawned on them. The entity these fanatics were trying to resurrect was exactly as Marie feared. Baylor, the king of giants, the very monster who slaughtered the god King Nuada before falling at the hands of the god of light. He was the most catastrophic demon king in all of history. She tremblingly explained, when King Baylor fell, the great war between the Sky Titans and the Danu clan finally came to an end. Hearing this, Corin sank deep into his own thoughts. I know the Magic Tower has always been obsessed with resurrection, but this time, they have completely crossed the line. He knew for a fact that Baylor was the ultimate threat to the Danu, possessing enough raw power to annihilate the entire world. Even the god King Nuada, who confronted him in his spirit form at Moitura, was mercilessly slaughtered. Corin recalled the ancient legends. The only one capable of destroying Baylor was Lug, the Danu god of light. It is absolutely ridiculous. The very fanatics who claim to be the descendants of Lug and want to restore the world of Danu are the ones trying to resurrect Baylor. Corin finally connected all the dots. Just as I thought, they will stop at nothing to achieve their twisted goals. Do they honestly believe there will be no consequences for bringing a monster like that back to life? Dun Sky flashed a sinister grin. All right then, let's get this started. And if this resurrection is a success, do not forget that it was all thanks to me. Suddenly, a massive status window popped up in front of them. Undri, one of the 4 great sacred treasures of the Danu, a divine relic overflowing with boundless life energy. A faint glimmer of light pierced through the pitch-black space. The deranged mage then began unleashing an endless swarm of snakes. Right at that moment, as if sensing something amiss, his eyes darted around the room. Humph! One of them asked in confusion, What is wrong? Dun Sky immediately shushed him. Keep your mouth shut for a second. His voice dripped with dangerous suspicion as he muttered, Are there little rats hiding in here, or am I just imagining things? Corrin's face drained of color as panic set in. Oh crap! Dunsky let out a scornful bark. You filthy sewer rats! No wonder everything has been going suspiciously smoothly today. Edrin's voice echoed with a lethal threat. You better stay hidden, because the second I see your heads, I am ripping them off. Hiding in the shadows, the faces of Corrin's group were drenched in cold sweat, the tension pushing them to their absolute limits. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open in manic glee. He unleashed a massive burst of searing flames, roaring, "Gotcha!" He ruthlessly bombarded the area, setting the entire laboratory ablaze. The overwhelming destructive power of his flames mercilessly swept through, incinerating everything in its path. Just then, a squeaking horde of terrified rats scrambled out from the burning rubble. Dunsky blinked in sheer disbelief. Wait, it was actually just rats? His subordinate quickly explained, "Those are just the lab rats, sir. We keep a bunch of them around for our experiments." Dunsky clicked his tongue. "Is that so?" He then turned to leave, muttering, "Whatever, we should get back now. The Imperial Army is still pushing hard against our forces outside." Dunsky nodded in agreement. Understood. With that, their sinister silhouettes slowly faded out of the room. Once they were gone, an eerie sound began echoing from the dark corners of the laboratory. The three of them let out a massive sigh of relief. Corrin wiped his sweat, realizing a grim truth. Clashing with a monster like Dunsky right in the heart of the magic tower was basically suicide. He gasped for air and whispered, "Holy crap, we almost died just now." Marie couldn't help but crack a teasing smile. "Wow, Corrin is seriously way too forgiving," Corrin stammered out, blushing heavily. This is just because we had to shrink the spell radius, that's all," she concluded the thought. "Anyway, the plan is set. All we have to do is destroy that eye, right?" "No," he rejected the idea. "For now, it's best we don't piss it off. Our top priority is rescuing the Saintess." As he spoke, a few schemes began forming in his mind. "I'd love to trigger a long-range magic rune to blow it up, but it won't be that easy." Corrin silently assessed the situation. The magic tower took a heavy beating during the battle with Master, so the whole place is locked down with barriers blocking spatial and long-range rune magic. He hesitated inwardly. But if it's just for a brief window, Lady Josephine could still set up a spatial magic circle. It should be almost ready by now. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the top floor. Corrin reminded everyone, "We don't have much time left. Let's split up and sweep the top floor first." Aaron Daniwa chimed in, "If you get spotted, cause as much chaos as possible to distract them." She agreed. "Got it. Didu and I will split up to search too." His voice rang out smoothly. "All right then." He shouted his final instructions, then turned and bolted in the opposite direction. "Stay safe, everyone. Just grab the Saintess and get out in one piece. That's the goal." A moment later, Corrin scanned his surroundings, calculating. "Man, how many rooms do I even have to search here?" Suddenly, a wine bottle came flying right at his head. Corrin flinched in surprise. "Whoa, what the hell?" Estelle yelled out in pure annoyance. "Are you kidding me? This has only been aged for 17 years. I specifically asked for the 35-year-old Duna wine." Corrin immediately spoke up, startling her. "You look like you're doing just fine. I take it nothing bad happened while you were locked up?" Recognizing who it was, Estelle lit up with excitement. "Junior!" Corrin felt a wave of relief. I figured her situation wouldn't be too bad, but still. She practically squealed with joy. "Junior, are you here to rescue me?" Corrin took a good look around her cell. "Is this a prison or a luxury hotel room?" He quickly urged her. "We can catch up later. Just step back from the bars for a second. Hold on." Estelle frantically tried to stop him. "Wait, breaking these bars without drawing attention isn't going to be easy." Corrin raised his hand, gathering magical energy as he quickly reassured her. "These magic restraints are the life's work of those old geezers in the magic tower. Every single inch is carved with pure magic." He smirked. "Don't worry." He manifested a sharp spear from his magical energy. Manannan's presence suddenly materialized, declaring, "I, the child of the sea, Manannan MacLear, bestow this upon Corrin Locke, to the direct bloodline of the High King of Erin. This spear possesses the power to nullify all magic." She emphasized with a sincere, dramatic tone, "Please, accept Gay Deerg." At that moment, a system prompt popped up. Legendary item, Gay Deerg, the crimson spear from the legendary twin spears of Manannan MacLear. The details explain that it could completely nullify any magical effect on a single target. When facing beast-type enemies, It deals an additional 350% damage. Any beast-type enemy struck by it will suffer the Lord's Crimson Dream curse. Estelle gasped loudly. Gay Derg! Corin's voice was firm and clear. The Spear of Destruction, capable of completely wiping out magical effects. She stared in disbelief. How is that even possible? That makes no sense. Corin cut straight to the point. Anyway, now we just need to get out of here. Lady Sanus, are you able to pray? If you can give us some buffing blessings, this is going to go a lot smoother. Suddenly, her eyes dropped, full of frustration. I don't understand it myself, but right now my holy power isn't working. Just like in the original storyline, Corin recalled, Estelle still can't use her holy power at this point. I have a pretty good guess as to why, he said, stepping forward to protect her. But first, we need to regroup with the others. Corin's face suddenly shifted to surprise. This freezing aura. He immediately cast his gaze into the endless darkness ahead, frantically searching his memories. According to the game's lore, the strongest ice mage was Elder Slarian of the Azure faction. He calmly reaffirmed the facts in his head. But that was only in the original story. Corin silently concluded, the strongest ice mage right now is... Right on cue, she emerged from the shadows just as he thought of her name, Marie Dunilef. Marie's face lit up the moment she saw a familiar face. She sheepishly scratched her head. Corin. I was trying to handle this quietly, but I guess that didn't work out. He praised her with a smile. It's totally fine. You did great. Just then, Manhwa warned them, listen to those footsteps. The tower's mages are going to swarm this place any second now. Corin called out, Master! She urged them on. Hurry it up! A moment later, the scene cut to the exterior of the magic tower. Suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the air, shaking the very space around them. The group leapt out from the high floors. Corin shouted, Don't worry! This is all part of the plan! Marie, now! He yelled. She instantly activated her magic, manifesting a pair of brilliant, freezing ice wings. Corin smiled in satisfaction. Perfect. Just slow our descent like this and land. Once we reach the magic circle in the basement, Suddenly, a sinister, echoing laugh boomed from above, making his blood run cold. Dun Sky plummeted from the sky. So this is where you filthy little rats have been hiding. Corin panicked. Oh God, not that repulsive monster again. He quickly recalled the facts. Even though we took down Dun Sky Ace at the Sky City, that was just one of his countless forms. We've only managed to kill one dark beast and one dragon so far. Corin grimaced in deep thought. What's left are the two ferocious dragons. He gasped in shock. Wait, it transformed into a dragon again? Corin quickly scanned his surroundings, spotting two demonic bulls radiating intense magical power. He blinked in sheer confusion. Wait, did it really just ignore us? Down below, a chaotic magical storm was unfolding, swarming with countless massive serpents. Bizarre, monstrous entities were taking shape, rapidly flooding the entire state. Phantom Toads! The man roared out his command. Come on, bring it down now! Marie screamed, struggling against the pressure. What on earth is that? Just perish! Crimson Merchants, strike with 200! An overwhelming surge of power blasted forth, leaving behind only agonizing screams. The pain! But really, how could a few Phantom Toads ever stand a chance against grand magic? Manhwa calmly spoke up. Before we head back, we should leave them with a truly spectacular farewell, shouldn't we? Without hesitation, she activated the Silver Spear Resonance. Pulling that off inside the magic tower would be near impossible. But down in the sewers? A strange, radiant light began glowing all the way down the tunnel. Corin could still trigger his magical runes. Amidst the chaos of the battle, a hand suddenly burst out from the rubble. Over here! She yelled frantically. Get ready to jump now! 10 seconds left, 100 meters to go. That was enough. It was a reckless plan packed with too many wildcards. But thanks to everyone's sheer willpower, they leaped into the magic array together. They actually pulled it off. But suddenly, a deeply sinister voice echoed out, freezing Corin dead in his tracks. My friend? A pair of massive, terrifying eyes locked right onto him. Corin cried out, What's going on? Immediately, vicious surges of agony began tearing through his body. Warren screamed out his name in absolute panic. Corin! Suddenly, the scenery shifted. fading into a place bathed in a warm, gentle light. A ship was sailing smoothly across a calm sea. Elisa waved excitedly, her voice full of joy. Come on over. The mission was a total success. But then, her gaze froze, and her next words made everyone's heart sink. Wait, where is he? She asked, a wave of panic washing over her. Where is Corin? Where is he? Everyone collapsed to their knees, clutching the ground as tears began streaming down their faces. The mission to rescue the Saintess. Looking at Marie's utterly devastated expression, it was clear. It had failed. Marie couldn't hold it in anymore, sobbing and screaming in sheer heartbreak. Corin! Corin! We have to go back right now. No, even if I have to go alone, I'm going. Josephine spoke up with a sorrowful tone. Please, calm down, Marie. I completely understand how you're feeling right now, but since the magic tower was destroyed, their guard patrols have absolutely been heavily reinforced. Going back now would just be throwing your life away. Marie kept crying, but right at that moment, Manhwa gently patted her shoulder. Gripping Marie's trembling hand, she reassured her, It's going to be all right. You need to trust Corin. That boy is absolutely going to make it out alive. We have to keep moving forward, holding on to that faith. Marie sniffled. Madam President, she reached up and wiped her tears away. I know. We still have a mission to finish on our end, too. Do you think those two will really be safe? She asked, still worried. No. Manhwa quickly corrected her. It's 3 of them. Marie paused, completely caught off guard. Huh? Oh, wait, now that you mention it. Panic set in as they suddenly realized Warren was missing as well. Back at the stronghold, the ground was nothing but a pile of rubble, the scarred remains of the fierce battle. Dun Sky was absolutely losing his mind, his furious roars echoing everywhere. He was completely enraged, his aura surging with a terrifyingly dangerous power. The Saintess, she actually got away. A subordinate quickly reported, It looks like she was swept down into the sewers, sir. But with an impact like that, shouldn't she already be gone? Hearing this only fueled Dun Sky's boiling fury. Gone? Don't you dare spout such pathetic nonsense, Dun Sky snarled. He knew for an absolute fact that without the holy blood, resurrecting the Titan would be impossible. Find her, right now! His eyes flared with a desperate, calculating madness. We were so close to finishing this. The miracle of Andrive hasn't been halted just yet. You absolute scum! You really dare to sabotage the Master's grand design? Dun Sky's voice dripped with pure murderous intent. I will rip you to shreds and make you suffer. The scene shifted, and a faint, trembling voice broke the silence. Corin. Elsie. As Corin slowly regained consciousness, he realized she was lying right on top of his chest. Corin spoke in a soft, raspy voice. Saintess, are you hurt anywhere? Estelle replied, her voice trembling with anxiety. Junior, are you okay? But utter dread washed over her face the moment she saw Corin's horrific wound. Your stomach, she gasped. We need to get out of here right now, Sissy, Corin urged her. If we stay put, their tracking magic is going to find us for sure. Corin glanced at their surroundings, a deep sense of dread setting in. And honestly, if we just sit here doing nothing, the freezing cold will take us out first. Estelle shivered violently, hugging herself. It's so incredibly cold. They were in the northern reaches of the Steel Archipelago, right on the border of the Frozen Kingdom, a wasteland trapped in eternal winter, completely untouched by the passing seasons. Estelle looked at him, terrified. Hey, are you really going to be okay? Junior, that wound looks absolutely awful. Corin forced a weak smile and replied softly, I heal fast, so don't worry about me. What's way more important right now is that we get moving. She stared at him in pure disbelief. What are you talking about? We just need to stay hidden here. Isn't that the plan? But Corin shook his head, ready to explain. If you're so confident you can hold out that long, then by all means, go right ahead. Estelle was completely bewildered. How long exactly? Corin replied, 20 days. Hearing that, she let out a loud gasp. Huh? 20 days? He began to explain. The surveillance perimeter around the entire city, including the harbor, had definitely been tightened. Escaping right now is impossible. If we want to hold out until the kingdom's regular army arrives, it will take at least 20 days. Corin emphasized his point. Besides, I really don't want to stay in this place for that long either. He analyzed their route. We will cross the northern strait, or to be exact, we'll bypass this iron archipelago to reach the southern peninsula of the northern kingdom. Estelle panicked. What? That's way too dangerous. He nodded in agreement. It's a region frozen year-round, so we can cross it on foot. Corin explained that since the Saintess couldn't use her divine power right now, she was no different from an ordinary person. We can't escape the magic tower's surveillance, so realistically, this is our only option. Suddenly, Estelle's eyes lit up. No, I've already escaped the mana prison, so my divine power should recover soon. Once it does, maybe I can shatter the barrier and break us out. Right? Corin's voice carried a heavy sense of helplessness. That divine power isn't coming back anytime soon. He warned her, think carefully. Did you really lose your power just because of the mana prison? She began to piece things together. Now that I think about it, I haven't been able to use my divine power since that moment. Corin recalled the original storyline. In the script, the exact mechanism the magic tower used to seal her divine power was never fully explained. But the mastermind behind it was glaringly obvious. Corin asked her, right before you were taken at Kawe, among the people who regularly interacted with you, did you notice anything unusual? She froze. Are you implying... Estelle finally understood. Are you saying there's a traitor among my people? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, especially among the high-ranking officials of the Order. She abruptly cut him off. I will only give you one piece of advice. Corin Locke. Estelle's voice turned ice cold. If you want to keep your life, you better watch your mouth. If you spout that kind of heresy anywhere else, a death sentence will be waiting for you. Corin's next question completely threw her off. Is that so? Have you truly never, not even once, doubted the existence of God? In that split second, Estelle raised her hand and slapped Corin hard across the face. She was furious. How dare you speak such blasphemy? He simply reached out to grab his weapon, then turned and walked away. Someday, even you will understand, because that is the harsh truth of this world. A little while later, Estelle covered her mouth in absolute horror. Oh my God, what should I do? Shortly after, she was happily staring at a little bunny. You cute little bunny, you're as adorable as a baby and as pure as an angel. Estelle immersed herself in this small moment of joy. If only I could live with this little one in the princess's garden, that would be... She kept showering it with praise when suddenly the bunny was struck down, its blood splattering across the white snow. So damn lovely. Corin reached out and picked it up, marveling. We're in luck. There should be a few more rabbits around here. This one's plump and the meat is firm. It's gonna be delicious. Estelle's face darkened as she scolded him. You absolute devil. They decided to head north to evade the magic tower's pursuit. It was their only option. She yelled, You savage apostate! Even so, a hot meal like this wasn't easy to come by. Pouting, Estelle muttered, Does it really look that appetizing? He handed the food over. Eat some more, I still have another one. During the day, they had to keep pushing forward without stopping. Estelle trailed behind him. Even though her holy robes and rosary were enchanted with warming magic, Corin still shivered. It's seriously freezing. Of course, when the blizzard raged, walking even a few meters was incredibly difficult. It was imperative to stay cautious and absolutely avoid being spotted by their pursuers while on the move. The surveillance network was incredibly dense, but by burying themselves in the snow, they could pass off as wild animal carcasses. At night, they dug snow trenches for temporary shelter, repeating this grueling cycle every single day. But the most crucial factor was time. The two of them had already been walking for a week. They didn't have much time left. Noticing her shifting mood, he asked out of concern, What's wrong? Are you holding up okay? Estelle let out a heavy sigh. No, I just feel like I'm a much bigger burden than I ever imagined. Corin reassured her. Now is really not the time to be beating yourself up, you know? Hearing that, she couldn't help but ask, But don't you regret it, Junior? You're suffering in this miserable place just to save me. Corin's voice was filled with unwavering resolve. I don't regret it. He looked at her with a gentle smile. I saw someone's misfortune, and I knew I had the power to change it. That's why I came to help. Honestly, if I had turned a blind eye, that is what would have truly brought me regret. Estelle felt a warm feeling in her chest, and she softly replied, If those words are genuine, then you truly are a remarkable person. If you weren't a heretic, I probably would have thought of you as a wonderful man. Suddenly, Corin's expression darkened. Estelle grew worried. Huh? Junior? Are, are you okay? She figured it was because he had been wearing wet clothes the whole time. Let me help you dry your clothes and warm you up a bit. Suddenly, pure panic filled her eyes. What is this? Estelle screamed in terror. Blood. You're bleeding. Could it be that she realized it back then? The system explained the curse. It was the curse of Panbenaha, triggered by exposure to sunlight. Once activated, the wounds would never heal. Korin had tried to resist it, and since he possessed the power of the sun, he didn't burn. But the curse still lingered. Who would have thought it would backfire like this? He could feel his body turning as cold as ice. Estelle kept calling out to him, "Wake up, Junior! Here, take my rosary. Hold on to it tightly." Unable to hold back her emotions, she burst into tears. No, it can't end like this. How could you push your exhausted body just to save me? As time slipped away, overwhelming guilt consumed Estelle. They had been marching through a blizzard for a whole week. She gritted her teeth. Her holy power was sealed. She couldn't even call upon the grace of the heavens. The only thing she could do now. Estelle clutched her pendant. "I won't let you freeze to death. I will," she mumbled desperately. Tears still wet her eyes as she thought, must I, a princess, a saintess, really go this far? To keep his body from losing any more heat, Estelle finally made her move. "I'll share my body heat with you." In that pitch-black forest, a strange, warm light began to glow. Korin's eyes slowly fluttered open. Still groggy, he mumbled, "It's so warm." That's when Estelle spoke in a soft, gentle voice. "Are you awake?" With her face burning red, she asked again, "You're finally awake?" Korin blankly looked down at their tangled bodies. Shock completely took over his voice. "Saintess!" Korin stammered out a panicked yell. "Why are you... Turn around! Hurry!" But Estelle just replied calmly, "Thank goodness. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters." Korin fell deep into thought. Come to think of it, that curse was supposed to be incurable. What's going on? He glanced at his own body. His mana was dropping, but his wounds were actually healing. Panic flashed in his eyes. "What in the world?" Suddenly realizing something, Korin shouted, "Is it the magic tower dogs? There's no way they caught up to us this fast!" Right at that moment, a massive shadow loomed over his head. The two of them instantly stood back to back on high alert. She nervously called out his name. Korin. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. His body hadn't even fully recovered yet, but a brutal fight was already about to break out. Korin flipped through the air. Countless assassins from the magic tower were lying in wait to ambush them. He quickly analyzed the situation. Every single one of them had the strength of at least a grade 2 knight. They were half-human, half-giant hybrids, the very same ones who appeared in the original storyline as the underlings of Tespanaz. Korin grimly concluded, "Demi-giants." The battle raged on, absolutely intense. Each and every one of them was an elite warrior ranked grade 2 or higher, carrying the mixed blood of humans and the giant race. Kent charged forward, letting out a terrifying, monstrous roar. The demi-giants in the original plot were supposed to be the vassals of Tespanaz. This exact moment made them question everything. Wasn't that how it was supposed to be? Korin and Estelle couldn't help but yell, "What the hell is going on here?" Seeing their confusion, he explained, "These individuals, they're from a tribe I used to know. I met them back when BJ announced he was enrolling in the academy." Those words instantly threw Korin into deep thought. Mentioning BJ brought back a flood of memories. The top student of the 53rd Night Department. Every single image played back crystal clear in Korin's mind. The demi-giant berserker, Becker, it all started to make sense now. Then Korin thought of Miriam and Estelle. The core difference that split the Order into the Old Faith and Zeruan and the New Faith, Zon, was their stance on demi-humans. For the longest time, the Order viewed demi-humans as no different from monsters or evil spirits. However, a major event shifted things. Following the Witches' Revolution, they gradually began to accept them. The New Faith completely changed the narrative. They actively sought to protect and live in harmony with demi-humans. Little by little, everything changed. The fact that demi-humans were allowed to enroll in the academy was the perfect example of this. We even had some in my own generation. He thought of her and Becker. Among their seniors, there were two shining examples, the dragon, Mary Danf, and the demi-giant, Bierer. Back then, the only reason they could enroll despite the massive backlash was because Estelle stood her ground. She boldly declared Pierre as an exceptionally brilliant student, completely winning Corin over. I'm truly thankful to you for that. It was all thanks to the unwavering support of Estelle, the figurehead of the new faith. But there was another reason. This place wasn't the true north yet. What could have possibly driven the giants to cross the strait and come all the way here? No one let out a deafening roar the second he spotted his targets. There they are! He furiously pushed his cart, charging straight ahead. Wiped them all out. This made Corin a bit skeptical. Who exactly were they up against? Up ahead, the mages from the magic tower were using fire magic to melt away a massive block of ice. Amidst the chaos, an urgent voice rang out. Hurry it up! We can't let those demi-giants find us! They were clearly struggling. The ice is way too thick. Suddenly, something burst into view, making them freeze in their tracks. It was Noan. He charged at them like an absolute madman. You magic tower scumbags dare disturb the eternal slumber of my ancestors? You all deserve to die. The sheer bloodlust in that scene instantly struck terror into their hearts. It's a demi-giant, damn it! The person next to him urgently yelled, Hurry! Put up the magic shields! But on the opposing side, Non's mana was already surging forward to attack. The group immediately formed a defensive barrier to block his strike. Right at that moment, a system panel popped up. Garter, the red spear of the twin mana spears, nullifies magical effects on an object, dealing an additional 350% damage when facing defensive-type enemies. Beasts struck by it will suffer the curse of the Crimson Spear's Beast Hunt. This made Corin grit his teeth in tension. It seemed he would need some time to fully recover. In that split second, his pupils widened in shock at the sight. Sure enough, a monstrous beast appeared right in front of them, letting out an ear-piercing roar as it trampled them to the ground. Corin thought to himself, looks like they won't even need my help. With just a single stomp, the beast made the ground violently shake, sending everything flying. The mages from the magic tower couldn't even put up a defense. After that, Noah walked over, patted the beast's head, and praised it. Not bad at all. You're actually pretty strong, aren't you? Corin replied with modest politeness. It was nothing, really. If it weren't for all of you, I would have frozen to death out there. He breathed out a puff of cold air and analyzed the situation in his head. According to the original storyline, these demi-giants were supposed to become Banthasat's subordinates, yet here they were, attacking the mages. What could be the reason? Meanwhile, in another location, an excited voice rang out. It is such an honor to meet the Saintess of the Southern Lands. Greetings, Chief Karim. It's been 3 years, hasn't it? The chief looked absolutely thrilled. Tell me, is that boy Becker behaving himself at the academy? He hasn't been causing any trouble, has he? He was the chief of the demi-giants. Hearing Karim's question, Estelle smiled brightly and replied, Of course not. Your son is currently the top student of the 53rd Night Academy class. Karim burst into a hearty, booming laugh. That's right. As my son, he should be doing exactly that. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at Corin and his tone shifted. However, we do not welcome outsiders. Who is this person accompanying you? Just as Karim finished asking who he was, the young man suddenly dropped to his knees, pressing himself against the ground. Corin tightly clenched his hands, his eyes sparkling with absolute admiration. I have long believed that the giant tribe are the true creators of this world. He didn't even try to hide his overwhelming emotion, rambling on endlessly. Every time I read their magnificent legends, my heart pounds with excitement. I've always yearned for the day I could follow in their footsteps. Seeing this, Estelle, who was standing nearby, had to quickly cut in. Junior Corin, you're committing blasphemy again. As for Karim, he felt a spark of curiosity upon hearing those words. Do you Southerners still view our history as a mere mythology? So why do you believe otherwise? Instantly, Corin bowed low once again to explain. It's because I have actually seen it. His next words seemed to freeze the entire room. I have seen the remains of the great giant king, Baelor. Corin's eyes sharpened. He thought to himself, I'm not lying, after all. That vivid image flashed clearly in his mind. The magic tower genuinely held the eyeball of the giant king. A second later, Karim couldn't contain himself. He shot up from his seat and roared, Is that the truth? As if excavating our ancestors' remains wasn't enough. Now they dare to desecrate the remains of our king? His rage was palpable, looking like a bomb ready to go off. Those bastard mages! Seeing this, Korin quickly stepped in to hold him back. But they have both numbers and power. Of course, they are nothing compared to the giant tribe, but they definitely possess strength that shouldn't be underestimated. The more he listened, the more Karim completely lost his patience. So, how should we deal with them? Suddenly, Korin grabbed the chief's hands, stood up straight, and offered with the utmost sincerity. I want to fight alongside you. Without wasting a single second, Karim issued the battle orders. Prepare your weapons. Let us ensure our ancestors can finally rest in peace. Watching Korin secretly smirk, Estelle couldn't help but ask, You seem awfully happy, don't you? Junior Korin, was this also a part of your plan? Hearing that, he casually brushed it off. No, I only just found out about their presence after arriving here. This only made her more suspicious. Then why are you smiling? But Korin didn't answer, simply staying silent as he calculated his next move. According to the original storyline, players had to max out their affinity with Becker and receive an invitation just to set foot in this place. Everything had been meticulously set up by him. In that scenario, when Becker and the players visited this location, they would discover a massacred demi-giant village. Korin then thought about the demi-giants. In the main plotline, the demi-giants appeared as Banthasat's subordinates. But this specific tribe, the ones who deeply revered their ancestors, honored their roots, and guarded the giant's tomb, clearly refused to compromise with him. Snapping back to reality, he finally spoke softly. Everyone! Under the starry night sky, Korin's eyes were brimming with hope. It is still alive. After some time, his plan was partially complete. Just like that, they had established an alliance with the demi-giants. Korin traveled to other locations. Estelle and I survived for a whole week, all thanks to the support of the demi-giants. With every step he took, he remained deep in thought over the following 2 weeks. But finally, Korin was able to return safely. We've made it back safely. The moment they returned, a figure suddenly rushed out and threw their arms around him, giving him no time to react. It was Marie. Seeing that he was safe and sound, she couldn't hold back her emotions. I thought you were dead, Korin. If you had died, Suddenly, a voice rang out from ahead. I've always had absolute faith in my disciple. Irinua stepped forward, speaking in a gentle, warm tone. Thank goodness you all returned in one piece, you, the Saintess, and Juan as well. Hearing this, Korin scratched his head and let out an awkward laugh. If you guys knew what I managed to pull off, you'd be absolutely blown away. Suddenly, as if remembering something crucial, Korin froze in his tracks. Huh? Warren? Where did Warren go? Those words instantly threw everyone into a state of panic. Wait, wasn't she just with you? Where is she? The scene cuts to a desolate wasteland blanketed in thick ice and snow, where countless corpses lay scattered across the freezing ground. Korin and Estelle had been running from the magic tower's relentless pursuit for a whole week, yet miraculously, they hadn't clashed with the hunting mages even once. That's because a lone girl was standing guard, unyielding. Because there was an unimaginably powerful warrior, someone who could fight endlessly without needing to eat, drink, or even sleep. Waran's eyes were razor-sharp and completely devoid of emotion as she stood guard at the northern pass. She stared straight ahead into the bleak, freezing, and overcast sky. Meanwhile, on the highest rooftop of the magic tower, the leader of the blue faction, Elder Bren, let out a loud, exhausted yawn. Seriously, when are those rats finally going to attack? Beside him, the leader of the green faction, Elder Drarian, chimed in. Aren't you getting a little too cocky? We've been locked in a standoff with the Royal Army for almost 2 weeks now. The two then recalled the horrifying bloodbath from their last encounter. It's probably because that massive natural disaster spell you cast caused way too much damage, Bren. Yeah, that must be it. Suddenly the doors burst open, followed by a panicked scream. Master! Master! He immediately snapped back. What is it? The disciple blurted out in an absolute panic. It's the Royal Army. The Royal Fleet. They're advancing. Hearing this, Drarian couldn't help but scoff. Ha! Flying straight to their deaths like moths to a flame. Bren immediately barked out orders to prepare for battle. It's time to show those fools the true power of the magic tower. However, the disciple looked terrified and stammered. It's not just the fleet, Master. the disciple cried out, his voice shaking with sheer terror. High up in the sky, a swarm of flying beasts appeared. Bren was utterly bewildered. How? Even wyverns can't fly properly in this airspace. Drarian chimed in, glaring upward. Looks like they're fully prepared on a suicide mission. The disciple shrieked in absolute panic. They aren't just normal flying beasts, sir. They're Heswell eagles. Outside, the scene had descended into total chaos. There were over 30 of them, and just one of those beasts cost a staggering 20,000 gold. Not willing to waste a single second, Bren instantly unleashed his magic. Do not panic. Get information and counterattack immediately. In a flash, the defending mages synchronized their attacks, casting Ice Spear. A devastating barrage of razor-sharp ice projectiles was launched directly into the sky. The advancing beasts were forced to halt momentarily as the massive ice spears formed an impenetrable defensive wall. But less than a second later, that entire wall was completely shattered into pieces. The sheer force of the breakthrough left the mages absolutely stunned. At the vanguard, Lunia slowly drew her blade, murmuring with a soft, confident smirk. Really kept me waiting. My dear fiancé. Her eyes sharpened to a deadly glare as she dropped into a combat stance. The Knights of Ain were primed and ready for blood. Raising her voice, Lunia roared her command. Wipe them all out! With a unified battle cry, her forces charged forward, weapons drawn. On the opposite side, Drarian's mages furiously cast spell after spell, desperately trying to hold the line. The first sword of En has arrived. But despite the mages' efforts, Lunia's forces were pouring in, their numbers multiplying by the second in a relentless, overwhelming wave. The Whiskey Mercenary Guild is charging in. The Whiskey Mercenaries have breached the front. They're too strong. We need backup now. Hearing the endless pleas for help, Bren finally lost whatever was left of his patience and screamed, You reckless idiots! It doesn't change a damn thing. I'll wipe you all out. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a strange, pathetic whimper echoed out. Drarian immediately snapped, Who the hell is making those weird groaning sounds at a time like this? Suddenly, Bren collapsed to his knees, clutching his waist, trembling violently. My stomach! Little did they know, every single detail of this was all part of Corrin's master plan. They were completely clueless. No one could have possibly predicted that seeds had already been secretly scattered across the entire Gangon archipelago. Corrin had deployed something utterly terrifying. The seeds of Crenius. Somewhere far away, Angus burst into a maniacal, deeply satisfied laughter. This was a profoundly wicked artifact brought straight from the realm of the gods, carrying a horrifying and unbreakable curse. The sprouts are already taking root, carrying the curse of Maha. Every single man standing on the soil where these seeds bloom will suffer agonizing pain for 9 straight days. At that exact moment, both Drarian and Bren let out blood-curdling screams. The curse was forcing them to endure an excruciating agony perfectly identical to the pain of childbirth. And it wasn't just them. All across the battlefield, wherever the seeds had bloomed, agonizing shrieks of men echoed through the air. A deeply sinister glint flashed in Corrin's eyes. You arrogant bastards! The real revenge starts now. Waves of heavily armed troops marched right past, mercilessly trampling over the writhing, groaning mages on the ground as the survivors scrambled to run for their lives. What the hell is happening to us? It's some kind of high-tier suppression spell. I can't believe he could actually pull something like this off. Stepping inside the facility, Rin muttered softly. Looks like that whole mess with Matan is finally over. He's completely lost his origin authority. Beside him, Dunsky smirked and added, Well, that was certainly fast. He then glanced down at the massive corpses scattered below, clicking his tongue. Damn it, if I just had a little more time, I could have resurrected every single one of these heavenly giants. Rin simply nodded in agreement. It's fine. It doesn't matter anyway. He gently swirled a vial of glowing liquid in his hand, a deeply satisfied smile spreading across his face. After all, we've officially confirmed that we can perfectly replicate the Sonis's blood. He casually pulled open a storage cabinet, briefly going over their next moves. Matan was always meant to be a throwaway pawn from the very beginning. There's a secret research facility further north. We'll move the operation and continue the experiments there. Hearing this, Dunsky's eyes immediately lit up with morbid excitement. Perfect! And if we slaughter a few demi-giants along the way, we can harvest some fresh skeletal frames too. Deep within the man's body, terrifying beast brimming with dense magical energy writhed in anticipation. Transporting the remains of the heavenly giants is child's play. But wiping out all those annoying pests swarming outside? Now that might take some actual effort, huh? At that thought, a twisted, sinister grin crept onto his face. We already have enough of both the Sanus' blood and the giant's blood to sustain the main body anyway. Hearing this, Dunsky immediately chimed in. Well, if that's the case... The man stared up at a grotesque, gigantic eyeball floating in the chamber, laughing maniacally. Then I guess we don't need to drag that useless chunk of meat along with us anymore. The scene then completely cuts back to the rooftop of the magic tower. The mages up there had just survived an absolutely horrifying, mind-breaking torture. Drarian was panting heavily, utterly relieved to find himself still breathing. Thank the gods. My magic resistance barely held out against that. Lunia also struggled to her feet. However, before anyone could catch their breath, the mages suddenly collapsed again, writhing uncontrollably on the ground, leaving her utterly bewildered. Wait, what the hell is happening? What is wrong with all of you? They couldn't stop convulsing and screaming. My stomach! My stomach! Mom! As for Brania, after enduring that brutal torture, his face twisted in absolute terror. I don't even want to picture it anymore. Just then, he caught sight of Drarian running off. Elder Drarian, where are you going? He looked incredibly frantic. I must get to the forest. This only made the man even more bewildered. In an emergency like this, Drarian roared back, his voice full of desperation. Even if that place holds precious souls, they aren't just precious anymore. They are absolutely priceless. Over at Mount Goriel in the east, that's where 10 years' worth of our faction's resources are stockpiled. With that said, he bolted straight for the forest. I have to recover at least that much. But Elder Drarian could never have foreseen what was coming. Deep inside, the forest was teeming with mystical plants, yet the Forbidden Zone had already been completely wiped out. Drarian stared at the devastated scene, absolutely horrified. Because of the Magical Academy's curse, the Magic Tower had lost over half of its energy. In a flash, a terrifying beast radiating massive magic power lunged at him. Losing all control over his own summoned beasts, he could only scream in absolute despair. Somebody save me! His blood-curdling scream echoed across the battlefield. Meanwhile, a man slammed a map onto the table and spoke up. I'll now report the situation. Over at the Iron Legion's eastern front, Marriott and Aaron Danwa were leading the vanguard. This way, everyone. I'm sure of it. There are way more corpses here than before. He quickly briefed the team. Thanks to the Magic Academy's curse crippling the Magic Tower's forces, the Eastern raid was a total success. Meanwhile, back at the Magic Tower, the higher-ups were practically losing their minds. My precious test subjects, you bastards, do you have any idea how much those were worth? The Magic Tower had now been completely overrun by the Waski mercenaries. Over on the Iron Legion's western front, Lunia struck down an enemy and shouted a warning. We can't let our guard down yet. Keep your eyes peeled. Got it, boss, a girl replied. The scout then added that, thanks to Amel, the western front was pushing forward the fastest. The scene shifted to San, who was relentlessly tearing through the enemy ranks. Reporting from the Iron Legion's southern front, Captain, the eastern, western, and southern perimeters have all been secured. The enemy mages are currently using severed bones to summon clones and desperately trying to break out. But we just don't have enough manpower to lock down the north. If this keeps up, they're all going to slip right through our fingers. His eyes narrowed sharply as he calmly replied, Don't worry, we still have forces stationed up there. Right on cue, the Magic Tower lackeys were already dropping like flies, and the ones taking them down were supposedly just a bunch of weak rookies. Corrin gripped his weapon tightly, standing tall and utterly fearless. The moment the enemy commander spotted him and his squad, the Corrin Guardians, they furiously roared, How the hell did you brats make it this far? Seeing the absolute chaos, Kareem couldn't help but give Corrin Locke some credit. You were completely right. Corrin just gave a firm nod and replied, Yeah, to get what they want, these scumbags won't hesitate to use any dirty trick in the book. As soon as the words left his mouth, his gaze sharpened, locking dead onto the massive target ahead. It's coming! A deafening tremor shook the earth, making absolutely everyone freeze in their tracks. He looked up, his eyes wide with horror and disbelief. Is it really? The great ancestor who should have been left to rest in peace? Korin's face was unreadable as he took in the horrifying sight. So, they actually brought it back to life? The monster that had once slain Nuada, the god king of the Danon and the absolute king of the giants. Baylor exhaled a wave of scorching heat, so intense it felt like the very air was catching fire. Baylor of the evil eye slowly lumbered forward, hunting for his next prey. Seeing their ultimate creation move, the Magic Tower lackeys couldn't hide their twisted excitement. Do you see this? This is the absolute masterpiece of the Magic Tower, the supreme weapon that defies death itself. But suddenly, his pupils shrank in sheer terror. Baylor's colossal foot was coming right down on them, ready to crush everything in its path. Wait, why is it targeting us? The giant stomped brutally into the earth. The impact triggered a massive explosion, launching the beast into the air and sending the cultists running for their miserable lives. Damn it all! Why the hell is it attacking its own allies? Chief, we have to fall back, now! Meanwhile, Karim just stood completely frozen, overwhelmed with guilt. This is all my fault. His entire body trembled as he broke down in tears, utterly heartbroken that his great ancestor was denied a peaceful rest. Karim finally understood. He's bringing divine punishment down upon us. Baylor's devastating strike triggered a massive earthquake, shattering the ground beneath them. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light pierced through the dust, and a firm voice called out, snapping Karim out of his despair. This isn't your fault! Professor Josephine had arrived, casting a massive magical barrier right in front of them. The only ones to blame are those Magic Tower bastards for forcing your people to slaughter each other. Hearing this, Karim could finally breathe a heavy sigh of relief. We're going to live! Josephine gritted her teeth, straining to hold the barrier against the onslaught as she spoke. Cadet Korin, Baylor is nothing more than a mindless puppet right now, but its destructive power is absolutely terrifying. If it lands another hit, my shield won't hold. Hearing this, Korin just gave a confident smirk. Don't sweat it. We've got a power that easily rivals that sheer destruction. Because we have the power of friendship and absolute courage. Wait, what? Korin thrust his hand toward the sky and roared at the top of his lungs. Korin Guardians! Commencing ultimate mecha fusion! A split second later, Grinnell, Luden, and Ewan all shouted in perfect sync. Let's do this! Together, they channeled their ultimate magical output into one massive spell. Grand Siege Warrior Golem Fortification. Grinnell and Luden couldn't hold back their wild excitement. This time is going to be on a whole different level. We're just getting started. As the massive mechanical pieces hovered in the air, Korin slammed his hand down and roared, Initiate fusion! One by one, the colossal mecha parts violently slammed together. In a flash of blinding light, a fully assembled, towering mecha hit the battlefield. All systems stable. Full manual control has been successfully established. With every single booming step, it felt like it could shatter the Earth itself. Operator Master. Infinite Grand Fusion complete. The Titan threw a devastating punch, triggering a massive shockwave as the Nature Golem fully awakened. A system interface flashed before Korin's eyes. When the Quicker Man and the June Golem perfectly sync, a one-of-a-kind ultimate fusion is born. By perfectly balancing 2 or 3 distinct magical core energies, the ancient Mag-Twired protocol is activated. This legendary construct can only be forged by meeting these insanely rare conditions. The Mag-Twired protocol was originally crafted by the 3 legendary divine artisans of forging and carpentry, Goibnu, Kraden, and Luchta. It is the ultimate secret magic, designed specifically to annihilate the giant race. Baylor clenched his giant fists, looking like he wanted to crush absolutely everything in his path, even the final evolved form of the Roman golem. But somehow, the golem smoothly dodged the heavy blow. Crush that bastard! The mechanical giant pulled out a weapon coated in incredibly dense mana. It took a few practice swings with its blade, shifting into a flawless combat stance. Let's go! Nature Golem, Wicker Warrior, Fusion Strike. On the other side, Karim and the demi-giants were cheering their lungs out. Crannel Luden was just as hyped up, screaming for the Wicker Warrior. The fiery passion of friendship and courage was burning a little too bright, forcing Yoon to shout over the noise. You guys are way too loud! Focus up! Right after, the mechanical giant unleashed a barrage of killer moves aimed straight at Baylor. Seeing this, Korin's crew and the demi-giants couldn't help but cheer in triumph. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But he didn't stop there, pushing the golem's controls to the absolute limit. Charge! Its core is wide open. Just as I thought. They're using golem tech to control Baylor. Following Crenel Luden's command, the mech dashed toward the giant. I just need to rip that thing out! But out of nowhere, Baylor's massive hand clamped down on the golem's arm. Wait, what the hell? Surprised, the monster looked like it wanted to wipe out everything in existence. No matter how hard you struggle, it's completely useless. Realizing the danger, Korin desperately screamed out a warning. In that split second, Baylor's pupils dilated and flared with a blinding light, fully activating his evil eye. A colossal wave of raw mana blasted outward, incinerating everything in its path. Crenel Luden stared in pure disbelief. No way, how is this even possible? The enemy, on the other hand, looked incredibly smug after landing a direct hit. I'll admit, that is one beautifully crafted golem. As the master of the Golden Faction, you have my praise. But I've already seen the pathetic limits of your golem technology. A golem is far from a perfect entity. Baylor's face twisted into an absolutely demonic, chilling grin. But my experiment with Baylor revealed a glorious new possibility. A supreme life form fusing the physical vessel of a heavenly giant with the soul of a master mage. Seddon, the mastermind pulling the strings, couldn't hide his sadistic joy. Combine the legendary body of the Giant King with my absolute genius as the apex of the magic tower. Aaron was practically drowning in the intoxicating high of absolute power. This is exactly what I have been thirsting for. The ultimate, flawless being. Baylor burst into maniacal laughter as he reduced the battlefield to ashes. But suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the smoke, freezing him in his tracks. Wow, color me impressed. So this is your big bad apex of the magic tower, huh? Baylor's giant head snapped toward the source of the mockingly casual voice. Right at that moment, the space around the giant violently fractured. The illusion shattered, collapsing inward as Baylor looked around in sheer panic. The majestic scenery was gone, leaving nothing but choking dust and ruins. Korin stepped boldly out of the smoke, a fierce smirk on his face. This piece of junk is your peak of the magic tower? I don't give a damn if you're the Giant King or whatever. Behind him, his entire squad and the demi-giants locked into their combat stances. Bring it on, you oversized freak. Korin's eyes burned with an unshakable thirst for victory. I'm gonna smash you all into dust! That arrogant taunt was enough to piss Aaron off. Oh, the power of friendship. How incredibly touching, the dark mage sneered. Right before Baylor lets out an ear-piercing, monstrous roar. Did you really drag your pathetic little friends here just to die with you? Meanwhile, Crenel Luden was screaming frantically at his team. Korin, hurry the hell up. We're barely holding it together. But if I push this trigger one more time, this entire island is going to be wiped off the map. Not wasting a single precious second, Korin sprang into action like a coiled spring. Got it. You launch me straight at its energy core right now. His mind raced, calculating the odds. Even with the devastating firepower of a top-tier golem, it won't even put a scratch on Baylor's absurdly thick armor. Hearing the plan, his partner shot back a firm, "Copy that." Korin was completely out of other options. Then we go with the nuclear option. Clenching his fist so hard his knuckles turned white, Korin surged his mana to absolute capacity. The final step. Pushing the sun's power to the absolute max. Instantly, a blinding, searing aura exploded from his body, compressing the raw energy of a miniature sun. He only had 10 seconds to sustain this godlike power, and he wasn't going to waste a millisecond. Every single violent dash was a calculated strike aimed straight at Baylor's vital spots. Korin didn't stop moving for a fraction of a second. He knew deep down he had to plunge this weapon straight into the monster's core. Baylor, meanwhile, glared down at him with utter disgust. What a pathetic, suicidal plan. This divine vessel belongs to Baylor, the Giant King, the very beast that brought the god King Nuada to his knees. Did you really think putting me down would be that easy? But his arrogant rant was cut short when a creeping, bone-chilling frost began encasing his massive limbs. It was Marriott's doing. Gritting her teeth, she screamed out, Korin, hurry the hell up! I can't lock him down much longer. Thanks for the assist, Senior, Korin shouted back. Without hesitating, he gritted his teeth and launched himself straight at the towering giant. Infuriated, Baylor roared his final threat. "You filthy little rats! I'm going to crush you all!" His colossal hand swiped down, ready to smash them into a bloody pulp. But right on time, Alisa flashed into the fray. "Keep your filthy hands to yourself," she roared. "Hit him now, Korin!" Watching this flawless teamwork sent Eren into a raging fit. What the hell kind of cheap tricks are these mages pulling? Why aren't you obliterating them already? But before he could vent any more frustration, a lone silhouette emerged from the dust, accompanied by a chillingly calm voice. "Just give it up." The Tower Master, Eren Manhwa, stood proudly, declaring that the grand history of the Magic Tower was absolute. But the moment those arrogant words left his mouth, Korin unleashed a devastating strike. "Your history ends right here." But out of nowhere, a terrifying hiss echoed from the shadows, sending a chill down Korin's spine. Baylor had summoned a swarm of monstrous, vicious serpents, launching them directly at the young warrior. "Looks like you forgot about someone, my friend." Korin smirked, thinking to himself, "I was wondering when the hell you were finally going to show your face." Right as it was about to swallow Korin whole, an idea struck him, and a mysterious smirk crept across his face. "Beast King, huh? What a coincidence. Just another monster to slay." He quickly drew his weapon. Geder el-Ki had been struck by the enemy, Gerer's beast hunting curse, taking an additional 350% damage. There was no escaping this marked hunting ground. Korin unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes against the serpent with his unstoppable spear. The longer the battle raged, the more exhilarated he felt. Without missing a beat, he activated another skill, the Forged. Sebastian Core powered up. Korin raised his blade high into the air and roared, "Black Sage Demonic Spear!" Suddenly, Dun Sky materialized out of thin air, a wicked grin twisting his face. "Well, well, friend. You look like you've got time to kill." Baylor made his arrogant declaration. "I am a living legend. Bow before the giant king, you pitiful descendants of the sun." Catching Korin completely off guard, everything was slowly being sucked into the giant's terrifying eye. But in that crucial second, Warren leaped into action. She dived straight down, launching a fierce assault on Baylor. The two massive surges of energy collided, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. Everything was swept up in the magical shockwave and blasted to pieces. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the chaos. "Warren, get back!" She immediately followed his command, dodging out of the way. "Got it!" Edrin felt a bone-deep agony, his fury boiling over. "Where do you lowly insects get the nerve to strike me?" he bellowed. "Once again, let the power of the evil eye erupt." But suddenly, something forced him to freeze in his tracks. Right in front of him, Korin was charging forward, radiating a colossal aura of immense power. His eyes shot wide open as he counted down 3 seconds. On the other side, Baylor unleashed an ear-piercing screech. "Korin Locke, stay out of my way!" But Korin wasn't done yet. He drew another blade, this one crackling with pure magical energy. "You still don't get it, do you?" Korin swung his sword with brutal force, unleashing the demonic spear technique, leaving the monster staring in utter disbelief. Just when did things go so wrong? Korin, however, remained ice-cold, his overwhelming energy only continuing to surge. Are we crystal clear now? This is the absolute gap in our power levels. Even so, Baylor stubbornly refused to accept his defeat. "No, this is impossible." He clung desperately to the hope of turning the tables. "I am the salvation of the demonic path. I cannot fall in a place like this." The two terrifying forces clashed once again, detonating into a catastrophic explosion. Watching from high above, the bystanders were absolutely paralyzed with fear. "It's too dangerous. Holy Maiden, you must retreat to the camp at once." But Estelle softly shook her head. "No, I am perfectly fine." Her gaze remained locked on the ferocious battle raging below. "I have to witness this. I must watch the ones who came all this way just to save me." All of a sudden, a blinding pillar of light erupted from the battlefield, its brilliant glow threatening to swallow everything in sight. Even Estelle was completely stunned by the sheer radiance. Her eyes widened in pure, breathless awe. Am I truly the disciple who stands closer to God than anyone else? Uncontrollable tears began to stream down Estelle's face. That is why I can truly feel his divine power, with my very own soul. Her eyes brimmed with overwhelming euphoria, and in that transcendent moment, the dormant holy bloodline within her finally awakened. Estelle finally understood it all. The Holy Maiden had grasped the ultimate truth behind the Church and the Holy War. Overcome with reverence, she slowly fell to her knees. Corin's silhouette flickered in her mind. It wasn't the divine grace she had always sought, nor the place her prayers unconsciously drifted toward, but back on the battlefield, completely engulfed in a blazing sea of hellfire. That was where a true god now stood. Coughing violently, Edrin struggled to force himself back onto his feet. Baylor weakly twitched his hands, still completely in denial of his crushing defeat. I can't lose in a damn place like this, he muttered endlessly, his voice dripping with pure, toxic resentment. Not here, not like this. Lying just out of reach was the divine cauldron, the absolute symbol of the earth god, Dagana's almighty power. Fighting through agonizing pain, he desperately clawed his way toward it. I am a parasite. As long as I have a host, I can regenerate forever. But before he could grasp his salvation, Corin casually stepped forward and snatched the cauldron right out of his reach. I'll give you credit for being stubborn. Can't believe you're actually still breathing. Without a single shred of hesitation, Corin tipped the cauldron over, pouring out every last drop of its contents. But this was exactly where his story would end. Baylor could only stare in sheer, helpless horror before shrieking, No! No! Corin knew exactly what he was holding. The very same treasure Deanne handed to me back in Mao. A mystical vial carved with the image of a serpent revealed itself. The legendary tear-boiling venom of Bogang. It was an apocalyptic toxin harvested straight from mythological serpents. A weapon of terrifying, absolute destruction. A single-use poison guaranteed to annihilate any living soul it touched. Watching Baylor's body begin to dissolve, Corin coldly stated, In my past life, you dumped this exact poison into the ocean, and countless innocent people died because of it. The monster shrieked in unbearable agony. No! Baylor's hands trembled violently as he desperately reached out for some kind of salvation. Master, save me! But within seconds, his very flesh melted away into a grotesque, bubbling puddle. The once terrifying giant was now nothing more than a harmless stain on the ground. In the aftermath of Lunsky's death, flashes of the past began to resurface, all the way back to the fateful day when the Holy Maiden Estelle was dragged away to the Magic Tower. Her sudden appearance back then had taken absolutely everyone by surprise, and in the chaotic span of time since that day, far too much had happened. Through all those long days of adventuring, they had built up so many memories together. It had been exactly 1 month. Every single battle was etched into their minds, and even now, the fighting dragged on endlessly. After such a grueling battle, Corin could finally let out a sigh of relief and smile. It was finally over. Corin asked her, his voice heavy with worry, Where on earth have you been all by yourself? But Warren just stayed silent. No one knew the truth. Her endurance was absolutely terrifying. For over 2 weeks, without a drop of water or a single bite of food, she single-handedly held off the Magic Tower's entire pursuit squad. It was a feat worthy of becoming a legend in the North. Just then, Warren gently grabbed Corin's wrist. Estelle and Corin probably wouldn't have survived without her. Yet, after everything, the only words she managed to whisper were, You're safe, aren't you? It caught him completely off guard. What did you say? But Warren just smiled and gave a gentle shake of her head. Don't worry about it. It's nothing. And just like that, the legend of the North was buried, as if it had never happened at all. Instead, it was the Corin Guardians who claimed a mythological, overwhelming victory in eradicating the Magic Tower, and the news sent shockwaves across the globe. Dunsky let out an eerie smile and said, You have defeated the great enemy of the world. A system prompt suddenly popped up. Target, Dunsky, Grand Mage. Difficulty, a plus. Reward, 160 points distributed evenly. Aura level increased. Magic power level increased to Supreme. He gained an understanding of Ether, acquired the title War Knight, and his new grasp of Ether allowed him to intuitively comprehend magical structures. The system further explained the War Knight title. He had become a symbol of war, the most radiant knight on the battlefield. He was the one who absolutely could not fall. He had become the focal point of the battlefield, his abilities shifting depending on the state of his allies. But if he collapsed, the morale of his entire army would instantly shatter. And that wasn't all. Both his aura and magic power had been elevated to the supreme tier. Now, the only level above this was the transcendent tier. Waran stood there in awe, feeling the swirling energy. It was a power that awakened the life force within, drastically fortifying the body and amplifying pure, physical combat strength. Among those who had reached the transcendent tier in aura, Waran was the absolute prime example. On the other hand, Estelle possessed unparalleled magic power, the ability to absorb and manipulate surrounding magical energy to manifest supernatural phenomena and cast powerful spells. When it came to transcendent tier magic power, Senior Mary was the gold standard, and as far as I knew, there were only 3 people in the entire world who had reached the transcendent tier in both categories. The others were also absolute monsters, people like Pihu, the omnipotent sovereign, and Tessaz. But when it came to Tess Banaz, especially once his precepts were factored in, he truly deserved to be called a being beyond the mortal realm. Thinking about it now, reaching that level still felt impossibly far away. The scene shifted. After exactly 1 year of living his second life in this world, he had brought down the magic tower and saved countless lives. Korin was growing calmer by the day. There was no need to rush for power. He just needed to be exactly as strong as necessary, right when it mattered most. Just then, Mary walked in, sounding hyped. "Korin, we've cleared out everything over here." He immediately asked her how things were going. As she spoke, flashes of old memories suddenly crossed Korin's mind. Right from the start, this Holy Maiden rescue operation came with unlimited looting rights. During this raid on the Magic Tower, the Korin Guardians had full permission to pillage whatever they wanted. The sheer amount of physical loot was ridiculously extravagant. But honestly, since we already had Senior Mary handling the material resources, we decided to just skip the items altogether. We were aiming for something else entirely. Snapping back to reality, a golem was tallying up the captives. A total of 457 mages, Mary reported, including 2 elder class and 6 professor class. You're cool with letting my side handle them, right? Human resources. That was the real prize. She rested a hand on Korin's shoulder, a playful smirk on her lips. "So, Korin, looks like the number of little pets you have to look after just went up." Marie stared at him, her eyes practically dripping with hunger. "Actually, I might need a little more." Offering his fresh blood always made Korin a bit awkward, but he still gave in. "Sure, I guess right now's fine." Without an ounce of hesitation, she opened her mouth, ready to sink her fangs in. "Well then, thanks for the meal." But the arm Marie clamped her teeth onto didn't belong to Korin. It was Warren's. Her sudden appearance left Korin blinking in surprise. "Whoa, where did you come from?" After a brief, tense second of silence, Warren murmured softly, "We have a guest." The person stepping into the room was Estelle, looking absolutely radiant. "Hello there, my cute junior." Her sweet, clear voice rang out. "Do you have a minute to spare?" Shortly after, both Warren and Marie were unceremoniously kicked out of the room, both of them pouting in annoyance. A soft echo drifted from inside. "What did you want to talk about, Your Highness?" Korin asked. Estelle slowly stepped closer, her voice soft and gentle. "First of all, I wanted to say thank you, Korin. Thank you for saving me." Hearing that, Korin couldn't resist playfully teasing her. "Are you really just going to thank me with words alone?" She quickly fired back. "Oh, don't worry. The royal family has a proper reward prepared for you." She sighed softly. "It's just a shame the church is a bit swamped right now, so their reward might be delayed." That sparked his curiosity. "The church is swamped, huh?" At that, Estelle's face suddenly flushed bright red. "Yes. So I wanted to give you my own gift first." "What kind of Before Korin could even finish his sentence, she pulled him in and passionately kissed him. Estelle pressed her lips to his in an incredibly sweet, lingering kiss. "This is your reward for saving my life." Pulling back just an inch, she whispered breathlessly, "Close your eyes." Korin did as he was told. The faint, familiar scent of peaches drifted past his nose. It felt like absolute paradise. It was the scent of the gentle soul who had once shared her warmth with him during the bitter, freezing cold. Something gently slipped past his lips, sliding over his teeth before intertwining with his tongue. The bottom of it felt incredibly soft against his tongue, but the top felt hard. Thinking about this, Korin slowly opened his eyes, his face burning hot. Estelle playfully raised her finger, flashing a mysterious smile. But a second later, she pointed right in his face and scolded, "You cheeky brat! You really are a guy, huh? You were expecting something, weren't you? You were totally expecting it, right? Look at how red your face is. Want me to get you a mirror to see for yourself? He couldn't believe Estelle just walked away, acting like absolutely nothing happened. We can talk about the rest later. And when we do, you'd better address me properly. Her teasing left Corin feeling incredibly frustrated. Hey, don't you think you took that joke a little too far? But he had no choice but to sit there in bitter silence. Man, she is seriously impossible to deal with. Meanwhile, in another place, Estelle was looking incredibly deep in thought. She couldn't stop replaying the kiss she just shared with Corin. Without even realizing it, she gently touched her lips. The feeling was so incredibly strange to her. Even though it was my first time, my heart is pounding so fast it feels like it's going to explode. Just like back then. Estelle's mind drifted back to memories of the past. That massive divine power. It feels exactly like the very first time I encountered the power of the sun. Back then, she had felt an overwhelming sense of joy when her false beliefs were finally shattered. The way her heart raced as she finally faced the truth. She remembered how Corin had pressed for details, asking, before the kidnapping, was there anything unusual about the people who interacted with the Saintess? But instead of answering, Estelle had slapped him hard across the face, yet in the end, everything Corin said turned out to be completely true. She gazed at the necklace in her hands, thinking to herself, the Saintess's rosary is supposed to be pure gold. The reason my divine power wouldn't recover is because someone swapped it with a fake. Estelle's eyes then locked onto a small crack at the bottom of the pendant. The only people who could even touch this are the high-ranking officials within the church. Just then, someone rushed in to announce, Holy Saintess, it is time for your audience with His Holiness the Pope. Hearing that, she quickly snapped out of her thoughts. Is that so? Estelle shut her eyes, a sudden wave of longing washing over her. Will I be able to see Corin again over the summer break? I want to stand before the sun once more, with a completely pure soul. She slowly opened her eyes as her thoughts shifted back to the traitors hiding within the church. The more she thought about them, the more her fury grew, until she vowed to hunt them down and slaughter every last one of them. The scene then shifted to the Duna potato farm down in the south. Bright and early, the loudspeakers blared. Wake up, you filthy rats! The harsh noise left everyone feeling incredibly exhausted. Is it morning already? Shortly after, they were all dragged outside to exercise. The morning calisthenics began. 1, 2, 1, 2. Upbeat music echoed relentlessly as they faced the golden potato flower flag. Salute! Suddenly, a man sparked up a conversation. Hey, Julian. Julian absent-mindedly replied, What are we eating this morning? Boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, and dried potatoes. But before he could complain, a guard struck him hard with a baton. Potatoes again? Damn it. Are they possessed by some potato-starved ghost or something? No talking, the guards aggressively barked out orders. Listen up, you piece of trash. Those potatoes are the glorious result. Of the blood, sweat, and precious tax money of our people. Julian aggressively hoed the dirt, bitterly cursing under his breath. This is all because of that potato-obsessed brat and her useless, freeloading companion. Just you wait. Once this dark age passes, I will rise to power once again. He found the entire situation utterly pathetic. There is absolutely no way a prestigious professor like me is going to rot in a dump like this. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. Professor Ronalyn? Ronald called back. Professor Julian? Julian frantically looked around, unable to hide his sheer joy as he saw the others from the magic tower. Finally! Have you finally come to rescue us? But instead, Ronalyn just shook his head in absolute despair and held up his shackled hands. We got captured too. Julian's bubbling excitement instantly turned to stone. It seemed hope was nothing more than a cruel mask worn by despair. 1 month later, as the evening sun began to set, Manny held up a letter and asked, Honey, did you read the letter that arrived this morning? Bo scoffed with clear disgust. You mean from that useless, ungrateful brat? I haven't even looked at it. He couldn't help but complain. I raised him all wrong. I completely failed as a parent. The second he got into that academy, he started treating us like we don't even exist. Bo grew more and more exasperated. Last summer, he ran off to the south. Then when winter came, he disappeared to the east. He's just out there messing around. But unlike him, Manny looked incredibly excited. But it seems like Corin is getting a ton of recognition lately. I heard he even got some kind of major promotion. Hearing that, he asked, clearly confused. He did? She nodded. Yeah. Apparently they even started some sort of club together. As she read through the letter, Manny's excitement only grew. You know how the Holy Saintess was kidnapped recently? Well, rumor has it that our Corin played a massive part in saving her. Hearing that, Bo couldn't help but let out a proud laugh. He really takes after me in that department. Kid's got guts. And then, the old man just kept rambling on and on. A real man needs to build his career and make a name for himself. But suddenly, she stopped and wondered, wait, has our boy Corin ever even been in love before? Hearing that, Bo let out a heavy, helpless sigh. Sure, the kid's got the looks, but put him in front of a girl and could he even string a single sentence together? He needs to date at least one girl to actually grow up at his age. Meanwhile, over at the academy, Corin and Marie were getting ready to head inside. Remembering how he mentioned he'd be bringing friends along, Bo let out another deep sigh. That boy Corin still has a long way to go before he becomes a real man. Knowing him, he'll probably just drag along a couple of his meathead guy friends. Over on Corin's side, however, the kid was practically bursting with excitement. All right then, Corin pointed straight ahead and cheered, let's hit the road. With that, Corin and his party set off toward the imperial capital. Meanwhile, back home, Bo and Manny were bustling around prepping a massive feast. Well, since he's bringing his buddies over, we should at least whip up a nice chicken dinner to treat them right. Yeah, that should be enough. Elsewhere, Siwoo gazed out into the distance, his mind heavy with swirling thoughts. I was completely obsessed with this damn game. Every single detail of it flashed vividly through his mind. The inventory box, the crafting menu, the skill tree, the quest tracker, and even this all-too-familiar terrain. The name of this game was Legend of Hero Arhan. Siwoo hurriedly threw the covers off and sat up. I knew the lore of this game inside and out. Hell, I was even famous in the community as a hardcore veteran player. But all of that was just a thing of the past now. Taking in the sight right in front of him, he couldn't help but let out a heavy, defeated sigh. This is completely messed up, absolutely ridiculous. At that moment, Siwoo couldn't hold back anymore. He silently cursed out this entire game world. He cursed this body of Park Siwoo, and he definitely cursed that stupid system window trying to force him to save the world. It's all a load of crap. Whether it's in a novel or a game, these main characters always stick their noses where they don't belong, throwing their lives away just to play the hero for someone else. Every time I see that frustrating, suffocating nonsense, I want to gag. I am absolutely allergic to that righteous hero trope. Suddenly, terrifying flashes of brutal carnage began playing back-to-back in his mind. But there was one thing he knew for an absolute fact. This world was destined to be wiped out by Tesbanha. When that day comes, the number of survivors would be nothing more than a pitiful handful. Siwoo clenched his jaw and accepted the harsh truth. I'm a player in this world now. Whether I like it or not, I'm practically chained to this ridiculous duty of saving it. Still, there was one tiny silver lining he could cling to. Thankfully, the basic freedom level in this game is no joke. With that thought firing him up, Siwoo's footsteps quickened with renewed purpose. Right? He clenched his fist tight as a dense, overwhelming aura of mana exploded around him. All right then, I'm going to take the max efficiency route and survive. Just watch me. First, I need to figure out this system perfectly. Then, I'm going to sweep up every single hidden reward available in the early game. I'm taking it all. Siwoo's eyes narrowed, burning with absolute resolve. Since things have already ended up like this, I'm doing it my way. To hell with the original plot. As long as the world gets saved in the end, that's all that matters, right? Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, he was randomly shouting bizarre phrases. I absolutely refuse to deal with that frustrating, slow-burn hero nonsense. A fast-paced, satisfying power fantasy is the only way to go. Siwoo quietly, but fiercely, made a vow to himself. I am going to live for my own sake. But the very next second, he saw the figure of Corin rushing straight toward him, shouting, "Hey, me too!" Siwoo blinked, completely caught off guard. What the hell is wrong with this guy? But Corin just kept rambling on and on without taking a breath. Hey, do you know kimchi? I'm Korean too. Do you know Psy? The sheer cringe made Siwoo hurriedly cut him off. Yeah, I already told you I know. Despite that, Corin was practically bouncing off the walls, talking at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Do you know? Siwoo muttered under his breath. Is this guy's brain completely fried or what? That one sentence instantly sent the other guy's mood plunging off a cliff. Look, I'm not desperate enough to listen to this kind of nonsense. Awkwardly, Korin quickly changed the subject. Still, man, I can't believe I actually ran into a fellow countryman way out here. So, how old are you? Siwoo quickly shot back with a completely deadpan expression. If we're talking my actual age, I'm 26. Internally, though, Siwoo thought, well, technically, my real body is only 22. Hearing that, the other guy instantly saw his chance to act like the big boss. Oh, is that right? That means I'm 1 year older than you. From now on, you'd better call me young. Siwoo instantly regretted opening his mouth. Aw, damn it! I really should have lied and added an extra year to my age. Oblivious to his annoyance, Korin cheerfully chimed in again. By the way, Siwoo, have you ever played this game before? Feigning innocence, Siwoo awkwardly scratched his head and lied. Nope. Honestly, I was just about to start playing when I suddenly got sucked into this place. In his mind, he had already done the math. There's absolutely no reason to reveal all my cards to this guy. Hearing the lie, Korin stroked his chin, lost in thought. Is that so? Meanwhile, Siwoo couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. He still had no real clue what kind of person this Korin guy he had just teamed up with actually was. But a second later, Korin threw a friendly arm around his shoulder and laughed confidently. Don't sweat it. I'm practically a master at this game. Just trust your Hyung, all right? First things first, let's open up your status window. Siwoo acted perfectly clueless. Status window? Feigning ignorance, he just played along. Whatever, I'll just treat him like a free temporary meat shield for now. As it turned out, this guy's real identity was Korin Locke. In his past life, he was 28 years old and a physical education major at a top-tier university in the capital. He was a gym rat who never skipped a workout, but in the world of Legend of Hero Arhan, Korin Locke was nothing more than a nameless background extra. On the flip side, Siwoo couldn't hide his curiosity anymore. Wait, if you were a student at a prestigious sports university, why on earth did you end up working as a random gym trainer? Korin didn't bother hiding anything and bluntly told the truth. Some scumbag took a massive bribe from the association president to rig the match results. I stormed in and completely exposed the bastard. Of course, that pissed off the higher-ups, and they instantly kicked me to the curb. Hearing that, Siwoo couldn't help but mentally facepalm. What an absolute idiot. It wasn't even his problem, and he still threw his career away for it. Deciding to be brutally honest, Siwoo's next words made Korin freeze dead in his tracks. Tell me the truth. Do you regret it? To which Korin let out a small breath and replied, well, if I hadn't jumped in like that, I probably would have made a hell of a lot more money by now. Hell, I might have even made it all the way to Brazil. If things go well, I might even make the national team. With that, he forced an awkward smile. I'll probably regret this, won't I? Hearing that, Seo let out a heavy sigh. How pathetic. These types of guys always play the nice guy card just to look good. Their fragile egos completely run their lives. He couldn't help but think back to how things used to be. Those college boys begging for my number were exactly the same. Faking kindness, pretending to be sweet. Right now, Seo was starting to panic. If his only role in the early stages was to be a meat shield, just bait to draw the boss's aggro, he needed to bail out now. 1 month later, a full moon illuminated the academy grounds, which were littered with dropped loot from a fierce battle. Siwoo clutched his bleeding arm, staring at the blade in front of him, his body tense with fear. Damn it! His pupils shrank in sheer disbelief. I let my guard down. Siwoo stared at the absolute bloodbath in front of him. He had killed Alisa Aiden just to force Lunia Aiden to join the party early, and even power-level Dran Waski and Gran Luden. Yet they still got completely wiped out. Mary appeared with a lifeless expression, standing right in front of the Stage 1 boss, the vampire Mariette Dawn New Oliev. She had been incredibly ambitious, even though she had swept up every single hidden piece available in the Academy's early stages, including the Golden Mandrake. A single mistake in her mana control had caused Caranel's golem to be smashed to pieces. Now, all Seo could do was run for his life. Damn it, it was just one tiny mistake, and everything went straight to hell. He could only sprint forward blindly, too terrified to even look back. The beast was still chasing him in a bloodthirsty frenzy. To deal with a monster like this, Seo immediately cast a defensive barrier to block it. But fighting one-handed was a massive handicap. How the hell was he supposed to land a hit? In the end, Seo made his choice. I always hated physical combat, so I chose the magic route. Stat-wise, at this exact moment, Marriott was severely weakened from starvation. I should have more than enough power to solo her. God damn it! But there was nowhere left to run. It was a dead end. Suddenly, Seo flinched as he felt the crushing difference in magic power between a game and reality. In the distance, Marriott obliterated the monster with a single strike. Watching this brutal display, it finally hit him. The gap in power was like heaven and earth. Sihu screamed in absolute terror. It hurts. A game over like this. No, I'm going to die. I'm actually going to die. He squeezed his eyes shut, too terrified to face reality. I'm dead. But when he opened his eyes, Sihu realized he was still breathing. Huh? Sihu snapped his head up at the sound of a voice. Unbelievably, Korin had come out of nowhere and tanked the lethal blow for him. You holding up okay? Korin asked, leaving Sihu completely stunned. Even though he was in agonizing pain, Korin forced himself to speak. Seeing as you can still talk, guess you're fine. Hurts like a bitch. But Korin's reckless sacrifice was driving Sihu absolutely insane. Why? You have nothing to do with me. Why would you go this far? But Korin just replied with a matter-of-fact tone. Do I need a reason to save you? Reasons? Who needs them? I just like happy endings. But before he could even finish, Korin collapsed. Wouldn't it be better if everyone got to be happy? Someone having to die sucks. His words threw Seo into a full-blown panic. Hey, wake up! Don't you dare close your eyes. Do you want to die? Right before slipping into unconsciousness, Korin left him with one last plea. You gotta be happy too, man. You can't just die in a place like this. And with that, he went limp, leaving Sihu in utter shock. Sihu gritted his teeth, cursing through his tears. You stupid idiot! You absolute maniac! He was frozen stiff, unable to process what was happening right in front of him. Please, don't die. Korin! Sihu could only hold on to his bloody body, screaming out, No! Korin! Back in the present, Seo glared at Korin lying in the hospital bed, silently cursing this absolute fool, charging in with just a spear, and now a whole month had passed, and he still hadn't fully recovered. Seo analyzed the situation in his head. Part of it was because the injuries were just too severe. With the inherently weak stats of a character like Korin Locke, there was obviously a strict limit to his healing. Grabbing his jacket, Seo headed for the door. But whatever, it doesn't matter. Now I know exactly what I need to do. He burned his own identity into his mind. Sihu strode forward with absolute confidence. In his past life, he was 22 years old, a top student in the Math and Natural Sciences department at a prestigious Korean university. Back on Earth, she was a college girl with a pretty promising future named Perrin. Sihu's eyes burned with determination. Her future had been incredibly bright, constantly surrounded by guys chasing after her. But right now, she was a player in the legendary hero game, Ahan Paru. Seo hadn't stopped grinding for a single second. For the past month, I've been constantly upgrading my power. Ewan spoke softly. Right this way, please. He thought to himself, right now, I've completely surpassed the level of a normal Tier 1 mage. Suddenly, Seo spotted Marriott draining the blood from an animal corpse. For some reason, she was sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing her like this only made his blood boil even more. You put two people in critical condition and you're still living it up, huh? It was this exact bitch who nearly killed Korin, but his eyes widened in shock when he heard her call out. Korin! Marriott looked absolutely devastated. I hurt my junior. I hurt Korin. Is Korin doing okay? At that moment, Seo realized that despite their short time together, she had already recognized Korin as her junior. Ino had a good impression of him right from the start. The more Seo thought about it, the more he gritted his teeth in pure anger. You two? The very next second, Seo couldn't hold back and lunged forward, grabbing her by the collar. This garbage NPC doesn't even know her damn place. He tightened his grip as if wanting to vent all his deep-seated resentment. He belongs to me. In this world full of fakes, he is my only reality. He is the only one who is real to me. The scene shifted elsewhere. Korin looked at the cake Marie had brought and complimented her. Marie, you're really amazing at baking. Let me have a piece too, she replied. Thanks for the compliment. Here, let me get you another slice. He continued, "It's not just the cake that's sweet, your heart is too." Later, Corin went over to help Ariel carry some things and asked, "Ariel, where are you heading with all this heavy stuff?" She replied, "I'm moving these materials to the testing lab." He playfully teased, "How can a fragile mage like you carry so much?" "Hand half of it over, I'll carry it for you," he offered. "Thanks a lot." Right after that, Corin attentively checked in on Professor Dana. "Professor Dana, have you been eating properly lately? I just got some sandwiches from Elra." "Would you like to try one?" She replied shyly. "Oh, of course I would." Watching all those interactions, Seo was so furious that the veins on his forehead popped. He thought to himself, what the hell is that guy even doing? Si-hoo watched him wiping the beads of sweat from his face and silently evaluated, well, I guess his face isn't bad to look at. His personality is famous throughout the academy for being sociable, regardless of whether it's guys or girls. And his way of talking? Every single word he says has this uniquely friendly tone that naturally makes the person he's talking to feel good. Later, back in the lounge, while he was still agonizing over these issues, Corin, sitting right next to him, spoke up. "I wonder what Han Byung, the girl I used to do personal training with, is up to lately." He recalled the time Han Byung gave him a massage and added, "She even gave me a free massage once. What a genuinely nice person." She had asked if he felt relaxed. Corin then reminisced about hanging out with Sen. He muttered, "I'm also curious about what Sen is doing now, the one who was forced by her coach to rig that match." Hearing that, Si-hoo asked, "After that incident, you two got close and even hung out in the Central District together, right?" He replied casually, "It's a shame, really. I wish I had experienced dating at least once before coming here. It's only ever been just friends." Those words made Si-hoo curse internally. This lunatic is truly hopeless. Si-hoo's face darkened as he continued his mental rant. So totally oblivious, he doesn't even realize a damn thing. Why did my first crush have to be on this crazy, dense playboy? Suddenly, Corin touched Si-hoo's shoulder and commented, "But hey, Si-hoo, your muscles are a lot more defined now, yet your face hasn't changed a bit." Flushing bright red, he shot back, "I'm a player. How could my appearance just change that easily?" Corin casually blurted out, "You're really pretty, you know." That made Si-hoo flinch, his entire face burning red. "You know that cross-dressing event you suggested at the start of the year? Do you remember it? The prize for it was pretty sweet too, right? If you ask me, with your face, you'd easily crush it. I'm telling you, it would suit you perfectly." Si-hoo squeaked out, "Really?" Then, he said bashfully, "If you're willing to do my makeup, then I'll think about it." Corin agreed in a heartbeat. "Great decision. I'll buy everything for you, from the hat straight down to the fishnet stockings." Si-hoo asked, "So, are you free tonight? I happen to have a dining voucher for Holy Panda." In his heart, he questioned himself. Why am I feeling so happy over just this? Am I an idiot too? Suddenly, Corin spoke up. "Today won't work. One of the juniors, Juna, said she had something she wanted to vent about, so I already promised to grab dinner with her." Hearing that, Si-hoo went ballistic, tearing the towel in his hands and cursing. "Damn it to hell!" Seeing this, Corin asked in surprise, "Why are you always swearing?" "I just have to admit it." He covered his face in utter defeat, thinking to himself that this guy attracting girls was practically a freak force of nature. So Hu let out a long sigh, resolving that he needed to prepare thoroughly and block them all out. Corin Locke had zero self-awareness about his own popularity, and it had to stay that way from now on. He thought of Lumia Aiden, who was staring intently at the paper in his hands. Si-hoo mused to himself that the method was actually quite simple. Looking at the contents on the paper, he decided to form an all-male party, leaving 0 slots for any girl to squeeze into. Party full. For that goal, Si-hoo was willing to cut out even Lumia Aiden, who used to be their strongest asset. He pinned the girls' photos to the board, quietly concluding that yes, the difficulty would spike a little, but with careful calculation, it wasn't impossible. By switching from the most efficient game-clearing route to the route with the lowest encounter rate with female characters, Si-hoo focused on Estelle's photo, calculating in his head. To capture Balthazar, I'll eventually have to let that annoying Saintess Estelle into the party anyway. In that case, I'll just trigger a massive scandal so the Saintess and the Pope end up tearing each other apart. He stood deep in thought before the pictures of the girls, secretly scheming. Before the final battle Bell begins, I'll pretend to side with the Saintess and just exploit her for the buffs. If I do that, there's absolutely no way he and the Saintess will cross paths. right? Thinking up to this point, a devious smirk crept onto Siwoo's face as he continued plotting out his master plan. Alright, so the next part of the plan goes like this. While he was sitting there, probably thinking, I just wasted 2 whole years trying to secure this pretty boy, Korin suddenly slammed his glass down hard on the table. He was already dead drunk at this point. Tears streamed down his face as he stammered, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Banging his fist against the table, Korin cursed through his frustration. Damn it all. That wretched dam. Why did it have to break right there? Hearing this, Siwoo chuckled inwardly. Oh, so he's crying over the Radiant River incident today? Little does he know. I was the one who blew it up. At that thought, Korin broke down even harder, his voice thick with grief. Mary, Warren, Gravel, Ewan. So many people are dead, he sobbed. Siwoo, what the hell have I even been doing all this time? God damn it, I knew what was going to happen. I knew everything. Watching him cry, Siwoo coldly analyzed the situation. This guy is always like this, always agonizing over the people he couldn't save. What an easy fool to manipulate. Why does he even care about those worthless NPCs anyway? Korin looked up, his face stained with tears. It's because I'm too weak. That's when Siwoo finally spoke up. Actually, there is still a way for you to get stronger. An image of Eren flashed through Siwoo's mind. Yeah, if I want to stand by his side until the very final battle, he needs to grow stronger too. If he works with that girl, the innate heir to the hero, she could definitely push him to a much higher realm. Making up his mind, Siwoo gently grabbed Korin's hand and whispered, You still have room to grow. He continued with unwavering conviction. We are going to make it to the ending together, you and I promise. A faint smile crept onto Siwoo's lips as his dark thoughts ran wild. And if everything goes right, we'll be together long after the ending, too. But then he paused, muttering under his breath. Wait, if I do that, doesn't that mean I have to seduce Arena too? As Siwoo let go of his hand, Korin immediately passed out, face planting onto the table. Meanwhile, Siwoo casually took a sip of his wine, already plotting his next move. Well, it's just one more person to deal with. I just need to stick to him 24/7 and never let him out of my sight, just like I always do. Out of all the party members, friends, professors, and allied NPCs, I just need to keep the female characters in check, and he's all mine. Fast forward a few months later. The scene shifted to the Grand Castle under a beautifully clear blue sky. Inside, Siwoo was just minding his own business when Korin suddenly ran up to him. Hey, Siwoo! Siwoo turned to him. I was actually going to drag you out for some holy panda. Did something important come up? And then Korin dropped the bomb. I'm going to be a father. Those words completely paralyzed Siwoo. He stood there, absolutely speechless. Thinking back to Miriam, Korin rubbed the back of his neck and sheepishly added, Well, the mother is technically a boss monster, so I guess it's a bit weird. But after the royal banquet, Lady One and I actually got really close. Korin let out a carefree, booming laugh. Come on, congratulate me, man. I'm actually going to be a dad. Noticing that Siwoo wasn't reacting and was just staring darkly at the ground, Korin called his name again. Siwoo! Suddenly, Siwoo clenched his jaw, grinding his teeth together. Veins bulged on Siwoo's face as a blinding, murderous rage consumed him. You've got to be kidding me with this trash, he mentally screamed. The story then cut to later that night, outside the royal palace. Heavily armed guards patrolled the perimeter, and despite the late hour, the palace was practically glowing with brilliant lights. The security level and the sheer strength of the royal guard here were ranked among the absolute highest in the legend of Hero Ahan. The camera then moved to the brightly lit interior of the palace. This specific area was the most heavily fortified section, guarded by elite royal knights and the personal vanguard. It was the private residence of the second princess. But none of that mattered. Siwoo had already breached the room and had his hands wrapped tightly around Miriam's throat. Staring straight into his downright psychotic eyes, she choked out a question. You live up to your name as the hero of the Fiu Kingdom. That obsessive look in your eyes whenever you look at Sir Korin. It's definitely not normal. But I never expected you to be this glaringly obvious about it. Despite trembling and being drenched in cold sweat, Miriam still managed a threatening smirk. Do you honestly think you can keep hiding your true nature from him? You managed to deal with Yerhinter Elja and Mariette Donalbev, didn't you? Did you really think you covered your tracks perfectly? At that, Siwoo slowly released his grip on her throat. So, you know everything. You saw it all? He asked coldly. Coughing, she replied, If I die tonight, a pile of letters will immediately be dispatched to the southern region, and to Sir Corin himself. You can't kill me, you know that, right? Siwoo glared daggers at her before hissing a single offer. Let's make a deal. That item you've been desperately searching for. Siwoo continued, I know exactly where it is. Hearing this, Miriam's expression hardened. If that's the truth, then I have no choice but to play along. Congratulations, it's a checkmate. Siwoo's eyes narrowed into a terrifying, dead glare. His killing intent flooded the room as he growled back at her. Yes, I suppose it is a checkmate. But deep down, he was mocking her. I know exactly how you operate. I know the one single thing that Corin will never, ever forgive. And now, you've left yourself with no choice but to do exactly that. The very next day, Miriam's chambers were painted in blood. Everything had played out exactly according to Siwoo's twisted plan. Finding her there, Corin pulled her broken body into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. You idiot! I told you to wait for me, he cried out. Miriam weakly opened her eyes and whispered back to him, I know, but I didn't have a choice. Our baby. I wanted so badly to bring our child into this world. I'm so sorry, my little one. Mommy is so sorry. Using the last of her strength, she leaned in close to Corin's ear. I love you, Corin. I'm sorry it took me so long to say it, but I really, truly love you. Standing right behind them, Siwoo watched the whole tragedy unfold, scoffing internally. To think that bitch gets to die playing the tragic victim. But out of Corin's line of sight, Miriam shot Siwoo a chilling, victorious glare. With a sinister smirk, she silently mouthed the words right at him. You are going to fail. Pure rage erupted inside Siwoo. Summoning his sword, he cursed under his breath. I took down Mariette. I took down Miriam. I eliminated every single obstacle in my way. Do you have any idea how much I've bled to get here? I risked my damn life. And yet, at the very last second she exposed me? His eyes burned with unhinged fury as he hissed, No more! I am done playing nice! A dark, twisted image flashed through his mind. An image of Corin, bound and chained. Dripping with possessive obsession, Siwoo whispered into the void, Your feelings don't matter anymore, Corin, because you belong to me. In this entirely fake, pathetic world, you are the only real thing I have. Bathed in the faint, eerie glow of the system interface, a psychotic smile spread across Siwoo's face. So, just wait for me. I'll personally bring the curtain down on this twisted script and claim you for myself. Right on cue, the system's voice echoed through the air. The final battle, with the very fate of the world on the line, had arrived. An all-out war where everything was at stake. The final act had officially begun. At this very moment, the blinding figure of the light god, Tesbanhazat, appeared. The demon god, Siu, also summoned multiple magic arrays with brilliant streams of light wrapping tightly around him. Tesbanhazat ignited the battle, charging straight at Siu. The two forces collided, and a blinding explosion of light erupted, swallowing the entire space. It was a battle destined to go down in myth. A deafening explosion shattered the sky. Both figures vanished into a terrifying pillar of light. As the glow faded, Siu collapsed to his knees. His face was covered in blood, and he coughed violently. Through ragged breaths, he gasped out, He's so strong. A power I've never seen before. It rivals the ancient gods we used to worship. Why? Why did it have to be this way? Standing over the crater of the ruined battlefield, Tesbanhazat glared down at Sio and growled, But fate has already been decided, and my defeat was meant to happen differently. You are incredibly strong, I'll give you that. But as a warrior, you are incomplete. He shook his head, his voice dripping with pity. What an absolute waste. In the end, we're right back where we started. Liampa would never accept such a pathetic, mediocre outcome like this. It would have been vastly better if Corinlock, the one chosen by the master, had stepped up instead of you. Saying this, Tesbanhazat raised his spear high. His body erupted in blazing flames as he roared. There's no point in clinging to this life. He thrust his spear violently straight through Sio's back, screaming at the top of his lungs, No matter how many times we repeat this, the winner will always be me. Sue coughed up another mouthful of blood. In his final moments, his mind was quiet. What I'm clinging to isn't victory or defeat. It's not even about surviving. Seo slowly closed his tear-filled eyes. His thoughts drifted away, entirely consumed by the words he never got the chance to say. If I had known it would end like this, I would have told you that I loved you. Even though we are both men in this life, I should have confessed my feelings from the very beginning, that I like you, that I truly love you. Suddenly, the scene flashed to a completely different world. A hand shot up into the air in pure shock. It was Siren. She woke up with a gasp, looking around her bed as she mumbled, This is my room. Right then, a glowing system prompt appeared before her eyes. You have failed. All player data will now be reset. Thank you for playing with us all this time. Suddenly, her bedroom door opened. Her mother walked in, sighing. Siren, honey, you've played enough games for today. Come on out and eat dinner. Seeing her, Siren burst into tears, sprinting across the room and pulling her into a tight, desperate hug. Mom, it's been so long since I last saw you. Surprised, her mother gasped, Oh my goodness, Siren, why are you crying so much? Wiping her tears, Siren softly said, But I have to go right now. Without another word, she bolted out the door. Her mother yelled after her, Siren! At least eat something before you run off. Seriously, what is going on with that girl? Siren immediately flagged down a taxi and rushed straight to the gym. Seeing her frantic state, Han Bian looked confused and said, Him? He didn't come into work today. Wait, who are you exactly? Do you know him? But before he could even finish, Siren had already dashed off again, leaving Han Bian shouting in the background. Hey, you can't go back there. Don't touch the employee address book. Boss, call the police, please! Ignoring the chaos behind her, Siren sprinted out with the address in hand, her mind racing. It takes less than 10 minutes to get there from here. She pushed her legs as fast as they could go, her heart pounding with a single desperate thought. I can finally see him. As she arrived at his apartment building, Siren suddenly stopped, her confidence wavering. She mumbled nervously, should I have stopped by the mall to buy a new outfit? Maybe I should go back, grab some makeup, and dress up a little before I see him? But as she sprinted up the stairs, she violently shook her head. No, I absolutely cannot wait another second. I've already waited for more than 3 years. Finally, Siren stood before his apartment door, gasping for air, her chest heaving from exhaustion. Noticing the light slipping from under the door, a wave of relief washed over her. The lights are on. He's inside, she whispered excitedly. That makes sense. If I woke up in the real world, he must have returned too. Unable to contain herself, she started pounding on the door, shouting, Corin, it's me. I'm CO. I promise I'll explain everything to you slowly. But her patience ran out. Without waiting for an answer, Siren violently twisted the doorknob. He was just a normal background character anyway. He definitely came back to the real world. The door swung wide open, and she practically screamed, I'm here! It's me, CO! Suddenly, Siren froze. Her eyes widened in pure horror, her pupils shrinking to pinpricks at the sight before her. No, that's impossible, she mumbled, her voice trembling. Staring at the glowing computer screen in the empty room, Siren let out an agonizing scream. No! It can't end like this! Tears instantly flooded her eyes, pouring down her cheeks uncontrollably. On that very day, her entire world completely collapsed. She collapsed to the floor, sobbing and screaming at the top of her lungs. No! This isn't fair! Meanwhile, a cold robotic system prompt flashed on the glowing monitor. Sub-player Corin Locke. Wamanoma! Commencing the inheritance process. The scene suddenly shifted to a completely different world. A young girl named Janin looked around with wide, sparkling eyes and gasped. Wow, this place is absolutely massive! She happily skipped ahead, pointing eagerly at the stalls. Senior, I want to eat that! Ooh, and that one too! Taking in the peaceful and magnificent view of the bustling city, Corin spoke up in a calm voice. The royal capital is the most developed city in the Eldest Kingdom. Since the royal palace is located here, it's not just the center of all politics and administration. It's also a massive transportation hub connecting to everywhere else. He paused for a moment, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. Though, if I'm being honest, I really didn't want to come back here. Hearing his gloomy tone, the girl tilted her head and asked, Huh? What's wrong, Senior? Isn't this place your hometown, Corin? Corin fell silent for a few seconds before quietly replying, It is, but you could say I have quite a few painful memories tied to this place. Trying to change the subject, he glanced over and noticed Marriott struggling with a massive pile of bags. "Senior Marriott, why did you buy so much stuff?" he asked with a sweat drop. She beamed brightly and replied, "Well, I didn't know what your parents would like. By the way, what kind of people are your family members?" Hearing her question, his voice softened. "They're just ordinary people. My parents run a small restaurant and my younger sister is studying at the Royal Academy." But as he spoke, his mind drifted. Family, huh? What does family even mean to me now? Memories of his family flashed before his eyes. He thought to himself bitterly, "Ever since I crossed over into this world, the concept of home has felt completely suffocating. In the end, I'm nothing more than a thief who stole Corin Locke's memories and his body. I'm just a fake, an outsider from Earth." His mind then drifted to the silhouette of Seo. He sighed inwardly. The truth is, Seo fiercely rejected his new life in this world right up until his final breath. And honestly, I probably did the exact same thing. Corin stared intensely at a small photograph in his hand, murmuring softly as if speaking to the original Corin Locke. Looking at the warm faces in the family portrait, a heavy thought weighed on him. If it wasn't for his family, a fleeting image of Corin's family laughing and playing together crossed his mind. He continued his inner monologue. "In my past life, I was terrified and confused. I didn't know if I had forcefully completely stolen Corin Locke's soul, or if the two of us had seamlessly merged to become an entirely new entity. I still don't know the answer, but his family accepted me unconditionally, without a single doubt, even though my entire personality had changed overnight." Corin lowered his gaze, a soft, nostalgic smile forming on his lips. "Since that day, I fully accepted my place here. To me, this family is..." His expression brightened with genuine happiness as he spoke out loud. "Mighty Skitsit, they are the people who made me the man I am today." A little while later, as they stopped in front of a cozy-looking house, Corin took a deep breath. "It's been so long since I've seen them. I feel incredibly guilty, but also so nervous." He slowly raised his hand and knocked gently on the wooden door. His mind was a turbulent mess of emotions as he thought, "Actually, this is the very first time I'm meeting them in this current life." As the door creaked open, Corin's emotional walls completely shattered, and tears streamed down his face. "Mom, Dad," he cried out, his voice cracking, "your utterly useless son has finally come home." He was so completely overcome with emotion that his guard was completely down. Swoosh! Out of nowhere, a heavy soup ladle came flying out and smacked Corin right in the face. His entire family stood there, radiating absolute murderous intent. They were gripping random household objects like weapons, staring at him with extreme hostility. Rubbing his face, Corin shrieked in confusion. "Mom! Dad! Sis! What the heck is going on?" Bond lowered his voice to a dangerous growl. "You!" he roared in absolute fury. "You bastard! You're no son of mine! Get the hell out of my boy's body, you damn demon!" Corin panicked, stammering, "Dad, wait! I know it's been a while since I came home, but what the heck is going on?" Bond pointed a shaking finger at a massive covered object and yelled, "Look at that! Just what in the world is all of this?" "How should I know?" Corin shot back. Bond yanked the cover off, scolding him, "You little punk!" But to understand this chaos, we need to rewind the clock back by exactly 1 hour. The whole family was staring blankly ahead. Bond stammered in disbelief. How on earth? Jia, too, was at a loss for words, mumbling, "Is our house actually..." Standing right in front of them were Aaron and Josephine. Bond gasped out loud. "Are we truly in the presence of Lady Josephine, the hero of the Witch War, and the chairwoman of the very academy my son attends?" Aaron blushed shyly and said, "Corin is a truly exceptional student, sir. He's the top-ranked second year at our academy, and personally, Corin and I share a very close teacher-student bond." Hearing this, Manny muttered to herself, "Our Corin? A personal bond? And what's with that bashful look in her eyes?" Before she could process it, Aaron turned to leave, tossing one last remark over her shoulder. "Well then, Uncle, Auntie, I have a scheduled meeting with the royal family, so I must take my leave now. I'll just leave my gifts right here." Mani immediately turned to her husband and whispered, "See? It's exactly what it looks like, isn't it, honey?" Bond nodded gravely. "You're absolutely right," He paused, then added, well, I suppose her being a bit older isn't the end of the world. What truly matters is how they feel about each other. Manny still looked a bit hesitant, asking softly, but dear, wouldn't it be a little weird if our daughter-in-law is actually older than us? Suddenly, both of them let out a loud gasp. Right before their eyes was another girl, kneeling respectfully on the floor with her sword resting beside her. As Manny sputtered, trying to ask who she was, the girl smoothly introduced herself. I am your son's fiancée. My name is Lunia Arden. Lunia raised her head, her tone perfectly composed. I came to the royal capital under His Majesty's summons and decided to drop by to pay my respects. Please accept this humble token of sincerity from the Arden family of the East to my beloved fiancé's parents. Saying this, she turned toward a blinding light in the room and spoke up. Please, do not feel any pressure. She called out, Jenny, bring out the gifts we prepared. The sudden, radiant glow practically blinded Bon and Manny, forcing them to shield their eyes. When the cover was finally pulled back, it revealed an absolute mountain of dazzling gold, silver, and sparkling jewels. Manny desperately tried to hold her husband back. Honey, wait! But Bon's voice echoed like thunder. I sent you off to get an education, and you pull this crap? Screaming about an engagement, Bon grabbed a broom, flying into a completely unhinged rage. Are you out there seducing innocent girls like some cheap gigolo just to drain their wallets? I can't believe my own flesh and blood is a two-timing scumbag. Manny grabbed his arm, trying to defuse the situation. Honey, please calm down. Just put the broom down and breathe. But suddenly, another sweet voice cut right through Bon's fiery rampage. Hello there, Uncle, Auntie. Marie stepped forward with a bright, charming smile. It is so wonderful to meet you. My name is Marie Donnereff. Seeing this, the cheerful girl right beside her chimed in as well. I'm Elisa Arden, a very close friend of Corin's. Then Hua Ran spoke up, her tone totally flat and icy. Right after, Jen stepped up, nervously twiddling her fingers. No, wait, I'm Jen. I owe my life to him. Sitting pathetically on the floor, Corin just scratched the back of his head, offering a guilty, awkward laugh. Bon and Mani stared in utter disbelief. Their jaws practically hit the floor as they thought, wait, wasn't it just the two of them? Without skipping a beat, both parents raised their hands high, radiating pure murderous intent as they prepared to beat the living daylights out of him. Manny shrieked, Corin, I have never been more disappointed in you. Bon screamed, Son? What son? This trash is no child of mine. He's absolutely been possessed by some filthy demon. Get the hell out of my boy's body right now. Hearing their crazy accusations, Corin wailed in pure desperation. No, stop. It's a huge misunderstanding. I swear, I haven't even gone on a single date in my entire life. Seeing things escalate, his little sister Shia finally stepped in to play peacemaker. Mom, Dad, hold on. At least let my brother explain himself. He's definitely not the kind of guy to juggle a whole harem. Corin, his face pale as a sheet, thought with immense relief, oh, thank God. Xia, you're my only savior. But then he noticed something off. Wait, since when is she decked out head to toe in pure gold? Before he could process it, Xia slowly turned to him, flashing a wickedly sinister grin. My big brother clearly knows exactly what he's doing, she purred. As Corin stared at her in utter horror, Xia relentlessly continued. If he's a truly responsible man, if this is true love, he'll just pick one single person to stay with forever. Isn't that right, big bro? In an instant, the chilling, bloodthirsty glares of every single girl in the room locked onto Corin, paralyzing him in absolute terror. Breaking the deadly silence, Marie happily lifted her massive bags and chirped, Uncle, Auntie, I brought a few little souvenirs all the way from the south. Mani gasped, her eyes practically turning into dollar signs. The South? You mean the Donnereff family? Oh my goodness, please, make yourself completely at home, Lady Duchess. Meanwhile, Elisa excitedly skipped over to Xia with a basket of sweets. You mentioned your older sister arrived this morning, right? And you're the little sister. Do you want some of these honey bomb candies? Xia's eyes lit up as she replied, Oh, so you must be the second young lady of the Arden family. I absolutely love honey bombs. She popped a candy into her mouth, swooning, it's so sweet. Wait a second, does that mean Lady Elisa is going to be my big brother's sister-in-law? Elisa giggled softly. I guess so. A moment later, Elisa mumbled thoughtfully, but wait, If I marry him, that means Corin would become my big sister's brother-in-law. Gia choked on her candy, staring at her in sheer disbelief as she thought, what the heck is this crazy girl even talking about? While the whole room was buzzing with chaotic chatter, Hua Ran quietly pushed the door open and slipped outside. Suddenly, a phantom-like illusion of her alternate personality hovered right behind her, snapping, "Just what the hell do you think you're doing, running off all by yourself? We need to step up and do something to win him over just like those other girls." But Hua Ran just scowled, her voice ice cold. "You're being way too loud. Shut up." Yet the persistent phantom refused to back down. "Just close your eyes and listen to me for once," the illusion whispered seductively into Hua Ran's ear. "Trust me, Corin is going to absolutely love this." Later, she also stopped by a clothing store. Her phantom alter ego squealed, "Oh wow, that's adorable." Trying on a revealing dress, Warren blushed and squeaked, This shows way too much skin." Her phantom cheerfully teased, "Men are weak to a little showing of skin. That's straight out of Volume 1 of Head Professor Josephine's romance novel, you know." Thinking of Marie and Alicia, the phantom continued, "Besides, just think about Marie or Alicia. Compared to them, this much is completely normal, right?" War coldly shot back, "You've all lost your minds. That novel isn't normal either. I'm changing back into my old clothes." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Buying some new clothes?" Seeing her in that alluring dress, Corin admired, "You're already pretty normally, but dressing up today gives you a whole new vibe. You really should have dressed like this sooner." He went on, "Things are a bit awkward for me to head back home right now." Then Corin offered his hand and suggested, "How about we take a stroll around the royal capital together?" Catching sight of him, Warren's phantom was completely mesmerized and gasped, "Oh my god." War took Corin's hand and shyly replied, "Okay." Deep down, she secretly resolved to borrow Volume 2 of Professor Josephine's romance novel as well. The sky was clear and wonderfully pleasant. Corin led War by the hand down the street, pointing ahead as he said, "This place serves the absolute best food." Later, the two of them headed to the amusement park. Corin gestured forward and asked, "Have you ever played that game before?" But she just stayed quiet, not saying a word. And so, the two of them wandered together until sunset. He told her they just needed to go this way, yet War didn't respond, only keeping her head down in complete embarrassment. Suddenly, he spoke up. "Wow, it's already gotten dark." War startled and blurted out, "Already?" Corin looked at her and said, "This is our last stop." After that, they sat down to rest in a place that looked like a cave. He laid back and opened up to her. "In the past, for a few reasons, I actually used to live here. More precisely, I was living in hiding. But it's a beautifully scenic spot that I discovered back then. Since we were already out, I wanted to show it to you." Warren, completely fixated on Corin's face, breathed out. "It's so beautiful," he agreed. "It really is." But following Warren's gaze, Corin continued, "You get the clearest view from right here." Above the mouth of the cave lay a dazzling, star-filled sky. He said softly, "Sometimes I just need a place like this. Enjoying the scenery with everyone is nice, but there are times I just want to keep it all to myself." Suddenly, Warren spoke up. "I feel the same way." She bluntly poured out her true feelings. "If you came here with any other girls, I'd be really mad." Memories of their intimate moments from the past rushed back. War murmured to herself, "Being in his arms, my heart feels so at peace. Whenever he touches me, my heart races like crazy." Reaching this point, she shyly buried her face and whispered, "I..." Her lips parted as if struggling to find the words. Gathering every ounce of her courage, Warren confessed that she thinks she has fallen for him. Hearing this, Corin was momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, a pure confession, with no lies or pretense whatsoever. Corin remembered the angry faces of the other girls and muttered to himself, "But how am I supposed to respond? Maybe I really deserve to get beaten up, just like my dad said." Corin recalled his past moments with Marie and Alicia, realizing deep down that he had just been pretending not to notice their feelings. But Marie and Alicia too. Then Warren's silhouette crossed his mind. And now, Warren as well. He pondered heavily. He knew that all of them had feelings for him, and that was exactly what had been tormenting him all along. Who should I ultimately end up with? But the issue isn't really about who. The issue is the very bond tying us together. Thinking of his original self back in his world, Korin's heart was filled with turmoil. But once the scenario is completed, I'll probably be given the chance to return to Earth. If that time comes, what choice should I make? He clenched his fists, completely consumed by guilt. If I leave, what will happen to the person I choose? And after leaving her behind, would I even be able to live with myself? Korin let out a heavy sigh and muttered, "In the end, my answer is still..." Then he spoke up. I'm sorry." But right at that moment, Warren had leaned in incredibly close. She gently pressed her lips against his in a soft kiss. Under the majestic canopy of the starry sky, their silhouettes looked more romantic than ever before. After a moment, War pulled away from the kiss, her cheeks flushed bright red. She asked softly, "Do you not like it?" Hearing that, Korin's face instantly burned red as he frantically denied it. No, not at all." He tightly gripped Warren's shoulders and stammered, yet deep down, he agonized over how to tell her that he still couldn't accept her feelings. Suddenly, she spoke up. "Wait." War continued with a bashful expression. "But right now, I am Jian." She confessed that the other her had used up all her courage just to say those words, but probably didn't have enough courage left to hear his answer. Hearing this, Korin murmured thoughtfully, "So, that's how it is, huh?" Afterward, he helped Warren up to her feet and asked, "Did you have fun on our date today?" She replied softly, "Yeah, I'm always happy whenever I get to make memories like this with you." Korin's voice deepened as he said, "Then I'm relieved. I really hoped this would be a memory you could look back on from time to time." Then he turned away, gently suggesting, "Shall we head back now?" War quickly said, "Wait, just a minute." She tugged at Korin's sleeve and asked, "These memories, you're only making them here with me, right?" Saying that, Warren stood on her tiptoes and hesitantly whispered about today. Once again, she gently kissed Korin amidst the deeply romantic scenery, confessing her heart. "Please, dream of us together. Back then, I thought I was just a bystander, yet I was given far more love than I ever deserved." With a heavy heart, Korin asked himself, is it really okay to leave things like this? The memory of a blood-soaked Miriam lying in his arms rushed back. She had told him, "I love you. I'm sorry that it took me this long to say it." Night had already fallen. The soft glow of the lights outside spilled through the window onto Korin. As he drifted into a deep sleep on his lonely bed, the question lingered. Even if Korin chose someone, would that really make everything okay? The next morning in the royal capital, the scenery was incredibly peaceful and crystal clear. Inside, a massive feast was laid out across the table. Ren was already sitting there, stuffing her face. "This is the best food I've ever tasted in my entire life," she exclaimed. Marriott walked over with the others and smiled. "Eat as much as you'd like. This entire banquet is for us." That reminded Korin of something. "Now that I think about it, this is your first time at the royal palace, isn't it?" he asked Ren. Hearing this, Marriott chimed in, "Korin, isn't this your first time too?" "That's right," he replied, though in his mind he thought, "Well, it's our first time here in this regression." At that thought, a somber expression crossed Korin's face. As he walked deeper into the palace, he couldn't help but sigh. "It's been a long time since I've seen a sight like this." Watching everyone happily pouring drinks, Korin asked, "Are those the folks who made a name for themselves at the Magic Tower? I never expected the Merkaba Academy to produce such outstanding students." Nearby, Elisa was enjoying some cake when someone suddenly approached her. "Excuse me, are you Lady Elisa? Could I please get your autograph?" She blinked in surprise. "Wait, me?" As Korin sat back and relaxed, the constant chatter of people begging for autographs echoed through the hall. "Please, sign right here for me too," Elisa nervously stammered. "But I don't even have a signature." Korin watched everyone enjoying the party and thought to himself, even though we really should be training, we've pushed through so many magic towers lately. The least we can do is take today off and rest. Outside, Mary was chatting with someone when she turned and gave Korin a thumbs up. "Of course, I still have a job to do," he murmured. Deep inside the royal palace, the grand door swung open, followed by a loud announcement, "His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen are entering." The king's crimson cape billowed behind him as he stepped forward. "Listen well, everyone," King Wenking declared. As Estelle and Miriam bowed respectfully, his booming voice echoed through the hall. "Today, we hold this grand banquet to honor my beloved daughter, the Holy Maiden. She who was chosen by the gods themselves has finally been rescued from the clutches of those wicked sorcerers. His tone grew solemn. And we also honor the brave guards who sacrificed their lives for this noble cause. He then shifted his gaze and commanded, Hero, raise your head. As everyone knelt in absolute reverence, King Wenking continued, I have heard tales of your extraordinary feats, great knight. Name your desire, and I shall grant you absolutely anything. Just like in the original game, reaching this point meant the player could ask for anything, not just treasures or elixirs, but even land or noble titles. Hearing this, Corrin spoke up. There is only one thing I desire. He thought to himself, not gold, not items, and definitely not power. With absolute conviction, Corrin declared, what I want is, there's an absolute pardon. The king flinched in surprise. Leaving Estelle and Miriam completely stunned, Corrin continued, I ask for a single royal pardon, one that can be used only once, but will completely forgive any crime committed. His bold request left the entire grand hall dead silent in shock. The king didn't answer his request right away. Instead, he coldly announced, the banquet ends here. He glared at Corrin. We are moving this conversation elsewhere. Hearing that, Corrin could only stand there, frozen. Haunting visions of the past flooded his mind. In all my regressions, I have countless regrets, but the most agonizing memory was trusting Pihu like an absolute idiot. I didn't even realize the people around me were dying one by one, and I couldn't even protect my own master. In that tragic past life, Corrin had reached his hand out into a sea of fire, completely powerless to stop the disaster. That raging inferno had consumed absolutely everything. Corrin muttered under his breath, if things play out exactly like the original script, a massive bloodbath will sweep through this place soon, and I'll fail to stop it all over again. Snapping back to reality, Corrin clenched his fists tightly. Filled with burning determination, he told himself, but this time, things will be different, and to make sure of that, the one thing I absolutely need is... The scene shifted. Corrin was now kneeling directly in front of King Wenking. The king stared down at him. An absolute pardon, just a single use, but you want me to forgive literally any crime? Depending on how you look at it, Wenking's face grew dangerously stern, it sounds an awful lot like you are planning to commit a major crime. With an ironclad voice, the king demanded, we are in private now. Out with it. What exactly are you planning? Corrin kept his head bowed and softly replied, I cannot say, your majesty. Hearing this, King Wenking frowned in frustration. Fine then. I will grant you a single pardon that covers any crime, except for high treason and the assassination of the royal family. Is that enough for you? Suddenly, Corrin interrupted, forgive my insolence, but... He pressed his forehead deeply against the floor and pleaded desperately, I need a pardon that covers absolutely every crime. At those words, Wenking's grip tightened fiercely on his armrest. He growled, do you even realize? The king erupted in pure fury. Do you have any idea what you are asking right now? Wenking fiercely rebuked him. Such sheer arrogance. You are practically declaring your future treason right to my face. Hearing the king's wrath, Corrin thought to himself in panic, damn it, is this approach really not going to work? The more he spoke, the more enraged he became. I don't care if you are the hero who saved my daughter or the executioner who conquered the magic tower. If your blade is ever pointed at the royal family, I will only have one choice to make. King Wenking immediately roared his order. Guards, arrest this man at once! Suddenly, footsteps echoed as someone stepped into the room. You cannot kill our hero with your own hands, your majesty, a voice said. It was none other than Estelle. She called out softly, Father! Seeing his daughter, the king gasped in shock. Estelle? She looked at him firmly. Corrin Locke conquered the magic tower and saved my life. Wenking gritted his teeth. I know that. Then Estelle suddenly dropped a massive bombshell. And besides, I've already spent a few nights with him. Corrin's face instantly turned pale as a sheet. Well, I mean, she's not technically wrong, he thought in pure panic. King Wenking exploded in sheer outrage. Spent the night together? Corrin muttered under his breath. Come on, say something that actually helps. As the king stood paralyzed in shock, Estelle continued, I trust Corrin Locke even more than I trust you, father. What on earth are you saying? He demanded. Completely ignoring her father's dark expression, Estelle kept going. Mostin semani isis bashiwusha that ihar more than anything else in this world. With that, she dropped to her knees and spoke with absolute reverence, not as Princess Estelle, but as the Holy Maiden. Bewildered, Wen Qing questioned her. Are you even thinking about your sacred position as the Holy Maiden right now? Of course, Estelle replied. But looking at her trembling hands, Corin couldn't help but think, she said she believes in me more than anything else in the world. That is pure blasphemy, yet here she is, shaking. Corin glanced briefly at Estelle, finally putting the pieces together. It was a bit early in the timeline, but Estelle had already discovered the Order's dark secret, and now she needed his help. Sweating slightly, he furrowed his brow and muttered, Regardless, if I have Estelle's backing, there might still be a chance. Suddenly, a voice cut right through his thoughts. What an entertaining little drama. It was Miriam. She spoke up the moment she stepped into the room. Lord Corin, you always know exactly how to keep things entertaining. Who would have thought? She shot Corin a sharp, icy glare before adding, Begging for a pardon again, are we? Seeing her, he cursed inwardly. Miriam! Corin quickly assessed the situation. This was quite literally the worst possible timing. Miriam was a saintess of the Orthodox Church, and the one who had just destroyed the Magic Tower was none other than him. Since the Magic Tower was a long-standing ally of the Church, there was no way she'd be happy about it. Gritting his teeth, he continued his train of thought, and knowing Miriam, who views Estelle as a thorn in her side, she'll definitely interfere no matter what. This is really bad. Miriam spoke up. Grant him that pardon. She let out a faint smirk, her tone dripping with arrogance. There is no need for me to kneel. Looking down on Estelle like this doesn't feel too bad. Miriam tilted her chin up haughtily and continued. And as you well know, this won't be easy. Her words left King Wen stunned, his throat so choked up he couldn't even speak. At the same time, Estelle slowly rose to her feet. Faced with this awkward situation, King Wen finally spoke. 2 saintesses of the Order and 2 princesses of this kingdom. To think that my own daughter would side with a traitor. Slumping heavily into his throne, he sighed in utter disappointment. Raising children truly is a complete waste of time. King Wen softened his tone slightly. Corinlock, as you wish, he declared loudly, issuing his royal decree. I shall grant you a single royal pardon. It can be used once to absolve you of any and all crimes. Hearing this, Corin immediately bowed in respect. I deeply thank you, Your Majesty. I actually did it, he thought to himself. Yet, he still couldn't shake the nagging feeling that he was missing something important. Flashes of his conversation with Miriam crossed his mind as Corin muttered, It was the exact same thing back when I faced the Magic Tower. And now, this. Just why is she doing this? Back then, she had mentioned that the Magic Tower was hunting down those wolves. Night had already fallen, but his mind kept tossing and turning over one burning question. Why didn't Miriam help him? Meanwhile, inside her room, Miriam sat alone, gently stroking the snake coiled around her arm. My hypocritical father must be terrified right now, she murmured, wondering just how far my anger and hatred will spread. It turned out she was actually talking to someone. Her tone suddenly grew sharp and commanding. By the way, I am quite disappointed. I cannot believe you would just barge into a lady's room without permission. You have 0 manners, hardly the behavior of a gentleman. The intruder was none other than Tates Balthazar. I do hope you can understand my urgency, he replied. As he spoke, Tates Balthazar let out a sinister, wicked chuckle. Lowering his voice, he continued, I just don't like things getting too loud. Unfazed, Miriam questioned him. You've been suffering some pretty heavy losses lately, haven't you? Almost to an abnormal degree. At this rate, is there even any point in me continuing to back you? Unbothered, he smoothly replied, Now, don't say that. Setbacks like this happen all the time. Clutching a quartz crystal tightly in his hand, Tates Balthazar gritted his teeth. It couldn't be helped. His voice then dripped with pure disgust as he added, This damn world just hates my guts, that's all. Handing the quartz crystal over to Miriam, he told her, Anyway, as per our contract, go ahead and read the destiny. Her eyes lit up brilliantly the moment she looked at it. A divine artifact of this world, she thought with awe. The very thing that can read my impending fate. Staring deeply into the glowing crystal, Miriam whispered its name, the Destiny Stone of Liampa. Flashes of her childhood rushed back as she reflected quietly to herself. Years ago, Tate's Balthazar came to me with an offer. If I promised to back him, he would let me borrow the Destiny Stone of Liampa once a year. Bathed in the powerful light radiating from the artifact, Tate's Balthazar declared, "This time, for sure." Watching Miriam get enveloped in that blinding brilliance, his voice grew firm. "I expect to get the results I desire." The scene then shifted to a quiet, peaceful evening at the mansion. Corin opened the door and looked outside, only to find someone already waiting for him. Recognizing her, he called out her name. "Estelle?" She replied, her voice taut with tension. "Corin, I have something incredibly important to tell you." Inviting her inside, Corin noted, "The banquet just ended and you were given quarters inside the royal palace, so I kind of figured." "As expected," she sighed in admiration. "You always notice everything, Corin." Then, pulling something out from her belongings, Estelle continued, "My holy power, it's still sealed." Hearing this, he immediately asked, "Did you find out what's causing it?" Estelle thought back to when she had first left the archipelago with Corin, explaining, "My holy power never returned. Even after we left the Iron Archipelago, I still genuinely believed that time would fix it." She recalled the blinding flash of light that had erupted back then. She recounted how on that very day, tears had streamed down her face upon witnessing that radiant brilliance. She had slumped to her knees on the ground as her rosary snapped and fell heavily from her wrist. She had picked it up, cradling it in her hand. The impact had chipped a corner off the pendant, and it wasn't until later that she uncovered the hidden truth. Bringing herself back to the present, she held out the pendant and said, "When the magic tower captured me, they stripped me of all my weapons. But they didn't take my rosary. Since the rosary isn't something I carry with me at all times, even I didn't realize it right away." At that, Corin asked, "So, this thing was absorbing your holy power?" Estelle rubbed her chin, replying thoughtfully, "Exactly. But if you think about it, it's incredibly bizarre. Why would a power bestowed by God be blocked by a divine item?" A sudden realization struck her, and she spoke up hesitantly. What if holy power actually has absolutely nothing to do with devout faith in God? As Corin listened intently, Estelle continued her analysis. "The proof is that earlier I spoke complete blasphemy, yet I didn't lose even a single drop of holy power." Her words triggered a memory for Corin, recalling the time he had carried the rosary himself. "Wait," he thought, "I kept that rosary close to me too. My own magic, and the divine power of Suncleum Solace being drained away. This thing was the root cause of it all." Suddenly, Estelle asked, her voice tight with tension, "Corin, you already knew, didn't you?" Memories of the two of them standing in that cave flooded back to her. Back then, he had asked her, "Have you really never once doubted the existence of God?" Back in the present, Estelle frowned, pushing further. "The true nature of this world." An image of Estelle appeared on screen, accompanied by a few lines of analysis. In the original game, Estelle only appeared as a supporting NPC for the player, not an actual party member, so she could never get deeply involved in the main scenario. Because of that, Estelle never realized until the very end that there was a traitor hiding within the Holy Order. Next, a shattered game screen was shown. Because of this limitation, the crime of carrying that corrupted rosary was never exposed, leaving it as a massive plot hole in the eyes of the players. The video then showed the silhouettes of Miriam and Estelle standing side by side. But from the exact moment Estelle returned to Merkava Academy, anyone could have predicted that a day like this would eventually come. At that moment, Corin stepped outside and said, "Please, follow me." The place the two of them arrived at was the treasure island of men. Witnessing the scenery before them, Estelle gasped in disbelief. "How is this possible? No way!" Seeing the deities hovering in the sky, she uttered, "These people are the gods of this world." "The Danen?" Suddenly, Estelle collapsed to her knees, her face pale with panic and despair. "It can't be true!" she cried out. Standing behind her, witnessing this, Corin remained in stunned silence. Memories from her childhood, standing alongside her father and mother, flooded her mind. "I have never seen holy power this strong, truly an extraordinary talent. Ever since I was born, this world belonged to me." A servant had called out, "Holy Maiden, please bestow your blessing upon me too." Before she could even voice her desires, people were already offering everything to her. A soldier once vowed respectfully, "No matter where you go, I will lay down my life to protect you." Back then, the young girls deeply admired her, whispering, "It's the Holy Maiden! If only she would say a single word to me." They were utterly captivated by everything about her. Whenever Estelle appeared, all eyes were drawn to her. Whether her power gave birth to their faith or their faith gave birth to her power, no one truly knew. Back then, Estelle radiated a dazzling beauty that illuminated the space around her. She had declared, "But there is one thing I believe without a doubt. I was clearly chosen by the Lord." The scene shifts to a sunset at the second holy site, the Zon Grand Cathedral. Estelle stepped inside, her voice ringing out, "Greetings, Pope Sakari." Sakari asked softly, "Holy Maiden, what brings you here to see me?" She fell silent for a moment before speaking up. Estelle asked, "Your Holiness, do you believe in God?" Met with that question, he could only remain silent. Then, bowing slightly, Sakari answered, "Of course, Holy Maiden. The Lord continues to protect us even in this very moment. Is the holy power we possess not proof enough?" Hearing this, a faint smile crossed her lips. Estelle held out her rosary and asked, "You know what this is, don't you?" Because even within the Holy Order, only high-ranking clergy are permitted to handle this item. Someone swapped this out for my rosary. At this, her expression turned dead serious as she cursed, "What an absolute bastard!" Estelle pressed on, "What do you think?" At her question, a cryptic smile formed on Sakari's face, while she firmly called his name Pope Sakari. Suddenly, Sakari slumped down and spoke in a low, dark tone, "So you've finally figured out the truth. But it changes absolutely nothing." Visions of the past flashed through Sakari's mind. He confessed, "The reason we can wield holy power isn't because of something as trivial as faith. It's because we inherited the bloodline of the ancient Danan gods and the giants." A murderous glint suddenly flashed in Sakari's eyes. He laughed like a madman, exclaiming, "The Holy Maiden will find out soon enough anyway. The true gods we must serve are the Danan, and among them is the great Balthazar. What's the point of the new order or the old order? Soon, this world will belong solely to us, the ones who wield holy power." Sakari continued his unhinged rambling. "When heaven descends, the world of the Danan will be reborn." Hearing this, Estelle gasped. "What?" He continued to scream as she stood there in shock. "That's right! We were chosen by the gods!" Sakari snapped his fingers and spoke up. Yet, with so many members of the Magic Tower and the Old Order suddenly appearing around them, he sighed in annoyance. They just had to ruin everything. Sakari grabbed her arm tightly, speaking with brazen arrogance. "Holy Maiden, your blood alone can resurrect the giants and bring us one step closer to heaven's descent. Why would you refuse to do it? So, you're all cut from the same cloth." Standing before the goddess statue, Estelle said with absolute disgust, "My lifelong faith has crumbled to dust. The verses of scripture I read, the divine beings I worshipped, it was all a lie." She swatted Sakari's hand away and furiously shouted, "You have no right to be the Pope, and Balthazar has no right to be a god." Hearing her words, the religious fanatics flew into a rage and screamed, "What did you say? How dare you insult the great Balthazar? You think your title as Holy Maiden will save you?" With that, they aggressively charged straight at Estelle. Faced with this chaos, she didn't flinch for a second. On the other side, Sakari gritted his teeth in fury, veins bulging on his face. At that moment, Dita bestowed items upon Estelle and spoke calmly. "That's right, Estelle. You are my descendant, no matter how many generations apart. Since you carry my bloodline, you can wield this." She lifted the spiked mace and declared with ringing conviction, "To me, there is a duty far more important than faith." A majestic image of Corin flashed in her mind. Estelle continued, "Along with the power I possess comes the duty to guide and save as many people as possible." Gripping the mace tightly, she charged forward with immense force, shouting, "The god I believe in—" What Estelle was holding was the staff of Dia. This was the legendary weapon used by Dida, the Danan of the Earth, when defeating the magic tower of the Bosa giant clan. She swung straight ahead, sending the fanatics flying back, and cried out, "I will decide my own path!" And so, a bloody massacre unfolded right inside the cathedral. That was the moment a religious reformation violently erupted within the Zon New Order. But the Holy Maiden wasn't the only one carving out her own destiny. The scene shifts to Miriam. Suddenly, she let out a sharp gasp as if jolting awake from a deep trance. Seeing this, Tess Balthazar calmly asked, "Have you foreseen the future?" Miriam covered her mouth, giggling cryptically, before bursting into manic laughter. "Oh, absolutely." Miriam stepped forward, her voice ringing out, "Yes, in the end, destiny will grant my deepest wish." Gazing up at the blood-red moon, she murmured, "My hero, my prince." Standing beneath the eerie crimson glow, Miriam muttered endlessly, "My destiny, all mine." With an expression of pure, twisted satisfaction, she softly called out, "Corin Locke." An intimate, ambiguous vision of Miriam and Corin appeared. He said, "The reason I had to marry Miriam is because I fell under her intoxicating spell." In that moment, Corin had held her in a blissful embrace, surprisingly overjoyed. But then a chilling scene flashed, Miriam sitting atop a massive pile of stacked corpses. In the original storyline, Miriam was destined to cause a tragic massacre of demonic beings, only to meet a gruesome end at the hands of the Celestials. The scene then transitions to a crisp, clear morning. Birds chirp cheerfully on the branches. A thought began to stir in Corin's mind. But what if I stay by Miriam's side and take care of her? Following that, the warm vision of a happy family with Miriam blossomed in Corin's imagination. I thought that if I could just make her happy, so she wouldn't be consumed by revenge or those dark desires anymore, I could save Miriam from dying as a villain like in the original story. Shu's angry face flashed in his mind again, cursing, "Damn it!" But that was a massive misunderstanding. The scene of the conversation between Shu and Miriam replayed. I don't know what the hell happened, but Miriam was swallowed by hatred and went completely insane once again. She hadn't changed at all. On the blood-soaked battlefield, corpses lay scattered everywhere. Corin and Shu stood frozen in shock. The massacre of the demi-humans had still happened. Right then, Shu let out a broken laugh and asked, "Brother, is it all over now?" Corin looked around blankly, wondering to himself, Where did it all go wrong? Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed out, "Help me!" Hearing that, he asked, "Who's calling for help?" Straight ahead, Chi-Chi was running for her life, desperately trying to escape a massive beast. Corin shouted, "There's a survivor!" But right behind her, the beast's gaping maw snapped open, ready to swallow the little girl whole. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Kid, run over here, hurry!" Chi-Chi reached out her hand, crying out in relief, "I'm saved!" But her words were cut short. Before her hand could even grasp Corin's, a gruesome spray of blood exploded into the air. Streaks of warm blood splattered across his face as he stood there in absolute horror. The beast had swallowed Chi-Chi alive. Witnessing this nightmare, Corin completely broke down, muttering in disbelief. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Without another word, he charged forward, as fast as the wind. Radiating pure murderous intent, Corin roared in fury. "Why did you have to go this far?" In a split second, he violently thrust his spear straight into the beast's mouth. But right at that moment, Miriam's eyes widened in absolute terror. Inside the beast's mouth was Miriam, with his spear pierced right through her stomach. Corin let out an agonizing scream. "Miriam!" Even with blood pouring from her mouth, she didn't look like she was in pain at all, simply calling out Corin's name. Corin pulled Miriam into his arms, choking back sobs as he cried, "Miriam, why did it have to end like this?" She gave a faint, tragic smile and whispered, "It's already too late." Miriam weakly poured her heart out. "I'm so sorry. I love you. You are the one I cherish the most. My true destiny." And just like that, it felt as though this tragedy was repeating all over again. The scene shifted to the underground city of Danis. Kuss, the elder of the wolf tribe, sat heavily in his chair and spoke in a grim tone. "It seems the demons have already gathered." McDojak looked around the room and reported, "Several of our people have gone missing." His brother added in a dark, heavy voice, "They were caught by that damn snake and eaten alive." Hearing this, Kuss softly replied, "Is that so? The oppression of the demi-humans by that cult is getting more brutal by the day." At his words, the others began shouting in outrage. "That cursed snake chopped off my arm. At this rate, even our last hideout will be discovered. Elder, please, we need to find a way to deal with this, quickly." Kuss thought to himself in despair. "We've been pushed all the way to the borderlines. This is the only place we have left to hide. Right now, the Danas region is our only safe haven." Gripping the armrest of his chair tightly, he muttered bitterly, "Are we really just sitting here waiting to die?" Then, raising his voice, Kuss asked, "Adina, what are the movements of the snake? I heard it successfully infiltrated the port city. Is that true?" Adina hesitated before answering. "Well, actually..." Taking off her hood, she reported the shocking news. "It was exposed and captured, sir." Kuss gasped in utter disbelief. "What did you just say?" Recalling her conversation with Corin's group, Adina continued, "The Corin Guardians, They contacted me and told me everything. I have no idea how they found out, but they even knew that I was a demi-human. Yet, they didn't discriminate against me at all. She remembered John telling her, "Therefore, Miss Adina, we just need you to pass our message on to your patriarch." Mary had also chimed in, "We will tell you everything we know shortly." Hearing this, the elder narrowed his eyes. "The Corin Guardians! That name, I've definitely heard it before." A wave of suspicion hit Cuss as he recalled the rumors of Corin saving Estelle. "Wait, aren't they the ones who rescued Saintess Estelle?" One of the tribe members asked in surprise. "You mean Corin Locke, the leader of the Guardians? The guy who defeated the rebel mage at the Holy Temple?" Another member panicked, their voice shaking. "We're completely doomed. That guy is the national hero of this entire kingdom. Is he planning to use this chance to wipe us all out?" Adina quickly shook her head and replied, "No, that's not it at all. He actually offered us a new proposal." "A proposal?" the elder exclaimed. She nodded solemnly and continued, "Corin Locke, that man—" In the dead silence of the room, Adina dropped the bombshell. "He said he would take care of that snake for us." Someone immediately asked in disbelief, "Wait, he's going to kill that terrifying snake?" Another chimed in, completely skeptical. "Hey, are you sure he's telling the truth?" Cuss scoffed dismissively. "That is pure fantasy. How could his little group possibly pull something like that off?" He stood up, his tone filled with heavy suspicion. "Besides, why should we blindly trust the words of a human? Corin Locke is nothing but a mere human, after all." Banging his fist, he roared, "The New Order is exactly the same. Him pretending to protect us is just a pathetic show for the public. In the end, didn't they just stand by and watch as that cult slaughtered our people?" The werewolves riled up, shouting in agreement, "He's right. Humans are all the same. They're nothing but empty talk." But right then, a desperate voice shouted out, "No, that's not true at all." Seeing them step forward, Adina gasped, recognizing Ren and John. "Wait, did you two follow me all the way here?" Cuss stepped forward, aggressively questioning them. "Are you two from the Golden Wolf tribe? I thought your entire bloodline went extinct." Hearing his harsh words, Ren smiled bitterly and replied, "Well, we almost shared that exact same fate." Recalling the dark days of their imprisonment and the blinding light of Corin's rescue, she spoke up fiercely. "We were practically dead, meant to be nothing but lab rats for the Empire, but Lord Corin saved us, and now we're even attending Merkava Academy thanks to Saintess Estelle's grace." Ren looked the elder dead in the eye, affirming, "I swear to you, if it weren't for the two of them—" John chimed in, saying that without him, they wouldn't even be here today. Watching Cuss's expression, they bowed their heads and spoke with deep respect. "Elder, we have infiltrated the kingdom and are currently posing as officials," Adina stated firmly. "From what I can see, their plan is actually feasible. Stateless demi-humans like us, with no land to farm, forced to wander from day to day. This is our golden chance to finally be recognized as true citizens of the kingdom." Hearing those words, he fell into a deep, heavy silence. Suddenly, Cuss raised his hand high and roared, "I do not trust humans!" But then, he gently placed his hand on Adina's head, his voice softening as he hesitated. Slowly, Cuss finally spoke, "But I suppose I can try putting my faith in you." Hearing this, Adina's face lit up with a deeply moved, emotional smile. Sometime later, the break came to an end. Merkaba Academy was now holding its grand closing ceremony. Meanwhile, inside a quiet room, Corin hauled out a mysterious bag. He had business to take care of elsewhere. Corin lifted the bag and set it down on the table. His mind flashed back to the moment he tasted the precious elixir, the one he had secured from the Forbidden Forest after sneaking into the Steel Archipelago. Out of all his loot, even if he searched the world over, absolutely nothing could compare to this. Staring at the glowing artifact in front of them, Marie asked, "Corin, are you really going to eat that? Shouldn't you keep it as a family heirloom?" In response, Corin pulled out a glowing ginseng root. This was the Goryeo Mountain ginseng, an impossibly rare herb that had grown by absorbing the energy of the dragon veins for tens of thousands of years. If brewed into a potion, it would massively expand one's mana. If eaten raw, it would permanently amplify one's aura. This was a 10,000-year-old mountain ginseng, a treasure so priceless that even the gods coveted it. A moment later, Corin dropped it into a boiling pot of herbs and declared, "But I'm going to brew it and drink it right now." With Goryeo Mountain ginseng, The amount of medicinal energy you can absorb varies like heaven and earth depending on how it's brewed. Because of that, he needed the absolute best expert on the subject to handle it. And that person was none other than Des, the former elder Andrion. He was currently pushing through his exhaustion, sitting diligently by the furnace. Meanwhile, Marie was cheering him on nonstop. "You can do it, Des! Keep it up!" Buzzing with excitement, Corin thought to himself, "My precious elixir, the one I've worked so hard to cultivate." And finally, after some time, the brewing process was complete. Corin brought the bowl to his lips, gulping it down in heavy swigs. The moment he finished, raw energy surged through his veins, and he let out a satisfied gasp. Incredible! A system window suddenly popped up. Perfect absorption of Goryeo Mountain Ginseng. Mana increased by 37,564. Mana tier upgraded from maximum intermediate to advanced. Total mana has finally surpassed the 50,000 mark. Corin equipped 2 more items, thinking to himself, of course, this still doesn't even compare to monsters like Pihu Ober or Hates Bantaz. But I still have my divine precepts to boost my power. The system displayed his skills. Precept, I will save the world. If a battle directly involves saving the world, all stats are increased by 200%. Plus, the set effect of the Holy Light Sanctuary increases mana by 200%, amplifying it 4 times over, which gives me a staggering 200,000 mana. Looking at his newly equipped arm, he was filled with fierce determination. Now I finally have enough mana to easily control the power of the sun. The time to use it is drawing near. The memory of a fragile Mirwam resting in his arms flashed through his mind. He gritted his teeth, thinking, both in real history and in the first time loop, right when I thought I had controlled every single variable. Mirwam still caused that massacre. It's like some twisted, inescapable fate. Then the arrogant, smirking face of Tess Bantaz flashed before his eyes. And the only one who actually benefits from this sick, twisted destiny is him. Tess Bantaz. Corin's mind raced as he continued to analyze the situation. He wants the New Order and the Old Order, humans and demi-humans, to turn on each other and tear themselves apart. He's just waiting for anyone who stands in the way of heaven's descent to wipe themselves out. The vision of a chained heart appeared in his mind as the system chimed loudly. Precept, I will save the world. Precept, I will never turn a blind eye to the suffering of the innocent. If he broke this sacred vow, the only thing waiting for him was death. If I want to survive this, there is only one path forward, Corin told himself with absolute certainty. I have to crush the bastard trying to destroy the world, and I have to save those innocent demi-humans from their tragic fate. And now, I'm fully prepared for the war ahead. He remembered kneeling before the Wen King, who had proclaimed, I grant you absolute immunity, a pardon that can erase any sin, but it may only be used once. To which Corin had simply replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. Earning absolute immunity was a massive trump card. Staring down at the empty brewing pot, a confident smirk crossed his face. Even if I'd rather avoid this war, I am completely locked and loaded for whatever comes next. Outside, Ren and the other werewolves were laughing and chatting happily together. Watching them, Corin made a mental note. Until the time comes, I need to avoid Mirwam at all costs. If she finds out I've been pulling the strings behind the scenes, my entire plan will go up in smoke. Suddenly, the gruesome imagery of a blood-soaked battlefield flashed before his eyes once again. In the previous time loop, Mirwam had triggered a horrific massacre of the Demonkin, and he had been completely powerless to stop it. Corin clenched his fists, promising himself, but this time, I will never let that happen. I absolutely refuse to make the same mistake twice. Meanwhile, back inside the office, Josephine held up a piece of paper and announced, Student Mirsham has officially submitted a request to me, asking for a personal mentor. As you already know, she was granted this special privilege in exchange for a massive financial donation to the Academy. It's a unique system that allows her to request after-school sessions with any professor or student of her choosing. Corin blinked in surprise. Wait, so Princess Mirwam wants to meet with me every single day after class? Josephine nodded. Yes, that is pretty much the gist of it. Corin rubbed his chin, his mind spinning. Just what kind of scheme is she pulling here? His thoughts drifted back to the palace, remembering how Mirwam had pleaded, the Magic Tower is hunting down the wolf tribe. Please, I beg you to spare him. She was like that back then, and she's still doing it now, he thought bitterly. As Korin continued to second-guess the situation, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Is she trying to keep me close, just so she can keep an eye on me? Noticing his hesitation, Josephine offered, If you aren't comfortable with this, I can easily reject the request for you. Korin took a breath and softly replied, No, it's fine. Taking the envelope from her hand, Korin stated firmly, I will do it. I'll be her mentor. At the MK3 Academy, the traditional mentoring system meant that a student would receive one-on-one guidance from a senior with vast knowledge and combat experience. If the junior student's skills improved, the mentor receives heavily boosted bonus points. But on the flip side, if they fail to progress, the mentor's own grades could suffer a massive penalty. Elsewhere, Jer slung his arms over the shoulders of two younger boys, asking with an overly excited grin, Hey, do you guys want to be my mentees? Because of this system, whenever a new semester kicked off, upperclassmen were always desperately hunting for underclassmen to mentor. However, since the juniors were already drowning in daily assignments and didn't get any special perks out of it, it was incredibly rare for one to actually request a mentor themselves. But every once in a blue moon, you'd get a junior who desperately wanted an excuse to spend more time with their favorite upperclassmen, leading them to formally apply. Of course, to Korin, this entire situation felt like no big deal. Smiling faintly as he looked down at the pile of request documents in his hand, he muttered, She probably just wants to follow in her senior's footsteps and find a way to get stronger. But for Korin Locke, this particular mentorship request was a major exception. Why? Because the junior standing before him was none other than the saintess of the old order, Second Princess Miriam Hadassah Alat. Meanwhile, she instantly put on a haughty expression, coldly holding her teacup. Come in, my mentor, Sir Korin. Hearing this, Korin calmly placed a letter on the table and spoke softly. I apologize. He then stared right at Miriam and added, Please find yourself another mentor. Her confident facade faltered, utterly in shock. I didn't expect you to agree immediately, but being rejected this quickly, that I didn't see coming. Korin didn't hesitate to admit it, looking incredibly smug. My schedule is packed. I've got missions to run with my party, and with autumn right around the corner, I have to prep for the festival, not to mention the upcoming Guardian rank evaluations. At his words, Miriam glared, her brows knitting together in sheer frustration. Korin Locke thought about his own power, while she desperately wanted to hold on to him. He is my destiny. I don't know the exact method or process, but the future shown by the Destiny Stone has Korin Locke in it. In her vision, Miriam collapsed, reaching out to touch Korin's face, embracing him while in tears. Dark blood spilled from her mouth, lingering on her lips as her eyes darted to the side. That is the future where my deepest wish is fulfilled. Miriam gazed further into the distance, towards the a massive, raging fire that was completely wiping out the demonic alliance. My lifelong desire is to finally get my revenge. Snapping back to reality, Miriam gripped the wooden armrest of her chair tightly. She was furious at her current situation, unable to even pinpoint the location of the demons she needed to rely on. At the same time, Korin placed a hand over his left chest and gave a polite bow. Well then, I'll take my leave. Watching him, Miriam continued to scheme. It has to be this man. Her left hand gently stroked her platinum snake as she started calculating her next move. I will make you come to me on your own soon enough. She watched Korin's fading silhouette, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Whatever you desire, I will compensate you fully. Scene change. Korin took a leisurely stroll down a quiet street beneath the clear blue sky. Meanwhile, Snick the Snake slithered on his shoulder, deep in thought. If this is a new Guardian Guild, a 5-story building isn't bad. Its glowing red eyes widened in absolute shock. It wondered to itself, to run a guild, he'll definitely need money. Should I offer him some gold? Suddenly, the door swung open, and Korin cheerfully called out, Morning, Digu. It's your house too, you know. Stop slacking off and help clean up a bit. Seeing this, Snick couldn't hide its disbelief. A demonic hound? And this mansion is just a doghouse? Its face contorted in panic, sweating bullets, jaw dropping to the floor. Wait, maybe having too much land isn't always a good thing? It couldn't believe its own limited knowledge, questioning reality. Is this the actual scale of Korin's guild? As for Korin, he stood proudly with his hands on his hips. Man, When am I ever going to finish inspecting this whole place? Just then, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Marie rushed over, beaming with excitement. You're here! Hey, Corin, what if we built an entire airport so multiple Haresbilly airships could come and go at the same time? Corin was utterly dumbfounded, sweating profusely. Senior, I already told you what we have is perfectly fine. Snick, still perched on his shoulder, raised its head and stammered internally. Yeah, he definitely doesn't need my gold. It glanced around nervously, turning its head left and right. He wants to expand the guild? Then he needs to increase his military force. Just then, Corin called out in confusion. Elisa, what are you doing? Hearing him, the girl holding a sword turned around in a panic. My sister just told me to take my time and practice. Elisa's face flushed beet red as she squeezed her eyes shut in embarrassment. But, Corin, don't look. I'm completely covered in sweat right now. Snick kept observing the chaotic scene. Right. Looks like he's not lacking in military force either. It watched Corin change his shirt. Well, the people downstairs are just tenants anyway. There's something way more important than business, right? Snick stared at a pair of adorable bunny slippers slowly walking in, deep in thought. I know this is your busiest time, so I can't be by your side every single night. Seeing Warren blushing furiously, hugging a pillow, and acting totally spoiled, Corin couldn't help but speak up. Hey, you sleeping over again today? Hearing that, Warren immediately grabbed his hand, asking with deep concern, Have you been taking your medicine regularly? Corin couldn't help but gently urge her, Just hold my hand. Instantly, Warren relaxed, feeling completely at ease. So warm. It feels so nice. Corin, I'm getting sleepy now. The moment she said that, Corin quickly ushered her along. Then let's get you to bed. And of course, Snick witnessed this entire exchange. Its expression was purely traumatized, sweating non-stop. Meanwhile, back with Miroam. Unable to contain her absolute fury, she clutched her head tightly. Gritting her teeth with bloodshot eyes, she covered one eye and growled. What an absolute mess this is. Cut back to the massive, Reincarnate, breathtakingly white castle, where an annoyed Miroam spoke up. Fine, Sir Corin. She crossed her arms over her chest, glaring sharply at the man in front of her. To be completely honest, I have no idea what you want, so I'll just ask you straight. Miroam stood tall, staring daggers at Corin's back. What is it that you want? What do I have to pay for you to accept being my mentor? Name your price. I'll do anything. Instantly, Corin's expression darkened as he replied. Are you sure? You'll agree to absolutely anything? Seeing his shift in tone, Miroam gave a cold grunt of agreement, her face looking incredibly grim. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as I can get my revenge. Suddenly, Corin dropped his voice to the low, quiet whisper. All right then. He abruptly spun around, leaning in dangerously close to Miroam to whisper his terms. After a tense moment, she locked eyes with him and asked coldly, Is that all? Hearing this, Corin didn't hesitate to extend his hand, a relaxed smile spreading across his face. Yep, but fair warning, my mentoring isn't going to be easy. Corin mocked her, raising his voice with a sarcastic edge. If you don't want to do it, then forget it, which prompted Miroam to quickly shoot back. No, I'll do it. In another scene, she was panting heavily without a single break. Miroam gritted her teeth, complaining as she frantically performed chest compressions on a training dummy. This is exhausting, sir. What is even the point of learning all this? It's so dull and boring. It's been 2 hours already, and all we've done is first aid. Hearing this, the instructor, who had been standing tall and watching her the whole time, coldly pointed at the sky and declared, Of course it's hard. Saving a life is much harder than taking one. His tone was dead serious, and the only acceptable response was, Understood, sir. But the moment he finished speaking, Miroam couldn't hold back and snapped right back at him. Are you out of your mind? After some time had passed, the instructor finally decided to let her off the hook. That concludes our lesson for today. Now, it is Her Highness's turn to give a clear answer. Hearing this, a drenched Miroam immediately scowled in pure annoyance. Was that really sincere? Slowly but surely, she recalled the words Corin had told her before. Every time a mentoring session ends, please show me a genuine smile, Your Highness. That is all I ask. Back in the present, he stood right in front of Miroam and challenged her. Don't tell me you're backing out now after coming all this way. This made her hesitate for a second. Even if you tell me to smile out of nowhere. Suddenly, Miroam forced a stiff, lifeless smirk, her eyes completely dead. "Is this good enough?" she asked, prompting Korin to immediately drop his critique. "Zero sincerity. The corners of your mouth look completely forced, and you need to squint your eyes a little more." He then burst into a loud, refreshing laugh before calmly turning on his heel and walking away, waving casually over his shoulder. "All right, we're officially done for today. I'll see you tomorrow at the performance." Hearing that, Miriam scowled, furrowing her brows in sheer annoyance. Seriously, what on earth is he plotting? The very next day, the instructor spoke up as he unrolled an elastic bandage. "Listen up, recruit. Today's training was on applying splints, which made Miriam shoot him a deeply reluctant glare of defeat. Are you treating the patient like a joke?" At that exact moment, Korin, acting as her instructor, immediately caught her annoyed expression. It looked as though she was desperately forcing herself to smile a bit more naturally. "I told you to try and put some actual sincerity into it." Then the next day came, and the day after that. Korin sat beside Miriam, crouching behind a low bush as he guided her. Concealment and taking cover are the absolute basics of tactical warfare. Got it? He then immediately zeroed in on her attitude. "Why is one side of your mouth twitching up so high? Is your face crooked or something? Try flexing the other side to match it." A while later, Korin looked at her painfully awkward, forced smile and announced, "Okay, that's a wrap for today." "Well, it's not like I expected you to get the smile right on the first try anyway." Hearing that, Miriam couldn't contain her boiling frustration and stormed off without looking back. "Why the hell am I even doing all this?" she fumed. Meanwhile, Korin remained as calm as a still lake. "See you tomorrow then." Just like that, time slipped away in the blink of an eye and everything was unfolding exactly according to plan. Meanwhile, inside Korin's office, voices filled with astonishment rang out. "Boss!" Korin, sitting right in the middle, spoke up with a cheerful tone. "Sorry about this. I suddenly have an urgent matter this afternoon, so I have to dump all this work on you guys." Sitting across from him, Edna quickly replied, "It's totally fine, boss. If anything, we're actually happy to be trusted with the work." Sitting off to the side, Ren quickly chimed in, "She's right. Miss Edna has been personally guiding us, and she's been incredibly helpful." Hearing that, Edna gently placed a hand over her heart. "Are you the famous Sir Korin? This is my very first time meeting you in person. My name is Edna Iritan." Edna Iritan, a Beastman NPC and black market ticket scalper who had become an undercover kingdom spy to monitor Miriam's movements in the demonic territory. However, back in the kingdom, she hid her true identity and seamlessly blended in as a civil servant. Her cover was a government official in charge of drafting kingdom policies. She desperately wanted to propose laws to protect Beastmen, but ironically, she had to struggle just to hide her own Beastman traits. Meanwhile, the stateless, wandering demonkins were left completely exposed to all kinds of brutal discrimination and oppression. The two Gen siblings, shivering in tattered clothes, huddled together for comfort. Surrounded on all sides by a pack of savage wild beasts, they pressed their backs tightly against one another. Snapping back to the present, Korin quickly handed a thick stack of papers to the woman in front of him. "Miss Edna, please take this." The gesture caught her completely off guard. "What is this?" she asked. Korin softly smiled and explained what they were. "These are the signatures of everyone who cares and is willing to stand up for the demonkins." Isbel, adjusting her glasses with a deeply serious expression, had told him, "I'll sign it too. If it's to help the demonkins, I am more than willing." Meanwhile, Jerriman had stared nervously at the petition before saying, "Demonkins aren't all bad people. There are plenty of kind-hearted ones out there too." Then came Jer's group, who were totally hyped up. "We're tossing our votes in too. You've got this. Keep fighting." Finally, two girls, one standing and the other sitting, spoke up to represent the official stance of the MKAB Academy. The petition requested that, to ensure students could study in absolute peace, the magical barrier of the demonic territory be reinforced even further. A strange glowing sigil appeared on the floor. Korin immediately shifted to a serious tone. "As long as they don't have the exact coordinates, it's completely invisible to the naked eye. So please, don't worry." Overcome with emotion, Edna tearfully clutched the stack of petitions to her chest. Thank you all so much," she wept. With that, everything was proceeding incredibly smoothly. The military force that Miriam had mobilized to carry out the massacre was the Royal Kingdom's army. Framing the demonkins for treason and ruthlessly slaughtering them, That was a horrific tragedy that could only happen if one completely disregarded the consequences. However, if the demonkins were recognized as official citizens, mobilizing the royal army to slaughter their own people would become politically impossible. Until the bill was officially passed, their only job was to stall Miriam and keep her from ever finding the exact location of the demonic territory. Fast forward to the very next day. Corin slowly lowered his gaze, a hint of genuine surprise washing over his face. He stared at the empty stone bench, instinctively calling out Miriam's name. Meanwhile, over at the ancient Jerusalem Cathedral, with its towering, imposing crosses, the gears of fate just kept on turning, refusing to stop for anyone. Miriam narrowed her eyes, her expression turning ice cold. "So, this is where you've been hiding." On the map, Snick was curled up in a corner. She spat out a curse without hesitation. "Filthy animals." A wicked smirk crept onto her lips. "In the end, I am the one who will rewrite destiny." Miriam's face was full of dark calculations, her jaw clenched tight. "I finally found it," she muttered, her tone dripping with mockery. One day before the Satanist was kidnapped, a plot orchestrated by the Magic Tower, the manager checked in over the phone. "Lady Saintess, how are the preparations for escorting the sinners coming along?" Meanwhile, Estelle walked with confident, arrogant strides as she replied, "Everything is going perfectly. I will personally escort them alongside the Holy Knights." An entire group of Class A heretic sinners had just been completely wiped out and captured here. Hearing this, the manager stroked his chin and cursed, "What a bunch of filthy scum. We absolutely must drag them back to face punishment at the nearest Holy Land." Estelle calmly explained the situation. "Due to the massive number of prisoners, we have no choice but to travel by foot. It is going to take quite a bit of time." Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she noticed something nearby. Standing right in front of Estelle was a figure draped in a deep crimson cloak. Seeing this, she couldn't help but call out, "Miriam?" Deep in the forest, Estelle was completely baffled. She walked up to her and asked, "What brings you all the way out here?" "Miriam?" Judging by the other woman's expression, Estelle immediately knew something was off. "Looking at the state of you, you're definitely not here for a friendly catch-up." Hearing this, Miriam furrowed her brows and cut straight to the chase. How much for that information? As soon as the words left her mouth, Estelle lowered her gaze, falling into a dead silence. Miriam spoke up again, her voice completely devoid of life as she leaned heavily on her staff. "I already know everything, from the Demon Alliance to the existence of the Demon Lord, Mawan, right down to the fact that your Order of Jun is deliberately hiding his location." She took a step closer to Estelle and whispered, "What will it take for you to open your mouth? I am willing to meet any of your demands." Miriam continued her tempting offers, and the woman beside her seemed on the verge of breaking. "If you want, we can even go back to being close friends, just like when we were kids." After a brief pause, Estelle quickly averted her gaze, cold sweat pouring down her face. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about." At those words, pure rage washed over Miriam's face. Her grip on her staff tightened so hard that her hands began to shake uncontrollably. Without another word, Miriam turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Estelle behind. "You are going to regret this. I'll make you pay a heavy price for your stubbornness." Seeing her walk away, Estelle couldn't hide her desperation. She clasped her hands tightly over her chest and called out, "Along the escort route lies the tomb of the late Empress. If it's not too much trouble, I would like to stop there and offer a prayer for her." But Miriam coldly shot her down. "I have no need for your god." The scene shifts to Miriam alone, a dark, mocking smirk plastered on her face. "Estelle, you stupid, two-faced bitch!" Miriam lowered her gaze, staring intently at the map in front of her. The Demon Lord, Mawan, the one I've spent so much blood and sweat searching for, was hiding right in the heart of the Order of John's Holy Land all along. Her bloodshot eyes glowed fiercely in the pitch-black darkness. She gritted her teeth in pure fury. "If you're going to go through the trouble of covering it up, you should have hidden him better. You disgusting bastards." Then Miriam slowly turned her head and spoke. "I owe you my thanks. Lord Grey, thank you for leaving the New Order to join forces with us. I am truly grateful. It's all thanks to you that Mawan's location has finally been exposed." As soon as she finished speaking, the man covered his mouth and let out a booming laugh. "The real traitor of the New Order is none other than Estelle." He didn't hesitate to voice his suspicions. "I have no idea how she sniffed it out, but that woman figured out that the forces of Tespantazat were hiding within the New Order. Gray's tone grew serious as he continued. She even stirred up a storm with her declarations of religious reform, getting countless priests thrown into prison and placing the Pope himself under house arrest. He stared at Miriam's back, letting out a dry chuckle as he intertwined his fingers. It's a good thing I was away at the time, or I wouldn't have escaped with my life. So, this time, if you decide to burn the New Order's holy land to the ground. Suddenly, Miriam cut him off. It's not the New Order, it's the Order of John. Hearing this, Gray could only force an awkward smile, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. New or old order, does it really make a difference? He replied. We're all fighting on the same side here. Before he could say another word, Miriam turned her head, looking at him with a heavy sigh. I originally planned to hand the position of Pope over to you once we wiped out the giants. She stared blankly at Gray, who was blinking in confusion, and let out a dramatic gasp. What a damn shame. At that exact moment, countless massive fireballs materialized right in front of his eyes. Before he could react, Roel burst out from the shadows, lunging forward and brutally slicing Gray into pieces. Roel coolly reversed his blood-stained sword and spoke with ice in his voice. Thank you for granting me the honor of passing judgment on these heretics. He then dropped to one knee, looking up with absolute worship as he called out, My Saintess. Right on cue, Ariba and the others stepped out from the darkness, chiming in. The time has finally come for our long-held wish to become reality. Standing sharply at the back of the group, she smirked and made her intentions crystal clear. I can finally settle the Magic Tower's old score with Estelle. The great warrior of Donia quickly added, This old man pledges his eternal loyalty to the royal family. Hearing their declarations, Miriam slowly shifted her gaze toward them. She didn't say a word, simply flashing a sinister smirk. A moment later, leaning heavily on her staff, she stepped out onto the cold, night-swept balcony. Today, as the Saintess of Zeruin and the Princess of this empire, I issue my command. Her black-gloved left hand rested gently on the railing, gazing out over the poorly guarded territory of John. Wipe out every last one of those filthy parasites rotting our kingdom from the inside and plotting treason. Leave absolutely no survivors. Suddenly, Miriam thrust her staff into the air and roared with overwhelming authority, Annihilate them all! Down below in the dead of night, an endless sea of shadows stood in perfect formation, ready to unleash hell. The scene shifts to the Jaw brothers standing desperately in front of a mob of thugs, trying to calm the chaos. Everyone, please, just calm down. John looked completely terrified, his face pale with panic as he pleaded, He's almost here! He's on his way! But the thugs violently roared back, Shut your damn mouth! One of them, his face twisted in rage, brutally threw a punch right into Ren. Word on the street is that Poisonous Snake is already marching his army straight toward us. This hideout is totally compromised. Suddenly, the thug's eyes went wide as a realization hit him. Wait a minute. You two just showed up out of nowhere, and suddenly that snake tracks us down? His body went stiff, and his expression darkened into a menacing glare. Don't tell me. You two are the rats who sold us out. If that's the case, don't even dream of making it out of here alive. Just as those words were spoken, a commanding voice suddenly echoed out, stopping them in their tracks. Sitting upon his high throne, the chieftain's voice was ice cold. We cannot afford to slaughter each other right now. His brows furrowed into a deep, furious scowl. What were my exact orders? He slowly lowered his head, his piercing gaze locking onto a single person. Well, let's hear your excuse. He didn't hesitate to call out the man gripping a massive, razor-sharp weapon. Hearing his name, Corin Locke's voice immediately turned heavy. If I had to sum it all up, Corin gritted his teeth. Sweat pouring down his face, he took the blame. Then this is entirely my fault. He recalled his recent memories with Estelle, because we stayed at the Magic Tower with Estelle much longer than planned. Corin slowly explained the situation so the werewolf chieftain would understand. Estelle ended up identifying Tess Balthazar's lackeys. They were infiltrating the New Order, and because of that, the religious reformation happened way earlier than recorded in history. It seems those filthy rats used the chaos to make their escape. At this point, Corin couldn't help but fall into a heavy silence. A frustrating thought crossed his mind. This damn butterfly effect is such a pain in the ass. Gripping his sharp spear, Corin stood before the Supreme Leader and continued, But this isn't the end. Please, just give me a little more time. Hearing this, the chieftain looked puzzled. More time? Just as he asked, Corin held up a stack of papers detailing the revised residential registration bill. It was an official act recognizing the demon race as citizens of the kingdom. There are only 3 days left until the legislative review, Corin added. This is the legal document we've worked so hard on to legitimize the status of all demons. He didn't hesitate to point out their tactical advantage. Most of Miruam's forces are royal soldiers, and the royal army is strictly forbidden from using force against their own citizens. If we can just hold out until then, we'll have a chance to turn the tables. Thinking of his comrades once again, Corin spoke with absolute sincerity. Everyone is giving it their all. He desperately laid out his case to ensure a good ending, to prevent useless bloodshed, because this was the only way to stop the civil war. Finally, Corin looked the werewolf chieftain dead in the eye, his voice completely serious. Please, don't let all that effort be for nothing. Hearing this, the chieftain shot a razor-sharp glare to the side. Over there, 2 terrified people couldn't hold back their screams. Damn it, just how bad is the situation out there? We have to run. We need to run away, right now. Instantly, a heavy thought welled up in the chieftain's mind. Everyone was trembling in absolute terror. Seeing this, the chieftain wearily closed his eyes. A moment later, he sat before Corin, quietly blaming himself. This is my fault. Once again, I've repeated the exact same mistakes of my past. The werewolf chieftain's mood hit rock bottom, regretting his fatal mistake of putting his trust in humans. He slowly walked past Corin and lowered his head, muttering, If we just stand here and take it, we won't last 3 days. In just a single day, every last demon in Maon will be utterly slaughtered. Corin quickly tried to reassure him, telling him not to beat himself up. After all, fate had already set this course, but the chieftain remained drowning in his own guilt. From the very beginning, this was a battle to the death, a war until one side is completely wiped off the map. Hearing this, Corin went silent for a moment before asking softly, Is that so? Is that your final answer? Seeing him grip his spear and turn toward the stairs, Jen, who was standing behind him, quickly called out his name. Meanwhile, back in the hall, the chieftain sat on his throne and summoned everyone. Every last person. He raised his hand high, stood tall, and roared his command. Stop cowering in the shadows. Step forward, all of you. Hearing their chieftain's words, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in shock. Even the women and children must take to the battlefield. If you have claws, use them. If you have fangs, tear their throats out. Annihilate the enemy. He didn't hesitate to bring up the platinum snake named Snick. I know that damn snake better than anyone. It will not spare a single soul. Not our women, not our children. We have no way out. There's nothing left to protect, and nothing left to leave behind. Suddenly, an explosive surge of power seemed to erupt through the hall. The werewolf chieftain's voice continued to boom. Fight! Show them what true monsters look like! Just like the way they've always despised us! His jaws opened wide, his booming roar drowning out everything else. If we don't kill that snake, every last one of us is going to die anyway. We must survive. His eyes suddenly glowed a bloodthirsty red, and 4 massive fangs glinted in the light. Stop hiding! Charge forward and slaughter them all! Suddenly, an incredibly soft, feminine voice rang out, shattering the tense atmosphere. Lord Chek! A long-eared girl pointed toward the distance, causing a look of absolute shock to wash over his face. Seeing a line of soldiers in pristine white armor standing in strict formation, he immediately realized who they were. The Holy Knights of the New Order? He slowly stepped closer, asking in disbelief, Are you here to fight alongside us? The moment the words left his mouth, countless sharp spears were ruthlessly aimed straight at Chek. At the same time, Estelle, dressed in a pure white gown, slowly stepped forward. I am here to stop you, she declared. Her silhouette radiated absolute pride, her tone laced with sharp defiance. If you want to get to Miriam, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Seeing this, a girl standing behind Chek clasped her hands together in sheer terror. Holy Saintess, why? We can't do that. It was only because of your protection that we managed to hide in peace all this time. As for Chek, he gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Just as I thought, the Sayanus Estelle is still just a human after all. He then stepped up to Estelle, speaking with a heavy, lingering respect. Saintess, we are endlessly grateful to you for giving us this sanctuary. But in the end, it seems you couldn't abandon your own flesh and blood. Ignoring Estelle's grim expression, Czech didn't hesitate to ask her directly. Are you really planning to side with that venomous snake? The very monster directly threatening our lives? Suddenly, her entire demeanor shifted, and a bright, beautiful smile bloomed on her face. Not at all. I just want to keep you all pinned down here for 3 days. Infuriated by the sudden shift, Czech couldn't hold back his rage and roared. This is no time for jokes. Saintess, if we're all pinned down here, who is going to stand against that massive army closing in outside? Despite the panic, Estelle's expression remained perfectly calm. Let us put our faith in the one I trust most. Hearing this, the commander's face scrunched up in deep frustration. Things have gotten this bad, and you still want us to rely on the gods? Suddenly, another voice cut in, making the man's expression even sourer. Not the gods. It was Miriam, flanked by a massive column of soldiers. She raised her fist in the air, signaling her troops to halt. Miriam's eyes were utterly deadpan and deadly serious. Seeing this, Corin stepped forward, his voice ice cold. No matter which path they took, when everything spiraled completely out of control, Corin stepped protectively in front of the group. With a sharp gaze dripping with killing intent, he knew the only option left was to bet his own life. The voice continued, put your faith in him. He will pull this off. Miriam looked visibly thrilled. Sweeping her arrogant gaze over her army, she scoffed. You think you can stand against my grand army? Raising her slender hand, she gave the fatal signal. I will crush every last one of you. On command, her soldiers drew their bows in perfect unison. In a flash, countless arrows rained down from the dark night sky, hurtling straight toward Corin. But before they could hit, a brilliant golden barrier materialized, deflecting the arrows and sending them clattering harmlessly to the ground. Miriam's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A barrier? Meanwhile, Estelle had already begun her fervent prayer. Oh, great and revered Akka, god of the earth! She closed her eyes tightly as a magnificent sphere of pure, breathtaking energy materialized in front of her. Please, grant us the strength to withstand this ironclad legion of enemies. Protect the innocent warriors of the king, and let no one else fall today. The moment the words left her lips, a colossal magic crest erupted, expanding to engulf the entire town. Seeing this, Miriam furrowed her brow, her expression turning deadly serious. She can cast a protective shield over an area this massive? Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Corin kept his eyes fiercely locked on her, his mind racing. He knew the Demon Lord was currently located in the land of Danaan, deep within the Zon sanctuary. A flashback of his earlier conversation with Estelle suddenly flashed through his mind. This underground city was forged by the hands of the earth god Akka at the dawn of creation. A lingering question had been eating away at Corin's mind. What would happen if Estelle, the true inheritor of the Earth's power, channeled the strength of Andre? He recalled the massive, chalice-shaped artifact as the thought continued. Even though the artifact of Andre wasn't meant for offensive attacks, it was the Endless Cauldron, one of the 4 legendary treasures of the Daenon. It was the absolute symbol of the sovereign god Akka, proof of the Earth's divine power and a wellspring of boundless life force. It possessed the terrifying ability to amplify the laws of nature and magic alike. A dark memory from the past suddenly resurfaced. Once, some lunatic had used it to supercharge a summoning spell, causing an endless horde of hellish monsters to spill over into their world. Shaking off the thought, Corin looked back at Estelle, who was still locked in deep, focused prayer. But unlike that madman, she chose to use its immense power as a shield to protect the people. At that thought, a faint, proud smile tugged at the corners of Corin's mouth. This defense wasn't going to break easily, and finding a loophole in it would be an absolute nightmare. Suddenly, a raspy, elderly voice echoed across the battlefield. The ancient war between the Daenon race and the Giants was so devastating, it threatened to rip the entire planet apart. Corin froze. The old mage, Knaten, had appeared out of nowhere, standing before the enemy soldiers. He continued. Because of that sheer destruction, legend says they had to invoke the absolute covenant, the Geas, just to keep each other in check. To use a Daenon artifact fueled by a saintess's holy power to resurrect such ancient magic, truly a miracle. The old man's eyes then narrowed dangerously as he issued a warning. But listen here, brat, Knaten shouted through the glowing barrier. This isn't just some defensive spell. It is an absolute law. State the terms of the covenant right now. Hearing this, Korin couldn't help but let out a cold scoff. A wizard from the magic tower, huh? You know your history, fine. These are the binding terms of Saintess Estelle's Geas. Keeping his tone perfectly steady, Korin explained. AKA's arena. This isn't a one-way shield, it's an ancient binding contract. Both sides set their conditions, and the winner takes absolutely everything. To translate it simply from the ancient tongue, the Absolute Covenant dictates this. Each faction will choose their top 5 warriors to fight in fair one-on-one duels to determine the ultimate victor. Anyone who is defeated or loses the ability to fight must be removed from the arena immediately. The victor will then face the next challenger in line. And finally, here is the price for failure under the Absolute Geas. The losing faction is permanently banished from the Holy Sanctuary. Korin narrowed his eyes, challenging her directly with high-stakes tension. So, what's it going to be? You're not planning to abandon the Demon Lord and run away in disgrace, are you? His taunt was met with nothing but a cruel scoff. Leaning heavily on her cane, Miram immediately fired back with a sneer. You're quite the schemer, Knight Korin, but no matter. That changes absolutely nothing, because the one having the last laugh today will undoubtedly be me. Without a moment of hesitation, she fiercely declared her stance. I accept your terms. Brimming with absolute arrogance, Miram barked out her order. Let the death match begin. The Absolute Covenant was undeniably a terrifyingly powerful spell with almost zero loopholes. However, once the rules were carved in stone, they applied equally and ruthlessly to everyone. And because of that, it didn't mean Korin's side had the upper hand. Realizing the brutal catch, Marie, standing right next to Korin, was utterly furious. Why are we taking a loss like this out of nowhere? The fight hasn't even started yet, and you're just accepting it without putting up a fight. We have no other choice, Korin replied sharply, glancing over at the fiercely praying Saintess. Right now, Estelle is pouring everything she has into maintaining this barrier to protect the demon citizens. Just keeping the Geas active is draining her life force dry. She doesn't have an ounce of strength left to actually step into the arena. He looked back at the glowing ancient runes etched in the air. And being unable to fight counts as an automatic forfeit. Anyone who loses the ability to fight must leave immediately. As soon as he said that, Miram sank back into her throne, practically cackling. So, you're already down to just 4 fighters. How pathetic. Knatten stood beside her, stroking his long white beard as his deep voice rumbled. If they hadn't been willing to pay that steep price from the start, the Geas would never have activated in the first place. Hearing that, Miram immediately announced to the crowd, All right, let the second round begin. The moment the words left his mouth, a massive stone pillar suddenly erupted from the ground, displaying the images of John and Canleton. It looked like these two were opponents for this round. John immediately stepped up, cracking his knuckles with a soft sigh. Meanwhile, Canleton stood opposite him, speaking in a mocking tone. I truly must thank you. For an old man with 1 foot in the grave like me to stumble upon such incredible luck. He gripped his staff, stroking his beard as he continued. Not only do I get to witness mythical ancient magic with my own eyes, but I also get to see a living, breathing member of the Golden Wolf tribe. Suddenly, Canleton's calm demeanor vanished, replaced by a maniacal fit of laughter. What absolute sheer thrill! How long has it been since I last observed such a lively specimen? Hearing this, John flew into a rage, his eyes wide with fury as he snapped back. You're from the Magic Tower, aren't you? Canleton didn't even try to hide it. He slammed his staff onto the floor and replied, Bingo! I am a man who has dedicated his entire life to studying filthy animals like you. He bluntly admitted his grand scheme. His ultimate goal was to mold an entirely new, flawless species. As he spoke, Canleton swung his staff forward. Instantly, a beast resembling a massive water buffalo materialized, spewing a majestic wave of fire. However, the young beastman leader, John, was incredibly agile, leaping back to dodge the attack. Then he shot forward like an arrow straight at Canleton. Watching from the sidelines, Marriott couldn't help but widen her eyes. Sweating profusely, she praised him. What incredible speed! Meanwhile, John bared his razor-sharp fangs, his face twisting into a feral frenzy. He remembered what Korin had taught him as he dive-bombed from the sky straight toward the old mage. Flames engulfed his body, lighting up the entire arena. A single second of hesitation is a second gifted to your enemy. Up in the stands, Korin watched the whole sequence intently. That's a bloody lesson learned from fighting in the underworld. His reflexes aren't bad at all. However, down on the stage, John was suddenly struck by an attack carrying tremendous force. His entire body was instantly launched into the air, crashing violently against the ceiling with a loud thud. Marriott watched the scene unfold. Her expression barely changed, though she looked slightly stunned. He's still too green. The thing you need to deal with first is that chimera. She muttered her combat analysis at a steady pace. That creature might be massive and powerful, but it's sluggish. Someone like you should have taken it down swiftly. At that moment, John's eyes suddenly flared fiercely, his face turning deadly serious. But he didn't seem to figure it out in time, taking yet another brutal hit to his body. In the background, Canlatin just shot him a bored, dismissive glance. Then the buffalo-like beast delivered another devastating blow. Blood ruthlessly sprayed from John's mouth. Opposite him, the buffalo suddenly charged up a massive fireball. Without a second of hesitation, it blasted the scorching flames right at John. A lingering thread of consciousness surged through the boy's mind. Look closely at this monster. Even though it's been torn apart and stitched back together, you must recognize it. Tears were endlessly streaming from the corner of the water buffalo's eyes. It's your own kin. Off to the side, Canlatin maintained his cold composure, his voice dropping low. The golden fur of the golden wolf tribe truly is a premium material. It maximizes physical endurance and magic resistance to the absolute limit. And of course, it possesses a breathtaking beauty. Watching the young man struggle for his life, the old mage kept gloating. In the end, you're all just filthy beasts. That inferior intellect is an incurable flaw. No matter what, it's just an obedient puppet executing my every command. Seeing John getting battered relentlessly, Canlatin sneered, "Getting tortured to this extent and you still don't dare to fight back. Could it be that you actually feel pity for this puppet?" He slightly raised an eyebrow. "Ah, that must be it. You golden wolves have always been far too emotional and prone to compassion." Canlatin truly lived up to the title of Grand Mage. He knew exactly how to exploit his opponent's weakness. "I've analyzed your psychology to the very core. You would never have the heart to strike down your own kind. It's an instinct carved deep into your flesh and blood. It's more terrifying and unbreakable than any law." Then he passionately boasted about the water buffalo's combat prowess. "But my creation is completely different. Just look at those merciless attacks. A chimera that has entirely eradicated all the weaknesses of your pathetic tribe." Canlatin couldn't hold back. He threw his hands into the air in pure ecstasy, laughing maniacally. Researching, altering, and reconstructing genetic codes. This is the realm of science that comes closest to the power of the gods. At that very moment, John's engraved shield suddenly clattered to the ground. He had absolutely no strength left to defend himself. Lying motionless on the floor, John had been defeated. Seeing this, Canlatin grew even more bloodthirsty, screaming excitedly, "Charge! Finish every last one of them for me!" He commanded his ferocious beast, "After this, capture all those specimens hiding in Manhwa and bring them back here!" Canlatin's energy seemed to double in his madness. "I will turn every single one of them into a chimera." Suddenly, a thick cloud of dust erupted from the ground, blinding everyone's vision. Out of nowhere, a voice questioned the man lying flat on his back. "Genetic codes? Is that the reason you couldn't swing your sword?" Warren suddenly appeared, stepping up to check on John. "I'm not so sure, but I don't think that's the truth." Seeing the intruder, Canlatin raised his staff, chanting a spell to summon even more monstrous beasts. "Were you about to spout some nonsense about pity or humanity?" Suddenly, the water buffalo lunged forward, snapping its massive jaws around Warren's body. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the arena. Watching the chaos, Canlatin gritted his teeth so hard they ground together, his eyes bulging in shock. Suddenly, Warren's voice echoed out in admission. "I honestly don't know." Her blood-soaked hand clenched tightly into a fist. Warren's silhouette emerged from the thick smoke. Her face was smeared with blood, her eyes glowing crimson as she spoke in a bone-chilling tone. "Compassion or humanity? I don't have those kinds of luxuries." Seeing his opponent closing in step by step, Can frantically raised his staff to warn him. "Don't come any closer!" Pure panic washed over him. His face contorted in terror as he shrieked, "What the hell kind of monster are you?" At that moment, the shield bearing the crest of Canlatin plummeted to the ground, shattering into pieces. Gallatin had been defeated. From behind, a proud voice rang out. Kogorin Elisa stood there, utterly dumbfounded, refusing to believe her own eyes. She won with just one punch? Meanwhile, Korin stood beside her, silently pointing in another direction to give a signal. Do your best out there! Seeing his gesture, Warren let out a weary sigh, her fists clenching tightly. Yeah, I know. Korin observed the spectacle unfolding before him and casually remarked, The tables have turned. You're being way too stubborn. Just give up already. However, Mirwam didn't flinch for a second, a mocking smirk tugging at her lips. That girl must be your trump card, Lord Korin. Am I right? Well, I happen to have a little trump card of my own. Back in the arena, Waran stared at her own fists, quietly lamenting just how hard it was to hold back her strength in that last bout. Suddenly, an incredibly arrogant voice echoed from behind her. Facing me in this round means you're already dead. She immediately snapped her head around. In a flash, Roel charged at her like a raging storm, a long sword gripped tightly in his hands. Seeing his fierce assault, Warren seemed almost nonchalant, lazily dodging to the side. Not bad. You're pretty fast. At the same time, Roel's eyes gleamed with fierce excitement. The match just started, and you've already caught my interest. His brows furrowed into a deep, ferocious scowl. You damn demon! I'll strike you down! With those words, Roel split into multiple glowing clones, forming a tight circle around Warren. Locking her squarely in his sights, he sneered, It doesn't matter how strong you are if you can't even land a hit. Then you'll just end up slashed to pieces by my blade. Roel unleashed a devastatingly sharp strike. The tip of his sword aimed straight for the pitch-black pupil of Warren's eye, followed instantly by a massive explosion that sent rocks and debris flying everywhere. Watching from the sidelines, Korin took in the entire exchange and nodded in approval. That knight, he's pretty damn good. Keeping a sharp eye on the enemy, his mind raced with tactical analysis. His speed is insane. Even Yang or Y wouldn't be able to keep up. Beside him, Za looked completely bewildered, muttering, That's impossible. However, Korin didn't waver for a second. His voice dropped into a confident, deep timbre. But you chose the wrong opponent. No matter how brilliant or lightning fast your skills are, the one you're facing is... He puffed his chest out, bursting with absolute pride. The owner of an indestructible, diamond-hard body. Hearing this taunt, Roel completely lost his mind with rage. Swinging his blade in a wild frenzy, he roared, I will never surrender! Do you really think I'd bow down to you? Standing opposite him, Warren remained the picture of absolute calm, masterfully parrying every single strike with effortless grace. Her expression was completely unfazed, her eyes holding an eerie, chilling stillness. Amidst the pitch-black darkness of the arena, agonizing screams began to echo endlessly through the air. The grueling battle dragged on until dawn. Roel gasped for air, his chest heaving with utter exhaustion. Suddenly, his grip gave out, and his heavy sword clattered onto the cold ground. Roel's face darkened in despair. Sweat poured down his face, and his eyes were completely dead and hollow. I lost. I accept my defeat. Warren is the victor. As the announcement rang out, she stood there in silence, gazing down at the broken man before her. Roel had finally fallen. Down in the stands, Korin couldn't hold back a massive, triumphant grin at the glorious victory. Meanwhile, Mirwam stared intensely at the arena, resting a hand on her chin with a deep frown. That girl! It looks like she's still holding back her true power. The young woman standing beside her instantly furrowed her brows, chiming in. Or maybe she's just preserving her stamina for the next round? But Mirwam immediately shot that theory down. No, that's not it. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in her eyes as the pieces fell into place. Wait, what if it's about the upcoming matches? Mirwam shifted her gaze toward her towering grand warrior, crossing her arms defensively. Sir Percier, I'm leaving this to you. Without a second of hesitation, the armored juggernaut straightened his stance, ready to obey. Please, do not worry, Your Highness. Even if it costs me my life, I will not fail. He secured his heavy iron helm over his head, his voice ringing out as cold as ice. To turn the princess's grand wish into reality, I gladly offer up this very body. But before he could even make a single move, Warren's devastating fist crashed into him, utterly shattering Persier's iron mask. The sheer force of the impact sent him staggering, collapsing heavily onto his knees. Witnessing this brutal instant knockout, Korin practically jumped out of his skin, screaming in horror. Whoa, whoa, you didn't have to hit him that hard. However, Waron just casually glanced back over her shoulder, completely unfazed. Hey, it couldn't be helped. She then turned her sharp gaze directly toward Miriam, who was still sitting with her arms tightly crossed. Looks like Her Highness finally figured it out, huh? Hearing this, Miriam raised an inquisitive brow, though she kept up her fiercely arrogant facade. So, from the very beginning, your only goal was to stall for time, wasn't it, Lord Korin? And without an ounce of hesitation, the young man bluntly confessed. Ah, you caught me. My grand scheme has been totally exposed. The plan had always been simple. Force humanity to finally accept the demonic race as true citizens of the Empire, bound and protected by imperial law. Once that decree officially went into effect, Miriam would be able to openly and proudly march straight into the Holy Land. Because of the absolute Gaius contract, the losing faction would be permanently barred from setting foot inside. However, if her powerful ally Banzer decided to step in, things could get wildly out of hand, leading to a disastrous string of unforeseen events. The safest, most foolproof strategy was simply to keep Miriam trapped here in the arena while the new legislation was being passed. This brutal tournament only ends if an opponent dies, gets knocked out cold, or verbally surrenders. So, logically speaking, all we have to do is make sure the other side can't talk. With his mouth smashed like that, there's absolutely no way he can declare a surrender. It was a bit more violent than he had originally planned, but it certainly got the job done. Waran tightened her brutal grip on the trembling Persier's shattered helm, whispering a stern warning. Just sit still, it's all over anyway. Suddenly, her eyes widened in absolute shock. Warren spun around, her gaze locking onto a massive spear driven viciously straight through a body on the ground. Spotting the pitch-black spear from across the arena, Korin stammered out a hasty defense, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Wait! That's not my spear! At that exact moment, Waran locked eyes on a mysterious figure who shared an uncanny resemblance to Korin, leaving her utterly baffled. Wait, who is that? She stood frozen, completely dumbfounded, watching as the mysterious figure's appearance began to warp and transform right before her eyes. Don't tell me. A moment later, Warren recognized the girl and called out her name, Aja. The golden mage Andrion could only copy an opponent's appearance, but the snake demon Aja could copy both their weapons and their power. But in reality, most weapons could only be copied in appearance. Divine treasures or special weapons couldn't be replicated. That was her limit. Moreover, she could only transform when directly facing her enemy, making it a heavily restricted ability. But compared to other mid-tier monsters, this power and skill were on a completely different level. But if the thing she copied was... Aja stared at her open palms with thrilling excitement. What an absolutely perfect body! With this transcendent heavenly power, this changes everything. Then she dashed forward as fast as a bullet. I'm really curious. Aja closed the distance, mocking Warren with a sly smirk. If an indestructible body clashes with another indestructible body, who do you think will win? Two massive forces collided, sending out a terrifying shockwave. A moment later, drops of blood splattered onto the cracked ground. Warren looked down at her scraped knuckles and scoffed. Well, that actually hurts a bit. Watching from the outside, Marriott panicked. Her indestructible body actually got hurt? Meanwhile, Aja stood opposite her, relentlessly mocking her. You're not used to feeling physical pain yet, are you? She sneered, kicking right at Warren's injury. Your reflexes are way too slow. At that moment, Warren, having bottled up her burning rage, finally exploded and swung a massive punch. The two clashed furiously once again. Suddenly, Warren threw a fierce kick to break the deadlock. With completely opposite auras, they kept exchanging blows without a single pause. After a brutal exchange, Aja glared at Warren with bloodshot eyes and scoffed. If you don't want to die, just surrender, you damn demon! She widened her eyes, her voice vicious enough to swallow her opponent whole. I'll crush you fair and square. Resisting is pointless. Just give up now and it won't hurt as much. However, Warren didn't hesitate to fire back. No, she caught Aja's strike barehanded and declared coldly, the one who wins is going to be me. Following that, Warren launched a brutal uppercut straight into her opponent's jaw. Instantly, Aja was launched into the air before crashing hard into the dirt. This sudden strike left Aja completely stunned, her face draining of color. What? Close combat isn't just about raw power. How can you fight like that? Warren stared down at her with a voice as cold as ice. I'm honestly quite curious myself. She suddenly lowered her voice, her expression darkening. Between you and me, Warren steadily took her stance, her feet planted like a solid iron tripod. But who has the stronger willpower? Hearing this, Aja flew into an absolute blind rage. If you won't surrender, then die. As soon as the words left her mouth, the two lunged at each other, tearing into one another relentlessly. They fought fiercely and brutally with their clashing auras. Suddenly, Warren's eyes glinted fiercely. Opposite her, Aja's jaw dropped in shock before she screamed, pouring every ounce of her strength into the fight. At the same time, rocks and debris exploded everywhere. Two blurry figures stood behind the thick curtain of dust. By now, Aja's hair was soaked in fresh blood, her energy completely drained. She fell to her knees, her body covered in countless wounds. How is this possible? Unable to comprehend her defeat, Aja looked up and asked the person standing before her, How can you be this strong? But Warren just gave her a sarcastic smirk. An opponent that even an indestructible body couldn't beat. She bluntly admitted her past experience. I've faced someone like that before. Warren stepped right up to Aja. Compared to that person, you're not even worthy of speaking to me. This left Aja completely stunned, her face contorting in fear. Stop! Wait, hold on! Suddenly, Warren changed her attitude and clenched her fist tight. By the way, my name isn't Demon, it's Warren. Warren was declared the winner, with the battle ending as both sides were completely drained of their fighting ability. Thanks to Warren holding out for so long, there was now exactly 1 day left before the demonic human act would be passed. A moment later, Corin grabbed Warren by the shoulders. Warren, thank you so much. You fought incredibly well. How is your body holding up? But she remained completely calm, acting as if nothing happened. A few scratches like this are nothing. I just need to rest a bit. Nearby, Marriott hurried over with a bottle of medicine. Miss Warren, let me apply some ointment for you. By now, all of Princess Miriam's subordinates had been dealt with. It was finally her turn to enter the arena. Corin asked with a hint of worry, Elisa, are you ready? She answered immediately without hesitation. I'm ready. I'm already all warmed up. Suddenly, the shield carved with Miriam's insignia began to shake violently. At the same time, Corin looked at Estelle in absolute panic through the communication stone. Senior Estelle, what in the world is going on? She replied without delay, her tone extremely urgent. Corin, something is very wrong. The conditions of the Gias have changed. At that exact moment, a cloaked figure suddenly approached them. What a beautiful battle, truly worthy of praise. These words left everyone present in absolute shock. That voice? On the tournament bracket, the shield bearing his insignia suddenly cracked open. The newcomer had a massive muscular build and a murderous glare. It was Balthazar's trusted vassal. He rested his hands on his hips menacingly and spoke. It's been a while, hasn't it? The peerless golden one who sees through fate. The man's eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying light. There's no need to stall for time anymore. I will personally be your opponent. His very presence brought a chilling, sinister aura. I'm going to slaughter every last one of you. Hearing this, Corin gripped his spear, slowly walking forward with a mocking smirk. What reason would a big shot like you have to go through the trouble of coming all the way down here? Killing the demon race doesn't exactly benefit you, does it? But Ohat remained perfectly calm. It would be an absolute tragedy if the leading man didn't show up to such a gorgeous stage, he replied. Raising his hand high, he threw his head back, mocking them with an arrogant sneer. Besides, securing the backing of Jeruams through Princess Miriam would be a massive asset for my people. Isn't it a king's duty to forge strong bonds with other realms? The moment he finished, Corin channeled his energy into his arm, making it glow with power. You talk a big game, he mocked. But didn't you just come here because you wanted this? Instantly, Ohat gritted his teeth, his voice dropping into a harsh growl. But then that arrogant smirk returned. There is still one thing bothering me. How do you know about the power of the sun? And exactly how did you get your hands on it? Intensely curious, Ohat pressed on. Why did Ea entrust the lamb to you? That mythical weapon was supposed to be mine. In the past, he would simply walk away after a battle without a second thought. Ohat's eyes went wide, his jaw clenching tight. But seeing you here with my own eyes, I finally understand. His tone was a mix of mocking praise and cruel amusement. With a handsome face like yours, killing you would be such a waste. I'm sure it would leave quite a few girls heartbroken. You've got the makings of a leading man, just like me. But Korin fired back with ice-cold defiance. Who knows what's really going to happen here? True beauty isn't just about what's on the outside, you know. Hearing this, Ohat's voice suddenly dropped into a dark, reprimanding tone. A pathetic brat like you dares to lecture me about beauty. He held out his hand, barking an order without even glancing at Joel. Hand me the sword. Joel looked completely baffled, his face frozen in confusion. But sir, the blade is already broken. What do you need it for? Ohat raised the shattered sword, narrowing his eyes at it before throwing Korin's words back at him. You said not to judge beauty solely by its exterior, didn't you? Suddenly, his eyes glinted with the fierce, predatory focus of a hawk. Then let's test that theory. Without warning, a vicious slash tore across Korin's body, sending blood splattering into the air. Seeing this, Ohat only grew more thrilled. Let me see what you look like on the inside. The brutal sight played out right in front of Korin's friends, leaving them horrified as they screamed his name. Meanwhile, Ohat's expression darkened once more, leaving nothing but a lethal glare in his eyes. Even with a broken blade, gutting a man like you is as easy as breathing. There are beings in this world born with overwhelming power. They are the ones who can slaughter monsters and obliterate evil spirits with terrifying ease. So, what exactly defines a supreme realm or a special grade? Data backup system engaged. Checking precepts. Precept 1. Duty. I cannot stand idly by while the innocent suffer. Compatibility, a plus. Precept 2. Binding. I am unable to perceive spiritual entities. Replica damage increased by 50%. Precept 3. Oath, I swear to save this world. Ohat press compatibility. A plus. Replica stats increased by 200%. Player Korin Locke, defeat the evil and save this world. A 200% stat boost. It was a grim reminder. Just how terrifyingly dangerous was this bastard? The subordinates of Tez Panchara were truly nothing but bloodthirsty, raging beasts. Every single one of them possessed the strength of an elite warrior. But this guy? He was in an entirely different league. In a one-on-one fight, maintaining distance is everything. Since I use a spear, I should have an overwhelming advantage in reach. But without warning, Ohat swung his broken sword, sending a vicious slash straight at Korin. Ohat easily caught the shaft of the spear barehanded, offering a mocking compliment. This really is a light spear. Makes for some incredibly fast strikes. Clearly holding the upper hand, Ohat grinned. I want it so badly. The moment the words left his mouth, he mercilessly kicked Korin, sending him flying backward. Korin's battered body simply didn't have the strength left to block the brutal strike, stealing and wielding the weapons of his fallen enemies. Ohad Press was an absolute master of arms, wielding any weapon as flawlessly as if it were his own. As he rained blows down on Korin, Ohad voiced his lingering doubts. I still don't get it. He stepped in close, one of his eyes beginning to glow with an eerie light. Why on earth would Awe hand over a mythical weapon like this to a useless piece of trash like you? What good does it do? Ohad sneered, bombarding Korin with more arrogant questions. Or is it just because they call you the quote-unquote most special one? He suddenly grabbed Korin by the wrist, tightening his grip menacingly. Or perhaps you possess some hidden aura, light or magical power that makes you superior to the rest. Well, today I'm going to carve out the answers for myself. Without a shred of hesitation, Ohad launched Korin high into the air and declared fiercely, the only one worthy of standing on this magnificent stage is the truly special one, me. He stood there completely unfazed, immovable as a towering mountain. Suddenly, Ohad channeled every ounce of his monstrous power into the weapon in his hand. His face was as cold as ice. You don't have the right to even compare yourself to me, Korin. You're nothing but cheap, flashy garbage. The razor-sharp tip of the spear was aimed directly at the forehead of a heavily strained Korin. That's exactly why you belong off the stage. Korin Locke today is your final curtain call. The returning spear. It was the ultimate legacy technique Korin had honed exclusively for this desperate clash against Ohad. In a split second, Korin launched himself into the air, driving a deadly thrust straight toward Ohad. But the villain reacted instantly, using his terrifying agility to kick the strike away. However, Ohad couldn't evade it entirely. A shallow cut opened up across his cheek, sending a few drops of fresh blood into the air. The brief clash forced both fighters to jump back, putting distance between them. Seeing the scratch on Ohad's face, Korin couldn't hold back a mocking smirk. You're pretty damn confident that you can fight with just about any weapon, aren't you? Korin's brows furrowed in fierce determination. But when it comes to spearmanship, you can't beat me. Hearing the challenge, Ohad simply smirked in amusement. I'll admit, it really is a spectacular spear. With that, he casually snapped his fingers. In the blink of an eye, countless razor-sharp swords materialized in the air around him, his eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity. Fighting a warrior like you. I suppose I should show a little respect. He reached out and casually plucked a blade from midair, the absolute strongest weapon of the Dan race. Ohad poured his overwhelming power into the blade until it practically hummed with light, chanting its divine name, Fragarak! A blinding, terrifying beam of holy light erupted from the sword. Ohad looked completely unhinged, caught in the thrill of the battle. Let's end this in a single strike, you bastard! At that exact moment, the look in Korin's eyes completely changed. He gritted his teeth tight. That's more like it. Exactly what I wanted. Both of them charged at each other at the exact same time, clashing mercilessly without holding anything back. Their two overwhelming opposing auras collided in an evenly matched, explosive battle. The sheer shockwave was so massive that it sent rocks and debris flying everywhere. Seeing this, Roel quickly threw his arms up to shield Miriam, completely baffled. What the hell is this? Honestly, everyone could only look at each other in absolute terror. The two of them slammed into each other, unleashing a legendary, world-shattering power that shook the entire realm to its core. Just who on earth could trigger a catastrophe of this scale? The one who stands above 10,000, the anomaly who defies all logic with a single, undeniable title. The player, Korin. As the dust finally settled, he appeared on the battered ground after their fight to the death. Oho lowered his head slightly, his eyes clouded with deep thoughts as he muttered in a low, gravelly voice. What a pain in the ass. Killing you here would just be a massive headache. He raised his sword, pointing it toward the sky with a self-deprecating scoff. Then again, failing would be just as much of a pain. On the other side, Korin was battered and bruised, staring back at Oho in dead silence. For a mere human to actually block that strike of mine, I gotta give you credit where it's due. He then cast a sideways glance at Korin, his voice echoing with a hollow intensity. Have you truly earned the right to stand on this final stage with me? He locked eyes with the man in front of him. Korin Locke, was it? Let's just call it a draw for today. Even though you rudely got in my way. Hold on a second. Korin called out, watching O turn and walk straight toward the rift. This fight isn't over yet, but the man didn't even care. It doesn't matter. He threw one last glance over his shoulder. I am not your fated opponent. In that exact moment, a rush of thoughts flooded his mind. When that old man picked this kid as his opponent, I thought he'd gone completely senile. But looking at it now, the rift slowly vanished, but O's voice kept echoing through the air. It was actually the perfect choice. Now, Korin was the only one left standing on the battlefield, looking at the devastation around him, when suddenly a panicked voice cried out, Korin! Warren and Marie frantically rushed over to where Korin had collapsed. Are you okay? He immediately waved them off, trying to calm them down. I'm fine. I acted tough like I was perfectly fine, even though I'm literally on the brink of death. But it worked out. Thanks to that, Bress assumed I wasn't defeated yet, so he couldn't keep fighting. Sakuntonin. He gritted his teeth, his brows furrowing deeply as he stared ahead. Whatever happens, you and your army won't be able to enter the Holy Land anymore. Princess... The army that had just been charging forward with burning morale was now completely crushed by despair after witnessing the clash between those monstrous anomalies. But then an absolutely desperate scream rang out. Princess Miriam! Corin's face immediately dropped in sheer shock. Wait a minute. That clash between the anomalies completely shattered the curse. The forced binding is totally broken. Because of that, win or lose, every single contract was now entirely null and void. Ren's face twisted into pure confusion. You could say that from the very beginning. That snake never gave a damn about winning or losing this fight. It was just waiting for the perfect moment when everyone was completely drained. Seeing the realization dawn on them, Miriam bluntly admitted the truth without a shred of hesitation. It's all thanks to you that I could finally achieve my goal, Corin. Her eyes glowed a blood red, a deeply sinister sneer creeping across her face. Thank you so much, Senior Corin. Since you and your little group have completely burned through all your strength in those previous fights. Once upon a time, there was a story that went exactly like this. While Estelle Hadatha Elas showcased unparalleled talent as a saintess, thanks to her innate holy power, Miriam Elizabeth earned her recognition as the kingdom's next queen through relentless study, brilliant intellect, and a genuinely warm heart. And as usual, Estelle was like a little puppy dog, constantly clinging to her and whining in her ear. Mia, stop studying all the time and come play with me. Miriam sighed, throwing her a look of utter, affectionate helplessness. I know, I'm coming! Despite the sigh, her reaction was pure, unfiltered adoration for Estelle. Sister Estelle truly gets along with her like they're best friends. One of the maids commented warmly. Oh my gosh, the princesses are just so incredibly close, aren't they? The maid next to her chimed in. They really are. His Majesty must be so relieved. These were the wet nurses and ladies-in-waiting who had been by their side since they were toddlers. But aside from Estelle, there was someone else even more important to her. A gentle, loving voice called out, Mia, my sweet daughter. Miriam would immediately run up and throw her arms around her. Mother! This was the mother she loved more than anyone else in the universe. To young Miriam, Maria Elizabeth Elas and these people were her entire world. However, on one fateful night under a blood-red moon, a desperate gasp broke the silence. Pete, Princess! Catching the collapsing woman in her arms, Miriam whispered in terror, Nanny! Right before her Nanny took her last breath, she forced out one final warning. You have to run away. Miriam's mind completely shattered. After all, this was supposed to be a special trip she and her mother took just to celebrate the festival. It was supposed to be the happiest day of her life. Driven by pure survival instinct, Miriam ran frantically down the endless corridors, screaming at the top of her lungs, Somebody! Please help! But then, her eyes were forced to witness yet another horrific, blood-curdling nightmare. Miriam desperately searched for anyone she could rely on. But the brilliant scholars who had taught her magic and academics, and her beloved nanny and maids who had raised her since she was a baby. Every single person who made up her world was gone. Miriam's broken, quiet sobs echoed through the cold halls. She burst into tears and blindly ran into the dark. Everyone, please, I'm scared. Stop pulling this prank on me. Just then, a deeply familiar voice called out, Mia! Miriam froze in her tracks, her eyes widening in disbelief. This voice! It was Maria. She had been fatally impaled through the stomach, yet she weakly called out Miriam's name. Despite the agony, Maria smiled, looking at her daughter with eyes full of overwhelming, tender love. My precious daughter. And just like that, Miriam's entire inner world completely collapsed. She dropped to her knees, her soul shattering into a million pieces. Miriam could only whisper under her breath, Mom? Her eyes went wide, tears streaming down her cheeks. His hands were drenched in bright red blood. That day, at the hands of the Silver Wolf, the father she trusted had hesitated in the war against the demons. He covered up her mother's death, staging it as a mere accident. Her older sister Estelle became the saintess of the new order, protecting those very demons. As for Miriam, she locked herself away in the pitch-black darkness, to the point where the tears falling from her eyes turned to pure blood. She was completely crushed by the weight of their so-called holy and grand cause. She had been left completely alone. But even though Miriam was cast aside and forgotten, she refused to just sit still, and she never stopped moving forward. Because revenge was the very fuel that kept her going. Whatever holy power she lacked, she made up for it with demonic magic. She used her political influence to expand her faction. In the end, Miriam seized the title of Saintess of the Jerry Order, and inevitably took control of the kingdom's entire military force. And then he came to her. Tess lowered his voice and asked, "Do you want revenge?" Without even giving Miriam a chance to answer, he held out a black stone and told her to take it. She held it in her hand, her mind swarming with questions. "What is this?" Tess gave a short, blunt explanation. "The infinite serpent, Midgard Ormar." The demonic aura it radiated was absolutely mesmerizing. The moment it activates, this ancient magic will devour every single life in the surrounding area. Miriam knew perfectly well that nothing in this world came for free. She asked point blank, "If it's a magic of this caliber, there must be a heavy price to pay, right?" He smiled wickedly and told her the truth. It requires the life of the caster. But to his surprise, the corners of her lips curled up into a smile. Snapping back to the present, Miriam glared down at Cuss. "Once I finally achieve my dream," as she controlled the infinite serpent, she thought to herself, "it doesn't matter anyway." Ever since she lost everything, she had stopped caring about her own life. Miriam's smile gradually lost its last shred of humanity. "My own life will become utterly useless anyway." At that moment, crimson blood began dripping onto the floor. Countless snakes slithered out, their eyes glowing a furious red. It was Miriam's signature magic, the infinite serpent, Midgard Ormar. Cuss stepped forward, shielding everyone behind him. "Everyone, run!" Chi-Chi couldn't bear to leave him behind. She screamed at the top of her lungs. "But what about you, mister?" Cuss clenched his jaw, his words caught in his throat. He muttered to himself. "I have something I need to do." Cuss flashed back to the darkest period of his life. Just like that day, "I refuse to stand by helplessly and accept an ending like this." Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from behind him. Chi-Chi had become the next target of the infinite serpent. No! He was torn between two impossible choices. "But I still have a mission to complete." Tears streamed down Cuss's face as he repeated, "I still have a mission to complete. Damn it!" But right at that moment, a familiar voice rang out. "What the hell are you doing?" He quickly pulled the little girl into his arms, leaving Elisa to handle the chaotic frenzy. Meanwhile, a terrified Chi-Chi buried her face into Cuss's chest. "Mr. From a distance, Corin's voice cut through the tension. "Do you honestly think walking up there will stop Miriam?" He then threw out a harsh question. "Or are you just planning to throw your life away and beg her to end this massacre?" Cuss clicked his tongue in frustration and snapped back. "What the hell do you know, human? Stop running your mouth." But Corin completely brushed him off. "You know damn well we can't just sit back and do nothing." He stressed his next words with intense gravity. Cuss froze for a second, then stammered, "Wait." Staring at Corin's brutally battered body, he looked at him in absolute disbelief. "Those wounds. What happened to you?" But Corin didn't care about his own injuries. He only focused on what mattered. "Just focus on what you need to do. Don't worry about me. Protect your family." Corin's eyes burned with unwavering resolve. "Because I have a mission of my own." With that, he charged straight toward the colossal infinite serpent all by himself. Corin furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, "I never thought I'd have to face this monstrosity again." The infinite serpent, Midgard Ormar, an ultimate magic that summons a mythical beast. From what Corin remembered in his past life, this spell had wiped out countless demons. And ultimately, it was the very magic that killed Miriam. Once the spell is fully cast, the snake swarm will massacre everyone. History is just going to repeat itself. In a flash, his weapon was cloaked in crackling lightning. Corin dashed forward, unleashing a relentless flurry of strikes. The system immediately flashed a notification. Legendary Tier ZCH unlocked. Among the legendary twin spears of Man and Marley, this was the Crimson Spear, Jur. Right as he struck it down, Miriam's face flashed in his mind. Just like a cursed script, he was being forced to make the same brutal choice as his past life. Music. Either he kills her with his own two hands, or... Right at that moment, a blinding red light erupted from his cross-slash. The system quickly confirmed. When engaging beast-type enemies, deal an additional 350% damage. Targets struck by the spear will suffer the curse of the Crimson Spear's relentless hunt. Gripping his twin spears, he charged straight into the eye of the storm. But the moment he stepped inside, a mocking voice echoed. A man who's too clingy loses all his charm, you know? Sir Corin, you really should learn when to give up. Even though he had expected it, Corin was still caught off guard. Mirwam. She instantly cut him off, completely shutting down whatever hope he had left. Whatever you have to say, Sir Corin, it's utterly useless now. Mirwam's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with pure madness. I have seen my destiny. Every single piece of the plan has fallen into place, and now I can finally smile. Let everything burn to ashes, because my revenge is already complete. Suddenly, his voice dropped as he declared, I know you're going to unleash Midgard Orm, the infinite serpent, right here. And until your life force is completely drained, the serpent won't stop. It won't rest until it reaches the northern continent and meets its end. Hearing this, she was instantly thrown off balance. Wait, have you seen the future too? I thought Duke Balthazar was on the enemy side. But as soon as the words left her mouth, Mirwam regained her composure and shrugged. Well, I suppose it doesn't matter anyway. The swarming snakes instantly converged, condensing into a single black stone resting in her palm. Still, thanks for confirming it for me. The stone pulsed with an ominous glow, signaling the beginning of the end. Finally, my greatest wish is about to come true. The colossal serpent was already wrapping its massive coils around the city's towers. The black stone flared brilliantly, ready to activate Midgard Orm using Mirwam as the sacrifice. As she turned its dark power upon herself, she gritted her teeth. This little bit of pain is nothing compared to what I've been through. However, Corin's next words stopped her dead in her tracks. This isn't some cheap trick like Gia's. I've seen it with my own eyes. Corin's spear tip blazed with light, scattering the infinite serpents in every direction. It was the absolute power of the death god's orb. He viciously blasted the swarm away. Mirwam ground her teeth in frustration, immediately summoning another wave of vipers. Your little tricks are useless. Midgard has already been unleashed. No one but me can stop it, she screamed. Meanwhile, Corin furiously smashed through the smaller snakes, roaring back at her. This isn't the first time we've done this, so I already know that. I'm sick of it. Corin's raw power clashed head-on against the infinite serpent in a massive shockwave. The serpentine beasts twisted their bodies into thick ropes, tightly binding Corin. They surged forward in a massive wave, trying to drown him in the very core of the spell. With every ounce of strength he had left, he forced his hand outward. By some absolute miracle, Corin pushed his way through the chaos, reaching right out to Mirwam. I told you, I'm not the type to just sit and listen. In a flash, his hand clamped firmly onto the black stone. Blinding light and a terrifying pressure erupted from the stone. Yet Corin refused to back down, even as Mirwam screamed at him. Look at you! You're just throwing your life away. I'm never going to undo this magic. This is my destiny. Suddenly, Corin spat back a bizarre response. That damn destiny. Please, just shut up about it. With unyielding resolve, Corin declared his intention to shatter her cursed fate once and for all. Smashing that twisted destiny, that's exactly why I'm here. But no matter what Corin said, Mirwam refused to back down. The infinite serpent, Midgard Orm, had already begun its rampage. What could you possibly do to stop this? She demanded. Corin simply tightened his grip, completely ignoring the wild warning glitches flashing from his system. You know exactly how this works, don't you? The infinite serpent is a spell that drains the caster's life force until there's absolutely nothing left. Even so, Corin had already made his choice, ready to lay down his life. If it takes a life to start it, then another life should be able to shut it down. Hearing this, Mirwam froze in absolute shock. What the hell are you saying? Even amid the violently expanding surge of power, Mirwam couldn't hide her disbelief. That's impossible! You really think you can trade your own life to stop it? She yelled, glaring fiercely at him, refusing to yield an inch. Do you honestly believe I'll just drop the spell if you do that? Why? Why would you throw your life away just to get in my way? But his only response was a faint, weary smile. You think there's some grand, hidden motive behind this? Corin looked right at her, affirming every single word with absolute certainty. I just don't want to watch anyone else die. I'm so tired of losing people. For a brief moment, Mirwam's hardened heart wavered. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the infinite serpent was utterly devastating the area. Elisa desperately screamed his name as she fought off the onslaught. Corin! Behind her, Cuss was tightly shielding two terrified children in his arms. Tears streamed down his face as he choked back a desperate plea. Are we really going to die like this? Suddenly, the entire landscape warped and shifted, revealing a brilliantly glowing blood moon. It was the exact moment the mother goddess had been slaughtered by the silver wolf. Completely bewildered, Corin wondered how the hell he had stumbled into Meruem's memories. Was it because the infinite serpent was draining both of their life forces at the exact same time? Their minds must have temporarily linked. As he watched the tragedy unfold, the pieces slowly started falling into place for him. So this was the root of all Meruem's hatred, her most painful, traumatic memory. But within the mindscape, Meruem stumbled to her feet, aggressively shooting him down. You're wrong. Turns out you don't understand me at all. She slowly turned her head, her eyes completely dead and hollow. The time that came after, that was the real living hell. With a heavy voice, she finally revealed the dark truth. To maintain the fragile peace after the Demon War, my father covered up her murder as some tragic accident. Under the guise of eliminating racial prejudice, even Estelle protected those filthy demons. Just speaking the words made her hands shake with pure, unadulterated rage. All those years of buried resentment had festered, forging her ultimate plan. So I devoted every single second of my miserable life to vengeance. She laid out every meticulous step, seizing military control, rising to become the saintess of the old order. And now, when my revenge is finally within reach, I'm completely alone. I lost my entire family. I was abandoned to rot in isolation. Those endless, lonely days, that is my true nightmare. Corin looked at her with genuine, quiet empathy. I know exactly how that feels. But Meruem instantly cut him off, absolutely furious. Don't you dare give me that bullshit. She glared at him with absolute contempt. You could never understand me. Have you ever tasted the sheer agony of watching your family die? Meruem screamed, letting all her raw, suppressed fury explode. You think I don't know about your precious little family? They're living a cozy, peaceful life as commoners in the capital. If I slaughtered every last one of them and dumped their corpses right at your feet, let's see if you'd still... Before she could even finish her vicious threat, Corin calmly cut in. No, I have lost the people I loved most. The moment he spoke, the twisted mindscape shattered, instantly transforming into a desolate, snow-covered wasteland. Miriam coldly stepped away from the pile of corpses at her feet. Showing me all of this now. Do you really think I'll feel guilty? Her steps suddenly faltered at the sight before her. Corin held Miriam's exhausted body, his heart breaking. Mia! Why did you do this? She struggled to speak. I just couldn't stop. Seeing this exact scene only infuriated Miriam. Are you trying to say that my revenge is meaningless? Stop being so delusional. This little magic trick of yours is over, because I've already witnessed this future. But to her surprise, he firmly insisted that it wasn't the future, but rather the past. Looking deep into her eyes, Corin spoke softly. I don't know if you'll believe me, but shortly after this happened, I was sent back in time to 3 years ago. Miriam gasped in sheer horror. What? He continued to explain everything in detail. In other words, from what I've experienced, your death is an event that has already happened in the past. Agitated and refusing to believe her own ears, she snapped, Corin, I've had enough of your bullshit. How is that any different from the future left prophesied to me? In the end, everything will just play out exactly as destiny has arranged. Miriam always believed deep down that fate was absolutely unchangeable. Suddenly, the scenery shifted to a different room. Sunlight and a gentle breeze drifted in from outside. Corin remained calm as he witnessed the tragedy unfold once again. I don't want to talk about things like destiny, because this is the story of the family I lost. In this life, her charm magic had failed, yet he looked at her with such tenderness, as if lost in a memory. In the past, things had turned out completely different. It was a picture of a warm and happy family. Because we became husband and wife, Miriam stammered, as if trying to deny it all. That's nothing but a lie. The scene shifted back to that snowy night. Corin's voice echoed in her ears. Does this really look like some kind of play to you? Weakly, Miriam wiped the tears from his face. I'm so sorry, and I love you. And there was one undeniable truth. Her desire to save the world from Balthazar was real. The fact that she couldn't bear to watch innocent demons be slaughtered was also real. Miriam's soft sobbing echoed. Our baby! I was looking forward to the day they were born so much. But Mommy is so sorry I couldn't bring you into this world. Right after those words, she slipped away forever. Miriam stood frozen, completely speechless. The very thing he wanted to protect by stepping up to stop her was the family he had already lost once before. Suddenly, Corin's past words echoed in her heart. The agonizing pain of being left all alone. He had smiled bitterly and said, I've felt it more than enough. Miriam half closed her eyes, her brows furrowing slightly. After witnessing those memories, she had finally made her decision. I will absolutely put a stop to this. Miriam's mindset had completely shifted as she called out to the infinite serpent, Midgard Ormer. However, the backlash was something Corin hadn't anticipated at all. Her eyes widened in pure terror, while he could only curse under his breath. Damn it! A few lines of text glowed from the black stone, catching them off guard. Is this a chained ancient runic spell? The moment Tess had been waiting for to say these words had finally arrived. All your pathetic struggles are utterly useless. The werewolf tribe was continuously slaughtered by the infinite serpent. They were pushed into an absolute dead end with nothing left to do. Somebody save me! With magic this terrifyingly powerful, we can't even put up a fight! He looked at the glowing stone in his hand and scoffed. The infinite serpent made its move, and every single demon present was wiped out. That was simply the cruel way this world operated. Tess made sure to declare it loud and clear. There is absolutely nowhere you can escape to. Corin Locke. Corin gritted his teeth in pure frustration. Balthazar, Miriam cried out in agitation, begging him, No, Corin, please, just let me. Naturally, he flat out rejected it. No way. This time, Corin firmly pushed her away. Just like that, Miriam was thrown clear of the black stone. I'm so sorry. Just before her vision was completely blocked, he gave her a warm smile, refusing to let himself lose her ever again. I really can't bear it. Miriam plummeted downward, screaming his name. Corin. Corin gripped the black stone tightly, enduring the agonizing pain it unleashed. He thought to himself that after the death match with OH, both his magic reserves and the radiance from his 3 aura cores had been completely drained. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. The backup system had begun verifying the precepts. Amidst the overwhelming tension, Corin couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. First precept, duty. I shall not stand idly by while disaster strikes the innocent. Compatibility, A+. Second precept, binding. I shall not cast judgment upon souls. Backup effect, damage increased by 50%. Third precept, covenant. I swear to save this world. The active effects of the Geas and Edicts boosted his magic power by 200%. Receiving this massive buff, he felt like he had just been brought back from the dead. Balthazar, you absolute bastard! The system instantly confirmed the target as Balthazar. Compatibility, rank EX, backup engaged. All status stats increased by 300%. Corin compressed the external power of the black stone inward. Once someone steps in, the story takes a completely different turn. I don't fight for some grand destiny. I am here to protect the things I swore to keep safe, and I will protect everyone else too. My creed will be the salvation of this world. Miriam anxiously awaited the final outcome. My creed will never turn a blind eye to the suffering of the innocent. The system issued a quest to Corin. Hero Corin Locke, eradicate the evil and save this world. A surge of ultimate power rushed through his body. Kaiol, descent of the sun. Cracks began to form on the surface of the black stone. Outside the city walls, the infinite serpent swarm slowly disintegrated into nothingness. Her eyes went wide, her mind completely blank. Then Miriam suddenly noticed something right in front of her. She desperately rushed forward as Corin's body plummeted from the sky. Without a second thought, Miriam used her snakes to rip his shredded clothes away. She frantically checked his wounds, praying over him. Please, please wake up. Feeling utterly helpless, Miriam pressed her trembling hands against his chest. She desperately gave him CPR, praying for any sign of life. Please, don't leave me. Tears streamed down Miriam's face as her spirit completely broke. Please, wake up. But to her absolute shock, His warm, deep voice suddenly broke the silence. "Don't make such a sad face." She froze. As Corin's hand reached up to gently caress her cheek, she realized he was really alive, and Miriam finally broke into a relieved smile. Using the last of his fading strength, he gave her a soft compliment. "You know, after all that fighting, you look a lot prettier when you smile." Just as Corin and Miriam shared a happy, relieved smile after surviving the disaster, a group of demonic humans slowly approached, and they clearly weren't there to help. Ignoring any need for proof, they angrily pointed fingers. "That woman is the Snake Princess. She is the one behind all this, isn't she?" But in this incredibly tense moment, a calm, authoritative voice cut through the chaos. "Stop! So this is where you've been!" Recognizing the imposing figure slowly walking toward Miriam, the furious demonic humans immediately changed their tune, gasping respectfully, "Lord Cuss!" Meanwhile, Miriam was instantly dragged back to her childhood nightmare. The terrifying silhouette of the man who had transformed into a giant wolf under the blood-red moon flashed vividly in her mind. "It is you, the one from back then." Her warm smile from moments ago vanished like an illusion, replaced by a heavy, suffocating hatred. She stood up, gritting her teeth as she hissed his name. Cuss, the Silver Wolf. It was clear he remembered exactly who she was, too. "It has been 10 years, Princess Miriam." In a split second, Cuss's tone shifted, his voice trembling as he gritted his teeth. "Ever since that day, 10 years ago, not a single day has passed where I didn't deeply regret it." An intense, overwhelming aura erupted from his body, bearing down on the small girl in front of him as he made his declaration. "And today, I will finally fix my mistakes." But the Miriam of today was different. Even facing such a terrifying powerhouse, she didn't flinch or take a single step back. "That's right. You are going to regret not killing me when you had the chance." But then, something completely unexpected happened, making Miriam's pupils shrink in absolute shock. Without a single ounce of hesitation, Cuss retracted his terrifying, heaven-shaking aura, completely humbled himself, and dropped to his knees right at Miriam's feet. The agonizing guilt in his heart seemed to radiate through every cell of his muscular body. Filled with immense remorse, he slowly forced the words out of his throat. "I am so deeply sorry for what happened on that day." Not only was Miriam frozen in disbelief, but the surrounding demonic humans were completely dumbfounded by the sight. What the... Lord Cuss?" Ignoring their gasps, Cuss continued to speak, bringing the painful memories of that night back to the surface. 10 years ago, on the day I took your mother's life, I ended up putting my entire tribe in terrible danger. But before he could finish pouring his heart out, someone jumped in to defend him. Lord Cuss, you had no choice. Your daughter was... Cuss immediately snapped his head back, his voice booming with authority. Silence! Once the chaotic whispers finally died down, he lowered his sorrow-filled eyes back to the ground. The memory of a recent encounter suddenly flashed before his eyes. It was Corin, covered in severe wounds and struggling to stand. Yet his eyes had been fiercely determined as he emphasized every single word. Cuss once again spoke with a steady, unwavering voice, this time addressing his own people. "Do what you must do. This is my final command as your leader. My death here today is by my own choice. You must never, under any circumstances, seek revenge." With that said, he lowered his massive body even further, bowing 180 degrees until his head touched the ground at the silent Miriam's feet. "Take my head, princess," he pleaded, "and I pray, please let go of your hatred toward my people." As his final word hung in the air, a suffocating silence fell over the incredibly tense atmosphere. But before Miriam even had a moment to process her answer, a different voice suddenly cried out, startling her. "No, you can't!" It was a young boy from the wolf tribe. Even though he was terrified, he fiercely stood in front of Cuss to protect him. "Lord Cuss is like a father to me. Please don't kill him." Cuss was so shocked he could barely speak. But the little boy cut him off, crying as he pleaded, "Please, big sister, I am so sorry. It's all my fault." Seeing this little boy so desperately defending his father figure instantly dragged Miriam back to her own painful memories. She remembered her own desperate cries. "Please, please, spare us. My mother. Please, save my mother. Please, mister." The image of Cuss from 10 years ago, raising his sharp claws with a conflicted expression, flashed vividly in her mind once again. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. All the fierce, bloodthirsty rage she had felt just minutes ago completely vanished in an instant. However, before Miriam could drown in her conflicting emotions, Cuss decisively grabbed the little boy by the collar, dragging him away despite his frantic, miserable screaming. "No! Let me go!" The chaotic, desperate screams of the boy echoed in her ears. But the Snake Princess, as if finally realizing something profound, simply took a deep breath and calmly closed her eyes. The very next second, as if her final decision had been made, she dropped to one knee and spoke just one word to stop everyone in their tracks. "Enough!" She looked up, letting the warm sunlight wash over her trembling body. Finally, letting go of her heavy burden, Miriam gave her ultimate answer. I want to stop all of this now." And so, after an earth-shattering battle, it all ended with Cuss kneeling in repentance and Miriam choosing to forgive. The skies over the kingdom were soon filled with fluttering white confetti and the booming cheers of the people. Breaking news! Breaking news! The people reading this massive scoop simply couldn't believe their own eyes and ears. The ones behind the queen's death 10 years ago were none other than the demonic humans. Some were left utterly stunned. What? Didn't she die in a tragic accident? The king's image was printed in the corner of the article under the headline, "The truth hidden for 10 years has finally come to light," leaving the public gasping in shock. But look at this, flashing back to that very day, the day the king decided to stand before the world and declare the bitter truth. 10 years ago, I lost my beloved wife. Despite knowing that exposing the truth could completely shatter the royal family's image in the eyes of the people, the king remained resolute, uttering every word with heavy conviction. But the root of it all was that my wife became far too obsessed with the extreme doctrines of the old order. Everything happens for a reason, and he didn't hesitate to reveal every gruesome detail of that day. She joined the extremist faction of the old order to hunt down demonic humans, and there she slaughtered them mercilessly. The agonizing pain of an elder, someone wielding immense power, yet utterly helpless to do anything but watch his clansmen and his only family die, drove Cuss into absolute despair. Right now, he could only keep his head bowed, as if trying to hide his devastated expression while the king continued. Afterward, my wife was killed by a father who had just lost his daughter. To bring the whole truth to light, Corin stepped forward and asked the most crucial question. "Why did you hide it? What was your reason?" A heavy silence fell over them. The king seemed to drift back into the painful memories of that year as he finally answered. That father, who had just lost his child in the very last moment, he held back his wrath. The image of the little princess wailing in agony was still deeply branded into his mind. "And he spared my daughter's life, Miriam." The reason for a decade of silence was finally being laid bare by the king. Not a single day has passed where I haven't been torn. Should I be furious over my wife's death? Or should I be endlessly grateful for the mercy shown to my daughter? Knowing the full truth, the king understood all too well the crushing agony in Cuss's heart. He could only empathize with the man's profound rage and tragic mercy. The king's fingers suddenly dug into the armrest of his throne, betraying the intense emotional turmoil boiling inside him. I cowardly delayed making a decision, all on my own. After that fateful event, it felt as if he were the only person in the entire world who knew the truth. He isolated himself, choosing to bear the agonizing grief of losing his wife in total solitude. Naturally, because of that cold, distant era, the king couldn't hold back his emotions when looking at Miriam. He had completely failed to understand the lonely heart of the daughter he had left behind. In this moment, the gap between monarch and princess dissolved, leaving only a remorseful father who finally saw the whole picture. It took me until today to find the courage to untangle this awful mess. I'm so sorry. At last, after exposing a decade-old lie and laying the bitter truth bare, the messenger eagle took flight, landing exactly where it needed to be. After all the chaos, the bill was finally passed, officially recognizing demonic humans as citizens. Reading the eagle's message, Estelle and Mariette ran joyfully toward Corin, cheering loudly, "Corin! Corin!" Meanwhile, the trial for the queen's assassination had officially begun. Regardless of his tragic reasons, Cuss was placed in handcuffs. That much was unavoidable. Given the sheer severity of his crimes, the defendant Cuss was fully expected to face the death penalty. But miraculously, his final sentence was reduced to just 15 years in prison. Standing beneath a brilliant orange sunset, Corin brought up the verdict. The reason he got a reduced sentence was thanks to you, right? Miriam simply replied with a casual shrug. Who knows? My mother's crimes have been completely exposed for the whole world to see anyway. Honestly, she's probably furious right now. But before he could dwell on it, Miriam swiftly changed the subject as a tiny snake slowly poked its head out from her clothes. You came at the perfect time. I have something to show you. Getting a good look at the little creature, Corin's eyes widened in realization. Wait, is this the infinity snake? But Midge was totally destroyed back then. However, the snake princess shook her head, launching into an explanation. No, it's different. Midge was nothing more than a vessel used to summon the divine beast. This little one right here is the true main body of the infinity snake. Even though it lost all its power, it somehow found its way back to me. Not lingering on the snake's true identity for too long, Corin asked the obvious question. Are you planning to keep it as your familiar? Miriam nodded without a second of hesitation. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how it grows up. But her next words instantly made Corin's face burn bright red. Basabath, especially since I need to fulfill my duties as a mother. I never got to fully experience motherhood, so I guess I'll just have to try it out this way. Utter panic washed over Corin's face. So you really do remember everything from back then? Even though she was blushing just as hard, she couldn't resist teasing him. Who would have thought you could be so rough with a delicate lady? This left Corin more flustered than ever before. Just how much of her memories were synchronized? Seeing him frozen stiff in sheer embarrassment, Miriam finally broke character, turning her head to hide her giggles. I'm just teasing you. Like a goddess descending from the heavens, her current self radiated a brilliance that rivaled the setting sun. Thank you for everything you've taught me. His blushing cheeks weren't just from their embarrassing conversation earlier. Corin's heart was genuinely racing at the breathtaking sight of her. Still, he quickly gathered his composure to say his goodbyes. The air is getting pretty chilly. Please be careful on your way back. Not wanting to linger too long, Miriam gave a firm nod. I will. As she took steady, confident steps across the neatly paved stone path, her soft, gentle voice drifted through the air. After all, it is autumn now. Now that the raging storm had passed, the crisp, cool breeze of a brand new season blew in, carrying the scent of a bountiful golden harvest. Before long, the moonlight hung high in the night sky. Sitting on the plush bed in her room, Miriam finally looked as if an enormous weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The harrowing trials were over, and an era of peace was finally on the horizon. Now, nothing but deep warmth and pure happiness radiated from her jewel-like eyes. But her quiet moment of peace didn't last long. A stranger's chilling voice suddenly echoed in the room. You're looking pretty well. Without a single ounce of hesitation or panic, Miriam instantly summoned her fierce serpents, glaring back with a sharp retort. You're quite the impatient one, aren't you? Tracking me down this quickly. But to her dismay, her strike did absolutely zero damage. The intruder obliterated her snakes with terrifying ease. I don't really enjoy playing around with mere toys. The attacker was none other than Test Banzard, declaring his intentions with an arrogant, absolute certainty. Without a shred of hesitation or holding back, despite their past connection, he ruthlessly tightened his grip around Miriam's throat and delivered his message. I'm here to announce the termination of our pact, Princess. Following that, a stream of musing spilled effortlessly from Tess's lips. Even I'm quite surprised that your fate has actually changed. Your future was never set in stone, but your ending was always exactly the same. His signature, icy gaze locked onto her as he laid out the undeniable truth. She was destined to be killed by a player. Without a single moment of hesitation, Tess took matters into his own hands to ensure the timeline stayed perfectly on track. And that is your ultimate demise. Miriam squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the sweet release of death. Suddenly, a dead silence fell over the room, tipping her off that something was horribly wrong. The hand crushing her windpipe slowly loosened as a spear violently pierced the wall just inches from her waist. Gasping for air, she mustered every last ounce of strength to force out a trembling question. Are you not going to kill me? Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Meanwhile, Tess was holding a glowing blue crystal, radiating a bone-chilling frost. I'm honestly not sure. He stared at the radiant crystal in his hand. a rare look of deep contemplation flashing across his face. The fact that you're still breathing completely defies all my calculations. His blazing red eyes seemed to pierce right through her very soul, hiding dark, unfathomable schemes that no one could possibly comprehend. Still, it just doesn't sit right with me. After all, we were once comrades who shared the exact same vision. Tess abruptly let go, letting her collapse heavily onto the freezing floor. It's decided then. I'll spare your miserable life. Stay far away from Corin Locke, at least until the eternal winter begins. Miriam's eyes went wide with sheer disbelief at her enemy's sudden mercy and ominous warning. Leaving her behind, he slowly walked toward the moonlight pouring in through the massive window. You'd better not try to pull any dirty tricks. I'll be watching your every single move. Tess tilted his head slightly, revealing a sharp, breathtakingly icy profile. If you dare sneak around and ruin my chessboard, you will pay for it with your life. Well then, I'll be seeing you around. Scattered across the floor were countless severed snakes, completely bathed in pools of pitch-black blood. It was a gruesome testament to the sheer brutality of the battle that had just unfolded. The scene abruptly shifted to an ancient academy with magnificent architecture, bathed in golden sunlight, a stark, peaceful contrast to the grim darkness from moments ago. Down the hallway, Melina flashed a bright, radiant smile and waved. Senior, I had such a wonderful time today. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Corin smiled warmly and waved goodbye. Yeah, get home safe, okay? Hiding behind a stone pillar, Jerriman's face twisted in pure agony and shock as he witnessed their intimate moment. No, this can't be happening. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he bolted out from his hiding spot, his voice cracked with heavy emotion. Melina! Startled, she turned around and saw him. Jerriman, is that you? Is everything okay? He stood right in front of her, desperately gathering all his courage to ask the burning question that was tearing him apart inside. Are you really going on a date with Corin this Friday? She frankly confirmed his worst suspicions. Yeah, I am. Then, looking a bit puzzled, she added, Wait, how did you even know about that? Her blunt answer struck him like a bolt of lightning. Jerriman felt his entire world crumbling down around him. But why, Melina? Why are you going on a date with Corin? Did everything between us just mean absolutely nothing to you? He grabbed his head in sheer agony, totally consumed by a violent wave of jealousy and betrayal. Why did it have to be Corin, of all people? Seeing his completely over-the-top reaction, Melina stepped closer with deep concern. Jerriman, are you feeling sick or something? He frantically tried to reassure himself by finding excuses, absolutely refusing to accept the harsh reality right in front of him. No, I trust Corin. He totally knows that I'm into Melina, so there's no way he'd ever do something like this to me. His eyes locked onto Corin's figure in the distance, casually walking between two other girls. The image of the supposedly flawless senior had always been deeply ingrained in his mind. Corin has always been such a kind upperclassman, always taking great care of his juniors. An amazing guy like him would never stoop so low. But Jerriman's faith was violently shaking. Corin's bright smile suddenly looked incredibly fake and sinister. No, this could never happen. His suppressed rage finally exploded, his face twisting in pure fury as the truth about his senior's true colors clicked. How could I have been so stupid to trust a massive player who flirts with literally every single girl he sees? Unable to hold back for another second, he rushed forward and tightly grabbed both of her hands. Melina, I have to be completely honest with you. I don't want you going on that date because Jerriman's face flushed bright red with extreme embarrassment as he decided to gamble everything on this one fleeting moment. I like you. Melina completely froze at his sudden, desperate confession. Wait, what did you just say? Her cheeks instantly turned as red as a ripe peach. Trembling slightly, Melina let him hold onto her hands. To be honest, her intense shyness was spreading all the way up to her ears. She gathered every last drop of courage she had to speak her truest feelings right from the bottom of her heart. I like you too, Jerriman. Overwhelmed with absolute joy, Melina secretly shot a quick glance over to the side. She threw up a subtle thumbs up to show her massive gratitude. Thank you so much, Senior Corin. It seemed that Operation Make Him Jealous was a spectacular success. Watching the happy young couple from afar, Corin couldn't help but feel a warm sense of joy for them. After all those agonizing months of sending mixed signals, they were finally officially together. Meanwhile, Marriott and Alyssa were practically fighting over who got to feed him sweet treats. Korin, try this. Do you want some honey candy? Korin happily soaked in all their affection. He puffed out his cheeks, chewing on the sweet honey candy with a look of pure, utter satisfaction. Autumn, the season of harvest. After all the grueling effort they had poured in up to this point, it was finally time for their hard work to bear fruit. Beneath a canopy of vibrant red maple leaves showering the pathway, Melina and Jerriman strolled hand in hand, soaking in the peace of a beautiful autumn afternoon. Ever since the raid on the Magic Tower, where Korin and his brave companions had braved countless dangers, enduring the sheer exhaustion of endless, brutal battles. His body might have been covered in scars, but his fiery spirit had never once faded. Even the grueling journey to the Holy Land had seared itself into Korin's mind, leaving an unforgettable mark. Now, the brilliant blue sky of the academy stretched out above them, perfectly framing the fiery orange and red hues of the autumn leaves. It seems that even a guy who's been through as much hell as I have gets to enjoy a fleeting moment of peace. Korin took a deep breath, closing his eyes to savor this rare tranquility, a warm, contented smile gracing his lips. But right at that moment, a playful voice chimed in. "Hey there, little Korin." The familiar voice completely caught him off guard. A flurry of pristine white robes fluttered into his line of sight. Summoness Estelle stepped forward, waving at him with a bright, friendly smile. "I told you to call me Big Sister, didn't I?" Korin grew flustered as he noticed the entire courtyard turning their attention toward them. Marriott's expression instantly darkened. Big Sister? Not Senior, but Big Sister? Anyway, that's beside the point. Completely unfazed by the stares, Estelle excitedly shoved a piece of paper in front of him. "Take a look at this," Korin read over the flyer. It was a promotional poster for the highly anticipated beauty pageant. "The Autumn Beauty Queen, are you planning to enter?" Here at Mercarva Academy, the poster featured a massive, eye-catching headline. "Vote for your favorite girl, the Autumn Beauty Queen pageant." Estelle was absolutely beaming, fully confident that her beauty and fame were completely unrivaled in this competition. "That's right. You bet. Your big sister is going to sweep every single award." Korin couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. But wait, shouldn't you be heading back to the Holy Land to host the Harvest Festival? It turned out Estelle had plotted an insanely bold travel itinerary just so she could have the best of both worlds. "I'll stay in the Holy Land with the believers and then rush back right in time for the grand finale, just as everyone is casting their final votes for the Autumn Beauty Queen." Korin broke into a cold sweat at her sheer recklessness. Is that even allowed? The Autumn Harvest Festival. It was a universal celebration of the harvest season, celebrated across almost all cultures. The festival atmosphere was absolutely electric, with streets glowing under vibrant lanterns and packed with bustling crowds. Just last year, an inter-academy exchange festival had been held. Young men and women had strolled together beneath the crisp autumn sun, forging unforgettable romantic memories. The hype for the festival was higher than ever as everyone rallied around a common goal. After all, the Academy traditionally hosted this grand national-scale harvest celebration every single year. Among all the events, the absolute centerpiece was the sight of dazzling red heels stepping onto a carpet of golden maple leaves, the glorious opening of the ultimate beauty pageant. There was an age-old tradition. A golden basket won through various festival competitions could be gifted to a candidate running for the Autumn Beauty Queen. The race for the crown promised to be fiercely dramatic and full of wild twists. It was basically a massive popularity contest, and ironically enough, it used to be a main storyline quest. If the player was female, they had to heavily campaign and show off their charm to win the crowd over. The iconic promotional image featured a petite girl raising her index finger with fiery determination. All those golden baskets are definitely meant for me. Meanwhile, if the player was male, they had to win at least one tournament and present the golden basket to the main heroine. The festival's trials were brutally difficult, designed to test the true grit of the competitors. Snapping back to reality, Estelle beamed with an expectant smile, looking straight at Korin as she held out her delicate hand. "So, I need you to enter the tournament, win, and give that basket to me." Korin was completely blindsided, standing there dumbfounded, unable to believe his own ears. "Wait, me? Why me?" Throwing all modesty out the window, she puffed out her cheeks and pouted right in the middle of the crowded courtyard. "Just do it, please. If your big sister tells you to do it, you have to do it, or else I'll get really mad." Corin panicked as he noticed the atmosphere around them heating up with relentless whispering and gossip. Saintess! Big sis! Everyone is staring at us, please! Just calm down! But despite his desperate pleading, Estelle stubbornly stood her ground. I don't care. You're taking responsibility for this. Nearby, someone was shaking and grinding their teeth in pure jealousy. That lucky bastard! Jerriman screamed in utter outrage. Even the Saintess is over him? Right at the peak of the tension, Marriott aggressively stepped in, making the whole situation even more volatile. Saintess Estelle blinked in surprise. Ah, Junior Marriott. The atmosphere instantly turned freezing cold. Marriott's usual sweet smile was completely gone, replaced by a deadly serious glare. Corin doesn't like being pushed around like that. Caught dead in the center of these two fierce women, Corin felt like he was standing right on the edge of an erupting volcano. Estelle and Marriott's glares violently clashed in midair, sparking a terrifying, silent war. But the nightmare wasn't over yet. Marriott suddenly softened her voice, purring sweetly. Corin, I want to enter the Autumn Beauty Queen pageant too. All the color immediately drained from Corin's face. Senior? But you never cared about that kind of stuff before. Her pupils flared with an eerie, demonic crimson glow as she leaned in, dropping her voice to a dangerously seductive whisper. You're going to win that golden basket for me, aren't you? Before he could even stutter out a reply, another pair of arms fiercely locked onto his other side. Corin, me too! Refusing to be left out of the battlefield, Elisa chimed in. Corin, I want to give the pageant a try too. Corin was getting hit with one massive shock after another. Wait, what? A sheer look of despair washed over Corin's face. He realized he was trapped dead center in the eye of the storm of a brutally terrifying war. No. What the hell is wrong with everyone? At this point, only one single thought echoed in his mind. I am so utterly screwed. If this keeps up, the Harvest Festival and everything else will be completely ruined. Mari still refused to back down, aggressively staking her claim over him with her words. You're not actually planning to give it to the Saintess, right? I'll have you know. I was the very first one to get close to Corin. Estelle flashed a dangerously sweet smile, her grip tightening around her thorny staff. Honestly, dying might actually be a sweeter alternative to this. Huaran chuckled softly, brimming with absolute confidence about the upcoming festival. This is the very first Harvest Festival since I awakened, so sticking by your side is going to be quite entertaining. He would never just abandon us. Meanwhile, all their piercing gazes locked onto the tiny token of promise. That very ribbon. 4 pairs of eyes, blazing with terrifyingly intense auras, simultaneously bored straight into Corin's soul. You're going to give it to me, right? He stood completely isolated in the center of their deadly encirclement. His breathing grew heavy and erratic as the suffocating pressure crushed down on his shoulders. Cold sweat practically drenched his back. Corin knew damn well that no matter who he chose, it would only lead to a horrifyingly gruesome punishment from the rest. No matter who I give this golden ribbon to, the girls who get rejected are definitely going to kill me. Meanwhile, tucked away in a corner of the campus, Lark and Jaeger were chilling in black sunglasses, happily munching on popcorn as they enjoyed the dramatic show with absolute satisfaction. Are we finally about to watch Corin get ripped into 4 bloody pieces? Man, this alone makes coming to the academy completely worth it. Corin desperately scanned the area for a single gap to escape this nightmarish trap. Suddenly, he bolted, running for his life with the explosive speed of a track star, leaving nothing but a trail of dust in his wake. I just remembered I have something urgent to do, so I'll be skipping this event. See you guys later. He sprinted like a total madman, not daring to glance back for even a single second. That's right. Before I'm forced to make a catastrophic choice, I need to find a loophole. Instantly, Corin thought of the only person powerful enough to break this deadly deadlock. The principal of the Merkaba Academy. I'll just beg Master to completely cancel this Autumn Lady event. A desperate spark of hope flared in Corin's eyes, fully believing that Aaron would be his ultimate savior. Even if the sky comes crashing down, there has to be a way out for me. Back at the courtyard, Lark and Jaeger casually watched Corin's fading silhouette. That lucky bastard, he probably thinks he just hit the emergency escape button, huh? But trailing right behind Corin, the murderous intent and terrifying possessiveness of the 4 girls had reached its absolute peak, creating a genuinely blood-curdling scene. Corin kept sprinting, screaming his lungs out in sheer, utter despair. "Master, save me!" Meanwhile, his two friends leisurely debated his doomed fate. Why does his so-called escape button look a lot like a self-destruct button to me? Back with Corin, he violently burst through the heavy wooden doors of the principal's office, his desperate, hoarse voice shattering the room's quiet atmosphere. "Master!" Erin gently lifted her head, her gaze meeting his frantic expression. She maintained the utterly poised and tranquil demeanor of a true grandmaster. "My dear disciple, whatever is the matter?" He desperately tried to choke down the sheer panic bubbling in his chest. It's about the Autumn Lady contest for the upcoming Harvest Festival." She gracefully rose from her plush red velvet chair. "Ah, so it is about the festival." Erin calmly dropped an absolute bombshell. Coincidentally, during the professor's faculty meeting just now, a rather embarrassing situation came up regarding that very event. Corin gasped, his eyes going wide with absolute shock. An embarrassing situation? A dreadful gut feeling told him that whatever she was about to say would be infinitely more catastrophic than anything he could have possibly imagined. Oh God, don't tell me. Erin's slender fingers gently twirled a lock of her radiant platinum blonde hair. For the first time, a deeply feminine, bashful blush spread across her face. "The truth is," her shyly spoken words instantly nuked any remaining hope of a peaceful escape Corin had left. "They specifically requested that I enter as a candidate for this year's Autumn Lady title." Completely oblivious to Corin's soul leaving his body, she curiously tilted her head. "By the way, Corin, are you planning on participating in any of the events?" Her next sentence landed like a critical, fatal blow, striking at the very core of the nightmare that was currently destroying his life. "I cannot help but wonder, if you win, exactly who will you be giving that golden ribbon to?" Instantly, every last shred of rational thought in Corin's brain completely short-circuited. Corin's lips trembled violently as he stuttered, That ribbon? Dear God, why?" he silently shrieked in his mind. His knees entirely gave out, sending him collapsing onto the freezing cold floor. I will give it!" His internal meltdown was far from over. "Oh, dear Lord, a peaceful break? Yeah, right." A horribly twisted, broken smile crept onto Corin's face as silent tears streamed down his cheeks. That golden ribbon. I will personally hand it." His shoulders trembled violently, entirely consumed by sheer exhaustion and the terrifying dread of the chaotic bloodbath awaiting him during the festival. "Looks like there's absolutely no chance of me getting a peaceful break this time around either." Still kneeling in front of Erin's desk, Corin raised his head and spoke with desperate conviction. "That ribbon? I absolutely have to give it away." His voice grew surprisingly resolute. "That golden ribbon prize. I will hand it over personally." He silently steeled himself. "That's right. I know damn well there's no backing out of this anymore." Corin fell into a brief, heavy silence, mentally preparing himself for what he was about to do. Erin stared intently at his trembling figure, her voice laced with genuine concern. "Your complexion looks absolutely dreadful, Corin. Is there something heavily weighing on your mind?" Erin Danwa was momentarily taken aback by Corin's next words. "Master..." Corin slowly stood up tall and made his bold request. "At the exact stroke of midnight on the final day of the Harvest Festival, could you please spare some time to meet me at the clock tower?" Feeling a sudden flutter in her chest, Erin shyly placed a hand over her heart. "All the way at midnight?" She gently brought a hand to her lips, a soft, alluring smile blooming on her face. "All right, I'll be there." Taking a deep breath, Corin hesitantly finished his sentence. I promise I will." He turned around, emphasizing every single syllable with fierce determination. "Make you the undisputed Autumn Lady, Master." The scene then abruptly shifted to the bustling cafeteria of the Merkaba Academy. A frustrated groan rang out. "Damn it all!" Jaeger teased him while aggressively shoveling a spoonful of rice into his mouth. "I gave you a fair warning, didn't I? Do you seriously believe you have what it takes to survive this bloodbath all by yourself?" Lack sat beside him, chiming in. "You're absolutely dead meat this time, man." The list of girls participating included Estelle, Mary, Elisa, Warren, and even Erin Danwa, making it 5 in total. Korin was sweating bullets, his stomach completely tied in knots. All 5 of them were silently pressuring him to hand his ribbon over to them. But the harsh reality was, he was just one guy. He flashed back to the moment he confidently ran his mouth to Erin Danawa. Worse, he'd accidentally promised to gift her the first-place gold ribbon. Snapping back to reality, Korin grabbed his head and groaned in despair. What the hell do I do now? Jer, with his mouth totally stuffed with food, muffled out a solution. What is there to think about? Just pick a random girl, hand it over, and get it done with. Korin instantly brushed the idea off. I don't have the heart to do that. The other 4 would be totally heartbroken. Hearing that, Jer could only sigh and scold him. You are way too naive. Suddenly, another voice chimed in. Hey buddy, don't stress too much. There is still one way out of this. Hearing that, Korin desperately gasped. What is it? Lak raised his hand and whispered, Just offer up your life, man. It's the only way. Jer immediately threw up 2 thumbs in agreement. Not a bad idea. I second that. Just go self-destruct and put yourself out of your misery. Korin looked at the 2 of them, groaning inwardly. What a bunch of useless friends. But no matter what, he wasn't going to give up. It had always been like this, no matter how brutal the challenge. Korin never knew the meaning of backing down. Lak quickly tried to talk him out of it. Just drop it already. You're only wasting your breath on pointless things. Suddenly, he shot up to his feet, muttering, If I'm being pushed this far, Korin confidently declared, then I will just win a gold ribbon for all 5 of them. He threw his fist into the air, shouting with blazing determination, I am going to register for all 5 events in this harvest festival, and I will claim the top spot in every single one of them. Lak was completely dumbfounded by this. Jer was equally shocked, whispering, This guy has completely lost his mind. Is he really going all out like that just to keep his Playboy title? Ignoring them entirely, Korin strutted off, grinning and talking to himself. It is the duty of a friend. I have to protect all of them fairly and equally. I can totally pull this off. Flashing back to 3 weeks before the Harvest Festival kicked off, there was a small mountain located in the north of Maba City, known as Sun Peak. During holidays, people usually hosted moon viewing gatherings up there. Thanks to its gentle slopes and an absolutely breathtaking panoramic view of the entire city, the mountain was always swarming with hikers. And lately, there had been a lot of buzz about a bizarre new sight on this trail. A massive group of people were doing push-ups on the dirt, accompanied by echoing shouts. What kind of weak yelling is that, brothers? Is that really all the strength you've got left? I want to hear you scream. 1, drop to your knees. 2, hands on the ground. The crowd followed the instructor's every move. 3, jump up, keep it moving, let's go. Push yourselves. That is it. Great job. Not far away, 2 women were busy gossiping. What in the world are they doing? I heard that guy is a cadet over at the Guardian Academy. He's been coming up here a lot lately to lead these workout sessions. One of the girls suddenly flushed bright red, thinking to herself, but damn, that cadet. She stared at Korin, silently drooling over his physique, as a bunch of other young women rushed over to him, squealing in excitement. Oh my goodness, I have never touched muscles this rock hard before. Korin, oh my gosh, just look at these muscle fibers. Korin Lok, the former candidate for the national team's fitness coach, had finally entered his element. He swiftly ripped his shirt off, flexing his chiseled six-pack, and roared. The Muscle Magic show, exclusively for the ladies, officially begins. The thirsty crowd of fangirls below erupted into wild cheers. Oh my god, you are so hot. Please, just date me. The adoring gazes from the ladies only hyped Korin up even more. Even though he really should have been focusing all his energy on prepping for the Harvest Festival, the reason he was going so hard out here was actually quite simple. He eventually put his shirt back on and cleared his throat, his tone turning serious. All right, brothers and sisters, Korin rallied them. You all know the Harvest Festival is right around the corner, right? In his head, he was calculating his master plan. This was the very first warm-up phase for the festival. The scene shifted to 2 weeks before the festival, moving in total secrecy without anyone catching on. Korin stood at the front of a group of robed figures, raising his muscular arm to hype them up. Jer peered down from a high window, squinting in suspicion. Wait, aren't those the mages from the Magic Tower? Locke followed his gaze and confirmed it. Yeah, that is definitely them. I can't believe there was actually a time we used to look up to those guys. And yet, that crazy bastard Korin is bossing them around like a bunch of maids. At that moment, his wild preparations were advancing perfectly smoothly. Corin pointed off to the side, firmly barking out orders. Just execute it exactly the way I told you to. Fast forward to just 1 week before the festival. Inside the physical training room, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, a soft voice echoed out. You have made absolutely incredible progress lately. I am talking about your level of control. Alisa lowered her head, speaking in a quiet, fragile tone. Aside from that, I really do not think I have anything left to teach you. Corin, resting both his hands on the floor, panted heavily and groaned. You are being way too modest. Have I not been losing to you on a completely consistent streak? She replied with heavy insecurity. Maybe here, but if we were to step into a real life-or-death battle, I am absolutely certain I would be crushed. Alisa hugged her legs, pouring her heart out. I don't know why, but I just cannot fathom a single scenario where I could actually beat you. She paused. Corin, I should have trained so much harder. I have always run away from picking up a sword just because I was too scared. He picked up his cup of water, offering her some warm encouragement. The raw amount of time you've experienced doesn't define you. What actually matters is the intensity and the real-world experience of clashing with genuinely strong opponents. Wouldn't you agree? You still have an insane amount of untapped potential just waiting to break through. It suddenly dawned on her. So this is what's been weighing on his mind. Honestly, it wasn't such a bad thing. Alisa furrowed her brows, repeating his words. The frequency and experience of facing off against true experts, huh? Maybe I should try sparring with my grandfather. Glancing over at him, she called out hesitantly. But Corin's... His movements completely froze. Following up on the topic of the ribbon, she asked, Have you figured out how you're going to handle that? Corin nearly choked on his water, all the color draining from his face as her words echoed in his ears. Even she is entering the competition. That makes 5 of them in total. Seeing his reaction, Alisa covered her mouth and giggled. She leaned in close, gently placing her hand over his. You already know exactly what's going on, don't you? Corin looked away, stammering out, Yeah, I guess I do. Alisa didn't hesitate to pour her heart out. I have feelings for you, Corin. I truly do. I'm telling you this with absolute sincerity. Corin tensed up completely, only managing to squeeze out a single sentence in response. Thank you. I appreciate it. But instead of pulling back, she leaned in even closer and whispered. With a soft smile, Alisa told him, You don't necessarily have to give that ribbon to me. For a split second, Corin's eyes went wide with pure shock. She genuinely loved Corin, and when it came to those feelings, Alisa absolutely refused to lose to anyone. But at the same time, she was terrified of not being the one he chose. Because of that fear, she had decided to step back right from the very beginning. She accepted the role of the generous one, willingly bowing out of the race. It was a tragic habit she had formed ever since she was a little girl. However, Corin's resolute voice snapped her out of her thoughts. No, I can't do that. He looked down, declaring with absolute certainty, I am going to give a gold ribbon to you, too. Alisa spun around in utter disbelief. Wait, what? That was when Corin laid out his insane plan. I know this sounds completely cowardly and selfish, but I plan on giving a gold ribbon to every single one of you. She stared at him, anxiously reminding him. But to pull that off, you would have to win first place in 5 completely different events. Corin slowly stood up and replied. A guy who can't make up his mind, who keeps stringing multiple girls along, deserves to suffer at least this much. Alisa tried to stop him. I really don't mind, Corin. You seriously don't have to get one for me. But he cut her off right in the middle of her sentence. Stop right there! Corin glanced back at her, his tone leaving no room for argument. You absolutely deserve to receive one. The scene shifted to the Academy's special dormitory, where Corin sat deep in thought. Midterms are this week, right? Jen nodded, confirming the schedule. Corin muttered, I'm skipping the exams. I'll just take the retakes later. She panicked, crying out, Have you lost your mind? John, sweating bullets, immediately tried to talk him out of it. Boss, I really don't think that's a good idea. Corin's face darkened as he sighed heavily. I have no choice. To secure 5 ribbons, I have to win the championship in 5 separate events. And to prepare for all 5, I literally don't have a single second to spare. One of them brought up Miriam. What about the Snake Princess? The other chimed in. Miriam sent a message saying she has to attend an event at the royal capital, so she won't be here. John squinted, thinking about the prize tiers, and tried to reason with him. Even if you only place third, you still get a ribbon, man. You don't have to risk your life like this. Corin gloomily shot that down. I know I could just settle for a bronze or silver ribbon, but those aren't worthy of being given to such noble ladies. Plus, he remembered Elisa's words. You don't have to give that ribbon to me. His heart ached just thinking about it. If I only give the gold to one person, the others will definitely feel left out. I just can't bring myself to do that. Hearing this, Jen crossed her arms and interrogated him. How are you supposed to handle that many events at the exact same time? Looking exhausted, he tapped a piece of paper on the table. Anyway, I've officially locked in the 5 competitions I'll be entering. She looked at the circled names and frowned. The hunting tournament, the food fair, and an auction? John chimed in. Do you honestly believe you have what it takes to sweep first place in all of these? Suddenly, Corin pointed at a specific spot on the paper, making them incredibly curious. There's always a loophole. Actually, that's exactly why I called you guys here. At long last, the opening day of the Harvest Festival arrived. Day 1 of the Autumn Festival, the hunting competition. An announcer holding a microphone stood before the cheering crowd, booming with excitement. May I have your attention, please? The highly anticipated first event, marking the grand kickoff of our festival, is about to begin. Welcome to the Autumn Festival Hunting Tournament. This was the Grand Hunt. The rules were incredibly simple. Just hunt. Special creatures would be released into the hunting grounds, and contestants had to take them down to rack up points. However, there was one very special rule in play. Suddenly, a few people in the crowd turned their eyes toward a specific direction, whispering among themselves, "What in the world is that? Are they actually allowed to bring something like that in?" Alex stared at Corin, completely bewildered. "Are those hunting dogs?" Corin flashed a bright smile and admitted it. Spot on. But Alex was highly skeptical. Those aren't dogs. They look way more like wolves, but why the hell are they so massive? Corin excitedly explained, "They're an imported breed. I had to drop an absolute fortune just to get my hands on them." Alex glanced at John and Jen standing beside him, his face full of suspicion. But still, their size is completely off the charts, isn't it? Corin forced a smile, quickly changing the subject. But setting that aside for a moment, they look absolutely adorable, don't they? And of course, the rules of the hunting festival explicitly state that participants are allowed to bring a professional hounds. Corin gestured awkwardly toward John and added, "They've also gone through incredibly rigorous training. Come here, good boy. Give me your paw." He actually lifted his paw, playing along perfectly. Corin could only apologize deep down in his heart. "I'm so sorry, John, but please, just help me out this one time." However, Alex was still scratching his head in hesitation. Should we really approve this? Corin immediately shot back. Is there any specific rule regarding the size of the hounds? He conceded, no. In fact, there isn't any rule about that at all. He stepped closer and whispered, "Sir, as part of the organizing committee, do you understand why the rules were created in the first place?" Alex rubbed his chin, looking completely baffled. "So that everyone follows them?" Right at that moment, the girl on the podium raised her hand and shouted, "The competition will officially begin right now." Seizing the moment, Corin dropped his voice and said, "Dead wrong." He immediately dashed forward, his eyes burning with aura, while John and Jen shouted from behind, "Rules exist so we can exploit the loopholes they failed to cover. The hunt for the golden ribbon officially begins." Not long after, that girl's voice echoed out, "The hunting festival. The winner is..." The crowd immediately broke into dissatisfied whispers. Isn't using a hound like that going way too far? Seriously, where the hell did he even get that thing? And then a name everyone knew was called out. Corin Locke. A nearby contestant stared at him, John and Jen muttering to himself, "So weird. I feel like I've seen that thing somewhere before." Corin held the ribbon in his hand, laughing like a maniac, his heart bursting with absolute joy. "I finally won the championship." From behind, John called out, "Boss, I guess this festival went pretty smoothly." Jen chimed in, "Do you have a plan for the rest of the events?" He flashed a wicked grin and replied, "Of course I do. I've got an absolutely perfect plan." She sighed in exasperation, warning him, "Your plans always seem to fall apart in the weirdest ways, you know." Corin immediately cut her off. "Hey, don't jinx it." Thinking about the 5 ribbons, Corin told himself, "Well, at least I've secured the golden ribbon for now." Day 2 of the Harvest Festival, the charity auction. They call it an auction, but it's not like they're actually buying and selling people. What's really on the block are dating tickets. At that moment, the auctioneer announced, 13 gold coins! Do I hear 14? Luna then raised her hand, waving to the crowd as the declaration echoed out, sold? The date ticket with Junior Luna from Class 53 of the Night Department is sold for 13 gold coins. Du quickly dropped to one knee in front of her, shyly making his request. Senior Luna, would you do me the honor of spending your entire day with me? She blushed deeply and softly asked in return. What's this? Are you trembling, Junior? That's quite a surprise. According to the rules, if someone wins the bid for a date ticket, that person becomes their exclusive knight and spends the whole day with the winning bidder. It was a brilliant plan to satisfy the romantic ideals of chivalry, and it succeeded beyond all expectations. The fantastic condition that all proceeds would be donated also perfectly aligned with the Academy's purpose. But how should I put this? The crowd was buzzing with excitement. I heard Senior Park is making an appearance today. That's crazy. I have to win that bid no matter what. I heard that first-year girl Ewan is participating too. Damn, that's awesome. So if I win the bid, I actually get to go on a date with her? Oh, my poor wallet. Due to the nature of an auction, the competition over popular individuals was incredibly fierce, and naturally, intense behind-the-scenes battles were bound to break out. The scene shifted to a grand mansion. Through the night, a voice rang out, if you want to buy that playboy so badly, you should go bid on him yourself. Marriott's face flushed bright red as she stubbornly pleaded with Isbel. Corin told me I absolutely cannot show my face, but there is no way I'm just going to sit back and let some other girl steal my Corin away. Please, just bid on my behalf. She clasped her small hands together, looking up with big sparkling eyes, and pouted, we're besties, aren't we? Seeing her like that, Isbel could only let out a heavy sigh and surrender. Fine, I guess I have no choice. The bidders weren't high-ranking guardians. Most were just ordinary students scraping by on maybe 4 or 5 gold coins for pocket money. The absolute maximum they could shell out was maybe 10 coins. Considering Corin's fame and immense popularity, 50 coins would be the ultimate ceiling. Not long after, the host gestured enthusiastically toward Corin and boomed into the mic, our final auction of the night will be the sensation everyone's been waiting for, the hero who saved thousands of lives, the most outstanding prodigy of our academy, the man destined to become our next special grade knight. He offered a polite bow as the crowd screamed his name. Give it up for Junior Corin Locke. Meanwhile, the male students up in the stands booed in fierce protest. You two-timing bastard, go to hell, drop dead. On the flip side, the schoolgirls were gossiping excitedly. Oh my god, Corin is up! Should we try putting in a bid? A playboy? That sounds a bit sketchy, but it's not like he has any bad intentions. Corin is actually super sweet. I've seen it firsthand. That's true. Hey, why don't we pool our money together and try to win him? Looking sharp in an elegant suit, he just kept his head down, listening to the voice whispering in his ear, shall we get down to business then? Honestly speaking, how much is our Junior Corin hoping to go for? Deep down, he thought to himself, the plan I made when I found out I was the last one up is actually very simple. Corin then looked up and hinted. The one who sold for the highest price so far was Senior Luna. If I remember correctly, it was exactly 13 gold coins, no more, no less. A second later he suggested, I think exactly 14 coins should do the trick. By this time, Jen was already clutching a pouch of coins in his hand. Corin sighed inwardly. It really hurts to spend this much money, but it's better to just buy myself out and get it over with. With that, the host quickly announced, all right then, let the auction begin. Up next is none other than the dating ticket of our dear junior, Corin. We will start the bidding at 3 gold coins. Instantly, a flurry of hands shot up into the air. 4 coins. 5 coins. The host enthusiastically gave updates as the price kept climbing. 6 coins. 7 coins. Suddenly, a muscular, burly arm shot up, leaving the host a bit baffled, but he still shouted out, oh my, 9 coins. Jer wildly roared out, I absolutely refuse to sit back and watch that punk Corin go out to eat with those girls. The buddy next to him burst into uncontrollable laughter and chimed in, Corin, you're gonna have to eat out with us. Lack eagerly played along, yelling, we won't let you steal away any more of the beauties. However, a sudden shout made them all freeze in their tracks. 20 coins! Their eyes went wide as they stared at Isbel, who was holding up 2 fingers while the host's announcement echoed in their ears. 20 gold coins. We have a bid for 20 coins. Seeing this, Corin pursed his lips, immediately figuring it out. This has to be on behalf of Senior Mary. She's definitely aiming for first place. But this battle had completely spiraled out of his control. Jen opened the coin pouch, panicking non-stop. Meanwhile, someone else shouted out a bid, 21 coins! Jer and his gang absolutely refused to back down. 22 coins! While Corin was still standing there dazed, wondering to himself, but why on earth is this happening? Isbel pushed up her glasses and made an astronomical bid. 50 gold coins! Hearing that, he secretly grumbled, why would she go to such lengths? Corin looked like he was about to turn to stone on the spot. No, Senior Isbel, I get it. But isn't doing all this taking things a little too far? In response, she just gave a wicked smile, silently sending him a message. Just be a good boy and go on a date with Mary. The host happily repeated, 50 gold coins. Do we have any higher bids? Suddenly, a mysterious man called out a bid. 1 platinum coin. The entire arena fell dead silent, all eyes turning toward him. Corin's jaw dropped as he quickly did the math in his head. A platinum coin! That's 100 gold coins! 1 platinum coin was no joke. It was enough to buy an entire floor of a building. Even if it couldn't buy out the whole one estate, it was more than enough to score the most premium, top-tier racehorse in the southern region. Isbel wasn't doing much better, feeling a rush of anxiety. Who in the world is willing to dump that much money for a mere one-day date? But right after, she recognized him. It was Uncle Mark. Looking down with a dignified gaze, he greeted her. It's been a while, hasn't it? Isbel. The crowd started buzzing with curiosity. Duke Mark? Why did that old man come here? Why would such a massive bigwig show up at a place like this? Isbel stammered out, Uncle, why are you... He gave a slight smirk, cutting her off. Isn't it painfully obvious? Corin was caught off guard when the man cut straight to the chase. Listen here, Isbel. My sweet Mary put you up to this, didn't she? And all just to go on a date with that playboy? A split second later, Duke Mark roared like an absolute demon. You listen to me, Corin Locke, over my dead body. Don't you even dream of having Mary stand by your side today. Because today, Mary has already cleared her entire schedule to go on a date with her dear old dad. Confused, Corin scratched his cheek and spoke up. Sorry about that, old man. The fiery father furiously bellowed, Don't you dare call me old man. Corin still muttered a quiet, sassy jab under his breath. You're acting a little petty, you know. Mark slowly raised his arm, firing right back. Petty? What do you mean, petty? History is always written by the hands of the victors. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Isbel quickly threw out another bid. 110 coins. He burst into a teasing laugh. Oh, Isbel, my dear child, I'm sure my daughter handed over quite a fortune for you to use. But you know that unimaginable sum you're so boldly bidding with? That's nothing more than the pocket change I gave her myself. 1,000 coins! His voice echoed through the dead silence of the room. It seemed there was absolutely no one left to outbid him. He adjusted his vest, his tone dripping with smug satisfaction. Well then, I suppose it goes to me. Suddenly, another voice rang out, making Mark freeze in place for several seconds. Honey, what on earth are you doing here? Min pushed the doors open, covering her mouth with her hand as she interrogated him. Don't tell me you're actually using dirty tricks to sabotage our Mary's date. Seeing her, he jumped out of his skin and stammered, Dee, darling! She immediately grabbed Mark by the collar and scolded him. I am seriously at my wits' end with you, Min declared as she dragged him away, barking out an order. The kids are waiting, so hurry up and follow me, you hear? Mark could only cry out in despair. Darling, please. She suddenly stopped, her cheeks flushing slightly as she made an offer. Oh, that's right. Son-in-law Corin, we should all get together for a family dinner soon. He politely bowed his head and replied, Take care on your way back, mother. Meanwhile, even though he was being dragged away by his collar, Mark was still screaming his head off in the background. Who exactly are you calling mother? I said, who the hell is your mother? A few seconds later, the door slammed shut. Isbel gripped the pouch of coins and spoke up. 1,001 gold coins. Finally, some peace of mind. Even though I had to pay way more than I originally planned, at least this guarantees I get to live. The auctioneer shouted out, 100 coins! Do I hear any other bids? Corin, meanwhile, let out a heavy sigh of exhaustion. Sure, I managed to get the ribbon, but this wasn't how I expected things to play out at all. Still, now that we've reached this point, I guess it's finally over. Suddenly, another voice rang out, making his eyes widen in pure shock. 2,000 gold coins! The silhouette of a young woman slowly emerged at the main entrance. Everyone's eyes instantly darted toward her as the crowd let out a collective gasp of disbelief. Huh? The scene shifts to a grand mansion. With the Autumn Harvest Festival officially kicking off, the city of Makaba was already buzzing with intense excitement. The very presence of the Mer Academy was already a guarantee of safety for the entire city of Makaba. Because of this, it was only natural for the nobles to become sponsors of the Guardian Academy. You look absolutely stunning tonight. The crowd raised their glasses in a toast of admiration. Principal Aaron, would you happen to have a moment to spare later? Entertaining and managing these wealthy sponsors was one of the core duties of a principal. Erin Danwa thought to herself, I miss my students so much. Gazing out at the crescent moon through the window, she mused, I suppose the Harvest Festival is being held again this year, isn't it? Erin Danwa knew that this Harvest Festival had existed long before she was even born. It was a deeply sacred tradition, carrying an incredibly rich and ancient history. Originally, it was meant as a sacrificial rite to express reverence and gratitude to Mother Earth, Dananda. During this grand ceremony, the Danans would graciously accept the offerings presented by humanity. First was Da, who blessed our lands with lush fertility. Then came the sun god, Nuada, and the god of light, Luh, who nurtured the crops so they would flourish. Down to the Danans, who governed the rivers and brought favorable weather. Along with the Danan of music, whose vibrant melodies breathed life and joy into the Harvest Festival. And the grand finale of the festival was the moment the chosen Maiden of Autumn received a divine blessing from the Danan of Beauty. Erin also vividly remembered the time when those very blessings secured peace and prosperity for the entire world. She lowered her head and murmured, Back in those days, so many of my predecessors stood right here in this very spot. By now, the faces of my beloved family members have faded into distant memories, filled with a longing for something I can never get back. Erin Danwell looked up and continued, It must have been 2,000 years since we last saw each other, hasn't it? She gazed at the spectral figure before her, calling out the name of the Danan of Beauty, Orest. He smirked mockingly. So, this place is run by the Academy? You've certainly wrapped it in quite a few layers of barriers, haven't you? It's been ages since we last met, and yet we're only speaking through an illusion like this. What a shame. Erin couldn't help but be suspicious. Why are you showing up now of all times? Not only that, but have you truly become a subordinate of Tess just to interfere with this world? Orest explained in a chilling tone, In the end, Balthar will emerge victorious. When that time comes, it won't be long before this entire world, including this little sanctuary you've built, is reduced to nothing but rubble and ash. He made sure to emphasize his point. And amidst those crumbling ruins, no one will be left to debate meaningless concepts like justice or beauty. Your time and mine is already over. Amidst the heavy silence, a deeply pensive voice echoed through the room. What a new era needs right now is a light that can pierce through the ruins and shine upon the remnants of the past. The scene cuts to a high-end hotel in the city of Makaba. Right now, Corin and Estelle were sitting together in a luxurious restaurant. She slowly extended her leg, letting her toes lightly brush against his pants, and spoke up. Hey there. Corin, meanwhile, was completely zoned out in his own thoughts. That's right, if we stick to the plan, we've already secured another golden ribbon. Estelle purposely rubbed her foot seductively against his calf to get his attention. Little brother! Corin's face instantly flushed beet red. With cold sweat pouring down his face, he thought to himself, but Estelle just propped her chin on one hand, grabbed Corin's hand with the other, and whispered in a bewitching tone, Do you want to play a dirty little game with your big sister? Panic set in for Corin. I absolutely did not see things taking this kind of turn. She painted a dreamlike scenario for him. My sweet little brother, the heir of Argam, is the sun god, while I, the heir of Andre, am Mother Earth. Underneath the table, Estelle continued to playfully tease Corin with her foot. We could completely intertwine and merge both of our powers together. Just imagine the kind of child that would be born between the two of us. She slid her foot even higher, inching dangerously close to his sensitive area. That child would undoubtedly possess overwhelming power and be capable of saving so many more people, wouldn't they? Estelle's face flushed deeply as a thrilling smile spread across her lips. With your incredibly built physique and my flawless beauty, it would be a child rivaling the gods themselves. But suddenly her eyes shot wide open in surprise. Estelle noticed that his demeanor had suddenly changed. Corin, little brother? Out of nowhere, he grabbed hold of her foot. Without a second thought, Corin started ruthlessly tickling the bottom of Estelle's foot. She immediately fell back, bursting into uncontrollable, breathless fits of laughter. After a good while, Corin finally stopped, and Estelle was barely able to catch her breath. He stood up abruptly and demanded in a loud, stern voice, 2,000 gold coins. Is that some kind of sick joke to you? Stunned by his sudden shift in attitude, she stammered, Little brother. Corin was absolutely furious. Scowling and gritting his teeth, he snapped, Do not call me little brother. And that goes for Senior Marie, too. I can't believe even a saintess would act so thoughtlessly. Estelle, still not fully grasping the weight of her mistake, tried to make excuses. Oh, come on, it wasn't even that much money. Corin furiously slammed his hand on the table. It is a massive amount of money, and it sure as hell isn't something you just toss around casually in a place like this. There's a limit to everything. I never wanted a situation where you guys just use money to buy the ribbon. Hearing this, Estelle took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. Her playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a calm intensity. Using money to buy it? I suppose you could look at it that way. Estelle gave him a firm, unwavering look of assurance. But in that specific situation, both I and Junior Marie would have done the exact same thing without hesitation. What we intended to do wasn't about buying a ribbon. Her eyes locked onto his, fiercely highlighting her true motive. It was about stopping you from being sold to someone else. Estelle completely understood Corin's actions. I know exactly why you want to participate in the auction. She couldn't help but blame herself. I know you're competing in so many events at once, and it breaks my heart knowing I placed this heavy burden on your shoulders. Estelle's hands clenched into tight, trembling fists. But even if it's just for a brief moment, even if it's just in name, the thought of you becoming someone else's property. She tried desperately to keep her composure as she confessed her true feelings. It truly, genuinely tears me apart inside. Understanding her pain, Corin softened his voice to reassure her. Please, don't worry. He stepped closer, his tone filled with absolute certainty. I swear to you, from this moment until the very end, I will never let anything make you feel that way again. Corin flashed a bright, reassuring smile. Because I'm a sucker for a happy ending. The scene shifted to the Academy's grandest event. Day 4 of the Harvest Festival. The God Academy primarily trained guardians to fight against demonic threats, but it was also a hub for scholars and merchant guilds. Right now, it was time for the Magic Exhibition, an open-for-all event where absolutely anyone could showcase their proudest achievements. This year, with their rival institution, the Magic Tower, completely collapsed, an absolutely massive crowd had flooded in. Inventors eagerly showed off their creations. Look here, this is a portable water purifier. It guarantees clean drinking water on any expedition. And my invention is a shaved ice machine powered entirely by ice magic. While ordinary folks stuck to inventing practical, everyday items, the crowd was buzzing with excitement and curiosity over these gadgets. Behold, this is a rocket I designed to orbit the cosmos and safely land back on Earth. Now what the heck is a rocket? While eccentric geniuses crafted mind-bending inventions meant for the distant future, there was something else that left everyone's jaws on the floor. And then there were the absolute madmen, the ones who created things that made people scream, "What the hell is that?" Permanently scarring their memories. It was an unforgettable, earth-shattering entrance. A massive vehicle tore through the venue, absolutely smashing and flipping everything in its path. My booth! Professor Dema furrowed her brows in pure rage and roared. Which absolute lunatic is launching a terrorist attack? She widened her eyes in sheer disbelief, squinting to get a better look. You? Standing atop the vehicle, a figure stood with his arms crossed in sheer arrogance. Corin, sporting a wildly playful smirk, enthusiastically announced to the crowd, "Presenting my ultimate masterpiece fresh out of the factory." A furious bystander pointed a trembling finger at him, screaming in anger. What the hell is wrong with you? You obliterate our booths just to drag out this pile of junk? It looks exactly like a totally ordinary carriage. Judges, please, you have to penalize him. Dema didn't even care. She barked a loud order for silence. Closing her eyes, she focused every ounce of her senses on the machine. Are you all deaf? Dema had realized something terrifyingly incredible, the thumping heartbeat of a mechanical beast. She finally delivered her absolute verdict. Its entire body is forged from scrap metal. But pure magic courses through its veins instead of blood, pulsing fiercely through its core. This is completely out of the league of some rickety, ordinary carriage. Dema ran her hand along the cold metal, speaking with sheer awe. This beast is growling, begging to be unleashed and tear across the earth. Her eyes snapped open, burning with intense curiosity as she interrogated him. Corin Locke, how on earth did you forge a soul for this mechanical beast? Corin closed his eyes, perfectly anticipating her reaction. Professor Dema, I knew a genius like you would figure it out, but internally, he was sweating bullets in sheer panic. Honestly, I don't even know either. I literally just bribed some guys with a ticket out of the potato farm labor camp, tossed out a random concept, and they somehow built the damn thing on their own. Overwhelmed by the creation, Dema instantly awarded him the top prize, boldly declaring that she didn't even need to look at the rest of the entries. And just like that, he became the undisputed champion of the magic exhibition. You could definitely say this victory was entirely thanks to perfectly catering to the judge's personal obsession. Overjoyed, Chunsik threw his arms around Corin and sobbed like a baby. We did it! Oh my god, we actually did it! Now we won't get kicked out of the workshop. Corin gently patted the old man's back, trying to soothe his dramatic wailing. We never have to go back to that hellish potato farm ever again. You really worked hard for this, man. Chunsik, fast forward to the present. Between the hunting tournament, the auction, the magic exhibition, and now the bustling, lively marketplace filled with endless crowds. Hello there, Sir Knight. Corin greeted warmly, chatting effortlessly with the locals. Hey, Anna, has little Nobby been running away from home lately? Everyone was absolutely loving his booth. Hey, little bro, I brought my friends over. Oh my gosh, this minimalist little shop is just too cute, one of them giggled. Say, I heard eel is really good for men's stamina, huh? Come over here and pour us some drinks, little bro. Despite his hands being full of trays, Corin flashed his signature bright smile. Coming right up, boss! Over this entire period, he had been grinding relentlessly, clearing out quest after quest from the town's notice board. He even gave out free personal training sessions. Whenever someone needed a hand, Corin was always the first to step up. And to absolutely no one's surprise, Corin secured first place yet again. Ever since the Autumn Harvest Festival kicked off, Corin Locke's food stall had completely shattered the all-time revenue records. It was an absolute landslide victory. With this, he now proudly held 4 golden ribbons. There was only one left to grab, and honestly, there wasn't a single event he felt more confident crushing than this final one. Welcome to Day 5 of the Harvest Festival, the mock trial. Participants were split into prosecutors and defense attorneys to battle it out over a hypothetical defendant. To make things spicier, the case was based on a real-life scandal that had actually happened at the academy. It sounded incredibly daunting, but for Corin, this was going to be an absolute cakewalk. After all, it felt like just yesterday he was speed-running the entire Kingdom Law book just to exploit the Demonic Rights Act. Out of every single student at the academy, absolutely no one had mastered the legal loopholes quite like him. To make things even better, the professors acting as judges were just there to keep order. The actual verdict rested entirely in the hands of the student jury, meaning all he had to do was win over the crowd. As the trial commenced, the opposing counsel dramatically read the charges against Corin. The defendant hurled food straight out the classroom window. He is hereby charged with reckless and malicious littering. Hearing this, Corin merely looked incredibly confident and deeply amused. How the hell are you supposed to defend against that? The crowd murmured. Victory is already mine, the opponent smirked. But Corin's eyes gleamed with a dangerous thrill as he confidently launched his fierce counterattack. What are you talking about? The defendant is simply returning to Mother Nature what originally belonged to her. His absurd claim left the prosecution completely dumbfounded. Excuse me, what? The prosecutor slammed the table in outrage. Your Honor, that logic is completely absurd. Yet the judge was actually nodding along in agreement. Well, food does come from nature, after all. A trembling, furious voice fired back. Your Honor! The prosecuting girl wasn't giving up, immediately throwing another charge at him. Regarding the charge of ditching an outdoor class to go hang out downtown, Corin pointed forward, boldly declaring, I was merely pioneering my own path in life. And once again, Judge Iga nodded along. Fair point. Another student pointed an accusing finger. The defendant secretly conducted an experiment in the dorms that almost blew the whole place up. Corin just shrugged casually. But everyone's safe and sound, right? Iga bought this logic too. As long as the students were unharmed, Corin was practically untouchable in this mock trial. All right, innocent on all counts, not guilty. The crowd went absolutely wild, chanting his name with burning enthusiasm. Corin Lork. Corin Lork. Show them what you got, Corin. Talk your way out of everything. Iga slammed his gavel to bring the chaotic courtroom back to order. Order in the court. We still have one final case to hear. Reaching the deciding round, the judge quickly laid out the instructions. For the grand finale, the prosecution may read the indictment. Corin flashed a cocky, untouchable smirk. Well then, I'll gladly be taking my 5th ribbon now. But the prosecution was quick to strike. I will now read the charges against the defendant of this final case, Joran Joker. Corin froze, frantically racking his brain. That annoying, familiar face standing over there was none other than Lark, who sharply pushed up his glasses and began reading the charges. The defendant, Joran Joker, has weaponized his handsome looks and smooth talking to maintain shady, ambiguous relationships with exactly 5 female students at the same time. He is hereby charged with extreme playboy behavior. Corin slammed the table in a panic. Playboy? What the hell are you talking about? The defense strongly objects. Sweating buckets, his voice cracked in total panic. According to the laws of the kingdom, simply hanging out with members of the opposite sex is not a crime. Furthermore, the defendant never explicitly asked any of them to be his girlfriend. Corin doubled down on his ridiculous conclusion. Exactly. They're just friends. Friends do stuff like that all the time, don't they? A dead silence fell over the entire courtroom. Lark seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, going on dates, kissing, and even sharing the exact same bed. Can you really call that just friends? Corin turned completely pale, desperately shouting back. Who said that? Lark just let out a mocking smirk, twisting the knife deeper. What do you mean, who? We are simply discussing the entirely fictional character, Joran Joker. Aren't we, counselor? The atmosphere in the room turned unbearably awkward. Corin stubbornly tried to spin the narrative. Look, let's think about this logically. What if this Joran Joker guy had some sort of tragic hidden motive? Like, maybe he's trying to save the world, so he's strictly forbidden from officially dating anyone right now. Iga had heard enough, swiftly slamming his gavel down to deliver the verdict. The final decision had been made. Based on the jury's unanimous vote, the defendant, Joran Joker. And just like that, the trial came to an end. Day 5 of the Harvest Festival has officially come to a close. The final tally, 4 gold ribbons and 1 silver ribbon. Someone looked down at the table, giggling with pure amusement. Oh look, one of them is a different color. Meanwhile, Corin was pulling his hair out, absolutely devastated by the result. Those damn jurors, what the hell was so wrong with Joran Joker anyway? He vehemently protested the final verdict, sentencing him to be drawn and quartered into the exact number of pieces as the girls he flirted with? Isn't that way too extreme? His 2 companions just gave him a baffled look. What do you mean? What's wrong with it? You're absolute scum, boss! Corin slumped over in defeat, burying his head in his hands as he racked his brain for a solution. Just one. I'm still short exactly 1 ribbon. With all the normal competitions completely over, he desperately needed a new plan. His face contorted in sheer agony and frustration. Damn it all. Do I really have to stoop to doing that? Ren seemed to instantly read his mind, her eyes widening. Wait, don't tell me you're actually going to enter that? Corin didn't even hesitate to confirm her suspicions. Yeah, I am. Pushed into a corner of absolute despair, it was the only option left. It was his final trump card, and with that, the crucial moment finally arrived. The very last day of the Harvest Festival. Historically speaking, there was a 99% chance that any plan he came up with would go horribly wrong. Because let's be honest, he really wasn't the brains of the operation. Since his partner usually handled the strategy while he was the muscle, dealing with a never-ending streak of terrible luck meant that having a plan B and plan C had basically become second nature to him by now. So this isn't a big deal at all. In fact, it's something only a true man can pull off. It's the absolute peak of masculinity, so there's absolutely nothing to be ashamed of, he muttered aggressively, desperately trying to hype himself up. Stand tall and be proud. Corin's eyes went wide, burning with intense, unyielding determination. Corin Lork, stepping out in a full wig and a flawless cross-dressing disguise, me all behind the stockets, he made his grand entrance for the finale of the Harvest Festival. The final event of the festival is officially open. Let the ultimate cross-dressing beauty pageant begin. Even though the Academy's cross-dressing contest is an official event to win the golden ribbon, I guess this was inevitable. I should have just thrown scissors back then. Just gone to regular classes, grabbed 2 gold coins, and then dealt with this whole cross-dressing thing. I should have just closed my eyes and picked a ticket first. No one in their right mind would volunteer for this. Almost everyone here is either being punished or lost a bet. Exactly. They're just going through the motions with zero drive to win, just praying for this tragedy to end as fast as possible. Well, except for one person. Corin was fired up, repeating the same thought in his head over and over. I'm gonna win this. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win this. At that moment, the referee quickly called the first contestant to the stage. All right, contestant number 1, Peter. Corin looked up, his eyes widening in pure shock. What the hell? Down below, the audience was going absolutely wild. Oh my god, Jer, you're gorgeous. Marry me. Even Corin couldn't help but be completely blown away. Since when is that punk trying so hard? Don't tell me. The host then called up the next batch of contestants. Next up, let's welcome contestants number 2, 3, and 4 to the stage. The atmosphere was getting more explosive by the second. I'll hold my breath until these guys actually debut. Corin stared at them in sheer terror, breaking into a cold sweat. These bastards! He refused to lose again. His image was already ruined anyway. I absolutely have to stop that smooth-talking jerk from getting the golden ribbon. Are they seriously crashing this just to steal my first-place spot? Corin took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. All right, I see what level you guys are playing at. Radiating a fierce fighting spirit, he declared, I'm going all in too. When it came to dancing, he actually had some serious skills. Back in the military, he had binge-watched more than enough idol videos. Corin closed his eyes, realizing that the ultimate key to victory was fully embracing the role. He stepped onto the stage and performed with flawless precision, completely hypnotizing himself into character. Jer was kicked off the stage, absolutely furious. This is insane! Corin's absolute mastery crushed all of his opponents. This stage belonged to him. The crowd gazed up at him, completely mesmerized. Senior Corin is killing it! Everyone was sucked into his performance. He was tearing up the entire stage. The other contestants voluntarily backed down. Just give him the prize and get him off the stage already. I give up! I forfeit! Those who hadn't even performed yet went dead silent. Even the host was frozen in shock. At this point, even Corin's breathing seemed seductive. Blushing deeply, he finished his routine. It was too perfect. Out of 15 total contestants, 4 were injured and 10 gave up. The host quickly announced the final results. The sole survivor, the winner is Corin Locke. He had successfully claimed the golden ribbon he wanted so badly. I did it. By now, night had fallen over the city. Aaron softly pointed it out. Do you see that place over there? That fruit shop in the commercial district? That was the very first location where the Academy was founded. She began recounting its history. Originally, it was just an orphanage. It started with me, Josephine, and a few children who had lost their families to the demonic beasts. Aaron leaned against the balcony, gazing down and taking in the view. It's beautiful, isn't it, my city? Corin walked up from behind, asking her curiously. The goddess of autumn parade is so lively down there. Aren't you sad you're missing it? But Aaron didn't feel any regret. In fact, she looked completely fulfilled. Festivals are for the students. I'm already happy enough just being with my good pupil. She had already sensed the burning intensity inside him. Ever since you told me to meet you at the clock tower on time, I could feel a very serious resolve from you. Aaron turned to face him, curious about what was really going on. Did something happen? Go on, tell me everything. Corin stepped closer and stated his true desire. Master, I just want everyone to be happy. He poured out his heart with absolute sincerity. Not just me, but so many others. To some people, they might just be worthless strangers. They might be called fake or accused of acting too dramatic. But Corin carried a beautiful, noble ideal within him. Even so, I still want every single person to find happiness. That was his reason for living. The right to just live. I want to protect something as simple as that. Aaron looked at Corin, her eyes filled with absolute trust. If it's you, I know you can do it. Suddenly, he tightly grabbed her hands. I promise you, I absolutely will. Then Corin pulled Aaron into a deep embrace. And among those people, without a doubt, he furrowed his brows, instructing her with unwavering firmness. Until all of this is over, you have to stay right by my side. Aaron's face flushed bright red, completely caught off guard by his sudden closeness. Corin, it's starting. The major event happening on the final day of the Autumn Harvest Festival. The biggest turning point in the mid to late stages of the heroic legend of Ahan. The fall of the Academy. Time was about to stop right on the hour. Or more accurately, everyone was about to step into a world where time stood still. The catalyst freezing time was located right at the top of the clock tower. It was the first letter, T, the ancient rune that Tesban Hazat had hidden away since the very foundation of this academy. He used its power to forcefully activate every single rune carved throughout the city. Thousands of teleportation runes resonated together, shifting everything, including the academy buildings, straight into the Shadow Paradise. And that triggered a catastrophic disaster. The academy collapsed, as terrifying shadow beasts completely swarmed the city. The ordinary students couldn't even move a muscle, and even if a few of the elites tried to fight back, it wasn't enough to change the tide. One by one, they just kept falling. He and his allies were trapped in a massive siege by the shadow monsters. From the very beginning, this was an impossible, unbeatable quest, even for the main characters. So many people in the academy were destined to die. The entire area was engulfed in flames, and then that familiar spear suddenly appeared. Among them was none other than Aaron joining the fray along with the Master. Because the ancient runes were completely indestructible, whether it was back when he played the game or in his past life when he came here with Park Ho, he was completely powerless to stop this event. Every single time, the righteous Aaron stood up for the heroes of the academy. She was always ready to lay down her life for justice and for her students. Aaron turned around with a bright smile and firmly said, I'm the adult here, kiddo. And as an adult, it's my absolute duty to protect children like you first. Then she bravely walked straight into the roaring flames, sacrificing herself. That's right, today was supposed to be her final night. Aaron glanced up at him, her voice softly stammering. Corin, the destined moment was already set in stone, and now the hands of the clock were ticking right toward that very second. At exactly midnight, a massive surge of power suddenly erupted. That familiar T-shape appeared once again as the ancient rune was activated, causing thousands of runes all across the city to resonate together. Down on the streets, people began to notice the anomaly. That glowing T-shape started popping up absolutely everywhere. But this time, there was something bizarrely different about it. Luckily, though, the runes this time weren't teleportation runes. Crowds were still bustling through every corner of the streets. Autumn is the season of harvest. They gathered around the boat where the four girls were standing. After all the hard work they had put in, this was finally the season for their efforts to bear fruit. Ever since he transmigrated into this world, from taking exams to fighting side by side on countless missions to save his friends, Corin had been through so much, pushing himself to the absolute limit just to grow stronger. Every single moment he spent walking the grounds of this Merkava Academy, Corin never once thought about giving up. He always gave it his all, fulfilling his duties and leading everyone forward. Listen closely, just like I said before. Despite the consecutive failures, everyone worked together and reported their results back to Corin. We found some over here too. It was all just a process to fix everything that went wrong. Snapping back to reality, he pulled Aaron into a tighter embrace, holding on to a warmth that should have always been there. The entire city was immersed in joy right now. the peaceful, everyday lives of the people and the hope for tomorrow that he had received from her. Corin placed his hands gently on Aaron's shoulders, quietly swearing to himself, "I'm just returning the favor, for everything you've done for me." Still, he couldn't help but worry about the terrifying future that lay ahead. The bitter, freezing winter was fast approaching. Would he be able to survive that harsh winter and safely welcome the spring? No matter what, Corin could never forget Aaron's birthday. Anyway, happy birthday! His face lit up with a brilliant smile as he softly called her name. Aaron, music. A warm smile quickly blossomed on her lips. Thank you, my dear student. Aaron's face flushed red, her heart overflowing with happiness. Such a good student. For now, everything around Corin felt completely perfect. At the very least, his autumn this year was a massive success.